I worked hard for 10 years, thinking that with my solid business skills, I could become the department head most valued by the boss. However, I never expected that after sitting in the position for just one day, I would be ruthlessly fired by the boss. And all of this was because I inadvertently discovered the boss's secret. He liked to exploit his power to take advantage of female employees in the company. That day, the boss asked the new female college student in our department, Lu Ruoyan, to drink. In my heart, Lu Ruoyan was someone I had brought along, and I felt responsible for her safety, so I took the initiative to shield her from drinking. Unexpectedly, the next day, the boss turned against me and directly fired me. Watching all of this, I didn't say much and accepted the result. After all, what the boss needed was just an obedient and smooth employee, and I indeed wasn't smooth enough. But at least I didn't do anything wrong. I protected a girl's innocence. However, the boss maliciously told me that the person taking over my position was actually Lu Ruoyan, whom I had offended in order to protect her. At that moment, I realized that everything about Lu Ruoyan was just a disguise. She was actually using me, waiting for me to make a mistake, to offend the leadership, and then take my place. It was truly a hidden scheme. At this moment, the belief I had always held seemed to be violently shattered by something. Can integrity and kindness really be recognized by others? Can hard work and diligence truly bring wealth? Do good people really get rewarded? My heart was filled with confusion as I dragged my weary body back home. Then, I sat down in my rented room, feeling dejected, and began to reflect on this terrible life. I have been trading stocks for nearly 20 years, yet I am still struggling to break even and recover my losses. At 40 years old, I not only have no house or car, but my peers already have grandchildren, while I am still single. Thinking about my aging parents who are still hoping to hold a grandchild, I feel guilty and can't help but lower my head. Reflecting on the moment I was accepted into a prestigious university, not only was my whole family happy for me, but I was also full of confidence, believing that I would achieve something great in the future. But now, I have accomplished nothing, not even a family, and I feel that my life is a complete failure. The more I thought about it, the heavier my heart felt, and suddenly everything went black. I fainted directly onto the bed. When I opened my eyes again, I was surprised to find that I had been reborn back to the summer vacation of my junior year. At this time, my roommates had all gone home, and due to my family's financial difficulties, I decided to take a summer job to lighten my parents' burden. At this moment, I had just passed the interview for a programmer assistant position at Asia Info Technology Company Limited, and I would officially start working next Monday. The female boss of Asia Info Technology is very nice. In my previous life, I was promoted to a supervisor right after graduation. However, the female boss had a short fate. Shortly after becoming a supervisor, she died in a car accident. At that time, I was sad for quite a while. After recalling this past event, I unconsciously opened Donkai to see the current stock market. I used to be an experienced stock trader, originally planning to turn my fortunes around through the stock market, but ended up losing everything. At first, I caught the tail end of a bull market and made some money, but once the bear market hit, I lost so much that my complexion changed. In my view, the stock market is more like a casino, where 90% of people ultimately become fodder for large institutions. Perhaps some can make money in it, but that is truly a rare occurrence. I once worked hard to learn various stock trading techniques and strategies, but the results were not significant. The next moment, I saw a stock named Longfei Technology, and my heart suddenly jolted. The current stock price of Longfei Technology is 2.31 yuan, with a market value of 800 million. In my memory, this is a historically significant stock. Its trend began at 10:30 a.m. on July 19th, which is next Tuesday, with main funds and retail investors pushing it back and forth, causing the stock price to soar tenfold within a month, peaking at 24.2 yuan. Then the stock price began to plummet, leaving many investors trapped. I even clearly remember that at 9:30 a.m. on August 19th, when the market opened, Longfei Technology directly hit the limit up, only to be smashed down half an hour later, followed by a dramatic reversal, ultimately being pressed down to the limit down. Since then, every day has been a limit down, and ordinary investors couldn't escape even if they wanted to. By the time I was able to escape, the funds in my account had already shrunk significantly. Thinking of this, I was a bit surprised. After all, that was nearly 20 years ago. How could I remember it so clearly? Could it be the influence of being reborn? Seeing this, I couldn't help but feel a bit excited, but the smile quickly faded. I suddenly realized a very practical problem. There was only 20 yuan in my bank card, which was the leftover from my usual frugality. Even if it multiplied tenfold, it would only be 20,000 yuan, which wouldn't solve any major problems. If I invested all 20 yuan, I might starve before it even doubled. When it was time to find some money, I suddenly fell into deep thought. I don't have many friends around me, my 3 roommates are the closest, but their family conditions aren't great. Although they aren't rich second-generation kids and don't have much money, borrowing 1 or 2,000 is fine, but if it's more, they can't come up with it, then I can only ask my parents for it. Suddenly, I had a thought that this might be the only feasible solution. Although my family isn't wealthy, my parents have saved some money throughout their lives, originally intended for buying me a house and marrying a wife. But unfortunately, I didn't get to use that money. Later, when my parents fell ill, I used this money to treat them, but it still wasn't enough. In the end, I took some of the money I had saved up through hard work, but after a serious illness, all of that savings went down the drain. Now, the question is, how do I ask my parents for money? I am a college student now and want to borrow 100,000 from them, but they will definitely ask what I need so much money for. I could say I injured someone or scratched a luxury car, but those excuses are too far-fetched. Just then, a light bulb went off in my head, and I immediately took out my phone to call my dad. Before long, my dad's familiar voice came through. "Xiao-chun, what's wrong?" I hesitated for a moment and decided to tell a lie. "Dad, my counselor's mother is sick and hospitalized, and she urgently needs to pay for the surgery, but she doesn't have that much money right now." My counselor, Zhou Wanning, is a graduate of our school who stayed on after completing her master's degree. She is 29 years old and is responsible for the daily affairs of our class, including management in all aspects of study and life. Zhou Wanning is a very responsible person and takes special care of me. Perhaps it's because I have an honest personality and good grades. I often told my parents how great my counselor is and how much she takes care of me. If it weren't for that, I wouldn't have looked for a reason to borrow money from them. Moreover, I have always been seen as an obedient child in my parents' eyes, so I thought it shouldn't be too difficult to deceive my dad. As I expected, the next moment my dad asked me how much money I needed. Hearing this, a smile immediately appeared on my face, and I told him, 100,000. Teacher Joe has been very good to me, and he said I could pay it back in a month or 2. However, when he heard the amount of 100,000, my dad was clearly taken aback. For our family, this was indeed not a small sum, but thinking of the help Teacher Joe had given me, he still did not refuse. After hesitating for a few seconds, my dad finally said, "I only have 30,000 right now, and I will go to the bank to transfer it to you first thing tomorrow morning." I nodded, chatted a bit about family matters, and then hung up the phone. But as soon as the call ended, I started to think about where to get some money. After some thought, I dialed the phone of my counselor, Zhou Wanning. In a short while, Zhou Wanning's gentle voice came from the phone. "Yichen, what's wrong?" "Teacher Zhou, there is an urgent matter at home, and I was wondering if I could borrow some money from you." I remembered that Zhou Wanning was a gentle, kind, and responsible person, so it shouldn't be hard to deceive him. I did feel a bit guilty, but thinking of that stock, Longfei technology, which had a tenfold increase, made my guilt seem trivial. I silently vowed in my heart that once I made money, I would definitely repay him well. After listening to my words, Zhou Wanning was taken aback for a moment, then asked how much I needed. 100,000. "Teacher Zhou, if you can't provide that much, any amount will do. If it's really impossible, that's fine. I'll think of other ways." After saying this, I felt a little relieved, as I was no longer that introverted and shy college student who didn't talk much. I was now a person with decades of experience and life lessons, and my character had become more resilient. Even so, I still felt a bit uneasy, as 100,000 was not a small amount for me, and although Zhou Wanning was very nice, this request still made me hesitate. I didn't expect that after a few seconds of silence, he would directly ask me to send him my card number. Hearing this, my face immediately brightened. "Teacher Zhou, thank you. As soon as I have money, I will pay you back right away." Upon hearing me say this, Zhou Wanning's tone was calm, and he began to comfort me. "There's no need to rush about money. The most important thing for you now is to study well. We can talk about it when you have a job later." "Have you gone home?" "No, I found a job yesterday, and I'm starting tomorrow. I want to ease the financial pressure at home first." After I answered, Zhou Wanning immediately asked, "Are you planning to take the postgraduate entrance exam?" "Yi Duan, Mr. Zhou, I don't intend to take the exam. I still have to go to graduate school for 2 more years." Zhou Wanning knew that Yichen was probably considering family reasons and wanted to step into society earlier to work and earn money. "Yi Duan, nowadays, if you graduate from a master's degree in this era, your employment competitiveness will be greater, and your future development will be better. So your teacher thinks that you should go to graduate school, and this is also for you to have a better future." Leaf Dust knew that she was right, having felt it firsthand in her last life. A regular undergraduate degree is not competitive in society. People have master's degrees or PhDs, and some international students. Of course, if you're willing to go to a smaller company, there's really no pressure. "Okay teacher, I'll think about it." Zhou Wanning, "There's no hurry about money. Teachers can't use any money. You have to focus on your studies. Where to find such a good teacher? I don't know which one will be cheaper in the future. After graduating from his last life, he didn't know much about school, not mixing well. He didn't have the face to contact Jo Wanning, and inwardly felt that he had disgraced her. He had a guilty conscience in his heart for Jo Wanning, who had taken care of him during college but hadn't come to see her after graduation. Leaf dust. Okay, Mr. Jo, I'll think about it. Send me the card number later and I'll transfer the money to you. Hang up. Yi Chuan sent the bank card number to Jo Wanning at the first time. He then pondered whether to go to graduate school. In fact, whether to go to graduate school or not does not have much impact on him. With those things in his brain, this life is not destined to be ordinary. Speaking of graduate school, he thought of Wang Yusen, and a silhouette emerged in his mind, which was an introverted, shy, naive and kind girl from a mountain village girl. Not long after she went to graduate school, she suddenly dropped out and left, and she was never heard from again. I later heard from my roommate that she seemed to have been molested and assaulted by her graduate advisor. That old bastard's name was Gua Gao Yang. He paid out some money to keep things quiet. Shameless old thing. I'm going to you up. At this time the sound of cell phone text messages. He looked at the bank card to the account of 100,000 yuan. Yi Duan gave Jo Wanning a word on WeChat. Thank you, MS. Jo, I received it. Jo Wanning, you're welcome. Let's talk about it if it's not enough. Really, Mr. Jo, it's actually not enough. Why don't you lend me another 100,000? Yi Chuan was not polite at all. Jo Wanning froze for a moment when she saw his message. What has happened to your family? Yi Duan, my grandmother is sick and hospitalized. It was checked out as cancer. The doctor said it needs hundreds of thousands of dollars for the operation. Teacher, I will definitely return the money to you as early as possible. I'm sorry, Grandma. Don't blame your grandson in heaven. Chapter 3, You like me? Ha? Jo Wanning saw his message and thought for a moment. I still have more than 100,000 in my hand. I'll transfer another 100,000 to you. First, give your grandmother medical treatment. The money doesn't need to be paid back in a hurry. Wait until you work later. Yi Chen did not expect Jo Wanning to say this. The fact that she was able to lend Yi Chen 100,000 had already surprised him. He was both touched and guilty, because he was now taking advantage of Jo Wanning's kindness. Mr. Jo, thank you. I thank you for my grandmother. Soon Jo Wanning transferred him another $100,000. Yi Chuan can from the father and Jo Wanning here cheat money. The most important point is that he usually honest and obedient, shy and introverted image. In their hearts, they felt that Yi Chen was not the kind of bad boy who lied. If Mr. Chow knows he's been cheated, will he call the police to arrest me? Yi Duan looked at the time. It was now 3 o'clock on Sunday afternoon. He simply washed up and looked in the mirror. Looking at the youthful and tender, slightly handsome face, could not help but sigh. Young is really good. The hair is a little long. Have to go cut a cut. Yi Chuan walked out of the dormitory building. The campus was scattered with people. Most of them had gone home for vacation. Only a small portion was still in school. He finished his haircut off campus and came to the school's south cafeteria for dinner. Several other cafeterias are closed and only the south cafeteria is open during the summer. While eating, he saw a familiar figure. Classmate Wang Yusen. A pair of white board shorts that cost a few $dozen, whitewashed jeans, a white t-shirt, and long hair in a single ponytail with bangs spread out on either side. Although her clothes were shabby, they were clean and tidy and could not hide her marvelous figure and natural beauty. Perhaps too socially intimidated and introverted for her low self-esteem, she bowed her head slightly the entire time she typed up her meal, not daring to look at anyone around her as she found an unoccupied corner to sit down and begin eating. The way she was so delicate and I felt sorry for her. It made a kind of protectiveness rise up in one's heart. Thinking of what happened to her in her last life, Yi Chuan was angry in his heart. Gua Gao Yang, you old thing. How can you bear to hurt such an innocent and kind girl? I've come to change you properly in this life. It is better to teach a man to fish than to teach him to fish. Only by changing ourselves can we cope with all kinds of things in the future. He picked up his meal and got up to walk across to Wang Yusen. You didn't go home on vacation, UXIN? No. Wang Yusen's cheeks slightly reddened as she lowered her head to pick up the rice in her mouth. As if Yi Chen could see through her nervous and apprehensive heart, a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Are you looking for a summer job too? Did you find one? Wang Yusen gently nodded. Found it. Leaf Dust asked curiously. Where is it? What kind of work is it? Wang Yusen, at a honey snow ice city. The two exchanged words, and the entire time, it was Yi Duan who was asking questions. A few minutes later, Wang Yusen hurriedly finished her meal and whispered, I'm leaving first. She got up and left quickly, as if Yi Chen was a flooding beast. Looking at her thin figure, a certain soft spot in Yi Chuan's heart was touched, sending up layers of ripples. He quickly finished his meal and returned to his dormitory. Having raised $300,000 in funds so far, He was wondering who he should go to again to scam. To raise money. The more money the better. Of course. After half a day's thought he couldn't think of anyone suitable. He opened his cell phone WeChat and found a person named Li Qingya. Seeing this name, Yi Chen had a complicated expression. The two were high school classmates. Had a crush on each other. Liked each other. Just never showed it. After graduating from high school, Yi Duan was admitted into the Electronic Information and Electrical Engineering College of Zhanghai Jiaotong University. Li Qingya was admitted to the School of Economics at Fudan University in Zhanghai. In her last life, after graduating with a master's degree, Li Qingya became a selected student and went to a certain place to take up the position of deputy town mayor. As the name suggests, selected students are fresh graduates from key universities with good academic performance who are systematically selected by government departments in various regions to work at the grassroots level. After half a year of Li Qingya's work, Yi Duan suddenly received a message from her one day. "Why didn't you chase me in college?" Leaf Dust had mixed feelings when he saw her message and didn't know how to answer. He didn't realize that Li Qingya had always liked himself in his heart as well. He repented for the cowardice and timidity of his youth. Without waiting for Yi Chen to reply, the then Li Qingya sent another message. "If I leave this world one day, will you still remember me? I will never forget you." This was Yi Duan's reply at that time. Then later he saw in his high school class group the news that Li Qingya had jumped to her death. This news was like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, bombarding Yi Chen's heart. Some people in the class group said she was stressed at work and got depressed and jumped to her death. Others say she was corrupt and committed suicide. There's also talk that she was defiled by a county leader and jumped to her death. All kinds of news. It didn't take long for a county hand in her area to be double-checked and investigated. Suspected of power and sex, power and wealth, abuse of power, bribery, and a variety of other criminal offenses. It took a long time for Yi Chen's heart to calm down. He sent a message to Qingya Li. "I'm sorry." A few seconds later, "Li Qingya? Leaf Dust, what's up? Back home?" Li Qingya was puzzled in her heart. "Why did you suddenly say sorry?" "Leaf Dust, I feel like I didn't protect you in my last life." When Li Qingya saw his message, a smile appeared on her pretty face, and her fingers quickly pressed the cell phone screen. "The earthy love language you learned on the internet? When did the dull and introverted Yi Duan learn this?" Yi Duan's head was filled with black lines when he saw her comment on himself. But she was right. In the past, Yi Chen was indeed like this. "I'm green and shy and introverted. Not dull and boring." "Qingya Li, did you go home?" Yi Duan, "No. I found a summer job in Jianghai City and will go to work tomorrow." "Li Qingya, what kind of work?" "Leaf Dust, programmer's assistant. To add some internship experience to the mix." "Li Qingya, next semester will be your senior year. Aren't you going to go to graduate school?" "Should I take the test?" "Are you going to graduate school?" Yi Duan asked knowingly. "Li Qingya, exam I am now at home every day to read and study bored to death." Yi Duan, study should be a combination of work and rest. Study during the day and at night we can chat and relax. "What time do you get off tonight?" "Normal is 6 o'clock. If you take the bus back to the school it should be 7 o'clock. Have something to eat and clean up 8 o'clock. If you work overtime I don't know what time. I'll talk to you then." "Li Qingya, you didn't really talk to me before. Why did you suddenly look for me today?" That was a question he needed to answer properly. Although Li Qingya liked him a little bit in her heart, if she didn't answer well, it might make that trace of liking vanish. Yi Duan thought for a moment and returned. "I had a dream at noon today. In the dream I lost a lot of important things because of my ignorance and youthfulness, introversion and timidity. After I woke up I thought for a long time, and felt that if I like it, I should fight for it. No matter how the result is, at least I won't regret it if I think about it later, because I have worked hard for it." Seeing his message, Li Qingya understood the meaning of the words, and her white and standardized face was slightly red. She smiled and replied, "You like me? Huh? I'm not thinking about a relationship right now. I'm going to focus on graduate school now, and I'll probably only consider a relationship after I get into grad school." Li Qingya is a rather arrogant person. Pride, in fact, is the external appearance of haughty and indifferent, but in fact, the inner gentle and shy. Because they are shy or want to save face, they will use condescension to hide their true inner thoughts, a rather cute cover-up. When certain conditions are met, she sticks to her favorite person again. If Yi Chuan in his previous life had seen her, he would have felt that Li Qingya had rejected him, but now that he was well-read, he knew very well what was going on inside Li Qingya's mind. Her words were a cover-up and a test. As long as he persisted, Li Qingya would be taken down by him. Chapter 4 Tenfold Demon Stock. Yi Chen and Li Qingya chatted for a long time before going to bed. If a woman is not interested in you, she will not waste her time with you. 7 o'clock the next morning, Yi Duan washed up and ate breakfast in the cafeteria and walked towards the bus stop near the school. On the way he slipped his hand into his pocket out of habit and tried to pull out a cigarette. He found his pockets empty. He hadn't smoked at this time of year. and in his last life he had only smoked after work. Bear with it for now, and buy Chinese cigarettes when you've made some money. Soon he came to the Jiaotong University stop sign, where there were dozens of people waiting for the bus, mostly college students from Zhanghai Jiaotong University. The number 2 bus came quickly and there were no more seats on it and quite a few people standing. Leaf Dust found a place to stand in the back. The bus was only 2 stops over, and it was already full of people, so crowded that there wasn't even a place to land. When Yi Chen saw this scene, it was as if he had returned to his last life. Squeezed the bus and subway to and from work every day. On the way he was looking at the scenery along the way when suddenly a loan advertisement attracted him. Yeah, I can take out an online loan. The lending platforms are now very formalized and not very chaotic like some years back, like WeChat's microparticle loan, Alipay's netcommerce loan, as well as Meituan, Baidu, 360, Xiaomi Finance, Jingdong Jinjiu, and so on. These are big companies with big backgrounds and you won't have any problems getting a loan on this. He started on his phone to see how much credit he had first. Because he was a college student with no steady income, he didn't have a high limit. It's about a $10,000 limit each, with an APR of about 10%. The interest on a $10,000 loan is about $1,000 a year, but he's only lending for a month, and the interest rate is only about $100 a month if he borrows $10,000. He began submitting information for the loan. Now the loan process is very simple. After submitting the information platform for review, after the audit passed the money directly to the bank card. In half an hour's time, he submitted applications at 5 large online lending platforms. After everything is done, the bus arrives at the Haining Road station. Yi Chen got off the car and walked towards Haining Mansion. It was exactly 8:50 when I arrived at the office. He looked at the front desk lady, named Li Jing if he remembered correctly. Sister Jing, I'm Yi Chen who came for an interview the day before yesterday. And yesterday Sister Qian informed me to come to work today. Seeing that it was a young handsome man, Li Jing smiled faintly. Yesterday, Sister Qian told me. It just so happens that Sister Qian has just come. I will take you to him. She brought Yi Duan to the personnel department. Li Qian let someone arrange the entry formalities, before and after half an hour of time. Finally, he was brought to the research and development department, a familiar position. Li Qian, Yi Chen, this is Lu Feng, the head of our company's R&D department. Lu Feng, this is the new programmer assistant. Yi Chuan smiled and extended his hand. Hello brother Feng, please take care of me in the future. Lu Feng shook hands with him and nodded slightly. Well, no need to be polite. The program you did, I saw it was very good. Worthy of being a student of a key university, much better than those students of ordinary universities. You flatter me, brother Peak. I still have a lot to learn from you seniors. Humility is a fine virtue. It will win people over wherever they are. After exchanging pleasantries, Lu Feng led him to his workstation. You can familiarize yourself with the environment and ask me if you don't understand anything. The R&D department consists of about a dozen people, and because of the company's rapid expansion, it is in dire need of manpower. Yi Duan knows Lu Feng very well. A typical polytechnic man. Technology is good, just not good at talking. People are actually quite good. In his last life, Lu Feng was nicer to Yi Chen, probably because he wanted to keep him. The department also has a great working atmosphere. That's why he came to work here after graduating in his last life. One is that the company has growth prospects and the owner is well connected. Secondly, I'm quite familiar with everyone and I'm comfortable working here. If the boss hadn't been in trouble, Yi Duan wouldn't necessarily be in such a bad situation. It was a turning point in his path. A cell phone text message sounded. Yi Duan picked up his cell phone and looked at it. The bank card was credited with $100,000. Immediately afterward, Dad's phone call came and asked if he had received the money. When he heard that his son had received the money, he hung up the phone and rode his bike home. Yi Chuan's bank card now had $300,000 in funds. His cell phone has downloaded a good Donkai Securities app. Open the software in accordance with the process to apply for an account. Simple and convenient. 10 minutes to get done. After opening the account, he transferred all $300,000 into the securities account. After 10 o'clock, Lu Feng, the head of the R&D department, found him and gave him a work assignment. The task was to assist them in developing a system platform for a company. He has a relatively simple task of following along with simple stuff. The core program doesn't use him. With the experience of his last life, he was more skilled than everyone in the room. But there's no need to show it. That's getting yourself in trouble. His summer job pays 5,000 a month for a 20,000 job. That's not a sand sculpture. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Funds from the 5 lending platforms also arrived and were then transferred to his securities account. The time is quickly approaching 6 p.m. Yi Duan finished his work at a pinch, said a word to Lu Feng, and went back from work. They, the regular employees, need to work overtime. which is almost a daily routine for programmers. It was already 7:20 when I got back to school, and it was almost 8 o'clock after I had eaten and washed up. He lay on his bed and sent a message to Li Qingya. What for? Li Qingya, I'm out with my parents. Walking in the park. Are you off work? Just finished packing. How's work? It's fine. The co-workers are nice. And the aunts and uncles are with you? No. My mom's square dancing and my dad's gone for a walk. You're so pretty. Be safe on your own. When Li Qingya saw his message, the corner of her mouth rose slightly and she hummed in satisfaction. Cut the ass kissing. Why are you getting oily now? The heart is willing to listen, but the mouth says so. She really shows off her arrogance to the fullest. Leaf dust, what greaseball? I'm speaking from the heart. Li Qingya was very flattered. Yi Chen, you have to prepare early if you want to go to graduate school. The competition in the University of Transportation is quite big. It's okay, the exam is not a big problem. You are not unaware of my strength. Which grades in high school are higher than yours? Che, I was letting you. After chatting for an hour, Leaf Dust stopped moderately and said good night to each other and went to bed. Tuesday, July 19th. It was the day the demon stock Dragonfly Technologies took off. Yi Duan came to the company and sat at his workstation, waiting for the stock market to open for trading at 9:30. The domestic stock market trades for a total of 4 hours a day, 9:30 a.m. M to 11:30 a.m. M and 1 p.m. M to 3 p.m. M, closed on Saturdays, Sundays and holidays. When the time came to 9:30, he opened the Dongkai Securities app on his phone and found Longfei Technology. The stock is currently trading at $2.33 a share, and he bought the full amount of 1502 lots, one lot being 100 shares, for a total of 150, 200 shares, fee, $174.98, position amount, $349, 791.02. Chapter 5, The Bus Pervert. 10 times the demon stock is very rare. Sometimes a year cannot come out one. What is a demon stock? Presumably, this means a sudden and unreasonable short-term surge in a particular stock. Its surge is not because of the company's fundamentals, how good the business situation, but the rounds of speculation by various funds. Once the hype is over, such stocks flash crash high and plummet continuously. Demon stocks must also meet several characteristics. The company's market capitalization is low, and the conceptual theme meets the heat. Like Longfei Technology Company, the market value of only 800 million. The market value of low, easy to be manipulated by the dealer. The speculation concept is the new energy industry is strongly supported by the national policy. The industry's future prospects are great. Yi Chuan's hundreds of thousands of funds into the inside, and will not attract attention. The body of funds is small. If he has a large volume of funds, there are tens of millions, hundreds of millions of funds. Once you buy in will certainly attract attention. The main institutions, bankers cannot collect enough chips. They know that there are large households lurking in. At this time they will probably give up this stock, because the chip collection is not enough, on behalf of not making much money, pulling up the speculation. But instead of cheap lurking in the big investors, they're not cuties, and will not carry a sedan chair for others. It may even just smash out the chips in its hand, latching onto the big players who lurked in, and then turn around and pull another stock. The stock market is quite treacherous, even with the memories of his last life. Yi Chuan has to be careful and cautious. If he didn't have the memories of his last life, Yi Chuan would never have touched the stock. There are many institutional loopholes and shortcomings in the domestic stock market, and it is all about big organizations and major bookmakers making money. So it is not an exaggeration to say that it is a speculative market. Most of the people who enter this will become leaks of the bookmakers and big organizations. Between 9:30 and 10:30, Yi Duan would glance at the trend of Longfei Technologies stock from time to time. Despite the memories of his last life, he was still a little apprehensive inside, because the money is all his fraud, and part of the online lending platform. If anything happened, he felt that he really might be doomed. At 10:30, Dragonfly Technologies Inc. started to rise in a straight line, with money lighting a fire to pull it up. In just less than 10 minutes, Longfei Technology Company reached the stop, up 10%. Seeing this, Yi Duan's heart was relieved that there was no deviation in his memory. The funds in his securities account increased by more than $34,900, and the total market value of the position, more than $380,000. Leaf Dust's heart was a bit excited. This is why the stock market has so many retail investors. Who doesn't want to get rich? Who doesn't want to make money without having to work? People who just entered the stock market, which is not the spirit, complacent, looking forward to the future. But after a while the harsh reality will destroy their will. It's like people who are just starting out in society. They think of poetry in faraway places in their heads, but then reality slaps them in the face. There are no poems in faraway places in life, only bumps and helplessness. Yi Duan watched Longfei Technologies seal the stop and completely relaxed. If nothing else, the next few days of the opening is up. Retail investors want to buy cannot buy in. In the fifth trading day, there will be an intraday shock retracement. The end of the day and then pull up the operation. The purpose is to wash out some small and medium-sized retail investors. Yi Duan looked at the recent half-month trend of Longfei Technology. The previous trend was relatively smooth and it looked very much like the banker was sucking in chips. Got enough chips and started pulling up today. Of course, this may also involve transactions between the company's shareholders and bookmakers. The domestic stock market trading system is T+1, and there are restrictions on both upward and downward movement, with a 10% limit on upward and downward movement in Shanghai and Shenzhen, and a 20% limit on upward and downward movement in the Science and Technology Board. T+1 means buy on the same day and sell only on the second trading day. Over in the US, the trading system is T+0 because of various reasons such as market maturity. Buy one day, sell the next. This day Leaf Dust was in a good mood. The work is done, and the shift ends at 6 p.m. Sharp. Standing on the crowded and stuffy bus didn't bother him at all. Quite a few buses in the city of Jianhai do not have air conditioning. The only thing you can do is open the windows to ventilate the car. Luckily it's not that hot in the morning and evening. Yi Duan's daily work is not much. The task given to him by Supervisor Lu Feng. He can finish off work on time at 6 o'clock. In the evening, after washing up and having nothing to do, he chatted with his high school white moon Li Qingya. The day passes comfortably looking at the growing account funds. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. Monday, July 25th, 6 a.m. Yi Chuan got up earlier than usual, probably because he was too excited. He woke up quite early every morning these days. He got up and washed up and ate breakfast in the cafeteria, then went to the bus stop at the Transportation University station. Here he saw a familiar figure, Wang Yusen. She came early in front of the queue. Yi Duan knew that she was thin-skinned, did not open her mouth to greet, stood behind the queue. Today Wang Yusen is wearing the Zhanghai Jiaotong University uniform, white t-shirt with the school logo on it, azure blue pants, carrying a backpack and a single ponytail, looking clean and fresh. Yi Duan felt that the school uniform was just right on her, very attractive, and many of the men around her were looking at her with their after-images. Maybe it's because people are prettier and look better in everything. After a few minutes of waiting, the number 2 bus pulled up. The crowd walked up to the car one after another, and Yi Duan came to the middle place of the carriages, holding onto the railing and relying on the place where the 2 carriages were connected. He's closer to the back door here, and it's easier to get off when you get to the station. Wang Yusen stood not far from the side, one hand gripping the railing, her eyes looking out the window. The bus quickly arrived at the next stop and a large crowd came up. The big bus was full of people even at the front and back doorstep positions. The car didn't start for long. Yi Chen then saw a man standing behind Wang Yusen, shaking his body. The bus travels sometimes with sudden braking and cornering, all of which can cause swaying, but he was also swaying when the bus was moving smoothly. Yi Chuan's first guess was that this person was deliberately taking advantage of the situation. Buses are crowded. Sometimes physical contact can't be helped. None of it is intentional, but the guy clearly meant it. Most women in this situation choose to hold back. A few will just slap him and teach him to behave. With Wang Yusen's character, it was simply impossible to explode, and she could only hold back. No matter what, the more you hold back, the more you will only give the other side an inch. This was his life experience in his last life. Yi Chen reached forward and tugged on the man. Everyone in the surroundings looked at Yi Chen, including the man who was around 30 years old. Yi Duan opened his mouth and said, "People in their 30s have to be cheeky. You should be married with children at this age. Why are you so shameless?" The man's face sank. "What are you talking about? Do I know you?" Yi Dust is 1.78 meters tall. His head is considered okay, because he grew up living in the countryside, often doing all kinds of farm work, looking very strong. He pointed at the man. "Quite imposing. Just now the thing I have recorded with my cell phone. What have you done? In your heart is clear, or I will take you to the police station to let the police look." The man's complexion changed, a little flustered, speaking vainly, "It was the car shaking just now. I didn't mean to do it." Wang Yusen had actually just felt something strange. She tried to lean her body forward as much as she could, but the other party was still deliberately touching her. Having never encountered anything like this before, she had no idea what to do, and could only do her best to keep herself out of the way. Yi Chen looked at Wang Yusen. "Wang Yusen, student, come over here." After saying that, he grabbed one of Wang Yusen's hands and made her move to the position where he had just leaned against the carriage. Wang Yusen didn't say anything the entire time, slightly lowering her head, but you could see that her cheeks were slightly red. The people around them saw that nothing was wrong and continued to look down and play with their cell phones. Chapter 6. 9 out of 10 men are horny. Switching to the last life. When Yi Chen encountered such a situation, He might not dare to stand up and accuse the other party, but he would definitely pull Wang Yusin over and would not pretend to turn a blind eye. Thank you. Wang Yusin was whispering her thanks. Her voice was so small that Ji-chen could barely hear it. He smiled and said, "We're all classmates. What's the point of being polite? Don't hold your breath when you encounter this kind of thing in the future, or else it will only let some people get an inch, okay?" Wang Yusin gently nodded her head, indicating that she knew. Ji-chen thought of his last life. If Wang Yusin knew what to do when she encountered this kind of thing, perhaps she wouldn't have been able to get away with it by that scum Gui Gao Yang. Next time you encounter this kind of thing, you slap him. If you don't want to hit people, you can stop him loudly, and then call the police. Although you are quite good at studying, but a lot of things can't be taught in school. You need to experience and learn by yourself, and then grow up, like how to deal with people in the world, and how to cope when encountering some unexpected things. Yi Duan didn't know why he suddenly said so much, probably thinking of what happened to Wang Yusin in her last life. She didn't want such a kind and naive girl to repeat her mistakes and hope that she would grow up. Wang Yusin raised her head slightly and surreptitiously surveyed him, a layer of ripples rising in her heart. Leaf Dust later also felt that he had said a bit too much. Some things don't just grow, they need to grow slowly. Leaf Dust began to make small talk. What stop did you get off at? Changning Street. Leaf Dust, I'm at your next stop on Haitian Road. What time do you get off work tonight? Usually until 7. Yi Duan smiled and said, then we can commute together in the future. It's about the same time, and we can take care of each other on the road. Wang Yusin let out a soft her voice like a mosquito. An hour or so later, the bus arrived at Changning Street Station. I'm here, Yi Chuan hurriedly said. I'll wait for you here at night. Wang Yusin didn't respond to him and walked off the bus towards the distance. 7 or 8 minutes later, Yi Duan arrived at the station and got off to the company. At 9:30 the domestic stock market began trading. He took out his cell phone and opened the Donkai Securities app and looked at the account funds. Counting the 5 stops that have been made today, the account funds reached 570,000. With a cumulative return of 61% and a profit of more than 210,000. Leaf Dust opens today's ticker for Dragonfly Technologies. It just opened up, and the heat is steady at the top of the market. A lot of people were posting pop-ups. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Bull batch. 5 stops now. This stock could double. Give it a chance, big brother main man. I want to get on. I want to get on. Buy less. I just bought 5,000. Who knew it would go up so much? It's going to crash soon, so run for your profits. Who dares to get in when it's up so high? Go in and get trapped. I panic when others are greedy. It's time to go and drop the bag. Once this kind of demon stock is trapped, you can't get your capital back in 5 years, and you may even be delisted. The pop-ups say everything. Some see more, regret buying less, regret not getting on the bus. Others are bearish, feeling that it has gone up too much and is too dangerous. Yi Duan saw those pop-ups and thought of his previous self. He was one of the pop-up brigade in the beginning. Yi Duan remembered that today the stop will be opened. Shock wash, and then more than 2 o'clock in the afternoon to seal the stop again. He checks his cell phone while he works, has his own workstation, and is still relatively private. 20 minutes after the stock market opened, Longfellow stop was opened and a large number of sell orders sent the stock price down quickly, to -2% in no time. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Run, the majors are shipping out. It's a good thing I just pulled my order and didn't buy, or I'd be trapped. I told you it's going down. Run if you made money. Run slow and beware of being buried. Run run run. Leaks by now. Lasso you to death. It's over. I just hung up the stop and traded it. A 12% loss all of a sudden. Ha ha, the silly leaks are trapped. The pop-ups painted a different picture, and almost all of them became bearish. Originally, many people wanted to buy it at first, but now that someone actually got it, they are green in the face and not at all happy about it. Yi-Chen looked at those pop-ups as if he saw himself in his previous life. Often such people become leaks. Any money you make by luck in the beginning will eventually be lost back by strength. Even the principal will be lost. Leaf Dust. Yi-Chen was watching the pop-ups with great interest when a voice suddenly sounded behind him. When he saw the visitor, he hurriedly stood up. Mr. Lu Zixuan's face is beautiful. Her features are standard. Her long brown slightly curly hair is draped over her shoulders, and she is wearing a tight black dress. Her body is set off in a mature and sexy way, dimpled and convex, and she exudes a kind of imperial sister charm all over. She looked at Yi-Chen with a calm expression, unable to tell if she was happy or angry. Yi Dust heart a little apprehensive. Work time speculation. Was caught by the big boss. Normal are not less than a criticism. Come to my office. After saying that, Lu Zixuan turned around and walked out of the R&D department. Yi-Chen followed behind and couldn't help but gulp at her delicate back. In his last life, he had fantasized about Lu Zixuan. How nice it would be to have such a wife. With money, face, body and temperament. Even if I had to drive a limousine and live in a villa, I'd do it. Everyone has that bad taste. Of course it's just a thought. Almost no one puts it into action. As the saying goes, 9 out of 10 men are horny, and the remaining one is either pretending to be decent or has problems. There have been unauthorized statistics on the internet. There is no man who is not horny as long as he is still breathing. As a man, Yi Chuan couldn't refute it because it was the truth. He watched Lu Zixuan's marvelous figure all the way to her office. Lu Zixuan sat in her office chair and looked at him, a smile on her cheeks. I heard Supervisor Lu say, "Your work ability is very good. The work tasks given to you can be completed very well and quickly. It is worthy of being a student of the University of Transportation, and it is true that every one of them is an elite." Yi Duan smiled back. "You flatter me, Mr. Lu. I still have a lot of shortcomings." Lu Zixuan's smile did not diminish. "Just call me Sister Lu in private. No need to call General Manager Lu. The company is a big family. We are all family. Sister Lu." Lu Zixuan smiled and nodded. "Xiaoye, you'll be a senior next semester, right? Preparing for graduate school?" "Leaf dust, there are plans to go to graduate school." Lu Zixuan, examination can be, after graduation. The development prospects are greater. The country's top institutions of graduate students many large companies will rush to take. Yi Duan, Sister Lu, I think our company is very good. No matter it is the working atmosphere, or the company's development prospects, if Sister Lu doesn't mind, I still want to come to our company after graduation from graduate school. Lu Zixuan laughed. "Agu, you're painting a big cake for Sister Lu? The brat knows a lot." Yi Chuan gave a dry laugh. "Sister Lu, I'm telling the truth. The big company just started treatment is good, but if you want to promote, the competition is great, and it's also more difficult. Our company promotion space, I think it's great." Lu Zixuan nodded. "If you graduate from graduate school and really come to Sister Lu's company, the first year Sister Lu can give you a guaranteed annual salary of $300,000, and the follow-up will depend on your personal ability." "Okay, Sister Lu, I will definitely prioritize our company when the time comes." Lu Zixuan looked at him and asked, "You were just speculating?" Chapter 7, Rich Sister. Yi Chuan hurriedly admitted his mistake. "I'm sorry, Sister Lu. I shouldn't speculate on stocks during work hours." Lu Zixuan toned calm. "Work free time to rest for a while, play with the phone is very normal. The staff is not a machine. Everything is concerned about the combination of work and rest, but the stock, this thing makes people addicted. You have to pay attention to don't fall deeply into it. The most important thing is to be down to earth." She was reminding Leaf Dust from the bottom of her heart, because she's been there and knows what's going on in the domestic stock market. Ordinary retail investors want to make money is too difficult. Not to mention the ordinary retail investors as rich people go in is also a leak. Unless you have strong connections on the stock exchange and can get first-hand information. Yi Chuan could hear that she was genuinely advising herself. "Thank you, Sister Lu, for reminding me." Lu Zixuan, in fact, play can be, put 20% of the free money into, even if the loss of all will not have too much impact on life. If all the savings into, borrow money, leverage to speculate on the stock market, it will make a person all the way back. A lot of jumping off the building to commit suicide is this way. Yi Chen felt as if Lu Zixuan was talking about herself, because he borrowed all the money for his speculation, as well as online lending platforms. If you lose money, you can really lose everything. You're right, Sister Lu. Lu Zixuan, I've been speculating in stocks for several years, and I've made some money in the bull market in the past 2 years, so I'll see which stock you bought, and Sister Lu will analyze it for you. She felt that Yi Chen was a talented person and wanted him to feel her sincerity from all aspects so that he could enter her company in the future. Leaf Dust froze for a moment when he heard her words. Lu Zixuan smiled and said, "Come over here and I'll see which stock you bought." Seeing that he couldn't avoid it, Yi Duan walked around the desk to her side and opened the Donkai Securities app on his phone. Lu Zixuan took his cell phone and familiarly tapped on the position. Upon seeing his surplus of beautiful eyes widened a few inches. Profit and loss, 181, 891, 33, 52%, because the stop is now open. The main force washout. Yi Duan's yield fell a little. Previously his profit was 213372, 52, 61%. 5 stops is a 61% yield because the money is stacked. She looked to Yi Duan's position in the stock. Dragonfly Technology. You actually bought Dragonfly Technology? So lucky? Leaf Dust nodded with a smile. Bought it before launch. A bit of luck indeed. Lu Zixuan opened the market and looked at it. Now it is up 21%, and a moment later it turned into -2%, shaking a lot. This stock has touched 5 stops. Today is obviously the main force to ship. You quickly sell it. 50% yield has been very impressive. I play this for several years, only 10% yield. Leaf dust, I think it can still go up, which has just begun to start. The new energy industry state has just announced a policy to strongly support the development of the new energy industry, which has a great impact. Is the future direction of development? Will not be 3 minutes of heat. Longfei technology is typically a leading demon stock that won't just speculate for 3 or 5 days, including the new energy sector that has entered a rapid upward phase in recent months. Hearing his analysis, Lu Zixuan felt a bit reasonable and pondered. Yi Dust continued, in the domestic stock speculation, in fact speculation is the policy. Industry concepts. The national policy strongly support which industry? Then the industry will have development. The funds will be sought after. The future development prospects of the new energy industry is great, although the early rise over some, but the back I think it will continue to rise. Lu Zixuan heard his rousing analysis and felt that what he said made sense. Although she had been speculating in stocks for several years, she hadn't delved deeply into them, just shallow play. Do you think Longfei technology is not the main force to ship out today? It is shuffling and sucking? Will it still seal up in the afternoon? Leaf dust, yes, but this is my personal judgment, not necessarily accurate. Lu Zixuan, how many more days do you think it can go up? At the very least, it can still go up for more than 10 days, Yi Dust casually said. Lu Zixuan smiled and said, then I'll buy some for fun today as well. After saying that, he took out his cell phone and opened his Donkai Securities account. When seeing the funds within her account, Yi Duan stared with wide eyes. Individual, 10, 100, 8 digits in total, more than $30 million. Thinking about what she just said, Yi Chuan thought to himself, is this 20% of idle funds? Isn't the cash flow on Lu Zixuan over $100 million? Rich woman, super rich woman. Sis, I don't want to try. Lu Zixuan turned her head to look at him, a little surprised in her heart. He is a college student facing me, surprisingly not nervous at all. Speak decently, demeanor, let a person feel very comfortable. Ass kissing is very natural, like a long-time social old man. She didn't know that Yi Chuan had been a man for 2 lifetimes, and that she couldn't use common sense in all aspects of her mentality and experience. Lu Zixuan pretended to be displeased, wanting to see how he would respond. You're not small in guts. Dare to joke with me. Yi Chuan's skill in detecting words and colors was even more sophisticated than Lu Zixuan. So would he not be able to see her true thoughts? Sis, I'm a dog. I don't need to be beaten to obey. Lu Zixuan couldn't help but laugh out at her words. Flamboyant and beautiful. Stop it. How much do you think I'll buy? Sister Lu, my judgment is not necessarily accurate. Really, if I lose I feel bad. Yi Duan saw that she had bought more than $10 million of stocks and still had $20 million of funds lying idle, and was worried that she would buy $20 million of dragonfly technology, because a larger amount of money could cause a butterfly effect. Lu Zixuan, I know, I won't blame you. Buy some for fun. When she finished, she began to operate and finally chose to buy $2 million. She wasn't sure where the future was going either, so how could she drop $20 million into it? Yi Chuan stood next to her, and with a slight turn of his eyes, he saw her white neck and proud figure. He hastily withdrew his gaze, but his eyes were a little out of control. Lu Zixuan returned his cell phone to him. Xiao Yi, you go and get busy. Leaf Dust returned to the research and development department and started working. At lunchtime, he realized that he didn't have Wang Yusin's best friend yet. Find her in the class group and request to add her as a friend. 2 minutes later, the application went through. Yi Duan sent her a message. I'm Yi Duan. I know. Have you eaten? Being eaten. Are you tired of working? Not bad. Wang Yusin was too introverted and didn't talk to many people. Almost always Yi Chen asked and she answered. It was too easy to get cold feet chatting with her. Luckily Yi Duan now had the experience of his last life and wouldn't get cold feet at all. After the two of them chatted for a while, Wang Yusin went to work. Her job doesn't have a lunch break. Around 2:30 p.m., Longfei Technology straight line pull up. 10 seconds of time to seal the stop. Do not give retail investors the opportunity to react. What main force outflow? Technical. K-line. Averages. In front of the demon stock has no use. Big money is to speculate it. Lu Zixuan in the office finished dealing with the matter at hand and opened the Donkai Securities app to take a look. When he saw that Longfei Technology had sealed the stop, his expression froze. It really got to him. It's up again. 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Leaf Dust finished his work and clocked out of the office building, toward Changning Street. It was about a 30-minute walk to the Changning Street bus stop. He waited for more than 10 minutes before he saw Wang Yusin coming from not far away. Wang Yusin walked to the bus stop sign and started to line up. Yi Duan walked behind her. Off work? Wang Yusin heard his voice and turned her head to look at him, not expecting him to actually come here. Aha! I've been waiting so long, and all you've done is say aha. Too introverted, blushing when talking to the opposite sex. It was a bit like when Yi Chuan was in high school, when he was embarrassed to talk to the opposite sex and didn't dare to look at the other person directly in the eyes. Chapter 8 Profit of $2 million. On the bus. Won Yusin stood in the carriage gripping the railing, either with her head down or looking out the window. Yi Chen knew in his heart that it was too difficult to get her to take the initiative to speak. Sometimes he even wondered if Won Yusin was a bit autistic. Autism is a childhood condition, and she's probably just non-verbal. Won Yusin, student, you should learn to communicate with people, even if it's just basic communication. This is a mandatory course after entering society. Otherwise you'll be ostracized and left out after working like this, and in the end you'll only become more and more autistic. Won Yusin didn't say anything, but she definitely heard it. Yi Duan continued, if you keep going on like this, you will eventually be eliminated by society. Even if you are a graduate of a major university, it's useless, so you have to learn something and grow up. Because the bus was so noisy, Leaf Dust didn't say anything else later. Wait for the two to get off the bus. Yi Duan opened his mouth and asked, have you eaten yet? Nope, it just so happens that I haven't eaten either. Let's go to the cafeteria together. Walking on the road, Yi Duan spoke, if you are ostracized by your classmates or colleagues, do you know what to do? Won Yusin didn't say anything. Yi Duan, first of all, look for their own reasons. Is not their own personality is too withdrawn. Rarely take the initiative to communicate with them. They do not understand you, think you are difficult to get along with, as well as whether it is not a violation of the interests of the other party. I think if you're being ostracized, it must be because you don't like to communicate and prefer to be alone, and you need to change that. How do you respond if you are bullied? And how do you respond if you are molested? How to interact normally with classmates and co-workers. Yi Chuan didn't speak a lot, fearing that too much would be too much for her to digest. I'll go into more detail some other time and give you some specific cases on exactly how to respond. There were many things he had experienced and seen in his last life that were valuable life lessons. Yi Chuan felt sure that it would allow Won Yusin to grow. If she met that old man Scum Gui Gao Yang again, she might know how to deal with it, not to end up as miserable as in the last life. The two arrived at the cafeteria and began to eat. Yi Duan said while eating, when I was in high school, I was actually similar to you. I didn't dare to talk to the opposite sex. I blushed when I spoke, and I didn't dare to look at each other's eyes, and I just went to college like this, but I slowly communicated with my roommates first, and then with other people, and it's good if I communicate more. Won Yusin could hear what Yi Chen was saying and wanted her to be good. It was just that she didn't know why Yi Chen did it and what purpose he had. Yi Chuan understood in his heart that Won Yusin's type of person was very wary and would not quite trust a person easily. He didn't mean anything else though, he just wanted to simply teach her. She can definitely tell when she's saying something that's good for her. Have dinner and walk out of the cafeteria. Yi Chuan said to her, fellow student Won Yusin will wait for me here tomorrow and go to work together. Won Yusin didn't reply to him and walked towards the girls' dormitory building. Yi Chuan returned to the dormitory, and after packing up it was already 8:30. He took out his cell phone and saw Li Qingya's avatar, thinking, she must be waiting for me to take the initiative to send her a message. Her haughty character and woman's reserve, it was unlikely that she would take the initiative to send a message to Yi Chuan. After all, the two are now classmates. If it was a hot romance, the one who took the initiative to send a message would definitely be Li Qingya. Arrogant people are clingy in love. What for? After Yi Duan sent out the message, his mind was chanting, 3, 2, 1. Li Qingya, reading a book. Did you work overtime today? On weekdays, Yi Duan was around 8 o'clock, but today it was already 8:30. The corners of Yi Chen's mouth rose slightly as he felt that the fish was about to bite. No overtime, there was more traffic after work today. There was an accident on one of the roads. Li Qingya, oh, Yi Duan, there are several people in our class chasing after me. I don't like them. What do you say to reject them? Yi Chuan, then make it clear to them that they should reject it, or else they'll think you're interested in them. I've turned it all down and I still have people stalking me. Leihi, it's not good. They're all classmates. There's nothing wrong with it. You've rejected it and he's still stalking you. He's the one who didn't know how to get out of it in the first place, so there's no need to save face for him. The next morning, Yi Duan walked out of the dormitory building after washing up. When he came to the entrance of the cafeteria, he saw Won Yusin standing there waiting for him. A white and blue school uniform looked churlish on her. Good morning, student Won Yusin. Won Yusin saw him coming and turned to walk into the cafeteria. While eating breakfast, Leaf Dust prepared to give her a lesson. He felt a bit like her life coach. Let's start today with interpersonal and speaking skills. He began a long speech. These are the books he read in his last life, taking the best and removing the dross to tell Won Yusin. He had read a lot of books in his last life to be able to excel in the workplace, which helped him quite a lot. On the road and on the bus, Yi Chen was telling Won Yusin. As for the stares of passers-by on the bus, he didn't care. This was actually a way to exercise Won Yusin. At first Won Yusin would feel awkward and embarrassed, but she gradually got used to it after a few days. and the strange eyes of the passers-by didn't seem as harsh as before. In a flash, the time came to Monday, August 15th. Leaf Dust had been teaching her life lessons for half a month. It contains interpersonal communication, speaking skills, social psychology, human weaknesses, human ugliness, and much more. Later, specific to the case, the things he had seen and experienced in his last life were told to her, so that she could independently analyze and think about the contingency. Leaf Dust, I'll give you one last lesson tonight before I'm done. Have you noticed any changes during this time? Wang Yusin nodded and looked up at him, but quickly withdrew her eyes. Yi Chuan laughed. Look, you dare to look me in the eyes now, even though it's only for a brief second, but it's much better than before, and before when I first started to tell you on the bus, you would feel embarrassed. Now aren't you getting used to those people's eyes? Thank you. Although Wang Yusin's voice was not loud, Yi Chen heard it clearly. Yi Duan is a bit relieved. A classmate. I cannot stand by and watch you be ruined for life. Student Wang Yusin has her last class in the evening, so you won't have to listen to my nagging voice anymore. Wang Yusin inexplicably felt a sense of loss in her heart when she heard his words. The bus quickly arrived at Chining Street Station. She stepped off the bus and walked towards the store where she worked. More than 10 minutes later, Yi Duan arrived at the company. At 9:30, he opened his cell phone Donkai Securities app and looked at it. Dragonfly Technologies, Inc., unsurprisingly opened up today. So far Yi Duan has eaten 20 stops, turned 7 times, the market value of the position, 234,3599, 83 yuan, profit almost 2 million. $2,300,000 would add over 230,000 to a stop tomorrow. Dragonfly Technologies Inc. has 4 more stops before it goes out. He can double his money about 10 times. Little Yi, come to my office. Lu Zixuan's voice sounded from behind him. Chapter 9 Demon Stock Tianhai Construction Investment. Yi Chuan walked behind Lu Zixuan and looked at her mature and graceful figure. She was wearing a long, tight, gray dress. This tight long dress showed off her figure, and she already had a great figure, but now it was even more appealing. He, an innocent college student, couldn't help but take a few more glances, not to mention the rest of the company. Come to the office. Lu Zixuan sat in the office chair with a smile on her pretty face, unlike just outside the unsmiling. Dragonflight Technologies Inc. is up again today? Sell or not? Yi Duan walked next to her. How much profit are you making now, Sister Lu? Lu Zixuan opened her cell phone. Counting today. I've eaten 16 stops, doubled about 4-5 times, and made a profit of about 7 million. And the current market value of Longfei Technology Company's stock is 9 million. Yi Duan was envious in his heart when he saw her profit. More money is better. Make more. Let's wait 2 more days and sell it in a couple days. Lu Zixuan had already made a lot of profit, and it didn't matter when she heard him say to wait a little longer. It's already very profitable anyway, so if it drops in a couple of days, big deal. Less profit. How much of a profit are you making now? 2 million or so. Lu Zixuan, a college student who has earned several $1 million on his own, is very impressive. Where did you get your $300,000 of capital from? For the family to ask for it? Yi Chuan gave a dry laugh. It's all borrowed, and part of it is an online loan. My family is from the countryside. There's no way my parents would give me money to speculate in the stock market. Lu Zixuan looked stunned. You're too bold. Leaf Dust, luckily it turned out well. I'll return the money when it sells in a couple days. Lu Zixuan, you can't play like this in the future. Lose one bet and you're done. I know. Sister Lu, thank you. Yi Chuan smelled the fragrance of her body, then saw her white neck and figure, and was a bit restless. Lu Zixuan, alright, you go and get busy. Remember to tell me when you sell it. Leaf Dust returned to work and began to work busily. At lunchtime, he's thinking about his next target, and Dragonfly Technologies is about to plunge to the top. It's August 15th, and he's recalling memories of this time in his last life. Soon the names of quite a few demon stocks surfaced in his memory, many of which had already finished speculating, and some had yet to do so. While Dragonfly is surging, there are some other demon stocks that are being speculated at the same time, but those demon stocks have no way to compare with Longfei Technology, usually 5 or 6 stops to the end. Suddenly the image in his mind fixed and a company name appeared, Tianhai Construction Investment. The memories of the last life came flooding back with it. Tianhai Jian 2. August 22nd began to be speculation. Before and after almost 15 stops. 4 times the demon stock. Speculation concept is the real estate industry. Building materials decoration. Urbanization construction. It's kind of the last swan song of the real estate industry, as if paying homage to an era. Because 3 months from now, news of the country's largest real estate company's crash will shake the nation. Since then the real estate industry will be in shambles. Real estate companies have been in a series of mines, and housing prices have begun to fall. Behind the thunderbolts of real estate companies is the state's initiative to prick the real estate bubble, implement a soft landing, and release the crisis in advance to cope with the ensuing worldwide financial crisis. But that's all an afterthought. He opened the Donkai Securities app and searched for Tianhai Jianzhu, adding it to the self-selection interface. Sky-high construction shares are trading at less than $8, with a market capitalization of $6 billion. Sell Longfei Technology on the 19th and you can buy Tianhai Construction Investment. Because the 20th and 21st are weekends, the market is closed for trading. The 22nd Tianhai Jian2 began speculation. Ambush in advance. Waiting for the main force of the banker to carry their own sedan chair. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Yi Chuan's bank card received the July salary from the company. A total of $3,300. Some of them were given more for good behavior and weekend overtime. Like the old employees in the R&D department, their salaries are around 20,000. And Lu Feng is the head of the department's salary is a little higher. Lu Zixuan said before that when he graduated and came to the company, his annual salary was guaranteed to be more than 300,000 yuan, which was higher than the old staff. Leaf Dust plays while he works and pinches his way through the day's workload. Exiting the office building, he walked toward Changning Street. The road contemplates its future. In the early stages he has to make his first bucket of money in the stock market and accumulate enough capital. There are so many opportunities for investment in the future. With the memory of his previous life, he knew very well which industry would explode in the future, which companies will rise, what tech talent will emerge in the world. Then there was the global economic crisis, which was short-lived but far-reaching. Crisis is accompanied by opportunity. Seize the opportunity will realize the qualitative leap. Unconsciously, Yi Duan came to the Changning Street bus stop. He stood next to it planning the future in his head, looking focused and serious. So much so that Wang Yusen came to his side and didn't notice. Wang Yusen didn't disturb him, stood by the side and secretly watched him out of the corner of her eye. In her heart she was curious as to what question he was thinking about. Why was he so focused? Yi Chen's eyes gradually brightened, and a confident smile appeared on his face. Hesitant. After he reacted, he realized that Wang Yusen was standing next to him looking at him. When did you come? Why didn't you call me? Wang Yusen hastily withdrew her eyes and slightly lowered her head, her cheeks slightly red. Just got here a while ago, saw you were thinking things over, didn't bother you. She had now communicated with Yi Duan, and this was the result of half a month. Yi Duan saw the no-2 bus and hurriedly said, the bus is here, get on. The buses are packed at rush hour after work, the two of them barely squeezed up, and Yi Duan, because of his height advantage, was able to grab onto the railing that ran across the top to support his body. Wang Yusen was about 1 meter 6.5, not too short, but there was no railing around for her to grab onto to control her body's center of gravity. Yi Duan said, you grab my arm, or else you'll easily fall on others as the car shakes. Wang Yusen hesitated and reached out a hand to grab his arm. Yi Chuan's heart turned soft when he saw her churlish appearance. Hopefully her education these days will change her and she won't repeat her mistakes. I was going to give you another class, but it looks like I won't have to now. Are you preparing for grad school next semester? Wang Yusen nodded gently. Planning to go to graduate school. Are you going to graduate school? Cow. Do you get paid where you work? Cent. How much was paid out last month? 2006. Yi Duan laughed. Seeing that I've taught you for so many days, it's not too much to ask me for a meal, right? What do you want to eat? School cafeteria food will do. Your treat. After Yi Chuan had communicated with Wang Yusen over the past few days, he knew that she came from a certain mountain village in Sichuan province. The family conditions were even worse than Yi Duan's family, which could be seen by looking at the way she dressed on a regular basis. Although the country's economy today has developed very well in recent years, some parts of the country are still poor. That's when the bus suddenly braked. Yi Chuan's body fell towards the front due to inertia, but fortunately, he grabbed the railing and only tilted a little. Wang Yusen directly jumped into her arms and bumped into her. Yi Chen's arm felt softness, causing him to look stunned. Is everything okay? Wang Yusen lowered her head and hurriedly stood back up, but Yi Chen could clearly see that her ears were red. Chapter 10, Changes in Wang Yusen. In the past, Leaf Dust hated bus drivers who drove very hard. Today he didn't find it annoying at all, even a little bit likable. But then a lot of people went down. The bus was no longer crowded, and Wang Yusen sat on the seat next to her. 8-6. Bus No. 2 arrives at the station of Jianghai University. The two got out of the car and walked towards the school. Wang Yusen purposely went half a beat slower than him, her eyes secretly looking at his side profile. Walking with Yi Duan, she felt at peace. This was probably the sense of security. Soon the two came to the cafeteria. Yi Duan hit 2 sumptuous dinners, swiped his card to pay, and spent a total of more than $40. Braised pork, chicken thighs, fish and vegetables, a standard that would have cost more than 40 a serving outside. University cafeterias are subsidized by the government and meals are much cheaper. Wang Yusen, isn't it my treat? Yi Duan, I was joking with you before. There's no such thing as letting a beautiful woman treat you to dinner with her. The two found a place to sit down and began to eat. There were about a dozen people sporadically in the large cafeteria at this hour. Leaf dust, eat more meat, how else can you grow your body? Wang Yusen's voice was soft. I'm 22. I'm not growing my body. Yi Duan remembered that usually she almost always ate vegetables and rarely ate meat. The body needs nutrition. If you are chronically malnourished you will have problems. The body is the capital of the revolution. The braised pork is quite tasty. Eat it. Wang Yusen picked up a piece of braised pork and lowered her head to eat. Leaf dust, I've been yakking in your ear all these days. Surely I'm tired of hearing it. It'll be clean in the future, so you don't have to wait for me tomorrow. Wang Yusen's eating action paused for a second, then continued eating. Yi Duan saw her reaction. You should know what to do in the future when you encounter some unexpected situations. Wang Yusen didn't say anything and lowered her head to pick at her meal. 10 minutes or so later, the two walked out of the cafeteria together. Wang Yusen suddenly spoke up and asked, why did you teach me these things? Yi Chuan stopped his steps. Do you believe me when I say that I'm worried that you're stupid and sweet and will suffer in the future? I believe. That's the reason. I think you're an innocent and kind girl and I don't want you to be ruined by some asshole scum in the future. Wang Yusen let out a soft "oh." Yi Chuan laughed. Did you initially think that I approached you with some sort of purpose? It's good to have this kind of precautionary mentality. You can't easily trust anyone. Wang Yusen, I'll go back first. Well, get some early rest. Yi Chen turned around and walked towards the men's dormitory building. He had just returned to his dorm when his cell phone rang with a video call from his mom. Hey, Mom. When Yi mother saw her son, a smile appeared on her face and her crow's feet were clearly visible. Is Dusty off duty yet? I'm off work. Just got back to the dorm. Mom, have you guys eaten yet? Eat? How's work? Tired? Leaf dust, not tired. All day long I just sit and play computer. Yi mother, does Xiao Duan still have money? Tell the family if you run out of money. Yes, I just got paid today. I worked more than 10 days last month, and the leader thought I was pretty good and gave me a little extra. How much was sent? Over 3,000. How is your teacher's mother doing? Yi Duan froze for a moment. The surgery was quite successful, and I haven't been discharged yet. And Mr. Joe said that he would be able to return the money to us this Friday. Leaf Dust finished talking with his mom and dad and laid down on his bed and started to sleep. Xingyali went out traveling with her family 2 days ago and didn't chat for the past 2 days. 6 o'clock the next morning. Probably because of the money made from stocks. Yi Duan woke up very early every day and was full of energy. After getting up and washing up, he ran 2 laps around the schoolyard, feeling refreshed, then walked towards the school cafeteria. When he came to the entrance of the cafeteria and saw Wang Yusen standing there, he froze for a moment. Wang Yusen saw him coming and turned to walk into the cafeteria. Yi Chen looked at her back. His heart was not calm. The two men sat opposite each other as usual after hitting breakfast. Wang Yusen ate her breakfast silently without speaking. Yi Chen didn't say anything either. His brain was spinning rapidly, thinking about something. After breakfast, the two walked side by side toward the bus stop outside the campus. Is your store working this weekend? Wang Yusen, work. Weekends are busier. Leaf Dust's company was supposed to be closed on weekends. The other day he was working overtime even when he had nothing to do, and it was better to have a beautiful woman with him when he commuted than to be idle in the dormitory. Then I'll work overtime too. It's no fun being alone in the dorm anyway. Wang Yusen, rest if you're tired. Yi Dust, my work there is very easy. The company leaders are also quite good. Why don't you come to work in our company? This period of time is quite busy. Summer jobs are also needed, especially the summer jobs in Jianghai University of Transportation. The salary is higher than your side, but also easy, and can also increase practical experience. Wang Yusen hesitated. Leaf Dust, don't be embarrassed. Say what you need to say. The company is always hiring now. I'll talk to our leaders. I'll try. Wang Yusen was a little apprehensive. 9 o'clock in the morning. Yi Duan came to the company and found the supervisor Lu Feng. Lu Feng's eyes were a little red, and he was working overtime these days. What's wrong, Sayaka? Yi Duan had been working in the company for almost a month now, and not only did he have a good relationship with Lu Feng and the others, he also had a pretty good relationship with his boss, Lu Zixuan. Brother Lu, one of my classmates also wants to come to our company to work as a summer vacationer. His academic performance is better than mine. Are we still hiring in our department? Lu Feng laughed. That's great. When can you come over? I'll call her and see if I can come by today or tomorrow. After saying that, Yi Chen made a call to Wang Yusen. Well, what did your store manager say? The store manager agreed, and just finished the check. Yi Duan, then come directly to my side. I'll send you the address. About 10 minutes later, Wang Yusin came to Yaxing Technology Company. Yi Chuan was chatting with the front desk beauty Li Jing when he saw Wang Yusin coming cautiously and beckoned. Wang Yusin, classmate, I'll introduce you. This is the company's receptionist, Sister Jing. Sister Jing, this is my classmate Wang Yusin. Hello, Sister Jing. Li Jing was a bit surprised to see Wang Yusin's looks. Little sister is so pretty. Is Xiao Yi courting you? Women in society have been through a lot and are more jokey. She's pretty normal with this jokes. Some even hold dirty jokes. Wang Yusin's face instantly reddened. No. Yi Chuan laughed. Don't joke. Sister Jing. Yusin's classmates are rather thin-skinned. This is on guard. Uxin, I'll take you to the personnel department to go through the entry formalities. After saying that, she took Wang Yusin to the personnel department. After Yi Chan returned to the R&D department, it didn't take long for Wang Yusin to be brought over by the personnel department. Lu Feng said to Yi Duan, Little Yi, I'll leave your classmate to you for a bit, so she can familiarize herself. Okay, brother Lu. He brought Wang Yusin to the workstation next to his own and gave her a brief explanation. She had originally studied in this field, and she used all kinds of software, and it was very easy to get started. Lu Feng set quite a few tasks for the two, but none of them were too difficult. Chapter 11, Exposure. Yi Duan and Wang Yusin started working. If there was something she didn't know, Yi Duan would explain it to her carefully. She's smart and grounded. A little goes a long way. Not too much effort at all. Lu Feng and the others were also busy. They were the main force of the company, and the construction of the system platform mainly relied on them. At 9:30 a.m., the stock exchange opened. Yi Dus took out his cell phone and looked at it, and Longfei Technology opened up. The average retail investor who wants to buy simply can't. Fewer sellers, more buyers. But today has been 21 stops, so high position few people dare to buy. If you get caught in a demon stock at a high level, it's hard to get your money back for the rest of your life. Asterisk. That's awesome. Almost tenfold. Regret. When I had the chance to get in, I was too timid. 10 times the demon stock. I missed my chance to get rich. 21 stops. That's an avalanche, if you will. It can trap people. It's a watch only right now. It's not a good place to buy at all. The position is too high. There were a lot of comments on the pop-up. Most are bearish and think it's gone up too much. 21 stops is so scary and relatively rare in the stock market. Like the kind of 6 or 7 consecutive stops, more than 10 stops is more common. Yi Duan saw that the account made a profit of more than 230,000 today, and he was calm and accustomed to it inwardly. Putting down his cell phone, he began to get busy with his work. After 6 p.m., the two finished their work and left work together to take the bus back to school. The bus was crowded. Wang Yusin and Yi Chen were next to each other and could clearly feel each other's body temperature. In his last life, Yi Duan hated squeezing buses and subways during rush hour. He felt that his old self was too narrow-minded. He loves it now, especially like bus drivers who drive hard. The other side, Zhou Wanning made a call to Yi Chen, and the call went unanswered. She planned to find Yi Duan to talk about the exam and his family's condition. After calling 3 in a row without getting through, she found the phone number of Yi Duan's house. After 2 rings, the phone connected and a middle-aged man's voice came from inside. Hello? Zhou Wanning smiled and said, May I ask if you are Yi Chen's father? I am Zhou Wanning, Yi Duan's counselor. Yi Xiefeng hurriedly returned. Mr. Zhou, hello, I'm Xiao Duan's father. Zhou Wanning briefly greeted with concern. How is Xiao Duan his grandmother's health? Yi Xiefeng was a bit confused. Teacher Zhou, Xiao Duan his grandmother died when he was 8 or 9 years old. It was Zhou Wanning's turn to be confused. Her brain buzzed and she froze for a few seconds before saying, You said that Ji Chuan's grandmother died a long time ago? Yi Xiefeng, yes, Mr. Zhou, I heard from Dusty that your mother is sick. Is she better now? There's no need to pay back the money in a hurry. Our family doesn't need much money for the time being. Zhou Wanning was just casually concerned about a sentence at first, but she didn't expect such a large amount of information. She figured everything out in an instant. Leaf Dust told his parents that the counselor's mother was sick and then tricked them into giving him some money. Turning the tables, he approached himself for a loan and lied about his grandmother's cancer. Zhou Wanning's face was a little ironic. She didn't expect to be lied to by her most trusted and favorite student. The feeling in taste is no less than being betrayed by your best BFF. Are you there, Mr. Zhou? Zhou Wanning responded. I have something to do. Hang up first. Hang up. Zhou Wanning took a few deep breaths to calm her bad mood. She hadn't expected Yi Chen to be this kind of person at all. At the same time, he wondered what Yi Duan was cheating so much money to do. The reason why she didn't stab the matter with Yi Chen's father. She held a trace of fantasy in the depths of her heart, and didn't want to make a big deal out of it before she could figure it out. So maybe Yi Chen had something hard to say. After Yi Chen and Wang Yusin got off the bus, They didn't find out about Joe Wanning calling him. After eating dinner and returning to the dormitory, he took out his cell phone before seeing Joe Wanning's call. He froze for a moment, then hurriedly dialed. Joe Wanning was sitting in her bedroom, so angry that she was not in the mood for dinner. Her cell phone rang, and when she saw that it was a return call from Yi Duan, she picked up the call. Yi Duan, Teacher Joe, I just came back from work. There are a lot of people on the bus did not notice your phone. The money will be able to return to you in a couple of days. How is your grandmother's illness? Joe Wanning's back teeth were gritting as she said this. Yi Duan, the surgery was quite successful. The follow-up needs to be observed to see if there is any risk of proliferation. Joe Wanning couldn't hold back any longer when she heard the lies he made up. Yi Chuan, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Yi Chuan's face froze and his heart was a bit weak. What happened to Teacher Joe? Joe Wanning, what's wrong? You're still asking what's wrong. Are you not clear in your heart? On weekdays you look quite honest and obedient. I didn't realize it was all your disguise. Leaf Dust heard her words and knew that things were exposed. He didn't know which part of the process went wrong, but Joe Wanning definitely knew that she had been cheated. Yi Chuan hurriedly said, I'm sorry Mr. Joe, I didn't mean to lie to you. I'm afraid of other reasons why you won't lend me money. I'm sorry. Joe Wanning's anger dissipated a few points in her heart when she heard his sincere apology. You borrowed $200,000 from me and $100,000 from your parents. What did you do with all that money? Yi Duan instantly understood what went wrong. It must have been Joe Wanning who called his parents and then revealed himself. Mom and Dad hadn't called him, which meant they didn't know about it yet. According to Dad's temper, if he knew that he had cheated them out of so much money, he would probably have to run to Shanghai City to whip him. He hesitated and said, I'm going to speculate. Joe Wanning's fire had subsided a few points, and when she heard that he had gotten so much money to speculate on stocks, she became even more angry. Yi Chen, are you crazy? I'm sorry Mr. Joe, do you have time on Friday? I'll explain to you face to face. Don't be angry and get angry. 1,000 mistakes are my fault. I admit my fault. I review. I'm not a human being. When it comes to this, any sophistry pales in comparison. The only way to do this is to honestly admit your mistakes. Joe Wanning's anger subsided by 3 points when she heard his sincere words of apology. Yi Chen, you better give me a perfect explanation on Friday. After that she hung up in exasperation. Leaf Dust let out a long breath. On Friday he could sell Dragonfly Technologies and pay back all the money he owed. But favors are hard to pay back. In this day and age, anyone who can lend you money is definitely a good friend worth making. Not to mention 200,000. It's not a small amount. He found Joe Wanning in WeChat. Sister Ning, thank you for not telling my parents. Otherwise my father would have to skin me. Don't be angry. It's all my fault. You have a good meal and rest. Sincerity is the way to go. When Joe Wanning saw his message, she didn't take care of him, but the anger in her heart subsided a few more points. But the thought of him borrowing so much money to speculate on stocks pissed me off. What's the difference between that and gambling? Her father speculated in stocks when he was young and is still trapped after decades, and has always warned her not to touch the stuff. She was so angry just now. Firstly, because she was cheated, and secondly, because Yi Duan was tainted with such bad habits. Chapter 12, Tenfold Increase in Funds. Yi Chuan saw that Joe Wanning didn't reply to himself and knew that she must still be angry, but the gas should subside a bit. He followed it up with another message. Sister NGE is sorry. If I make you sick because of me, I will blame myself. You pay attention to your body. Rest early. I'll go to bed first. I have to work tomorrow. Good night, Sister NGE. Thank you. Joe Wanning still didn't bother with him, but the anger had mostly subsided under his sincere muster. She walked out of the room. Is there any more food, Mom? I'm hungry. On the couch sat a middle-aged couple in their 50s. There's rice. It's in the pot. Get it yourself. Joe Wanning opened her mouth while eating and asked, Dad, did you get your money back on your stocks? Joe Jitsai, not yet. Joe Wanning, didn't you say that this period is a bull market? How come you haven't gotten your capital back yet? Joe Jitsai was a little embarrassed. I chased the rise and fall a while ago, and lost a little bit more. Otherwise it is almost back to the capital. Joe Mother said in a bad mood, line at you. Frying stocks for more than 30 years. It has not returned to the capital. The money in the bank for 30 years interest are how much? Or you buy a house also earned a pot full of money. Joe Jitsai sighed, I would have had the opportunity to catch it 10 times the demon stock. Longfei Technology has been 21 stops, but unfortunately that day to give the opportunity did not dare to buy, or I can not only return to the capital, but also a big profit. Mother Joe was a bit impatient. Alright, I've heard you say this hundreds of times. August 17th and August 18th. Yi Chuan and Wan Yusin commute to work together normally. The buses are still extraordinarily crowded. I like going to work. I like to squeeze the bus. I like the morning and evening rush hours. Friday morning, August 19th, just after 6:30 a.m., Yi Chen came to the entrance of the cafeteria. He saw a beautiful silhouette standing there waiting for him. Wang Yusen saw Yi Chen coming from not far away and turned around to walk into the cafeteria. After eating breakfast, Yi Chen walked in front. Wang Yusen was half a beat slower than him, worried about being seen. Only when she came back from work in the evening would she walk side by side with Yi Duan. Leaf Dust looked relaxed, humming a small song. You can sell Longfellow technology today. At that time, he will have more than $3 million. Pay off Zhou Wanning's 200,000. His family's 100,000. The online loan of 50,000. And still have more than 3 million. Thinking of Zhou Wanning, he suddenly remembered what he had promised her. Yi Chen planned to invite her to dinner at noon and explain properly, hoping to be forgiven. The number 2 bus came by quickly. It wasn't crowded at first, and by the time the bus had gone 2 stops, it was so crowded that there was no place to put your feet. Wang Yusen gripped the back of the railing where it leaned against the joint of the 2 carriages. Yi Chuan stood opposite her, squeezed by the people behind him to be right next to Wang Yusen. It's so annoying. What's the old squeeze in the back? Yaxing Technical Services Limited. Yi Chen and Wang Yusen arrived at the company at exactly 9 o'clock. He cleaned up and turned on his computer, looking for Lu Feng to get today's work assignments. After finishing his work, he sent a message to Zhou Wanning. Does Sister Ning have time at noon today? I'll treat you to a meal and explain it to you in person. Where? Zhou Wanning quickly replied to him. Yi Duan sent her the address to a restaurant not far from his company. He hadn't been there, he had just seen it on the road. And looking at the decoration in every way, it should be a relatively upscale restaurant. Nung is here, I think. I work in this neighborhood. Okay, what time do you get off? 11:30. Okay, I'll wait. After chatting with Zhou Wanning, Yi Chen looked at the time, which was already more than 9:20. He got up and walked out of the R&D department to the door of the general manager's office. Knocking on the door, he heard Lu Zixuan's voice from inside. Please come in. Yi Chuan walked into the office and saw Lu Zixuan sitting there busy. Lu Zixuan smiled when she saw him and asked, What's wrong, little Yi? Sister Lu, I'm going to sell Longfei technology at the opening later. Lu Zixuan opened her cell phone. Sell today? Looking at the trend may still go up. Sister Lu, Longfei technology started from the 19th of last month to today has been 24 stops. This kind of demon stock will not be too long. It may still rise, but it may also plunge. No one can accurately predict the top. We have already had a very high return. It can be completely closed. Lu Zixuan nodded slightly. Well, that's right. I've already eaten 20 stops and doubled about 6-7 times. She bought $2 million of Dragonfly technology. 6-7x is about $13+ million. She's making over $11 million. Yi Duan only made over $3 million. As soon as the market opened at 9:30, Yi Duan took out all the shares of Longfei Technology Company, and the account balance, more than $349 million. Lu Zixuan followed suit and also sold all 13 million Longfei Technology shares in her hands. The block orders on the stops are decreasing rapidly. About 5 minutes in, the stop was opened, then quickly fell, rose again, sawed back and forth, and 3 minutes later was pressed to death on the downside. There were hundreds of thousands of sell orders on the dips. Before it was nobody could buy it. Now it's a 2-level reversal and you can't sell it if you want to. When Yi Chen saw this result, he thought to himself that sure enough, Lu Zixuan's entrance had caused a butterfly reaction. In the last life, Longfei Technology opened the stop at 10 a.m. Before sealing the stop. It's only just after 9:40 and it's already down. The main reason is still that Longfei Technology's disc is too small. With a market capitalization of only 800 million at the beginning, Lu Zixuan saw that Longfei Technology quickly fell down, and her complexion froze. It's a good thing we sold fast. It's down now. Yi Chuan stood beside her and spoke. The next thing is estimated to be a fall for several days in a row. Lu Zixuan turned her head to look at him with a smile on her face. Xiaoye didn't expect you to be so good at stock speculation. Is this a precise top escape? Yi Chuan gave a dry laugh. I can only say that we are lucky. Lu Zixuan looked at him with a smile, revealing her white and neat shell teeth. Xiaoye, you helped sis earn more than $10 million. How do you think sis should thank you? Leaf Dust knew that over $10 million was nothing to her. Sister Lu, just so happens that I have something I want to beg you. Can you lend me $350,000 first? My money will not be raised until next Monday, and I promise to pay them back this Friday. Since the stock was only sold today, the rules require the next trading day to transfer it out to the bank card. The market is closed tomorrow, Saturday and Sunday, and the next trading day is next Monday, so we'll have to wait a few more days. He said he would return the money to Zhou Wanning and her parents on Friday. Lu Zixuan smiled and said, This is nothing, you give me the bank card number. After Yi Duan told her, she directly transferred $350,000 to Yi Duan. You don't have to pay this back. Consider it a thank you from your sister. Yi Chuan hurriedly said, Sister Lu, this is what I borrowed. Next Monday the funds will be transferred out to return to you. One size fits all. Being a man must not be proud of his accomplishments, which is a major taboo in life, whether it's in officialdom, in the workplace, or in person. Being proud of one's accomplishments often ends up costing oneself. How many of those who took credit for their work in history ended up in a good place? No leader would like that kind of person. Chapter 13, Inviting Sister Ning to Dinner. Lu Zixuan smiled and asked, "Do you want your sister to keep owing you a big favor?" Yi Duan explained, "No, Sister Lu. I think it's your own choice that you can make all this money. If I don't say that I can make money by buying this, no one will buy it. They'll think I'm bull ting. You're kind-hearted and beautiful. Trust me, I feel honored." Lu Zixuan's smile was even sweeter. Obviously Yi Chen's words made her heart feel comfortable. "Xiaoya, how do I think you don't look like a college student? Those elites in my company's sales department are far worse than you in dealing with people and talking and doing things." Yi Duan smiled and said, "Sister Lu, you are really excellent. So young to have your own company, and run so well. Proper businesswoman. All of us learn from the example. Have you honeyed your little mouth?" "Sister Lu, I'm telling the truth." Yi Dust didn't exaggerate. The horse's ass was justified, and no one who came could pick a fault. "Lu Zixuan, which stock are you going to buy next? Xiaoye, have you picked any?" "Tianhai Construction Investment." After saying that, he opened his account, found Tianhai Jianzhu stock, and bought about $3 million. Lu Zixuan asked curiously, "Why did you buy it?" "Leaf Dust, intuition. Don't you look at the technicals or anything?" Yi Dust, if it is useful to look at technical surfaces, K-lines, averages, many people have long made money. Speculation in stocks sometimes rely on that feeling, like a woman's sixth sense. Of course we have to have our own trading rules, which is to set our own take profit and stop loss criteria. I'm now bullish on Tianhai Construction Investment, and if the subsequent trend is not satisfactory and the decline exceeds 5%, I will decisively sell to prevent the loss from widening. Lu Zixuan seems to understand. Then I also follow to buy some Tianhai Jianzhu. With the previous example of Longfei Technology, she trusted Yi Chen more in her heart. She bought $10 million of Tianhai Construction Investment stock directly, causing the stock to pull up 2 points, though it quickly fell back down. Luckily, Sky High Construction has a bigger disc, with a market capitalization of $6 billion. $10 million going in just stirs up a little bit of a ripple. There is no dealer main followers. It is impossible to pull up to the stop. 2 people into more than $10 million. Some bookmakers' main institutions is to see out, but compared to their hundreds of millions or billions of dollars, this is nothing and doesn't affect their ability to make a big profit. If 2 people enter hundreds of millions of dollars, it will inevitably affect the interests of the bookmakers and the main institutions. The quadruple demon stock of Tianhai Construction Investment may not be reproduced. From Lu Zixuan's office, Yi Chuan had a smile on his face. If he had promised Lu Zixuan to give himself $350,000, that would have been too short-sighted. Besides, he wasn't short of $350,000. He could make a lot of money with the memories of his last life. What Lu Zixuan had shown so far was enough to show that she was extraordinary, and that her status and position were not comparable to ordinary people. Being able to get along and become good friends with such people will help him a lot in the future. That kind of help is much more than $350,000. A circle of contacts sometimes can't be bought for any amount of money. It's impossible for Yi Dust to work part-time. He was going to open a company and enter the business world in the future, and there were a lot of things he would have to ask for advice or help from the other side. In this country, money sometimes isn't everything. Power is. When you reach a certain point, you are exposed to that circle. He came from a poor background and had no background or connections, all of which he needed to build on his own. Leaf Dust loved a saying, "If you are born as a mole cricket, you should have the will of a swan. If your life is as thin as a piece of paper, you should have an unyielding heart." Back to R&D. Yi Duan first paid off the money on the online lending platform, and the $50,000 was only a few $100 of interest in total. And then there's Dad's $100,000. He called his dad about it. As for Zhou Wanning's $200,000, I'll pay her back at lunch. 11:30. Yi Chuan cleaned up his workstation and said to Wang Yusin next to him, "Wang Yusin, student, I have something to do to go out. Have you ordered takeout yet?" Wang Yusin nodded slightly. "It's on point. I'll be there in a while." Yi Chuan left the company towards the Zidu Western restaurant not far away. When arriving at the entrance of the restaurant, he was about to call Zhou Wanning to inquire when he saw the door of a white BMW next to him open. Zhou Wanning walked down from above, wearing a sweet floral dress, her pretty face expressionless. "Sister Ning has kept you waiting. Go inside." Yi Chuan was a little surprised in his heart. He hadn't seen Zhou Wanning driving a BMW in school before. It looks like Sister Ning's family is in an unusual position. Zhou Wanning walked towards the inside. Yi Chuan hurriedly followed. Coming to the restaurant, he asked for a private room upstairs by the window. In the private room, Yi Chuan handed the menu to Zhou Wanning. Sister Ning, look at what you like to eat. It's my first time coming to this kind of upscale restaurant. I'm inexperienced. Zhou Wanning took the menu and casually ordered a few dishes. Yi Chuan saw the prices of the dishes she ordered. None of them were very expensive. From these objective aspects, it could be seen that the anger in Zhou Wanning's heart was not as great as before. He didn't order any expensive dishes because he didn't want to break the bank too much. He ordered a couple more signature dishes, and 2 signature steaks. The dishes were more expensive. Don't order so much. 2 people can't eat it. Yi Chuan, it's okay, Sister Ning. If we can't eat it, let's pack it. Wait for the waiter to go out. Zhou Wanning's clear and bright eyes looked at him. Lost and gained from speculation? Yi Duan took out his cell phone and opened it for her to see. When he saw the funds in his account, his expression froze. $3.5 million? You made 10 times that in Dragonfly Technologies. She heard her dad talk about Dragonfly Technologies yesterday. What a tenfold demon stock. Yi Chuan explained. Last month, I borrowed 100,000 from my parents, 200,000 from you, Sister Ning, and 50,000 from the online lending platform. A total of 350,000 were invested. Zhou Wanning, why are you so bold? Aren't you afraid of losing everything? Sometimes in life you need to fight a little bit. If I fail, I may be ruined. My parents, online loans, and you, Sister Ning, may not be able to forgive me. My life may come to an end. As he spoke, Yi Chen revealed a sad and disappointed look. He now gives Zhou Wanning a feeling like walking alone in the darkness. One step may fall into the darkness forever. One step or visible light. Attacking the city is the next best thing. Yi Duan's trick is to psychologically dissipate her anger at being cheated out of her money. He continued. Ning's sister when borrowing money. In addition to mom and dad, I can think of the closest person is you. When I first entered the university, I don't know anything. Introverted shyness, inferiority complex in mind. You're like a big sister, as kind and cordial, patience and seriousness in teaching me. In my heart you're the sun in my heart, shining me forward. After sensationalizing, Yi Chuan immediately entered the topic. Sister Ning, I didn't mean to cheat you. I know it's wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Can you forgive me this time? Zhou Wanning looked at him and said softly, this will not happen again. Thank you, Sister Ning. Yi Chen was relieved in his heart, and a bright smile appeared on his face. Heartfelt happiness. Chapter 14, The Demon of Stock Speculation. Zhou Wanning was sincere in helping him. He didn't want to lose someone who was good to him because of it. Yi Chen picked up his cell phone. Sister Ning, I'll return the money to you first. Zhou Wanning, your money is not in the securities account. Well, today to take out it. Yi Duan nodded. I looked for our company's boss to borrow $350,000. The online loan and my parents' money has already been paid back. Next Monday the money is taken out and I will return it to our boss. Zhou Wanning gave him a blank look. I'm not in a hurry to use it in the next 2 days. Why did I purposely go to find someone else to borrow it? Favors are the hardest to return. Yi Duan smiled back. The boss of our company followed me to buy this stock of Longfei Technology before, and she also earned a lot, so she doesn't need to owe a favor. Zhou Wanning, now that you have so much money, what are you going to do next? At that moment the waiter knocked on the door and walked in, placing the meal on the table. Enjoy your meal, sir and miss. Waiting for the waiter to go out, Yi Chuan opened his mouth and said, I intend to take out the 499 million next Monday. After paying back the money there is still more than $100,000. Keep it as a weekday living expenses and whatnot, and continue to invest the rest of the $3 million. Zhou Wanning, I see you just bought $3 million of Tianhai Jianzhu? Leaf dust, yes. The gel sister, you speculate in stocks. Tianhai construction investment is good. The back of the next can certainly rise. Zhou Wanning shook her head. I don't speculate in stocks. I don't understand these things, but my dad speculates in stocks. He has been speculating for 30 years, and he still loses money. Leaf Dust sniffed and sympathized with her dad a bit. If he didn't have the memories of his last life, he would have killed himself not to speculate in stocks. Then you can ask uncle to buy some. Zhou Wanning nodded slightly. I'll go back and talk to him. Yi Chuan cut the steak and handed it to her. Sister Ning, you taste if his steak is good. I'll just do it myself. Zhou Wanning eats slowly and methodically. Her demeanor is elegant, and at a glance, she has a good family education and cultivation. She is gentle and patient with her students, like a sensible sister who is a breath of fresh air, and has that bookish air of knowledge. Nearly an hour, the two came out of the restaurant together. Zhou Wanning sat in the car and dropped the window. Dusty, go back to work. Yi Chuan, Sister Ning, pay attention to safety on the road. Tell me when you arrive home. Seeing Zhou Wanning drive away, Yi Chen let out a long breath. Sister Ning's family looks quite rich too. Is she another rich sister? He hummed a little tune as he walked toward the office. Zhou Wanning returned home. Mother Zhou on the sofa opened her mouth and asked, who did Wan Ning go to lunch with at noon? Zhou Wanning, a student in my class. Mother Zhou, male or female? Male. What's up? Mother Zhou, the students in your class are only seniors at the start of summer vacation, right? Isn't the age difference a bit much? Zhou Wanning whitened her mom. What are you thinking about? It's just a student. He looked for me to borrow money last month, and today he returned the money to me, and by the way, he invited me to have a meal. Mother Zhou smiled awkwardly. You've never gone out to eat with anyone before. I thought you were in love. Your father and I were happy for nothing. Zhou Wanning, you guys are so anxious to marry me off. Zhou's mother, you're about the right age. If you don't find it, you'll be an older woman, and it'll be even harder to find a good partner. So hurry up and find one while you're young. Zhou Wanning heard her mother urging for marriage again and hastily changed the topic. Where's my dad? Your father's in his study, working on that stock of his. I don't think he'll get his money back playing with it for the rest of his life. Zhou Wanning came to the study and saw her dad sitting at the desk looking at the computer. Wan Ning is back. When is the boyfriend going to bring home for mom and dad to meet? Zhou Wanning walked to his side and squeezed his shoulder. Dad, don't be ridiculous. What boyfriend? It's one of the students in the class. Zhou Jitsai smiled and said, are you embarrassed? Or are you afraid that mom and dad won't agree? Your mom and I don't have so many requirements. As long as the man is of good character and treats you well. Zhou Wanning, Dad, how come you're like my mom? Pushing every day. Did you make money on your stocks today? The market is not working today. I lost a little bit. Zhou Wanning struck him. Look at you. You've been copying for 30 years, but you're still not as good as me, a student who just speculated in stocks. Zhou Jitsai, what do you mean? Zhou Wanning sent a message to Yi Duan. Xiao Duan, send me a screenshot of the yield of that securities account of yours. The screenshot was sent a few seconds later. Zhou Wanning opened to put in front of Dad. See, I just played a student less than a month. Yield 1006% yield. Zhou Jitsai looked shocked when he saw the red numbers. 10 times the yield. Did he buy Dragonfly Technologies? Zhou Wanning nodded. Yes, he said he bought Dragonfly Technology. Zhou Jitsai is a seasoned veteran stockbroker and is very aware of the gold in this. Zhou Wanning has never played it and is an outsider. It's normal that she can't see the doorway inside. He spoke up and said, this guy's pretty good. Does he have inside information? Zhou Wanning, impossible. This student of mine comes from a rural area in Ludong province. His family's conditions are average. The money he speculated on stocks is to find his parents and I borrowed. It is impossible for him to have insider information. Zhou Jitsai face seriously said, if he did not have insider information to do this step, then this person is too demonic. Say he is a genius in stock speculation or not too much. Zhou Wanning rarely saw her dad praising people. Is it that great? Zhou Jitsai, Longfei Technology stock started on the 19th of last month. From the yield, he must have bought in before the start. Otherwise there will not be 10 times the return. When he asked you to borrow money, Zhou Wanning thought for a moment and returned. It seems to be number 17. Zhou Jitsai, he can ambush in advance, waiting for the bankers, the main institutions to give him a sedan chair, which shows that his sense of smell in the stock market is extremely sharp, far beyond the ordinary people. He continued. Then Longfei Technology stock began to continuous stop, in touch with the fifth stop, the main force for a shock wash, but did not wash him out, indicating that he saw through the main force tricks. Insight scary. After this washout, Longfei Technology stock opened up every day. Daughter, you have to know, many people in the loss can always hold not sell. Once up a little bit will not be able to resist selling, worried about the back and then fall, and finally lead to step on the ground. That's how I am. I'm afraid of falling for decades, and when it goes up a little bit, I rush to sell, which leads to stepping out of the market many times, or else I'd have gotten my money back. He's been taking 24 stops, and that willpower, that self-control is scary, but the most terrible is not these, but his control of the selling point of Longfei Technology stock, can be called a demon. The stock will sell the most powerful talent. He has no insider information, can do so perfect. Say he is a demon a little bit is not excessive. Chapter 15, Zhou Wanning's father. Zhou Wanning was surprised to hear her dad praising Yi-Chen so much. Dad's not as far gone as you make him out to be, is he? He's still a college student. Zhou Ji just opened today's ticker chart for Dragonfly Technologies. Look at 9:30 when the opening is up, 10 minutes after the opening is up, then instantly down, which means that he sold within 10 minutes of the opening. 824 stops. Precise selling point. No insider information. This is not a demon is what? This could be a stock speculation genius. Zhou Wanning heard such a detailed analysis from her dad and felt that Yi-Chen was really quite powerful. He asked me today to speculate or not to speculate in stocks. I said I do not speculate in stocks, my father to speculate. He suggested that I let you buy Tianhai Jianzhu. I see that he bought 3 million Tianhai Jianzhu. Zhou Jitsai hurriedly opened Tianhai Jianzhu and looked at it. Share price 7.88 yuan. Market value of $6 billion. Real estate and building materials industry. is this another demon stock? Daughter, how about this student? Joe Wanning, I think he's very nice and sincere, and quite driven. Joe Jitsai, I'll buy some and try it too. He opened the Securities account. The account funds totaled 4,700,000, an overall loss of more than 200,000. The market has been good for the past 2 years, and he's gotten a lot of his blood back, having lost more money before. Daughter, how much do you think I should buy? Joe Jitsai was a bit hesitant and worried. It's human nature. Anyone else would do the same. It's hard-earned money. Real money into it. What if it loses? Joe Wan Ning, Dad, I don't think he'll cheat me. I'm his counselor. What's in it for him to cheat me? And I still have grace for him. He's bought 3 million. Why don't you buy these and try them too? Okay. Hearing his daughter's words, he made up his mind and didn't hesitate any longer. He sold all his other stocks straight away and barreled in to buy sky-high builders. Daughter, send me a screenshot of that one of yours later. Joe Wanning was a bit puzzled. What do you need that screenshot for? Joe Jitsai hemmed and hawed. I'll send it out to the group of old buddies to open their eyes. Alright, it's sent to you. I'm going to bed. Daughter, talk to that student of yours more often and let me know the first time you hear anything. Got it. Joe Wanning returned to the bedroom and sent a message to Yi Duan. Sha Duan, I'm home. My dad bought Tianhai construction investment. Yi Chuan, okay sister ringing. I'll tell you if there are any operations. Then I'm going to bed. Sweet dreams to Ning. The other side. Joe Jitsai opened a group chat of more than 30 people and sent the screenshot inside. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Whose is this? Where did Chow get it? Which god actually ate 24 stops of dragonfly technology? That's awesome. Old Chow, who's that? It's not going to be you, is it? It's harder to see you make money than it is for me to lose it. One of his charts blew up quite a few people in the group. Not mine. A friend's around. Someone opened his mouth to zap. Lao Zhou, if you have this kind of friends around you, it is not so bad that you can't get back your capital in 30 years of stock speculation, right? It's just, find the picture on the internet, I guess. A group named Wang sent a message, in the Longfei technology to eat 24 stops. This person is too powerful. Lao Zhou is really your friend? Pull the group to exchanges. Old King of the stocks is out. How was Old King's earnings last month? It's okay. I did 2 companies in the new energy industry last month with a 20% gain. And this month it's already 10%. Bull. Not bad for the stock god of our group. It's awesome. Joe Jitsai was upset when he saw him pretending to be a pen. Though none of them are young. The 2 main pleasures of men don't go away. No matter how old they are, pretending to be a pen and a beautiful woman. The words of a certain Moncler outlet online are widely circulated. I have to look at chicks every day. No other idea. Just for my pleasure. Lao Wang, and why isn't Lao Zhou talking? Pull that friend of yours in to talk to us. Old Zhou must be bragging. According to his character, if he knew, he would have pulled it in long ago. Joe Jitsai clenched his back teeth at their words. You guys wait and see how I'm going to punch you in the face later. He is now pinning all his hopes on Tianhai construction investment. 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Yi Chen and Wang Yusin walked out of the company together, and it was raining outside at some point. Wang Yusin took out the umbrella from her backpack and covered the 2 of them as they walked towards the bus stop. Her umbrella wasn't very big, but more than half of it was towards Yi Chen's side, and her own clothes were soaked. Yi Chuan was a little touched in his heart and moved the umbrella towards her side. Yusin, classmate, I'm fine with getting wet. A big man is still afraid of this rain. Even though it was raining, the bus was still packed with people. Wang Yusin was all but squeezed into Yi Chen's arms, slightly lowering her head. Shy. It was only when we were almost at the Jianghai Jiaotong University station that the car wasn't so crowded. Wang Yusin was the first to distance herself from him. Tomorrow is Saturday. They work normal hours and then have another day off on Sunday. Get off the bus. Wang Yusin was the first to open her umbrella. Yi Duan opened his mouth and said, wait a moment, your shoelace is open. You hold the umbrella. I'll tie it for you. After saying that, he knelt down to help her tie her shoes. Wang Yusin's pretty face was a little hot and lowered her head, afraid of being seen by the people around her. Her shoes were worn, and on closer inspection some of them were a little open in places. Yushin, what size are your shoes? 39? 38. Yi Duan tied his shoelaces and got up and laughed. Alright, let's go. Go back and eat. It was now after 8 o'clock in the evening. Although there are streetlights, visibility is nowhere near as good as during the day, and you can accidentally step in a puddle. Had dinner. Coming out of the cafeteria, Wang Yusin sent him downstairs to the boys' dormitory before going back. Yi Chuan looked at her thin and slender figure and felt something in his heart. This is a naive and kind girl. She deserves to be treated well by the world, not bullied and humiliated. Gua Gao Yang, old bastard. After school starts I'll find a way to make you lose your reputation. Yi Chuan returned to the dormitory, cleaned up a bit lying on the bed and took out his cell phone. He saw Li Qingya's avatar and opened the chat box. What for? Reading a book. Li Qingya replied almost in seconds. obviously waiting for him to take the initiative to speak. Leaf dust, reading books this late at night. Pay attention to protecting your eyes. You're getting off work late today. It's almost 8:30. Yi Chen saw her message and a smile appeared on his face. It was obvious that this girl was waiting anxiously, but she just didn't take the initiative to send a message. It rained in the afternoon today in Shanghai. I didn't bring an umbrella and I got soaked through. Li Qingya, don't you watch the weather forecast when you go out? Hurry up and drive away the cold and drink some ginger syrup. Yi Duan saw her words of concern and felt more and more that she was a bit cute. I'm in superb physical condition. Thanks to Qingya-san for caring about me. Who cares about you? Make a fool of yourself. It's common sense to drink ginger candy water to drive away the cold. Li Qingya was dead set against admitting it. Chapter 16, Birthday Gifts. On Saturday, Yi Chen and Wang Yusen went to work as usual. The company has been busy recently. Lu Feng and others work overtime every day until the middle of the night. Not only do they get a paycheck, but they also get a commission on the project. The two Yi Dusters are summer vacationers, taking dead wages and not working overtime. It would have been a good idea to take Saturday off as well, so the two of them talked it over and decided to work overtime on Saturday and then take Sunday off. Sunday, August 21st. Yi Duan habitually got up at 6 o'clock and washed up, then ran a few laps on the playground. When he arrived at the entrance of the cafeteria, he saw Wang Yusen standing there as if she was waiting for him. Wang Yusen saw him coming and turned to walk into the cafeteria. Yi Duan was a bit surprised, not expecting her to be here waiting for him for breakfast today. After hitting breakfast, the two men sat opposite each other. Fortunately, it was the summer vacation period and the school cafeteria was full of people. Otherwise Wang Yusen probably wouldn't have dared to sit and eat with him. You don't have to work today and you're up so early? Wang Yusen whispered back. I'm used to it. Yi Duan, take a good rest today. It's been more than a month of continuous work. Wang Yusen let out a soft After breakfast, the two separated and went back to their respective dormitories. Leaf dust soaked the clothes and sheets, then left the school and walked towards the bus stop. He planned to go to the mall near the school to buy clothes and buy Wang Yusen a birthday present on the way. When Yusen Wang came to work for Yaxing Technical Services, she needed to fill out information. At that time he knew Wang Yusen's date of birth, August 21st. After so many days of contact, Wang Yusen gave him a great touch inside. She is naive, kind, pure-hearted, introverted, shy, charming and loving. In his last life, he knew that Wang Yusen was pretty and relatively introverted, but there wasn't much socialization between the two. At that time he was also relatively introverted, shy and inferiority complex, where he dared to take the initiative to talk to beautiful girls. The two should be considered good friends now, right? It's normal to give a gift to a good friend on his birthday. He went to the mall and bought himself a pair of shoes and an outfit for less than $600. Then I bought a pair of ivory sneakers for Wang Yusen and a sports and casual outfit, a total of $645. He wouldn't have dared to buy it in the old days. His college living expenses were only $12,000 a month. Now buying 2 sets of clothes and 2 pairs of shoes costs what used to be a month's worth of living expenses. And the clothes and shoes he buys aren't even the expensive kind of high-end brands, but it's also a big household name in the country. It was already past 11:30 when Yi Duan returned to the school with his things. He left his things in his dormitory before going to the cafeteria. Not seeing the figure at the entrance to the cafeteria, he felt a vague sense of emptiness in his heart, as if he had become accustomed to someone standing there waiting for him. He didn't go in, but looked around. After a while it was found that Wang Yusen was coming this way alone. It looks like he came a little early. Wang Yusen's heart fluctuated a bit when she saw his figure. During the meal, the two didn't talk much, but the atmosphere didn't seem awkward, as if they were both enjoying the silence. Back in the dormitory, Yi Duan finished washing the clothes and sheets and took a nap. It was 6 o'clock in the afternoon when I woke up. He saw that there was a message on his cell phone, a message sent by Joe wanting an hour ago. Yi Chuan, my dad has applied to add you as a friend. Agree. Yi Chen froze for a moment when he saw the message. Okay Sister Ning, I just woke up. He then saw that someone had requested to add him as a friend by the name of Blossom. Hello Uncle Joe, I'm Yi Chuan, Sister Ning's student. The other person probably didn't see the message and didn't reply. Leaf Dust got up and organized himself, and it was time for dinner again. He looked at the shoes and clothes on the table, planning to give them to Wang Yusen in the evening. When he came to the entrance of the cafeteria, Wang Yusen was already waiting for him. A knowing smile appeared on Leaf Dust's face. Come out of the cafeteria after dinner, he suddenly said to Wang Yusen. Student Wang Yusen, you wait for me at the entrance of the dormitory building. After saying that he ran towards the dormitory, Wang Yusen looked at his back with some doubt in her eyes. 5 minutes later, Yi Chen carried his things to the entrance of the girls' dormitory building. Wang Yusen looked at him and the 2 bags he was carrying. Yi Chuan smiled and said, Happy birthday, student Wang Yusen. This is a birthday gift for you. Wang Yusin froze for a few seconds and returned. Today is not my birthday. Isn't your birthday August 21st? Wang Yusin, the ID card is on the solar calendar, and I have a birthday on July 22nd on the lunar calendar. Yi Duan looked at his cell phone. Today was the 24th day of the 7th lunar month. Her birthday was actually 2 days ago, on Friday. Then this is a belated birthday present. After saying that, he handed it to Wang Yusin. Wang Yusin's pretty face instantly turned slightly red and did not reach out to receive it. She thought it was too expensive. All branded shoes and clothes. At the same time, there are some other struggles in the mind. Yi Chuan saw that she looked hesitant and spoke. Student Wang Yusin, are you not treating me as a friend? Don't even send a gift from your friend on your birthday. Only then did Wang Yusin extend her hand to accept the gift. Thank you. A smile appeared on Yi Chuan's face. No need to be polite. By the way, you must go back and try to fit. If it doesn't fit, I'll go back and change it. Wang Yusin let out a soft It was a good thing there was the cover of night. Otherwise she would have been even more shy. Then you go back and try it out. Remember to tell me. I'll go back first. After saying that, Yi Chen turned around and left. Wang Yusin was relieved in her heart. And there was also a hint of loss. What she expected didn't happen. She's had people of the opposite sex give her things before, but she never confiscated them. Back in her dorm, she opened the bag and saw that inside was a branded casual outfit and a pair of white sneakers. Her eyes fixed on the white sneakers, a look of fondness in her eyes. But then she hesitated a bit when she thought about the price of branded shoes and clothes. Yi Duan wasn't from a wealthy family. Buying these things must have cost him quite a bit of money. Yi Chuan returned to the dormitory to see Zhou Wanning's dad return the message. Dusty, I just went to buy food and cook. I just had dinner. What do you think of Tianhai Construction Investment? Yi Duan, Uncle Zhou. Tianhai Construction Investment is in the real estate industry. I think will be the next speculation industry. You see the recent real estate industry policy frequently. New energy, medicine, consumer and other industries have been speculated. The probability will be the turn of real estate. In the real estate sector, Tianhai Construction Investment is very eligible for demon stock speculation in all aspects, and there are several other stocks like it. But I think Tianhai Construction Investment is more hopeful, so I choose it. But I don't think it's as long-lasting as the new energy sector in terms of hype time, and we'll have to analyze the specifics depending on the daily disk situation. Zhou Jitsai looked closely at what he said and couldn't stop nodding. Dusty, you do have a very deep understanding of the stock market. Very impressive. Yi Chuan, Uncle Zhou, I will tell you first if I have any operations. Zhou Jitsai, well, okay Dusty. It's up to you whether Uncle can turn over or not. Chapter 17 Tianhai Construction Investment Stop. Yi Chen finished talking with Zhou Wanning's dad and sent a message to Wang Yusin. Do Wang Yusin's shoes and clothes fit? Wang Yusin replied to him with 2 words. Just right. Leaf dust, that's good. Rest early. When's your birthday? Leaf dust, my birthday is long past. April 16th on the lunar calendar. Wang Yusin kept this date in her heart. Yi Chen saw that she stopped replying and chatted with Li Qingya. Monday, August 22nd. Yi Chen and Wang Yusin came to the company together. The stock market opened at 9:30, and he opened his cell phone to watch the movement of Tianhai Construction Investment. Just a minute into the session, THC pulled up 2 points before falling back to -1.2%. This stock is finished. No main force to play. Hurry to sell and go. When will you get your money back? I'm still 22% in the red. Go go go. I should have known to buy new energy in the first place. Look at other people's new energy are up more than 20 points. When I was blind to pick you. It's always high and low shipping sets of leaks. New energy forever God. The real estate industry is no longer working. Going downhill. Advise you to hurry up. Sell sell sell. Go buy new energy. Junk stuff. Came by to see you hard luck guys. I'm making 20% in the new energy. Sky high builders stock pop-ups say everything. Mostly bearish and scolding. On the other hand, Zhou Jitsai is also keeping an eye on Tianhai Construction Investment. When you see so much bearish talk, plus the fact that Sky High Construction is already down more than 2 points, he was a little unsettled and wanted to sell, fearing it would continue to go down. Not only Chao Chi Chai, but also many shareholders will be affected by such remarks, thus casting doubt on their own operations. I thought it was definitely the right thing to do when I first bought it, but a lot of bearish talk and I became less determined myself. Zhou Jitsai looked at Zhou Wanning. Daughter, is that student of yours reliable? Tianhai Construction Investment has already dropped more than 2 points in the opening minutes. Zhou Wanning, I think it's quite reliable. Dad, didn't you praise him before? Why are you skeptical now? Zhou Jitsai, the great God also has the time to look away. You ask him to sell or not. Has fallen 3 points. Zhou Mother said in a bad mood. I think you still liquidate the position, do not play. Speculation in the stock market for 30 years. The principal has not come back. Say it is not afraid of people laughing. Zhou Jizai had been playing for so many years and then it was more about trying to compete. He looked at the cell phone. Tianhai Jianto's trend face changed, down 5 points. Daughter, your student is too unreliable. Pit me to death. I have to hurry to sell. If the drop stops losing money, it's not easy for me to earn back some. Zhou Wanning was a bit speechless. Dad, you praised people so much that day, and now you're saying it's not reliable. This is not hitting yourself in the face. I'll ask for you. Quickly ask. What I earned in the first 2 months is almost falling back again, and it's far away from returning to the capital again. Zhou Jizai was a bit anxious. Zhou Wanning called Yi Duan. Just as she made the call, Tianhai Jianshui shot up in a straight line with a rocket to the sky, sealing the stop 3 seconds later. Holy, it's up! Zhou Jizai's eyes were wide with disbelief and he looked excited. It was just at this time that the phone connected, and Yi Duan's voice came out from inside. Sister Ning, you wanted to see me? Zhou Wanning, my dad is looking for you. He just saw that Tianhai construction investment dropped, and he can't sit still for a bit. Zhou Jizai gave a dry laugh. No, I just let Wan Ning ask you how to see this trend. I did not expect a few seconds to stop. Yi Dust, Uncle Zhou, you see now the whole real estate section pulled up. Now is a bull market. Plus the policy overlay should last 10 days and half a month. Dusty, you hurry up and get to work. There's nothing more to do. Yi Chuan, okay Sister Ringing, feel free to call me if there's anything. I'll say it in advance if I have an operation. Hang up. Zhou Wanning looked at her dad. Zhou Jizai smiled sarcastically. I still a little bit did not calm down. Dust is really a great general style. The main force to kill the wash plate. He did not move. No wonder you can eat Dragonfly Technology Company's 24 stops. Really have a good point. Zhou Mother is also a bit speechless. You just did not say so. I remember you said that people are not reliable, right? You are really not suitable for stock speculation. Cannot recognize their own ability. Good when your professor got. Zhou Wanning, come on mom. Why do you hit my dad every day? You should encourage him, support him and praise him. Zhou Jizai, still my daughter knows and understands. Dad did not love you in vain. Listen to our daughter's opinion. Mother Zhou's face sank as she stood up. Zhou Jizai, are you disliking me for not being knowledgeable and understanding? Yaxing Technical Services Limited. Yi Chuan had just hung up the phone when Lu Zixuan came to the R&D department to call Yi Chuan away. Many people in the R&D department were a bit surprised. Why does Mr. Lu keep calling him to the office? Yi Chuan followed Lu Zixuan. His eyes couldn't help but look at her delicate figure. Mature and sexy. Very feminine. Office. Lu Zixuan walked in and turned her head to look at him with a smile on her face. Xiao Ye, you're too good. Tianhai Construction and Investment went up. Just now I almost sold it. Yi Dust with a smile on his face. Without arrogance, this time we are lucky. Look at the market trend and the amount of money in Tianhai Construction Investment. We should have picked the right leading stock in the real estate sector. Lu Zixuan looked him up and down. Xiao Yi, you're too good. You can totally speculate on stocks full time. Leaf Dust didn't avoid her eyes and met her gaze. This is something I haven't thought about full time. He knew in his head the subsequent movements of many stocks, and it wasn't difficult to make money within the stock market. He knows the subsequent movements of companies like Maotai, Wulianye, Ning Wang, Bid, Huawei Concept stocks and so on. But companies like Mutai, Ning Wang and BYD have gone up a lot. Even if you get in to buy now, the gain in a few months may be only 30 or 40%. There is no way to compare with the demon stocks in the market. Those demon stocks are all capable of doubling several times or even 10 times in a short period of time. Maotai shares are now trading at 15,000, and will top out at over 2,400 in 6 months. It didn't even double. And buying a stock with a high market capitalization and a large market cap of this kind of company was too little yielding and too time consuming for him. Unless there are not too many good options to follow. Lu Zixuan walked to the coffee machine and poured 2 cups of coffee. Dusty, sit down and have a cup of coffee. Yi Chen sat across from her, picked up the coffee and took a sip. The flavor was mellow and a bit slightly bitter. Well, is it good? Lu Zixuan wore a smile. Leaf Dust, not bad. First time drinking it. Lu Zixuan smiled and asked, Little Yi, that new girl is your girlfriend? Yi Duan shook his head. No, it's one of my classmates, who was more introverted and shy. The girl was pretty. I thought she was your girlfriend. Yi Chuan suddenly remembered something. Sister Lu, you tell me the bank account number. I will return the money to you. Chapter 18. Be my good sister. Lu Zixuan blankly glanced at him. You've made more than $10 million with sis. Can I have that several hundred thousand? Yi Duan, Sister Lu, this is the money I borrowed from you. Lu Zixuan's face straightened. If you insist on returning it, don't call me sister in the future. Yi Duan no longer insisted. Insisting any longer seemed uneducated and would instead alienate the two. Then thank you, good sister. Lu Zixuan smiled faintly. This is only right. These days the company is a little busy. And so not busy sis invited you to dinner. Okay, Sister Lu. Xiao Yi, where is your hometown? Lu Zixuan was chatting with him and inquiring about his background. From Longfei Technology to Tianhai Construction Investment, Yi Duan's control of the buying and selling points of the stock was so horrible that it made her feel unbelievable in retrospect. She wondered if Yi Chen had any inside information or if he had a powerful background. Yi Chuan smiled and said back, "My hometown is a rural area below Andy City in Ludong Province. Where are you from, Sister Lu?" "I'm from Jinshan City, South Zhejiang Province, and I'm fighting alone over here in Zhanghai City." Yi Duan, "Sister Lu, you're really powerful, owning such a big company at such a young age." Lu Zixuan was only 28 or 89 years old when she started her own company and it was flourishing. "Awesome. What? Starting a company is too draining. I think I might die before I get old at this rate." "How come? How old are you, Sister Lu? Is there 25? I'm 29. It doesn't show at all. I thought you were only 24 or 25 years old." "Sister Lu." Lu Zixuan pursed her lips and smiled, her eyes glowing, revealing a hint of flirtatious color. "Little Yi, your little mouth is like honey. I don't know how many girls will have to be cheated by you in the future." Yi Chuan's old face blushed. "Sister Lu, I'm the most upright and kind person." At this time, Lu Zixuan's cell phone rang, and Yi Chen excused himself to walk out of the office. Yi Chuan recalled in his mind some rumors about Lu Zixuan from his previous life. Some people say that Lu Zixuan is a second-generation rich person. Her family is very rich. Others said that she was the lover of some big shot in Zhanghai City, and had been adopted by the big shot during her college years. As to which message was true and which was false, he did not know and had no way of verifying it. It's not that easy to start a business and open a company, and the most important thing is money. It stands to reason that she wouldn't have that much money at such a young age. Either the family is very rich or it's from the big guy who bagged it. What background she had didn't have much to do with leaf dust. Yi Duan befriended her in order to expand his circle of people, and there might be something he needed the other party's help with in the future. He returned to R&D and continued his work. For lunch, Yi Chen looked at Wang Yusen and said, "Why don't you wear new clothes, student Wang Yusen? It will be autumn in a while, so you won't be able to wear them even if you want to." Wang Yusen said softly, "You shouldn't buy such expensive things in the future. We're still students. We have to be diligent and thrifty." Yi Duan smiled. "You're worried that I won't be able to afford a meal if I buy it. Come on, let me show you something." When he finished speaking, he opened the funds in his securities account for her to look at. When Wang Yusen saw the series of numbers, she looked surprised and froze for several seconds. "Is this money?" Yi Duan, "Yes. I made more than $3 million in stock speculation some time ago." After saying that, he transferred more than $490,000. A few seconds later, the bank card arrival text message came. He looked at Wang Yusen and smiled. "Don't worry that I can't afford to eat. I'm not short of money right now. If you need money or anything in the future, just tell me." Wang Yusen gave a soft hum and lowered her head to eat her lunch. Time turned to August 26. It's Friday. There are less than 20 days until the end of the summer vacation at the Zhanghai University of Transportation. They started school on September 13, and the two agreed to stay with the company until September 9th. It was after 7:30 and dark when I got off the bus. Wang Yusen took 2 steps and said, "Someone in the company is bad-mouthing you behind your back today." Yi Duan froze for a moment. "Who is it? What did it say?" "Wang Yusen, Li Feng. He said you're a gigolo and were adopted by Mr. Lu." Yi Chuan smiled lightly. "Maybe he's jealous of my youthful handsomeness. It's normal to be chewed on in the workplace. It's something impossible to avoid. Who doesn't talk about people behind their backs? And who doesn't have people behind their backs to talk about?" Wang Yusen was actually curious in her heart as to why Mr. Lu called him to the office every day. Yi Chen looked at Wang Yusen. "Wang Yusen, student, you just said that. You wouldn't also think that I became Sister Lu's gigolo, right?" Wang Yusen shook her head. "I didn't think that way." Yi Chuan laughed. "Actually, Sister Lu was looking for me because of the stock speculation. I am talented in stock speculation, and I have brought Sister Lu to make a lot of money." Wang Yusen let out an "oh." "Leaf dust, what are you going to do tomorrow? Saturday off?" "Reading in the dorms." "Do I buy clothes in styles I don't like? Why don't you wear them?" "No, I love it. Is not too like do not want to wear?" "When I was a child, new clothes are reserved for New Year's visit to relatives to wear. Nothing to wear casually on the line. Later brother to buy you." Wang Yusen's pretty face blushed slightly. "No, I'll just buy it myself." Yi Duan felt that it wasn't good to send it hastily and needed to find a reasonable reason. Wang Yusen was originally quite introverted and needed to take care of all aspects of her self-esteem. Yi Chen stopped and looked at her with serious eyes. Wang Yusen students after this period of time contact to understand. Your naive and kind, pure-hearted character, and you choo-choo moving, lovable appearance deeply attracted me. My heart has taken you as my good sister. I want to be your brother, are you willing? Wang Yusen lowered her head when she heard his first few words. Her pretty face reddened. Her heartbeat accelerated. and her small hand nervously placed nowhere, clutching the corner of her coat. She thought Yi Chen was confessing, and for a moment, she didn't know what to do. Like a panicked white rabbit, it was a relief to hear those last words. She felt that this was quite good. If it was really a confession, it would be too fast. She was not prepared for it, but deep inside she seemed to have a little bit of inexplicable loss, and her emotions were so complicated that she could not describe them in words. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Yi Chuan retreated in order to advance. If you don't want to, forget it, I won't force you. I am willing. Wang Yusin's voice was small, and her face was still a bit flushed. Yi Duan smiled faintly. Let's go. Go eat to celebrate. Good brother's treat. 8 o'clock at night. Yi Duan had just returned to the dormitory when he received a video call from his mom. Yi mother just kind of misses him and talks and chats with him. It was almost 9 o'clock after talking to mom and dad. He sent a message to Li Qingya. Is classmate Qingya asleep? Sleeping. Li Qingya was obviously a little bit angry, as if she was blaming him for finding herself so late to chat. It was as if Leaf Dust could imagine the cute look of her angry beak. My mom just video called me to talk for a while. Oh, so Auntie is looking for you. Auntie must have missed you when you didn't come home for summer vacation. Yi Duan, Qingya students have not seen for several years. I do not know what you are now. Send a recent life photos to see. Chapter 19, Sister takes you to see the sea. Li Qingya hummed when she saw his message. Have you forgotten what I look like? Leaf Dust, how can it be? We high school table for 3 years. Are not all said that the female big 18 changes. I see you now as not become better looking. The corners of Li Qingya's mouth rose slightly. Let me show you the pictures I took the other day when I went out traveling. After that she posted dozens of photos in one breath. He seldom saw Li Qingya after he went to college, and he could only see her once a year when he went back to his hometown during winter vacation and his high school reunion. Like during the weekdays when he was in school, his introverted and inferior character. Where would he dare to go and play with Li Qingya? Don't even dare to chat, let alone go and play with her. Leaf Dust was a bit paralyzed after looking at her picture. Li Qingya was 1 m 6'7", dressed in fashion, pleated skirt, low-cut t-shirt, long chestnut-colored hair cascading, graceful and fresh, especially the long and straight jade legs, slender as a willow waist. Looking at Yi Chuan a little dry mouth. It's true that women have changed. I wouldn't dare to recognize you if you were to walk down the street now. You're 100 times more beautiful than before. A smug smile appeared on Li Qingya's face. Is that your way of saying I wasn't good looking before? Leaf Dust, you were pretty in high school. They said behind your back that you were the school flower of our Pinggu First High School. Li Qingya smiled and asked, so do you think I'm the school beauty of Pinggu No? 1 middle school? Yi Duan, of course. Not only in Pinggu No, 1 middle school, but in Fudan University you are also at the school flower level. Li Qingya was in a happy mood. The corners of her mouth could no longer be suppressed. Yi Chuan, do you have girls chasing you in this 3 years at the University of Transportation? There is. You're in love? I didn't agree. There must be a lot of people after you? 2 girls chased her for 3 years in college, but had no feelings for them. He still liked Li Qingya more in his heart. He just didn't have the courage to say it before. Qingyali, a bunch of people wrote me love letters my freshman year and I threw them in the trash. With all those people chasing you, there should be some really good ones, right? Li Qingya, what's the use of being excellent? Relationships are based on eye contact. You see if I have eyes, smiley face. Yi Chuan sent it in a joking manner. I'm going to bed, talk to you some other time. Though she didn't answer, it was more like acquiescence. A smile appeared on Leaf Dust's face as he put down his cell phone and went to sleep. 6 o'clock the next morning, he saw Wang Yusin in front of the cafeteria after running on the playground. While eating breakfast, Yi Chen's cell phone suddenly rang. It was Lu Zixuan's call. Hey, Sister Lu, does Xiao Yi have time at noon? Sis invites you to dinner. Sister Lu is looking for me whenever she has time. I'll text you the location of the restaurant on your phone and I'll meet you there at 12 noon. Okay, Sister Lu. Hang up. Yi Chuan quickly received the location of the restaurant from Lu Zixuan. He said to Wang Yusin, Sister Lu invited me for lunch at noon, so there's no need to wait for me for lunch. Wang Yusin nodded slightly and continued to eat breakfast. After having breakfast, Yi Duan went back to the dormitory and washed his clothes before leaving the school. He took the bus toward the Bund West restaurant. The Bund Western restaurant is in Zuishan district, which is a bit far from his district of Jiangpu. There was no traffic on the road on Saturday and it took him an hour and a half to get to the place. This restaurant is upscale with chic decor and right on the beach with a great view. Yi Chuan walked in and immediately had a waitress. Sister Shadow. Hello sir, welcome to the 3 Michelin star Bund West restaurant. Hello, my friend's name is Lu, and she's booked a private room. You must be Mr. Yi, I'll take you there. Arriving at the box, Yi Chen saw Lu Zixuan waiting for him. Sister Lu has been waiting for a long time. Lu Zixuan smiled and said, I just came for a while. Xiao Yi quickly sit down and start serving the food. Yi Chuan sat across from her. Sister Lu's meals here are expensive, aren't they? Lu Zixuan, it's not expensive. 2 or 3,000 is enough if you come to eat normally. 2 or 3,000 a meal isn't expensive. I live on just over 1,000 a month. Suddenly he reacted to the fact that he was now considered rich. The funds in his securities account had reached $4.8 million. Sky High Construction is currently on a 5-game winning streak. Leaf Dust, Sister Lu didn't go to the company today? Lu Zixuan smiled and returned. I went there in the morning. Nothing much, just waiting for the R&D department side to develop the product. Sister Lu, are you alone in Shanghai City? Auntie and uncle aren't they there? It's just me. They're all back home. While the two were talking, the waiter came in with the meals, describing each dish in detail. The food was exquisite, like a work of art, and the texture was good, very tasty. Lu Zixuan chatted with him as she ate. Dusty, do you have a favorite girl? The faces of Li Qingya and Wang Yusen flashed through Yi Chen's mind. Yes, Lu Zixuan asked curiously. Does she like you? I'm not sure. I might like it. Lu Zixuan smiled and said, I really envy you at this age. If you like it then boldly go and confess. Don't wait until you miss it and then regret it. Well, I'll work hard for it, and let Sister Lu have a paw when the time comes. Sister Lu's ability to read people is very strong. When the time comes, Sister will treat you to dinner. How about I give you a good look at the girl? Yi Chuan felt that Lu Zixuan was a bit different from her usual days, as if she had a few more points of melancholy. She spoke with a bit of affection, like she was treating him like a brother, sometimes inquiring about concern for his personal life, sometimes about his studies. In his heart, Leaf Dust didn't know whether she was speaking from her heart or on the surface. Although in his last life he had worked at Yaxing Technical Services, and on the surface it looked like Lu Zixuan was very good to the employees below, the two did not know each other very well. It's hard to draw a dragon or a tiger, and it's hard to draw bones when you know the face of a man. With a short month of contact, he couldn't really understand what Lu Zixuan was like. Can't be sure if she's saying these things from the heart or trying to take advantage of his ability to make money from speculation. However, from the contact he had made so far, he felt that Lu Zixuan was not bad. Yi Chuan also needed connections to prepare for his future foray into the business world. At 1:10, the two walked out of the restaurant together. Lu Zixuan said to him, Dusty, do you have something to do this afternoon? Accompany me for a stroll on the beach. Nothing much, it's just that I want to go to the beach to turn around. Come to Shanghai City for 3 years. I have not dared to come out to play before for fear of spending money. Lu Zixuan looked surprised. No? You went to college here for 3 years and never came out to play? Yi Duan, every month living expenses are enough to eat and live, which have money to come out to play. Our hometown and the plains, the mountains and the sea have never seen. I have always had an idea is to go to climb the mountains and see the sea. Lu Zixuan guffawed. Charmingly moving, Sister will take you to see the sea. She wore a tank top style dress with a long, undulating, noble and elegant figure. Chapter 20, The Sexy Sister. Yi Chuan's heartbeat accelerated a little when he saw her flirtatious and attractive smile. Lu Zixuan is very feminine. She was already beautiful to look at, with a sexy body and outstanding temperament, which made her a great temptation to men. The two crossed the street to the beach. The sea breeze was cool and soothing, and Yi Chuan looked at the endless azure sea. In this life, I'm going to rewrite my life. Lu Zixuan slightly tilted her head, stretched out her hands, and closed her eyes to enjoy the gentle caress of the sea breeze. Yi Chuan glanced at her and thought, Sister Lu has a great body. Little Dust, you try embracing the sea like this too. Lu Zixuan's voice suddenly rang out. Leaf Dust opened his arms and tilted his head back and closed his eyes. The sea breeze blew in his face as if in response to his embrace. Lu Zixuan, it's the only time I feel like all my exhaustion has been swept away and I'm truly relaxed. Yi Chuan smiled and said, Sister Lu, don't put too much pressure on yourself. You're already very good. In half a year's time the company has grown to more than 100 people, with a monthly revenue of more than 10 million. Lu Zixuan looked at him and suddenly kicked her shoes out and ran towards the front. At this point she was running down the beach like a carefree little girl. Leaf Dust froze for a moment, picked up his shoes and chased after him. Splat! Lu Zixuan couldn't take a step with her legs because of the tight long dress she was wearing, and she would fall if she took a slightly larger step. Leaf Dust saw her lying on the beach and hurriedly ran to her side. Is Sister Lu okay? Lu Zixuan grimaced in pain. It didn't look like a big deal. Yi Chuan smiled and said, Sister Lu, you're not running? Lu Zixuan glared at him. You're still laughing. Leaf Dust helped her up, getting a lot of sand on her tight dress. He reached down to help her with the sand under her skirt, which wasn't very accessible up there. Clean it up. Lu Zixuan looked at him with grudging eyes like an aggrieved little girl. I blame you for making me fall. Yi Chen wore a smile on his face. I'm sorry, Sister Zixuan. I'm at fault. Lu Zixuan smiled faintly. Never mind. Sister forgives you. She looked like a playful little girl now. not at all like the mature and stable person she was in the company. Everyone has two faces. One face outside, one face at home. The two stroll along the beach for some time. Lu Zixuan opened her mouth and said, "Xiao Dus, let's go back. Thank you for accompanying my sister for a break. Sister Zixuan, you take me as a younger brother, so don't be so polite. In the future if you're annoyed, just tell me. I'll accompany you to chat and dissipate your mind." Yi Chuan had decades of experience from his previous life, and was smooth and old-fashioned in dealing with people. He was feeling too hypocritical right now, because those words were said to make a good relationship so that you can utilize people in the future. But if Lu Zixuan was sincere to him, then he would return the favor. Lu Zixuan's eyes flickered. "Good, then you'll be a good brother to your sister from now on. Little Dust, how did you get here?" "Came by bus. Sis will walk you back." The two returned to the restaurant's parking lot, and Lu Zixuan led him over to a Porsche Panamera. Yi Duan looked at the car with a fondness in his eyes. It's the luxury car he's dreamed of buying. Sitting in the car, he opened his mouth and asked, "How much did you spend on this car, Sister Zixuan? Over $1,080,000, and you like the car too? Well, I'm definitely going to get one to drive back home in the future." Just after 4 in the afternoon, a pink Porsche was parked at the entrance of Jianghai Jiaotong University. Yi Chuan said to Lu Zixuan, "Sister Zixuan, drive to pay attention to safety. In the future the mood is not good with me to say. I accompany you to disperse." "Okay, I'll go first." Yi Chuan watched Lu Zixuan drive away and bought twice. Why am I such a hypocrite? Returning to his dormitory, he lay down on his bed and rested for a while. Then the phone rang. Yi Chuan glanced at the message that was sent by Zhou Wanning's father. "Yi, how will Tianhai Construction Investment operate next week? Zhou Jitsai is in a good mood these days, eating 5 straight stops. Not only have you made back all your previous losses, but you've also made a huge profit, with a total profit of $2.51 million so far." He had been struggling to get his money back and unwind before he speculated in stocks for 30 years. Now not only is the capital back, but also a net profit of more than $2 million. It made him hold his head up and straighten his back in front of his wife. Yi Duan replied, "Uncle Zhou is not in a hurry. The trend can still continue. This isn't going to be the next Dragonfly Technologies, is it? Unlikely, but it shouldn't be bad. Yi, you're too good. You're a genius at speculation." Yi Duan smiled sarcastically. "In my last life, I was like you, playing for decades and still not back to the capital. What a genius at speculation. It's all in the memory of the last life. You flatter me, Uncle Zhou. It's all luck." "Xiao Yi, don't be modest. This isn't luck. You definitely have a talent in stock speculation. I may be a bit talented, but I'm young and inexperienced. There are still a lot of deficiencies. I need to learn from Uncle Zhou. You're an old stockbroker. You've been through all kinds of scenes, and you have quite a lot of experience. So in the future, you'll need Uncle Zhou to give more pointers and pass on his experience." Zhou Jitsai was very flattered and had a satisfied smile on his face. "When it comes to experience, you do have a lot of shortcomings. I have personally experienced the stock market from 5 or 6,000 points down to 1,000 points, but also experienced from 1,000 points up to more than 3,000 points. My experience is too rich to talk about. A few days and nights cannot be said." "Uncle Zhou, you say, let me also rise experience. Experience is a valuable treasure. I believe that under your inculcation, I will do better and better." Hypocrisy. So hypocritical. Leaf Dust wanted to give himself 2 slaps in the face. It was only then that Zhou Ji began to talk at length, telling him about when he had just entered the stock market. He had been speaking for nearly 2 hours, with Yi Duan clucking on the side to satisfy his vanity. "Dusty, I'll tell you about it some other time. Your aunt is calling me for dinner." "Okay, Uncle Zhou. I also need to digest it. Surely I can benefit a lot. Your experience in the stock market experience is too rich. Thank you, Uncle Zhou, to share with me. This is the experience that cannot be bought even if you spend money. If only I had met Uncle Zhou earlier." "Dusty met you. I also have a feeling of hating each other. Not to mention, your aunt is calling me again." When he finished, he walked out of the study. Zhou Mother said in a bad mood, "What? Stocks to make money frame become big?" Shouted a few times to eat also do not come out. "Zhou Jitsai, I was just exchanging experience with Xiao Duan, discussing stocks. He benefited a lot from my inculcation, and he chatted with me. Have a feeling of hating each other. 1,000 gold is easy to get. It is hard to find a confidant." Zhou Wanning froze for a moment. "Dad, you two have become confidants?" If Dad were a few decades younger, he'd definitely be his buddy. It's hard to find a confidant in life. Zhou Wanning was relieved in her heart. "You two are going to become confidants. How do I address Yi Chen? Should we call him Uncle Yi?" Mother Zhou said in a disgusted tone. "You and others as confidants? You don't know what level you're at. What level is a person who plays for 30 years and still loses money?" Zhou Jitsai's scar was uncovered, face a bit hanging. What do you know what is called confidant? That can produce spiritual resonance. With you say you do not understand. Chapter 21, worth $10 million. Happy times always go by fast. Unbeknownst to me, the time has come to September 9th. Tianhai construction investment is moving as it has historically, up every day. The funds in Yi Duan's account were already up to more than $11 million. It's Friday, and there's one last stop at Sky High Construction. These days Zhou Wanning's father often chatted with him and shared his experiences. Yi Duan exchanged views and experiences with him, sometimes appropriately patting his ass to satisfy his vanity, making him feel more and more like he hated Yi Duan. Through chatting he found that Zhou Wanning's family lives in Zhanghai City and is a local household. Zhou Jitsai and his wife are both university professors and are quite well known in the industry. Befriending him is not a bad thing. Such famous professors have a very wide range of connections, and their students can be said to be from all walks of life, including many outstanding talents. Today was also Yi Chen and Wang Yusin's last day of work. After today can no longer experience crowded public transportation with Wang Yusin, he was a little sorry in his heart. Arriving at the company, Yi Chuan sent a message to Zhou Jitsai, Uncle Zhou, dump all of Tianhai construction investment at the opening of today's market. He saw that Zhou Jitsai didn't reply and called Zhou Wanning. Zhou Wanning was eating breakfast when she saw that it was Yi Duan's call and connected it. Dusty, Sister Ning, what is Uncle Zhou doing? My dad's in the bathroom. You remember to talk to Uncle Zhou about dumping all of Tianhai construction investment at the opening of today's market. It must be fast, no hesitation. Okay, I got it. Zhou Jitsai now account for Tianhai Jianzhu position market value of up to nearly 20 million. Leaf Dust has more than 10 million on his side. Lu Zixuan has over 40 million there. Nearly $100 million for 3 people. If they all sold out instantly, a chain reaction was bound to form. If someone is running slow, they may not be able to guarantee the highest rate of return. Hang up. Yi Chuan came to Lu Zixuan's office. Lu Zixuan saw a smile on the corner of her mouth when she saw him. Little Dust. Sister Zixuan, throw out all of Tianhai construction investment today. Sell at the opening of the market. Don't hesitate. Lu Zixuan nodded. Okay. Yi Duan spoke. Our current capital volume is too large, and this kind of small cap stock can easily collapse because of our selling. The two men waited in the office for the stock market to open at 9:30 a.m. On the other side Zhou Jitsai came out of the restroom and went to the study to turn on the computer and wait for the opening. 9:30. Sky High Construction opened up as usual, with more than 300 million sealed orders. Yi Chuan, Lu Zixuan and Zhou Jitsai sold at almost the same time. The number of closed orders has decreased dramatically because at the moment it's not only them who are selling, but others as well. 10 seconds after the opening, the stop was smashed open, and then straight down. More than 10 seconds after the Tianhai construction investment fell, Yi Chen frowned slightly when he saw this scene. The three of them really caused a butterfly effect, bigger than the last time the butterfly effect of Longfei technology. The main reason is still their capital volume up. According to the historical trajectory, Tianhai Jian2 will only open the stop after more than half an hour, followed by a period of sawing before falling in the afternoon. Yi Chen saw the account 12 million funds and a smile appeared on his face. He sent a message over to Zhou Jitsai. Did Uncle Zhou sell it? Zhou Jitsai was in a good mood. Sold. I sold in the first second of the opening. Which stock is Dusty buying next? Yi Dust. Uncle Zhou, I have to think about it. Our current capital volume is quite large. This kind of small capitalization stocks are not suitable for us to operate a large volume of funds. Wait for me to think about it and tell you, Uncle Zhou. Okay, Dusty. Zhouji just hummed a little song as he came out of the study. Zhou Wanning looked at her father. Dad, did you sell it? Sold. How much money did you make in total? I have $5 million in principal, and my account balance is now 19 million, netting me 14 million. I think. After saying that, he looked at his wife. Zhou mother did not give him a good face. How do you earn this money is not clear in your heart. What's there to show off? If it wasn't for Xiao Duan, you wouldn't be able to get your money back in this life. Yaxing Technical Services, Inc. Lu Zixuan's pair of beautiful eyes glowed. Little Dust, how are you so powerful? Yi Chen kept a humble smile on his face. Sister Xian is all about luck. Lu Zixuan got up and poured him a cup of coffee. What luck? This is the ability. Next, pick a good stock? Which one to buy? Yi Duan, Sister Xian, we now have a large body of money. This kind of demon stock is not very suitable for us, unless we buy less. As he spoke, he thought back to those stocks from his last life. The A-share market is never short of demon stocks. Almost every day there are all kinds of demon stocks up and down. Whether it's a bull market or a bear market, demon stocks come and go. The number of stocks in Yi Duan's mind was too much, and he looked at the market as he thought back to add some hints to his brain. Lu Zixuan stood by and watched him pick stocks. He's looking for the kind of stock that can double, can't be a demon stock, has to be backed up by strong hype, and is a little difficult to screen. 10 minutes or so later, When he saw a company name in the semiconductor section, the subsequent movement of the stock came to mind. His eyes lit up and he opened the stock's K chart. Hwagwon Technology, which has recently risen more than 30%, has a share price of $16.2 and a market capitalization of $18.2 billion. Based on the historical trajectory, the stock has subsequently tripled in 2 months. The reason why up so much? A 3-quarterly report of revenue exceeded expectations. Performance support, coupled with national policy, strong support for the development of the semiconductor industry. Hwagwon Technology is not the kind of demon stock. Stop is not a lot, only 5 or 6 stops. Most of them are 4 or 5 points or 6 or 7 points up. Tripling in 2 months' time is not a demon stock, and this is relatively rare in the market. Ye Dust opened his mouth and said, "This stock is good. Look at the main funds in the continuous inflow. The follow-up is sure to rise. Look at the current disc lasts not short, and the end of the month will be out of the 3 quarterly financial results. If the performance is good, the follow-up will also be a big rise in speculation for a period of time." Lu Zixuan smiled. "I'll listen to you, Dusty. If you say it's okay, then I'll buy it." Now she has over $40 million in her account, all pure profit, and the principal has been transferred out. Ye Dust, Lu sister, you buy when you do not buy all at once, so that it can be very obvious to let people see the big players into the field. You buy in batches. Camouflage. Okay, then I'll buy into Hwagwon Technology in batches today. Sister Xian, then I'll go back to work, or else some of my departmental co-workers will be chewing on me again. Lu Zixuan smiled and asked, "What are they chewing on?" Yi Duan, "They are all bad words. Sister Xian better not listen to them. Today is my last day of work. It should be fine from now on." Lu Zixuan smiled and asked, "Are they saying that you're a little white boy who was adopted by me?" Yi Chen was a bit surprised. "Sister Xian, you know all about it?" Lu Zixuan smiled faintly. "I don't know anything about the company. What kind of boss am I? Shall dust you go and get busy. Weekends sis treat you to dinner." Chapter 22, Inviting Wang Yusin for Hot Pot. From the General Manager's office. After Yi Duan returned to the Work Research and Development Department, there were quite a few people sweeping him with their afterimages. He had just spent what must have been half an hour in Lu Zixuan's office. What else is there to do but do that kind of thing for so long? Yi Chen didn't care about the eyes and thoughts of others. In his last life he learned the lesson that you should never care too much about what others think, because you live your life for yourself. He took out his cell phone and started buying 3 demon stocks. There is never a shortage of demon stocks on the market, and his $12 million body of money is a bit large, buying about 4 million of each demon stock separately. The highest of these 3 demon stocks has 5 stops, the remaining 2 or 4 stops. When it goes to the top, he needs to sell and get another demon stock. He has a very large number of demon stocks in his mind, but there are fewer of them like Longfei Technology and Tianhai Construction and Investment before, and there are no big demon stocks of that kind in the near future. There were 2 reasons why Yi Duan didn't let Lu Zixuan and Zhou Jitsai follow and buy. For one thing, the volume would be too great if they all came in, and it would change the trajectory of history. Secondly, operating with such precision every time inevitably arouses suspicion. He sent a message to Zhou Jitsai to buy Hwagwon Technology after his purchase. Zhou Jitsai saw his message and opened the Hwagwon Technology stock to look at it. "Dusty, Hwagwon Technology Inc. has hit a record high. Is it a solid buy now?" Ye Dust, Uncle Zhou. "You see the recent main inflow. The follow-up will continue to break through new highs. More than 20 will be out of the 3rd quarter earnings. Earnings, if it meets expectations or exceeds expectations, will inevitably continue to rise. This has the potential to double." Zhou Jitsai heard his analysis. Confidence increased boldly by Hwagwon Technology. "Dusty, how high do you think this stock can go?" "The recent disc market view certainly can rise a lot. Wait for the 3rd quarter earnings report out. If the performance exceeds expectations, then continue to hold firmly. If the market is not good, I will remind Uncle Zhou to sell." "Okay, Dusty, are you at work?" Leaf Dust, "Yes, Uncle Zhou. Today is the last day. Summer vacation starts next Monday. Come to the house for dinner tomorrow. Uncle Zhou will have to thank you." "Uncle Zhou, don't be so polite. It should be me thanking Sister Ning and you. If it wasn't for Sister Ning, there wouldn't be me today." After such a long period of contact, Zhou Jitsai had too good an impression of Yi Chen. Humble and understated. He respects his elders. He can talk, and he is grateful. "Make sure you come tomorrow. You work first." It was only then that Chuji chatted with him, opening up that group chat of 30 or so people. "How's everyone's stock returns this month?" "The market is good. I've got more than 10 points gained. I got a little lucky." 21 points. Zhou Jitsai, at Lao Wang. "How much did Lao Wang gain this month?" 33 points. Zhou Jitsai complimented. "It's okay, such a high yield. Old Wang is worthy of being the stock god of our group." "Awesome, cow pies. Old Wang felt that today's Joe Jitsai was a bit strange. Old Joe, how much yield this month? Joe Jitsai sent out a screenshot of his return for the month, 412%. The group fell into a brief silence. One dazed in front of the screen. Immediately after the message popped up. Asterisk. Holy, did I read that right? Quadruple earnings? Old Chow, is this yours? It's not some friend again, is it? Joe Jitsai, it's got my name on it. So who else's could it be if it's not mine? The crowd in the group was dumbfounded and couldn't believe it. Which stock did you buy with such a high yield? Joe Jitsai, Tianhai Construction Investment. How dare you play with demon stocks? Aren't you afraid of being delisted and trapped? Joe Jitsai smiled smugly. What skills I have? How can I be trapped? Old Wang reacted and asked. So you bought the Tianhai Construction Investment, and bought tens of thousands of dollars? Bought the whole position, made $15 million, I think. After that he sent another screenshot, then turned off his computer and walked out of the den. It's so exciting to pretend and then run. At lunchtime, Yi Chen said to Wang Yusen, Yusen, I'll treat you to dinner tonight. What do you want to eat? Wang Yusen's voice was soft and pleasant. Just eat in the school cafeteria. Yi Duan took out his cell phone and showed her the Securities account. I made another $10 million in stocks. Shouldn't we go outside and celebrate? Aren't you happy for your brother? Wang Yusen's cheeks blushed when she heard the word brother. I don't know what to eat. Leaf dust. Why don't we go eat hot pot? I want to eat hot pot. Wang Yusen gave a soft At more than 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Yi Chen and Wang Yusen began to hand over their work, then went to the personnel department, and finally settled their paychecks in the finance department. It's almost 6 o'clock when I'm done. In almost 2 months of summer vacation, Yi Chen and Wang Yusen earned about $10,000 in wages. Coming out of the office building, Yi Chuan spoke. Yusen, I remember that there is a hot pot restaurant over on Changning Street. Let's walk over there. Wang Yusen nodded and followed him towards Changning Street. 20 minutes later, the two arrived at the hot pot restaurant and found a random place to sit. Yi Chen looked at her and asked, Yusen, can you eat spicy food? Wang Yusen nodded. Yi Duan ordered the spicy pot and many more things. Wang Yusen's first time eating hot pot. Not quite understand. Let her point simply do not understand. And she was too social to look around. Yi Chen looked at her and asked, Yusen, have you ever eaten hot pot before? No. I haven't eaten it many times. Your Sichuan and Chongqing regions are famous for their hot pots all over the country. So I'll have a chance to go to your place in the future to try the authentic Sichuan and Chongqing hot pots. After that he got up and said, I'll take you to get the dip. When the two returned, the orders came up. Yi Duan put beef, shrimp sliders, meatballs, duck intestines, chicken claws and other things into the pot. Yusen, try the tripe. This can be eaten after shabu shabu for a while. It doesn't taste good if you cook it for a long time. He gave Wang Yusen 2 large pieces of tripe and put them on her plate. Beef is also ready. More meat, and duck intestines, chicken claws, shrimp sliders. Yi Chuan gave her so many dishes that the plate was almost full before he ate himself. With her introverted and shy character, if it wasn't for Yi Chuan pinching her food, she probably wouldn't be able to eat enough. After eating for a while, Yi Duan was sweating profusely from the spice. He looked at Wang Yusen, who didn't sweat at all, and was a bit surprised. Yusen, aren't you spicy? Not spicy. Wang Yusen didn't eat a lot, but she didn't sweat at all. Yi Duan, Sichuan and Chongqing girls are really quite capable of eating spicy food. Is it good? Wang Yusen nodded slightly. Delicious. The corner of Yi Chuan's mouth revealed a smile. Then in the future, brother will often treat you to food. Okay? Wang Yusen's cheeks blushed slightly as she lowered her head and ate the shrimp sliders on her plate. The bus was still crowded at 7:30 p.m. It was 8:30 p.m. When the two returned to school. There are more students on campus roads than usual. It started a little earlier because the freshman class had already started and they had opening ceremonies and freshman military training. Yi Chuan suddenly spoke. Uxin, let's go around the playground? Chapter 23, Schoolmate Zhao Jing. Wang Yusen nodded gently and followed him to the school playground. There weren't many people on the playground, and occasionally you could see a few men or a few women walking together. The two walked around the playground like a couple. Every time someone passes by, they look at the two of them. Wang Yusen felt their gazes and blushed hot and red, but with the cover of the night, Yi Chen couldn't see it. Leaf dust. Tomorrow we'll not have to squeeze the bus to go to work. Think about it, still a little reluctant to give up. I am a little used to, and you commute to work every day. Wang Yusen was also somewhat used to it, only she was too embarrassed to express it. Yi Duan continued. Now that the school is crowded, there's no need to wait for me at the entrance of the cafeteria. It's weirdly embarrassing for you to be so social at that time. Wang Yusen didn't answer and quietly listened to him. Yi Chuan suddenly opened his mouth and asked, Yusen, is someone chasing you? Yes. Who is it? Is it from our class or from another class or major? Both. Yi Duan was not surprised. It's normal for someone to chase you when you're so naive and pretty. It's not normal for no one to chase you. How did you reply? I didn't reply. Have you ever been in love before? No. Ever thought about falling in love? No. No. You're not really young enough for some things to be tried and true. The two had been around the playground twice and it was already 9 o'clock at night. It's quite late. Go home early and rest. I'll take you back. The playground was not close to the girls' dormitory, and it took 5 or 6 minutes to get to the door of the girls' dormitory building. Won Yusin said softly, I'll go back first. You also rest early. Yi Chen suddenly spoke. Can Yusin call me brother? Won Yusin instantly felt her cheeks burning and her pretty face turning red, but under the cover of the night Yi Duan couldn't see it either. She hesitated for a few seconds and called out in a soft, melodious voice, brother. Leaf Dust heatedly smiled. Hey, that's nice. Won Yusin turned around with red cheeks and hurried back inside the dormitory building. Leaf Dust watched her back disappear and hummed a little song as he turned to leave. She's just my sister. And my sister says purple rhymes. Yi Chuan took out his cell phone on the way back and saw that Zhou Wanning had sent him a message at more than 8 o'clock. Dusty, tomorrow my dad said for you to come over for dinner. It just so happens that tomorrow I'm going to make a trip to the school dorm to put my stuff away. I'll call you tomorrow when I get there. Yi Chuan, okay Sister Ning, let me know when you arrive. I'll help you move things. Zhou Wanning quickly replied to him. Aha, still not sleeping? Yi Chuan, I came back a little late from eating out today. Sister Ning, you haven't slept either? Zhou Wanning, playing with the phone. Take an early rest. Next semester you have to study for the exam is a heavier task. These 2 days have nothing to do to read more books, to prepare for the exam. Okay Sister Inging, take an early break. Good night Inging. After chatting with Zhou Wanning, he happened to return to the dormitory. He looked at Xingya Li's avatar and tapped the chat box. Sleeping? Sleeping. Obviously this girl is a little bit angry. And it's now more than 9 o'clock before Yi Duan sends her a message. Leaf Dust, today is the last day of my summer job. After work I went to dinner with my co-workers, and I just got back a little while ago, and I didn't even take a bath. Dinner with a co-worker. Makes sense, right? Li Qingya had been a bit angry, but seeing his words subsided a few points. How much money did you make this summer? Leaf Dust saw her chatting normally and knew that she was fine. Little girls are so cozy. 10,000 or so. Xingya, I wanted to go to a summer job too, but my parents didn't agree and told me to study at home for graduate school. Yi Duan knew that Li Qingya's family was from the county, and her family conditions were very good. When I went to high school, I took a vacation once a month. He saw several times Li Qingya's dad or mom picking her up from her home in a Big Ben. What kind of job do you have? Your family is so well off. It's only us poor kids who go to summer jobs. Li Qingya is to go to exercise their own. Sooner or later shall not step into society. Leaf Dust, what date does your school start? Next Tuesday, September 13th? Same as your school. When are you coming? Sunday, my parents are dropping me off. The two of them chatted until 10:30 before Yi Chen took a shower and went to bed. The next morning, Yi Duan walked towards the cafeteria after his morning exercise, and on the road, he saw quite a few freshman students and younger siblings. They were slightly green, walking down the road in groups, talking and laughing. There is no lack of white straight long legs, a lot of beautiful women, with smiles on their faces, full of expectations and aspirations for the future of university life. A figure suddenly appeared in Yi Chen's mind. Her name was Zhao Jing, and she had left a deep impression on him in his last life. When Yi Duan was in his senior year of college, he was once madly pursued by a freshman schoolgirl. Her name is Zhao Jing, a freshman in the School of Electronic Information and Electrical Engineering. Hot and trendy, outgoing and lively, bold and confident. Yi Chuan introverted shy. Where to experience this situation? Make Yi Chuan some autism. Every time you see her around. Zhao Jing courted him for half a year and then never saw him again. Years after Yi Duan graduated and worked, he had met one of Zhao Jing's classmates, only to learn that Zhao Jing went back to her hometown during the winter vacation, and the bus she rode on had a car accident and died in an accident. When he heard the news at the time, he was a little sad and emotional. The reason for his grief was that a young girl in the prime of her flowery life had been mercilessly withered in this way. Who knows which will come first, tomorrow or the unexpected? Live in the moment and be kind to those around you. In fact, at that time, Yi Chuan did not resent Zhao Jing in his heart. It was just that the way she pursued him was a bit unbearable. If he had pursued her in a different way, Yi Chuan might have actually had something with her. As the saying goes, a man chasing a woman is separated by a mountain, and a woman chasing a man is separated by a veil. Senpai. A voice suddenly sounded behind him. Yi Chen turned his head to look when he heard this voice that was both familiar and unfamiliar. When they saw each other's appearance, their eyes were complex, with surprise and dismay, sighs of sadness, and a hint of tenderness. What a thought! He remembered that the first time the two had met before wasn't here. It was on the road near the academy when Zhao Jing approached him to ask for directions. Perhaps one's own rebirth has invariably changed the trajectory of history by a hair's breadth. Yi Duan was no longer as introverted and shy as in his last life. Smiling and generous. What did the two schoolgirls call me for? She may have liked the introverted and shy me in her last life. I don't think she'd like it again with the way I look now, right? Zhao Jing was about 1.7 meters in height, with long coffee-colored hair draped over her shoulders. Her features were very decent, and her figure was tall and shapely, not at all like a freshman's figure, which was well developed. She was wearing a short skirt and a white t-shirt from the University of Transportation, looking both innocent and bright. In his last life, Yi Chuan had never looked at her so carefully, and now that he looked at it the growth was quite good. It's true that God is jealous of the red face. Zhao Jing felt strange when she saw his eyes, giving her an indefinable feeling. Senior, we are going for breakfast. Do you know which cafeteria has good breakfast? Chapter 24, Why are you so sticky? The girl next to Zhao Jing was a bit shy and didn't quite dare to look directly at Yi Chen. She didn't think that her roommate would really dare to hit on the senior directly. What a social bull rush syndrome. Yi Duan smiled back. Sorry, I've been eating at this cafeteria for the past few years, and I feel pretty good. As for which one is delicious, I'm not too sure. Zhao Jing looked at him. Senior, how old are you? Which college? Senior year. In the School of Electronic Information and Electrical Engineering. Senior, what a coincidence. I'm also from the School of Electronic Information. What's your major? Computer science major. Me too. Senior, we are really destined to be together. Add a contact information, right? In the future, if there is anything I don't understand, I still need to ask the senior more. That's straightforward? Zhao Jing has almost all the advantages of northern beauties, with a decent face and body, and a straight and hot personality. Yi Chen was a little surprised in his heart. I've changed my personality. Why are you still like this? Is it really destiny? Okay, I'll sweep you. Zhao Jing smiled and said, My name is Zhao Jing. This is my roommate Su Hui. What's your name? Senior? Leaf Dust. Both sides finished friending each other. Zhao Jing continued. Senior, are you going for breakfast as well? Let's go together. Ha, why are you such a social cow? We just met and you're going to dinner with me? Even though Yi Chen had been a man for 2 lifetimes, he was a bit overwhelmed. This isn't very good. Zhao Jing, what's wrong with that? We're all classmates, and we forgot to bring our meal cards. Can senior treat us to breakfast? Leaf Dust helplessly returned. Fine. Thank you, senpai. You're very kind. The 3 of them came to the cafeteria, and Yi Chen swiped the card for them to pay. After the 2 of them chose a good place, Yi Chen came to the table not far away next to Wang Yusen. He glanced at Wang Yusen, who also glanced at him, then hurriedly lowered her head to eat. Senpai, we're over here. Zhao Jing's voice rang out in the cafeteria. Many people looked at Zhao Jing, who didn't care, and the crowd followed her line of sight to Yi Chen. Yi Duan's old face flushed red. Nima, feeling like he was about to go autistic again, he looked down at his meal, pretending not to hear it. Then Zhao Jing surprisingly brought her roommate Su Hui across the street from him. Her roommate's cheeks were flushed from her screwing and she was a bit overwhelmed by her social cow. Senpai, I just called out to you, why don't you say anything? Yi Duan, big sister, can you stop being such a social cow? This will make us embarrassed. Look at Su Hui's face is red. Zhao Jing was a bit innocent. What's the point? You guys are too thin-skinned, aren't you? Yi Duan spoke. Your character is actually quite good, but sometimes you have to pay attention to the occasion, pay attention to the proportion, and take care of other people's feelings. I know. Senior, you're so nosy. You must not have a girlfriend. Leaf Dust, why? Women don't like verbose men. That's because you don't like it, right? It's not like you can represent all women. And also this character of yours is very easy to suffer in society. Be careful of being cheated by someone when the time comes. There's no place to cry when the time comes. Senpai, I'm a straight character, not stupid. Senpai, you don't have a girlfriend, can I chase you? Yi Duan hurriedly finished his meal. I'm full. You guys take your time. Bye. When he finished speaking he hurried away. No way. I'm ing born again. Why are you still so sticky-toothed? When Zhao Jing saw his fallen figure, the corners of her mouth lifted slightly, revealing a smile. Su Hui said, Zhao Jing, why are you such a social cow? I won't come out with you in the future. It's too embarrassing. Zhao Jing, how dare you? Forget how I treated you last night. Su Hui's cheeks reddened. You even dared to molest the senior. You've got a lot of guts. It's nothing. A senior in high school molested me and I beat him up. I grew up taking sparring and boxing. Su Hui was a bit curious. How did you get into Zhanghai Jiaotong University? What does this have to do with learning? I know it when I see it. I know it when I see it. I'm a girl genius. Leaf Dust returned to the dormitory and started washing clothes. He received a call from Joe Wanning at 9:30 a.m. Dusty, I'm on my way to the school. Go wait for me downstairs in the faculty dormitory. Okay, Sister Inging, I'll be right over. When he arrived at the faculty dormitory building, Zhou Wanning happened to get down from the white BMW 5 Series. Yi Chuan hurriedly walked over. Sister Ning. Zhou Wanning looked at him and smiled. Quite handsome today. He wore new clothes today, and just got a haircut 2 days ago, and his whole body looked energetic and handsome in spirit. Maybe it's also about money, which in this day and age is the biggest thing a person can have. Sister Ning, I wasn't handsome before? It used to be pretty cool, but today it's extra cool. Leaf Dust helped her take out the quilts, boxes, and whatnot from the trunk. Zhou Wanning put a bag on her back and took some other things and went upstairs together. The faculty and staff dormitories were also divided into male and female dormitories, and Yi Chuan was now entering the female staff dormitory. But there aren't many of them now, and most of them don't live at the school. Many rent houses outside. Zhou Wanning's residence was on the 3rd floor, a simple single dormitory. He helped clean and tidy up a bit. Zhou Wanning laid out the bedding and said, "Okay, Xiao Dust, the rest will be packed up in a couple of days. Let's go." The two of them left the staff dormitory together, and he sat in Wanning's BMW 5 Series last week. Zhou Wanning asked as she drove, "How much money is your stock making now, Dusty?" 12 million or so, I think. Zhou Wanning voice gentle, very powerful, but with money do not lose the heart. Many people overnight first rich will float up, cannot control themselves, and finally lead to fall into the abyss. Do not forget the original heart, and move forward. Yi Chuan nodded his head with a serious face. Sister Ning, you're right, don't worry, I'm sure I won't float. How much money have I only earned? Rich people abound in the country. I still need to work hard. That's right, don't be presumptuous, don't be a nightmare, always keep a humble and progressive heart. Zhou Wanning really treated him like an older sister teaching her younger brother. Speaking from the heart. Yi Chen, Sister Ning, thank you, you're so good to me, just like a real sister. Zhou Wanning smiled and said, "In my eyes you are all younger brothers, and I all hope that you can excel and make your own contribution to society and national development." Yi Chuan gently nodded. "Sister Ning, I'll try my best." "Right, Sister Ning, let's go to the mall and turn around. I'll buy something for my uncle and aunt." "No need to buy anything, we have everything at home. How can I go to meet my aunt and uncle for the first time empty-handed? I'll buy some fruits as well." Halfway there, Zhou Wanning led him to a fruit store. Yi Chuan chose several kinds of fruits and looked up and asked Zhou Wanning, "What do you like to eat, Sister Ning?" "I like durian." Zhou Wanning didn't politely talk to him, knowing that he had money now. If it was before, she wouldn't have said that. After buying things, Zhou Wanning brought Yi Chen to a neighborhood called Star River Garden. The neighborhood is beautiful, and they are all 12-story townhouses, not those 30-story residential buildings. He had lived in Shanghai for decades in his previous life, and he knew something about the housing prices in Shanghai City. "Sister Ning, the price of this neighborhood has to be more than 100,000 a square foot, right?" Chapter 25, Zhou Kai fancies Yi Duan. "My house was about $150,000 a square foot when I bought it." Zhou Wanning's answer surprised him in his heart. Even if you know that the prices here are not cheap, it feels different to hear the other person admit it in person. $150,000 a square foot, or 15 million if it's a 100 square meter house. When arriving at Zhou Wanning's house, Yi Chuan sought his living room and probably guessed that their house was feared to be 160 to 70 square feet. This house is estimated at over $20 million. "Mom and Dad, Dusty's here." Zhou Jitsai and Mother Zhou stood up and looked at him. "Yi Duan, hello Uncle and Aunt, I'm Yi Duan." Zhou Jitsai was very enthusiastic. "Xiao Dust is here. Don't buy anything in the future. We have everything at home. Come over and sit." Mother Zhou wore a smile on her face. "You guys chat. My daughter comes over to help me cook." Zhou Jitsai smiled and asked, "Where is Dusty's old family from?" "Rural Ludong province." "Are your parents at home in good health? Any siblings?" "My mom and dad are in pretty good health, and I'm the only one in my family." The two men started out talking about family matters. Chukri took him to his study. Yi Duan saw the soft center on his desk and hurriedly took out a pack of soft centers from his pocket. "Uncle Chow has a cigarette." Zhou Jitsai took his cigarette and asked with a smile, "Dusty, do you smoke too?" "Smoke. Occasionally." The two lit their cigarettes before Zhou Ji spoke. "Dusty, do you think Huaguang technology can double?" "Yi Duan, Uncle Zhou, Huaguang technology's trend is very good, although it is now a new high. But look at the main funding situation. Surely we'll continue to hit new highs. The bull market does not have a high point, only higher. And I'm predicting that Huaguang Technology Inc. will exceed expectations, and there will be a big surge then." Zhou Jitsai looked at his smoking action. "Xiao Dust, you don't look like you've only just smoked, but rather like an old smoker with decades of smoking experience." Leaf Dust was stunned in his heart. Some habitual movements were hard to change. He smiled back. "Yes, I've only been smoking for a short time, Zhou Jitsai didn't dwell on the issue. Xiaodust, do you think the stock market can rise back to 5,000 points this time? Yi Duan shook his head. No, and this round of bull market is almost over. The next is a bear market that will last for several years. Zhou Jitsai's face was stunned at his words. Why? Yi Duan, Uncle Zhou, I don't know if you've ever paid attention to the economic situation of the world's countries, especially on the American side. In recent years, they've had a lot of currency overissuance. The size of the debt has surged, and the CPI index, which is the inflation rate, has gradually gone up. Zhou Jitsai asked curiously, what can these mean? Yi Duan, currency overissuance, will let the dollar continue to depreciate. Inflation rate goes high, will cause livelihood problems. The U.S. official will surely promulgate the corresponding policy, in addition to raising interest rates to let the dollar back to the flow of no second way. This also has the advantage of harvesting global wealth and curbing China's economic development. Our rapid development in recent years has caused them to feel a great crisis, and they want to maintain their hegemony. There have been some hints of trade wars and technology wars in the last 2 years, and the next one is probably a financial war. If these things happen, do you think the domestic stock market will still go up, Uncle Zhou? Zhou Jitsai looked thoughtful and shook his head. If it's like what you said, then it really might be going into a bear market. Yi Duan, Uncle Zhou, speculation in stocks to pay attention to many aspects. External factors, the international situation, domestic policy, these are the general direction. Once the general direction of the problem will soon be transmitted to the bottom. Zhou Jitsai was enlightened. Xiaodust, you said it very well. The United States is the world's hegemon. He will not allow us to rise and affect their position. They will definitely try to do everything possible to suppress us. What you said about the financial war is not unfounded. The probability is that it will happen. For you to be so young and be able to see things so thoroughly is really a big surprise to Uncle Zhou. Zhou Jitsai looked at him with appreciation within his eyes, undisguised. Yi Chen, a college student, could have such insights and analysis, which shocked him. Even some old professors specializing in economics may not be able to see as long and thoroughly as he does. Yi Chuan knows the direction of history, coupled with data analysis, objective factors, etc. And when it really happens in the future, Zhou Jitsai won't be suspicious in any other way. It would just feel like he had a unique vision and was looking at the long term. At this moment, the study opened and Zhou Wanning walked in. She frowned when she saw Yi Duan smoking. When did you learn to smoke, Xiao Duan? Zhou Jitsai's face straightened. What happened to the cigarettes I let him smoke? It's not like it's a bad thing for a man to smoke. Zhou Wanning was a bit speechless. Dad, Xiaodust is still a student. Why don't you teach something good? Zhou Jitsai, college students are adults now. It's okay to smoke. Yi Chuan hurriedly put out his cigarette, not daring to smoke again. Zhou Wanning, hurry out and eat. The two walked out of the study before Zhou Ji spoke up. Daughter, bring out my moutai. I'm going to have a drink with Xiao Duan. Yi Duan drank for the first time since he was reborn. Zhou Wanning was a bit angry with her dad for bringing her students to smoke and drink again. Zhou Jitsai discussed with Yi Duan again at the dinner table. Dusty, what do you think of the current world economic situation? Yi Duan drank some wine and spoke eloquently under the stimulation of alcohol. The current world economic situation is dark and fluid, and the dollar has been overissued too much in the last few years because it's the world's common currency. So they're overissuing it, and they're going to make the world pay for it. We're growing fast. Our economy is getting bigger and bigger, and we're already seen as a thorn in the side, and they're definitely going to target us and keep us from growing. The previous trade wars and technology wars were precursors, and the next financial war is their killer weapon, harvesting the wealth we've accumulated over decades while suppressing our economic development. Several previous financial crises that erupted globally were the work of Western capitalist consortiums that harvested global wealth to solidify their hegemonic position. Once the U.S. loses its hegemony, the Western capitalist consortium will also lose its umbrella. So they must stabilize their position and suppress all countries that may pose a threat. They are bound to start another financial crisis in the near future, mainly targeting us, but also creating conflicts and geopolitical friction in the European region, forcing European countries to side with him. Mother Zhou spoke up. I can understand the financial crisis. How do you create conflicts over there in Europe? Yi Duan explained. Have you been paying attention to the current behavior of the state of Wu? It is touching the bottom line of the bear country time and time again. If the two sides are once at war, the European countries will inevitably strengthen their ties with the United States so as to stand on a battle line. Zhou Jitsai, Mother Zhou and Zhou Wanning were a little surprised when they heard his analysis. I didn't expect him, a college student, to have such a thorough analysis and observation of the world situation. Yi Duan continued. We also have a big internal crisis right now. Zhou Jitsai, what crisis? Leaf dust, real estate industry. These years the rapid development of real estate bubble is very big. Many companies are relying on huge loans, debt to expand development. The debt ratio is too high. If this industry is detonated by the Western consortium to crash, the consequences are very serious. So I think the above will definitely take the initiative to prick the real estate bubble, while introducing policies to stabilize the real estate industry. Slowly soft landing. The time will not be too long. And just these 2 or 3 months. Joe Jitsai heart shocked. I heard a few economics experts talked about this thing. Did not care at the time. These days I heard they went to Huajing City meeting to go. Maybe to discuss what you said, the real estate bubble problem. Yi Duan continued. Our military strength is very strong now. This is the basis for protecting our own interests. Don't worry too much. And we have thousands of years of history in terms of power tactics. Playing this thing, I don't think there are a few who can play with us. And crisis is often accompanied by opportunity. How is this not an opportunity for us to transform? Perhaps in the end the financial crisis initiated by the Western capitalist consortium did not defeat us, but instead suffered a backlash of its own. His remarks were justified and very convincing when combined with various data analyses and objective factors. Mainly these words come out of a college student's mouth, and it's jarring to think that this shouldn't be something a college student could understand. Mother Joe opened her mouth and said, "Little Dust, you know so much. Do you watch all kinds of foreign news every day?" Yi Duan nodded slightly. "Yes, auntie. To a stockholder these are quite important." Joe Jitsai, no wonder you're so good at speculating on stocks. Dusty. They then talked about the future development of some industries, and Yi Duan said his own opinion. His talk, knowledge, vision, and perspective on problems brightened the eyes of the three of them. Zhou Wanning. After lunch, Yi Chen and Joe Jitsai chatted for a while longer before saying goodbye and leaving. Dusty, let Wan Ning send you back. Yi Chuan hurriedly said. No need, Uncle Zhou. I'll just take the car back. You and Auntie and Sister Ning have a good rest and rest. I'll come back to see you and Auntie when I'm free. Waiting for him to leave, Joe Ji spoke up. This kid Dust is really good. Too good. To be honest, I've never met one like this in all the years I've been teaching at the University of Transportation. Mother Joe also appreciated Yi Chen. Indeed, this child has his own opinions on some things and has a unique vision. Zhou Wanning felt a sense of honor on her face when she heard their compliments. As this was the student she had brought up, Zhou Jitsai glanced at her. Daughter, I kind of like him. What do you think? Zhou Wanning, it's quite good. I think Xiao Duan is quite excellent. So you guys try talking about it? Ha! Only then did Zhou Wanning react to the meaning of her dad's words. Her cheeks flushed and she glared at him. Dad, what are you babbling about? I'm his counselor. Chapter 26, Beautiful Schoolgirl's Reverse Mentality. Zhou Jitsai didn't care about the relationship. What's wrong with that? Besides, isn't Dusty about to graduate? And what a time it is. Zhou Wanning's pretty face was scarlet. Dad, can you not blindly point out the lovebirds? I'm not the same age as him. Zhou Jitsai laughed. 6 or 7 years of age difference is not much. Small Dust, you see how mature and stable. This child, I think the future is by no means a pool of things. His achievements will not be low. Daughter, you can grasp the opportunity in advance. Mother Joe nodded her head in agreement. I think we can also try. Daughter, you should also talk about an object. This is almost 30 years old, and then cannot find an object. Is the older leftover women? When it is even worse to find excellent boyfriends, can only will be. Zhou Wanning was somewhat speechless when she saw that her mom was also supportive. I'm going back to bed. When she finished, she went back to her bedroom and lay on her bed, still feeling her heart racing and her cheeks burning. Mom and Dad say everything. And Dusty, I've always treated him like a brother. Master bedroom. Zhou Jitsai looked at Zhou Mother and said softly, I think there's a chance. You can see that your daughter is not as vehemently opposed to it as she was before. And she reacted vehemently to the blind date we told her about before. Mother Joe nodded slightly. Maybe our daughter-in-law feels that she is older and a bit mismatched, and has an inferiority complex in her heart. Zhou Jitsai, indeed. But things like relationships require both parties to like each other. One party alone can't do it. There's not much we can do to help. Zhou Mother, you're fine, and Small Dust more chat, so that the two of them often contact. My side also look for character color dating object. Our daughter cannot be delayed. The older the more, there is no competitive advantage. Zhou Jitsai thought deeply. Although our daughters are beautiful, there are many beautiful young girls, so we really can't put it off. The other side. After Yichuan left Zhou Wanning's house, he took the bus back to school. He stood in front of his dormitory window looking out over the campus, a little excited that he was about to see his classmates from college again. One familiar face flashed through his mind. The only people he knew better in the class were his 3 housemates. The rest of the class wasn't very familiar. Leaf Dust yawned and went back to bed for a nap. Probably because of the drinking, he slept until after 6. Getting up from his bed, he shuffled out of the dormitory building and headed towards the cafeteria. When halfway down the street, Zhao Jing's voice suddenly sounded behind him. Senior. Yi Chen turned his head to look at her. Are you deliberately waiting for me? Zhao Jing gave him a blank look. Senior, you're too self-absorbed. Shelby and I were just about to go to dinner when we ran into you. After saying that, she and her roommate, Su Hui, walked over to him. Senior, you invited us to dinner in the morning. We'll treat you to dinner tonight. Write it off. I, Zhao Jing, hate owing people things. Leaf Dust looked her up and down. Zhao Jing noticed his eyes and puffed out her chest, causing Yi Chen to be a little embarrassed. You said you a pretty girl can't be normal and quiet. Senior didn't realize that you are also such a superficial person. Good-looking skin is 1 in 1,000. Interesting soul is 1 in 1,000,000. I am me, not the same fireworks. Yi Duan, let's go. Hurry up and go eat. The three of them came to the cafeteria, and this time it was Zhao Jing who swiped her meal card. Originally, Yi Chuan had planned to find a quiet place where no one was eating and sneak a peek at Wang Yusin, but Zhao Jing sat across from him with Su Wei. While Yi Chuan was eating, Zhao Jing suddenly said, Senior, you're actually quite handsome. I've decided to pursue you. Yi Duan froze for a moment. You've only met me twice. Where do you like me? Is your love so cheap? Zhao Jing, Senior, do you believe in love at first sight? Love at first sight, to put it bluntly, begins at face value. This face value does not mean that it is very handsome and beautiful, but rather that it fits the eyes and has a feeling. Yi Chuan's interest in Li Qingya also started with her face value at first, and then after more contact, his liking grew deeper and deeper. Start with your face, get stuck in your talent, and stay true to your character. Su Hui kind of admired this roommate of hers, who had just come for a few days and even wanted to pick up the senior. Senior, why aren't you saying anything? Do you feel that happiness came too suddenly and you don't know what to do for a while? Zhao Jing looked at him with a pair of big bright eyes. Leaf Dust, I have someone I like. You'd better study hard. Zhao Jing asked curiously, who is the person you like? Senior, do people like you? Of course I like it. Zhao Jing asked curiously, then why didn't you guys eat together? Leaf Dust, she's at Fudan University. Zhao Jing said seriously, Senior, according to statistics, the breakup rate of long-distance relationships is more than 90%, and the probability of being green is more than 70%, and you don't want to have a green pasture on your head. Yi Duan's head was filled with black lines. We're not together yet. Zhao Jing, not together is just right. Senior, give up early. With me, we are in the same school. Every day we can eat together, go to the library to read books, walk in the playground, nothing to chat and talk. Yi Chen smiled and said, if you don't mind me having a girlfriend, I don't mind having one more. Zhao Jing glared at him. Senior didn't expect you to be so scummy. Yi Chen smiled faintly. I'm scummy. Remember to stay away from me in the future. After that he finished his meal and got up to leave. Yi Chen hoped that this would make Zhao Jing know better and not act like she did in her last life. Unfortunately, he didn't really understand Zhao Jing. The more she couldn't get something, the more she wanted it, and her rebelliousness was very strong. This was why in her last life, even though Yi Chen had been avoiding her, she had pursued her tirelessly. If it weren't for the incident back home over winter break, I'd probably still be pursuing it next semester. Zhao Jing looked at Yi Chen's figure and hummed, let's see how I'll chase you down. Su Hui froze for a moment. You still want to chase? Ah, you really want to be a mistress? Ah, Zhao Jing, what junior? I mean, let him fall in love with me. How can I be a junior? Yi Duan came out of the cafeteria and skipped around the playground twice before returning to the dormitory. After returning to the dormitory, he took out his cell phone and looked at recent news developments at home and abroad. At 8 o'clock he was planning to chat with Li Qingya. The cell phone suddenly rang. It was Lu Zixuan calling. Yi Chuan picked up the phone and said with a smile, Sister Xian. Lu Zixuan's voice came out from within the cell phone. Has Xiao Duan eaten yet? Have you eaten, Sister Xian? Not yet. Just got home from work and ordered takeout. Do you have time for lunch tomorrow? Yi Duan smiled and said back, we start school the day after tomorrow. We have time tomorrow, Sister Xian. Lu Zixuan, I think you are not going to graduate school. You may have a heavy study load during the day. Study should also be combined with work and rest. Sister Xian, I'll treat you to lunch tomorrow at noon. There's no such thing as letting your brother treat you to dinner. Sis treats you, still at the same restaurant as before. Okay, Sister Xian, it's a nice place to relax. I'm going to take a shower and get some early rest. Dusty. Chapter 27 Sister Xian's Gift. When Yi Chen saw her message, her mature and sexy body came to mind. He hastily shook some thoughts to the back of his mind and clicked on Li Qingya's avatar. Saya, how are you and your uncle and aunt going to come tomorrow? My dad's driving there. It'll take him an estimated 10 hours to get there, and he just happened to be over here to talk some business. What does your family do? Just as Li Qingya was about to reply, the bedroom door was opened. She hurriedly put the phone down. What's wrong with Mom? Li Mother walked to the bedside and said with a smile, I came over to ask you things are packed well. Qingya, what did you do just now? Who were you chatting with? Classmate. Male or female? Male. Li's mother sensed it the other day. and her daughter kept taking her cell phone to send messages even when she went out to play. She's a little worried that her daughter isn't in love. A guy from college? Is he local? How's the family situation? Li Qingya explained. It's a high school classmate. Li's mother lost interest when she heard this. Her daughter's high school classmates were any great people. Who's your high school friend? Does mom know? Li Qingya hesitated for a moment and said, Yi Chuan, you should know. You should know that the college entrance exam score is the first in our class. Mother Li nodded slightly. Remember, he's at Zhanghai Jiaotong University, right? What are you two chatting about? Let mom take a look. When she finished speaking, she reached for her daughter's cell phone and looked at the chat between the two. When he saw Yi Chen address his daughter as Qingya, his eyes produced a subtle change. Li Qingya blushed a bit awkwardly. Mom, can you not look at my cell phone? This is my personal privacy. Li's mother righteously said. I'm your mother. What can't I see? After saying that, she returned the phone to Li Qingya. In the future, less chat with this kind of people. These people are trying to climb the high branch. Also, do not take a piss to look at themselves. Worthy of my daughter. Li Qingya, Mom, can you not say that? We are all classmates and friends. Can't I still have my own friends? Motherly, I remember this Yi Chen's old family is from the countryside, right? He must have a purpose for chatting with you. Qingya, you may not understand when you're still young, but Mom is a person from the past. She can see through his little mind at a glance. He doesn't deserve you. If you want to chase after my daughter at the very least, your family must have hundreds of millions of assets, or be a real power offspring at the level of a department or vice department. When her mother went out, Li Qingya let out a long breath. He hurriedly sent over a message to Yi Duan. Just now my mom told me to rest early. I have to get up early tomorrow. Okay, I'll talk to you some other time. Good night, Saya. Good night. The next morning, when Yi Chen was eating breakfast, he saw Wang Yusen, who was sitting alone and eating with her head down. It was a pleasure to quietly watch her eat. After having breakfast, Yi Duan took a bus to the shopping mall closest to the university. He bought a set of clothes and shoes for himself and Wang Yusen respectively, so at least there was a replacement. New clothes and shoes he has not seen Wang Yusen through. Maybe so a set of a little reluctant to give up. Yi Chuan also bought some fruit snacks and returned to the dormitory at more than 9:30. He hurried out again to take the bus to the Michelin restaurant in Zuishan district. When arriving at the restaurant, Lu Zixuan was already waiting for him in the box. Seeing Yi Chuan come in, she got up and walked over, her face revealing a smile with a hint of mature young woman flavor. Dusty's here, have a seat. She was still in her usual outfit, a tight black dress, mature and sexy with an elegant temperament. Yi Chuan sat across from her with a smile on his face. Sister Xian, you're getting prettier and prettier. The corner of Lu Zixuan's mouth rose slightly. Is that so? Where do you think sis is pretty? The face, body and also temperament are all impeccable. Yi Chuan wasn't hard boasting. What he said was the truth. Lu Zixuan looks impeccable in all aspects. Placed in the University of Transportation is also the school flower level. She smiled brightly. Little Dust, your little mouth is as sweet as smeared with honey. Too appealing to sister. Yi Duan, Sister Xian, where did you go to college when you were in college? Zhanghai University of Finance and Economics, College of Engineering and Management, and your University of Transportation has no way to compare. Study hard. In the future, it is not likely that my sister still need to rely on you to cover. I'll try my best to protect Sister Xian when the time comes and not let anyone bully you. Lu Zixuan's heart rippled when she heard his words. Sometimes an offhand remark, a gesture, may touch a person's heart, especially the kind of women who are sensitive at heart. At that moment the waiter came in with the meal. The two of them chatted as they ate, and Lu Zixuan was amused by him from time to time, her flowery branches fluttering. Had lunch. Lu Zixuan took him to the seaside beach for a walk in sea breeze, then sat on a seaside lounge chair to bask in the sun. Leaf Dust fell asleep without realizing it. Then he felt his nose itching and opened his eyes to find Lu Zixuan squatting next to him with a smile at the corner of her mouth and was using her hair to get his nose. Sister Xian, how did I fall asleep? Lu Zixuan smiled and said, it's probably because you're usually more tired and now you're relaxing. Yi Chuan smelled the fragrance emanating from her body. His heart swirled and he hurriedly sat up. Sister Xian, I didn't talk in my sleep. Did I? Said. What did I say? Leaf Dust was a bit surprised. Lu Zixuan laughed. Didn't say. Teasing you. The seaside is windy, I'm afraid you'll catch a cold. So I woke you up. What time is it, Ko? 3:30. Sister Xian, let's go back. We didn't delay you. Did we? Lu Zixuan, there's nothing going on today. Even if there's something going on, don't say such out-of-the-way words in the future, or else my sister will get angry. After saying that, she reached out and pinched Yi Chen's cheek. Leaf Dust's cheeks blushed slightly at her bold movements. I've never been molested like this in 2 lifetimes. Lu Zixuan felt quite amused and playful when she saw how shy he was. You're still shy. What's wrong with sister pinching your cheeks? When she finished, she squeezed again. Yi Chuan's cheeks turned even redder. Sister Xian, stop, or I'm going to drill into the beach. Lu Zixuan smiled and said, Xiao Dus didn't expect you to be a shy big boy. Sister is a little chiseled. Ha ha, I won't tease you. Come on sis, send you back. When coming to the car, Lu Zixuan took out a cell phone box from the back seat. Dusty, this is a gift from sis for you, and there are 2 more outfits. Go back and try to see if they fit. Yi Chen froze for a moment, not expecting Lu Zixuan to prepare a gift for him. This is the first gift I've ever received. Thank you Xian. He didn't push back. That would only seem more artificial. What's more, he made tens of millions of dollars by taking Lu Zixuan to buy stocks, so it's reasonable to receive some gifts. Lu Zixuan smiled. Go back and remember to try on the clothes and shoes. See if they fit. If they don't fit, then tell sister. Sister, go change them. It shouldn't be too much of a problem. I've bought them all according to your size. Yi Duan looked at the cell phone. It was a high-end model now, worth tens of thousands of dollars. The clothes are a big brand. He has seen this brand in the mall. The price is thousands of tens of thousands of a piece. Chapter 28. You've been adopted. Senior? Just after 5 in the afternoon, a pink Porsche appeared in front of Jianghai Jiaotong University. Porsche is already quite eye-catching, not to mention a pink-look Porsche, which you can tell is a Miss Driver at a glance. Since it's the weekend, freshmen don't go to class. Some go out and sneak around. Some go shopping. They saw a pink Porsche parked in front of the school and turned their heads to look at it. Yi Chen got down from the car. Sister Xian, I'll go back first. Drive back and pay attention to safety. Lu Zixuan smiled and nodded. Got it. Bye. Yi Chen noticed the eyes of those around him and didn't care about walking towards the school. Someone whispered, look at what he's carrying in his hand. It's luxury big-name brand clothing. A t-shirt would cost tens of thousands of dollars. I didn't realize that there are also those who are adopted by rich women in our transportation university. What's so unusual about that? What school doesn't have it? I'm so envious. When will I have a rich sister to adopt me too? Forget you. Are you as handsome as he is? What's the big deal about being handsome? I'm physically strong. Yi Chen had just walked into the school when Zhao Jing's voice sounded behind him. Senior. He turned his head to see Zhao Jing and her roommate, Su Hui, sipping milk tea and carrying garment bags over. Yi Duan looked at the two of them. Went out shopping? Zhao Jing nodded. Senior, just now I saw you get out of a pink Porsche. Who was that? Leaf Dust smiled and said, a sister. Zhao Jing froze for a moment. Senior, you won't be adopted, right? Yi Duan, how can you think so dirty? I'm the one who eats soft food. Zhao Jing looked at the bag in his hand. Still say it's not. You're holding all luxury goods, tens of thousands of a piece. Anyone else who saw this scene would have thought so. Yi Duan smiled and asked, are tens of thousands of dollars a piece of clothing expensive? Zhao Jing and Su Hui looked stunned. Weren't tens of thousands of dollars a dress expensive? Suddenly they reacted. Could it be that Yi Chuan is a rich kid? But before, they didn't see where Yi Chen looked like a rich second generation. However, Zhao Jing was convinced in her heart that Yi Chen was not the type to eat soft food. She had just asked that because she wanted Yi Duan to admit in person that it wasn't. Zhao Jing asked with some surprise. Senior, you're a rich second generation? Ah, the rich generation. Zhao Jing and Su Hui looked at each other. After walking for a while, the three separated. The boys' dormitory and the girls' dormitory were not in the same direction. Su Hui looked at Zhao Jing and said, Jing, you won't believe his words, right? Zhao Jing's tone was certain. Yeah, I believe that senior isn't lying. My vision can't be wrong. Yi Duan felt that Zhao Jing was quite good. Good personality. No problem with her character. Just a bit of social awkwardness. He returned to the dormitory and tried on the new clothes that Lu Zixuan had bought. And they fit quite well in all respects. Tens of thousands of dollars of clothes just slate on you. Leaf Dust doesn't know if it's a function of money, or if it's just good workmanship and materials. He unboxed the new phone and replaced it with a new one that was silky smooth. It's nice to have money. He looked at the things he bought for Wang Yusin and planned to give them to her in the evening. There are too many people during the day and this girl is rather shy. When he finished his work, he came to the cafeteria for dinner. After eating dinner, Yi Duan idly read up in the dormitory. The exam needs to be reviewed by himself. The preliminary examination will be held in December this year, and after passing the preliminary examination, you will be able to take the re-examination next year, and you will be considered to have passed the re-examination to get into the master's degree program. It was now September, leaving him little time. However, when he read the book, Yi Chuan realized that his memory, comprehension, and other aspects were terrifying. The term unforgettable is an understatement. Could this be the benefit of being born again? Yi Chuan was happy in his heart. Originally he was a bit unconfident about whether he could pass the exam, but now he felt that there was no problem at all. After reading for 2 hours, he picked up his cell phone with the intention of sending a message to Wang Yusin and saw that Li Qingya had sent a message more than half an hour ago. I'm out to dinner with mom and dad, so we'll talk some other time. Yi Chuan was a bit puzzled because this was the first time Li Qingya had taken the initiative to send him a message. Is it because you're afraid that your parents will find out if you're chatting with them? He sent a message to Wang Yusin. Is Sister Yusin there? On it. What's up? Not sleeping, are you? No, reading. Wang Yusin is also going to graduate school, and she didn't have much time to review and read books during the summer vacation because of her job. These days she would review at night until after 11 o'clock before going to bed. Go wait for me downstairs in the dormitory. My brother bought something for you today. After saying that, Yi Chuan walked out of the dormitory with clothes, shoes and some fruits. The campus roads are already sparsely populated, with only a few people visible by chance. 6 or 7 minutes later, Yi Chuan arrived underneath the girls' dormitory building. Wang Yusin was already waiting for him. Yi dust, so early down, why? Night now, a little cool, don't catch a cold. Wang Yusin's voice was delicate. It's fine, I'm not cold. Today I went to the mall to buy clothes, and by the way, I bought a dress and shoes for you, sister, and some fruits. Eat more fruits for vitamins. After saying that, Yi Duan handed her something. Wang Yusin hesitantly reached out her hand to slowly take it. Thank you, brother. Her voice was very nice. A brother that melted Yi Chen's heart. Yi Duan was full of smiles. It's so good. My heart is melted by your call. I want to pick the stars in the sky and give them to you now. Wang Yusin's pretty face was red and shy. Yi Chuan reached out and pinched her cheeks. Soft as baby muscles, the feel was very comfortable. Go on back. It's cold out there. Wang Yusin's heart thumped and her cheeks burned as she lowered her head and hurriedly turned away. Yi Chen looked at the figure, the corners of his mouth showing a slight lift. She's just my sister, and I was worried if you misunderstood. He hummed a little song and turned to leave, thinking of Lu Zixuan when he returned to the dormitory. Sister Xian, I tried the clothes and shoes just right. Thank you, Sister Xian. Lu Zixuan quickly replied to him. Just in time. Still not sleeping? No, just been reading and reviewing. Sister Xian, you haven't rested either? Just got out of the shower and laying on the bed. Dusty, stay with sister for a while if you're not doing anything. Yes, Sister Xian. I just got into bed as well. How are things at Sister Xian's company? The company is okay. There are quite a lot of orders, but these orders are pulled in by connections. It's actually quite tiring. Don't want to mention those things. Yi Chuan hesitated and sent out a line. Sister Xian, do you have a boyfriend? No. Sister Xian, you're so beautiful and excellent. There should be a lot of people chasing after you. Why don't you find a partner, so that you can also share some of the pressure and stuff, and you can also chat and talk on weekdays? Yi Duan recalled some rumors from the company in his last life. He thought the rumors might be true. Lu Zixuan either has a very powerful family, or she's been adopted by some big shot. From the things Yi Chuan knew so far, the latter was more likely. Chapter 29, Another Good Sister. How Lu Zixuan's private life is like has nothing to do with him. Leaf Dust hadn't thought of falling in love with her. She has nothing to do with herself even if she is adopted by a bigot. That's her personal life and choice. If she truly took herself as her brother, Yi Chen wouldn't have cheated her feelings. Lu Zixuan quickly replied. There are quite a few people chasing after me, but none of them are eye-catching. Do you have a favorite girl at the university? Dusty? Yes. Is that the girl you work with? No, it's my high school classmate. She's at Zhanghai Fudan University. Li Qingya is the white moonlight he's secretly loved since high school. Wang Yusin is a recent period of time before he met, and his heart is also quite fond of it. He was a little torn and conflicted inside at the thought. Kids make choices. I want it all. Otherwise, it's not worth it for 2 generations. Lu Zixuan asked curiously. Did you confess to her? No, I didn't dare before. You're about to be a senior in college. If you don't confess, you're going to graduate. Boys have to be brave. Boldly confess. You can't be afraid of failing or it will leave you with a lifetime of regrets. Whenever Yi Chuan thought of Li Qingya in his last life, his heart hated himself for not being bolder and braver in the first place. Maybe Li Qingya wouldn't have ended up like that. It was the pain of his life. Whenever he remembered the message she had sent to himself before she jumped to her death, he felt a sense of suffocation in his chest. Why didn't you chase me in college? If I leave this world one day, will you still remember me? Yi Chen and Lu Zixuan chatted until 11 o'clock at night before going to bed. The next morning, JNTU was seeing a surge in the start of the academic year. There was a steady stream of students returning to school from 7 or 8 a.m. onwards. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Yi Duan's was a housemate came back. Xing Chao walked into the dormitory and saw Yi Duan reading a book and said with a smile, Old Yi, I haven't seen you for a summer vacation, miss me. Yi Chen saw Xing Chao again and a smile appeared on his face. I missed you too, old Xing. In his last life, Yi Duan worked directly after graduating from university without taking the exam, and then he got together with them less and less, and then he seldom saw them after they started a family. I haven't seen you in over a decade. Xing Chao opened his school bag and took out some old family specialties from it. Old Ji, come and try the specialties of our old home. He took out a packet of specialty food and handed it to Yi Duan. Yi Chuan didn't have the courtesy to open it and tasted it. It's quite tasty. Is old Xing having a good time at home this summer vacation? Xing Chao complained. Cool, what every day at home to read books to review. Might as well be in school. At least there are a few of your brothers can chat and talk. How is your summer job? Leaf dust, quite good. The work is not tired and quite easy, and the salary is not bad. Xing Chao, Lao Yi, I think you'd better go to graduate school with us. Nowadays this society is more competitive after graduation from graduate school, and our brothers can stay together for 2 more years. Before the summer vacation, Yi Duan had revealed to them that he didn't want to go to graduate school. Yi Duan laughed. I've decided to go to graduate school. Xing Chao, really? Great. Let's brothers study hard. I think it's no problem to get into the research. When Lao Wei and Lao Feng come, let's buy something to eat back in the dormitory at night to get together. My treat. Xing Chao's hometown is from North Su province, and his family condition is the best among several people in their dormitory, and he also takes care of them quite well. Sometimes when we go out to dinner together, it's his treat. Yi Duan laughed. I'll treat. You used to treat. This time I'll do it. It's okay. My parents pay a lot of money for living expenses every month. Xing Chao knew the situation of Yi Duan's family, and the living expenses were just over 1,000 per month. Yi Duan laughed. Old Xing, I made some money from speculating on stocks over the summer. Don't grab it from me. I'll do it today. Xing Chao froze for a moment. You speculated in stocks? How much did you earn? Hundreds of thousands. Yi Duan didn't say tens of millions. That would be too much of a shock to people. A few 100,000 Xing super a few people are still acceptable. Not too outrageous. Like Xing Chao's family is well off. Hundreds of thousands of dollars may not mean much to their family. Xing Chao was astonished beyond words. Okay, Lao Yi. I didn't expect you to have this talent. Tonight must be your treat. Have you noticed that there are quite a lot of beautiful women in this new class of schoolgirls? When I first came here, those white thighs were too eye-pleasing. Leaf dust, don't mention it. There's a freshman schoolgirl who said she fell in love with me at first sight and insisted that I pick her up. Ha? Really? Is it pretty? Leaf dust, pretty. Super decent face and body. Just a little socially awesome. Xing Chao laughed evilly. You still don't agree even though you look so pretty? I have a favorite. If I didn't, I'd agree. That high school classmate you're talking about. Hurry up and chase after him, or else he'll be chased away. Leaf dust laughed. It's already in action during summer vacation. Xing Chao looked at him. Old Ji, why do I think you're a bit different from before? Where is it different? Yi Chen was shocked in his heart. The temperament and the mannerisms are a little different than before. I've been working outside for 2 months. I've had a lot of contact with people, and I've worked out everything, and being rich doesn't give you gravitas. The two chatted for a while, then made their way to the cafeteria. The cafeteria was significantly more crowded than before. Yi Chuan was looking for Wang Yusen's figure when he was beating the rice. He soon saw Wang Yusen, who was eating with her head down not far away. The two men finished their meal and found a place to sit where no one was looking. Xing Chao whispered, Did old Ji see that? So many pretty schoolgirls. One of them looks really energetic. Although the few people in Yi Duan were all good students, who didn't like pretty girls, behind their backs in the dormitory they would all talk about which college and which major had who was pretty and had a good body. The 4 brothers were all of a sullen nature before. While the 2 were eating, Zhao Jing and her roommate Su Hui sat across from them. Senior, Zhao Jing saw that he was full of smiles and sunshine, making Xing Chao next to him look dumbfounded. Yi Chuan smiled faintly. Let me introduce you guys. This is my roommate Xing Chao. Old Xing, this is freshman schoolmates Zhao Jing and Su Hui. Xing Chao was all smiles. Hello, 2 schoolmates. Su Hui smiled and nodded in response. After Zhao Jing briefly nodded her head, she looked at Yi Chen with a smile on her face. Senpai, am I pretty today? She's wearing a short skirt and low-cut t-shirt today, and she's gorgeous. Yi Duan looked at her and said, You're pretty any day, but don't chase me. I have a girl I like. We can be good friends. I'm older than you. You be my sister. I'll be your brother. Zhao Jing hummed. You're not thinking of keeping me in the fish pond as a spare tire, are you? Yi Chuan said righteously. You are insulting my personality. If you don't like it, forget it. Just pretend I didn't say it. Eat quickly. Zhao Jing heatedly laughed. Who says I'm not happy about it? Brother, eat chicken legs to replenish your body more. After saying that, she pinched her own chicken leg into Yi Duan's plate. Chapter 30, Super Demon Stocks. I have enough of these to eat. You eat. Leaf dust chucked the chicken leg back. Zhao Jing didn't push back and started eating. Are you going to graduate school, brother? Her voice was deliberately clipped, so that one could hear it physically and mentally. Cow, you talk normal. That's how I talk normally. Brother, hurry up and eat. Yi Duan and Xing Chao said a word after eating and left. Su Hui looked at Zhao Jing eating a chicken leg and coughed dryly. Yi Chen just used his chopsticks to eat the food, and he chucked the chicken leg to you. There's his saliva on it, so you two are considered to be indirectly kissing. Zhao Jing froze for a moment. Really? Then I'll have to shiver the chicken leg cleaner. Walk out of the cafeteria. Xing Chao looked at Yi Chuan. Old Ji, I found that you are really different from before. Before you blushed and were shy when you talked to the girls. Now you are facing such a big beautiful woman that you are actually talking and laughing freely. Yi Duan smiled and said back, it's good to exercise more in the society. With more experience and rich experience, you won't be as shy and introverted as before. Xing Chao, is working a summer job such a good workout? I should have known that I'd go and work out too. Old Xing, this Zhao Jing is so pretty and so cute. If only I had a schoolgirl like that chasing after me. I'd say yes on the spot and spoil her. Cute? Are you blind? Which is cute? Just now those several brother called how lovely. My heart followed the tremor. When there is such a beautiful schoolgirl chasing me, Yi Duan remembers that in his last life, Xing Chao married Cui Tingting from his class, but later found out that Cui Tingting cheated on him and eventually divorced. I remember you like Tina Choi from our class, right? Xing Chao hemmed and hawed. Yeah, I talked to her every day over the summer, and I think I might be able to take her this semester. This person, Cui Tingting. Yi Duan didn't feel like the kind of person who was watery, but knowing people doesn't mean anything. Cheating may be a combination of various objective factors, but the most important point is definitely that Cui Tingting has inner problems, has no moral bottom line, and can't stand the temptation and seduction. Yi Chuan hesitated for a moment and said, what about the person you mentioned? Cui Tingting? Xing Chao laughed. It's quite good. Although she doesn't look as pretty as Zhao Jing, her face value is also online. I think it's quite good. Leaf Dust didn't know how to persuade him. The two of them had already developed to this point. We'll just have to wait and see what happens later. The two went back to their dorm and started reading and reviewing. Shanghai Jiaotong University is the top school in China, and those who can get into the school are the best from all over the country, and the school spirit is very good. In the second semester of their junior year, Xing Chao, Yi Duan and others were reviewing for their future exams. Later, Yi Duan did not intend to go to graduate school, and did not forget to study. The knowledge learned is always your own. After 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Wei Xiangyu and Feng Bing also came. The brothers hadn't seen each other for such a long time and greeted each other with pleasantries. In the evening, a few people came to the second floor of the cafeteria, where there were private rooms. They ordered a few dishes and asked for a few bottles of beer. Wei Xiangyu and Feng Bing were a little envious when they heard that Yi Chen had made money from speculating on stocks. After having dinner and returning to the dormitory, Xing Chao sat down a few people and started reading and reviewing. Leaf Dust had wanted to go back to bed to play with his cell phone and sleep, feeling that it wasn't quite right. 3 of them are studying hard and you go to bed and play with your cell phone? This is the learning atmosphere of a top institution that drives you to have to learn. If it is a school with a poor learning atmosphere, with 4 people in the dormitory, 3 are playing and 1 is studying, this person may gradually be brought to the point where he or she will not be able to study as well. At 8:30 p.m., Yi Chuan sent a message to Li Qingya. What's Saya doing? Li Qingya quickly replied, studying. Fudan University is also a top institution, and the learning atmosphere there is similar. Leaf Dust, I would have liked to go to bed to rest. See, the dormitory brothers are at school, simply embarrassed to go to bed to play with the phone. Li Qingya, you review well. What time did you learn in your dormitory? It used to be about 10 o'clock. Then we'll talk again at 10. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Yi Duan yawned. You guys are still learning, don't roll. Hurry up and go to bed. Tomorrow you will learn again. Xing Chao, I have to talk to Ting Ting for a while. Wei Xiangyu and Feng Bing, we'll learn again. Yi Chuan lay on the bed and sent a message to Li Qingya. Have you gone to bed in your dormitory? Almost all of them are in bed, and only 1 is still studying. Leaf Dust, it's too curly. Qingya Li, December is the preliminary exam for graduate school. I hope it comes quickly. It's such a hard time. Come on, let's study hard together. Well, you go for it too. The two talked for half an hour and then went to bed. The next morning, after 7 o'clock, the 4 of them, Yi Chen and Xing Chao, came to the classroom. When I walked into the classroom, I saw the class looking down and studying. The 4 sat down and began to study as well. At 8 o'clock, Counselor Zhou Wanning came to the classroom. Classmates, now you are in your 4th year of college. Those who are going to graduate school seize the time to review. December is the preliminary examination. Not graduate school there want to go to internships can also go to internships. Increase some work experience. Most of the class is in graduate school, and only a few are not planning to go to graduate school. There are not many classes and more free time in senior year, but because of the exams, people are more nervous than in previous years. Even if there is no teacher supervision in the classroom, everyone is conscious of their studies. Yi Chen looked at Wang Yusen, who was reading and studying with her head down, without any distractions. At 9:30 a.m., Yi Duan secretly took out his cell phone and looked at the securities account. The 3 stocks he bought all went up, and his account capital floated more than $1,200,000. That's the benefit of having a large amount of money. The more money you have, the faster you build wealth. Yi Duan looked at the stocks in the stock market and picked the demon stocks for the next week. He puts a few demon stocks he needs to buy for the next week in a memo and sets a reminder. He then took a look at HWT. Lu Zixuan and Zhou Jitsai both bought this stock. Today's gain is currently 3 points. A good increase. Look at the trend, can still go up. More than triple in 2 months' time. Definitely considered a very good stock. Yi Duan also looked at the stock market situation in Europe and the United States. Because of the time difference, the U.S. stock market opening time is 9:30 p.m. in China to 4 a.m. A total of 6.5 hours of trading time. Lunchtime is not closed. Seeing the U.S. stock market, a stock came to Yi Duan's mind. The game in. An epic battle between long and short. It's a battle between a lot of retail investors and short-selling organizations. There is also big capital behind it. Just little known. A lot of people made a lot of money from this long-short war. A super demon stock that's 30 or 40 times a month. If you bought it 2 years ago, you could have doubled it over 100 times by the peak. The game in is probably launching next January. Yi Duan needs to prepare in advance. Want to speculate on U.S. stocks? Need to open an international securities account, but also have to do a foreign bank account. Shanghai is a super first-tier city in China. There are many branches of international banks and international securities companies. Chapter 31, Zhao Jing's Gift. Afternoon. Yi Duan didn't go to the classroom to study. He left the school to get an international bank account, then went back to the bank to deal with a large transfer, and finally went to an international securities firm to open an account while asking some questions. By the time I got back to school after my busy schedule, it was just time for dinner. Leaf Dust returned to the dormitory after dinner. The 3 Xingqiao had already returned from dinner and were studying. Olji is back. What did you do in the afternoon? Why didn't you go to the classroom to study? Xingqiao saw him come in and asked. Leaf Dust went out to do some errands. He shuffled around and started reviewing his reading. Exam days are boring. Although there are not many weekday classes, studying for exams is much more tiring than weekday classes. But when you see everyone around you struggling, you don't dare to let up and just grit your teeth. In 4 days, Yi Chuan felt that he had reviewed about as much as he could, and there was not much of a problem if he studied for the exam. His current brain was a bit ridiculously strong, like a super smart brain, learning dozens or hundreds of times more efficiently than others. Friday night, Yi Duan and the 3 of his housemates came out of the cafeteria. Are you guys going for a walk on the playground? Wei Xiangyu, I haven't reviewed my ideological and political theory class yet. I have to go over it again. Feng Bing, I have to go review too. Yi Chen looked at Xing Chao, who said, I have to go find Ting Ting. I have an appointment with her. To a hotel? Yi Chuan asked curiously. Xing Chao hemmed and hawed. Relax, relax. Wei Xiangyu and Feng Bing stared wide-eyed. Are you two growing that fast? Xing Chao, we've been talking for a long time, and we picked a relationship over the summer. After the brothers separated, Leaf Dust came alone to the playground for a walk. He now had $17 million in his securities account and another $500,000 on his bank card. 3 months before the year, he wanted to accumulate more capital, and then go to the U.S. stock market to make a big fortune. Dozens of times the market in a month is enough to make him wealthy and free. When the game in was on fire, the daily turnover was more than $10 billion, or more than 100 billion RMB. Yi Dust couldn't make much of a wave by accumulating 1 or 200 million into it right now. Not like those demon stocks in the domestic stock market. The domestic stock market demon stocks tens of millions of dollars is enough to cause a chain reaction. A few $1,000,000 is considered just right. With the increasing volume of funds, Yi Duan subsequently did not have the means to operate the demon stock. Only buy stocks that have a higher market capitalization. Brother Yi Chen. Zhao Jing's voice sounded behind him. Yi Chen turned his head to look as Zhao Jing and Su Hui walked towards him. You guys came for a walk too. Zhao Jing was all smiles. Brother, why are you alone? She was wearing a school uniform pleated skirt that looked to add a few innocent touches to her. A man in peace. Have you eaten? Zhao Jing, I just ate. Brother Yi Chen, I'll take a walk with you. Okay? Yi Duan's face was calm. Anything. Zhao Jing looked at him. Brother, why do you look like you're not in a good mood? Is there something bothering you? You can tell me about it. I'll share it for you. Leaf Dust, not upset. Just thinking. What are you thinking? Brother? Thinking about making money. How do you make money? Speculation. You know? Zhao Jing shook her head. I don't understand, but my dad seems to play. He understands. Leaf Dust, persuade your dad to stop playing after this year. Zhao Jing was a bit confused. Why? Because the bear market is coming. Leaf Dust finished without mentioning it again. Even if Zhao Jing told her dad wouldn't necessarily believe her. What experience can a college student have, and what he says is not convincing? This is normal human thinking. Zhao Jing, brother, you're tired of reading and reviewing every day. Right, I bought you a gift. I'll give it to you later. Ye dost heart some surprise, do not buy things, you are still a student. Did not make money on their own yet, wait for you to make money later and then buy. Zhao Jing smiled and said, it's fine, my dad gives me more living expenses. The three of them took a few laps around the playground, chatting as they walked. Yi Chuan did not want to go back to the dormitory early. People are studying, it is not good if he goes back and does not study. He's all done reviewing and has no problem studying for the exam. Zhao Jing, senior, I'll go get you a present. Yi Chen followed her to the front of the freshman girls' dormitory building, where people came and went. Freshmen don't have many classes and have more time to play. A few minutes later, Zhao Jing ran down from the dormitory floor out of breath. Yi Chuan looked at her and spoke. There's no need to run so fast and fall again. I'll wait a little longer, it's fine. Zhao Jing hemmed and hawed. Brother, are you concerned about me? Yi Chuan looked calm. Yeah, it's not normal for a brother to care about his sister. Zhao Jing handed him a box. Brother, this is the neck and lumbar massager that I bought for you. You read and revise every day. The lumbar and cervical vertebrae are prone to problems after a long time. Yi Chuan didn't expect this girl, who was usually big-headed, to have a pretty fine heart. In his last life, he had been avoiding Zhao Jing and hadn't had much contact with her, and didn't really know her as a person. Now that he was in contact, he felt that Zhao Jing was actually quite good on the whole, just too much of a social cow. He smiled. Thank you, good sister. Get some early rest. I'll head back first. Zhao Jing looked at his departing figure and grunted. Is the heart moved to see how I can make you fall deeply in love with me? Yi Chen returned to the dormitory. Wei Xiangyu and Fengbing were still studying. They froze for a moment when they saw what Yi Duan brought back. Old Ji, you bought it? Yi Duan sighed. Sister sent. Don't have to give me. Said that I am more tired of reading and reviewing for the exams. Cervical and lumbar vertebrae are prone to problems, and the old Wei and Feng look too handsome is also quite annoying. Wei Xiangyu and Fengbing twisted their heads around not wanting to bother with him. Paralyzed. That's a pissy thing to say. Unpacking. Yi Duan searched the price online. Two things more than $1,000. Really not cheap. He sat in the chair and tried it out, and it was quite comfortable. Yi Chen took out his cell phone. Zhao Jing had just sent him a message. Don't give it to anyone else. I bought it for you to use. I know. Thanks, good sister. Don't be so broke in the future. There is not much money. Brother, tomorrow to go out to play together? Study should be combined with work and rest. Yes, tomorrow I'll see if there's anything else. Go out for a walk if there's nothing else. Yi Chuan also didn't want to be bored in the dormitory all day. It was only then that Choji sent him a message. Dusty, what did HWT say? Yi Duan replied, Uncle Joe, take on the line. Look at the market. The trend in all aspects, there is still quite a big upside. Zhou Jitsai, well, good. It's already up 20 points this week. Yi Chuan opened his mouth and asked, Uncle Joe, do you have an American stock account? No. Why? Then go and open one. When we enter the bear market on our side, then we can play with American stocks, which are going up steadily over there. Leaf Dust wants to take him to the U.S. stock market to make American dollars. It's foreigners' money anyway, the more you make the better. This will also make Zhou Jitsai feel that he owes him a favor in his heart. Yeah, I forgot about that if you didn't tell me. I'll mess with it next week. Chapter 32, Shopping. After Yi Chen sent a message to Zhou Jitsai, he sent another message to Li Qingya. Saya, do you still have to study on the weekend? Li Qingya quickly replied to him. The housemates all have to study, and there's no one to go with me if I want to go out. Was that a subtle nudge from her? Yi Chuan thought back. Every day reading and studying, the brain is going to explode. The combination of work and rest is better. I'm going to find you to play on the weekend. We have not seen much face. Li Qingya, where to play? Yi Duan was a bit excited in his heart. Sure enough, she was just pointing me out. I haven't been to an attraction in the years I've been here. Let's find an attraction to go to. Which one do you want to go to? The Riverhead Museum, I think. I haven't been there yet. Okay, let's play there on Sunday then. Li Qingya, you remember to make a reservation online. The Zhanghai Museum can be entered with a reservation, without a ticket. Yi Duan froze for a moment. Is she taking care of me? Knowing that my family is in a bad condition with no money. Just wait, you'll get to know me all over again later. Although he now had more than $10 million, this amount of money was not even in the mainstream in Zhanghai City. Those rich kids drive cars that cost millions or tens of millions apiece. Saturday, September 17th, just after 7 a.m. Yi Duan ate breakfast in the cafeteria with Wei Xiangyu and Fengbing. Not long after, Zhao Jing and Su Hui came to the cafeteria, and the two of them sat across from Yi Chen. Wei Xiangyu and Fengbing had met Zhao Jing before, and in their hearts, they were envious and jealous of Yi Chen. Why does such a pretty schoolgirl take the initiative to chase you? Is it just because she's handsome? Shallow, too shallow. Don't you see our inner charm? The thing about relationships is that it's all about eye contact and feelings. Senior, let's go watch a movie later, Zhao Jing said as she looked at him. Yi Duan nodded slightly. Yeah, I haven't seen the movie yet. Go and experience it. Wei Xiangyu and Feng Bing ate and Yi Duan said a word and went back to the dormitory to review. Su Hui said after eating, Xiao Jing, Senior, I'll go back first too. Yi Duan, aren't you coming along, little Hui schoolmate? Su Hui smiled and said, I don't like being a light bulb. Yi Duan, what light bulb? Sister Xiao Jing and I are in a pure relationship. You guys go ahead, I have some other things to do. After saying that, Su Hui turned around and left. Zhao Jing finished her meal and looked at him with a pair of big beautiful eyes. Brother, let's go. Go. Zhao Jing was wearing a school uniform with short sleeves and a short skirt. The school uniform was just right on her, pure and beautiful. With her fine features and shapely figure, she attracted a lot of attention as she walked along the road. Walking out of the school gates, you can see a number of luxury cars parked in the neighborhood. Anything from a big G, Porsche, Mercedes, BMW, Audi, and the occasional cool sports car can be seen. He just had some longing in his heart for when he would buy a luxury car himself. He was also secretly observing Zhao Jing's demeanor. She didn't react too much when she saw the luxury cars and whatnot. She just glanced at them. It shows that she is not that vain and is not a gold digger. Zhao Jing walked side by side with him. Did you use the brother massager? Does it work well? Return it for another one if it doesn't work well. Yi Duan smiled back. It works quite well. I didn't expect you to have a fine heart. Zhao Jing heatedly smiled at his compliment. Brother, today you're going to treat me to a movie and dinner. Yes, I'm buying today. The two waited 2 minutes for the bus to pull up. Since it was a weekend, there weren't many people on the bus. The two of them went up and sat together with an empty seat in the back. Yi Chuan looked at her white and well-proportioned long legs and sighed in his heart. These legs are really nice. Does brother look good? Zhao Jing noticed his eyes and looked at him with a smile on her lips. When she finished, she leaned her leg toward him, touching his slacks. Yi Chuan coughed dryly and hurriedly took out his cell phone to play. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the commercial plaza closest to the school. The two bought some snacks and water and went to the movie theater. The movie theater was crowded and mostly with young couples. The two of them seated right next to each other in the back. Brother, is this your first time watching a movie? Zhao Jing opened her mouth and asked. Yi Duan nodded slightly. Yeah, I didn't expect that the first time I saw a movie was with you. Zhao Jing smiled cheekily. Thank you, brother, for giving me my first time. The movie began to play and the crowd that had been talking around them quieted down. This is a domestic high-quality movie. The main content is about the heroine reborn back to the past, to realize the ideal of life. A movie. Letting Leaf Dust see a glimpse of his own experience. Zhao Jing watched the movie intently, eating as she watched. After a while, Yi Chuan saw a number of couples head-to-head touching in front of him. Public places are not at all disruptive. It's an abomination. Yi Chen looked at Zhao Jing and realized that she was also looking at him. Zhao Jing had a smile on her face. She came to see the movie to show Yi Chen the couple atmosphere here and make him restless inside. Do you want to experience it, brother? I've never been with anyone and I still have my first kiss. Seriously? Of course it's true. How can I have time to fall in love when I study every day in high school? Besides, my parents don't agree with it. They said they won't care about me when I get to college. Focus on the movie. Looking at those couples in front of him, Yi Duan was not in the mood to watch a movie. After more than 2 hours, the movie finally ended. Yi Duan walked out and opened his mouth to ask, where are we going next? Zhao Jing, brother, and girls out shopping, which can ask people girls. Do you let the girls directly say to buy clothes shopping? Leaf Dust heard her call her brother in a clip sound and was a bit resistant. Don't you pinch my heart trembling? Let's go shopping and buy some clothes. Now that we're in the fall season, the malls are up on fall clothes. Zhao Jing, brother, are you buying? I'll take the check. The two of them turned up at a clothing brand store in the mall. Zhao Jing later looked at a black corseted fall maxi dress. Does brother look good? She stepped out of the fitting room and turned halfway around from side to side. Yi Dust eyes bright. Black long skirt on the body show the whole person more temperament. Waist appears quite thin. The body also take advantage of the show is very good. Nice. That's it. Zhao Jing stood in front of the mirror and looked at it, and was very satisfied with herself. While she went back to change her clothes, Yi Duan settled the bill. $1,600 for a fall maxi dress. It's not even a major international brand, just a high-end domestic brand. When Zhao Jing came out, the salesman took the clothes and went to pack them. Brother, did you settle the bill? This dress is a bit expensive. Yi Duan nodded slightly. It's fine. This amount of money is nothing. Consider it a gift from brother to sister. Thank you, brother. The two came out of this clothing store. Zhao Jing had to buy him some kind of clothes. and ended up buying a casual fall outfit that cost almost $1,000. Leaf Dust then picks out a girl's casual fall outfit. Zhao Jing spoke up. Brother, I don't want it. It's not for you, it's for another sister. Chapter 33, Gifts. Ha! Zhao Jing froze for a moment. How many sisters do you have? 2 so far. Currently? How many more do you want? I'm really a fish in your pond. Zhao Jing reached out and pinched him on the waist. Yi Chen grabbed her wrist. What fish in a pond? I'm treating you all like sisters. Zhao Jing, she's from our school too? Leaf Dust, my classmate. People are very kind. Her family's condition is not very good. I haven't even seen her wearing new clothes. Zhao Jing hummed. As pretty as me? You two have your own way. Scum talk. I think you're getting more and more like a scum. Yi Duan, what scum? If I were a scum I would have agreed to your pursuit and coaxed you into my hand. I do think you're quite good. It's good for us to be a brother and sister. Zhao Jing didn't say anything. I don't want to be a brother and sister. Sooner or later I will make you fall in love with me. Yi Duan opened his mouth and said, Noon la, let's go eat. This mall has a seafood buffet restaurant. Just as well I'm hungry. Let's go my good brother. The two men went upstairs to the cafeteria. The cafeteria is more crowded on weekends, mostly with students or working people from the neighborhood. The two of them walked in, and Zhao Jing's beautiful figure attracted many people's attention. Everywhere a beautiful woman goes, she's the center of attention. The two ate lunch and spent some more time in the children's playground at the mall. It was supposed to be something for children to play with, and Zhao Jing was having fun with it. Yi Duan looked on from the side and thought it was quite interesting. Zhao Jing was quite cute. By the time the two got back to school it was 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Yi Chuan said to Zhao Jing, Xiao Jing, you go back first. I'm going to get a delivery. Are you happy today, brother? Happy, satisfied. Zhao Jing turned around and left, carrying the garment bag in her hand. Yi Duan looked at what he bought last night. It was a neck and waist massager. He bought one each for Li Qingya and Wang Yusen. Both are going to graduate school and are often sedentary on weekdays, so their cervical and lumbar vertebrae are in need of massage. The courier is on its way and has almost delivered to Fudan University and Jiaotong University. Although both schools were in Shanghai City, they were relatively far away. Yi Duan gave Li Qingya a call. What's wrong, Yi Chuan? Li Qingya's puzzled voice came out from within the cell phone. Leaf Dust, I bought you a gift. It's already almost at your school, so remember to pick it up. Li Qingya froze for a moment. I still wonder. Did not buy things online how to have logistics dynamics. What did you buy? I'll let you know when I get it. I'll stop chatting for now. I'm coming to the phone. Yi Duan hung up the phone and picked up the phone. It was the courier boy's call. This side of the courier was delivered. He took his things and walked towards the senior girls' dormitory building, sending a message to Wang Yusen on the way. Come downstairs. Brother has something for you. When he arrived downstairs at the girls' dormitory, Wang Yusen was already waiting for him. Yi Duan saw a smile on her face. This is a set of autumn clothes that brother bought for you. This is the neck and waist massage instrument. Every day reviewing and reading books to sit for a long time. The cervical vertebrae and waist are prone to problems. Massage for half an hour every day. Wang Yusen's cheeks were slightly red, as there were quite a few people entering and exiting around her. Looking over curiously, there was some hesitation in her mind, and she didn't reach out first. Yi Duan knows her inner thoughts. Take it, brother, to buy things for you do not have a psychological burden. My heart take you as my good sister. Spoil you is not very normal. Wang Yusen reached out and took the item. Thank you, brother. Leaf Dust, that's nice. Go back now. Wang Yusen returned to the dormitory with a large bag of things, and her roommates looked at her curiously. Dongmin asked curiously, Yusen, who bought you the clothes? Feng Lily, UXIN, you're in love? Wang Yusen's cheeks turned red. No, Dongmin, so who gave this to you? A suitor? Feng Lily helped her open the courier. Wow. This is the neck massage instrument and lumbar massage instrument. I've been reviewing for the past few days. Feel the waist and cervical spine is so difficult. UXIN, who are so thoughtful? Another roommate, Chen Dongxue, also hurriedly asked. Yusen, you're in love? Dongmin, who is it? Do we know each other? Wang Yusen reddened her cheeks and explained. No, it was given to me by Yi Chen. He is my brother. Leaf Dust? Dongmin, Feng Lily and Chen Dongxue were very surprised, because in their impression Yi Duan was very average, not like a rich second generation. There are a few rich kids in the class who wear clothes that cost thousands apiece and shoes that cost thousands or tens of thousands. Dongmin was a bit surprised. How did he become your brother? All three of them looked at her curiously as well. Wang Yusen's cheeks flushed scarlet as she returned. We worked summer jobs in a company, often commuting to and from work, and when someone bullied me, he would help me, and then said to take my sister to look at. Tongmin looked at the clothes in her hand and said, These clothes are not cheap, have to be about 1,000 a body, and this massage instrument are branded, also have to be more than 1,000. He really want to spend money. Phone Lily, UXIN, you have to be careful. Don't be fooled. I know. Chen don't you Yi Duan is now using a cell phone, you see it. Is Huawei's high-end brand, more than $30,000. Tong Min and Phone Lily's faces were shocked. So expensive? You saw it? Chen don't you nodded slightly. I saw it in the classroom 2 days ago. Yusin, is he a rich second generation? I really didn't see it before. Wang Yusin shook her head. I don't know. She didn't want to divulge Yi Chen's business. The other side. Li Qingya took the courier back to the dormitory and opened it to see what was inside. The corner of her mouth slightly raised. Her roommate saw it and said, Qingya, this is the neck massager and waist massager you bought? Indeed you should buy one. It's so tiring to revise so much every day. Li Qingya smiled. I didn't buy it. It was a gift from someone else. From whom? The two housemates' gossiping hearts flared up. Qingya Li, I went to high school with him. He's at the University of Transportation. Wang Xia and Zhang Jingdan asked in unison. He's courting you? Li Qingya nodded slightly. Well, but I haven't agreed yet. Zhang Jingdan, I don't think you're far from agreeing when you say that. You like people too, right? Wang Xia laughed. I'm a bit curious now. What kind of man can make our Qingya move? Is he handsome? When Yi Duan returned to the dormitory, the three Xing Chao people were studying. Olji is back. How was it with your sister? Leaf Dust, I was going to ask you. How did you feel last night? Xing Chao hemmed and hawed. You'll know when you have girlfriends. It's cool anyway. Wei Xiangyu's tone was firm. How can a red-powdered skeleton mess up my Taoist heart? A woman will only affect the efficiency of my exams. Feng Bing, that's right. The two of us are going to study for our exams. So you guys be careful of delaying your exams because of women. Xing Chao said smugly. You two are just jealous. Have you ever held a girl's hand when you grew up? Yi Chuan's cell phone rang and it was a message from Li Qingya. Dusty didn't realize you had such a fine heart. Chapter 34, Holding Hands with Li Qingya. Yi Chen saw that she addressed herself more intimately and was delighted in his heart. It's true that women prefer these little surprises. When he first received the massage instrument from Zhao Jing, he was equally surprised in his heart, impressed by her care. This time, thanks to my good sister, Jing, Yi Duan belonged to the category of being present and learning. He was still inexperienced in chasing girls despite his 2 lives. Qingya, let me meet you at your school tomorrow. Li Qingya, Dusty, your school is quite far from ours. It'll take an hour or 2 by car. Let's meet there at the museum. Leaf Dust, well okay, then we'll meet at the Zhanghai Museum. Li Qingya, Xiaoqinzi, don't buy such expensive things in the future. We are still college students, didn't make money. Wait until we work later. Leaf Dust was comfortable in his heart when he heard her kind words. Saya, you're so understanding. It's okay, I have money now. That's your hard-earned summer vacation money. Don't spend it. Hard-earned money must be spent on people who mean something. These words of love from Yi Chen made Li Qingya's heart blossom with pleasure. Dusty, is this the first time you've given a girl a present? Yi Chen thought of those gifts given to Wang Yusin, and his face calmly returned. Yes, it's the first time I gave a girl a gift. Li Qingya hemmed and hawed. Little Dusty, hurry up and review. Go to bed early afterward. Okay, I'll review then. See you tomorrow. The two finished talking. Yi Chen sent a message to Wang Yusin. Did you try the Yusin massage instrument? Not yet. Try it in a while. If it doesn't work well, return it and remember to massage it once or twice a day. Aha. Yusin, there's a freshman girl chasing me this time. Did you see that? See, I didn't promise her. Aha. Don't review too late. Get an early night. The most important thing in a relationship, apart from the material conditions, is to provide emotional value to the other person. You can't have one without the other. The girl who relies solely on material conditions to pick up, will later encounter richer, will directly abandon you, and turn to choose material conditions better. While Yi Chen was chatting with Wang Yusin, Lu Zixuan sent him a message. Lu Zixuan, what is Dusty doing? Reviewing and reading the book yet, Sister Xian. Pay attention to your body, don't review too late, and don't put too much pressure on yourself. With your ability to speculate even if you don't go to graduate school, I don't think there are many people who can compare to you. Sister Xian, do you have an American stock account? If not, remember to open one next week. Our domestic stock market is not doing well. I judge that the next will enter the bear market. There are very few chances to make money. Then you can go to earn American dollars. Okay, Dusty, I'll open an American stock account next week. Is Sister Xian busy at the company this week? It's okay, I have social engagements tomorrow at noon and in the evening, and I was going to ask Dusty to take you out for a walk. Leaf Dust was relieved in his heart. Luckily you're not okay. Sister Xian is fine. We'll go play again when we're free in the future. There's a lot of socializing, you have to pay attention to your health. He is very well aware of the drinking culture in the country. In particular, institutional and business circles are among the hardest hit. A mature and sexy beauty like Lu Zixuan, being in the business circle, if there was no background, It was hard for the company to take orders unless they sold their bodies. There are so many of the same companies in the country. Why are you a new company doing it? 7 o'clock the next morning. Yi Chuan then got on the bus and set off. His heart was beating a little fast at the thought of his upcoming meeting with Li Qingya. This is the girl he had a crush on in high school. It just so happens that Li Qingya likes him too. If he had been able to be with Li Qingya in his last life, he was very content and satisfied. But now he realized he was being a little greedy. 8:13. Yi Duan got off from the Zhonghai Museum station. Just after getting off the bus he saw Li Qingya standing by the bus stop sign. "Saya!" He shouted and walked towards Li Qingya. Li Qingya saw a smile on his face and looked him up and down with a pair of beautiful eyes. "Dusty, why do you feel that you are much more handsome than before?" Yi Chuan was all smiles. "I'm not always this handsome." After college the two rarely meet, but also the annual winter vacation high school reunion can see aside. Li Qingya looked at him. "I think you're a bit whiter than before." Yi Chuan had just been sizing her up as well, and could tell that Li Qingya had deliberately dressed up, with long brown hair draped over her shoulders, a goose-egg face with a cherry mouth, and a pavilion. "Saya, you're also more mature than before." She's developed a bit, but at a normal level. The kind like Zhao Jing belonged to the category of too well-developed and rare among her peers. Li Qingya, hurry up. The Zhonghai Museum is huge. There will be more people in a while. The two of them walked towards the Zhonghai Museum. It's the weekend and there are not a lot of people visiting the area. The two had come quite early, but it was a long way to travel, and they had to take over an hour's ride to get here. It took more than 10 minutes in line for the two to walk into the Zhonghai City Museum. The museum is huge, spread over several floors, and a normal stroll through it would take several hours. The two look like a couple as they stroll around taking pictures and chatting. "Dusty, look at this big vase, it's so pretty." Li Qingya looked at a Qing dynasty vase in front of her. Yi Chuan was also looking at the museum stuff, but more than that, he was still sneaking a look at Li Qingya. How can those things compare to Li Qingya? The two have not had many chances to see each other, and now they have to make the most of them. At the same time Yi Chuan's heart is also doing celestial struggle. Should we take the initiative to hold her hand? Will this be too soon? What if she refuses? Although Yi Duan had been a man for 2 lifetimes, he really didn't have much experience in this area. After thinking about it for more than half an hour, Yi Chen finally made a decision. As the two of them walked towards the next exhibit, he reached out and grasped Li Qingya's cold little hand in his. After doing so, his heart thumped and the rest of his eyes watched Li Qingya's reaction. Li Qingya's face did not change in any way, as if nothing had happened. Yi Chuan was relieved in his heart. It was true that a man still had to take the initiative. If you don't take the initiative, do you want the girl to take the initiative? After wandering around for an hour or so, they found a place to rest for a while. Yi Duan took out a bottle of drink from his backpack and handed it to her. "Saya, drink some water." Li Qingya looked at him. "What are you going to do after little Dusty gets into graduate school and graduates?" Yi Duan thought about it and returned. "I want to start a business. What about you?" "Li Qingya, my parents want me to take the selection examination and go to be a civil servant in the future." Yi Chuan's heart froze. If you are selected, you don't know where to work in the future, and it's hard to advance without a family background and connections in this general environment in the country. Li Qingya looked at him. "Not so much, right? I think gold shines everywhere." She hadn't stepped into society yet, hadn't experienced some of the things she had, and having grown up in fine clothes, it was only natural that she didn't understand some of the dark and ugly rules. "Chanya, your idea is good. Adding to our nation building. If you like it then go for the exam." He didn't persuade too much. Even if Li Qingya went to take the selection exam, he would never let something happen again. Chapter 35, Inquiring about Guo Gaoyang. "I'll think about it. I don't really know what to do. I think it would be good if I took the selection test." Li Qingya's heart was already inclined in this direction. This has something to do with family factors. Her parents have set up this idea and thought in her mind that it will affect her. "Leaf dust. Which province do your uncle and aunt want you to take?" "Li Qingya, of course it's over in our hometown Ludong province, but it's still early. There might be some changes in the future." "You said you want to start a business? What industry do you plan to do?" "Leaf dust. Start an investment company first." "Investment company? What are you going to start with?" "You have to have a lot of money to invest in a company." Yi Duan smiled and said, "I made some money from stock speculation over the summer, so I can just accumulate some more capital." Li Qingya froze for a moment. "You still speculate in stocks? How much money did you make?" $10 million. Li Qingya's eyes widened. "How much?" "It's about $17 million in the securities account right now." Li Qingya couldn't believe it. "Really? Are you lying to me, Dusty?" Yi Duan took out his cell phone in front of her and opened the personal account of the Donkai Securities app, and the funds in the account totaled 17.62 million. Li Qingya looked at him. "Little Dusty didn't expect you to be quite good." Leaf dust hemmed and hawed. "It's not bad." Li Qingya opened her mouth and said, "Don't be proud." More than $10 million can't even buy a decent house in Zhonghai City. Yi Chen smiled and nodded. I know. I will definitely listen to the little princess's teachings and be humble and low-key. Li Qingya's pretty face reddened and blanked him. Who is your little princess? The two of them rested for 10 minutes or so, then resumed their stroll through the museum. Yi Chuan naturally held her small hand for the second time, and it was quite comfortable in its coldness. One for the road. The second time he had been less nervous and apprehensive. It took the two of them a morning to get through the museum. Yi Duan felt shocked after reading it. The richness of the collection, which covers all dynasties, is breathtaking with that one piece of exquisite antiques. Coming out of the museum, Yi Duan was still holding her hand. Saya, what do you want to go eat? Li Qingya, just eat whatever you want. Leaf Dust, I remember there's a mall over there. Let's go eat something over there. The two walked for over 10 minutes to a nearby mall. They went to a store called Chan's Prawns, a chain of stores that make prawns. The store was crowded and business was relatively brisk. A pot of prawns came up quickly. Over 2 pounds. Yi Chuan put on his gloves and started picking the shrimp. Picking the first one to put it on Li Qingya's plate. Li Qingya's pretty face wore a smile. Little Dusty didn't expect you to be quite considerate. Yi Duan slightly smiled. Other do not understand. This little thing still do not understand it. The first shrimp that Li Qingya grilled was also put on his plate. The two are not a couple now, but they are more of a couple. Yi Chuan feels that taking Li Qingya is 9 out of 10 stable. That is, this girl is a little arrogant. Slow to heat up. Wait for the heat up is very sticky. After lunch, the two of them wandered around the mall for a while. Yi Duan bought her 2 outfits and shoes. She bought a dress and shoes for Yi Duan. Just after 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Yi Chen took a taxi to send Li Qingya back to school. There is a chauffeur present. Yi Duan want to get a little intimate contact cannot. Wait for more funds have to buy a car. 40 minutes later, the car arrived at Zhonghai Fudan University. Dusty, I'm going back. Go back and get some rest and study tomorrow. Got it. Bye. 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Yi Chuan only returned to the school, and when he returned to the dormitory he saw Wei Xiangyu and Feng Bing still studying. Wei Xiangyu, old Yi is back. Went shopping with his sister again? Yi Chuan asked curiously. Where's old Xing? Wei Xiangyu, he went out shopping with Cui Tingting. You two play every day to be careful when you can't study. Yi Duan smiled and said, I don't think it's difficult to study for the exam. Have you guys eaten? Not yet. Was planning to. Come on, get it together. The three came to the cafeteria for dinner. Yi Chuan did not see the figure of Wang Yusen, probably went to other cafeterias with his roommates, or maybe he hasn't come to eat yet. Back to the dorms. Yi Chen sat on the chair and took out his cell phone. Li Qingya had just sent him a message. Dusty, today is the happiest day I've had since college. Me too. Qingya, in the future every weekend let's go out for a walk. Combine work and rest a bit. Study hard on weekdays and relax on weekends. Aha. The two of them chatted for a while, and Li Qingya went to review her reading. At that moment Xing Chao returned, red-faced and humming a little song. Yi Duan, why is old Xing back so late? Wouldn't have gone to a bellhop, would he? Xing Chao froze for a moment. Old Ji, how do you know so much? Have you driven one too? Although Yi Duan was not married in his last life, he has opened many times in the clockwork room, mostly one-night affairs, each to his own needs. I'd love to drive it. There's no pretty girl willing to go with me yet. The dormitory was quiet as old Xing chatted with him for a couple of minutes and started reviewing. Leaf Dust sat there thinking about something. Where is this old thing Gui Gao Yang now? He was going to go for the jugular first. This old thing must be a repeat offender. And I'm guessing there are other victims who are just too afraid to speak out. Yi Chuan sent a message to Zhou Wanning. Is Sister Ning asleep? Zhou Wanning was brushing Jiayin and saw his message with some doubts in her heart. Not yet. What's wrong, Dusty? Yi Chen, Sister Ning, do you know Professor Gui Gao Yang? I know. What do you want with him? I'm not planning to go to graduate school, so I'm picking a tutor in advance. Where is Professor Gui usually? Zhou Wanning froze for a moment when she saw his message. Dusty, why don't you change someone else? His reputation is not too good. If it had been anyone else, she wouldn't have said it so directly, because it wouldn't be good for her if the chats leaked out. Leaf Dust, what happened to him? Sister Ning? Zhou Wanning, he's a man of bad character. I've heard that he harasses female students and doesn't teach male students much. Yi Chen didn't expect Gui Gao Yang's reputation to be so stinky already. Is it convenient for Sister Ning to say something? Don't worry, my brother will definitely not tell anyone else. Zhou Wanning, Xiao Duan, I believe you. Last year there was a female student who went to the academy leaders to report Gui Gao Yang, but Gui Gao Yang has been in the academy for so many years and has a good relationship with all those academy leaders. And the matter is also related to the academy's and the school's reputation. So the matter was suppressed. Not only last year, the previous 2 years there were also female students who reported him, and in the end they were all suppressed. Last year that one made a bigger mess. That female student took the evidence and reported it to the education department of Jianhai City, but it was still suppressed. Yi Chuan had long known the darkness and cruelty of society and was not surprised. Sister Ning, where was the schoolgirl afterward? She graduated early and left school. Dusty, what are you asking her for? Chapter 36 Sister Wang Mingtang. Zhou Wanning felt something was wrong. If Yi Duan wanted to pick a tutor, he shouldn't have been chasing after female students. Yi Chuan, Sister Ning, can you find the contact information of that female student? Zhou Wanning, Dust, what are you doing? Yi Chuan didn't hide it. Sister Ning, this kind of tumor stays in the school all the time. It's not good for the female students. He may still assault other people. I want to bring him to justice. At worst I have to drive him out of Jianhai Jiaotong University. Can you help me, Sister Ning? Zhou Wanning hesitated for a moment and returned. Yes, but Xiao Dust, you need to protect yourself from retaliation. I'll help you check tomorrow. She couldn't see Guigao Yang in her heart all the same, and some things were inconvenient for her. Yi Chuan, okay Sister Ning, I'll wait for your news tomorrow. Xiao Dust, can you tell me why you did that? Zhou Wanning was curious in her heart. It was reasonable to say that Guigao Yang hadn't offended him. Doing this kind of thing out of the blue would surely put pressure on him if the leaders of the college or school knew about it. If the scandal is exposed, the entire Jianhai Jiaotong University will lose face. Yi Chuan thought for a moment and returned. Sister Ning has no other reason. He didn't offend me. I just don't like what he did. If this kind of person doesn't get the punishment he deserves, what is the meaning of the law? If he never gets the punishment he deserves, he will only get worse. And maybe one day a classmate or schoolmate close to me will be victimized by him. Zhou Wanning didn't expect him to be full of justice. It's not unusual for this kind of justice and fervor to appear in college students. After all, they haven't experienced the ravages of society and haven't had their edges smoothed out. If a person who has been in society for a long time sees this kind of thing, he or she may just curse a couple of times, while others may look on with indifference, not caring about their own business. Like Yi Chen, who had nothing to do with him, yet he wanted to meddle in such matters. In Zhou Wanning's opinion, Yi Chen had a kind and chivalrous heart. She thought it was good that the community needed such people. Unfortunately, she didn't know that Yi Chen's main purpose for doing so was to save Wang Yusen. And of course there's that little bit of chivalry. The next morning, Leaf Dust was in the classroom reviewing with his roommate. At 9:30 he opened the Dongkai Securities app and looked at the 3 stocks he had purchased. The 3 demon stocks unsurprisingly opened up. The account made a profit of over $1,700,000 today, approaching the $20 million mark. As the amount of money increased, he needed to change his speculation strategy. Small demon stocks can no longer be played. The main reason is that it is too troublesome to operate. And the second is that his speculation data can be seen by the back office of Dongkai Securities Company. It's okay to get a few of these little demon stocks right, but if you get too many of them, there's no chance you'll get the SEC on your ass. Although he wasn't afraid of being investigated, he didn't want to make an issue out of it. Yi Chuan looked at all the stocks in the stock market. His brain was spinning rapidly, looking for stocks that had performed well in his last life. Looked for almost half an hour. When seeing a stock's name, subsequent movements about that stock instantly pop into your mind. Zhong'an Lithium, which is a company that has been previously hooded ST. A stock was hooded ST. On behalf of being warned by the Securities and Futures Commission, there is a risk of being delisted. Investors may not return their money, but this stock has been going strong, having multiplied from a share price of $1.26 to $8.10 now. Because this company's main business is lithium carbonate. Lithium carbonate is the main raw material for new energy car batteries. The rapid development of the new energy industry also drive the development of the upstream industry, so that the demand for lithium carbonate doubled. The futures price of lithium carbonate has now risen to over 400,000 a ton. Zhong'an Lithium has doubled several times, but it has followed up strongly, more than quadrupling again in the following 2 months. This stock is now in a pullback phase, which according to history was initiated on October 10th. In October, because of the National Day holiday and overlapping weekends, the domestic stock market doesn't open for trading until October 10, with the preceding 9 days being holidays. Today is September 19th and there are 10 more trading days to go. If it had gone up every day for 10 days, he would have had a body of money of about $47 million. $47 million could all be bought into Zhong'an Lithium by then. Zhong'an Lithium is not a small demon stock, but a stock with speculative hotspots and performance. Daily turnover averages more than $1 billion. Tens of millions of dollars to go and won't turn up much of a wave. By the time the speculation is done with Zhong'an Lithium, it will almost be a new year. The domestic stock market will turn from a bull market to a bear market and begin to plummet. When the time comes, you can seamlessly go to the U.S. stock market to make U.S. dollars. Yi Chen finished thinking and opened WeChat, seeing that Zhou Wanning had sent him a message 10 minutes ago. Dusty, I found the contact information for that female student, but I'm not sure if she's still using it now, so try contacting her. Okay Inging, I'll get in touch. Yichuan quietly slipped out of the classroom and made a call to the schoolmate named Wang Mingting. The phone rang twice and then connected. Hello, who is it? A woman's pleasant voice came out from within the cell phone. Yichuan, may I ask if you are Sister Wang Mingting? I'm Yichuan, a computer major from the Electronic College of Zhanghai Jiaotong University. When Wang Mingting heard his self-introduction, she was a little puzzled in her heart. What do you want with me? Yichuan, are you working now? Senior sister? I'm looking for you for something. About Guo Yang. Where are you? I'll go over to find you. Wang Mingting looked hesitant as she sniffed, and after several seconds returned. What is it about Guo Yang? I don't know this person you're talking about. Yichuan knew that she had scruples and was worried that she was someone sent by Guo Yang. Sister, I want Guo Yang to be brought to justice. A friend of mine was molested by him. Pick a place and let's meet and talk. Wang Mingting, how did you find my contact information? Yi Duan, I have some connections in the academy and asked someone to inquire. I'll get off work at 11:30. You wait for me at the Shangnan Flavor Restaurant in the Songjiang district. Add me as a WeChat friend for a bit and I'll send you the address. Okay schoolmarm. After he added Wang Mingting, he soon sent an address. This address is not very far from Lu Zishuan's company, both in one district. Yi Duan was now in Jiangpu district, and it would take more than an hour to get there by car. He took a bus to the restaurant in the Pine River district. At 11:20 in the morning, Yi Duan arrived at the Hunan Southern Flavor Restaurant. He asked for a box and sent a message to Wang Mingting. Sister, I've arrived at the restaurant. In box 202. About 20 minutes later, there was a knock on the door. A pretty young girl walked in. She was sizing up Leaf Dust, and Leaf Dust was looking at her. Hello senior sister, I'm Yichuan, please have a seat. Wang Mingting looked at him and asked, what year are you in college now? Senior year. I'm preparing for grad school, so order your food, sister, and see what you like to eat. Wang Mingting was not polite and ordered a few signature dishes. Yi Duan ordered 2 dishes and said to the waiter, can you make it slightly spicy? Yes sir. Wait for the waiter to go out. Wang Mingting looked at him. Senior Yichuan, directly state your intentions. Chapter 37, Getting the Evidence. Yichuan said softly, Senior sister, I want to ask, do you still have any evidence in your hands about Guo Yang's crime? If there is, send me a copy. I'll try to find a way to bring him to justice. Wang Mingting didn't answer him first. Do you know where I made a scene in the first place? Leaf Dust, District Education Bureau. Right? Wang Mingting nodded. When I first took the evidence of being molested by Guo Yang to the District Education Bureau, that was the first reality lesson in my life. I really recognize what is society. What is reality? It is not as beautiful as I imagined, and even once felt that I used to live in an unreal fairy tale. Leaf Dust understood her feelings very well. In his last life, when he first entered society, he had similarly experienced a lot of things that turned his views upside down. People need to be strong inside or they will end up being depressed themselves. Looking at Wang Mingting's current state, she should have already thought about it. Yi Duan spoke. Sisters, see your current state. I feel happy for you. Society is so cruel. We ordinary people are like a flatboat on the sea. We can only learn to go with the flow in order to survive. When the day comes that we grow into a giant ship, then we will ride the waves, swim against the current, and cut through the thorns. Wang Mingting, how are you going to fix him? Yi Duan, you have tried all the formal channels. That road won't work. You can only use online public opinion. I plan to expose his behavior online. Wang Mingting spoke up. I tried it online before, but my account was blocked, and then I compromised, or else I wouldn't even be able to get my diploma. Yichuan, sister, you conveniently send me a copy of the evidence. The rest of the things I'll operate. This matter may also bring you some trouble. If the story came out, the leaders of the academy would surely approach her, thus causing ripples in her already peaceful life. Wang Mingting, I have several pieces of evidence in my hand that he molested and sexually harassed other people. At first I just took out my own evidence, and then when I saw that it didn't work, I didn't take out any other evidence. Yi Duan did not expect there to be unexpected joy. The more evidence like this, the greater the success rate. Then, senior sister, you send me those pieces of evidence, not yours, so that the academy leaders won't think of you, and I promise I won't divulge this matter to anyone. Wang Mingting, I hope we can get this shameless old thing arrested this time. At that moment there was a knock on the door and the waiter came in with the meal. The two began to eat, and every meal was quite spicy. Yichuan quite liked to eat spicy, but too spicy and cannot eat. Not a moment later on the head sweating. On the contrary, Wang Mingting, people have nothing at all. Where are you from that you can eat spicy food so well? School teacher. Wang Mingting laughed when she saw him. People from Hunan province. We all eat like this there. Yichuan wiped the sweat on his head. Senior sister, How many people has that Gui Gao Yang molested and violated? Wang Mingting, I don't know exactly, but I've inquired about dozens of people. I have 5 video evidence in my hand, all of which are him taking advantage of the lecture, molesting and harassing the girls, and there is also a video of him in the lab and a female student which I secretly captured. Yi Duan, absolutely can't let this dog thing continue to stay in the school, or else I don't know how many female students will be poisoned by him in the future. Wang Mingting said after she had eaten her fill. I'll send you those 5 videos now, so you can take care of them and not bring too much annoyance to their lives. Yi Chuan gently nodded. Okay, senior sister. Wang Mingting then sent over 5 videos, none of which were filmed for very long. The shorter ones for more than 10 seconds, and the longer ones for dozens of seconds. The video clearly records Gui Gao Yang's molestation and harassment of female students. The last video, which was shot over a longer period of time, was of Gui Gao Yang and a female student doing that sort of thing in an unmanned lab, and the footage was a bit exciting. He looked at it twice and hurriedly closed it. Thank you, schoolmate. Wang Mingting looked at him. I hope you can help me fulfill this wish. The two of them separated when they came out of the restaurant, and Yi Chuan called Lu Zixuan. Sister Xian, are you at the company? Yes. What's wrong, Dusty? Sister Xian, I happen to be near the company. Go over and see you. You miss your sister? Come over then. Sis misses you a bit too. Leaf Dust took a car and came to Yaxing Technical Services LLC. The receptionist, Li Jing, froze for a moment when she saw him. Dusty, why are you here? I'm looking for Sister Xian for something. Li Jing looked at him with a little complicated eyes. She had heard all the rumors about the company. She didn't think that Yi Chuan was really a little white boy. He had already gone back to school to study, but he still often came to find General Manager Lu. Mr. Lu is in his office. Did you talk to Mr. Lu? I just talked to Xian on the phone. Go on in. Then, when Yi Chuan walked into the company, Li Jing was a little disdainful in her heart. Looks good looking. Didn't expect to be a soft eater? Yuck. Yi Chuan came to Lu Zixuan's office, where she was looking at the computer to deal with company matters. Dusty's here. Have a seat. Yi Chuan sat across from him, and Lu Zixuan poured him a cup of coffee. Dusty didn't study in class today? Yi Duan smiled and said, the course I reviewed almost. The exam is not a big problem. Sister Xian, I have something I want to ask you. What is it? Lu Zixuan looked at him curiously. Leaf Dust, our school has a professor. Usually with graduate students, he is a person of bad character. Often take advantage of female students. Threats, harassment and coercion to violate the female students. I want to expose him on the internet. The reality of reporting the words did not have much effect. Lu Zixuan's face was calm. Is there any solid evidence in your hands? Leaf Dust nodded slightly. There are a few videos. Lu Zixuan laughed. That would be good. There are hundreds of media organizations on Jitterbug. Just pitch them. Even if this person has some connections in Shanghai City, it's impossible to have connections all over the country. And there are some foreign media organizations on the internet. They just like to report some scandalous things in the country, and then achieve some of their purposes. I know quite a few people from media organizations. I'll help you contact them. Yi Duan, okay Sister Xian. You help me contact the contacts, and then I'll pitch to those media organizations online. Lu Zixuan gave him a few contact details and then gave those people a heads up in advance. Sister Xian, thanks. Lu Zixuan walked to his side, a fragrance coming from her nose as she reached out and placed her hand on Yi Chen's shoulder. No need to be polite. Xiao Dust must not expose himself, otherwise the leaders of your school will definitely look for you. This matter has become a big deal. Shanghai Jiaotong University's face, and it will cause a big blow to the school's reputation and image. If you're exposed, it's not likely that the school leaders will put all sorts of small shoes on you. This is a matter that if you believe in your sister's words, leave it to her. Yi Duan, Sister Xian, of course I believe in you. Just worried about whether it will cause you trouble. The school reputation, image is not to rely on the cover-up, but should face up to the mistakes, rewards and punishments. Lu Zixuan, there won't be any trouble. Since you believe in Sis, then Sis will help you get it. You send me the video. Chapter 38, The Philandering Rich Kid. Yi Chen simply processed the video and then sent a copy to Lu Zixuan. Lu Zixuan smiled and said, hand it over to Sister and you can rest assured that you'll be able to watch the Jitterbug hot search in a couple of days. Yi Chen took a sip of coffee. Thank you, Sister Xian. Lu Zixuan, don't be polite. It won't cost much money. This revelation itself carries its own public opinion. Slightly more than one media report on the hot search will be up. Those media organizations have a huge amount of fans. Yi Chuan and Lu Zixuan chatted for a while about investing in the company, understanding the conditions and process, and then left. The bus ride back to school was after 4 in the afternoon. He came to the classroom to study for a while and then went to dinner with his 3 housemates. Old Yi, you're a godsend all day long. What have you been up to? Xing Chao asked while eating. Leaf Dust, something came up. Went out to get busy. Xing Chao, what's a student like you got to be busy with? Going to find a girl? Yi Duan smiled back. Went to look for a rich woman worth hundreds of millions of dollars, both young and pretty with a good body. Xing Chao's eyes widened. Really? Old Ji, you don't want to eat soft rice, do you? Wei Xiangyu, there is this good thing to introduce to the brothers to introduce. Exhausting graduate school out is also a part-time job. A lifetime cannot earn $1 billion. Xing Chao looked at Wei Xiangyu. Old Wei, usually you wilted. The moment you talk about the rich woman's eyes are bright. You the small-bodied people rich women cannot see. Feng Bing also opened his mouth and said, that's right, your physique is too poor. Lao Yi, I have a good body. 1 meter 8, strong body, half an hour is not a problem. Yi Duan looked at the two of them. I didn't expect the two of you to live the most transparent life. I thought you only knew how to read. Feng Bing, we study so hard all for a better life in the future. Who wouldn't want to take a shortcut if there is one? What shortcut? What are you guys chatting about? Zhao Jing brought Su Hui across to them. Wei Xiangyu's several people immediately resumed eating in a serious manner. Yi Duan smiled and said, a few of them don't want to work hard anymore and want to take shortcuts to find a rich woman to adopt. Zhao Jing looked at him with a smile on her face. Brother, let's go for a walk on the playground after dinner later. Leaf dust, well good. It's too boring to review every day. Xing Chao's trio bristled. You haven't been in the classroom all day and you're still boring? Had dinner. Yi Chen walked out of the cafeteria with Zhao Jing and Su Hui and headed towards the school playground. Zhao Jing said as she walked, Brother Yi Chen, there are so many people chasing after me right now, and every day people send me things. It's annoying as hell. Yi Duan laughed. You're pretty. It's normal to have people chasing after you. Zhao Jing, one of them is a rich kid from other colleges, giving me cell phones, flowers, and whatnot, looking so ugly and still chasing after me. No self-awareness at all. She wasn't a face reader, but she had to not be ugly at the very least. The trio soon arrived at the playground. There were quite a lot of people walking and a lot of running for exercise. The school will hold a field day next month. However, this had nothing to do with Yi Duan and the others. The main characters were those specialty students from the sports academy. They are ranked in the NCAA, and comparing them to them is the difference between an amateur and a pro. Leaf Dust came out for a walk just because he didn't want to go back to the dormitory to study. The three of them took a relaxing walk and chatted with the evening breeze. Just as they were walking, a man stopped them in front. Who is he? The man's eyes showed cynicism as he looked at Yi Chen. What do you care? Does it matter to you that he's my boyfriend? Scram! Zhao Jing was very tough, not giving the other side any face. The man was dressed in a famous brand, and Yi Duan was now a man of insight. The brand of clothes on the man are international brands. A dress must be a few thousand, tens of thousands. He didn't get the slightest bit angry at being scolded by Zhao Jing, but instead looked at Yi Chen. You stay away from Zhao Jing or I'll make you look good. If Yi Chuan hadn't experienced social beatings in his last life, he might have been bluffed by the other party. After all, he is a rich second generation. He is a bumpkin from the countryside. His status cannot be compared. He returned with a calm face. Your father is a black jersey. You are so crazy. Now the country is cracking down on this aspect. I advise you not to give your father to cause trouble, or your father is angry and sure to beat you up. Yi Duan had a mouthful of your father, sounding like he was educating a child. It's not very hurtful. It's extremely insulting. Zhou Jipeng pointed at him with an ugly face. Have the guts to tell me your name and class. Yi Duan, look at you talking like a child. I'm Yi Duan from class 1 of the senior year computer science major. I'm always waiting for you to come to me, but I think you should ask your parents before you do anything. He kind of looked down on last Jipeng, completely spoiled by the family dude. It's nothing but a show of wealth and coolness and ruthlessness. It is now a society governed by the rule of law, and although there are a lot of human affairs, no one dares to bring lawlessness into the open. Once public opinion festers, the consequences are dire. Zhou Jipeng could feel his disdain for himself and his heart was about to explode. He was going to put in a stern word, but it also felt like childish behavior, and he turned and left in a huff. Zhao Jing spoke up and said, this person is annoying as hell, always stalking, thinking that his family has a little bit of stinking money. Don't let people like that dampen your mood. It's not a very good night tonight. It's a bit cloudy. Su Wei, I see in the weather forecast that there will be rain for the next 5 or 6 days. Zhao Jing smiled and said, Brother Yi Chuan, it's the time when the seasons are changing. Remember to dress warmly or you'll easily get sick and catch a cold. It's after 7:40 p.m. Yi Chen returned to the dormitory and sent a message to Li Qingya and Wang Yusin respectively. It seems to be raining and cooling down in the past few days. Remember to dress warmly as the seasons change. Li Qingya and Wang Yusin replied to him almost simultaneously. Li Qingya, got it Dusty. You should pay attention too. Wang Yusin, well, you too. A smile appeared on Yi Chuan's face. Zhao Jing was not very old, but she knew a lot, and she had learned a lot from her. He chatted briefly with the two and told them to continue their review. Li Qingya and Wang Yusin are going to graduate school. There is no shortcut to graduate school. You can only work hard to review. This time is a bit like the months before the college entrance exams. The spirit is tight. Go all out. Zhou Wanning sent him a message. Dusty, do you know anyone yet? Yi Chuan, Sister Ning found it. She had a meal with that schoolmate at noon today, and she has several pieces of evidence in her hands about Gui Gao Yang molesting students. Zhou Wanning, what are you going to do next? Leaf Dust, I have a friend who said she'd get it for me. She's worried that I'll get dug up and the school leaders will find me in trouble again. Zhou Wanning, if you are dug out, the school leaders will definitely look for you. This friend of yours is quite good. What does she do? Sister Ning, she's the boss of the company I used to work for, and she followed me to make some money from speculating on stocks, so she got acquainted after a while. When Zhou Wanning saw her message, she was a bit surprised. It's a female? Chapter 39, Fighting. Leaf Dust didn't expect her focus to be here. It's female. How old? How do you look? Yi Duan froze for a moment. 29 years old. Quite good looking. What's wrong, Sister Ning? Zhou Wanning reminded him. Xiao Dust, you're still young. Be a little more vigilant. Don't be fooled. Ha? Are you worried about me getting lost in the favor of my rich sister? Inging? Zhou Wanning, you're so young. You don't know the dangers of society. Of course she may be genuinely good for you. I mean to be a little more vigilant in everything. Okay, Sister Inging, I understand. Study hard for your exams and don't delay your studies. Okay, Inging, good night. Good night. After the two of them finished chatting, Yi Chuan put down his phone and looked at the three of them. Xing Chao, who were all reviewing and reading books. Yi Chuan had wanted to lie down on the bed to rest, felt embarrassed, and forced himself to read for a while. The next day, the internet was quiet and there was no news about Guo Gao Yang. Yi Chen did not rush Lu Zixuan. He knew Lu Zixuan's ability, and this kind of thing to operate, cannot give Guo Gao Yang the opportunity to react, must be a fatal blow. It's been a rainy couple of days. The temperature has dropped and there's a bit of a difference between morning and evening temperatures, so you'll need a jacket. Yi Duan reviewed in the classroom every day. A good part of the time though was spent playing with his cell phone as he reminisced about some of the people and significant events of his last life. Some things need to get some hints in order to surface the full picture that follows. Like a couple of later stocks, he didn't remember them very well, and it was only after he saw the names of the stocks that the details of their later movements specifically came to mind. September 24th, Saturday morning. After waiting for 5 days, Yi Duan finally saw a news report about Guo Gao Yang on the internet. Early that morning, several media organizations with large followings reported almost simultaneously. Guo Gao Yang, professor and graduate tutor of Zhanghai Jiaotong University, molested, sexually harassed and assaulted dozens of female students. Media reports released several videos at the same time that directly solidified his behavior. Public opinion began to ferment under the role of some water armies and a large number of netizens. Media organizations of all sizes have also begun to cover the story in droves. Yi Chuan and his roommate were eating in the cafeteria when he received a message from Lu Zixuan. Dusty, there are already media organizations reporting things online. Did you see that? Yi Chuan hurriedly returned. Sister Xian, I'm eating, I haven't seen it yet. Lu Zixuan, soon it is estimated that it will be on the hot search. Unless he has heavenly means. If not, he will definitely be dealt with according to the law. Yi Duan typed a reply. Is Sister Xian free at noon? Brother treats you to dinner. There's a drinking game at noon, so come to my sister's house for dinner tonight, so you can taste my sister's handiwork. Okay, Sister Xian, send me the address when you get there. The two had just finished talking when Zhao Jing and Su Hui walked over. Brother Yi Chen, let's go out and play today. Yi Chen didn't want to go to the library to review with Xing Chao's trio. Good. Study should be a combination of work and rest. Then I'll go back to the dormitory to change my clothes first. I just accidentally got dirty. Brother Yi Chuan, you eat your fill and wait for me at the entrance of the cafeteria for a while. Wait for Zhao Jing and Su Hui to leave. Xing Chao spoke up. Old Yi, don't you like that high school white moonlight? Why do you keep going to play with her? You kid isn't raising fish, right? Wei Sanyu, old Yi definitely wants to have his feet in two boats. Who doesn't mind having more beautiful women around? Yi Chen had a straight face. I take Xiao Jing as my sister. Don't measure me with your dirty thoughts. Xing Chao skimmed his mouth. Alright, old Yi, you don't have to pretend. We are all men who don't understand anyone. Question King Zhou. Understand King Zhou. Become King Zhou. After breakfast, Xing Chao and the three of them went to the school library to read books for review. Yi Chen waited outside for a while before Zhao Jing came dressed in a casual outfit. She had long hair, a delicate figure, and looked youthful and a little sassy with her hands in her pockets. It's beautiful. It's nice to have a girlfriend like that. The figures of Li Qingya and Wang Yusin came to his mind to compare with her. Each of the three is great. Zhao Jing came to his side and said with a smile, Brother Yi Chen, today I'll treat you to a movie. Yi Duan smiled. There's no reason to let your sister treat you. Brother's treat. Let's go. The two men walked towards the outside of the school. When walking out of the school's entrance, Yi Chuan saw several supercars parked there, attracting the attention of everyone around. Yi Duan also couldn't help but look twice. Cool supercars young people who don't like. Upon seeing the person standing next to the supercar, Yi Chuan's eyes froze as Zhou Jipeng stood there. He saw the two of them, Yi Chen and Zhao Jing, walking towards the two of them. The four men beside him followed. These few people were friends that Zhou Jipeng had called in to give him the courage to humiliate Yi Chen. Seeing that the situation was not good, Zhao Jing pulled Yi Chen's hand and said, "Let's go back first." Yi Duan also knew that a good man should not be defeated, but it was too faceless to flee in front of a beautiful woman. "Zhao Jing, you go back first, don't get hurt by mistake later." Zhao Jing didn't move. This matter was because of her. How could she possibly back down? Zhou Jipeng's few people walked up to the two people. The eyes of the surrounding people also gathered on a few people. "Yi Chuan, weren't you quite wild the other day? Now show me another wild one." Zhou Jipeng has 4 friends around him, plus his family has money and connections. The bottom line is full. With your dangling face, no wonder Zhao Jing can't look at you. Yi Chuan's expression was calm, and he couldn't see the slightest bit of panic. In his 2 lives, he had a very rich life experience. And what scenes had he not seen? Big deal. "I'll take a beating. Squeak and I'll lose." When Zhou Jipeng heard his words, it was as if he had received a 10,000 point blitz and his face changed drastically. "Nima, do you really think I have a good temper? My family has plenty of money. Beating you up is a big deal. I can afford to lose some money. Give me to him." Before Zhou Jipeng's words fell, Yi Chuan preempted him and lifted his leg and kicked him to the ground. A dude who had his body hollowed out by booze and sex couldn't compare to Yi Chen in terms of physical fitness. He was physically fit after so many years of working in the countryside as a child and running and working out regularly in high school and college. The other 4 heard Zhou Jipeng's words and rushed up. They are all current students at other universities and their families have money. The 4 people did not have any rules and regulations, rushing towards Yi Chen to greet him with fists and feet. Leaf Dust dodged as he shot back. Suddenly a figure rushed out beside him and kicked a man in the head. The man's body froze on the spot and fell straight to the ground. When Yi Chuan saw the person who had struck, his face froze, and he received a punch and a kick on his body in the moment he froze, only to see Zhao Jing kick another person in the chest. The person cackled and fell back several steps, crouching on the ground. Yi Chen and the other 2 fought together, gaining the upper hand and beating the 2 men so much that they didn't dare to take the initiative again. After a few minutes, all 5 of Zhou Jipeng's men were knocked to the ground. There were a few footprints on leaf dust, nothing else. He looked at Zhao Jing with a surprised expression. "Little Jing, you're so powerful?" 3.5 of the 5 men were put down by her, and her body was a practiced one at first glance, much to his amazement. Chapter 40 Nanyang Street Police Station. Zhao Jing smiled back. "I'd been practicing boxing sparring since I was a kid." He was really amazed by Zhao Jing today. He didn't expect her to be so powerful. At this moment the few people on the ground crawled up, their eyes carrying a few moments of panic. Zhou Jipeng similarly did not expect Zhao Jing to be so fierce. A female put down several men. "You're waiting to be taken in and expelled from school." He had planned it before he came. The big deal if you win the fight is that you lose some money. If he loses the fight he'll have to send Leaf Dust in to squat and get expelled from school. A bumpkin from the countryside. What can he fight me with? Zhao Jing's face changed slightly. Zhou Jipeng's family was rich at first glance, and he probably had some connections in Zhanhai City. Yi Chuan took out his cell phone and thought about making a call to Zhou Wanning. Zhou Wanning was their class counselor. It's normal to go to her for anything and the relationship is pretty good. Maybe Zhou Wanning didn't know anyone, but her mom and dad were both veteran professors, so maybe they had some connections. "What's wrong with Dusty?" Yi Chuan opened his mouth and said, "Sister Ning, I was beaten up by a group of 5 rich second-generation people in front of the school, and the police are coming soon." While on the phone he heard sirens and figured someone around him had called the police. "Where are you now?" "South entrance. I'm on my way." "Hang up." Zhao Jing looked at him and asked, "Who did you call?" "Our counselor. Zhou Jipeng's side is also calling home." 2 minutes later, 2 police cars stopped and came to the entrance of Zhanghai Jiaotong University. "Who's fighting? What's going on?" "Leaf Dust. My classmates and I were planning to go out to play, and we just came out of the school, and 5 of them came up and wanted to beat us up." Zhao Jing also spoke up. "Yes, we were acting in self-defense." The man then questioned Zhou Jipeng and the people around him. "My buddy got hit in the head by them. You guys call an ambulance." Things were clear, but then the guy investigating got a phone call and their attitude changed instantly. "You two come back to the station with us first. We need to look into this in more detail." At this moment, Zhou Wanning rushed here out of breath. "Yi Chuan, are you alright?" "Mr. Zhou, I'm fine." The policeman who was investigating said, "Are these students from your class?" The two of them are suspected of assault and we need to take them back for investigation. Zhou Wanning froze for a moment. Aren't those the rich kids who beat up my students? At this point, from what we know, they are both uninjured. They have someone on their side with a head injury that needs to go to the hospital for treatment, and the injuries will be identified later. Zhou Wanning, I hope you deal with it impartially. This is our students of Zhanghai Jiaotong University. If they are wronged, our Zhanghai Jiaotong University will definitely pursue the matter to the end. JNTU is a top institution of learning in the country. School principals have a lot of influence. Don't look at the face of the monk. There was some hesitation in the mind of that comrade policeman. Teacher, I'm also a student of the University of Transportation. I can't just cast a net over him because he's a student of the school. Zhou Jipeng was a little smug in his heart. The cop, you two come with us first and we'll look into the matter. Zhou Wanning was just a class counselor with little influence. If she was the director of the college, the vice president or whatever, the chief of the street police station would have to be courteous and respectful. Yi Chen and Zhao Jing were taken away to the Nanyang Street Police Station. They were not treated in any special way, but were left hanging after detailing what had happened again. Being left out to dry can add a psychological burden to the normal average person. Keeps you in a constant state of tension and apprehension. Yi Chen took out his cell phone and first sent a message to Zhao Jing. Don't worry Jing, it'll be fine. Brother Yi Chen, are you alright? It's okay, I'll brush up on Shakeology. After saying that, he opened Shake Shack and looked at the hot list. The news that Gui Gaoyang, a professor at Zhanghai Jiaotong University, molested and sexually harassed students hit the hot seat. Yi Chuan looked at it. At the very least, there were hundreds of large and small media outlets reporting on this matter, forming a very large network opinion. There has been no official departmental response, but the JHTS, the Gangpa District Education Bureau, the City Education Bureau and other departments are already in disarray. To cause such a large public opinion on the internet, for Zhanghai Jiaotong University is tantamount to losing face across the country. If a response is not made in the shortest possible time, the school's image and reputation will suffer a great deal of damage. 11 o'clock in the morning. JNTU was the first to respond. Regarding the situation reflected on the network, after investigation is true, revoke the qualification of Gui Gaoyang's postgraduate instructor, revoke the position of teacher of Zhanghai University, terminate the employment relationship, and at the same time, apply to the higher authorities to revoke its qualification as a teacher, and at the same time, cooperate with the police in the investigation. It took the news to calm public opinion a bit, but things are far from over. Such a major online public opinion event has never happened in the history of JNTU. The leaders of the Zhanghai University of Transportation are secretly investigating the source through their connections. He needs to know who's behind this. JNTU is one of the top institutions in the country with a high administrative level. The principal is at the level of deputy minister, against the deputy secretaries of Zhanghai City and other provinces. Fortunately, Lu Zixuan prepared for a few days and didn't do this on her own, but spent money to find a specialized person to do it. The other side. After Zhou Wanning saw Yi Chen being taken away, he first checked the school's surveillance video. After reading what happened, the first thing I did was call my father. She didn't have connections, but his parents did. Zhou Jitsai returned after hearing this. I know, I'll make a call later. It was only after hanging up the phone that Shuji called one of his students. You're looking for me, Mr. Zhou Jitsai, Xiao Lu has something that needs to trouble you. Teacher Zhou, you just say it directly. What's troublesome or not? As long as the student can do it, definitely go for it. Zhou Jitsai, it's like this. There's a student named Yi Duan over at Jiangpu campus of Zhanghai Jiaotong University, and today there are 5 rich second generation who went to beat him up. Just after 11 o'clock in the morning, Yi Duan was playing with his cell phone in his room when a beautiful young policewoman walked in. Hello fellow student Yi Chuan, I'm Lin Yu, the deputy chief of the Nanyang Street Police Station. Lin Yu was quite pretty, about 1 meter 6.5 tall, with an undulating figure, and looked to be 20 or 89 years old. Hello, Director Lin. Lin Yu smiled. After the matter has been investigated by us, there is nothing wrong with you guys. You can leave now. Yi Chuan opened his mouth and asked, where are Zhou Jipeng and the few others? They violated the public order regulations and have been placed in administrative detention, and we will follow up by notifying their parents. How many days of administrative detention? Just administrative detention? The 5 of them are going to beat me up indiscriminately. Lin Yu wore a smile on her face. Fellow student Yi Duan, if you and any of your classmates were injured, they might be able to be criminally detained. It's a bit of a stretch right now. Zhou Jipeng and the others had also looked for connections, and perhaps it was Lin Yu who had called his men before. Now Yi Chen's relationship was obviously stronger. Otherwise Lin Yu wouldn't have personally come over to tell him this. Okay, thank you Director Lin. No need to be polite. This is what we should do. Yi Chuan student, you know our Director Lu? Director Lu? What Director Lu? He knows a limited number of people in Jianhai City. Yi Duan asked rhetorically. Which Director Lu did you say it was? Lin Yu smiled and said back. Director Lu from the City Bureau. Chapter 41, Director Lu of the Municipal Bureau. Lin Yu hadn't expected such a small matter to alarm the leaders of the city council, though the other party didn't explicitly say anything about letting her enforce the law impartially. But how could she, as a member of the system, not understand what the leader meant? Some things leaders don't say are too obvious because of the possibility of becoming a handle. To state the obvious, that's favoritism and using power for personal gain. The institution takes the art of talking to the extreme. The people below also have to try very hard to figure out what the leaders mean. If you want to make it in the system, your emotional intelligence must be extremely high. She didn't expect Yi Chen's relationship to be so hard that the leaders of the city council knew each other. It's kind of scary. Zhou Jipeng, a few people's relationship as the leadership of the District Public Security Bureau, cannot be compared with the leadership of the Municipal Bureau. The difference between heaven and earth. Yi Duan smiled back. I don't recognize it. Lin Yu's heart froze when she heard his words, then a smile appeared on her face, understanding the meaning of his words. As for what she understood, Yi Chen didn't know, because he was telling the truth and really didn't recognize it. Lin Yu smiled and said, Yi Chuan student, today it's my men who don't know what they're doing. Don't be angry. Some other day sis will treat you to dinner. Yi Chuan similarly needed to make connections, and since the other party had taken the initiative to show his goodwill, he definitely accepted. There are many benefits to getting to know more people in your circle. In the future, if this kind of thing happened again, there would be no need to trouble Zhou Wanning again. Lin Yu already knew the background of his connections. The county officials are not as good as the current ones. Yi Duan, sister, you just call me Xiao Duan. You're too polite. I'll treat you to dinner. Lin Yu heard his address and felt his attitude. Her heart was equally happy. This was someone who knew the leaders of the city council. How can I, as a sister, let you treat me? I said I'll treat. Tomorrow night. Tomorrow I'm off duty. Okay, Sister Moon. I'll add your contact information. The two finished adding their contact information to each other. She brought Yi Chen to the room where Zhao Jing was. Lin Yu smiled and said, Classmate Zhao Jing, you guys are fine. You can go now. Oh, okay. Lin Yu sent the two out. She looked at them and asked with a smile, Are you two a couple? Yi Duan, this is my sister Zhao Jing. Lin Yu gave him a meaningful look and smiled faintly. Dusty, you guys take your time. Okay, Sister Moon. From the police station, Zhao Jing looked at him suspiciously. Who is she? Why do you two look familiar with each other? Leaf Dust, she's the deputy director. I'm looking for a very powerful relationship. She's afraid of offending me. She wants to treat me to dinner tomorrow. Zhao Jing seemed to understand. What kind of relationship are you looking for? Leaf Dust, I look for Mr. Zhou, Mr. Zhou to find the relationship. Or you think we can so easily out of it? If it does not matter, is expected to be administrative detention for a few days. Zhao Jing asked. Where are Zhou Jipeng and the few others? Administrative detention. But they have money and connections in their family, so they might pay some money to go home and stay there, and odds are they won't go to the detention center. It's a real bargain. They should be taken in for a while. Xiao Jing didn't expect you to be so good at fighting. A female beating up several men. The corners of Zhao Jing's mouth rose slightly, somewhat self-satisfied. Isn't it a special sense of security for brother Yi Chen to follow me around? Leaf Dust felt a bit insulted. Shouldn't I be the one to say that to a girl? He looked at the time and said, It's almost noon. The movie can't be watched. Brother treats you to dinner. Zhao Jing looked at him. Brother Yi Duan, movies can be watched in the afternoon as well. Don't you clip? I can't stand the sound of your voice. Zhao Jing smiled cheekily. Brother, let's go eat that buffet. Okay, I'll call Ning first to let her know. He took out his cell phone and called Zhou Wanning. Sister Ning, I just got out of the police station. I'm already fine. Zhou Wanning sighed in relief. It's good that it's okay. Call me if there's anything in the future. Okay, Sister Inging. Sister Inging, are you home yet? No, quite a bit of school to take care of, so I'll go back next week, and next weekend happens to be a national holiday. Sister Ning, you go ahead and get busy. I'll thank you and Uncle some other time. You're welcome. I'll get busy. Hang up. Yi Chuan and Zhao Jing came to the cafeteria in the mall near the school. While eating, Yi Duan looked at the Jitterbug hot search. Gui Yao Yang's matter had risen to the top 20 of the hot list, causing a great deal of public opinion. However, the public opinion has receded after the response of JHTSU, and the leaders of JHTSU are using their energy to reduce the heat. Leaf Dust's purpose had been achieved, and it didn't matter if the heat level decreased. At this time, Sister Wang Mengting sent him a message. I saw the news on the internet. You've accomplished your heart's desire as well. Senior sister, haven't you? Well, I'm in a good mood to see him end up like this. Elementary school brother, will you join us for a drink tonight? Hokage, I have a date tonight. Some other time. Okay, some other time then. Zhao Jing looked at him. Brother is chatting with someone. Hurry up and eat. The shabu shabu is ready. The two had lunch and went back to the movies. The movie theater was full of couples. The movie was supposed to be pretty well acted, and the couple kissing passionately together was a bit of a buzzkill. There were even a few bold ones with no hands at all. Looking at Yi Chuan, his heart was restless and his mouth was dry. I'll have to speed things up a bit. He had already held Seiya's hand last time, so let's see if he can take it a step further tomorrow. The two watched the movie and went to the mall for a while. Zhao Jing looked at a dress and a jacket, and Yi Duan helped her buy them. Yi Duan thought of visiting Lu Zixuan's house in the evening and also bought her a dress as a gift. Guo Yang things all rely on her to help. Although said Yi Chuan take her speculation to make money, but the favor will wear out. Courtesy, often walk in order to let the relationship is getting better and better. There was also Zhou Wanning. He also bought a dress for Zhou Wanning, and incidentally bought one for Wang Yusin as well. The afternoon had cost him over $10,000. It's hard to maintain these relationships well if you don't have money. Zhao Jing, brother, why do you buy so many women's clothes? Sister Ning did not help us. If not Sister Ning, we may have to go into the detention center. Buy something to thank you. We need to understand the world, to maintain this relationship, and in the future there are things you can find people to help. Brother, you're right. It was after 4 in the afternoon when I got back to school. Yi Chuan put the things he bought in the dormitory first and left the school again, taking a taxi to Lu Zixuan's house, Crestview Pearl neighborhood. Yi Duan got down from the net car and walked into the entrance of the neighborhood with some things in his hands. He did a little checking in and then questioned the security guard before walking into the neighborhood. This is a high-grade district, which are all 12-story elevator townhouses. There are no high-rise buildings of 20 or 30 floors, and he quickly found Unit 1 of Building 9. Walking into the unit, Yi Duan took the elevator to 801. This is a one-staircase design with a small area from the elevator and a shoebox at the doorway location. He rang the doorbell button on the smart door lock. Lu Zixuan heard the doorbell and walked over, saw through the door lock screen that the person standing outside was Yi Chen, and opened the door. Dusty's here, come on in. Sister Xian, let me change my shoes. Do you have slippers here? There's one in the shoe closet, so change while I go fry up some food. Chapter 42 Sister Xian's Temptation. Leaf Dust sat down and opened the shoebox. His eyes froze when he saw that there was more than one pair of men's slippers inside. From the marks, it wasn't brand new. It was obvious that someone had used it. Thinking about the rumors of the company in his last life, he became more and more certain that Lu Zixuan was probably really a mistress being kept by a big brother. Yi Chen's heart was a little apprehensive. He was worried about what would happen if people suddenly came back during dinner. Will you misunderstand that I'm having an affair with Lu Zixuan? Of course it's possible that I'm overthinking it, and the slippers might just be for receiving guests. After changing his shoes, Leaf Dust walked into the room and put his clothes on the sofa. He came to the kitchen door and looked at Lu Zixuan, who was frying inside. She was wearing a loose halter nightgown, her shoulders bare, her skin white and her figure hidden. Sister Xian, I bought you a dress. Try it on later to see if it fits. Lu Zixuan, well okay, I'll try it when I'm done working. Is there anything I can do to help? Sister Xian? No. Dusty, go play with your phone for a while. You'll be done in a while. Yi Chuan sat on the sofa and surveyed Lu Zixuan's place. The living room, dining room and kitchen were large. Her house looked significantly larger than Zhou Wanning's house, estimated to be 260 to 70 square feet. A house here would cost around $50 million. Doesn't it feel empty to live alone in such a big house? In his heart, Leaf Dust loved the large flat and the villa, both of which had been his dream in his last life. Half an hour later, Lu Zixuan came out of the kitchen and said with a smile, Xiao Duan, wash your hands and get ready to eat. She fried 4 dishes and bought some duck food and deli items. How about a taste of your sister's handiwork? Yi Chuan smiled back. It smells so good. I didn't realize that Sister Xian you could cook. What's so hard about cooking? It's just that usually a person doesn't want to do it. They eat out or order takeout. Dusty, do you drink white wine or red wine? Sister Xian, I can do anything. I haven't had much to drink. Red wine then. She got up and opened the wine cooler, pulling a bottle of high-grade red wine out of it. Although Yi Duan has never drunk, but looking at the English name on it can read, this is Lafite red wine. As for what vintage and how much a bottle costs, he doesn't know much. With Lu Zixuan's worth, the wine is estimated to be tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands a bottle. Sister Xian, I toast to you. Guo Yang's matter, thanks to Sister Xian you helped to operate. Otherwise I will definitely be exposed if I get it. He clinked glasses with Lu Zixuan and downed a small half cup of red wine inside in one gulp. Lu Zixuan took a sip and said with a smile, don't drink so fast. The aftertaste is quite strong. Drink slowly and taste the dishes. Yi Chuan picked up his chopsticks and ate. Sister Xian, you're a good cook. Yummy. Eat more if it's good. An hour or so. The two of them finished the bottle of red wine. Yi Duan was full. His head was a little dizzy. The impact was not great. Lu Zixuan's pretty face was slightly red because of the drinking. Looking a bit tempting. Sister Xian, I'll clean up. You go try on the clothes to see if they fit. If they don't, I'll find them to change them tomorrow. Lu Zixuan smiled and said, okay, sis, go try on the clothes. Don't peek. Oh. When she finished speaking, she stood up and walked towards the couch, her swaying body catching his eye. Leaf Dust froze for a few seconds to react and walked into the kitchen with the dishes. Waiting for him to finish cleaning up and come out, Lu Zixuan has already changed into the autumn model tight long skirt he bought. The body set off into an S shape. Looks mature and sexy. Exudes a kind of young woman flavor all over the body. Dusty, does it look good on your sister? Good looking. Lu Zixuan walked in front of him. Fragrant. A pair of beautiful eyes looking straight at him. Her scarlet face carrying a few hints of flirtation. She reached out and put her hand on Yi Chen's shoulder. Where do you think sister looks good? Yi Chen's body stiffened and his heartbeat accelerated. Sister Xian looks good everywhere. Lu Zixuan giggled when she saw how tense his body was and placed her palm on his cheek. Dusty, you look a bit nervous. Are you afraid that your sister will eat you? Yi Duan's cheeks flushed. A little shy. And he had never experienced this situation in his 2 lives. Sister Xian, you're drunk. The corner of Lu Zixuan's mouth rose, pinched his cheeks, and smiled charmingly. How much wine is this? I didn't drink too much. Leaf Dust blushed. His heart accelerated and thumped. Sister Xian, it's getting late. I'll go back first. When he finished speaking, he hurried out of the room. Lu Zixuan felt amused in her heart when she saw him fall away. She followed her out. Dusty, sister is joking with you. Not mad, right? Yi Duan changed better, cheeks are still slightly red. No, Sister Xian. Lu Zixuan reached out and pinched his cheek again. I don't have a younger brother. My heart takes you as my own younger brother. You also take Sister Xian as your own sister on the line. If there's anything, just say it to sister. Okay, Sister Ko. Go home early and rest. Yi Chuan took a long breath after walking into the elevator. He almost didn't have control over that scene just now. He's not some green college student. Having experienced some men and women in my last life, I know how evocative that taste can be. Lu Zixuan was pretty and had a mature and sexy body. He hadn't even touched the hand of such a superb woman in his last life, and it was only natural that he almost didn't have any control over it. After 8 o'clock in the evening, Yi Duan returned to the dormitory. The 3 Xingqiao men were reviewing in their dormitory. What did Olji do to come back so late? Xingqiao asked curiously. Yi Duan smiled and said back, went to talk about life aspirations with a rich woman. Blow it off? If it's really a rich woman can let you come back at night? Mustn't play hard to get you. Yi Duan laughed and walked out of the dormitory with the gift he bought for Wang Yusen. On the way he sent a message to Wang Yusen. Yusen, wait for me under the dormitory building. Wang Yusen quickly replied. Oh. When Yi Chen arrived at the downstairs of the girls' dormitory, Wang Yusen was already waiting for him. Uxin. Here's a jacket and a set of fall clothes for you. Wang Yusen took it. Thank you, brother. Yi Duan, it's not good to study every day. It's appropriate to relax. Let's go to the playground to take a walk. It's quite cool in the playground at night. Wang Yusen let out a soft Leaf Dust, you go ahead and put your stuff down, and we'll go for a walk on the playground. Wang Yusen turned around and returned to the dormitory building. It came back down a few minutes later. The two headed toward the playground. Yusen has been reviewing every day for a while. Didn't she go out for a walk with her classmates? No, they're all reviewing too. How's the review going? Pretty good. Have you heard about that Professor Guagaoyan from our school? I heard about it. Everyone in the dorm is talking about it. They said it was reported online. I didn't realize that our school still has this kind of shameless old thing. It's really a disgrace to our school. Has he been taken away? Yi Chuan was not in school today and did not know the news. Wang Yusen, I heard them say that Guagaoyan was taken away by the police in the afternoon. And the police also investigated him in the school. And a few schoolmates were also taken away to assist in the investigation. Chapter 43, One Step at a Time. The two came to the schoolyard. It's after 8 in the evening and there are some people walking in the playground. Some are with housemates. Some are couples holding hands. They would walk to a dimly lit area and stop, then embrace and kiss passionately together. When the two of them walked deep into the playground, where the lights were dimly lit, Yi Chen reached out and grabbed Wang Yusen's cold little hand. Wang Yusen didn't dodge and slightly lowered her head, her pretty face burning and becoming red. Yi Chen's heartbeat accelerated a little when he felt her cold little hands. Yushin, do you have any siblings at home? Wang Yusen returned with a soft voice. I have a younger brother. He's in high school. Leafy Dust, do aunts and uncles work outside? Wang Yusen, well, they work outside all year round, and only come home at Chinese New Year. So you used to live with your grandparents? Aha. How old are the grandparents? 70. I'm quite envious of you. My grandparents died when I was a child and my grandfather loved me when I was young. Wang Yusen, do you have any siblings in your family? No, I'm the only one in my family. Yusen, is your place a mountain village? Well, We have more big mountains there. Is there an asphalt highway between your village and the county seat? Yes, they didn't when I was a kid, but they've all been fixed since then. Going home for the 11th of July holiday? Not going back. Don't you want to miss your grandparents? Think. Is it because you're afraid of spending money? Wang Yusen, the cheapest ticket is 4 or 500 yuan. More than 1,000 round trip. 1,000 yuan is my grandparents' living expenses for several months. If I go back they have to scold me, and go back to have to sit on the train for more than 30 hours. Leaf Dust sighed in his heart. Her grandparents must have missed her too, but life had no choice. If you don't have money you have to scrimp and save money in every way. She was presumably on a regular train, and high-speed trains are quite expensive. Wang Yusen's old homesite is surrounded by mountains, and the conditions for building railroads are harsh, with few train routes. Zhanghai City has a high-speed train that goes straight to Chuanba City. A one-way ticket is about $1,000, and a round trip is $2,000. With her being so frugal, she definitely won't take such an expensive ride. His grip on Wang Yusen's hand gained a little more strength. Yusen, don't worry about money in the future. You must tell me if there's anything, okay? Wang Yusen didn't respond. She didn't want that. Leaf Dust had been buying her things, making her feel like she owed a lot in her heart. Yi Chen stopped and looked at her. Yusen, I don't have a sister. In my heart I take you as my own sister, and you take me as your own brother. Your business is my business. That's familiar. He just learned it from Lu Zixuan. Wang Yusen slightly lowered her head and didn't say anything. Yi Chuan's other hand lifted up to stroke her hair. Brother is talking to you, hear me? Wang Yusen let out a soft indicating that she heard him. Don't have a psychological burden. It's normal for a brother's money to be given to his sister to spend. In the future, if you are polite with me, I will never ignore you again. After saying that, Yi Chuan pinched her agitated nose. Wang Yusen's face was red and shy, not daring to look up into his eyes. Yi Chuan grinned. Uxin, let's have a hug? Immediately afterward he added, your silence is a tacit admission. After saying that, he opened his arms to give her a warm and strong hug. Yi Chuan clearly felt her undulating figure, and his heartbeat unconsciously accelerated by a few points. Wang Yusen was a bit at a loss for words, her hands grasping the corners of her coat. A few seconds later, Yi Chen let go of her. Yusen has a good sister like you. I feel too happy. The two of them skipped around the playground for a few laps, with Yi Chen holding her hand the entire time. Send her back to her dormitory at 9 o'clock. On the way back, Yi Duan hummed a little tune on his lips. Sister, you sit in the bow of the boat, and brother walks on the shore. Ennui. Fiber rope swinging. The cell phone in his pocket rang and he took it out to see that it was a message from Li Qingya. Dusty, let's go to Nanhai Road Pedestrian Street tomorrow. Well, tomorrow I'll meet you first, and then we'll go to the walk together. If you want to go to Nanhai Road Pedestrian Street you need to pass by Zhanghai Fudan University, which is not far away. Okay Dusty, then I'll go to bed after a little more reviewing. Get up early and I'll see you tomorrow. I'll see you tomorrow, Saya. Yi Chen put down his cell phone. Thinking of Wang Yusen and Li Qingya, his heart was a little tangled. Both were good girls, and he didn't want to give up either one, but they are worried that the matter will be exposed and the basket will be empty. One step at a time, and the car will be there. When Yi Chen returned to the dormitory, the three of them, Xing Chao, were chatting. Old Xing, old Ji is back. What did you do just now? Leaf Dust, went to the playground for a while. Didn't you go out with your girlfriend today? Lao Xing, we have an appointment to go play tomorrow. Lao Yi, have you seen the news on the internet? Gua Gao Yang, our college's graduate instructor, has been exposed online. Yi Duan nodded slightly. See, our Zhanghai Jiaotong University is now famous in the country again. Xing Chao, who says it isn't? My former high school classmates are asking me about the specifics, and I don't know much about it. And today the college issued a notice that all students are prohibited from discussing this in group chats and online. After chatting for a couple of sentences, Leaf Dust began to wash up. Returning to bed after his busy day, he pulled out his cell phone and looked at the news online. Regarding the matter of Prof. Gua Gao Yang, the Jiangpu District Public Security Bureau of Zhanghai City issued an announcement in the afternoon. After investigation of the online reports of the matter is basically true, has been arrested Gua Gao Yang, the follow-up will be transferred to the court judgment. The authorities responded quickly, allowing much of the online public opinion to be calmed and the negative impact minimized. But when this kind of thing happens, it makes the leaders of Zhanghai University of Transportation lose face and affects their performance and career. 7 o'clock the next morning, Yi Duan took a taxi to the headquarters of Zhanghai Fudan University. There wasn't much traffic on the weekend, and it took more than 40 minutes to get to the entrance of Li Qingya's university, where she was already waiting at the entrance. It was about 8:30 in the morning when the two arrived at Nanhai Road Pedestrian Street. There were already quite a few people on the walkway at this hour. When he got down from the car, Yi Chuan held Li Qingya's hand. Say, you didn't eat this morning, did you? No. Then let's go get something to eat first. There are quite a few good stores on the pedestrian street that are hot online. The two came to a century-old store. The stuff tastes okay, and mostly I'm just happy to eat anything with people I like. After having breakfast, Yi Chen held her hand and started strolling down the pedestrian street. Nanhai Road Pedestrian Street is a famous attraction in Jianhai City, selling everything and one of the must-see attractions for foreign tourists. It's very crowded on weekends and holiday festivals. The two had just walked for a while when they could clearly feel that there was a lot more foot traffic on the streets. Dusty, I'd like some coffee. Yi Duan bought 2 cups of coffee and the two of them drank it while walking. When coming in front of a famous attraction, Li Qingya would always clamor to take his picture. There are quite a few attractions near the pedestrian street, close to the Bund, the Huangpu River, the Universal Architecture Expo Complex, the Oriental Pearl Tower and so on. The two of them barely made it through the morning while strolling around. Crab meat noodles at a famous restaurant for lunch. In the afternoon they went to see the Universal Architecture Complex, the Bund and the Huangpu River. Li Qingya walked on the way back and said with a smile, "It looks good to come here at night. Little Dusty, when you have a chance we'll come back to see it at night." Yi Duan's eyes lit up. It was good to come at night. If it was too late, he could go to a hotel. "Qingya, are you going back for the National Day holiday?" Chapter 44, Lin Yu's speculation. Li Qingya was not as excited as before when she thought of her mom and dad. "My parents asked me to go back and pick up some fall-winter clothes on the way. From Jianhai City to their hometown of Andian City, more than 900 kilometers, 4 or 5 hours on the high-speed train, and 400 or 500 tickets. Ludong province was quite far from Jianhai City, but the transportation was convenient, much more convenient than Wang Yusin returning home." "Yi Duan, Qingya, let's go shopping. In the morning I saw a few pieces of clothing quite good. It's not convenient to carry things on a shopping excursion." He dragged Li Qingya to the mall where he had shopped in the morning and bought Li Qingya 2 fall clothes. The clothes in here aren't cheap. The 2 outfits cost more than $6,000. And then Yi Duan bought a lot of snacks, chocolate snacks and other things for her to take back and eat with her roommates. Around 5 in the afternoon, a net car came to the entrance of Fudan University. Li Qingya looked at him and said, "Little Dusty, I'm going back." She was a bit attached to the idea, feeling that time always passes quickly when she is with Yi Chen. Yi Chen reached out and touched the hair on her head. "We'll go play again during the National Day." Li Qingya got out of the car with her things, her big watery eyes full of reluctance looking at him like a grumbling little daughter-in-law. "Leaf dust, go back. It's weirdly tiring to carry things." The driver master drove off, and only then did Li Qingya turn around and return to the school. When she returned to the dormitory, her 2 roommates were a little surprised to see her return with a large bag. "Saya, what did your boyfriend buy you?" The 2 men took it and looked at it. "You guys went to Nanhai Road Pedestrian Street today? These are the special snacks of Nanhai Road Pedestrian Street, and these chocolate beans are very expensive." Li Qingya smiled and said, "You guys open and eat." Wang Xia saw the bag of clothes in her hand. "Wow, this is big brand clothing. How much?" Li Qingya wore a smile with a hint of self-satisfaction. 2 sets of 6,600. Zhang Jingdan, holy, Qingya, is that high school friend of yours a rich second generation? Li Qingya, no, he's from the countryside. Zhang Jingdan asked curiously, "Then how did he get so much money? It wouldn't be an online loan for you, right?" Li Qingya smiled and said back, "This is all earned by him. He made some money from speculating in stocks." She said it with a bit of braggadocio as well. "The fact that your favorite person is good shows good vision." The other side, Yi Duan received a message from Lin Yu, the deputy director of the Nanyang Street Police Station. On his way back, she sent Yi Duan the location of the restaurant. "Dusty, I've already booked box 206. Just come straight when you arrive." "Okay, Sister Moon." He spoke to the master driver and headed toward the hotel. Around 5:50, Yi Duan came to the entrance of the Crescent Moon Hotel. Seeing the name of this hotel, Yi Chuan thought to himself that this hotel wouldn't have anything to do with Lin Yu, right? Maybe I'm overthinking it, or maybe the name is just a coincidence. He walked into the restaurant and was greeted by the waiter. "Hello sir, welcome, box 206. "Hello Mr. Yi, please follow me." The waiter brought Yi Duan outside an exquisite box upstairs. The restaurant is decorated in ancient Chinese style, classical and elegant. The waiter knocked on the door and Lin Yu's voice came from inside, "Please come in." Walking into the box, Yi Chuan saw Lin Yu in civilian clothes, sitting there drinking tea. She saw Yi Duan come in and got up to greet him. "Xiao Duan is here. Have a seat and start serving the food." Lin Yu made Yi Chen sit at the main seat facing the doorway and she sat next to him. There is something to be said and learned about seating at some drinking parties. The great leader definitely sits in the main seat, followed by the left and right sides. Yi Chuan had participated in many drinking games in his previous life and knew the tricks of the trade. And when he saw that Lin Yu had made herself sit in the main seat, he understood what she meant. She treated Yi Chen as a second-generation disciple with a hard relationship background. Even if he wasn't a second-generation disciple, Yi Chuan's connections could touch the big leaders of the city council, so he was bound to have very powerful connections. Did Dusty go out today? Lin Yu stood up and poured him a cup of tea as he spoke. She was wearing a long black dress with a single ponytail, and her face and figure were definitely considered to be on the level of beauty. Went to Nanhai Road Pedestrian Street with a friend. Yi Chen's brain was spinning rapidly as he replied. At 28 or 89 years old, Lin Yu is relatively young for the system to be sitting in this position. To be honest, either the family has a background in connections, or it's on the top, or of course it could be on personal ability, but the probability of that is very low. The first point can be ruled out from the current situation. She wouldn't have invited Yi Chen to dinner and had him sit in the main seat if her family had strong background connections. Only the latter two are possible. As for which one it was, Yi Chen didn't want to make a wild guess and possibly misunderstand the other party. Now that the other party was quite respectful on the surface, he would give them face. Lin Yu smiled and said, Nanhai Road Pedestrian Street is quite good. I've been there with my classmates before when I was in college. Sha Duan, have some tea. Yi Chuan, thank you sister Yu. I'll just pour it myself if I'm thirsty. Have a seat. Lin Yu smiled faintly. This is the very best tea Guanyin. Try it. Yi Chuan took a sip. Fragrant and fragrant. Mouth and mouth. Even if he didn't drink much tea, he felt that the tea was good. It's good. The tea smells good. I don't know tea but I can tell it's good. At that moment there was a knock on the door and the waiter walked in with one of the signature dishes. Even though there were only 2 people, Lin Yu still ordered 8 meals. Dusty, have some wine? When she finished she rose and opened a bottle of mutai and poured it into 2 wine dispensers. Yi Chen smacked his lips in his heart when he saw the wine she opened. A bottle of wine with a market price of over $2,000 is not something you can normally afford. Dusty, sis toasts you. Don't take yesterday's incident to heart. She had originally received a call from the leader of the district bureau above her intending to severely punish the 2 Yi Duan, and later received a call from the leader of the city bureau. The reason for inviting Yi Duan to dinner today is that I hope he doesn't hold a grudge. If she says a few bad words about herself in front of the city council leaders, her career will be difficult. Yi Chuan raised his wine glass and smiled back. Sister Yu, I understand everything. You also have no choice but to listen to orders. I understand. Lin Yu smiled and said, Shao Dust, you can just understand. It's hard to do things down there. One order from this leader. One order from that leader. A little carelessness may offend the leader. After 3 rounds of wine, the food is over. Lin Yu drank a lot of white wine and her cheeks were slightly red. Dusty, where are you from in your hometown? Ludong Province. Lin Yu froze in her heart. Do uncle and aunt do business in Jianghai City? They're all in their hometowns, not in Jianghai City. So Dusty, what is your relationship with Director Lu? Yi Duan did his homework yesterday. The City Public Security Bureau surnamed Lu's leadership is only one. Deputy Director Lu Yong. I don't know Chief Lu. He was telling the truth. As for whether Lin Yu believed it or not was her business. Lin Yu smiled faintly and didn't ask again. Asking again would be insensitive. After the conversation just now, she had already sensed that Yi Chen was not an ordinary college student. He spoke in an old-fashioned and smooth manner, dripping with water, like an old man. To have this kind of sitting and speaking ability at this age is simply not something that can be educated in an ordinary family. She couldn't think of anything else other than the identity of a second-generation disciple. Chapter 45, Buying into Jiangnan Lithium Industry. Lin Yu began to change the subject and stopped talking about Director Lu. Dusty, how old are you this year? Senior year, preparing for grad school. Lin Yu wore a smile on her face. Graduate students from Jianghai Jiaotong University are very popular to come out and work. What does Xiao Duan plan to do after graduation? Although she no longer mentioned the matter of Director Lu, she was also making an aside. One can also guess from Yi Duan's ambition after graduation. Yi Duan smiled and said back, I plan to start a business and open a company. What type of company? Investment company. When Lin Yu heard his answer, she was even more certain of the suspicion in her heart. Like the average college student graduates from college and goes to work. Investment company, this is not an ordinary person can get. Investment company needs a very large amount of principal. This can show that his family is not ordinary. Investment firms are one of the most capital-demanding industries, and what is an investment firm without hundreds of millions of dollars in cash flow? Shao Dust, in the future, if there is anything you need sister's help with, just ask. Although sister's ability is limited, but if your brother has something to do, sister will definitely do everything she can. Her tone was more cordial. Okay, Sister Moon. I'm sure I'll be welcome if something comes up. Come Dusty, sis will toast you again. The two of them finished the bottle of mutai in one go. Yi Chuan found that his drinking capacity was more powerful than before. Half a caddy went down without any trouble at all. Lin Yu often participated in all kinds of drinking games, and her drinking capacity was also good. And now her cheeks were only slightly red, and she didn't have much of a feeling of drunkenness. Sister Yu, it's getting late. I have to go back or the school dormitory will be closed. Yi Chuan looked at the time, it was already past 8 o'clock. Okay Dusty, we'll get together some other time then. Lin Yu lightly smiled and stood up. Just stood up she suddenly a sound. The body toward the side of the leaf dust fell. Yi Chuan hastily stretched out his hands to help her. An instinctive reaction. His hands happened to hold her brute waist, and under the force of inertia Lin Yu sat crookedly in his arms. Yi Chuan looked stunned, feeling her soft waist and mature figure. His heartbeat accelerated and his blood flow sped up. Are you okay, Sister Moon? Lin Yu's face was even redder than it was a moment ago, and she hurriedly stood up from his arms. Just tripped on my heels. Sorry Dusty, didn't sit on you. Did it hurt? Yi Duan glanced at her ass, the long skirt lining the curves of her body undulating. It's fine Sister Yu. From the restaurant. The car Lin Yu called arrived first. Dusty, I'm leaving first. Some other day sis will treat you to dinner. See you later, Sister Moon. Seeing Lin Yu leave, Yi Chen's eyes flashed with essence. He felt that just now Lin Yu was deliberately seducing himself. She should think of me as a second-generation disciple. To be the deputy chief of the Nanyang Street Police Station, there must be something to it. This is not a police station in an ordinary township. This is Zhanghai City, a municipality directly under the central government. The administrative level is the same as the provincial level. Although Lin Yu was only the deputy chief of a street police station, her rank was at the full section level, equivalent to the chief of the county public security bureau in a county in another province. In some places, highly ranked county public security bureau chiefs may hang on to their posts as deputy county commissioners at the rank of deputy division. These are not fixed. It was already 8:30 p.m. when Yi Chuan returned to the school dormitory. He saw the clothes he bought for Zhou Wanning and took out his cell phone to send a message to Zhou Wanning. Is Ying asleep? Not yet. What's wrong Dusty? Sister Ning, I bought you something. I'll go give it to you. Wait for me downstairs in the apartment. I'll be right there. Zhou Wanning saw his message and knew what he meant, thanking himself for his help. She didn't expect Yi Chen to be quite knowledgeable about the human condition. Xing Chao was a bit curious when he saw that Yi Chen had just come back and was going out again. What are you doing out again? Old Yi? Drop something off and be right back. After that he walked out of the dormitory. 5 or 6 minutes later, we arrived at the bottom of the faculty apartment dormitory. Zhou Wanning was wearing a long dress and stood there waiting for him. Yi Chen quickly walked over. Sister Ning, this is a dress and shoes I bought for you. Zhou Wanning took it and looked at him and smiled. You don't have to buy me anything in the future. Sister Ning, I have always taken you as a real sister in my heart. And now that my younger brother has made money, it's not normal to buy something for my sister. Yi Duan's words didn't mention anything about helping out, but only talked about sibling feelings, which was very comforting to hear. Zhou Wanning guffawed. Knowing and elegant, gentle and dignified. Then my sister will see what you have bought, if it is to her liking. He opened the bag and looked at it. A big name fall maxi dress that fit her aesthetic and shoes that were athleisure. Yi Duan usually see her often wear this type of shoes, so she bought this kind. Did not buy ladies high heels. Zhou Wanning laughed. Not bad. Knowing that sis likes this type of clothes and shoes, Yi Chuan heatedly smiled. I see that Sister Ning usually wears this kind of. Buy this kind of. Sister Ning, you go back and try to fit. Do not fit, I take it back to change. Okay. Dusty, study hard during this period of time. December is the preliminary exam for graduate school. I know, Sister Ning. I'll go back first. Bye Sister Ning. Bye. Zhou Wanning went back and tried on the skirt and shoes that Yi Chen had bought, turned around twice in front of the mirror, and felt quite good. She knew the price of the brand, which was a few thousand for less and tens of thousands for more expensive. If before she wouldn't have accepted such an expensive gift from Yi Chen. After all, she was a student who hadn't made any money yet. But now Yi Chen had already made money and was making quite a lot of it. When Yi Chen returned to the dormitory, the three of them, Xing Chao, were chatting. Old Yi, you don't see anyone this day after day. Don't hang up for the exams, Xing Chao said to him. Yi Duan smiled and said, don't worry, you guys can't even hang me. What's so hard about studying? Xing Chao, you just blow it off. Every day you just know how to go out with girls. Old Xing, is your girlfriend Cui Tingting going to graduate school? Exam. Thinking of Cui Tingting, Yi Chuan's heart was a bit torn. Cui Tingting had cuckolded old Xing in his last life, cheating on her husband in marriage. No matter what the reason, speaks volumes about her as a person. If there are no feelings, you can get divorced and then find whatever you want. He wanted the two to break up, but didn't know how to talk him out of it. Xing Chao has clearly indulged in love. There's no use telling him anything now, and it might even affect the brotherhood. Yi Chen's mind suddenly recalled Wang Yusen. He sent a message to Wang Yusen. Is Yusen asleep? Not yet. Do you know Tristan well? Not familiar, but Chen Dongxue from our dormitory is good friends with her. Leaf dust, so have you heard them talk about Cui Tingting? Never heard of it. Then keep an eye out on weekdays. My roommate is talking to Tina Choi. I want to know how she is as a person. Aha. Go to bed early UXIN. Good night. Good night. Day 2. Yi Chuan began his boring and dull revision life again. Guo Gaoyang's online public opinion gradually calmed down. It is impossible for him to return to Zhanghai Jiaotong University. There was nothing much to do from Monday to Friday, reading and reviewing during the day, and sometimes going for a walk on the playground with Zhao Jing in the evening. Go back to the dormitory and chat with Li Qingya and Wang Yusin for a while. And so 5 days passed. Friday, September 30th. The funds in Yi Duan's Securities account have reached the size of 43 million. He opened the morning by selling all of his shares and then buying $45 million of Jianghan Lithium. Yesterday he sold over $3 million in stocks, and today he can transfer it to his bank card for emergencies and daily spending. Jianghan Lithium has doubled several times. Many retail investors were washed out and were afraid to buy back in, thinking the position was too high. Brothers, another new high today. I'm outta here. See what happens. Falling out of the bag. Made over 40% here in a month. Withdrawn. Thanks to Jianghan Lithium for making me money. I also sold. Earn to hand is the money. And then do not sell. I am afraid of falling back again for nothing. It's already quadrupled or quintupled in a couple of months. And the probability of buying in this position and getting caught is too high. Sold it too early in the first place and watched it go up so much again in a month. Pissed off. Lithium carbonate futures are still up. What are you afraid of? I'm adding to my position. I'm the one who got caught in the highs before and I haven't gotten my money back yet. I'm not selling until I get my money back. And I'm going to die taking it to the end. Chapter 46, Money Moves People. Yi Duan's $45 million of capital entered the market in batches, allowing Jianghan Lithium to rise by more than a point, but it quickly fell back down to -2%. Today's trend Yi Duan is very clear. Shock washout. Wash out the profit-taking, weak-willed people. There are small, medium and large households in this group. Many rich people and ordinary small shareholders, no connections, strong background, enter the market maybe to be cut leaks. Even some capital organizations will be hunted by other capital organizations. It's a battlefield that doesn't see smoke, and it's very brutal. Yi Duan saw the bank card arrive at $3,400,000, and a smile appeared on his face. It costs tens of thousands of dollars to buy things for several sisters and younger ones during this time, and you really can't do it without money. He was about to put down his phone to read a book when it suddenly vibrated. It was a message from Wang Yusin. Last night I heard Dong Xue say that Cui Tingting and a sophomore schoolmate are quite close, and that schoolmate seems to have recognized her as his sister, and the two of them are siblings. Sister and brother? There are no pure sibling relationships in this world unless they are biological siblings. On the surface they say siblings, but in fact they all started out with a little bit of goodwill. Use the relationship to mask some deep-seated desire on both sides. Sure enough, it's a scum girl, and a sibling relationship, so damn don't. The bellyaching in Yi Chen's heart came to an abrupt end. Why do I feel like I'm cursing myself? He hurriedly replied to Wang Yusin. Okay, I know. Pay more attention to observation. Brother treats you to dinner on vacation. Yi Chen didn't tell Xing Chao about Cui Tingting recognizing a younger brother, because even telling him now wouldn't do any good. Cui Tingting's sentence, he and I are just a simple brotherly relationship. Xing Chao will definitely believe it. Unless there was hard evidence in front of Xing Chao, he wouldn't believe it. At lunch in the cafeteria, Xing Chao spoke up. Olji isn't going back for the summer vacation. And you're not going back for the National Day holiday either? Yi Duan, my parents are not usually at home. They are working outside. There is no one to go home to. Wait for the end of the year and then go back. When are you going back? Old Xing? Xing Chao, I'll go back in the afternoon. I'll be home in an hour by train. And I'll be back after my mom's birthday the day after tomorrow. Yi Duan asked curiously, is your girlfriend going back? Xing Chao smiled back. Ting Ting doesn't go back. Wei Xiangyu and Feng Bing don't go back either. Their hometown is far away, and it's a critical time for grad school, so they want to read more when they have time. Had lunch. Yeech and several people returned to the dormitory, and Xing Chao packed up his things to head to the high-speed train station. The two of them, Wei Xiangyu and Feng Bing, went to the library to study, leaving Yi Chen alone in the dormitory. In his head, he thought about how to make Xing Chao see Cui Tingting. I'm afraid it's useless to rely on Wang Yusin's words alone. It's impossible for her to keep an eye on Cui Tingting all the time. Chen Dongxue is close to her. Can you convince Chen Dongxue to keep an eye on Cui Tingting? Yi Duan found Chen Dongxue in the class group and added her contact information. Chen Dongxue quickly agreed. Yi Duan? Yi Chuan sent her a message. What is Chen Dongxue's student doing? Do you have time to come out? I'm looking for you for something. Chen Dongxue was puzzled in her heart. What are you looking for me for? Come out and say it. I'll be waiting for you in our school playground. Oh, okay. Chen Dongxue came to the school playground with a heart full of doubts. Student Chen Dongxue is here. Yi Duan saw her come over and greeted her. Chen Dongxue walked over and looked at him. What are you looking for me for? Yi Duan smiled. Let's talk while walking. Chen Dongxue hesitated for a moment, feeling that it was not good, and those who did not know would think that they were a couple. Just tell me what's going on directly. Yi Chuan was a bit surprised. Was this afraid of misunderstanding? Could it be that there is a favorite person? Chen Dongxue has a medium look and a height of 1 meter 6, which is not bad. Did you know about Cui Tingting and Xing Chao being in love? Chen Dongxue nodded. I know. What's wrong? Leaf Dust, did you and Cui Tingting go to high school together? Yeah, we went to high school together. What are you asking for? Yi Duan smiled. Xing Chao and I are good buddies. I want to find you to inquire about how Cui Tingting is as a person. Chen Dongxue returned rather perfunctorily. Tingting is quite good. Yi Chuan spoke. I know something about Cui Tingting, but don't have proof. Keep an eye on her for me. You don't want to do anything. Just report back to me where she goes. Chen Dongxue frowned slightly. Why would I do this for you? Tingting and I are good friends. Yi Duan, I'll give you $100,000. You only need to report her daily whereabouts to me. Nothing else needs to be done. What do you think? When Chen Dongxue heard his words, her expression was stunned and she looked at him with a skeptical expression. Leaf Dust, open your cell phone. He transferred 100,000 yuan to Chen Dongxue on the spot, and she froze for several seconds when she saw the transfer amount. Really? I transferred the money to you, it can still be fake. Xing Chao is my good buddy. I don't want him to be cheated by this woman. I don't want you to sneak through her cell phone. Just tell me her daily whereabouts. Can you do that? Can. Don't lie to me or you can't afford the consequences. Yi Chen's sharp eyes caused Chen Dongxue's heart to jump. By the way, help me keep an eye on UXIN. Someone bullies her or something, also tell me. Go on. Just send me a message if there's any situation. Chen Dongxue let out a hem and then turned around to leave. On the way back she was still a bit dreamlike. $100,000. I made so much money so simply? What exactly does Leaf Dust's family do? And how is he so rich? Looking at Chen Dongxue's departing figure, a hint of a smile appeared on his face. Just now she had said that she and Cui Tingting were good friends, and in the blink of an eye, she promised Yi Duan. This manipulation of her people with money gave him a sense of guilt along with an unspeakable pleasure. All people have a dark side, but most of it is suppressed after the fact by reason, morality, and all the rest. Yi Duan turned around and walked towards the dormitory. On the way he sent a message to Zhou Wanning. Sister Ning, have you gone home yet? Just got home. What's up, Dusty? Sister Inging, Uncle and Auntie, are you going out for the National Day holiday? Do not go. Holiday which attractions are crowded. Go out is to suffer. Then I'll visit my aunt and uncle tomorrow. Yeah, I'll talk to my parents later. Don't buy anything. We have it all at home. Got it, Sister Inging. Take your lunch break. Yi Duan returned to the dormitory and laid down on the bed and also began to rest. Every day this week has been reading and studying, with no lunch break. When he woke up, he took out his cell phone to see that it was after 5 p.m. During that time, Li Qingya had sent him a message. Dusty, I'm on the high-speed train. Leaf Dust forgot about her coming home this afternoon. Just reading without checking my cell phone. Are you home yet? Soon. I just woke up from a nap too. Dusty, I can't see my cell phone at home sometimes. No need to message me. I'll find you to chat sometime. Remembering her mother's words from last time, she worried about going home and chatting and getting caught again. Chapter 47, Do you have a girlfriend? When Yi Chen saw her message, his heart froze. Is Saya afraid of being found out by her parents? Parents tube so strict, Yi Duan can understand. After all, for human parents who do not worry about their daughter. He chatted with Li Qingya for a while, then got up and washed up to go to the cafeteria for dinner. Wei Xiangyu and Feng Bing are studying very hard in the library. Yi Chuan finished the meal and scanned the circle and did not see Wang Yusen's figure, but saw Zhao Jing and Su Hui's figure. Zhao Jing also saw Yi Chen and opened her mouth to shout, "Brother, I'm here." Many people in the surroundings, hearing her voice, looked at Yi Chen. Leaf Dust's face was calm as he came across to her. Zhao Jing looked at him and asked, "Brother, have all your roommates gone home?" Yi Duan, one went back. The other two are studying in the library. I guess they haven't come over yet. I slept in the dormitory. Zhao Jing, brother, I see that you don't study hard at all. Can you get into graduate school? Your brother is a genius. He understands everything at a glance and learns it at once, and he's a handful for grad school. Yi Duan wasn't bragging. He realized that his current intelligence was frighteningly high. What used to be obscure and difficult to understand, he now understands at a glance, and can learn by example and go further. Even in some aspects, Yi Duan had his own unique understanding. It's just that he's been reviewing now and hasn't had a chance to show it. This could be the benefit of being born again. Zhao Jing skimmed her mouth. Brother, be humble. If you can't get into graduate school by then, it'll be a slap in the face. Yi Duan smiled faintly. Aren't you guys going back for the National Day holiday? Zhao Jing, I don't want to go back. My house is too far away. It's a pain in the ass to go back and forth. And it's only a few days into the school year. So what's the point of going back? Yi Duan looked at Su Hui. Xiao, where is your hometown? Jibei Province. Then we're not far from each other. I'm from Ludong Province, where we border Jibei Province. Had dinner. The three of them walked out of the cafeteria together. Su Hui went back to her dormitory, and the two of them, Yi Chen, came to the playground to take a walk. Brother, wait. Zhao Jing called out to him, reaching out to pick a few hairs off his shirt and help him straighten it down again. Brother, look at the clothes are wrinkled. Later you go back and change them, I'll iron them for you. Yi Duan smiled and returned. There's no need to be so troublesome. Zhao Jing, it's no trouble. I have an iron. Do you boys take off your clothes and just throw them aside? This way the clothes are most likely to produce wrinkles. I see that several of your previous clothes are a bit wrinkled. Yi Chen sighed in his heart. This love from Zhao Jing made him feel a little heavy. Jing, are there any plans to go somewhere on vacation? Zhao Jing thought for a moment and returned. I've always wanted to go over to the walking street and the bund to have a look around. Brother, do you have time to accompany me? Yes, but there are a lot of vacationers, so be prepared. Zhao Jing heard his answer. Her pretty face was happy. A lot of people are lively. Brother, when do we go? Yi Duan, I have something to do tomorrow. Go the day after tomorrow. What are you going to do tomorrow? The last time the thing is not Gel's sister parents help well. I go to Gel's sister home visit to thank a little, but also contact feelings, and then there are things may still have to trouble people. Zhao Jing and Yi Duan strolled around until after 8 o'clock in the evening. She followed Yi Chuan to the door of the boys' dormitory building. Brother, you go get your clothes. It just so happens that I'll do the laundry tomorrow. And take down any dirty clothes. I'll help you wash them. How embarrassing. Leaf Dust went back to the dormitory to bring down some clothes. These are the clothes to be washed. And these are the ones that are washed and ironed. Zhao Jing took the 2 bags of clothes. I'll go back first, la brother Yi Chen. Her voice was already very good, and the clip sound was even more direct to the heart, causing Yi Chen's heart to tremble. You get back in there. Zhao Jing smiled cheekily when she saw his reaction and turned around to carry the bag of clothes and bounced away. Yi Duan returned to the dormitory and took out his cell phone to look at it. Just now, Chen Dongxue sent him a message. Tonight, Cui Tingting's schoolmate came to see her and gave her a set of skincare products. I see. Keep an eye on those two. He chatted with Wang Yusin for a while longer, so that she didn't need to inquire about Cui Tingting. The next morning, Yi Chuan bought some fruits and other things and took a taxi to Zhou Wanning's house. Today is October 1st, National Day, a day of universal celebration. Brightly colored 5-star red flags were hung on the streets and store entrances, and even some people on the road held small red flags in their hands, filling the streets with festivities and cheer. The master driver of the net car played, singing the motherland. The 5-star red flag flutters in the wind. How loud the victory song. The catchy melody made the driver and Yi Duan couldn't help but hum along. A little after 9:30, the car stopped in front of the Star River Garden neighborhood. Yi Chuan quickly arrived at Zhou Wanning's door, and the doorbell rang. A few seconds later, Zhou Wanning opened the door to her room in her pajamas. Dusty's here. Yi Chen walked into the room and said with a smile, Sister Ning, you just got up? Zhou Wanning yawned. It's not normal to sleep on vacation. I just had breakfast. Mr. and Mrs. Zhou Jitsai were all smiles and very enthusiastic when they saw him arrive. Dusty, let's go to the study and talk. It was only then that Zhou Ji brought him to the study. Yi Duan hurriedly handed him a cigarette and lit one himself. He doesn't smoke much nowadays. An occasional cigarette. Dusty, you have a unique vision. Huaguan Electronics has more than doubled this month. Zhou Jitsai is in a good mood. Last month's return was as high as 116%, and the money in the account has once again doubled, close to $40 million. It made him hold his head up and straighten his back in front of some old friends. Those old friends in the group have to call him Stock God when they see him. Yi Chuan smiled and said back, Uncle Zhou, have you observed the recent market? Some sections have begun to fall, and some big funds are fleeing in an orderly manner. Zhou Jitsai nodded slightly. I see that the real estate sector has fallen a little too much recently. A friend in the group bought the real estate sector and lost more than 20% last month. Leaf Dust, my previous speculation may be coming true. The economic crisis may really be coming soon. Some big money news sensitive and quiet retreat. With trillions of dollars of daily turnover in the market and an orderly exodus of big money, it's hard for the average person to see the signs. The two chatted about the domestic stock market and domestic economy to U.S. stocks, the international economy, the international situation, and so on. Zhou Jitsai is a professor at a top academic institution and knows something far beyond the norm. Yi Chuan was also studying these things during this time, and combined with the experience of his last life, his unique insights and deep thinking about the problem made Zhou Jitsai deeply amazed. Joe Jitsai and the others have never had such an in-depth conversation because what those people say is flashy and unjustified. The exchange between the two benefited both parties. Dusty, I've brought many students over the years, and honestly I don't think any of them are as good and smart as you are. Even if some of them become company bosses and high-ranking officials in the system, I think there's still a gap between them and you, and it wouldn't be too much of a stretch to use multi-intelligence and close to demons to describe you. Uncle Joe, you flatter me. I'm just talking nonsense. Yi Chuan was somewhat flattered, not expecting him to have such a high opinion of himself. Joe Jitsai even wanted to become a forgotten friend with him, but thinking of his daughter he gave up the idea. Maybe there was a glimmer of possibility that his daughter and he could have that. At this time, Zhou Wanning opened the door, saw that the two were smoking, and glared at Yi Chen. Dad, can you teach something good? Dusty is being brought down by you. Joe Jitsai smiled back. It's fine, Dusty is an adult. Let's eat. The two walked out of the den to wash their hands and start eating. Joe Jitsai opened another bottle of Mao Tai and drank with Yi Duan. Later, he suddenly said to Zhou Wanning, daughter's afternoon blind date you don't forget. That's Uncle Lu's introduction. The other young man's vacation from Huajing City specially came back. I know. Zhou Wanning was a bit helpless when she heard her dad's urging for marriage. Joe Jitsai looked at Yi Duan and smiled bitterly. Wan Ning will soon be 29 years old, and then do not find a boyfriend will become an older leftover woman. Your aunt and I worry about this every day. Sha Duan, you have a girlfriend? Chapter 48, I don't have a girlfriend. Joe Jitsai's last words took a sharp turn, causing Yi Chen, Mother Zhou and Zhou Wanning's eyes to freeze for a moment. Zhou Wanning in particular, her cheeks looked slightly redder than usual, as if she understood the implication of her father's words. Yi Chuan's heart was also as clear as a mirror, smiled and said back, Uncle Joe, I don't have a girlfriend yet. Joe Jitsai inquired about his situation. There should be quite a few people pursuing you if you are so good, right? Yi Duan, Uncle Joe, I'm not as good as you say. Not so many people chasing me. Just one. Joe Jitsai felt that it was right, and only after interacting with Yi Chen did he realize how smart and wise he was. Without touching him he looked similar to an ordinary person. How about girls who are pretty? Take hold if you like each other. Yi Chuan gave a dry laugh. I think she is too young and immature. Maybe her current liking is just hot-headed. I don't want this kind of love. This often won't have a good result. He didn't say anything deliberately pandering. That would be too phony. Joe Jitsai is at least a college professor, not a cutie. Dusty, let's have another drink. The two drank and talked again about the situation at home and abroad. Yi Chuan's eloquent speech made Zhou Wanning's heart amazed, not realizing that this student of his knew so much, and the angle and depth of dissecting the problem was amazing. And there are very few people who can talk to their father so well and make him listen attentively. They both drank over half a bottle of white wine. In the afternoon went back to the den to talk, again, about real estate in the country. According to Joe Jitsai's attention, Honda's buildings in many cities have stopped working, some banks have stopped granting loans, and some suppliers are asking for payment for their goods. Yi Duan, Uncle Zhou, you can carefully study its development mode. Completely is the mode of lending to support lending. The capital hole must be very big. Now the country to take the initiative to prick the real estate bubble. It bears the brunt. Joe Jitsai thought deeply. I have studied this period of time. I'm afraid that Hongda Group's liabilities are very shocking. The exposure is bound to be astronomical. Their company executives earn a lot of money. The company's liabilities and individuals have nothing to do with the big deal is to apply for bankruptcy and reorganization. But this pits a lot of people. Yi Duan, such a big thing, they want to be safe and sound quite difficult. So many years there must be a lot of handle. Remediation, they have many reasons. Joe Jitsai nodded slightly. That's right, Dusty sees things thoroughly. Yi Chuan, Uncle Joe, thanks for your help in the last incident. You're welcome, this little thing is nothing. Yi Chuan hesitated and asked, Uncle Joe, what is your relationship with that director Lu? Joe Jitsai, that is my early years of a student. The ability is quite good, and now in the career development is not bad, is considered to be one of my students among the more outstanding group of people. He also intended to show off in front of Yi Chen, letting him know his strength might be a plus for his daughter. 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Yi Chuan left Zhou Wanning's house and took a taxi to the mall near the school. He bought a latest model Apple cell phone, intending to give it to Wang Yusin. Her cell phone is so old it's probably laggy. Girls seem to love this brand of phone. Li Qingya, Zhao Jing and Zhou Wanning and some other female classmates used Apple phones. This is a cell phone brand from the United States, an electronic technology company. Apple phones are sold all over the world and are very strong. Apple's current market capitalization is $2.62 trillion, which translates to roughly 18 renminbi, 6 trillion. A company with a market capitalization of nearly $20 trillion, very scary, and subsequently growing slowly, was for a time the highest market capitalization company in the world. Yi Chuan paid attention to Apple's stock in his last life. After all, It is the world's top electronic technology company, and many people are paying attention to it. In the global cell phone market, Apple occupies more than 40% of the share, followed by Samsung more than 10%, and then the domestic Oppo, Vivo, Millet about 6%. If Huawei hadn't been sanctioned in the country 2 years ago, Apple wouldn't have taken such a high market share. Pretty country with all sorts of sanctions against Huawei. Apple, the biggest beneficiary, is bound to be one of the driving forces behind this. Back then, the beautiful country introduced various sanctions policies to encircle the country on all fronts. Huawei's cell phone business is crestfallen and hard hit. At that time, it caused great public opinion on the internet, and countless nationals were angry and supported Huawei. But when things settle down, life goes on for the ascetics. A domestic company is sanctioned by a pretty country. Nothing more than a couple of angry sentences. More talk on weekdays. Life is the most important thing. Mortgages, car payments, and household expenses all require money. Judging from the subsequent sales of Apple's cell phones in the country, not only have they not been affected, but they have increased a lot. There's a lot to think about here. Years later, though, Apple suffered a crisis. Not only Apple, but pretty country is also experiencing an unprecedented crisis and is about to lose its world dominance, because a company in the country had a major breakthrough in artificial intelligence that shook the world. The name of this company is Midlight Technologies, Inc. It was also during this time period that Yi Chuan was reborn back to his college days. Zhongguang Technology Company is not yet established, and several of the founding technical backbones are presumably still in high school. Getting off the bus, Yi Chen sent a message to Wang Yusen. What's Yushin doing? Reading in the dorm. I'll be downstairs in your dorm in 6 minutes. You come down later. Oh, campus roads were much less crowded than usual, with many students returning home for the holidays. When Yi Chen arrived at the bottom of Wang Yusen's dormitory, she was already waiting. Yushin. Wang Yusen turned her head to look at him. Bright eyes and white teeth. Her features were standard, but her eyes were a bit evasive. A smile appeared on Yi Chen's face. Why don't you call out to your brother? Wang Yusen's cheeks blushed slightly as she softly shouted, Brother. Seeing that no one was around, Yi Chen reached out and touched her hair. There's no need to be shy when there's no one around. It's a 4th of July gift from your brother. Wang Yusen took it. Thank you, brother. Yi Duan, there are cell phone cases and chargers, earphones and stuff in the bag. If you don't know how to use it, ask Chen Dongxue. I see that she's using an Apple phone as well. Wang Yusen let out a soft Yi Duan, let's go for a walk on the playground together at night. I'll send you a message then. Go back. Wang Yusen blushed scarlet and lowered her head as she walked into the dormitory building. Leaf Dust smiled faintly and turned around to return to the dormitory. Wei Xiangyu and Feng Bing were both reading books in the dormitory. Old Ji, you really don't review all day. Be careful of hanging up. Yi Duan laughed. Diligence can make up for clumsiness. Geniuses don't need to work hard. At this moment, his cell phone rang for a moment, and it was a message from Zhao Jing. Brother, clothes are all done. Come downstairs and pick them up. Okay, I'll be right down. When Yi Chen arrived at the dormitory floor, Zhao Jing was already waiting for him with 2 bags of clothes. She handed the bag to Yi Duan. Brother, in the future clothes hanging, don't just throw them. Leaf Dust took the bag and inadvertently saw her bubble-creased hand. Shizuka, didn't you wash your clothes in the washing machine? Zhao Jing smiled and said, that washing machine in our girls' dormitory doesn't work well. It doesn't wash well, so we all wash by hand. Yi Duan picked up her hand and looked at it. Have you ever washed clothes at home before? Haven't washed it much. My mom does it for me, but I can do it. Zhao Jing's family is relatively well off, and her parents are spoiled, so she rarely does any housework at home. But washing clothes for Yi Chen, she was happy and pleased in her heart. Chapter 49. Wanfeng Securities Account Manager. Leaf Dust's heart was a little complicated as he grabbed his hand and rubbed it twice. How long did it take to wash? Zhao Jing blushed a little. I'm a slow washer, plus my clothes for almost an hour. Yi Duan wore a smile. In the future, all of brother's clothes will be washed for you, and you'll be able to wash them faster with more practice. Zhao Jing pouted and gave him a blank look. Brother, how come you don't know how to feel sorry for people at all? Yi Duan, tough luck. Rest early tonight. Tomorrow we'll leave after 7. Okay, brother, I'll go back first then. Yi Chuan looked at Zhao Jing's back with complicated eyes and returned to the dormitory with the bag of clothes. He obviously smelled a faint scent as he took the clothes out, emanating from them. Old Wei. Old Feng, what do you say about how a girl's laundry smells so good? Wei Xiangyu and Feng Bing looked down at their books, not wanting to ignore him. It's okay, we know there are girls to do your laundry. Yi Duan just sat down. His cell phone ringtone suddenly rang. It was the Zhanghai City number. He picked up the phone. Hello, who is it? Hello, Mr. Yi, I'm Wang Liyun, the account manager of Wanfeng Securities Company. Her voice sounded crisp and pleasant. She should be a beautiful woman. Leaf Dust froze for a moment. Hello, may I ask what you're looking for me for? Wang Liyun smiled back, Mr. Yi Wei Wanfeng Securities is a state-owned company. Strong background, strong strength, funds over 10 million of large customers in our company account. You can enjoy large customers' VIP treatment. The handling fee is very low, and there are large customer channel and so on. Yi Chuan was shocked in his heart when he heard this. It was true that there were no secrets on the internet, and the amount of money within his Dongkai Securities must have been leaked out, or else how could the people from Wanfeng Securities Company have contacted him? He has bought stocks before, all kinds of buying and selling operations, and the stock return rate of the people of Dongkai Securities is estimated to be able to see. Wanhua Securities and Dongkai Securities are competitors in the same industry, and it is assumed that Dongkai Securities has their people, or someone who sells customer information to them. What are your company's fees? Ye Dust using the East Finance Securities Commission is 2.5 per 10,000. 10 million funds commission is 2,500 yuan. 50 million by once is 7 or 8,000 commission. Wang Liyun, Mr. Yi, with your amount of money we can make your fee to 0.5 per 10,000. And there are a variety of VIP privileges. The fees alone are several times cheaper than before, which is really quite good. Yi Duan smiled and replied back, your company's conditions are quite good. I will consider it. Okay, Mr. Yi, let me add your contact information. Do you think it's convenient? Yes, I'll be in touch if anything comes up. Hanging up the phone, he soon received an add friend request from Wang Liyun. Yi Chuan saw the other party's avatar and guessed correctly that it was a young beauty. Managers who pull in clients like these are usually young and beautiful because of some sort of advantage they possess. There are so many securities companies in China, and some of them give conditions not worse than your company. Why should big customers choose your company? This is where the ability of the account manager is put to the test. After Yi Chuan passed the application, the other party sent a message. Hello, Mr. Yi, if there's anything you don't understand you can ask me at any time. I'm at your service 24 hours a day. Okay, Ms. Wang, how come the account manager of East Finance Securities didn't contact me? And how poorly he maintains his clients. He now had at least $45 million in his account, which definitely counted as a big client. Dongkai Securities is a private joint stock company, very famous in the domestic securities industry. Dongkai Securities Company is a listed company with a market capitalization of about $240 billion. Founder Zhao Juanxian graduated from Shanghai Jiaotong University and is a big shot on the school's celebrity list, worth nearly $100 billion. A member of the domestic 100 rich list and a top big shot in the business world. 6:30 p.m. After eating dinner, Yi Duan, the three of them returned to the dormitory. Yi Duan opened his computer to look at the latest news at home and abroad. Whether you are a stockholder or a business tycoon, you will be following the latest news trends at home and abroad, which may be relevant to them. Sometimes knowing something ahead of time allows you to lay out or respond to it earlier. Li Qingya didn't look for him to chat yesterday, so I guess it wasn't too convenient at home. While watching the news, Yi Chuan received a message from Chen Dongxue. Tristan has been with me today and hasn't gone anywhere else. Aha! After replying to Chen Dongxue, Yi Chen saw Zhou Wanning's avatar and sent her a message. How's it going with Yinging? What went well? Leaf Dust, didn't Uncle Joe say you were going on a blind date this afternoon? How was it? Zhou Wanning, just got home from dinner. Doesn't meet my criteria for a spouse. What doesn't Yinging think is appropriate? Personality incompatibility and not much in common. Leaf Dust, Sister Ning, what does he do? Zhou Wanning, runs a company over in Huajing City. Son of a friend of my dad's. Good things come in small packages for Sister Ning. There must be someone better waiting for you. Didn't read the book for review? Be careful of hanging up then. That's a book. Yinging, get an early night. Good night. Good night. After the two chatted, Yi Chen sent a message to Wang Yusin. Yusin came out for a walk. I'll wait for you there in the playground. After saying that he walked out of the dormitory, it was now after 7 o'clock and it was already dark outside. Yi Chen first came to the entrance of the playground and waited for more than a minute before Wang Yusin came. Did you get the new UXIN cell phone? Wang Yusin's voice was soft. It's done. Dongxue taught me how to use it. Yi Duan asked as he walked. Do you still like the new phone? Like. Wang Yusin slightly lowered her head as she followed him, the evening breeze blowing her hair. Yi Chen, what UXIN others have? You will have. What others don't have? You will have. You are my sister. I as a brother will do my best to spoil you. Wang Yusin's beautiful, chaste, and compassionate appearance caused a desire for protection and favor to rise in one's heart. When she heard Yi Chen's words, her heart rippled with layers, but there was a sense of loss if nothing else. Thank you, brother. Yi Duan, does Yusin have a place she wants to go play during the National Day holiday? I hadn't thought about it. Have you ever seen the ocean? No. Then I'll take you to the ocean the day after tomorrow. Relax. Study when you need to study. Play when you need to play. Wang Yusin let out a soft As the two walked and talked, the playground was not as crowded as usual, but there were quite a few couples. The bold ones are at the hotel. The small ones are at the playground. The two of them shopped until 8:30 before heading back. Yi Chuan had just returned to the dormitory to receive a message from Li Qingya. What's Dusty doing? Just finished my book and was just about to go to bed. Li Qingya, being at home is no fun at all. My mom nags me every day, so I might as well study at school. What is Auntie nagging you about? Nothing, just little things. When are you coming back? Go back on the 7th. Go to the sit-down tomorrow. One of my cousins is getting married. I'll take a video of the wedding and send it to you then. Chapter 50, School Closed. Staying in a hotel. Yi Chen and Li Qingya talked for about an hour. The two are warming up to each other and it's so much better than it used to be. Although they hadn't pierced the last layer of window paper yet, the two were now about as close to a couple as you could get. Leaf Dust didn't think it would take too long, and Emily wasn't a problem. 7 o'clock the next morning, Yi Chuan and Zhao Jing met at the school cafeteria. Zhao Jing was beautifully dressed, wearing a halter top, light jacket, and a short skirt underneath, her white and slender jade legs exposed. Shizuku, aren't you cold? It's not cold, brother. You've been to the northeast. You must go to our ice city to see it when you have time. Never been there. I'll get a chance to go later. Whatever you want to eat or buy today, brother's treat. Zhao Jing not only cared about him, but also washed his clothes, so he had to show it as a brother. Today, we invite Zhao Jing to take a dip for a day. After having breakfast, Yi Duan took a taxi to Nanhai Road Pedestrian Street. Zhao Jing was a little excited in the net car. Brother, have you ever been to Nanjing Road Pedestrian Street? How is it there? Yi Duan, I've been there once. It's quite fun. There are quite a few attractions around. The Bund is also there. I've heard that the night view there is very beautiful. I've never seen it. Zhao Jing was a bit expectant. Then let's take a look tonight. Before she came to Jianhai City, she was eager to visit the attractions of Jianhai City. At 8:30 they arrived at Nanhai Road Pedestrian Street. When I got off the bus I saw a large number of people coming out of the subway entrance and heading towards the pedestrian street. There were at least 4 or 5 times more people today than the day Yichen came. The National Day holiday is a vacation whether you work or go to school, and many people take advantage of the holiday to come out and play. The two came to the pedestrian street at a glance crowded. Zhao Jing was more of a crowd pleaser, and she looked more excited with more people. The two of them began to stroll through the pedestrian street, and sometimes when they saw something they liked to eat, Yi Duan would line up to buy it. On a normal day they could walk through the walking street in a couple of hours, and by noon they were only halfway through, spending most of their time in line to buy things. You also have to queue up for lunch, and some of the long-established online restaurants are very crowded. By the time they finished strolling through the Universal Architecture Complex it was dark. After dinner at an old Chinese restaurant nearby, they started walking towards the Bund. There are more people at night than during the day. Yi Chen grabbed Zhao Jing's hand. So many people are following closely. Don't get separated. Zhao Jing felt his big warm hand and had a big smile on her face as she followed him closely. The two men walked with the crowds, and there was a large police presence to maintain order. Later they found a place to sit down, both quite tired after a long day of shopping. Yi Chen was also carrying some food and drinks in his hand. The light show officially started at 7 o'clock, because it was a national holiday, so the night light show was huge and very impressive. Zhao Jing was taking pictures with her cell phone to record this wonderful and shocking moment. Yi Duan watched quietly from the side. He didn't have the habit of taking pictures. Later Yi Chuan's cell phone vibrated a bit. He opened it to see that it was a message from Li Qingya. A few videos of the wedding scene. He froze when he saw the time was 21:32. Jing, let's go back. School closes at 10 o'clock. Zhao Jing reacted and took out her cell phone to look at it. It's already more than 9:30. So let's go back quickly. At this time the light show was still continuing. If it wasn't for Li Qingya's message the two would have had to continue watching. The two men hurried toward the outside. The Bund not at all diminished in numbers at this hour. By the time the two walked out and took a cab back to the school it was 10:20 and the gates were closed. Yi Chen and Zhao Jing looked at each other. The cab driver master smiled and said, "The school gate is closed. Why don't you go to a hotel? But it's a national holiday now, and there might not be any rooms in the hotels either, especially the ones near your school. There are several universities near their school, like Teachers College, University of Science and Technology, and Polytechnic University are all nearby." The two were led by their driver to several hotels, none of which had rooms. Finally came to a 5-star hotel. "Hello sir, the regular rooms are no longer available. Only one business deluxe suite is left and the price for one night is 12,999 yuan. Yi Chuan looked at Zhao Jing, who was usually chirpy and lively, but now looked like a shy little ostrich. "Just this room." After saying that, Yi Chen took out his bank card. The receptionist was a bit surprised, not expecting Yi Chen to be able to afford to book this kind of luxury suite. After swiping their cards, They took their room cards to room 4606 on the 46th floor. This floor is all luxury suites, decorated with high-end elegance and luxury. Zhao Jing didn't say anything the entire time, slightly lowering her head, somewhat shy. When I came to the room, the decoration inside was even more noble and elegant, luxurious and grand, and all kinds of supplies were top big brands. The suite has a living room, bedroom, separate bathroom, large floor-to-ceiling balcony, kitchen and more. Yi Chen looked at the luxurious king-sized bed in the bedroom, then looked at Zhao Jing again. Zhao Jing's cheeks flushed red and she glanced at him and hastily withdrew her eyes. Yi Duan felt a bit funny. You are usually not quite hot and bold. What's wrong with you today? Zhao Jing's voice was a bit small. Brother, isn't this too fast? Yi Duan looked her up and down. What are you thinking? You sleep in the bedroom. I'll sleep on the sofa. Ha? Zhao Jing froze for a moment, not expecting him to say that. Her face bettered, embarrassed by her bad thoughts. There was a hint of restlessness within Yi Chen, but reason told him not to do so. If something happens between the two tonight, they'll be hanging from a tree. A good hunter doesn't have to fight the beasts directly to kill them, but makes all kinds of traps to perfectly bait them. Yi Duan asked the waiter for a set of pillows and quilt. Lying on the sofa was not too comfortable. He simply lay on the carpet. I'm exhausted from this day. I'm going to sleep. Xiao Jing, you should also go to bed early. Zhao Jing had already returned to her usual appearance. Brother, aren't you going to take a shower? Don't you peek. The corner of Zhao Jing's mouth rose slightly. I don't have that fetish. Yi Chen simply took a shower and walked out wrapped in a towel. Zhao Jing, on the other hand, took a hot bath, and there was a tub in the bathing room just for soaking. She came out wrapped in a towel after her bath and saw that the lights in the living room had been turned off, but Yi Duan's cell phone was on and looked like he was playing with it. Zhao Jing, brother, don't play with your cell phone under the covers, it's bad for your eyes. Got it. It's on the way to bed, so you get to sleep too. Zhao Jing walked into the bedroom and lay down on the top luxury king-size bed feeling very comfortable, probably because she was too tired. She quickly fell asleep. The other side. Yi Chen was replying to Li Qingya after taking a shower. How old is your cousin? 30 years old. Cousin's wife and my cousin went to college together. Why are you answering messages so late? What are you doing? Just doing laundry and taking a shower. Dusty, you don't want to review every day either. Go out and have some fun with your roommates, classmates or whatever. Going out with my classmates tomorrow to relax. Chapter 51, Two Sisters Meet. Li Qingya chatted with him for a while and told him to take an early rest. He had to go out tomorrow. 6:30 the next morning, Leaf Dust woke up out of habit, and he started to wash up after getting dressed. After washing up, he called the waiter and asked them to bring breakfast to the room. Many of the luxury suites in 5-star hotels have this kind of service, and more than 10,000 a night is not spent in vain. After ordering breakfast, Leaf Dust knocked on the bedroom door. A few seconds later, Zhao Jing opened the door to her room in a daze. Leaf Dust froze for a moment when he saw her, because Zhao Jing was wearing a loose halter silk nightgown. The condescending look down on the proud figure was faintly visible. Wake up, I just ordered breakfast and will bring it up later. Zhao Jing pouted her little mouth, feigning a petulant look of anger. Bugger. I'm sleeping, let me sleep some more. When she finished, she went back to the bed and flopped there. The long, white, straight long legs were particularly attractive, and the nightgown was relatively short, so Yi Chuan hurriedly withdrew his eyes. He went to the floor-to-ceiling windows to look out at the view, half of the Jiangpu district in full view. 3 minutes later the doorbell rang. Yi Chuan opened the door to his room and the waitress brought in breakfast, which was very sumptuous. When the waiter went out, Yi Duan came back to the bedroom. Jing, get up and eat breakfast. Zhao Jing sat up and looked at her with a beaming mouth, looking dainty and cute. Where did you find the nightgown? It's in the closet, and it's all big luxury brands. After saying that, she got up and washed up. As the two sat and ate their breakfast, Yi Duan looked up and could see her hidden figure. Zhao Jing's body was well developed, and although she had only just started her freshman year of college, she was not to be underestimated. Even senior Wang Yusin's figure was not as well developed as hers. It's probably better to be born with better genes. Leaf Dust was eating and admiring it. It was really a showpiece. Zhao Jing suddenly looked up at him. What are you looking at, brother? Yi Duan dryly coughed. I'll see if you're resting well. Zhao Jing had originally lost a bit of heart last night, because Yi Chen hadn't done anything to her. She even wondered if he wasn't interested in her. But now Yi Chen was peeking while eating, indicating that he actually had thoughts about himself. Maybe he was afraid of hurting himself last night? That's why you didn't do those things. I'm well rested. That bed is so comfortable to sleep on. I've seen that mattress for tens of thousands of dollars. Leaf Dust, you slept well. I slept on the carpet all night. The ground was too hard to be comfortable at all. Zhao Jing grunted. Who told you not to come to the bed to sleep? A bed that big has no problem sleeping two people. If you wanted me to go, you would have said so. Last night without saying a word. have breakfast and clean up. The two checked out and took a cab back to school. After seeing Zhao Jing back to her dormitory, Yi Chen sent a message to Wang Yusin. Where is Yusin? Have you had breakfast? Eaten. Just got back to the dorm. I'll meet you in front of the school. After saying that, he walked towards the school entrance. A few minutes later, Wang Yusin came to the school entrance. Yi Duan took a taxi and headed to the first seawater bathing beach in the Golden Harbor district. The first sea bathing area is famous and is the preferred sea bathing area for many tourists. The other side. Zhao Jing returned to the dormitory. Su Hui looked at her with a smile on her face. Didn't come back last night? Did you go to the hotel with Yi Chen? Zhao Jing, last night to see the light show, was too fascinated. And so back to school has been almost 10:30. The school closed. We went to the hotel. Went to several hotels, have no room. And finally went to a 5-star hotel. There is a luxury suite. Su Hui smiled and asked, how was it? Is senior awesome? Zhao Jing gave her a glance. What do you think? We did not happen. If something happens, you think I will be this way now? Su Hui couldn't believe it. No way. You're so pretty and have such a good body. Can he hold back from sharing a room with you? Is he Lu Xiaohui? Zhao Jing, I'll sleep in the bedroom and he'll sleep in the living room. Su Hui froze for a moment. Is he not interested in you at all? Zhao Jing, or you should just give up. Zhao Jing hummed. Who said he wasn't interested? I was wearing a halter nightgown during the morning meal and he kept sneaking a peek at my figure. Su Hui analyzed her. Then maybe he's holding back, which also shows that he still likes that girl more in his heart. Zhao Jing said confidently, he actually likes me a little bit now, and in time I'll make him fall in love with me completely. I'm afraid you'll end up going deeper. More than an hour later, Yi Chen and Wang Yusin arrived at the first seawater bathing beach. The weather at the beach was cool and the sea breeze felt extra cozy. Even though it's now past summer, there are still a lot of people coming here to have fun, but not many people go down to the sea to bathe. The water is a bit cold. Yi Chen and Wang Yusin strolled along the beach, blowing the sea breeze. Wang Yusin looked at the endless sea. Her heart was actually very happy, only she was not good at expressing it. Walked for a while. Yi Chen sat on the beach. Uxin sit for a while. Wang Yusin sat next to him, the two of them facing the sea, their hearts full of thoughts. All morning they stayed at the ocean beach, blowing in the ocean breeze, talking and talking. At noon, Yi Duan brought her to an upscale seafood restaurant. One is to take Wang Yusin to eat something delicious, and the second is to let himself have a long look. He has never been to a high-grade seafood restaurant before. In the afternoon, Yi Chen and Wang Yusin experienced a luxury yacht ride out to sea. The luxury yacht has 3 floors up and down, with bedrooms, restrooms, living rooms and more, like a mobile luxury suite. Especially sitting on the top open-air deck is a great feeling, with a wide view of the azure sea. Wang Yusin was a bit nervous and constrained at first, but gradually calmed down when Yi Chen grabbed her hand. 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the two left the beach and took a taxi back to school. The beach is a bit far from the school, and it's over an hour away without traffic. They got back to school a little after 5:30. Yi Duan said as he walked, why don't you Xin go eat dinner? Wang Yusin let out a soft Did you have fun today? Happy. Thank you, brother. This voice of brother caused Yi Chen's heart to melt. Her voice was delicate and very nice, and Zhao Jing's clip sound was 2 types. The two weren't very hungry and casually hit up some dinner. While they were eating, Zhao Jing and Su Hui came to the cafeteria. Yi Duan was stunned in his heart when he saw the two of them, not expecting such a coincidence today. Su Hui also saw the two of them later. Zhao Jing, look who Yi Chen is eating with there. Zhao Jing looked towards Wang Yusin, who was opposite Yi Chen. After playing dinner, she and Su Hui came next to Yi Duan. Brother, who is this beautiful woman? Zhao Jing was smiling and puzzled. Yi Chen looked calm. Zhao Jing, I'll introduce you. This is my classmate Wang Yusin, also my good sister. More introverted character. Yusin, this is freshman schoolmate Zhao Jing, also my sister. Straightforward character, lively and extroverted. People are very good. Wang Yusin looked at Zhao Jing, her voice gentle. Hello. Zhao Jing had been secretly sizing up Wang Yusin, and in her heart, she was attracted to her chaste and appealing appearance. She smiled slightly. Hello, school teacher? You're so pretty. Wang Yusin blushed slightly. You're pretty too. Yi Duan, both of you are very pretty. You're both big beauties in our school. Eat quickly. Zhao Jing chatted with Wang Yusin while eating. Where are you from? Senior sister? I'm from Bingcheng, Black North Province. I'm from Chuanba City, Shunan Province. Zhao Jing, sister, do you have a boyfriend? No. Leaf Dust was thankful in his heart that both were sisters. If he had been playing flirty with the two in the first place, he would have flipped by now. It might get a bad reputation at school. With Zhao Jing's character, if her feelings were being toyed with, she really might do something like this. Chapter 52, Key Account Manager of Donkai Securities. The cell phone is ringing. Yi Chuan took out his cell phone and looked at it. It was an unfamiliar number from Zhonghai City. Hello? Hello, Mr. Yi, I'm Xing Lijuan. the private key account manager of Dongkai Securities. I'll be your private VIP account manager from now on. I'll be at your service 24 hours a day, and you can look for me if you have any questions. Yi Duan, are there any favorable policies for big customers? There are other securities companies that have approached me, and they have opened very generous conditions, and I plan to go to their site to open an account and trade. Xing Lijuan hurriedly said, Mr. Yi, our big clients also have great discounts on transaction fees and many other big client privileges. How much can you lower the handling fee for me? Your current commission is 2.5 out of 10. 000. We can make it 0.75 out of 10. 000 for you. And we also have all kinds of big customer privileges, high-quality wealth management recommendations, birthday and holiday gifts, hotels, airlines top VIP privileges and so on. Leaf dust, other places offer me 0.5 parts per million, and they have all these things you mentioned. Xing Lijuan hesitated and said, Mr. Yi, 0.5 0.1% we are geared towards capital sizes above 50 million, but your capital is also close to these. I can apply for you, and I can also apply for other privileges for you if the subsequent size of your capital reaches more than 100 million yuan. Oh, then go ahead and apply. Mr. Yi, are you in Jiangpu district of Jianhai Jiaotong University? Our company has prepared a National Day gift for you. Let me send it to you personally tomorrow. Yes, you can. It's a freebie anyway, so don't take it. Then Mr. Yi, you first busy. I do not bother you. The follow-up I will add your contact information. You are convenient if through. Hang up. Yi Chen had a certain judgment in his heart. Wanfeng Securities must have its own people at Dongkai Securities, otherwise it would be impossible to know my asset size, contact information, etc. If it was someone from Dongkai Securities who sold the customer information, it couldn't have been sold only to Wanfeng Securities. Only one firm, Wanfeng Securities, has contacted him so far, suggesting that they are the only ones getting the news. Zhao Jing asked curiously, brother, who called you? The account manager over at the securities firm. Wang Yusen finished her meal and said softly, brother, I'm full. I'll go back first. Well, go for it. Wang Yusen got up and left, quickly walking out of the cafeteria. Zhao Jing turned her head to look at Yi Chen. Brother, school sister is really quite nice. Leaf dust, she is too introverted, low self-esteem, easy to be bullied. She and I are familiar with the summer vacation, playing summer jobs on the bus. There are shameless to take advantage of. She did not dare to say anything. I helped her a little bit, and then cooked. Zhao Jing, if I met this kind of person, I would definitely beat him up violently. Yi Duan knew that her stance, an unusual male, really wasn't necessarily her match. After dinner, Yi Chen, Zhao Jing, and Su Hui skipped a few laps on the playground before returning to the dormitory. Wei Xiangyu, what did Lao Yi do yesterday? How to stay out at night? Would not be with the sister to go to the room, right? Yi Chuan hemmed and hawed. Yes, but not even a hand to touch. You guys believe it? Who would believe that he didn't touch his hand in the room? Who did he go to the room with? Is it that freshman schoolgirl with the superb body? Wei Xiangyu and Feng Bing both had a gossipy expression on their faces. Yi Duan, speaking of women, you two eyes are bright. Really can't hurry to find one. Suddenly his cell phone vibrated. Yi Chuan looked at the message that was sent by Wang Liyun, the account manager of Wanfeng Securities. How are you considering it, Mr. Yi? The Dongkai Securities side is similar to the conditions you said. Yi Chen did not explicitly reject her. The sly rabbit still has 3 holes in it. He will have more and more money in the future, and it is not possible to use only one securities app. Wanfeng Securities can also be. He has learned on the internet. This securities company is very large and strong, and there is also a state-owned background. Wang Liyun, Mr. Yi, tomorrow you have time? Well, we need to talk about it. Some things on the phone is not convenient to say. Yi Duan, yes, MS. One, you book a place. It's not convenient for me to be at school. Okay, Mr. Yi, I'll contact you tomorrow. After the two of them finished chatting, Yi Duan washed up and laid down on the bed. It was quite a tiring day of shopping with Wang Yusen. Li Qingya didn't chat with him at night. 9 o'clock the next morning, Yi Duan received a call from Xing Lijuan, the private client manager of Dongkai Securities. Hello, Mr. Yi, I'm at the south entrance of your school. I'm a white BMW with a license plate ending number 267. Okay, I'm on my way. Outside vehicles are not allowed in the school. Only teacher and student vehicles are allowed in the school. To drive into the school you need to use the other gates and enter the designated parking lot. In about 6 or 7 minutes, Yi Duan came outside the school on foot. He scanned around to see a white BMW not far away. A tall, beautiful woman in a long dress was standing by the car. She had been watching the entrance of the university, and when she saw Yi Chen come out, a professional smile appeared on her face and she hurriedly greeted him. The company has a picture of Yi Duan, and as a private account manager, She can quit her job and go home if she doesn't even know her big clients. Hello Mr. Yi, I'm Xing Lijuan. She wore a friendly smile and held out her hand with a respectful demeanor. Yi Chuan shook her hand with a flat face. Hello Ms. Xing. Xing Lijuan is very pretty. Otherwise she wouldn't be able to hold the position of private client manager. Mr. Yi, you're not a school student, are you? Yi Duan knew that the other party was being complimentary. Flattering words that anyone would love to hear, as long as it wasn't the kind that was too fake. Yes, I'm still in my senior year. Xing Lijuan's pretty face showed surprise. How old are you this year? Mr. Yi, 22. Xing Li was full of admiration. Mr. Yi, you are too good. I practiced for several years as the first time to see speculation so powerful people. Look at the country, there are not a few Mr. Yi's such a person. She's not just blowing smoke out of her ass. She's making a valid point. $350,000 of original capital. In less than 2 months. More than 150 times the assets. If word got out, it would certainly shake the domestic financial community. It's definitely considered a legend in the industry. After bragging, she took the prepared 4th of July gifts out of the trunk. A premium tea, a premium thermos, and gifts she purchased individually for her clients. Exquisite premium table lamps, scrub sets, and more. The big clients mattered to her performance each month. Poorly maintained. Big clients lose a lot of money when they run away. Because in a position like hers, a private key account manager, basically performance depends on the big clients she serves. These gifts are not very expensive, but they are worth a small few $1,000s. Yi Duan took it and asked, has the handling fee application come down? Xing Lijuan smiled and replied back, it's been applied for. When the holiday passes, the handling fee in the back office will become 0. 5 out of 10. 000. We also have a good variety of higher yielding financial products. If Mr. Yi needs it, he can contact me. Aha. Mr. Yi, then I won't bother you. If there's anything you need to contact me anytime. I'm at your service 24 hours a day. Chapter 53, The Advantages of Beauty. Yi Duan had just returned to the dormitory when his cell phone rang. It's Wang Liyun, an account manager at Wanfeng Securities. Do you have time at noon? Mr. Yi, I've booked the restaurant. Let's talk about it in the restaurant. Yes, you send me the address. The reason why Yi Chuan agreed to Wang Liyun was that he wanted to understand the securities industry more specifically. The subsequent opening of an investment company will definitely involve stocks, futures and other industries. He has to save for a rainy day and prepare in advance. After receiving the address, Leaf Dust took a cab to get there. Just after 11 o'clock he arrived at the restaurant's box. Inside the box sat a young and beautiful woman of about 26 or 27 years of age. Wearing light makeup, her looks and figure were definitely considered to be at the level of a beauty. A lot prettier than that Xing Lijuan of Donkai Securities. Wang Liyun stood up with a smile on her face, her voice crisp and pleasant. Are you Mr. Yi? I'm Yi Chuan. And you're Ms. Wang? It's me, Mr. Yi, please have a seat. Wang Liyun invited him to sit down and poured him a cup of tea. Mr. Yi, you order. Yi Chuan casually ordered a few things, and Wang Liyun ordered a few more. Wait for the waiter to go out. Yi Chen looked at her and asked, how old is Ms. Wang? Wang Liyun was all smiles. I'm 27 years old. Mr. Yi, you look so young. Are you still in college? Yes, I'm a senior at Zhonghai Jiaotong University. Miss Wang, how many years have you been working in the financial industry? More than a year. I am a graduate student from the Zhonghai University of Finance and Economics, and I have been working for the company since I graduated. Leaf Dust, how does it feel to be in this business? Wang Liyun was a little surprised in her heart and couldn't figure out how Yi Chen got into a casual conversation with herself. It was good for her though, and utilized well to get in good with her clients. Not good, not what I expected. Yi Duan was a bit curious. Is it convenient to be specific? Wang Liyun guffawed. Nothing inconvenient. When I first enrolled in this major in college, I thought I could graduate and become an elite in the financial industry, taking a high salary package to do the easiest job. After I graduated I realized that it's the background of the people that counts, like those people in our company, many of whom are not as educated or as capable as I am, and yet they are able to do better work, and their names are all over the promotion list. And my kind of people can only do the lowest level of work, every day to go to pull customers, cannot pull customers or criticized by the leadership. Performance bonuses are reduced. Every industry has hardship and not easy. Yi Chen nodded slightly. Miss Wang, is it convenient to ask about your usual monthly income? Wang Liyun, like I belong to is nothing performance. Every month is to take 15,000 base salary, rent, living expenses and what to subtract. A month left, not much money. If the performance is good, like a colleague of our performance is good, high when the monthly salary can reach hundreds of thousands of dollars, usually have more than 100,000. Graduating from a major university as a graduate student with a monthly salary of $15,000 is relatively normal in society, but when you compare it to your colleagues around you, the gap comes out and certain psychological changes occur. Yi Duan, a big client, was also randomly assigned to her by the leader. The others were either off for the 4th of July holiday or still attacking other clients, and finally the leader gave her the task. Yi Chuan continued to ask, "Are your coworkers that capable? Can they reach hundreds of thousands of dollars a month?" Wang Liyun's eyes flashed a hint of unnaturalness, and she said with a smile, "They are quite capable, and have been in this industry for many years. I've only just been doing it for a year." Leaf dust, MS. Wang, how many clients have you pulled in? Wang Liyun was a bit embarrassed. Haven't pulled in any big clients yet. The leader had previously given her information on 5 big clients, and she hadn't succeeded with any of them. The first client's efforts were unsuccessful for 2 months and declared a failure. The last client had a chance of success, but hinted that she would have to sleep with her for a while and she gave it a miss. Big clients can't be pulled over in a day or two. The company has a rule that the deadline is 2 months, and if you haven't pulled it over in more than 2 months, it's a failure. Either change the person and keep pulling, or give up on this big client. Each securities company gives about the same favorable terms. People would have been familiar with the original securities company. Why should they come to your side of the company? Unless you can give the big clients more. Here's where female account managers come in. You can do things for performance and for money that go beyond the ethical boundaries. Is there anything wrong with this kind of person? Yi Duan had long been used to this kind of thing in his last life. He found such women shameful and shameless at first, but then some female coworker did the same thing to raise money for her parents' medical care. She pulls in big clients and brings in contracts worth hundreds of millions of dollars to the company. Female coworker gets a big bonus and her parents are cured. Upon learning the truth of the matter, Yi Duan felt as if he had been wrong before. You can't judge right and wrong on the surface of something. He had thought deeply. Deep down, she gives something and gets something. Isn't there something wrong with this materialistic society that drives some women to be like this? What is the problem with what society has become? Yi Chen looked at Wang Liyun and smiled. Cheer up. You'll definitely succeed. She may be a woman of principle, but she's not necessarily a good employee for the company. Only those who can create benefits for the company are good employees. If Yi Duan were the owner of the company, he wouldn't find such an employee to be an account manager. Couldn't pull in a single big client. If you can't create any benefits for the company, what does the company need you for? Thank you, Mr. Yi. Wang Liyun expressed her gratitude. There was a knock on the door and the waiter walked in and brought in a meal of one kind or another. This was a high-class restaurant, and the meal Yi Duan ordered would be over $1,000, plus her own order. The meal would be about $2,000. This is not reimbursed by the company and has to come out of the account manager's pocket. If you don't pull in a big client, you'll just have to recognize the loss. MS. Wang Yu said something was inconvenient to talk about in the cell phone. Now you can talk about it. Wang Liyun, Mr. Yi, if you come to our company to open an account to trade, I can return part of my personal commission to you. Yi Duan smiled and asked, how much is your monthly commission if you pull me in? Wang Liyun, if the funds in Mr. Ye's account are 10 million, I have a commission of 10,000 per month. She felt inwardly that Yi Chen must be a rich second generation. Otherwise how could he have so much money at such a young age? Yi Duan, do you think I'll care about those commissions of yours? Wang Liyun knew he was telling the truth, but she had nothing else to give but this. Unless it's selling your body. Mr. Yi, it's me who took the liberty. I know you don't lack this money. I just wanted to express my feelings. Yi Duan smiled. I can see your sincerity. Let's eat first. Wang Liyun sighed in her heart, thinking that this big client might still not be negotiable. Thinking of her parents urging it home 2 days ago, she felt a little helpless and anxious. Brother's wedding bride price money is not enough. Relatives have borrowed all over. Still short of 100,000. Parents let her out. Her parents said it wasn't easy to raise her for so many years, so she should give back to the family. She's only been working for a year and doesn't have that kind of money in her hand, just over $30,000. Compared to those customers with big bellies and fat heads, Yi Chen was young and handsome, and at the very least, he didn't make people feel sick. At this point her heart wavered a little. Chapter 54 Power Coal Futures. Had lunch. Yi Duan said to Wang Liyun, I will open an account with your company. Wang Liyun's heart rejoiced at the words, not expecting happiness to come so suddenly. Was he impressed by my sincerity? As the saying goes, when you're sincere, you're good at what you do. She hurriedly returned, okay Mr. Yi, thank you. The first step to getting a major client to open an account with the company has been a success for their account manager. This is because only 3 securities accounts can be opened per person. Yi Duan took out his cell phone. You first teach me how to open an account in your company. Wang Liyun hurriedly sat next to him and taught him to download the Wanfeng Securities app. and then how to open an account. The whole process took about 5 or 6 minutes. Very convenient. Do you open a futures account? Mr. Yi? Wang Liyan asked softly. Futures? A sudden light flashed in his mind. Apply for the futures account to be opened as well. He hadn't bought futures in his last life because the risk was too high, and futures almost always came with 10 times leverage. There is too much risk of blowing up your position if you are not careful. Millions and millions of dollars can disappear overnight. The reason why he asked Wang Liyun to open a futures account was because he remembered that in his last life, power coal futures were crazy during this time, and things were a big deal. Otherwise he wouldn't have remembered the incident. He was going to try. Futures are risky, but also rewarding, and he would never touch them without the memories of his last life. Even with the experience of his last life, he had to be careful. His brain clearly remembers power coal futures after the 4th of July holiday. It went from about $1.300 a ton to nearly $2.000 a ton in 7 or 8 days, an increase of more than 50%, with 10 times leverage. That's more than 500%, or more than 5 times as much, in touching 2,000 yuan a ton. The official heavy hand, strict investigation of capital malicious speculation in power coal, followed by power coal futures successive several losses. In just over half a month fell back to the price of a year ago, about 600 yuan a ton. Countless institutions, traders, retail investors in this futures game blood loss. Of course, there are also many institutions. Retail investors make a lot of money. In the futures market, some people lose money and some people make money. Go long in the front and short in the back. Futures can be long and short. Unlike stocks, if nothing else, he will make a bloody fortune. Thinking of these he was vaguely excited. If not, Wang Liyun reminded, almost missed a wave of opportunities to make money. There were only a handful of futures that stood out in his mind as being more impressive. Stocks were more of a problem. After all, they were the main thing he played with in his last life. Yi Chen turned his head to look at Wang Liyun next to him, a hint of a smile on his face. When Wang Liyun saw his smile, her pretty face slightly reddened, thinking that he was playing something bad. Yi, Mr. Yi, I will notify my colleagues in the company in a while. Your account opening application will be passed quickly. Yi Chuan saw her reaction and the corner of his mouth rose slightly. Ms. Wang, you're so long and beautiful. Have you ever had a big client make excessive demands? Wang Liyun nodded slightly. Yes. Do you know why your performance is so poor? No. Leaf Dust reached out and lifted her chin, making her look straight at him. Would you agree if I asked for something too much? Wang Liyun's face instantly turned red, but she didn't struggle. With a few moments of hesitation in her expression, she was worried about losing Yi Duan as a big client. Yi Duan already knew the answer when he saw her facial reaction. Why are you hesitating now? Wang Liyun took a deep breath. My family is short of money. My brother is getting married soon. My parents let me take 100,000. I want to make some money. My colleagues are not as good as me, but they all bought a house in Shanghai, and also drove a Mercedes-Benz, BMW. Only I live in a small rental house. Go out to take the metro to take a taxi. I want to live a better life, and you do not make it so annoying. The smile on Yi Chan's face deepened. That means you'll agree to whatever I ask you to do now? Wang Liyun nodded with a blushing face. The combination of factors made her change inside. The two main factors, money and the young and handsome Yi Duan. If Yi Chen was a fat head and big belly, she probably wouldn't have agreed. Everyone's a bit of a facehugger. Trying to sleep with me? You're thinking pretty hard. After saying that, Leaf Dust loosened her chin. Wang Liyun froze for a moment, feeling a little angry in her heart, feeling that she was being teased. What do you mean? Yi Duan, I'm still a virgin. Let's talk about this kind of thing later. Let's go. Wang Liyun froze for a moment, her eyes looking at him suspiciously. A virgin? Walk out of the restaurant. Leaf Dust called a cab. See you later. On the way back he sent a message to Xing Lijuan, the account manager of Dongkai Securities. He applied to open a futures account on Dongkai Securities, which required her to contact the staff on duty to agree to it. Back to the school dormitory, Yi Duan opened his computer to look at the recent trend of power coal futures. In a year's time power coal has tripled, from about $600 to $1,200 a ton. This time the hype is based on the concept of lower national coal stocks, fast approaching the inventory warning line, the coming winter cold snap, and the possibility of La Nina phenomenon bringing extreme cold weather to catalyze the demand for coal. There is also the production side of the previous supply side reform. Many backward enterprises closed down. The supply is relatively reduced. That's the reason for this round of speculation in power coal futures. In the afternoon, Yi Duan's application to open a futures account at Dongkai Securities passed the audit. The other side. After Wang Liyun returned to her rental house, she received a call from her leader. Wang, how's the talk going? Manager Liu, Mr. Yi has opened an account with our company. I saw it in the group. This Mr. Yi must try his best to pull it together. This is a great god of stock speculation. 2 months of time. The funds in the stock market turned over nearly 150 times. Wang Liyun's cherry mouth opened slightly. 2 months' time. 150 times in the stock market? This is extremely rare even in the futures market. Knowing that the futures market comes with 10 times leverage, 150 times within the stock market in 2 months is a no-brainer. The news can't be wrong. The group of Dongkai Securities has exploded. They're all discussing him. You have to do your best to get him over here, or I'll replace him. Wang Liyun hurriedly said, Okay, Manager Liu. I don't think it's a big problem. I'm 90% sure. Last time you also said you were 90% sure, but you let me down. I'll trust you one last time. I don't care what you use. I just want results, and if you can't do it right again, you'll resign yourself. At night, a certain upscale restaurant in Zhanghai City. A group of young men and women are partying together. They were second-generation disciples of Zhanghai City, and their origins were all extraordinary. How's Manchio doing in the stock market these days? A man asked with a smile. Zhang Manchio smiled and said back, It's not bad. The market was quite good in September, and I earned more than 30%. The other young man's tone was tinged with a few compliments and flattery. Manchio is really great. I only earned more than 10% in September. Lao Zhao, how much you gained last month? Zhao Shangming, I'm also just over 20%. Not as much as Manchio. The corners of Zhang Manchio's mouth rose slightly when she heard their words, and she felt a bit of pride in her heart. Another girl with glasses and a bit of literary temperament spoke up. Is old Zhao's afternoon rumor true? Zhang Manchio and a few others looked curiously at Zhao Shangming. What rumors? The girl wearing glasses was named Tang Xin, and she opened her mouth to say, I heard that there's a retail investor named Life is Like a Dream from Dongkai Securities, and in 2 months' time, the funds in his account have doubled nearly 150 times in the stock market. Chapter 55, 3. $6 million watch. Zhang Manchio and the others' faces were filled with shock when they heard Tang Yi's words. It can't be. 2 months in the stock market, how to flip more than 150 times. Tang Yi rested his glasses with his hand. Looking calm, I don't really believe it either. Dongkai Securities is the industry of old Zhao's family. He must know the truth. Several people all looked toward Zhao Shangming. Zhao Shangming nodded slightly. It's true. He bought Longfei Technology, a 10 times demon stock at the beginning, as well as Tianhai Construction and Investment and some demon stocks, at the very beginning of the account capital of 350,000, and now up to nearly 50 million. And his identity, to say it out you will certainly be shocked. The client's transaction details and positions are no secret to the securities company. Even account managers and department managers can see it, because they have to report to the exchange on the client's operation orders, so every time the client operates, the account manager will be able to know. A securities firm is an intermediary, helping to make transactions between clients and exchanges, and they earn commission fees. The crowd's faces were shocked when they heard Zhao Shangming admit it. Every one of them plays stocks and knows how hard it is to double 150 times or more in the stock market. Tang Yi asked curiously, what's his identity? Zhang Manchio and the others all looked at Zhao Shangming. Old Zhao, you don't have to sell your secrets, quickly say it. I'd like to know what the identity of this great god is. Zhao Shangming looked at Zhang Manchio. Manchio, this person is from your Zhanghai Jiaotong University. He's in the School of Electronic Information and Electrical Engineering, majoring in computer science. A senior. His name is Yi Chen. He's 22 years old this year, and his hometown is the city of Andian in the Ludong province. So young? The crowd was once again stunned, not realizing that this speculation god was so young. Zhao Shangming, his trading success rate is 100%. Very scary. This man is gifted in stock speculation. Tang Yi spoke up and asked, what stocks is he buying now? Zhao Shangming, Jiangnan Lithium. Someone opened their cell phone to look at the ticker chart for Jiangnan Lithium. Jiangnan Lithium has risen several times. Can it still rise? Will not buy in to be set. Some people Jiangnan Lithium industry to generate doubts. Zhang Manchio, this can't be a trap? Jiangnan Lithium industry before almost delisted, have risen so much. Will it go up? Will there be an organization to cooperate with him, and then let people come to take over? Zhao Shangming nodded slightly. There is this possibility, but it's not very likely based on my judgment. October 5 a.m. Xing Chao came back from his hometown and brought some delicious food to some of his housemates. There was nothing on Chui Tingting's side, and the sophomore student would occasionally send her food, small gifts, or whatever. It was like a slow assault on Tristan's heart. At this rate, Yi Chuan felt that there was a high probability that something would happen between the two. That sophomore schoolboy is not simple either. He looks like a veteran of the flower world. Leaf Dust has nothing going on reading stock and futures forums. Suddenly the title of a post caught his attention. The stock god Life as a Dream went from $350,000 to $50 million in 2 months, nearly 150 times. Yi Duan Dongkai Securities account nickname is called Life is Like a Dream. He opened it and read it, and the contents really did speak of him. Even his every operation was exposed. It's not a secret. Employees of securities firms can see it, and it's not unusual for news to leak out. There are a lot of people commenting who don't believe it and think the author is bragging. What's the point of bragging about making 150 times in the stock market in 2 months' time? Futures can't even do that. That's right. Author, can you stop blowing it out of proportion? Look who believes it. This post is all about fooling white people. Shouldn't the follow-up be about selling classes and pimping people out? Same old. I was screwed like this when I first got into the stock market, spending thousands of dollars on a crap course. It seems to be true. I heard someone talk about it in the group yesterday. I also heard the news yesterday. Life is like a dream. Big Brother is really bullish. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean others can't. And I can tell you it's not fake. When Yi Duan saw the comment, the corner of his mouth slightly raised and commented as well. Dude, it's not good for you to expose me like that, is it? After commenting, he continued to look at the other posts. The forum actually hides a lot of gods. A lot of news are not reported on someone exposed in advance. He's gathering news about power coal. Despite having memories of his last life, he had to do his homework just to be on the safe side. The morning of the 6th of October, Yi Chuan received a call from Lu Zixuan. Sister Xian. Lu Zixuan's voice came out from within the cell phone. Did Xiao Duan go out to play these days? Leaf dust. 2 days ago I went out to look around. Everywhere is crowded. These 2 days have been staying in the dormitory to review. I'm on my way back to Jianhai City. Dusty will go to my sister's house for dinner tonight. Yi Chuan froze in his heart. Okay, Sister Xian. Drive safely. Okay. See you tonight, Dusty. Hanging up the phone, Yi Duan continued to read and study. The books he reads now are no longer review material for exams, but more advanced knowledge. Since he had a smart brain in this life, he had to utilize it. Maybe he didn't need to wait for Zhongguang Science and Technology Corporation to get the real AI developed ahead of time. Around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Yi Duan left the school and took a taxi to the Crestview Pearl neighborhood. Getting down from the car, Yi Duan bought some vegetables, meat and seafood at the nearby supermarket. He took the elevator to 801 on the 8th floor and then rang the doorbell. Lu Zixuan opened the door to her room, wearing a loose silk short nightgown. Her hair was wet, her mature and sexy body was eye-catching, and her young woman imperial temperament was charming. Dusty is here. Come in and sit down. No need to change shoes. Strange trouble. Yi Duan walked into the house. Sister Xian, what time did you arrive home? Lu Zixuan, a little more to home. Dinner, did not eat, lying in bed to sleep a lot. Woke up, I took a shower. Sister Xian, take a break. Last time you were the one who cooked. Today I'll let you taste my brother's cooking. Yeah, but don't be some dark dish. Yi Chuan walked into the kitchen with his things, and Lu Zixuan went to blow dry her hair. More than half an hour later, Yi Duan made 5 or 6 kinds of meals. Lu Zixuan sniffed her nose. Not bad. It smells pretty good. I didn't realize that you're a pretty good cook. Xiao dust. Yi Duan, when I was small, I fried and cooked, and now the network is developed. How to do some dishes can be learned by looking at the internet. Come to Xian's sister to taste how the rice. Wait, Dusty. Sis has a gift for you. When she finished, she went back to the bedroom and pulled out a small, delicate bag and placed it on the dining room table. Dusty, see if you like it. Yi Chen revealed a puzzled look. What is this, Sister Xian? You'll see when you open it. Yi Chuan opened the box. Inside is a body white watch. Looks fashionable and exquisite, also with a few points of elegance, in line with his aesthetic standards. Lu Zixuan's pretty face contained a smile. This is Richard Mill's watch. The design aspect is more fashionable and trendy. I think it's more suitable for young people. Like Patek Philippe and Rolex's watch is too traditional and steady. Suitable for people who are older. Yi Duan knows the brand Richard Mille. International high-end watches, which are very expensive. Sister Xian, how much is this watch? It's not very expensive. $3,600,000. I also asked my friend to buy a brand new one over in Shangjiang through my connections. Even though Yi Chen was mentally prepared, he was still a bit surprised to hear this price. I can't believe a piece of watch is selling for so much. This is far more than the value of the watch itself. Luxury watches have been endowed with financial attributes and possess a collector's value, while also symbolizing status and position. Status advancement is a lifelong struggle for many people. To put it bluntly, it's all about vanity. The human heart is complex, and no one wants to stay at the bottom, exploited and oppressed and looked down upon. Anyone who wants to become a man of the world. The feeling of being surrounded by compliments and respect will greatly satisfy people's vanity. The feeling of being in control of someone's life and death is even more addictive. This is why many people in the country want to become officials. The exhilaration that power can bring is far beyond anything else. Chapter 56, Crazy Coal Futures, 130 million float. Yi Chen looked at Lu Zixuan, his eyes bright and clear. Sister Xian, this is too much of a bust. Lu Zixuan, broke what? You are my brother. Sister to brother to buy things is not very normal. Well, sister to you to wear to see how. After saying that, she took out her watch and put it on Yi Chen's wrist. Not bad. It adds a bit of elegance when you wear it. It's more elegant. Yi Chuan, thank you. Sister Xian, you're welcome. Let's eat. After saying that, Lu Zixuan opened a bottle of red wine. The two of them chatted while eating and drinking. Lu Zixuan talked to him about going back home to see her parents, spouting off about some of the company's business. Yaxing Technical Services is actually doing quite well. It's not a big problem to make tens of millions of dollars a year at the current trend. After dinner at 8 o'clock in the evening, Leaf Dust finished cleaning up and came out from the kitchen. Sister Xian, I'll go back first, or the school will be closed. Yi Duan had been admiring his watch on the way back. It is worthy of being a top luxury watch. The texture is really different. On the way back, he received a message from Chen Dongxue. The sophomore student gave Trey Ting Ting a skincare set this afternoon. Okay, I got it. Li Qingya didn't chat with him. She was still in her hometown today and wouldn't come back by high-speed train until tomorrow. Yi Chuan sent a message to Lu Zixuan after returning to the dormitory. Sister Xian, I've arrived at the dormitory. Dusty, you're a good cook. What if Sister Xian falls in love with your fried dishes? I'll fry it for Sister Xian when I'm free. Sister Xian, you gave me a gift, I love it. Thank you. Little Dust, you like it is good. Xian's sister heart take you as her own brother. There is no other idea. Xian's sister don't have a younger brother. Now there is a younger brother. Just want to spoil you well. Yi Chen's heart was not calm when he heard her words. It's an honor to meet you. K.O. Don't talk like that. It's fate. The time turned to October 10th. The stock and futures markets will open normally on this day. Yi Duan didn't go to the classroom in the morning. He stayed alone in the dormitory and waited. Power coal futures just opened down 1.5% at 9 o'clock and then started to pull up. The stock market opened at 9:30, and Yi Duan sold Jiang and lithium for $26 million. Because futures have position limits. The position limit for power coal futures is 2,000 lots. 2,000 lots is 260 million at current power coal prices. $26 million in capital, 10 times leverage, equals $260 million in capital to buy power coal futures. 10 times leverage is very risky. As long as the 10% drop, either a margin call, or else the position will be forced to close. Half an hour. Power coal futures have risen 3% and are starting to rise again with his big buy. If the trend of power coal futures is different from the previous life, and it is forced to close the position, Yi Duan is not panicked, and he still has a lot of money in his bank card and securities account. Whatever he does, he likes to leave himself a way out, including befriending Lu Zixuan, Zhou Wanning, and the others were all back roads he had left for himself. Cunning rabbits have 3 holes in the ground, not to mention people. Trading power coal futures is a little different than stocks. In addition to trading during the day, there are also night trading hours, from 9 p.m. M. to 11 p.m. M. with a 10% limit on gains and losses. Power coal futures were very strong today, up 8 points until the end of the night session at 11 p.m. When Yi Duan bought in, he was already up 3 points, and his gain was nearly 5 points. The $260 million position is worth a $13 million gain today. He invested a total of $26 million and made 50% in one day. Yi Duan was a bit shocked when he saw the account's profit for the day. No wonder so many people like to play futures in the last life. It really is something that can make people rich overnight. It can also cost a person their money overnight. If it drops 5 points today, his loss will be as high as 50%, or a loss of $13 million. The other side. Inside a group chat with only a few people, Zhao Shangming sent a message in the group. Today that Yi Duan sold Jiang and lithium for $26 million and bought power coal futures with 10 times leverage. Tang Yi first replied, power coal futures have risen quite well this period of time, but futures gambling is too big. A little carelessness will lose all the money. Zhang Manqiu, Jiang and lithium industry rose well. I bought this morning, to close up more than 4 points. Tang Yi, a few people have returned. I also bought early in the morning. See, the trend may still be able to go up, and then take a hold to see. Zhao Shangming, power coal futures rose 8 points today, and he gained more than 13 million today. Zhang Manqiu opened his mouth and said, futures earn fast and lose fast. He has not sold things or not necessarily. Tang Yi knew that Zhang Manqiu was very proud that there were peers who were better than her, and in her heart, she was probably very unconvinced. Old Zhao, you pay more attention. Let me know if there's any news. Tang Yi was curious about Yi Chen, the stock speculation god. Day 2. Power coal futures are up 10% straight away. Many institutions, traders, and retail investors rejoiced. Doubling your account in one day is a great temptation. Institutions and traders have invested hundreds of millions of dollars in capital, and accounts have risen by $100 or $200 million a day. Even they couldn't keep their cool, and excitement and thrill filled their entire body. they feel it can still go up. And some are increasing their investments and continuing to go long in power coal futures. The hot coal futures market has also attracted large amounts of speculative capital, driving up prices. Today's rally was the result of a massive influx of speculative money, and everyone wanted a piece of the action. Leaf Dust was a bit agitated at first, but quickly calmed down. On the third day, power coal futures oscillated during the session and ended up 5%. It rose 3% on the fourth day, up 8% on the fifth day. The hot market is once again attracting a huge influx of money. Go long brainlessly and double your money with your eyes closed. Power coal futures opened higher on the sixth day, day 7, which is Tuesday, October 18th. Power coal futures opened up again, and the price of a ton is approaching $2,000. Leaf Dust's futures account floated $130 million, invested $26 million and made 5 times as much in just 7 days. He clearly remembers that at 10 o'clock this evening, the National Development and Reform Commission stepped in and intervened in coal prices in accordance with the law. Coal futures began to plummet, falling back to 600 in 10 days. Yi Duan directly sold all the power coal futures contracts, and then bought 40 million bearish contracts, the same 10 times leverage, equivalent to 400 million funds, to reach the maximum 2,000 hand position limit. Because coal futures prices have been rising before, the price for 2,000 lots is different than before. He had just finished operating his WeChat with a ring, and it was a message from Zhou Jitsai. Is that you? The one Dusty discusses online whose life is like a dream. Yi Duan, it's my Uncle Zhou. I guess someone over at the Securities company leaked my situation. Zhou Jitsai, Dusty Huaguan technology has risen well for a while. Should I sell now? I have gained 213% in this stock. Yi Dust, Uncle Zhou, see the trend can still go up. Tripling is not a big problem. Then you can sell it. Zhou Jitsai, well good. Then take it for a while longer. Xiao Dust, your sister Ning is sick with a fever. Your aunt and I don't have time to go over there, so help me go over there and take a look. Chapter 57, accompanying sister Ning to see the doctor. Yi Chen's expression froze when he saw Zhou Jitsai's message. He wasn't stupid, probably could guess Zhou Jitsai's intentions, probably trying to set up both him and Zhou Wanning. Okay, Uncle Zhou, I'll go over and take a look. Yi Duan turned off his computer and walked out of the dormitory. Arriving at the faculty and staff apartment dormitory building, he had been here once before and knew that Zhou Wanning's residence walked straight in. Coming outside Zhou Wanning's room, he knocked on the door. Who? Zhou Wanning's breathless voice came from the room. Yi Chuan, Sister Ning, it's me. I heard Uncle Zhou say you were sick and came over to see you. The door to the room quickly opened, and Zhou Wanning was wearing her pajamas, with no essence at all. Seeing her appearance, Yi Chuan hurriedly asked, did you try the meter, Sister Ning? How many degrees? 39 degrees too. Yi Duan, burning so high and still not going to take a look. Sister Ning, you hurry to change your clothes. I'll take you to the infirmary to take a look. The school infirmary is not up to par. Go outside and look. Zhou Wanning coughed a few times, somewhat unable to trust the school infirmary. Yi Chuan, okay Sister Ning, go change your clothes. Zhou Wanning went into the bedroom and changed into a casual outfit and came out, her face flushed with fever and a little shyness. After all, there was a guy outside while he was changing. Leaf Dust walked over and assisted her arm. Sister Ning, I'll help you down. You look a little burnt and disoriented. Don't fall again. Zhou Wanning let out a soft hum. The two of them walked downstairs to the parking lot, where he drove Zhou Wanning's car towards the nearby Zhonghai City Ninth People's Hospital. Zhou Wanning was sitting in the passenger seat, breathless and disoriented, sometimes coughing violently a few times. Arriving at the hospital, Yi Duan accompanied her to the clinic, took blood tests, and checked for various infections. I waited an hour before and after for the results to come back. It was finally found to be Mycoplasma pneumoniae and the doctor recommended fluids. The two went back to the outpatient lobby for another infusion, and by the time they were done it was almost noon. Zhou Wanning sat on the chair and said to her, Dusty is fine, so hurry back to your studies. Yi Chuan sat next to her. Sister Ning, I finished reviewing long ago. I have full certainty of the exam. You are now sick and need someone to take care of you. Uncle and aunt are busy. I have nothing to do. Zhou Wanning smiled faintly. Thank you, Dusty. Yi Chen, Sister Ning, don't be so polite. You used to take care of me like a sister. How can I as a younger brother leave you behind at this time? Zhou Wanning smiled faintly. How has it been for Dusty stock? It went up okay. Zhou Wanning, how much money do you make now? Almost 2 small goals. Zhou Wanning's beautiful eyes revealed astonishment. So much? Yi Duan smiled and said back. Recently, I was lucky enough to earn a little bit in the futures market. Zhou Wanning saw his watch. Nice watch. Just bought it? What brand? Richard Miller. That seems like a big brand, right? How much is it? 306. Is it that cheap? There's $1 million in the back. Zhou Wanning glared at him. What's the point of buying such an expensive watch? Save the money you earn. Don't spend it recklessly. Sister Ning is right, Zhou Wanning continued. But you have money now. Buy some of your favorite things is fine. Do not spend indiscriminately. Remember the bittersweet, down to earth. After a bottle of fluids, Zhou Wanning's state was obviously much better. Yi Chuan looked at the time and said, Sister Ning is hungry. What do you want to eat? I'll go buy. Zhou Wanning hadn't eaten in the morning, and her stomach had been a little hungry for a long time. A light stir-fry will do, and I'd like to have a bowl of congee. Okay, Sister Inging. Yi Duan came outside the hospital and bought several kinds of light fried vegetables, steamed buns and congee, and a kettle. Sister Ning, you eat first, I'll go get some hot water. When he came back, Zhou Wanning said to him, Shao dust you eat quickly too. Do you all eat steamed buns over there in your hometown? Yi Chuan nodded gently. Sister Ning, are you a local from Zhanghai City? Zhou Wanning, my father came to settle in Zhanghai when he was young. His hometown is South Zhejiang Province. Not really a local. While the two were eating lunch, inside some group chat online, Zhao Xiangming spoke up. Today Yi Duan sold all of the power coal futures. The account floated 130 million, and then bought a full position of bearish contracts. Tang Yi first replied, coal futures are so hot, isn't it a bit too early to go short? Fong Jifeng, look at the coal futures now, the hot market. It is too early to short, at least can still rise a lot. He must have judged wrong this time. Zhang Manqiu, the long side of coal futures is very strong. The short side is weak. He is now shorting, is looking for death. The crowd in the group agreed that coal futures are simply not the time to go short. The long side is too strong and will at the very least surge for a while. Zhao Xiangming, I also think it's too early to short, but he invested $40 million this time. Even after the loss of the account will still float 90 million. Ninth People's Hospital. Zhou Wanning's pretty face was slightly red as she looked at Yi Chen. Shao Chun, I want to go to the toilet. She was holding it in before, trying to wait for the infusion to finish before going to the bathroom, but couldn't hold it in any longer. Yi Chuan stood up with a calm face and took off the infusion bag. Let's go, Sister Ning. Coming to the restroom. Yi Chen hung the infusion bag on the wall and walked out. One hand on the toilet is not a big problem. In about 2 or 3 minutes, Zhou Wanning walked out, holding an infusion bag in one hand. Yi Duan saw that the rope of her casual pants was not tied, and helped her tie it briefly, then took the infusion bag. Zhou Wanning's pretty face was hot and a bit shy, especially when Yi Chen was tying her rope. Her heart was racing and she didn't dare to breathe. Returning to his seat, Yi Chuan broke the awkward atmosphere. How was Sister Ning's vacation blind date? Zhou Wanning returned to normal. Not good. My parents introduced several. None of them fit the eye. Sister Ning, you are so beautiful and attractive. It's normal to be more demanding. Yi Chuan patted a horse's ass without a trace. Which woman does not have vanity? Being praised beautiful heart will be very happy. I'm not asking for much at all, as long as it's a good match. That no request is the highest request. Just after 2 p.m., after Zhou Wanning finished her infusion, Yi Chuan drove back to the school and sent her to the dormitory. Sister Ning, you take a good rest and rest. Tomorrow we'll leave at 9 o'clock. Zhou Wanning, I'll just go by myself tomorrow. It's inconvenient for you to go alone. I don't have anything to do, so let's just say I'll come to you tomorrow. I'll go first, La Ning's sister. After saying that, Yi Chen turned around with the intention of leaving, just opened the door and saw a man standing outside, about the same age as Zhou Wanning. Wan Pengtao froze for a moment when he saw a young man in Zhou Wanning's dormitory. Which one are you? Yi Chen wore a smile on his face. I'm Sister Ning's brother. You're looking for Sister Ning? Zhou Wanning, Mr. Wan, what are you looking for me for? Wan Pengtao was full of smiles. Teacher Zhou, at noon I heard that you were sick. No one was in the dormitory when I came over to see you. How is your body? Chapter 58, Second Generation Disciples Shock. Zhou Wanning's expression didn't have much of a reaction, and it was clear that she wasn't a fan of Wan Pengtao. There's nothing more to it. Thanks to Mr. Wan's concern, Wan Pengtao walked in, carrying some fruit in his hand. Teacher Zhou, this is your cousin? He was inquiring about Yi Duan, wanting to know if the other party was his love interest. Zhou Wanning calmly returned, Shao Duan is not my cousin. He is younger than me and calls me a sister. My parents also like him. These last words of hers made Wan Pengtao's heart sink. This man has met Zhou Wanning's parents? And her parents are satisfied? Wan Pengtao could hear the meaning of the words and felt a little uncomfortable. I'm relieved that you're fine, Mr. Zhou. I still have some things to do before I go back. When he left, Yi Chen looked at Zhou Wanning. Anyone could hear the meaning in her words just now. It's tantamount to saying in disguise that the two aren't a couple yet, but they're getting close, and their parents have met. A smile appeared on Zhou Wanning's face. Dusty is sorry. This Wan Pengtao has been pestering me to death on the basis that his uncle is the vice dean of the academy, annoying the hell out of me. Yi Chen smiled back. It's fine, Sister Ning. His uncle is the vice president of our academy? Zhou Wanning nodded. Otherwise, with his education, how could he have gotten into the transportation university to work? Luckily it wasn't for the students. He was working in the school's general affairs office. The cell phone suddenly rang. It was Joe Wanning's dad's call. "Hey Dad, I'm fine. Dusty accompanied me to the hospital in the morning and the doctor said a few days of fluids would be fine." Joe Jitsai, "It's good that it's okay. Is it still hard now?" "Nothing much else except a bit of a cough. And my body isn't tired anymore." After a few words, father and daughter hung up. "Yi Chen, Sister Ning, you have a good rest. I'll go back first." "Well, review it well." Joe Wanning didn't sleep well last night, so she was just in time to catch up on her sleep in the afternoon. Yi Duan returned to the dormitory and opened the computer to look at the stock futures forum. Almost all of the above is a discussion of coal futures. This shows how hot coal futures are right now. Aside from coal futures, there's also that post about leaf dust. After so many days of fermentation, there have been a lot of people confirming that it's true in the comments section, causing quite a stir. 6 o'clock in the afternoon. He came to the cafeteria to eat and saw Zhao Meng and Su Hui both. "What are you up to these days, brother? You can't even see anyone." "Leaf dust, busy with something. Miss me after a few days of absence?" Zhao Jing heatedly smiled. "Yeah, a day without seeing is like 3 autumns. Let's go for a walk on the playground after dinner later." Yi Duan nodded his head in agreement. "Yes, relax. The nerves have been tense for a while." Zhao Jing took out her cell phone. "Brother, it's snowing over at our old home today. Take a look." After saying that, she handed her cell phone to Yi Duan. Although Yi Duan is from Ludong province, but in October, it is still not very cold in his hometown, so he can't compare it with the northeast. "It's cold in the winter in your ice city, isn't it?" Zhao Jing, "Normal in winter is -20 to 30 degrees, and the coldest time is -40 degrees. After dinner, it was dark outside from the cafeteria. Zhanghai City has entered autumn and the days are cool." Zhao Jing said as she walked. "Brother, what's the name of that girl you like? Did she promise you?" "Leaf dust, not yet. You wouldn't recognize her even if I told you. She's not in our school." Zhao Jing turned her head to look at him with a smile on her face. "Brother, do people not like you? Being a licking dog doesn't end well." "A dog licker? I've never been a dog licker in my life. Lickspittle shall not die." Zhao Jing, "Brother, tell me how you met. I'll analyze it for you to see if they like you." "I was at the high school table with her for 3 years, and not only was she a good student and pretty, she was also very nice." Zhao Jing, "Saying so much is your crush on people. If people like you not early with you together, this is the 4th year of college." Yi Duan, "You don't understand. Her and your character is different. She is a bit arrogant. You belong to the kind of passionate like fire, straightforward and frank. So which one do you like?" "Good brother, I actually like them all." Zhao Jing suddenly raised her leg, intending to give him a kick, but then she thought about whether she had a good chance of doing the same. Leaf dust may have only liked his high school desk before, but now he kind of likes me too. Thinking of this, she collected her feet and said with a smile, "Brother, did I just do a handsome one too?" Yi Chen gave her a blank look. "I think you want to kick me." After that he muttered, "A monogram seems to unlock a lot of knowledge." "Ha!" Zhao Jing froze for a moment, only to react a few seconds later, her face reddening as she kicked him in the ass. "Shame on you. I'll kick your ass." Yi Chuan instinctively reacted quickly, and his hand grabbed Zhao Jing's ankle just as she mentioned him. It was probably because Zhao Jing didn't exert herself much and slowed down a bit. Zhao Jing's cheeks burned, and this position made her a little embarrassed. "Get off me. It was agreed that you couldn't kick me." He let go of Zhao Jing's ankle. Zhao Jing hummed, "Brother, in 2 days for my birthday." "What day?" "This Friday, October 21st, September 26th on the lunar calendar. I'd like to take you and Hoshi out to dinner." Okay, do I need to prepare a gift?" Zhao Jing glared at him. "What do you think? If you don't prepare a gift to strangle you." 8 o'clock at night. Yi Chuan returned to the dormitory and saw the message from Chen Dongshui. "Today Chui Tingting are reviewing." In the afternoon someone confessed his love to Uxin. It was a boy named Huang Kongxing from the sophomore year. Uxin refused. "Well done. Keep up the good work." Yi Duan read for a while, then turned on his computer to stare at the night trading of coal futures. Meanwhile he waited for news. Night trading is from 9 to 11. Power coal futures were up 2 points straight after the 9 a.m. Open. Yi Chuan bought a bearish contract. Up 2 points, he lost 2 points. 10 times leverage, that is a loss of 20%. He wasn't in a hurry. As I remember from my last life, the DAC published the news at 5 minutes past 10 at night. Coal futures plummeted in response to the news, and then fell back to the prices of a year ago in just a few days. Inside some group chat, Zhao Shangming sent a message. Coal futures night trading has started and opened up 2 points. Fang Jifeng was a little smug. It looks like the night session can go up more than 5 points. Can make a big profit. Tangy, how much coal futures did you buy? How much did you make? Fang Jifeng returned, I bought 2 million this morning, and then added 10 times the leverage. Currently earning late rise of these, hold up the bold and starve the timid. Zhang Manqiu, futures are too much of a gamble. It's better not to play. Zhao Shangming, if it goes up tonight, Yi Duan will blow his position and the 40 million will be forced to close. Fang Jifeng, he must have misjudged this time. Now the coal futures long is very strong. Everyone is bearish. Only he is bearish. And the trend against is looking for death. Zhang Manqiu agrees more with his words. The trend cannot be confronted. Follow the trend in order to make money. Power coal futures were up 4% at 10:05 p.m. Just then a news report appeared online. The National Development and Reform Commission studies the policy of intervention in coal prices in accordance with the law. Coal futures tumbled instantly on this news, going from up 4% to down 1%. Immediately afterward another news report appeared. Relevant authorities will severely investigate and deal with malicious speculation on coal futures by institutional capital. Power coal futures fell in response to this news. Within the group chat, there was silence. Fang Jifeng, *******, I blew my position. I didn't expect the officials to strike tonight. Zhao Shangming, Zhang Manqiu, and Tang Yi were confused. They were shocked at Yi Duan's judgment, going from bearish to bearish. I thought he was the clown, but I didn't realize someone else was. Does he know that there is an official policy to be enacted tonight? It's simply not possible, because several of them were second-generation disciples with a certain background status in Zhanghai City. Even they hadn't heard anything about the wind, let alone Yi Chen, an ordinary person. Plus it's a direct order from the central agency. Even the top second-generation disciples in Zhanghai City were unlikely to get the news. Could this be a keen sense of the futures market? Holy, that Yi Chen is a bit of a god, Zhao Shangming said in the group. Tang Yi heart the same admiration to the ground, indeed is a cowman. Today's multi-turn short operation can be called a stroke of God. Zhang Manqiu is proud of herself and is a bit defiant no matter what time it is. Recently I have seen a lot of news on the internet. Some people have long said that the official will make a move. Coal is a livelihood resource. The official is not likely to let the crowd speculation. He is estimated to have thought of this point before turning more empty. Tang Yi, that's what the words say. But who can do it so accurately? Manqiu, I'll come to you on the weekend. You take me to meet him. I want to see what kind of person he really is. Chapter 59, The Schoolgirl of the Finance College. Boys' Dormitory. Yi Duan saw the NDRC promulgate a few policies, and after coal futures fell in response, the hanging heart was released. There is nothing wrong with the general direction of history. He's $40 million full of short positions and made a massive $40 million in night trading hours. Li Qingye sent him a message after 10 o'clock. Is Dusty asleep? No. Just finished reviewing? Well, the preliminary graduate school exams are in less than 2 months, and both of my housemates are studying hard for them. Yi Duan was a bit curious. How come you only have 2 roommates? The other one moved out there. The two of them chatted for a while and then went to bed to rest for an intense review tomorrow. Everyone who is studying for the exams is now scrambling to give it their all. Li Qingye didn't dare to be careless, and spent more time reviewing and not much time chatting with Yi Chen, but that didn't stop the two from warming up to each other. After a day of intense study, she would take the initiative to find Yi Duan and chat, sharing what happened at school and sometimes envisioning her future life. After these days of conversation, Yi Duan realized that she had already formulated what she would do after the exam. She plans to graduate from graduate school and take the selection exam, either choosing Zhanghai City or her hometown Ludong province. This one is not finalized. Yi Chen felt that if the two were together, Li Qingye would most likely choose Zhanghai City. I just don't know how much resistance there is in her family. The next morning, Yi Chuan sent a message to Zhou Wanning while eating breakfast. Is NGE up yet? Just woke up. Sister Ning, I'm in the cafeteria. You wash up first. I'll bring you a breakfast over later. What does Sister Ning want to eat? Just eat whatever you want. You don't have to buy too much. I don't eat much for breakfast. Yi Duan ate breakfast and bought a pumpkin millet porridge, and the eggs were still a little raw and fried. When it came to Zhou Wanning's place, she had already washed up. After breakfast the two set out. Yi Chen's proficiency in driving made Zhou Wanning a little surprised. Dusty, you've driven a car? I got my driver's license a long time ago. I haven't driven much. Sister Ning, you're a good driver with an automatic. Zhou Wanning, you're driving like an old driver. The two came to the hospital just as the doctor was just getting to work, and Zhou Wanning was put on fluids early. It was just after 9 a.m. And Leaf Dust was looking at the ups and downs of coal futures. Coal futures tumbled 5% at the open today and many people blew their positions. It also caused a lot of panic and follow-through selling among retail investors. Originally strong long, instantly subsided. Many people blood loss away from the market. There are people began to turn more empty, but there are also many people do not die. Think it is the policy reasons. The follow-up will continue to rise. Yi Dust now account balance of more than 110 million. He bought 81 million jiang in lithium in batches, the remaining more than 30 million taken out to the bank card. His bank card has a balance of over $35 million. He doesn't want to put all his money in one Securities account. Turning off the Securities app, he saw that someone had applied to add him as a friend, with the note named Zhang Manqiu. Seeing this name, Yi Duan froze for a moment. Is this Zhang Manqiu, the flower of the finance school? Why did she friend me? The two hadn't even spoken to each other on a regular basis. The reason why Yi Chuan knew her name was also because he had heard Xing Chao say it before. When I just went to college, someone made a school flower list in the school forum, and Zhang Manqiu was the flower of the School of Finance, which was quite famous. The houseflower of their electronics college was a beautiful woman named Duan Sidon, but I heard that she had long been taken down by the president of the student council. Yi Chuan passed the friend request, and in his heart, he was not sure if the other party was Zhang Manqiu from the finance college. Originally, Zhang Manqiu wanted to wait for Yi Chen to take the initiative to speak, but after waiting for 2 minutes and Yi Duan didn't send a message, she took the initiative to send a message to Yi Duan. Are you Yi Duan from the 4th year class of the Electronics Academy? When Yi Chen saw that she took the initiative to send a message, a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. You want me to talk and be your lapdog? I am. You're Zhang Manqiu from the Finance Academy? Zhang Manqiu saw that he recognized him and the corners of her mouth rose slightly. That's right. I'm Zhang Manqiu from the Finance Academy. Yi Duan, now so many telecommunication fraud. You say you are Zhang Manqiu, I believe? Unless you come up with evidence, send a few live photos for me to look at. Don't send what's available online. Zhang Manqiu frowned slightly when she saw his message. Yi Chuan waited for a while and didn't see her reply. I told you that you are an imposter. Trying to scam me? Bye. I'll pull the plug on you. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Zhang Manqiu sent over 3 live photos that she had taken at the attractions on her outing. She was tall, probably around 1.67 m, with decent features and a shapely figure, looking pavilion and beautiful. Now you believe it, don't you? Leaf dust. This is not considered a private life photo. There is no more private, such as wearing a nightgown at home. Zhang Manqiu was expressionless. Where are you? I'll go to you face to face and you'll know if I'm a liar or not. I'm out running errands. You're really Zhang Manqiu? Great beauty plus I'm honored. What are you looking for me for? He gave an appropriate compliment to make the other party comfortable and cozy as well. Zhang Manqiu felt a little more comfortable when she saw his praise, but the thought of the other party wanting private photos of her life left her with anger in her heart. When are you coming back? Zhang Manqiu didn't say what was wrong. In the afternoon. Tell me when you get back. I want to see you. Yi Duan froze for a moment, unable to figure out the reason. You haven't been crushing on me, have you? Zhang Manqiu was speechless when she saw him being so self-absorbed. You're too self-absorbed. I'm looking for you for something. That's good. It scared the hell out of me. He felt a bit overwhelmed if another pretty girl liked him. There are several older and younger sisters by now. Another good sister would take a little more energy, but it's barely acceptable if it's a pretty sister or sister-in-law. Zhang Manqiu's face sank. Is this disliking me? After 11 o'clock, Zhou Wanning finished her infusion. She went to the restroom and left the hospital with leaf dust. The two ate lunch outside at noon. Zhou Wanning Street. After Yi Chen returned to the school dormitory, he laid down on the bed with the intention of taking a lunch break. It's Wednesday and I have to go out tomorrow to buy a birthday present for Jing. She has no shortage of cell phones, tablets and computers whatsoever, and she comes from a relatively privileged family. Women don't always like watches, but they definitely like bags. He was going to buy a LV bag for Zhao Jing, like her and Li Qingya, both of whom had better families. There was no shortage of cell phones, tablets, computers, or anything else. Wang Yusin's family conditions are not good. The cell phone is used old. Tablet, computer is not. Lu Zixuan and Zhou Wanning lacked nothing and gave them care. Just make them feel cared for and pampered inside. The pursuit of girls to learn ways and means, in order to get twice the result with half the effort. So many girls need to be in control too, or it's a large shura. At the time when Leaf Dust finished thinking about his intention to sleep, the phone rang for a moment. It was a message from Zhang Manqiu, the flower of the finance college. Are you back? Chapter 60, Proud Zhang Manqiu. Leaf Dust froze for a moment when he saw the message, because he forgot about Zhang Manqiu. Back in the dorm, Zhang Manqiu was a little upset when she saw that he hadn't said anything to herself even when he came back. He's not taking my lady's words seriously. I'll be waiting for you at the gazebo at Lake Siyuan. Yi Chuan packed up and walked out of the dormitory building, heading towards the school Siyuan Lake. The Jiangpu campus of Jianghai Jiaotong University is very large, with several artificial lakes, and the campus is very beautiful, not inferior to some attractions. 10 minutes later, he arrived at Lake Siyuan. Zhang Manqiu was seen in the gazebo not far away, wearing a white plush jacket, a white autumn-style long skirt underneath, a pair of small white shoes, looking pavilion, like a snow-white princess. Her long curly hair was draped over her shoulders, melon face with cherry mouth, slightly angled chin, and her expression was cool, revealing a few points of haughtiness, like a proud swan. Yi Chuan found that his eyes were much better after being reborn. Before he was a bit myopic. Now he could see Zhang Manqiu's hair from such a distance. Visual acuity is well over 2.0. He walked towards the gazebo, and as he was nearing it, Zhang Manqiu turned her head to look at him, her bright eyes looking him up and down. In her opinion, Yi Duan was flat and looked nothing special. Although Yi Chen was a bit handsome, there were many men who were more handsome than Yi Chen among those who chased her. Hello, Zhang Manqiu student. Zhang Manqiu nodded faintly. Your life is a dream? Yi Chuan was shocked at what he heard. He didn't expect her to know the nickname of his Securities account. How do you know my account nickname? There really aren't any secrets to speak of in the age of the internet. A few days ago someone on the forum exposed my stock speculation operations, and today you're looking for me. Zhang Manqiu smiled faintly. Why were you suddenly bearish on coal futures yesterday? Yi Dust, coal is an important livelihood resource. Before it has risen a lot. These days a lot of speculative funds have come in to try to get a piece of the pie. The market is too crazy and too hot. Other people are greedy and I panic. Other people panic and I'm greedy. I concluded that the officials would definitely intervene and it would definitely be in the next 2 days. And I didn't realize that the policy came out last night. Zhang Manqiu, your market sense is quite sharp. No wonder you can mix well in the stock market and futures. How long do you think coal futures will fall? Yi Duan looked at her. This is a business secret. No comment. Zhang Manqiu's pretty face is a bit ugly. I'm not doing futures. Just asking your opinion on the late stage. Yi Duan, how do I know whether you do futures or not? Who knows whether what you say is true or false? We are not familiar with each other. Why should I tell you this? Zhang Manqiu skimmed her mouth. Love to say no. I don't care to hear it. Do you have time on Saturday? What is it? Someone wants to take you to dinner. Yi Duan thought for a moment and replied. Who is it? Male or female? Zhang Manqiu, there are both men and women. They are my friends and want to get to know you. How did you know my Securities account nickname? Your parents aren't executives at Dongkai Securities, are they? Yi Chuan was curious in his heart. A friend of mine has connections in Dongkai Securities. Zhang Manqiu looked calm, but there was a bit of condescension within her eyes. Leafy Dust, is there anyone who invited me to dinner with him? He'll be there on Saturday, too. You called me when you went the other day. Is there anything else? I'll go back and catch up on some sleep if nothing. Zhang Manqiu's heart froze. With me you are still not happy? You know how many guys usually want to talk to me but don't get a chance. You think I want to talk to you? It's okay. With that she took the lead and turned to leave. Yi Chen looked at her figure, and a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he turned to leave. Zhang Manqiu is also preparing for the examination. Back to the dormitory she group sent a message. I just met with Leaf Dust. Tang Yi hurriedly asked. How is he? Is he handsome? Zhang Manqiu replied back. It's average. People are not good. Tang Yi laughed. Is it because people didn't lick you and are uncomfortable? Who uses him to lick? There are too many people who want to be my dog licker. I made a deal with him to have dinner on Saturday. Zhao Shangming, this kind of great god I have to get to know. His market sense is too sharp. His judgment of the market situation is breathtaking. This person is by no means a pool of things. Zhang Manqiu, he might just be lucky. Zhao Shangming, in the past few days I studied all his operations, especially the operation of the demon stocks such as Longfei Technology and Tianhai Construction and Investment, the buy point sell point, which is the ultimate. Every time he can sell to the highest point, as if he can smell the crisis is coming. This sense of smell is invincible. After that he sent a copy of the information to the group and shared it with a few people. Tang Yi, Zhang Manqiu and Fang Jifeng were silent after reading it. Yi Duan's operation was too powerful and too perfect. They are stockholders who know how difficult this operation is. It's absolutely gifted. October 20th, Thursday morning. Yi Chuan accompanied Zhou Wanning to the hospital for infusion. Her body has recovered more or less, and she doesn't need to come tomorrow after today's infusion. After 9 o'clock Yi Duan opened Dongkai Securities to look at coal futures. Not surprisingly, another drop today. His account is currently floating at $120 million. Zhou Wanning turned her head to look at him. What kind of stock is this? Sister Ning, this isn't a stock, it's a futures. Coal futures. Zhou Wanning does not understand these, but can read the ups and downs. Down so much today, how much loss? Yi Chuan smiled and explained. I bought a bearish contract. I only make money when it goes down. If it goes up I lose money. Zhou Wanning seemed to understand. Oh, it can still be played like this. It's best if you don't understand. Sister Ning, it's best if ordinary people don't play with this thing. This she knew. Dad had been playing at a loss for decades. If it wasn't for Yi Duan's guidance, it would be a bit hard to get back to the capital. I'm not playing. Do you have any goals for work or life, Sister Ning? Yi Duan chatted with her idly. Zhou Wanning pursed her lips and smiled. I actually don't have much of a goal. I just hope that mom and dad's health is better and their lives are happier. Nothing else. Making money and whatnot, I haven't thought about it so much. Anyway, My parents have money. Yi Duan, Sister Ning's doctor said I have a bad stomach and can only eat soft food. Zhou Wanning gave him a blank look. You're still eating soft food. You probably have more money than my family. Do you have any aspirations? Xiao Dust? Yi Chuan thought for a moment and replied. I just want to make more money so that my parents can enjoy their happiness. I owe them too much. In his last life he was 40 and unmarried. And his parents had worked hard all his life to save up money for him to buy a house and a wife, only to disappoint them in the end. He owed his parents the most. He sighed inwardly as he thought of all the things that had happened in the past. The two made small talk until 11 o'clock. It was Zhou Wanning who invited him for lunch again. Coming out of the restaurant, Yi Chuan said to her, Sister Ning, I won't go back to school first. I'll go outside to buy something. Okay. I'll head back then. Yi Duan took a car to a large shopping mall in Jiangpu district, where the LV store is located. He picked out 2 bags, one for Zhao Jing and the other for Zhou Wanning. 2 days ago, with Zhou wanting to see the doctor to register, he saw the date of birth of Zhou Wanning's ID card, which was written on September 28th. Today is the 25th day of the 9th month of the lunar calendar, and the day of Sunday is the 28th day of the 9th month. It doesn't matter if his ID is a solar or lunar birthday. Even if it's not her birthday on that day, giving a gift ultimately achieves the same result. That feeling of being cared for, pampered, and thought of. Chapter 61 Huaxin Securities Company. Yi Duan came to the construction bank business hall after buying things. He had over $35 million in cash on his bank card and was taken to the VIP room to conduct business. This amount of money is considered a large customer at this street branch bank. A pretty young bank girl handles his business alone. Hello, Mr. Yi, what kind of business do you need? Yi Duan, help me transfer $20 million to this account. Okay, Mr. Yi, please wait. In a few minutes, the transfer operation is completed. He transferred $20 million to his parents and will call later to explain. Yi Chuan also opened the large amount of money transfer function. In the future, if the large amount of money transfer can be operated by themselves to complete. Mr. Yi, my name is Li Shuli. From now on I will be your personal VIP account manager. Our bank has newly launched a large customer financial product. The annual return can reach 6%. The minimum amount of investment required is 10 million. Leaf dust, no thanks. Okay, Mr. Yi, I will add your contact information in the follow-up. You can find me if you have any questions. Li Shuli wore a smile on her face. Her complexion didn't change in any way. She could tell that Yi Duan was quite rich, and the watch he wore on his wrist was a Richard Mille, worth several $1 million. While he has $15 million left on this bank card, it's probably just one of multiple bank cards people have. She knew that things couldn't be rushed and that she needed to take her time to build a rapport with the client before anything else. The bank's financial products, if she can pull in $10 million, her commission will be very high. Just at this moment Yi Chen's cell phone ringtone suddenly rang. It was Wang Liyun from Wanfeng Securities. Manager Wang, what's wrong? Wang Liyun, do you have time tonight? Mr. Yi, I'd like to invite you for dinner. Yi Duan looked at the time. I'm at the bank. You send me the restaurant location. I'll go over in a while. Hanging up the phone, Li Shuli smiled and asked, is there anything else Mr. Yi can do for you? No thanks. Leaf Dust got up and left, then called his dad. Hey Dusty, what's wrong? I'm working. Yi Duan, Dad, I transferred $20 million to your bank card. Can you see if you received it? How much did you say to turn? 2,000? What's the point of transferring money to me? Yi Father thought he was hallucinating. Yi Duan, $20 million. I made a lot of money speculating on stocks. Yes, Father was silent for a few seconds to digest the news. Xiao Duan, you didn't make Dad happy, did you? Dad, just look at the bank card text messages. I'll take a look at it later. I'll work first and talk to you tonight. After saying that, Yi Father hung up the phone. Yi Chuan walked out of the bank and called a car, rushing towards the restaurant where he had dinner with Wang Liyun last time. He arrived at the restaurant box a little after 5:30. Wang Liyun was already waiting for him. Mr. Yi. Yi Chuan sat across from her and said with a smile, Manager Wang, the leader rushed you again? Wang Liyun nodded her head slightly. Not only was the leader urging her, but the family side was also urging her. She wanted to ask Yi Duan if she could transfer some of the money to Wanfeng Securities account this month. Mr. Yi, you order. After the two ordered their meals, Yi Chuan chatted with her. Where is your hometown? MS. Wang? Anshan City, Ludong Province. Mr. Yi, you can just call me Xiao Yun. Yi Duan froze for a moment. That being said, we are still old folks. My home is Andy City, Ludong Province. Wang Liyun, that's not a very long distance. You can get there in 2 or 3 hours by car. Has Mr. Yi ever been to Mount Tai in our area? Yi Duan, no. Before which have time to play. Either school or vacation work. There is time must go to climb Mount Tai. After saying that, he continued to ask, Xiao Yun, you have been practicing in Wanfeng Securities Company for more than a year. You should know quite a bit about the industry of financial securities.
Right, tell me about it. I may open an investment company in the future.
Wang Liyun was stunned in her heart.
Investment company?
That would require hundreds of millions of dollars at the very least to open. Though she's only been on the job for a little over a year, she's learned a lot.
Wanfeng Securities is a state-owned enterprise background.
There are a lot of connections. Working in this is very exercise. She talked to Yi Duan in detail about what financial investment companies need to pay attention to.
Clearly organized, thoroughly analyzed, and all kinds of details have been thought of. This also shows that she's actually not a bad individual.
Just in Wanfeng Securities,
such a state-owned enterprise unit, relying on ability alone is useless.
The background of the network is the most important. Or sell your body to please the leader, is also a shortcut.
In the past,
she had just graduated from college, and was still full of beautiful visions for society and life,
as well as the enthusiasm and impulsiveness of young people.
It was only after working for a while that I really recognized the society and the times. Her heart is subconsciously changed by her surroundings and people.
If you can't change your environment, then change yourself and adapt to it. It's a resignation in the face of harsh reality.
Wang Liyun had already been subconsciously changed inside, and the fact that she made that kind of decision last time was the best answer. Yi Duan listened to her and nodded slightly.
That's a good point. Let's eat first. Wang Liyun began to eat. Mr. Yi, if you want to set up an investment company, it is best to take a securities practitioner's license. There will be an exam next month. You can sign up to take the exam.
Our company also provides the registration business.
It is quite easy. Okay, then I'll sign up, and you can send me the information I need to see, and I'll read through it.
Wang Liyun, just take a brief look. The primary exam is relatively simple.
Almost done with dinner. Wang Liyun hesitated and said, Mr. Yi, when will it be convenient for you to transfer the funds?
4 or 5 working days from now.
You're in quite a hurry.
Yi Chen looked at her with a smile. Wang Liyun, leaders also urged.
Said that if you cannot let me resign,
my parents' side is also urging. Before the end of the year,
my brother married. The bride price has not come up with enough short of 100,000. At this moment, Yi Chen's cell phone suddenly rang.
An unfamiliar Shanghai city number.
Hello?
A petite voice came out from the phone.
Hello, Mr. Yi.
I'm the key account manager of Huaxin Securities Company.
My name is Huang Xiujuan. Hello, what can I do for you?
Yi Duan knew about Huaxin Securities,
the largest securities company in China.
Huaxin Securities Company is a listed company with a market capitalization of more than $300 billion, a subsidiary of Huaxin Group. Huaxin Group is a wholly state-owned company, with 200 first-class subsidiaries, and the group's assets exceed $7 trillion, and it is a full ministerial-level unit.
Like Huaxin Bank, Huaxin Securities, Huaxin Real Estate, Huaxin Steel, Huaxin Heavy Industry and so on are its subsidiaries. Sinopec, PetroChina, and China National Bank are vice-ministerial units, while it is a full ministerial unit. This shows how large and influential the Watson Group is. In terms of asset size is second only to the domestic China Merchants Group, which according to statistics has assets of $12 trillion. Even the internet giants are simply not enough in front of them.
Huang Xiujuan, Mr. Yi, you are a high-quality large customers. In our securities company, if you open an account, we'll have a lot of large customer privileges. Our Huaxin Securities and the industry strength you should know. In all aspects of the credibility of the guarantee.
Leaf dust, I'll think about it. Okay, Mr. Yi,
then I'll add your contact information first.
You can contact me if there's anything in the follow-up, and I'll also send you our big customer treatment to take a look. Could be. Hanging up the phone,
Yi Duan passed the other party's add friend application, and then the other party sent over the big customer privileges and whatnot. He finished his operation and looked at Wang Liyun, account manager of Huaxin Securities Company. I feel that I'm afraid this phone call won't calm down in the future.
There are many domestic securities firms,
and his information profile will be leaked to various securities firms very quickly. They all call Yi Duan and invite him to open an account with their company to invest in trade.
Wang Liyun, Huaxin Securities has a very high status in the industry. The company's strength, the company's reputation is quite good. Yi Dust intends to third account opening company is set in Huaxin Securities.
The company's strength and capital, good reputation, is his first choice. He will not choose some small companies even if they give low fees and good treatment, because there is a certain amount of risk. If the principal is lost, you will lose a lot of money. How much money can the commission?
Chapter 62, Confessing to Your Parents.
Yi Chen looked at Wang Liyun and asked, where do your former classmates work?
Not with you? Wang Liyun, my two better relations with the classmates. One another securities company, one in the private securities company.
Yi Chen smiled and asked,
how are they mixing now? They're all pretty good. I'm the only one with the worst mix. After saying that, she went to get a cup, intending to take a sip of juice. However, he accidentally touched the cup,
and the juice spilled on a piece of Yi Duan's coat. Wang Liyan looked alarmed and hurriedly got up and came to his side, taking a tissue and wiping him off. Mr. Yi, sorry, I didn't mean it. She didn't think she'd make such a cheap mistake. It's so hard to almost negotiate a client. It's not going to go yellow, is it? Yi Duan was not a snarky person, and Wang Liyan didn't do it on purpose. He was smiling, friendly and kind, and a breath of fresh air. It's okay, I'll just go back and wash it. Mr. Yi, I'll wash it for you. It's all because of my carelessness. Wang Liyun saw that he wasn't angry. Her hanging heart relaxed, and her hands were still wiping his clothes. Leaf Dust glanced at her hastily, withdrawing his eyes. She was wearing a loose thin sweater and leaned over to wipe the juice from his shirt and seat, accidentally seeing things she shouldn't. It's not my fault. It's the eyes themselves that want to see it. I'm the brain. I'm clean. After Wang Liyun wiped herself off, she looked up just in time to see Yi Chen looking at her, and her pretty face flushed. Yi Chen gave a dry cough. Why don't you rub it for a while longer? Wang Liyun returned to her seat with a red face and lowered her head to eat. Yi Chuan looked at her and asked, Xiao Yun, have you ever had a boyfriend before? No. Yi Duan looked surprised. You're quite beautiful, no man to chase you? Wang Liyun, there are more women than men in our college, and there are quite a few prettier than me, so it's the college's yin and yang. No wonder I haven't talked to anyone. China's population of more than 1 billion people, there is no shortage of beautiful women, and there are many beautiful women in any university. One of the beauties was not inferior to Zhao Jing, Wang Yusen and Li Qingya. Then you're just like me. Yi Chen's words caused Wang Liyun to freeze for a few seconds, then reacted with a blush on her cheeks. She remembered that Yi Duan said he was a virgin last time. After dinner, the two men got up with the intention of leaving. Wang Liyun saw the LV bag in his hand and asked curiously, Is this a gift for your girlfriend? Mr. Yi, Leaf Dust, not a girlfriend, a friend's birthday. Small cloud, you said to remember. Not likely to be bold one day, let you fulfill the promise. Wang Liyan knew what he was talking about. Her pretty face flushed and she didn't say anything. Walking out of the restaurant, the two took a cab. It was 7:30 when Leaf Dust returned to school. He had just taken 2 steps when he got a call from his dad. Hey Dad, Dusty, what the hell is going on with all that money? Yi Chuan explained. Dad, all that money was earned by me speculating on stocks. Don't worry, your son didn't do anything illegal. Is it so profitable to speculate? Yi father is completely ignorant of this stuff. Dad, you and my mom should stop working so hard from now on. Your son can make money now. Yi father, I'm only in my 40s not working. Do you want me to lie at home every day? Idle me all over the body, when I'm old and cannot do it again. Yi Duan knows his father's character. Let him rest a few days. Line. If he has been resting, every day nothing to do more difficult. Dad, I didn't mean that. What I meant was that you and my mom should stop working so hard and take care of your health or you'll be sick in your old age. I know. Has Dusty eaten yet? I've eaten. Have you and my mom eaten? Just got full. Your mom's scrubbing the dishes. At this time, Yi mother heard the two men on the phone and hurried over. Dusty, don't spend the money when you have it. And don't be crazy, okay? Yi Duan's heart felt doubly affectionate when he heard his parents chatter. I know, Mom. I will remember your teachings. As the saying goes, if people are crazy, there will be trouble. If the sky is crazy, there will be rain. And all the words of the old ancestors are true. You're right, Mom. These are life sayings that have been passed down for many years. Yi mother continued to ask, Xiao Dust, how much money did you earn in total? Yi Chuan thought about it and replied, tens of millions of dollars. I still have some money in my hand. I plan to open a company in the future. He talked to his parents for 10 minutes before hanging up. Yi's father looked at the bank card balance with a pleased and proud smile on his face. The fact that his son was productive was better than anything else in his mind. All the pain I suffered before was worth it. Back to the dorms. Xing Chao was a bit curious when he saw him return with 2 LV bags. Old Ji, who did you buy this LV bag for? Leaf Dust, a birthday gift bought by a schoolmate for her birthday. Xing Chao, how much for one? 21,000. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You're really spending money. For your old man spent $100,000. Leaf Dust, don't talk about me. How are you in Chui Tingting? Xing Chao showed off a bit. Look at this handsome outfit. Tingting bought it for me. Yi Chuan opened his computer and looked at the information sent by Wang Liyun. The entry-level exam for the securities license is easy enough to pass with a casual look. The professional and managerial categories are a bit difficult and require a bit more reading. After reading the information, he sent a message to Li Qingya and Lu Zixuan respectively. Is Saya still reviewing? What is Xian busy with? He didn't talk much with Lu Zixuan on weekdays and often talked with Li Qingya. Several people like Wang Yusen, Zhao Jing, and Zhou Wanning can be seen at school every day, and they don't need to chat to enhance their relationship. Lu Zixuan first replied to him. I'm out on a business trip. I just returned to the hotel after socializing. Where did Sister Xian go?
talking about a project over here in Taishan City. Is everything okay? It didn't go too well. The boss of this company wanted me to sleep with him before signing the contract, and I plan to go back tomorrow. Yi Chuan froze for a moment. Sister Xian, don't be too angry. We don't lack this single business. When will you come back tomorrow? I'll go see you. I have things to do back in Shanghai City tomorrow. Saturday. Dusty. Yi Chuan needed to attend Zhang Manqiu's meal for a few people at noon on Saturday. Sister Xian, then I'll go over to see you on Saturday afternoon. Okay, I'll rest first, La Dusty. I'm a bit tired today. Li Qingya had already replied to him by now. Yeah, they people are reviewing and the role is dead. Saya should take care of her health. It's okay, I use the massager you gave me once a day, and I feel much more comfortable after the massage. Is Saya going out on Sunday? Dusty, one of my housemates has a birthday this weekend. It just so happened that Yi Chuan was planning to give Jo wanting a birthday gift for her birthday. Then we'll go play later. When's your birthday, Saya? I'm on the 20th day of the waxing moon, 10 days to New Year's, and I have a small birthday. It was all winter vacation then. When's your birthday, Dusty? I'm April 16th. It'll have to be next year. Did Dusty miss me? Thinking about it, send me some pictures of your life to look at. More than 10 seconds later, Li Qingya sent her a few selfies in her dorm room wearing her pajamas. Leaf dust, is there anything more private? Chapter 63, Women Can't Lick. Li Qingya's head was filled with black lines when she saw his message. No, that's all there is. Yi Chuan sent a smiley face emoji. Qingya, you're so pretty. The corners of Li Qingya's mouth rose slightly, her heart happy to be praised by her favorite person. But when she thought that Yi Chen had not been confessing to herself, her cherry mouth pouted again. Where does it look good? Everywhere looks good. Let me tell you something. When I first went to college there were a few high school classmates chasing after me. Guess who they were? Li Qingya began to guide him. From high school? From our class? Yeah, several of our high school classmates are in Shanghai. Yi Duan, Yu Buochao, Shen Zai. They seem to be in Shanghai, and they liked you in high school, right? That's right. It's just the two of them, and Yu Buochao even came to the school to find me and confess his love for me. Yi Chen knew the meaning of her words, implying that it was time for him to confess. He grinned. Both of them seemed to be at the Shanghai University of Finance and Economics, right? Qingya Li, well, they both majored in finance. Both of them chased you. They discussed it, didn't they? I don't know. I don't like them anyway. They haven't approached me since I explained it to them. Dusty, have you ever confessed to a girl? Confessed and was rejected. When Li Qingya saw his message, she looked unkind. With whom? High school classmates. Li Qingya's brain spun rapidly, searching for the names and figures of her high school female classmates. What's the name? Li Qingya. Li Qingya froze for a moment. When? How come I don't know? Leaf dust, I slipped a note in your math book back then. Li Qingya remembered this matter. You wrote that note in my math book? I thought it was written by someone else and threw it in the trash. Why don't you write your name? Nerves gave out then. Li Qingya's originally gloomy mood instantly turned clear, and a bright smile appeared on her face. Dusty, was that the only time you ever wrote to a girl? Right. You're so stupid. You don't even write your name, so the girl can know who wrote it. Qingya, take an early rest. It's more tiring to revise now. You need to get enough sleep. Got it. Good night, Dusty. Good night. Yi Chuan was lying on the bed, and in his heart, he actually didn't want to confess to Li Qingya. In that case with Wang Yusen, Zhao Jing and the others, he would feel a sense of guilt in his heart, feeling that it would be too scummy. If you don't confess, we're all siblings and have less guilt in our hearts. The next morning, Yi Chen and Xing Chao came to the library to review. He was looking at some deeper knowledge, especially book information on artificial intelligence. This is his main focus from now on. At 9 o'clock Yi Duan opened the Dongkai Securities app to look at the coal futures. Today is another wave of plummeting. The price has fallen from nearly 2,000 yuan a ton to more than 1,300 a ton. His futures account floated over $150 million. That's not the end of it. The next 6 days will see a drop of 901 tons. It then oscillates in a price range of 8 or 900 a ton, and will fall to over 600 a ton later. Yi Duan intends to get about 900 a ton of time out to sell, and then take down nothing too meaningful. A man sat next to him as he concentrated on his cell phone. Xing Chao, Wei Xiangyu and Feng Bing all stared at the beautiful woman next to Yi Chen with wide eyes. Zhang Manqiu, the flower of the finance school. She knows Yi Chuan? Yi Chuan reacted and looked at Zhang Manqiu next to him with a puzzled expression. What did Ms. Zhang Manqiu want to see me about? Zhang Manqiu was very uncomfortable when she heard his words. I took the initiative to look for you, but you still have a tone of dislike. Saturday at 12 noon at the Hotel Zia. How do you get there then? Take me if you have a car. Zhang Manqiu wanted to say no, but this time it was them who wanted to get to know Yi Duan. I'll let you know when I do. After saying that, she got up and left. She had to keep her pride high and couldn't keep talking to Yi Chen. When she left,
All three of Xing Chao looked at him. When did you meet Zhang Manxiu? Old Ji? Leaf dust. I met a few days ago. Not too familiar. The three Xing Chao people looked him up and down. Old Ji, you're really like a different person now. You used to be coy when talking to girls. Now that big beautiful Zhang is sitting next to you, you're surprisingly so calm and talk so casually. You're too hungover. Yi Chuan skimmed his mouth. This kind of woman can't be licked. The more you lick, the more humble you become. You have to give her a face and crush her pride, or else you'll have to suffer in the future. He could tell what Zhang Manxiu was from their first meeting, proud of the golden bow. People may not be too bad, just a little too high and mighty from being brought up with a lot of pride. Sometimes it may give the impression that she is looking down on people, but it's actually her condescending personality that makes her so. Wei Xiangyu, Niubach. Lao Yi, how do you feel forced to speak now? How do you know each other? Leaf dust. She took the initiative to add me and wanted to make friends with me. The three Xingqiao people stared with wide eyes. Zhang Manxiu took the initiative to add Yi Duan? To make friends with him. Yi Duan continued. Didn't you guys hear it just now? You're going to treat me to dinner at noon on Saturday. Old Ji, you're not very handsome either. Why did she invite you to dinner? Shallow. The most important thing for a man is temperament, charisma. She is probably attracted by my charm. Hey, what a headache. The hot elementary school girl has not been fixed. And then there is a financial institute's courtyard flower. Can you stop pretending? My life is like a pencil case. I can't do without a pen. On the day of Friday, Yi Duan had been reading books and reading information. At 5 in the afternoon, he received a message from Zhao Jing. Brother, I'm going to get the cake with Hui and then go straight to the restaurant. Just come straight to the restaurant. It's just 700 or 800 meters from the south gate on the right in the Sichuan and Chongqing hot pot. Okay, I'm on my way. He cleaned up and said to Xing Chao's trio, my sister invited me for dinner, so I'm leaving first. The three of them didn't take care of him. It's too angry. We are trying to revise. You have a girl with you every day. Yi Duan went back to the dormitory and walked out of the dormitory with his LV bag tote. The road attracted many schoolgirls. Nowadays, some college students are very literate and know about luxury goods such as LV, Chanel and Hermes. On the way there were even 2 schoolgirls who came to him for contact information. Not good looking though, he politely declined. If you're not a yard beauty, you don't deserve to be in my pond. Contact list. 10 minutes or so later, Yi Chuan came to the hot pot restaurant that Zhao Jing had mentioned, guided by the waiter to a private room on the 2nd floor. Zhao Jing and Su Hui were sitting there waiting for him to come, with a birthday cake next to them. Brother, you're here. Zhao Jing was filled with joy when she saw him coming carrying something. Leaf Dust handed her the tote bag. Happy birthday. Wow. LV bag. Brother, you're so nice. Love you. Zhao Jing was pleasantly surprised. She didn't expect Yi Chen to buy her an LV bag. This is so expensive. I'll have to be more frugal with my spending in the future, or else I won't have money to eat. Yi Chuan began to cry poor. Zhao Jing knew that this kind of bag was expensive and was full of big smiles. Brother, thank you. Don't buy such expensive things in the future. I'm happy with whatever you give me. The fact that Yi Duan is willing to spend so much money on a gift means that I should have a pretty high status in his heart. Chapter 64. The Northeastern Language is Abstinence. Zhao Jing didn't know how much money Yi Chen had. Thought he paid a lot for this bag and was touched in his heart. Su Hui's envy. Women who do not like LV bags. In addition to exquisite workmanship and raw materials, it also satisfies a woman's vanity. All people have vanity. It's just that some of them are vain, and some of them can be controlled. Some people will do anything to satisfy their vanity, including selling their bodies. Some people can control their vanity and don't spend uncontrollably to satisfy it. Su Hui looked at Yi Duan and asked curiously, how much is this LV bag? Yi Chuan could tell that the way Su Hui looked at herself was a little different from before. 20,000 points. Su Hui secretly smacked her lips. So expensive. One bag is enough to cover my living expenses for a year. Zhao Jing hugged his arm with both hands, full of joy. Brother, don't buy such expensive gifts in the future. We are still students. Yi Chuan's arm was held by her hands, and he could clearly feel her figure as his heart swam. It's fine, barely within my reach. I'll just save it elsewhere. Zhao Jing pulled him to sit down, then opened the birthday cake, lit the candles, and started to make a wish. Yi Duan and Su Hui were singing a birthday song softly to wish her a happy birthday. When she finished her wish, Zhao Jing blew out the candles and started cutting and eating the cake. Zhao Jing then called the waiter to start ordering. The flavor of Sichuan and Chongqing hot pot was very good, and Yi Duan preferred it, except that he sweated easily. Just after 7:30 p.m., the three of them exited the hot pot restaurant with a full meal and walked towards the school. Zhao Jing is wearing a set of casual clothes today, a pair of pants, a casual jacket, hands in the pockets, look a little valiant. Brother, you guys are about to take your preliminary exams, right? December, a little over a month away. Are you sure about this, brother? Easy peasy, no difficulty at all.
Su Hui laughed and said, "You're not blowing it off. I heard them say that there is quite a lot of competition for graduate school in our school. Leaf dust, you'll know when the time comes. Go brother, you'll get in for sure." In her heart, Zhao Jing very much hoped that he would go to graduate school at her university, in which case the two of them would still be able to see each other every day. 10 minutes or so later, the trio walked back to the school. Su Hui looked at the two of them. "I won't bother you two. I'll go back to the dormitory first. Xiao Hui, you take it back for me and put it on the bed. I'll be back in a while." Zhao Jing handed her the LV handbag. Su Hui took the handbag. "Come back quickly. I haven't seen the LV bag yet. Wait for you to come back and open it for me to see." "Got it." After Su Hui left, the two of them strolled around the campus. The school was huge, and a usual stroll around would take more than half an hour at the very least. There weren't many people on the roads at night, and Zhao Jing suddenly grabbed his hand as she walked. "Brother, you're so good to me. You are my sister. If I don't treat you well, who will I treat well?" Yi Chuan thought to himself, "This is you taking the initiative to grab my hand. Don't blame me. Don't you have a sister Uxin? Have you ever given her an LV bag?" "No, just gave it to you. How rich do you think I am? Buying one is enough of a pain in the ass." Zhao Jing smiled cheekily and put her hands on her arms. "Brother, do you still have money for dinner?" Yi Chuan felt the soft sensation coming from his arm and his heart swam. "There, don't worry." The two of them walked and chatted, and before they knew it, they came to the school's wigwam woods. It was rather dark, with no streetlights, and only the pale moonlight shining through the trees. On the way Yi Duan saw several couples kissing and embracing passionately in the dimly lit place, not caring about the two people passing by. As they walked for some time, they vaguely heard something. Zhao Jing's face instantly turned red. Leaf dust froze for a moment and pricked up his ears. Zhao Jing saw him standing still and hurriedly said, "Brother, let's go." "Leaf dust, this voice sounds like that schoolgirl from our academy." "Who?" "Duan Sidong." Zhao Jing had heard about it because Duan Sidong was previously known as the courtyard flower of the Electronic Information College. Yi Chuan's five senses were sharp enough to hear that it was Duan Sidong. "I didn't realize she was so bold and wasn't afraid of being known." Zhao Jing pulled him forward. "Brother, let's go." Yi Chen was a little bit in love with the idea of being pulled away by Zhao Jing. "You're such a silly girl. If you don't listen to the free ones, do you go back to your dorm and watch the paid ones?" Zhao Jing's pretty face turned red as she sniffed and wrung her hands on his waist. "It hurts. Be gentle." Yi Chuan sucked in a breath of cool air. Zhao Jing loosened the meat on his waist. "Say you again. Oh, Northeastern girls are really tough." Originally, Yi Chuan had just had his blood boiling a bit, but now it instantly cooled down. "You speak Mandarin, not Northeastern. It's too ascetic. You dislike me?" Zhao Jing came out with another Northeastern-flavored sentence. "No, it's pretty late, go home early and rest." Zhao Jing said delicately. "Brother, I was just joking with you." The dainty voice was a far cry from just now. Yi Duan looked at her. "Was your previous dainty appearance an act?" "No, that's what I look like normally." "Normal looking? What's not normal?" He was really worried that if one day in the future he was discussing life with Zhao Jing, a Northeastern phrase would suddenly come out of her mouth. "What the are you doing? Come on." Yi Chen kept sending Zhao Jing to the dormitory floor. Zhao Jing looked at him with a pair of big beautiful eyes. "Brother, thank you for the birthday present, I love it." Yi Chuan wore a smile. "No need to be polite. Go back and rest. Good night, brother Leaf Dust." Her clip-clop sound instantly made Yi Duan's hot blood boil again. "Good night. Back to the dorms." Su Hui hurriedly said. "Back. Quickly open and let me see the legendary LV bag." The other two roommates in the dormitory both looked at Zhao Jing. "Xiao Jing, who sent this to you?" "From a senior brother." The two housemates mentally poo-pooed the dog liquor. Zhao Jing didn't have a good relationship with her other two roommates, so she didn't call the two of them for her birthday tonight, and only called Su Hui, who was particularly close to her. After Zhao Jing opened the package, Su Hui and the other two looked at it carefully. The workmanship is so exquisite and the texture is so good. It's worthy of being an international luxury brand. It's so good. After Yi Chan returned to the dormitory, he sent a message to Zhou Wanning. "How is Sister Ning's health?" Zhou Wanning was catching up with the drama and quickly replied to him. "It's already fine." Yi Chuan continued to ask, "Sister Ning, are you going home this weekend?" "Go back. Say hi to your aunt and uncle for me." "When will you be back?" "Okay, I'll be back Sunday afternoon. I have quite a bit of work next Monday." Leaf Dust thought to himself that it wouldn't be too late to give her a gift when she came back. Chapter 65, The Second Generation Disciples Dinner Party. Yi Chuan chatted with Zhou Wanning for a while, and then watched the night trading of coal futures for a while. Coal futures are still falling, and many institutions, traders, and retail investors have already blown their positions. Some institutions and retail investors are also adding to their positions against the trend, wrestling with the idea that coal futures will rally. Paralyzed, originally earn a few million. Now hundreds of thousands of principal are lost. In the beginning, we should not be greedy. How good to make money and run away. And now we cannot sleep at a loss. Coal futures have been a lifelong pain in my ass. Nima, mains, you guys smashed it as soon as I bought it. It's over. Now I can't even talk when I get home for fear my wife will find out. The old lady is losing money and wants to go down to the sea to earn it. Yi Chen saw the pop-ups those people posted and looked calm. You have to be prepared to lose money when you enter this market. This is not a gentle land. It is a battlefield where there is no smoke in sight. Even more cruel than a battlefield. Stock market. Futures market in addition to a keen eye, sense of smell, but also a strong psychological. The psychological game here far exceeds all industries and studies human nature extremely thoroughly. In the domestic stock market has been trading can make a steady profit, are extremely strong inside the existence. Yi Duan finished watching the coal futures market, then chatted with Li Qingya, the other side. Zhang Manqiu, Tang Yi, Zhao Shangming and Fang Jifeng were also chatting. Zhao Shangming, coal futures are still falling. Yi Duan's account has already floated around 160 million. This is definitely a fierce man. Too strong. Fang Jifeng, that's awesome. It's comparable to those top big shots. Tang Yi, people who have made it this far in the market are not ordinary people. They can control their inner greed, always stay awake, calm brain, tough heart, understanding and knowledge of human nature. My father said that people who can make money in the stock market for a long period of time and steadily are worthy of admiration. Zhang Manqiu was a bit unconvinced in her heart. He's only been playing for a few months. How can he be so powerful as you guys say? Zhao Shangming opened his mouth and said, isn't it more terrifying to be so fierce after just playing for a few months? Look at how perfect his operation is. It can be said to be a miracle. Now Dongkai Securities Company has a special person who is solely responsible for his trading, and also has a special person to keep an eye on and learn his operation. Fang Jifeng, if you can learn this stuff there are many masters in the market. I think it's you Dongkai Securities who are planning to copy people's homework, right? This sort of thing is not uncommon. There used to be securities firms that did this, speculating on Big Brother's assignments to make money surreptitiously, but then people knew about it and then got into the trap and lost over $1 billion. It was well known in financial circles at the time. Dongkai Securities is now also afraid to invest too much money, and currently only take out $10 million to follow the study. Day 2. Yi Duan studied in the dormitory after breakfast, his hands pounding on the keyboard, practicing some of the ideas in his mind. He studies simple artificial intelligence programs. Computer programming is one of the most important means of realizing artificial intelligence. This will be his research goal for the next few years. Just after 10:30 a.m., Yi Chuan received a call from Zhang Manqiu. I'm going to go downstairs to the parking lot of the finance school, so why don't you go over there too and we'll meet you there. Okay, I'm on my way. After that he turned off his computer and walked out of the dormitory. The three Xingqiao people were not in the dormitory and went to the library to review after breakfast. They say you can look at pretty girls when you're tired of studying in the library. School of Finance student parking lot. Yi Chuan came here and saw quite a few luxury cars. BBA was everywhere. There were quite a few luxury cars above the million level, and there were even more than a dozen supercars. There are more rich kids in the finance school, and most of those who study this program are rich kids. Zhang Manqiu hadn't come when Yi Chuan arrived. It was logical that their senior girls' dormitory building was close by. The proud finance school matron probably didn't want to wait for me and wanted me to wait for her. You're trying to hide this from me? While he was waiting for Zhang Manqiu, he saw an acquaintance walking towards the parking lot. Zhou Jipeng saw his expression and hurriedly lowered his head with the intention of leaving. Not only did the last incident not put Yi Chen in jail, he almost did himself. He didn't expect Yi Chen to be so hard connected that he knew someone in the city public security bureau. Yi Chen smiled and said, if it isn't Mr. Zhou. Zhou Jipeng paused. Brother Yi, I was wrong about the last time. I apologize to you here. He's quite dry and can bend. Yi Duan, don't pester Xiao Jing in the future. He hadn't looked for Zhao Jing since that incident. They all knew that Yi Chen had a powerful background, and he wasn't a cutie. Yeah, I haven't looked for her since then. While the two were talking, Zhang Manqiu arrived. You're a bit abrasive, classmate Zhang Manqiu. I've been waiting for you for a few minutes. Yi Chuan looked at Zhang Manqiu and said. Zhou Jipeng was shocked in his heart. I didn't expect Yi Chen and Zhang Manqiu to know each other, and to dare to speak to her in this tone. Who let you come so early? Zhang Manqiu purposely walked very slowly on the road, just to make Yi Chen wait for her. Zhou Jipeng greeted cautiously. Sister Autumn. Zhang Manqiu glanced at him and ignored him. Dude, rich second generation she simply do not see. Come on, it's over an hour's drive to get there. Zhou Jipeng was not a bit angry or embarrassed, and brought a smile on the side. Yi Duan glanced at him. Xiao Zhou, I'm leaving first. Yi, you take your time. Yi Chuan dared to talk to Zhang Manqiu like this. His status must be extraordinary. He was more respectful than before. Zhang Manqiu's car is a red Ferrari supercar. Cool and eye-catching. Yi Duan sat in the co-driver's seat. His first time in a supercar. How much do you charge for this supercar, Mr. Manqiu? My mom gave it to me when I was in college. $5 or $6 million. I forget exactly. Auntie still needs a son? What do you think of me? Yi Duan joked. Zhang Manqiu gave him a blank look. I have a brother. Short of a son-in-law? Zhang Manqiu's mouth spat out one word, get lost. Leaf dust. Manqiu student, I found that you're actually quite pretty. I don't need you to tell me. Everyone at school knows. Kinda proud of it. Yi Duan, that Zhou Jipeng just spoke to you. Why did you ignore him? What's the point of caring about him? A dude. Talking to him is a waste of words. Zhang Manqiu disdained Zhou Jipeng. Objectively, you can see her character and see her extraordinary background. Even if he was belittled. Zhou Jipeng faced Zhang Manqiu with a pile of smiles. Yi Duan, who are the people eating today? Introduce them to me in advance. Zhao Xiangming, Fang Jifeng, and Tang Yi. The four of us have been friends for years. Zhang Manqiu briefly introduced the names of the three. An hour or so later, Zhang Manqiu parked her car in the underground parking lot of Jia Hotel. Getting out of the car, the two headed toward the elevator. Zhang Manqiu dressed in fashionable and exquisite features, tall and shapely body to attract attention. How tall are you, Manchu? 6'9". Yi Chen was about to speak when his cell phone suddenly rang. An unfamiliar number in Zhanghai City. Hello? Hello, Mr. Yi, I'm Chen Jing, the private manager of a major client of Northern Securities Company. Chapter 66, Can I be your teacher? Yi Chen heard the other party's words and casually found a reason to hang up. These securities companies are so annoying, calling every day. Zhang Manqiu spoke. You are now a legend in the financial circle. And of course those securities firms want you to open accounts and trade with their companies. The two stepped into the elevator to the 36th floor of the hotel. This is the Chinese restaurant in the hotel, decorated in ancient style, elegant and atmospheric, giving people a very upscale feeling. Zhang Manqiu was obviously a regular customer, and the waiters all knew him and respectfully called out, Miss Zhang. She lightly led Yi Chen towards the inside and finally came to a private room. Inside the box sat two men and one woman. Three people, all quite young, about the same age as Yi Chen. Seeing that the rightful owner had arrived, Tang Yi, Zhao Xiangming, and Fang Jifeng stood up and paid their respects. Although they were all second-generation disciples, they were not dudes second generation. They were all elites among second-generation disciples, and the four of them were a small circle. Yi Duan was sizing them up. The pretty literary girl with glasses should be Tang Yi. Yi Chen, let me introduce you. This is Tang Yi. Tang Yi took the initiative to extend her hand. Hello Yi Chen. Yi Chuan shook her hand. Hello Ms. Tang. This is Zhao Chanqian and Fang Jifeng. The three shook hands and exchanged pleasantries, then sat down. Yi Chen sat in the seat next to Zhang Manqiu because he was more familiar with her. Waiters start serving the food, and 2 more bottles of Mutai 30 years. Zhao Xiangming spoke to the waiter in the box, then looked at Yi Chen. Brother Yi can drink, right? Yi Duan nodded slightly. Drinking is fine. Fang Jifeng opened his mouth and said, Brother Yi, this wave of your operation on coal futures is so awesome. It's very wonderful. It can completely seal the god. Mr. Fang is flattering. It's all luck. Yi Chuan behaved in an unassuming manner. Although they were second-generation disciples, he wasn't bad either. You can't put your posture too low with them. If you look down on yourself, why should others look down on you? Tang Yi smiled and said, You're too modest. Brother Yi, what do you think about coal futures next? Several people looked at him. Yi Dustface calmly said, Coal futures I think should return to the previous price, and so fall 800 or 900 a ton. I will close the position and leave the market. Behind is a long time of shock down. There is no need to do it. Tang Yi, Brother Yi, what do you think of the future stock market? Yi Duan hesitated and said, I'm not too optimistic. Why? Tang Yi asked curiously. Yi Duan, I don't know if you guys have paid attention to the international economic situation in the past few years, especially the economy of the pretty countryside. A global mask problem in the previous 2 years. The Federal Reserve made a big interest rate cut and printed money like crazy. The dollar is a global currency that can be used to buy all sorts of things in countries all over the world. And by printing money like crazy you are sucking the blood out of other countries. And you are also causing inflation in themselves and globally. Have you been paying attention to the CPI and PCE numbers in the US right now? The data that represents inflation, which is now high, represents that they have more inflation now. Inflation, as the name suggests, the money supply is greater than the market demand. That is, there is too much money on the market. Prices are continuing to rise. The pretty country will certainly be curbed. Otherwise it will become hyperinflation. The way to curb inflation is for the Fed to raise interest rates, so that a lot of the money in the market goes back to the banks, thus reducing the number of dollars in the market. If once they raise interest rates, all the money in the world will flow back to the U.S., and the liquidity of the world's countries will be siphoned off to head there to make more profits, and it will be hard for all the countries, including us, and the capital markets will be the first to react, and that's when the stocks will plummet. Our economy already has big problems, especially the property market. Some companies are too indebted. Once we pull the plug on our property market, there will be a great financial crisis, just like Japan's real estate bubble bursting in 9 years, and the economy stopping for more than a decade. They are raising interest rates not only to ease domestic inflation, but also to suppress our economic development, which is presumably their main objective. Tang Yi, Zhang Manqiu, Zhao Xiangming, and Fang Jifeng were shocked beyond belief when they heard his words. Yi Chuan's gaze looked too far and too deep, and his analysis and knowledge of the international economic situation was amazing. How could a young man of 22 possess such knowledge? They didn't know that Yi Duan had discussed this topic with Zhou Jizai several times and was lightly familiar with it. Zhang Manqiu, Tang Yi. Several people look at his eyes flashing light. There is shock. There is appreciation. There is also curiosity. Zhang Manqiu took the initiative to speak. According to you, then aren't we in danger now? Yi Duan, Manqiu, most of our country's top talents are in the political world. I can think of what they can naturally think of. I think the top has already begun to deal with it. There will soon be a policy enacted against the real estate industry. Some real estate companies may be very difficult. At this point the meal came up. Zhang Manqiu, Tang Yi and a few others didn't eat. They were thinking about what Yi Chen said. After a while, Zhao Xiangming opened a bottle of Mutai 30 years and poured a glass for Yi Chen. Brother Yi, listening to your words is better than reading 10 years of books. Come, let me toast you. You're welcome, Mr. Zhao. I'm just guessing and talking blindly. It's not necessarily accurate. Zhao Xiangming, Brother Yi can just call me Xiangming. My father is the founder of Dongkai Securities. I still hope that Brother Yi will take care of my family's business in the future. Yi Chuan was shocked at what he heard. The founder of Dongkai Securities is your father? The head is really not small. The two of them drank it all in one go. Fang Jifeng also toasted him. Although several people were second-generation disciples, they didn't have that kind of superior stance and treated him with politeness and respect. This made Yi Duan have a better impression of them as well. He also planned to spend some time with a few people to prepare himself for his future foray into the business world. Each of them was a second-generation disciple with extraordinary origins, and there would definitely be a use for them in the future. It's too hard to thrive in the business world without a circle of contacts. A few people pushed their glasses and started eating. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 flavors of food, Tang Yi continued to ask, Brother Yi, you deduced that the Fed side will raise interest rates. Roughly when will it have to be? Yi Duan, next year. It shouldn't take too long. They also need to formulate a detailed strategy. Tang Yi, then we won't be able to do anything with the stock then? Yi Dust nodded slightly. Mostly, it's best to wait with an empty position. The market is never short of opportunities to make money. Endure loneliness, in order to keep the prosperity. Tang Yi smiled and said, Brother Yi, can I worship you as my teacher? I used to think I was pretty good at stock speculation, but now that I've seen you I feel like I have a lot of shortcomings. Ha! Yi Chen froze for a moment, and Zhang Manqiu's few people also froze for a moment. He was about to speak when he felt his foot being stepped on. MS. Tang, what to worship or not to worship? I have only been in contact for a short time. Let's communicate and discuss together. Make progress together and make money together. Chapter 67, each with an unusual background. Even if Zhang Manqiu didn't step on his feet, he didn't intend to take on a disciple. He is a 22-year-old young man. Just contact with the financial industry has not long. Only just a little bit of achievement to accept the apprentice seems to be too ostentatious. The most important thing is that after taking on an apprentice you have to bother to teach them, which again takes energy. Tang Yi smiled and said, there's no such thing as learning before and after, and the one who achieves is the teacher. I think Brother Ye's ability is definitely not inferior to the top bigwigs in the market. Yi Duan, Miss Tang is overstating it. I can only be considered a beginner. There are still a lot to learn. In the future we will often exchange and discuss, and make progress together. Brother Yi can call me Tang Yi or Xiao Yi. They all call me that. Tang Yi didn't insist on worshipping the master anymore and toasted him with tea instead of wine. This lunch, Yi Chuan felt very good. The circle of contacts expanded again, which would be a boost for him to enter the business world in the future. Had lunch. The 5 walked out of the restaurant together to the underground parking lot. Zhao Xiangming and Fang Jifeng greeted him and said goodbye. Both drive cool supercars that are more eye-catching. Tang Yi looked at Yi Chuan. Yi Chuan, you came in Manqiu's car? Then I'll leave first. Yi Duan nodded slightly. We'll get together again when we have time. Tang Yi smiled faintly and turned around to get into a white BMW 5 Series. The BMW 5 Series is not bad, but it pales in comparison to a few others. Yi Chen turned his head to look at Zhang Manqiu. Manqiu, what did you just step on me for? Yes?
It might have been touched accidentally.
Zhang Manqiu didn't admit it at all. Yi Duan smiled and said, "Are you afraid that she will worship me and become better than you are? Friends around you can be excellent, but they can't be better than you."
Zhang Manqiu's small mind was poked and glared at him.
"Do you know who she is?" Yi Chuan instantly came to be curious. "What is Tang Yi's identity?"
Zhang Manqiu, her father works in Hangjiang City, South Zhejiang Province, is the mayor of Hangjiang City, deputy secretary of the municipal party committee, vice ministerial level or vice provincial level,
the second in command of Hangjiang City. Hangjiang City is the capital of South Zhejiang Province,
and the rank of the first and second in command is higher than that of a normal city. Yi Chen was shocked in his heart,
not expecting Tang Yi's origin to be so terrifying. What about that Feng Jifeng?
His family is in the clothing and textile business,
and the company is huge.
Since Feng Jifeng was able to be in the same circle as Tang Yi's few people,
his family's company must not be small.
Yi Duan looked at her. What kind of business is your family in?
Manqiu? Zhang Manqiu, my mom is the chairman of a pharmaceutical company,
and my dad is a hand in the Dongcheng district. I hope you'll understand if Sister Autumn has offended in the past.
Well, everyone's history is so scary. Only I am a grassroots beggar. Dongcheng district is the highest administrative level district in Jianhai City, the administrative unit of the vice provincial ministry. The other districts are the administrative level of the city hall.
The hand of the Dongcheng district,
not only is the secretary of the district committee,
but also into the standing committee of the municipal party committee, into the standing committee of the municipal party committee, that is really into the local highest leadership and decision-making bodies, with a certain decision-making power and voting power. There are 5 or 6 deputy mayors in Jianhai City, although they are all at the level of deputy provincial ministers,
but they are not in the standing committee,
and their status level is not as high as Zhang Manqiu's dad.
Zhang Manqiu's chin rose slightly. I'm going home in a while,
so I'll drop you off at the bus stop.
No, I still have some things to do in a while. Just go about your business.
Yi Chuan intended to go see Lu Zixuan.
Okay, I'll head back then. Bye.
Seeing Zhang Manqiu leave in her Ferrari supercar, Yi Chen's eyes were a little envious.
I'll buy a car in a while, but a supercar is only good for driving in the city, not so good back home. The chassis is too low. Yi Chuan went to the nearby mall and picked out 2 outfits for Lu Zixuan. A tight fall dress maxi, the very figure-flattering kind. There's also one with a bustier and jacket that's a bit more royal.
Lu Zixuan didn't like clothes, but it was more appropriate to bring some gifts over. She had just given Yi Chen a watch worth $3,600,000, and courtesy was the only way to make a better relationship.
Just after 3 o'clock in the afternoon,
Yi Duan came to the door of Unit 1,
Building 9 of the Crestview Pearl neighborhood. He walked into the unit door, took the elevator to 801 and rang the doorbell.
A few seconds later,
Lu Zixuan lazily opened the door to her room in her nightgown. Yi Chen smiled and said, "Sister Xian has disturbed your lunch break."
"No, I happened to just wake up."
"Come on in."
Yi Duan handed her the clothes. "Sister Xian, I carefully picked out 2 types of clothes for you.
Try to see if they fit." Lu Zixuan's face revealed a smile. "Sister will go and try. You sit for a while." After waiting for 2 minutes, Lu Zixuan walked out wearing a tight long dress. Her undulating figure was exceptionally moving.
"How's Dusty?"
"Good looking."
"Sister Xian, you wear this kind of clothes very set off the figure."
"Mature charm, sexy and charming." Lu Zixuan smiled faintly.
"Your little mouth is as sweet as smeared with honey. I'll try that one again." The other dress was not tight and belonged to the refined imperial style. It's never hard for a beautiful woman to look good in anything.
Finally Lu Zixuan changed into a nightgown and sat next to him, smelling a little white wine.
"Dusty, did you drink at lunch?"
Yi Duan smiled and explained.
"A few second-generation disciples invited me to dinner at noon today. They knew about my stock and future speculation accounts and wanted to befriend me."
Lu Zixuan asked curiously, "What identity comes from?"
"Yi Duan, there is a Zhang Manqiu.
Is the Jiaotong University School of Finance?
Her father is a hand of the Dongcheng district.
The background is quite powerful. There is another person's father is the second in command of Hangjiang City in South Zhejiang Province,
and the other 2 people, one is the youngest son of the chairman of the Dongkai Securities Company,
and the other one's family is in the clothing and textile business." Lu Zixuan was shocked at what she heard,
not expecting Yi Chen to be able to come into contact with second-generation disciples at this level.
"They want you to lead the way in making money in the financial markets?" These people definitely had a purpose for looking for Yi Chen, and if they could make friends, the benefits to Yi Chen would be equally huge.
"Yi Duan, that should be the purpose. Today is to have a meal and get to know each other. How much did you make in the stock market?"
"Dusty?" Lu Zixuan asked curiously.
"Leaf dust. I looked at power coal futures the other day. There is an opportunity to enter the field to do there are more than 10 days.
Now earn about 300 million or so." Lu Zixuan's beautiful eyes clearly widened by a few points, revealing a shocked expression. "Making $300 million in more than 10 days? No wonder they invited you. People with skills will be welcomed everywhere. Dusty, you need to seize the opportunity and befriend them. It will be of great benefit to you in the future. Yi Duan, today's contact feels that they are all okay people, and do not have a superior posture. I feel that I can befriend. Lu Zixuan smiled and said, Shao does still remember when I just met you. You are still my company's summer job. I did not expect that now so powerful, worth several hundred million, but also among the more powerful second-generation circle. Yi Duan, Sister Xian, as powerful as I am, I'm still your younger brother. These words spoke to Lu Zixuan's heart. She was touched inwardly and reached out to hold Leaf Dust's head in her arms. You've touched my sister's heart with that. Rewarded with a hug. Chapter 68, Sister Xian's Past. Leaf Dust's heart thumped as he felt the sensation coming from his cheeks. That would be the normal hug. Nothing wrong with me responding? He reached out and hugged Lu Zixuan's back. Sister Xian, you've been very good to me. I remember it all in my heart. In his last life, as an employee, he had inwardly fantasized a bit about his boss, Lu Zixuan. A man is a teenager until he dies, and he's not horny until he's gagged. There are a lot of people are not horny, but life in all aspects of the pressure. If there is money to live without worry, it is estimated to play more than anyone to spend. Lu Zixuan is mature, sexy, beautiful and not only rich but also capable. Such a strong woman has probably been fantasized by the male employees of the company. Lu Zixuan stroked his head with one hand. Dusty, how much have you had to drink? Why don't you go take a break? Okay, Sister Ko. Yi Chen was a little bit reluctant to leave her warm and soft embrace. She brought Yi Duan to the master bedroom. Shao Duan, you rest for a while. I'm going to take care of some company matters. Yi Chuan was lying on the bed, covered by the quilt that Lu Zixuan had covered, with a faint scent still lingering on it, making him a little hot. He didn't even know when he fell asleep himself. 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Dusty, get up. It's nighttime if you sleep any longer. He vaguely heard Lu Zixuan's voice in his ears, then felt his nose being pinched. He opened his eyes to see Lu Zixuan standing beside the bed, a smile on her lips, leaning over and reaching out to pinch his nose. Lu Zixuan was wearing a halter nightgown, and her chest was wide open after she bent over. Yi Chuan was originally in a daze, but when he saw it, he instantly woke up a few points and his eyes widened a few points. Lu Zixuan noticed his eyes and her pretty face flushed as she hurriedly stood up straight. What are you looking at? Not honest. Get up and wash up for dinner. After saying that, Lu Zixuan walked out. After Leaf Dust returned to his senses, he got up and washed himself. After washing up, he looked at the time. Unbeknownst to him, it was already 6:30 p.m. and it was dark outside. Probably because I had a lot to drink at lunch. 2 bottles of white wine, he drank nearly 1. When he came to the dining room, Lu Zixuan was serving meals to the table. There were 6 courses. She opened another bottle of red wine. How was Dusty's sleep? It smells pretty good. The two began to drink and eat. Dusty, Huaguan technology has almost tripled. When will you sell? Lu Zixuan's account had already made a profit of tens of millions of dollars. Leaf Dust, on the 4th or 5th of next month. You can sell and wait with a short position. The subsequent market is very poor. Okay, Dusty. I don't know much about this. Listen to you will be right. Come sis, toast you. Tonight, Lu Zixuan's mood wasn't quite right, and the wine she drank was rather sharp, a bit different from usual. It may be that the business did not go well on this trip, and I am not feeling well, or I may be under a lot of stress. In half an hour's time, a bottle of red wine was drunk by both of them. Lu Zixuan opened another bottle. Sister Xian, drink less. It's okay, Dusty. She filled both of their glasses again. Yi Duan, are you in a bad mood? Sister Xian? Lu Zixuan smiled back. How could I be in a bad mood with you? My younger brother. Around. When the two of them finished the second bottle of red wine, Lu Zixuan's face was scarlet, and the alcohol had already come up. Yi Chuan also felt a little dizzy, but was not drunk. Dusty, with the girl you like? Lu Zixuan's eyes were a bit mesmerized. Not yet. Boys should take the initiative and be bold. She might be waiting for you to confess too. Yi Chen knew this, and Li Qingya had already hinted at him before. He was thinking about Wang Yusen, Zhao Jing, and the others, and if he couldn't, he would be a good sister. It was a path he had paved for himself before. I'll go to boldly confess when I'm psychologically prepared. Sister Xian, you're so pretty, how come you don't have a boyfriend? Is all can't see? He was inquiring about Lu Zixuan, trying to confirm whether she had money in her family or was an adopted mistress. Lu Zixuan froze for a moment, her drunken eyes revealing a few complexities. My university is in the Shanghai University of Finance and Economics. In the second semester of the junior year, my brother is working in Shanghai City. Dinner time and the neighboring table fight misses and kills each other. Was arrested. At that time, in order to get a letter of understanding, need to compensate a lot of money. I found the vice principal of our school. I know he is interested in me. I became her lover. Get $1.5 million to compensate each other. At the same time, he also looked for relations, so that my brother sentenced a little lighter. Leaf Dust didn't know what to say after hearing her words. A bitter smile appeared on Lu Zixuan's face. Little Dust, am I cheap? Sister Xian, I'll do anything for my family too. One sentence warmed Lu Zixuan's heart. It was a blessing to be understood. She continued, then I have been his lover. He treats me quite well, gives me a lot of money, buys me a house, and 2 years ago he was investigated, and then he went in as well, and he may not be able to get out in this life. Yi Duan, Sister Xian, things are in the past. You can now choose to live well and find someone you like. Lu Zixuan, how can it be so easy to find the right person? There are a lot of people chasing me, all approaching with various purposes. Yi Chuan smiled and said, then Sister Xian, you have to keep your eyes open and watch out, don't be deceived. After saying that, he looked at his cell phone and realized that it was already past 9:30 p.m. And it wasn't a good time to take a taxi back to school. It's bad, Xian. It's past 9:30 and our school is closing soon. Lu Zixuan smiled and said, just close the door. Sister, there are several rooms here. Just stay here. Sister Xian, you sit down and rest for a while. I'll clean up. By the time he finished brushing the dishes, Lu Zixuan was already half lying on the sofa asleep. She'd had too much red wine tonight, and the aftertaste was simply too much to resist. Yi Duan hesitated for a moment when he saw her appearance, then picked her up and went to the master bedroom, covering her with a quilt before walking out of the room. He went to the guest bedroom and lay down on the bed and took out his cell phone and looked at it. Zhang Manqiu pulled him inside a group chat with 4 people, Tang Yi, Zhao Shangming and Fang Jifeng. He has been accommodated by the coterie. Tang Yi, Zhao Shangming and Fang Jifeng all applied to add him as a friend. Yi Duan passed them one by one, and just after he passed, Tang Yi sent him a message. Yi Dust is still awake? No, I just ate out. And you didn't sleep either? Tang Yi, I'm studying the international economic situation. After your reminder, I came back to carefully consult the information to look at it. I think your analysis and speculation is very correct. It's too powerful. The original speculation also have to look so far ahead. Yi Duan, speculation definitely need to look at these. The international situation is not good. The domestic stock market is definitely not good. Especially the beautiful countryside of the action. They are the world's hegemony. Every move will affect the whole world. Every policy should be concerned. Analysis, speculation, and then summarize. Chapter 69, Artificial Intelligence, Trends of the Times. Yi Chuan chatted with Tang Yi for a while, and then chatted with Zhao Shangming and Fang Jifeng. All 3 had taken the initiative to add him, and it was time for him to say a few words of courtesy when he came through. After 10 o'clock, Li Qingya sent him a message. What's Dusty doing? Just talking to a friend. Friends? Male or female? Both men and women. Your classmate? Li Qingya asked curiously. Leaf Dust, no. Friends who play stocks. Li Qingya knew that Yi Duan had made $10 or $20 million in stock speculation, and it was normal to know friends who speculated in stocks. Are there any pretty girls? Yi Duan, yes. We had a meal together at noon. Exchanged domestic and international economic quotations. They are all second-generation disciples, which may be helpful for me to start my own business in the future. Dusty, are you planning to start a business in the future? Yes. The startup capital is there on its own, and I don't want to go to work. So what kind of company do you want to start? Investment companies? Technology companies? I guess. I'm studying computer science now, and subsequently I'll probably specialize in artificial intelligence. I think that's one of the main directions for the future. The 2 of them chatted for a while before Li Qingya went to bed to rest. Yi Chen didn't have any drowsiness because he had taken a big nap in the afternoon. He's looking at the domestic and international stock and futures markets. If only I had been reborn a few years earlier, when digital currencies and created a bunch of rich people. However, Yi Chen had many memories in his mind, enough for him to make lots and lots of money. Although the stock market next year is difficult to do, but the U.S. stock market early next year there is a big demon stock. The back of the domestic futures market also has the opportunity. Next year, the futures market will be a money-making opportunity for a forced short war that will shake the world's financial circles. Apart from these, many big events will take place next year that will have a profound impact on the world landscape in the future. Leaf Dust was looking at the domestic and international markets while uncovering the memories in his mind. He didn't go to bed until after 12 o'clock at night. It was just after 7 the next morning. Yi Chuan woke up and washed up, found that Lu Zixuan was still awake, and came to the kitchen to make breakfast. When breakfast was almost ready, Lu Zixuan walked out from the bedroom. She came to the kitchen door. Dusty's awake so early. Sister Xian is awake, just in time for breakfast. Have you washed up? Lu Zixuan nodded. Little Dust, did I say something to you last night? She had a memory of what she said last night. She was just a little unsure. Yi Chen wore a smile on his face. Sister Xian said something from her heart to me last night. Lu Zixuan would smile. Yi Chen looked young, but his speech made people comfortable. His emotional intelligence was extremely high, and he would take care of others' emotions. Little Dust, my sister is really curious in her heart. What kind of girl can make you like? When you have the chance, you must carry it to show your sister. Okay, Ko, there's a chance. Confess to other girls early, don't keep them waiting. Got it, Sister Xian. Xiao Duan. Sister Xian knows that you have a tight schedule for graduate school. Just come and see Sister Xian when you're free. After having breakfast, Yi Duan left the Cui Jingmingzhu neighborhood and took a taxi back to school. He returned to the dormitory and didn't see Xingqiao's trio, presumably going to the library to look at beautiful women again. Being alone was just the right amount of quiet, too, and he opened up his computer's programming software to experiment with some of his ideas. Artificial intelligence is about making machines intelligent so that they can think, learn, research and make decisions independently. If it is really researched, it is of great significance, and a lot of high-tech technologies can even be made to be projected and researched. It's not that easy though. AI involves very complex algorithmic techniques. Programming is at the heart of this. The equivalent of the brain. Server hardware of all kinds is the torso of AI. Yi Chuan had been sitting in front of the computer, and had dinner brought back by a few of Xingqiao's people. Then he decided that his computer was a little laggy, and spent money online on a very well-equipped desktop and 2 laptops. Laptops are portable and desktops are high-performing. The other laptop was given to Wang Yusen. How can a computer student not have a computer? Yi Duan looked at the time after placing the order and saw that it was already 7 o'clock. He sent a message to Zhou Wanning. Sister Ning, are you at school? Yeah. What's up, Dusty? Sister Ning, I have something to find you. I'll be right over. After that he walked out of the dormitory with his LV handbag. 6 or 7 minutes later, he arrived at the door of the faculty's apartment building. This place is not as strictly regulated as the students' place because it is a faculty dormitory. Although there were people on duty, they didn't care at all about the people coming in and out. And he walked inside to the door of Zhou Wanning's dormitory. He knocked on the door and soon Zhou Wanning opened the door to the house. Dusty, come in. What can I do for you? Yi Duan handed her the LV handbag. Sister Ning wishes you a happy birthday. Zhou Wanning froze for a moment. Xiao Dust, how do you know it's my birthday today? Did my dad tell you? Leaf Dust, no. A few days ago I did not accompany you to the hospital when registered to see. Zhou Wanning's heart was touched and a layer of ripples appeared, not expecting him to be so attentive. Thank you, Dusty. Yi Chen, Sister Ning, don't be polite. In my heart you are my own sister. Your birthday brother of course has to prepare a gift for you. When Zhou Wanning saw his gift, she smiled and said, how did you know I like bags? I think women should all like bags, so I bought one. Sister Ning, do you see if you like this style? It's quite pretty. I like it a lot. Thank you, Dusty. Zhou Wanning did like it. Yi Chuan, Sister Ning, then I won't bother you. You rest early. I'll go back first. Well, good. You get an early night too. Don't stay up too late reviewing. Walking out of Zhou Wanning's dormitory building, he sent another message to Wang Yusen. UXIN, don't review. Come out for a walk. I'll wait for you downstairs in your dormitory. When Yi Chen arrived at the bottom of Wang Yusen's dormitory building, she was already obediently standing there waiting. Yushin, he shouted. Wang Yusen walked towards. The two walked down the dimly lit road, the campus quiet and muted, with the occasional companionable walker to be seen. Does UXIN miss her brother? Wang Yusen's cheeks flushed and she gently nodded. Yi Duan, how's the review going? Is there any certainty that you can pass the preliminary examination for graduate students? Pretty much. Wang Yusen's academic performance is very good, just not good at socializing, or else she can completely bail out of graduate school. When walking to a place where there were no streetlights and it was rather dim, Yi Chen held her hand. Wang Yusen didn't dodge and struggle, only her pretty face burned and she slightly lowered her head. Have you figured out which graduate advisor to choose? Not yet. I plan to major in artificial intelligence in the future. I think this is the future trend of the times. I'll ask our counselor for advice some other day to see which tutor is more specialized in this area. Yi Duan continued. By the way, I bought you a laptop. Left your name and cell phone. It will be delivered tomorrow morning. Remember to pick it up then. Wang Yusen let out a soft "hmm." It's not too much to give your brother a hug when he's been so good to you, is it? Chapter 70, a big profit of $380 million. Wang Yusen's pretty face turned red at his words, shyly lowering her head and not daring to look at him. Yi Duan looked at her. There's no one around, and you can't see it in this darkness. It's a pure hug. After saying that, he opened his hand and embraced Wang Yusen in his arms. Wang Yusen didn't struggle or resist, letting him embrace her. Just her face burned. Her head was snuggled in Yi Chuan's arms, and she could clearly feel Yi Chuan's thumping heartbeat. Yi Chuan sniffed the fragrance of her hair, enjoying the rare quiet moment between the two of them. They didn't usually come out, and Yedin would only call her once a week. After all, At the important moment of revision, Wang Yusin's study should not be delayed because of this. It was only after about a few minutes that Yi Chuan let go of her and once again grabbed her hand to walk on the quiet and dimly lit road. Yushin, do you usually have a video chat for grandpa and grandma? Wang Yusin, my grandparents don't know how to operate a smartphone. My brother will turn on the video when he comes home from vacation. And there is a cell phone at home that my parents bought for my brother to use. What about your brother in high school? He just started his sophomore year. How's the study going? He doesn't study very well and knows how to play every day. Auntie and uncle spoil him too much, don't they? Well, my parents spoil him more. Plus they're not home all year and my grandparents can't control him. The two walked and chatted, looking like a strolling couple. The evening was a little cooler, with temperatures in the teens. At around 9 o'clock in the evening, Yi Chen sent Wang Yusin back to the dormitory floor. Sister Yusin, go back and take an early rest. It's getting cold. Pay attention to keeping warm. Wang Yusin nodded slightly. Brother, you also pay attention to your health. Only after seeing her back to the dormitory building did Ji Chen turn to leave. When can I cuddle with Sister Zhao Jing? She has a really good body. No, this girl has practiced sparring. Or the Northeast girl's temper is explosive. What if she beats me up? 9:30 the next morning. The computers that Leaf Dust bought were delivered. A desktop and a laptop. It took him half an hour to move back to his dorm room to install and activate it. The computer is highly configured to use silky smooth. After getting his computer up and running, he then opened the futures market to look at today's trend in power coal futures. Unsurprisingly, power coal futures continued to plummet at the opening of today's session and continued downward. Leaf Dust was either in the library or in the dormitory every day. He immersed himself in researching artificial intelligence technology. Sometimes he would sit for half a day when he encountered a problem, and he was now in a state somewhat like an expert who did research every day. Thursday, October 28th, power coal futures opened down in the morning, with prices falling to $912 a ton. Many institutions and retail investors have lost a lot of money as a result of the fall from $1.982 a ton. Yi Duan directly closed all the positions. The account floated about $380 million. His futures account totaled $420 million. The stock account has a total of $120 million and holds Jiangan Lithium, which is up quite a bit again this time of year. Yi Chuan sent a message to Zhou Jitsai, Uncle Zhou, you can sell Huaguan technology today. Okay Dusty, I'll sell it now. Zhou Jitsai sat in his office and turned on his computer. Zhou Jitsai and Huaguan Technology made 3 times 20 million funds into more than 60 million. After he sold it, he took a screenshot and sent it to a group of old friends to load the pen. Huaguan Technology made more than 3 times. Sold off today to leave the market. Whoever of you hold, hurry up and sell. The follow-up has no chance. Holy, why is old Chow so good these days? Old Joe here, you don't give everyone a big red packet? How did old Joe improve so much? You used to be the most novice in the group. It's harder to see you make money than it is for me to lose it. Old Chow, point us in the right direction. I've lost a dozen points this month. The corners of Zhou Jitsai's mouth rose slightly, his vanity greatly satisfied. Yi Chuan sent a message to Lu Zixuan as well. Sister Xian, remember to clear the warehouse today. Okay, I'm clearing out. Lu Zixuan also made tens of millions of dollars, and the two sold out, causing some volatility to Huaguan Technology. But the impact is not significant. Huaguan Technology now has a daily turnover of several billion dollars. A few tens of millions of dollars doesn't hit the floor. It's down 2 or 3 points. Yi Duan looked at the $420 million in the futures account and didn't get too excited. It was astronomical to the average person, but far from enough for him. Trying to set up an investment firm, that amount of money is barely enough to participate in Series A and B investments in certain startups. C rounds of this volume don't qualify for participation. Certain startups raise strategic financing in order to grow. Financing is taking shares to an investment company in exchange for money to grow the company. Like when Tencent, Alibaba and other companies start up period, have looked around for investment companies to finance, but also ate a lot of closed doors. As the rounds of financing went on, they had very few shares in their hands, but the company has grown gradually, and the shares, though small, are worth thousands of times more than before, which is a win-win situation. The investment community invests in startups in Angel, Series A, Series B, Series C, and so on. Angel investing means investing in promising startups of a few $1 million or so. The company's product development, market development has initial results. You can look for investment companies for a round of financing. Investment volume between 10 million to 100 million. After getting the round of financing, the company enters a period of rapid development. The company's scale, products and market expand rapidly. When the funds are not enough to support the company to lay the plate, it is necessary to open the B round of financing.
Series B rounds are in the magnitude of $400 or $500 million and are usually invested by several investment firms together to share the risk.
By the time of the C round of financing, the enterprise has matured, and if you want to go further to the market, you have to open the C round of financing. The scale is usually more than $1 billion,
and that's just investing in companies.
It takes a lot more money if you want to buy them. A few $100 million in the investment circle is not enough to see those international famous big capital. Investment is less than a few billion.
More than 10 billion.
Almost all over the world can see their figure. If he were to follow up by creating an AI company, it would require just as much money. This is because it is difficult to make a profit in the first and middle stages, and it requires a lot of investment in research and development and personnel in all areas.
Yi Chen's cell phone suddenly rang. It's Huang Xiujuan, an account manager at Huaxin Securities Company.
Hello Mr. Yi, I'm Huang Xiujuan. Do you have time at noon? How about I treat you to a meal?
I'll be waiting for you at the Hilton Hotel,
room 1808.
Her leader had already given orders for her to pull Yi Duan in at all costs. Huang Xiujuan had wanted to be reserved. After all, taking the initiative to send the door will make people feel cheap. The first few days she had been posting selfies and sent sentimental texts in her circle of friends, just to fish for Yi Duan, the big fish, so that he would take the initiative to take the bait. A client taking the initiative to take the bait is completely different from taking the initiative yourself.
Who knew that Yi Duan just nodded and didn't pay any attention to her at all?
She felt that since Yi Duan had clicked, it meant that he was interested in her, so she was a bit more direct today.
Buy me dinner? You are trying to treat me to abalone. Chapter 71 Invitation from an Investment Company.
Yi Chuan had long seen through Huang Xiujuan's small mind. He's not the least bit interested in Huang Xiujuan.
Li Juanxing,
an account manager at Dongkai Securities, is like her. At first, I felt that Yi Duan's capital volume was small, and I had been looking for Yi Duan to chat with him the other day. Yesterday, she even said she'd let Yi Duan go to her house to fix the plumbing. Of the 3 securities account managers he had contact with, only Wang Liyun was still somewhat interested.
Huang Xiujuan and Xing Lijuan are definitely considered good employees for the company and can create benefits, but it didn't appeal to Leaf Dust.
Manager Huang, I'm rather busy.
The account opening thing I'll apply later, you help me through in the background.
And futures accounts. Huang Xiujuan was a bit confused.
Leaf Dust doesn't want anything and agrees to open an account?
I'm so pretty and have such a sexy body.
And he's not the least bit interested? Or is he just pretending to be noble?
Huang Xiujuan's words were very straightforward, and Yi Chen could definitely understand what they meant. When the other person responds like that, they either don't see themselves or they are pretending to be noble. She felt that she definitely counted herself as a beauty, with a proper 36C body. No man could resist her temptation. She has pulled in many big clients, and without exception, they all fall under her stone skirt.
The other guy must be playing it cool. Okay Mr. Yi, thank you for supporting my work. Hang up.
Yi Duan, download Huaxin Securities app. Follow the guidelines to apply for the opening of stock and futures accounts, and then send it to Huang Xiujuan to adjust the rates of fees and so on. It's almost noon after all this.
He got up and walked out of the dormitory towards the cafeteria. On the way, his brain was still thinking about things on the algorithmic program.
Brother, Zhao Jing's voice sounded behind him. Yi Chen turned his head to look with a smile on his face.
Xiao Jing ah.
Zhao Jing and Su Hui walked up to him.
Brother, I haven't seen you these past few days. What are you busy with?
Yi Dust,
working on the intelligent algorithm program.
A bit of a breakthrough in the past few days. The most important thing you can do to give a machine the ability to think like a human is to develop an intelligent system, like the brain in a sci-fi movie. This involves many areas: independent learning, decision systems, language processing, image processing, and so on. What Yi Duan is currently messing with is the ability to learn. The thing he's coming up with now is like a primitive AI. You ask it a question and it will search the internet and match the best answer. There are limitations to this though, and it would be best if there were high-performance servers. AI requires a large amount of data online for training. Server storage capacity, processing power and other aspects of performance is not comparable to computers. What are you studying this for, brother? Zhao Jing asked curiously. Yi Dust, in the future, I intend to dabble in the artificial intelligence industry. This is the future trend. You just freshman year can also learn a good artificial intelligence course. The 3 walked to the cafeteria as they talked. During dinner, Zhao Jing spoke up and said, "Why don't brother go for a walk for dinner later?"
Well, Shizuku, why are you talking like you have a cold?
Might have a bit of a cold. Keep warm at the change of seasons and don't wear so little.
Got it, brother Yi Duan.
Yi Chen's cell phone suddenly rang. Another unfamiliar number from Zhonghai City.
Hello, Mr. Yi, I'm Zhao Hongxin, the vice president of Jiakai Investment Company, and I'd like to invite you to work for our company, with a guaranteed annual salary of $50 million. plus a commission on your performance. Sorry, I don't have that idea. Yi Chen refused without hesitation. I have the ability to make money on my own. Why should I join your company part-time? Zhao Hongxin smiled and said, Mr. Yi, do not rush to refuse. You can think about it, or have the opportunity to visit our company to visit. Our company's strength is strong, and does not limit your personal speculation in the stock market. A person, after all, is a retailer, and sometimes it is very easy to be harvested by the big institutions. The main banker sniper. I'll think about it. Hanging up the phone, Yi Chen was a little disdainful in his heart. The other side must be looking at his fame. The name Life as a Dream has become almost a household name in financial circles. Nearly 150 times in the stock market in 2 months. Half a month in power coal futures swept $500 million. The strength of his power coal futures will certainly not be hidden from the public. Life as a Dream would be better known in financial circles. He will certainly bring in a large number of clients to a particular company if he joins its staff. Jia Kai Company is not a philanthropist, offering an annual salary of $50 million plus performance commission. They can definitely earn more on Yi Duan's fame. When there is no more use for them, they will be kicked out. Had dinner. Yi Chuan's trio walked out of the cafeteria, and it was already dark outside. Su Hui spoke. You two go for a walk. I'll go back to the dormitory to catch up on the drama. The two strolled aimlessly around the campus. Brother, are you free on Saturday? What's wrong? Let's go over to the city god temple and Yu Garden to play. I heard that it's a classical garden from the Ming Dynasty period. It's very delicate and beautiful. Aha! Zhao Jing was a bit excited to see him agree and put her hands on his arms. Brother, you can't break your promise if you promised. When the time comes, I'll tell anyone who asks for me that I'm not available. Brother, you're so nice. You've been saying such nice things about your brother. Let's have a brother-sister hug. Zhao Jing looked at him with suspicious eyes. Brother, are you harboring bad intentions? You are doubting my character, questioning my personality. You even think of me as that kind of person. If you don't want to forget it, pretend I didn't say it. Yi Chen turned around with the intention to continue walking. I didn't say no. After saying that, Zhao Jing smiled cheekily and took the initiative to give him a warm hug. Her cheeks nestled in his arms. She could sense that Yi Chen already had some fondness for herself. It's just possible that this like percentage isn't very big yet. This intimacy may increase the percentage of his heart that likes him. When he surpasses that high school white moon of his, he'll probably choose to be with me. Entering the game with his body and plotting for his boyfriend. Leaf Dust held her with both hands. Shizuka's body was indeed better than Yusen's, and the difference between the two could be felt when they hugged. 2 minutes later, Zhao Jing asked softly, has brother had enough? Yi Chen's face was calm. If you didn't say anything, I thought you were planning to hug me until dawn. Zhao Jing twisted the flesh around his waist, but didn't use too much force. Brother, you're a bit shameless. Brother, this warm embrace many beautiful women scramble to want to feel it. Tonight is cheap for you. Zhao Jing held his arm with both hands. Brother, do you want to go to our ice city to play during the winter vacation? We have the ice and snow world there. It's all made out of ice. It's very shocking. You've definitely never seen it before. Leaf Dust, winter break is too short. I haven't been home for a year. I need to go back home. Sometime. The two of them wandered around until after 8:30 p.m. Before returning to their respective dormitories. Yi Duan opened his cell phone and saw that there were quite a few messages in the second generation group. Zhao Shangming aired him. Brother Yi, congratulations. Power coal futures made a big profit of $500 million. Fong Jifeng, brother Yi is too powerful. Zhang Manqiu and Tang Yi also sent messages of congratulations. Yi Duan sent out a red envelope. It's all luck. What are you guys buying now? Zhao Shangming, we all bought Jiang and lithium. This period of time the rise is really fierce. Yi brother, next plan to do what varieties? Chapter 72, live streaming? Yi Duan hadn't done futures in his last life, but only knew about some of the bigger futures events. Like usual, futures ups and downs are not well understood. He does know a lot about the stock market. So far only Jiangan Lithium is not bad. The other stocks are a bit poor. The size of his current funds is a bit large. If all buy into the Jiangan Lithium industry, there is a high probability of causing a butterfly effect. Some of the main institutions, bankers, big lobbyists are in it, and everyone is running to make money. The cake is so big. Yi Duan, if all by Jiang and lithium industry, will divide most of the benefits. This will surely arouse the discontent of some major organizations and bookmakers, and the probability is that they will smash the market and leave the market, leaving him alone to clean up the mess. It's almost impossible to eat alone in this market. Some of the main institutions are required to cooperate with each other to pull up together to make money to cut leaks. Unless it's a stock with a higher market capitalization, there's nothing wrong with that kind of ambush going in batches of a few hundred million or so. It's hard to get caught. Yi Duan, do not intend to do in the near future. Hold a portion of Jiang and lithium on the line. Tang Yi opened his mouth and said, the market is not doing well this time. The pharmaceutical industry and the liquor consumption industry have plummeted,
and I think the big money smells a crisis and has begun to flee from the high level. Zhang Manqiu, the domestic stock market has risen quite a bit in the past 2 years, and according to Yi Chuan's previous speculations and claims, it's very much like big money within foreign countries leaving the market early. The departure of large funds will inevitably cause a crash, and many stocks in the pharmaceutical and consumer sectors are currently plummeting by more than 10 points. However, these 2 years these stocks have doubled several times, down more than 10 points. The shareholders did not feel that there is a problem. They think it is a retracement of strength. Some are still adding to their positions, that the back will continue to rise. They've been blinded by 2 years of gains and haven't smelled the coming crisis ahead of time, not realizing that this is just the beginning and that you will be trapped deeper and deeper behind. In the end, you either have to cut your losses and leave the market, or you have to carry on hard to the end. Yi Duan, they are retreating in an orderly manner. First of all, the pharmaceutical industry, followed by the consumer industry, and then after a while is the semiconductor, real estate, the internet, consumer electronics, new energy and other industries, and so on, and so on. When the shareholders reacted to the time has already been a deep set. Fang Jifeng, the medicine fund I bought 2 years ago still has more than 50 points of profit,
with a maximum of 80 points of profit. Is Yi Duan going to sell now?
Yi Duan, my suggestion is to sell them all. If you buy Jiang and lithium can take a period of time, the other do not buy. Although he didn't know the size of Zhao Xiangming's capital, he felt that it wouldn't be too high, probably around a small few tens of millions.
Okay, I'll clear out all the others tomorrow. Tang Yi spoke. Yi Chun, I configured some gold to sell? Gold doesn't need to be sold.
I think it's going to go into crazy mode starting next year.
Why? Zhang Manqiu asked curiously.
Yi Duan, according to my previous speculation, beautiful country to raise interest rates. The other countries of the liquidity pumped.
Our domestic liquidity reduction. In order to increase liquidity,
the country will issue treasury bonds. The bank probability of interest rate reductions.
The release of liquidity. The funds released more than one.
The gold is bound to rise in value.
And I think there may be war over in Europe next year.
And the volatility of the situation will also cause gold to appreciate. Zhang Manqiu was the first to associate something with it.
You're talking about the bear country? You should all have seen some of the news about it.
It would benefit the pretty country a lot if there was a geopolitical upheaval over there.
Europe would be tied to them.
More favorable for it to follow up with interest rate hikes and harvest the globe.
Zhang Manqiu, it's indeed a possibility. There's been quite a lot of friction over there recently.
Yi Chen talked with them and then talked with Li Qingya for a while before going to bed.
The next morning,
Yi Duan first transferred the $420 million of the futures account to the bank card. He currently has a total of over $500 million in cash. He then transferred $100 million to an account at Wanfeng Securities Company. Wang Liyun's side saw it for the first time and was surprised in her heart. She didn't expect Yi Chen to transfer in so much money at once. This month her bonus will not be small enough to solve the situation at home. Yi Chen looked at the balance of over $300 million in his bank card with a smile on his face.
In a few short months,
he went from nothing to being worth over $500 million.
Even if he lies flat later and does nothing, he will still live this life in style. But he didn't want to lie flat. Reborn in a new life, he wanted to go to the top and look down on all beings. Leaf Dust continued to study his Galaxy AI.
This was the name he gave to the artificial intelligence brain he had researched.
It's not exactly AI at this point though, just the simplest version of AI that allows for some simple interactions. At 9 o'clock in the morning,
his cell phone rang. He froze for a moment when he saw the caller ID.
It was the call of Lin Yu, the deputy director of the Nanyang Street Police Station. Sister Lin. Lin Yu smiled and said, "What is Dusty busy with? Do you have time for lunch? Have a meal together." "Okay, Sister Lin. Where do we eat?" "Lin Yu, I'm off duty today. Come to my house. I'll send you the address." Yi Duan looked stunned,
not expecting her to invite herself to her home for dinner.
"Okay, Sister Lin." When he hung up, Lin Yu sent the address, which was about 7 or 8 miles away.
Yi Chen hadn't paid much attention to Lin Yu since the last time he and her had dinner.
He read books about programming until about 11 o'clock,
then left the school and took a taxi to Lijing Mingyuan.
It's a mid-range neighborhood, and it's not bad inside. Arriving at Lin Yu's door, he rang the doorbell.
Lin Yu quickly opened the door to her room and saw that it was him with a smile on her cheeks.
"Dusty's here. Come on in."
Yi Duan saw her tying her apron.
"Sister Lin is cooking? Dusty, you sit down for a while. I'll go fry the vegetables."
After saying that, she hurried back to the kitchen.
Leaf Dust walked in and sat on the sofa, surveying the room. It was a 2-room house that wasn't very big, presumably rented by Lin Yu.
He sat on the couch playing with his cell phone. It was almost 12 o'clock when Lin Yu made lunch.
"Dusty, come eat." Lin Yu was very normal during the meal,
as if she was treating her friends, and there was no seductive temptation as Yi Chuan had imagined. Yi Duan felt that her segment couldn't be that low. It's only been a couple of meetings, so it would seem too cheap in itself to initiate a seduction right now. She guessed that she just saw that I had a powerful background and wanted to make a good relationship step by step, and then seduce me later when the time was ripe, so that she could further advance in her career. In his heart, Yi Chuan felt that his guess was not far off. Have lunch and make some small talk. He was about to leave when a knock on the door suddenly sounded. Lin Yu's complexion obviously changed. She hurriedly said, "Xiao Dust you first go to the second bedroom to stay for a while." After saying that, she pulled the still unresponsive Yi Duan into the second bedroom and walked over to open the door. Yi Duan froze for a moment. Why did someone knock on the door? Lin Yu react so greatly. He heard the door open and then the voice of a middle-aged man. "Has Luna eaten yet?" "I just ate." "Why did you come all of a sudden without saying anything?" "Middle-aged man, I went to the city to have a meeting. Just came back to pass by your place to see you. Little baby, I miss you to death." "Geez, stop it. Go put on your summer overalls and hurry up. I have a meeting this afternoon." Yi Chuan stared wide-eyed. His adrenaline spiked. His heart was a little apprehensive and nervous, and he also felt a little bit of excitement. If the middle-aged man found out, he would definitely think that the two were lovers. Listening to their conversation, this person should be Lin Yu's superior, the leader inside the district. Soon the two went inside the master bedroom. 2 minutes later, Yi Duan carefully came out of the guest bedroom. Across the street was the master bedroom, which was closed but couldn't keep anything out. Chapter 73, Embarrassing Things. Leaf Dust's heart raced as he heard the sounds inside from outside. Lin Yu had really taken a shortcut to get to this position at this age. "I've set you up. You'll be promoted in a month." Yi Chuan's expression was stunned at the words. Was it so easy to be promoted? But thinking about Lin Yu's experience, he felt that it wasn't really that easy. It's also hard for normal people to sell their bodies and dignity. He carefully made his way to the door, gently opened it and walked out. Walking out of the unit door, Yi Duan let out a long breath. He didn't expect this to happen, and he guessed that Lin Yu didn't expect it either. After experiencing this kind of embarrassment, Lin Yu should not have the face to contact him again in the future. The thought of Lin Yu in a work dress actually interested him a little in his heart. Yi Chuan had complete certainty in his heart that if the two continued like this, he would definitely be able to take down Lin Yu as well. If that's true, does it count as a hatchet job on the big guy? Yi Chuan had recognized and seen through what kind of society this was in his last life, so he wasn't too shocked or surprised to encounter this kind of thing. Not much other than feeling a bit of excitement. On the other hand, Lin Yu's home. The middle-aged man cradled Lin Yu in his arms. "Did Xiao Yu miss me these days?" Lin Yu let out a soft The middle-aged man smiled and said, "Xiao Yu follow me will not let you suffer. I heard the news that the district's hand is being investigated. If the investigation is true, he will definitely have to go in, and my boss will have the opportunity to run for the district's hand. If my boss gets promoted, then I'll follow suit. I'm his guy and will have little problem becoming the primary head of the district office." Lin Yu's face was joyful. If the middle-aged man could continue to move up the ladder, then her future career path would also get better. But when she thought of Yi Duan in the next bedroom, she was a bit torn in her heart. Yi Duan, however, knew the leaders of the city council, and originally she had wanted to go through this line of Yi Duan to get to know the big leaders of the city council. Who knew this would happen today? The two of them warmed for a while. The middle-aged man hurriedly left, and had to go back to the meeting in the afternoon. Sending the middle-aged man away, Lin Yu hurried to the second bedroom. Not seeing Yi Duan inside the bedroom, she opened the cupboard again to look at the absence of Yi Duan's silhouette. Presumably having just left early, she was a bit complicated in her heart, contemplating whether or not to talk to Yi Duan about it, and worried about what Yi Chen would think of himself in his heart. She didn't want to give up on the line of city council leaders, but this unexpected situation caught her off guard today. I'm afraid that Leaf Dust also knows that she's the leader's mistress. After Yi Chen returned to the school dormitory, his cell phone suddenly rang. He glanced at it and it was a message from Lin Yu. "How dare you talk to me? Aren't you embarrassed at all?" But thinking that she could even sell her body and dignity, her skin was probably thicker than her own. "Lin Yu, Dusty, you went back?" "Well, I'm going back to school." "Little Dust, can you not say anything about today? Sister can promise you anything." Lin Yu chose a tactic. Even if there's no hard evidence for saying it, it doesn't do much good. Catch-22s don't matter from above. When Yi Chen saw her words, the corner of his mouth rose slightly. "Sister Lin, today I came back after eating from your place. I don't remember what happened." Lin Yu thought that she had acquiesced to her words, thinking that Yi Chen was interested in her. "Dusty, why don't you come over to Sister Lin's house again in the evening, and Sister Lin will show you in her work clothes." Leaf Dust's heart stirred a little when he saw her words. "Sister Lin, I have a date with my girlfriend tonight. Some other time." He politely rejected the other, to save face for each other. If Lin Yu was a good family, he might consider it. Lin Yu had to give in. Okay Dusty, then there's a chance some other time. She followed that up with a couple more pictures, all of her in a work dress. Yi Duan took a closer look at it. It was really nice and really appealing. Lin Yu is very pretty and has a good figure, tall and shapely, so it is no wonder that she can be seen by the leader, and she has a lot of strengths. She was also definitely considered a great beauty when placed in the electronic college where Yi Chen was. Plus her work and work attire are a plus. If two equally beautiful beauties choose, one for a regular job, and one for a job like Lin Yu's, it is needless to say which one men prefer. Yi Duan once again looked at the money in his account and did some planning in his head. A few $100 million was not enough for him. It had to be a few tens of billions at the very least. There are still a lot of opportunities in the stock market and futures market in the future. He didn't think it would be much of a problem to make tens of billions. With a longer timeline, it's not a big problem to make hundreds of billions of dollars over the course of a few years, because he clearly remembers how crazy the tech stocks in the U.S. went up in the following years. Those stocks are companies with market capitalizations in the trillions of dollars, and buying billions or tens of billions of dollars of such companies in batches won't cause a chain reaction. Because of the high market capitalization, the cake is big enough for big capital and big organizations to make just as much. It's not enough to be rich. Abroad it's capital that controls power. But in the country power reigns supreme, and a random excuse or reason to screw you can make you a target. He wants to make his own connections, create a community of interest, and tie many people to his chariot to form a massive force. Yi Duan wouldn't do the bribe thing. That would be pushing himself into the fire. If you want to go a long way and live a long time, you can't do anything that is against the law. No real capitalist would do such a thing. That's what short-sighted people do. If you bribe an official, once the other party is investigated, the person who bribed them can't get away with it. Paper can't hold fire after all. Don't put your fate in the hands of others. Yichuan probably finished thinking about the way forward and sent a message to Zhou Wanning. He accompanied Wang Yuxin yesterday, Zhao Jing tomorrow, and Li Qingya the day after tomorrow, so he couldn't favor one over the other. Being a man is all about the rain. Is Ying at school? Zhou Wanning quickly replied to him. I'm here. What's up Dusty? Sister Ning, I'll invite you to dinner tonight. I have a happy event to share with you, and I also have something to ask you. Yichuan found a reason. Where to eat? I'll meet you after 5. Sister Ning, at a restaurant not far from the school. Chapter 74, I like to grill shrimp. 5:30 in the afternoon. Yi Duan came to the faculty dormitory building. After waiting for a while, Zhou Wanning came alone from a distance. Co-workers have either gone back to their rentals or to the cafeteria for dinner. Seeing Zhou Wanning, Yi Chen greeted her with a smile on his face. Sister Ning. Zhou Wanning smiled faintly, elegantly and generously. Dusty, let's go. You drive or I drive? You drive. Sister Nung. I like to ride in your passenger seat. Zhou Wanning blankly glanced at him with a few petulant gestures in her gentleness. This is usually said by boyfriends and girlfriends like to ride in their boyfriend's passenger seat. They went to a mid to high-end seafood buffet restaurant in a nearby mall. The two took a number of things and cooked them in the shabu-shabu pot. Zhou Wanning looked at him and asked, Xiao Dust, you said you were looking for me to ask something. What is it? Yichuan, Sister Ning, do you know which graduate school tutor is more deeply researched in artificial intelligence? I want to find a tutor who is more specialized in this area after I go to graduate school. Do you plan to specialize in that direction in the future? Yes. Professor Chen Minghai Chen is more specialized in this area. Many companies in Jianghai City are also researching this area, and will ask him to teach. And many of the students who graduated under him have entered these companies, but Professor Chen's requirements are relatively high, and the initial results have to be at least the top 20 in order to be looked at by Professor Chen. Yi Duan nodded slightly. The grades I don't think are much of a problem. Once the preliminary graduate school exams are over, you can begin to select a mentor. It's a two-way street, where the student chooses the mentor and the mentor chooses the student. Normally there is nothing too wrong with passing the initial exam score. Zhou Wanning, if the grades are not a big problem, then you choose Professor Chen. He is more strict, very responsible, and the students who go out in his hands are very sought after. Okay Sister Ying. Zhou Wanning, didn't you also say you had a happy event to share with me? Yichuan smiled and said, Sister Ning, I made another 380 million in power coal futures these days, and sold them all yesterday. Zhou Wanning looked shocked. How do you make money so easily? My father played for decades or losing money. This one does require a bit of talent. Now that you're a billionaire, what's on your mind? Yichuan thought about it back, at first a little excited, and then the mood calmed down. Feel nothing. The future road is still long. Need to be down to earth to go. Cannot be proud because of a bit of achievement. Excited excitement can be. People cannot float. Zhou Wanning appreciated Yi Chen's character. After achieving some success, do not be arrogant and do not forget your roots. Many people become arrogant and cocky and look down on anyone else after they become rich. Dusty, with your heart, I think this is just your starting point.
far from the end. Borrow Sister Ning's good advice. Come on, you'll definitely get better in the future. Yi Duan, I can have today thanks to the help of Sister Ning. In the beginning, if not for your 200,000, I would not have earned all this money. Sister Ning's, you are my nobleman. Zhou Wanning smiled and said, which is as serious as you say. You do have that ability. Without my $200,000, you just earn less. Sister Ning have a shrimp. He put the peeled shrimp on Zhou Wanning's plate. Zhou Wanning's eyes flashed with a hint of shyness. Xiao Dust doesn't need to peel it for me. I can do it myself. It's okay, Sister Ning. I just like picking up shrimp, picking up blind. After saying this, he picked up a few more shrimp for Zhou Wanning. Zhou Wanning didn't refuse, a smile on her pretty face. Dusty, do your parents know you make so much money? Yi Duan, I transferred $20 million to them the other day, telling them to stop working so hard, slack off a bit, and take care of their bodies. They know that I'm making money, but they don't know exactly how much. Only you, Sister Ning, know at the moment. Zhou Wanning, what do the aunt and uncle do? Her address had changed without her realizing it. Leaf dust. My dad and my mom set floor tiles for people, just ordinary farmers. My family has been poor farmers for generations. Zhou Wanning smiled slightly. You've changed your family, and when you look at the whole country, you've also exceeded 99% of the population. With over $500 million in cash, you can live well in any city. Yi Duan, it's not enough to be rich in this world. If it wasn't for Sister Ning's help last time, I might have been detained for a while. Zhou Wanning understood what she meant. Xiao Dust, no matter what, you have to follow the right path. I don't want you to take the wrong path. Yi Chuan smiled back. Don't worry, Sister Ning. I definitely won't do anything that violates the law and discipline. He knew in his heart the meaning of Zhou Wanning's words. Don't go overboard with power and don't get lost in it. The coolness that power can bring is unmatched by anything else. What rich and beautiful women are at the fingertips of the big men of power. What is most fascinating is the feeling of being in control of everything, of the life and death of others. Like an ancient emperor, power is what fascinates people in this world. Had dinner. The two turned up at the mall. Yi Duan chose 2 fall and winter clothes for her. Zhou Wanning was a little pushy at first, but couldn't argue with Yi Chuan and walked into the fitting room with the clothes. Wait for her to come out in her new clothes. The salesman smiled and said, Miss, you wear this dress is very beautiful, showy and dignified. Generous. Your boyfriend has a good eye. There are not many boyfriends like this. Zhou Wanning's cheeks flushed and she just wanted to explain. Yi Chuan spoke. Sister Ning's outfit is good. Try the other one. When Zhou Wanning walked into the fitting room, Yi Duan took out a 500 tip and handed it to the salesman. Thank you, sir. The salesman put the tip away with a smile on his face. That's more than she gets paid in a day. When Zhou Wanning came out, the salesman gave another compliment. As he sent them off, the salesman added, Mr. and Miss wish you all the happiness in the world. Zhou Wanning's face was slightly red. Xiao Dust, why don't you explain? Nin doesn't have to explain. Explaining might look like a cover-up to her. No chance of thinking I'm a gigolo or whatever you think you are. Zhou Wanning felt as if it made some sense, but felt that it was a bit wrong. Later, she also bought 2 fall and winter clothes for Yi Duan before leaving the mall to go back to school. 8 o'clock at night. The car was parked in the school staff parking lot. Getting out of the car, the evening breeze was blowing with a slight coolness. Yi Chuan opened his mouth and said, Sister Ning, the weather is a bit cold. Pay attention to keeping warm. Zhou Wanning let out a soft hum. Has anyone been chasing you in the years Dusty has been in college? Have, but did not agree. No feeling. Looking for a girlfriend has to be with the kind of sensible, gentle and kind, generous, preferably like the condensed sister, this kind of. The corner of Zhou Wanning's mouth smiled. In your eyes, Sister Ning, is that good? Leaf dust, of course. Not only me. Classmates are probably thinking the same thing. Sister Ning, has anyone in our class ever chased after you? Zhou Wanning's complexion froze and she did not answer at first. Then the result is obvious. Yes, not just in our class, but in other classes as well. Who's in our class? Yi Chuan was very curious in his heart. Chapter 75, 2 Visits to the City God Temple. Zhou Wanning glared at him. What's the point of asking so carefully? It's not good to spread the word. Sister Ning, you still don't believe in my character. My mouth is very strict. Don't believe, you see. After saying that, Yi Chuan closed his mouth and raised his head. He was really curious in his heart to know who in the class had such ing guts. This kind of thing is pretty normal for this day and age, because there are plenty of examples of this kind of thing, where a college student chases down a counselor or teacher. Zhou Wanning hesitated and looked at him. Don't talk nonsense. Sister Ning, I promise. Our class Wang Liang, Wei Jun, Yang Yuhao and Wei Xiangyu. Who? Yi Chen froze for a moment. Wei Xiangyu? Well, this wimpy guy even secretly chased Sister Ning? This was something he didn't even know about in his last life. Wei Xiangyu never said anything about it. In his last life, he wasn't as familiar with Zhou Wanning as he is now. Zhou Wanning, that's pretty much it for our class. Other classes have more. There will be no shortage of beautiful women to chase. Especially Zhou Wanning's professional status added a few more attractions. It was just that what Yi Chen never expected was that Wei Xiangyu, the ratio, had actually chased after Zhou Wanning as well. Hiding too damn deep, Yi Chen kept sending her to the dormitory floor. Good night, Sister Ning. Good night. Zhou Wanning waved her hand. When Yi Chen returned to the dormitory, Xing Chao,
Wei Xiangyu and Feng Bing were still reviewing.
Old Ji went out to play with the girls again today?
Xing Chao asked with a smile.
Leaf dust, had a meal with friends. You three study so hard every day, beware of learning to be stupid.
Wei Xiangyu returned, immediately on the preliminary examination. Who dares to slacken off at this time? If you can't pass the examination before, the efforts are all in vain.
You old six, sneaking after Sister Ning. Will you guys be pissed off if you don't do as well as me when the preliminary exam results come in?
Wei Xiangyu, you don't study much every day and you still want to get better grades than us.
You probably won't even get into graduate school. On weekdays,
the brothers' grades were similar,
and Yi Chen didn't even review much,
so they felt that Yi Chen's grades couldn't possibly be better than theirs.
Leaf Dust chatted with them for a while and sat down on a chair to turn on his computer. He looked at the Galaxy AI he had worked on and found it lacking in many ways. In the future, he plans to read more books on programming and artificial intelligence.
All the books on the subject should be read to consolidate your basic skills and also to see if you can get some inspiration.
Just after 10 p.m., Li Qingya sent a message to Yi Duan. Little Dusty, let's go over to the City God Temple and Yu Garden on the weekend. I haven't been there yet.
Yi Duan froze for a moment when he saw her message.
You're going to Yu Garden too? Fine, go wherever you say. I've never been there either. Okay, then we'll go there for the weekend.
While he was chatting with Li Qingya, Zhao Jing sent him a message.
Brother, what time are we leaving tomorrow? Let's meet in the cafeteria at 8.
Okay brother, get an early night.
Good night, good night. The next morning,
Yi Duan and Zhao Jing ate breakfast at the cafeteria and took a taxi to the City God Temple attraction.
City God Temple and Yu Yuan Garden are next to each other. You can go to Yu Yuan Garden after visiting City God Temple. Getting down from the car,
Zhao Jing took the initiative to hold his hand. She is one of those passionate and proactive,
hot and straightforward personalities.
Brother, I see on the guide that it looks better to come here at night.
The lights are on. I don't want to sleep on the hotel floor.
Zhao Jing hemmed and hawed.
Then you sleep on the bed.
Guess I'm harder off then.
The two of them talked and laughed as they walked into the streets of the city palace, which were lined with ancient buildings that looked like they had a kind of ancient beauty.
Every attraction has a variety of snacks and stores. The two of them wandered around very carefully,
checking out every place. When you see your favorite specialty snacks, you will buy them to try. And when you see exquisite artwork, you will buy a few.
They had lunch at a specialty store.
We went to the Yu Yuan Garden in the afternoon.
Seeing the Ming Dynasty private gardens, Yi Duan heart some sigh. Whether ancient or modern, rich people live really cool. Such a large mansion, that has to have how many servants, how many wives. Zhao Jing was also here for the first time and watched with great interest. She was happy on this day and the smile was always on her face. She sometimes held Yi Duan's hand, and sometimes she put her hands on his arms.
It was only after dinner that the two went back to school. 8:30 a.m. Sunday, Yi Duan and Li Qingya met outside the city temple. Looking at the familiar streets, he felt a bit pointless, having just wandered through them yesterday. Dusty. When Li Qingya saw him, she walked over quickly and saw the conspicuous watch on his wrist and asked curiously, "You bought a watch? It's quite pretty. How much is it?" Yi Duan smiled and nodded. "Not much money, a few $100,000. After saying that, he held Li Qingya's hand. "Let's go, let's take a good stroll around the City God Temple. It's my first time to come here too." Li Qingya gently nodded. "It's my first time here as well." Wander the familiar streets and watch the familiar staff. Leaf Dust heart worried that someone suddenly popped out a sentence, "Young man, how to change girlfriend so quickly?" Today's attraction shopping flow was the same as yesterday's. In the morning, I wandered through the streets and stores of the City God Temple and went to Yu Yuan Garden after lunch. After arriving at the Yu Garden, Yi Chuan bravely reached out his hand and wrapped it around Li Qingya's slender little waist. Li Qingya's cheeks were slightly red, and she didn't struggle to resist, glancing at him and not saying anything. Yi Duan's expression was joyful. He had a big breakthrough today. "Qingya, look how exquisite this garden is. In ancient times this was the garden of one's residence. It's really quite beautiful. Let's go over there." The entire time Yi Chuan was holding Li Qingya's waist. The feeling was too wonderful. It was the first time he'd really put his arm around a woman's waist, and it felt so good. After dinner, he took a taxi to send Li Qingya back to school before returning to the University of Transportation. Back to the dorms, Yi Duan looked at his cell phone. There were quite a few messages. Choji had just messaged him in the afternoon, asking what he was buying next. This could be one of his own future prospective husbands-in-law. Uncle Zhou,
Now the overall market has begun to deteriorate.
Jiangnan Lithium is good. You buy a part of Jiangnan Lithium, do not have to buy too much. Jiangnan Lithium now has a daily turnover of $2 to $3 billion. He holds 100 million.
Zhang Manqiu a few people probably tens of millions.
Zhou Jitsai by 10 or 20 million should not be a big problem.
However, he will not sell at the highest point as he remembers, but intends to sell in batches ahead of time to hedge a little risk and make more than 10 points less, which is better than being slammed down by a big organization.
Now the Jiangan Lithium disc, unlike the last one, may change a little subtly. Within the group chat, Zhang Manqiu, Tang Yi and the four of them were also communicating. Yi Duan looked at their chat records.
They were all exchanging and discussing some news and current events at home and abroad. These four guys are really trying. All the other rich kids were discussing sports cars and beautiful women. They were sharing their experiences at night.
I'm afraid of people like that, who start higher than the average person and work so hard. Brothers, ask how can we raise a lot of money? Yi Duan sent a message in the group. Zhao Shangming, how much money does Brother Yi intend to raise? You can go to the bank for a loan,
or a financial institution for a loan or something.
Yi Duan, the more funds the better. Billions and tens of billions is best. What do you need so much money for? Zhao Shangming and Fang Jifeng were a bit shocked. Leaf dust, invest to make money. If there is enough capital, the faster he will accumulate wealth. Fang Jifeng said, the amount of money you're talking about is too big, unless it's illegal fundraising.
Where would one go to get so much money?
Tang Yi sent a message. Actually, there is a way.
Chapter 76, the name spreads in the financial circle. Yi Chen's eyes lit up when he saw Tang Yi's words.
What way? Tang Yi replied.
Set up an investment company and issue private equity funds. But it's not that easy to raise funds.
This depends on your personal influence. Private equity? Isn't the money this raises and earns distributed to investors? The company only earns a small management fee.
Yi Duan has direct contact with public funds.
Public funds is to earn management fees.
Raising funds on a large scale.
Management fees a year on several hundred million. More than $1 billion. Private equity funds he hadn't touched in his last life and didn't know much about. This is because private equity funds, unlike public equity funds, cannot raise funds publicly. There are restrictions on the number of investors, which cannot exceed a few hundred, and investors' family assets must not be less than 2 million.
Ordinary families are unable to participate in private equity and simply do not meet the requirements of state policy. These provisions are formulated by the relevant state authorities to prevent illegal fundraising and illegal public deposit taking.
Tang Yi explained, private equity fund management fee is not much.
They all have incentive system, such as the fund overall profit more than 20%.
The company can take how much share?
The overall profit more than 50%.
And how much additional share can be taken?
Finishing profit doubled. And how much share can be taken? Yi Chuan's eyes lit up at the words.
This was taking other people's money to make money.
He started searching online for something to know about private equity. Public funds can only be issued by companies that have a license to sell funds, and only some of the largest companies in the financial industry in the country can do so. Private equity is not that demanding, and many private investment firms can issue them, but it is subject to regulation by the financial authorities.
Yi Duan, this is good. Then I'll apply for an investment company first.
Zhang Manqiu said in the group.
Raising funds is not too difficult for you.
The market has a lot of big brother behind their own company to do private equity.
The results do well.
Some listed companies, large institutions will also invest in their funds. The size of the funds is very large. More than 10 billion of private equity companies have a lot of home.
Zhao Shangming, that's right.
Like a few of the country's private equity giants manage more than tens of billions of dollars.
Fang Jifeng, Yi Duan your operation on power coal futures. Forums, short video platforms are being discussed. Life is like a dream. This name has resounded through the financial circle.
Yi Duan talked to them a lot, and the ideas in his mind gradually became clearer. He needs to set up an investment company and get a private equity fund as soon as possible. It's not a big problem to raise money in the early stages, as long as he lets people know that he's living his life like a dream.
He may not raise too much money, but as long as he becomes famous,
it's not a problem to raise billions or tens of billions of dollars. This will build his wealth much faster.
He is still a student and can't stay in the company every day, so he needs to find someone who normally manages the company.
Yi Chuan had a candidate in his mind,
and that was Lu Zixuan. Among the people she knew, only Lu Zixuan had strong management skills, only that she had a company now, and he wasn't sure if Lu Zixuan would come to his company. If I can't,
I can sacrifice my sex for the sake of the company's development.
He thinks Wang Liyun from Wanfeng Securities is also good and can be poached for the company. After 2 contacts, Wang Liyun's business skills are quite strong. Investment firms don't need too many employees, just a few people up front. A private equity fund can be operated by 1 or 2 people, not too many. After Yi Duan finished thinking, he opened the famous financial forum and looked at it. Sure enough, a post is high on the top of the heat list. The god of stock speculation, life as a dream to turn to power coal futures. Half a month time wildly earned 500 million. More than turn empty god-class judgment. Technology shocked the 4 seats. The post details that he entered a full position in power coal futures on October 10 to buy a long contract. When power coal futures rose to nearly $2.000 a ton, sold out of the day's rally and bought the bearish contract with a full position. At 10 p.m., the relevant departments to promulgate interference with the price policy. Power coal futures should fall. When the price of power coal fell to about 900 yuan a ton, life is like a dream, closed positions away from the market. Half a month's time and the power coal futures wildly earned 500 million. He must have insider information. Otherwise, how could he judge so accurately? The author of the post replied, "No insider information whatsoever. Just keen market sense. It's not that hard to recognize when someone else is good. I've seen this god's stock operation. The vision is poisonous. The operation is precise. The big man is too bullish. Half a month to earn $500 million. Cattleman. Learning by example. 350,000 funds in the market. Less than 4 months. The funds are already up to more than $500 million. How many times is this?" Someone replied to him, 1,500 times or so. "Dad, please take me to make money. I'm your long-lost son. It's so strong. Life is like a dream. Big brother plays stocks and futures very well. I'm making 20 points of blood this month. When will I make a tenth of what the big man makes? It's so awesome. Big brother has an account. I want to follow it." Yes, he commented on that post of mine before, so you can follow it. Ye just looked at his account, fans. Before it was 0, now there are more than 50,000, and every refresh is growing by dozens. He feels that having more fans is a good thing. It's a little easier to raise money and pick up some quality clients. Yi Duan hurriedly took out his cell phone and opened his Jitterbug account. The name of his Shake Shack account is also called Life as a Dream. Later on, when he has a company, he can be certified as a company account, which makes it easier for people to tell which one is him. Yi Duan opened the stock account of Dongkai Securities, took screenshots of the yield of stocks and futures, and saved the amount of profit, and then made a video and sent it out. Here's a screenshot of his backstage, which no one else can have, so that it can be known that he's the internet rumor of Life as a Dream. He searched the internet for videos about Life as a Dream, and sure enough, many bloggers and big names in the financial world posted videos about it. It didn't make the hot list, but there wasn't a lot of discussion. It's giving him publicity and raising his profile. It's good for fundraising after he opens an investment firm. Monday, November 1st. Yi Chuan ate breakfast in the cafeteria and then called Lu Zixuan. "Little Dusta, what's wrong?" Lu Zixuan's voice was lazy, like she hadn't woken up. "Yi Duan, Sister Xian hasn't woken up yet. What time do you go to the company? I have some things I want to talk to you about. The establishment of an investment company must be on the agenda." "What is it?" "Sister Xian, let's meet and talk. I'll meet you at the company later." "Okay, I'm on my way to the office. We'll meet you there." Yi Chuan walked towards the outside of the school, pondering on the way about inviting Zhang Manxiu, Tang Yi, Zhao Shangming and Fong Jifeng into the group. They were all second-generation disciples of Jianhai City, some with official backgrounds and some with rich business backgrounds. With them on board, it would be much easier if there was any trouble in the future. Chapter 77, Planning a Company. You need partners and allies to thrive in the business world. It's too hard to rely on one person alone, unless they have an official background that is through the roof and defies all threats. The most important point is how much money should be made available to the 4 and how many shares should be divided among them. This one also needs to be asked of the 4 of them to see if they agree or not. After all, you have to come up with a lot of money and there is an investment risk. The two sides hadn't known each other for long and their understanding wasn't that deep yet, and they might feel in their hearts that Ji Chun wasn't lying to them. Yi Duan had been thinking about this issue of share distribution on the road. After 9 o'clock, he arrived at Yaxing Technical Services Limited, and the receptionist froze when she saw him. "Dusty, what are you doing here?" "I'm looking for Sister Xian." "Is Sister Xian here?" "Just got here a little while ago." "In the office." Yi Duan walked towards the general manager's office. When he came inside, he saw Lu Zixuan sitting on the desk eating breakfast. "Sister Xian hasn't eaten yet." Lu Zixuan looked at him with a smile on her face. "I casually bought some on the way." "What is it that Dusty is looking for me for?" Yi Chuan looked at her. "Sister Xian, I'm planning to set up an investment company and would like to invite you to my company to take up the position of CEO President." Lu Zixuan froze for a moment. "You're setting up an investment company? What's the main thing to do?" Yi Dust, the early stage of the main establishment of the fund to do financial investment, like domestic and foreign stocks, futures, later, such as the company's capital is strong, and then open up other aspects of the business investment. "Sister Xian, I will give you a high annual salary, and then add some shares." If Lu Zixuan didn't help him,
It would be hard for him to find another suitable candidate.
The worst thing you can do is recruit online, but for such an important position, it's best to be familiar with the person. Lu Zixuan had a company under her hand, and she was very busy on weekdays with limited energy.
Her words of refusal made sense.
Lu Zixuan looked at him. Dusty, are you serious? Sister Xian, I'm very serious. Lu Zixuan nodded slightly. Okay, I promise you. Sister Xian, thank you. Yi Chen's heart was happy. With Lu Zixuan's joining him, he would save a lot of things. Dusty, when are you going to register the company? Yi Duan, the faster the better. Sister Xian, you lease an office space, preferably in the CBD of Jiangpu district. I'm in the school to the company is also convenient.
The office space to get a good side of the layout of the company while applying for registration of the company.
Lu Zixuan nodded her head slightly.
Well, good. I'll let the following ones go and choose the venue and set up the company. This is relatively simple.
Yi Duan, what are you going to do about Sister Xian's side of the company? Lu Zixuan returned. This company I find the following people to manage. I'm a little tired of this company. Talk about contract cooperation. Have to beg them. Encounter shameless also let me sleep with.
Yi Duan, Sister Xian, I have confidence in developing the company into a large capitalized company of tens or hundreds of billions of dollars.
My brother won't screw you over. Sister Xian believes in you. The two of them discussed the company's office space again, and the equipment the company would need, and so on.
I also know an account manager at a securities firm with very good abilities. I'm going to poach her.
Yes, it's better to have a professional. There are a lot of things we don't understand. Sister Xian, there's still one thing. Don't I know 4 second-generation disciples? Do you think I should pull them into the company? Lu Zixuan, those two with official backgrounds had better be pulled in. If they could be pulled in, it would be a great enhancement to the company's status, and their circles are either rich or powerful, which would be a huge benefit to the company's development. Then I'll talk to them and let them fund their shares if they want to, but forget it if they don't. Contributing to the shares? I thought you were giving them some shares for nothing. How can it be for nothing? Sell them 5% and let them contribute $10 million. Sister Xian, what do you think of this price? That's a pretty reasonable price if the company you're planning on contributing $200 million to set up the company. Sister Xian, then I'll contact that account manager of the securities company and see if I can dig it over. Lu Zixuan nodded slightly. Go ahead. I happen to give the following people an explanation about the company. It was a little after 10:30 a.m. When I got out of Yaxing.
He called Wang Liyun.
Wang Liyun was a little surprised to see Yi Chen take the initiative to call her. Mr. Yi, you asked for me. I've got something for you. Come out here and I'll tweet you the location. Hanging up the phone,
he sent a restaurant location to Wang Liyun and then came to the restaurant box to wait.
Wang Liyun is an account manager and it's normal for her to go out a lot.
That's the nature of her job,
maintaining the company's big clients.
Wang Liyun was a little apprehensive in her heart, thinking that Yi Chen was not going to let her redeem her promise, but she was relieved to see that the address was a restaurant and not a hotel.
In about half an hour, Wang Liyun came to the box. Mr. Yi Duan's expression was calm. Sit down.
The two finished ordering their meals.
He looked at Wang Lian and asked,
last month I transferred in $100 million without much trading.
How much did you get paid last month roughly?
Around 40 or 50,000.
Yi Dust, I intend to open an investment company. Do private equity funds?
Are you interested in coming to work in my company? I will give you a stable monthly opening of more than 50,000.
The follow-up. If you are individually responsible for the fund, you can take a part of the management fee as a performance commission.
Wang Liyun's expression was stunned at the words, and she reacted with some excitement.
Really? Do I need to lie to you? Besides, do you need to lie? You still owe me something. Wang Liyun's cheeks reddened and she said in a firm tone, I'll go to your company.
She made a decision on the spot. She disliked the work of Wanfeng Securities.
The account manager is to maintain large customers every day,
and there is limited room for development. It's too hard to be in there without a background of connections. She didn't doubt Yi Chuan's strength in the slightest, casually transferring in $100 million. How could she possibly lack her own salary of 50,000 a month? Moreover, she knew that Yi Duan was life as a dream, who had recently gained notoriety in the financial circle. If he opens an investment company and engages in private equity, there will definitely be a lot of people investing in it, and the prospect of development is still great. Mainly depends on the yield of the first private equity fund. If the yield is quite good, it is considered to be the initial opening of the market, and then issued private equity funds. Fundraising is not a big problem. If the first one doesn't do a good job, then the follow-up could be difficult. She believed in Yi Duan's ability, and in less than 4 months of entering the market, her funds had doubled 1,500 times, up to more than 500 million. Such a person is definitely not a generalized person. Leaf Dust smiled slightly when he saw how painfully she agreed. Go back this afternoon and prepare your resignation. See me tomorrow, and your paycheck starts today.
Okay, Mr. Yi. No, it should be Mr. Yi. This is the phone number of our company's Mr. Lu. Take a note of it. I'll talk to Mr. Lu when the time comes. The two of you get the company done first, and feel free to talk to Mr. Lu about what equipment you need. Okay, Mr. Yi. After lunch, Wang Liyun was the first to go back to the company to resign. Garbage job. I've had enough of it for a long time. Chapter 78 Corporate Office Space. Yi Duan came out of the restaurant and thought about calling Tang Yi. Tang Yi had just had lunch and planned to go to the library to review. She is also preparing for graduate school in finance. What's wrong with Leaf Dust? Leaf Dust, is Tang Yi busy? Just got done eating on the campus road. What's up? I'm not planning to set up an investment company, so I'm asking if you're interested in taking a stake. Tang Yi smiled back. I'm interested in your company. How many shares, what price? She thought Yi Duan was great, and that opening an investment company was a potential. Yi Dust, I intend to invest $200 million in the new company. If you are interested, you can contribute $10 million and get 5% of the company's shares. Tang Yi smiled and asked, can I buy more shares? No, the tentative is 5%. Okay then, just call me when you sign the contract. Okay. Yi Duan didn't expect it to go quite well. Tang Yi's background was very strong and very worth pulling in. He called Zhang Manqiu again. Manqiu, is my company interested in investing? How much is invested and how many shares? $10 million and 5% of the shares. Zhang Manqiu paused and said, can I pitch more? These people really look up to me. Would have thought they wouldn't agree. Yi Duan then called Zhao Shangming and Fang Jifeng to inquire about it, and they all agreed to invest as well. These four people were not dude disciples. They were all elites among the second-generation disciples. They felt that Yi Chen's judgment of the market was awesome and worth taking out $10 million to invest in his company. $10 million isn't much for the four of them. Binding the four second-generation disciples to himself was a good thing for him. It represents the growing closeness of a few of them. Zhang Manqiu and Tang Yi both have official backgrounds, and their backgrounds are pretty impressive. They can also be called upon to help in the future. Zhao Shangming and Fang Jifeng's families are also not ordinary. Otherwise they wouldn't be able to enter Tang Yi and Zhang Manqiu's circle. Yi Chuan received a call from Wang Liyun on his way back to school. She has submitted her resignation and the leadership has agreed to it. A state-owned company like Wanfeng Securities, where many people squeeze their heads to get in, has no shortage of employees. Yi Duan asked her to find Lu Zixuan. What the company should need. She knew better than Lu Zixuan. He called Lu Zixuan again to say something and put the two of them in contact. By the time he got back to school it was 3:30 in the afternoon. Yi Chuan came to the library, found several books on programming and artificial intelligence, found a place to sit down and started reading. He began by looking at the origins of programming. The first person to work on computers and programming was a huge boost to the advancement of the world as a whole. They were definitely one of the smartest group of people in their time. It's quite fascinating to watch. Zhang Manqiu's clear and cold voice sounded beside him. Leaf Dust turned his head to see her sitting next to him at an unknown time. When did Manqiu get here? Zhang Manqiu looked calm, revealing a hint of high spirits. I've been here for a while. I didn't bother you because you were mesmerized. How's the company doing? Yi Duan, currently have people looking for office space. The venue to get good to apply for the company. Apply for a private fund sales license. What's the name of the company? What about Galaxy Investments? I remember a company by that name. Yi Duan froze for a moment. Does Manqiu have any good suggestions? Zhang Manqiu, your company thinks for itself. At this moment his cell phone rang. It was Lu Zixuan's call. Hey Ko, the little dust place has been found. About 600 square feet. And subsequently if we expand we can continue to rent the place next to it. As long as you have money, you can get anything done fast. Yi Duan, okay Sister Xian. Xiao Yun worked in a securities company before. She knows what equipment the company needs. You guys procure the office equipment as soon as possible. Lu Zixuan, well, today has been ordered. These 2 days will be able to deliver one after another. The registered company name is duplicated. Small dust you rethink a name. Yi Duan said several names. What with Star Ocean Investment, Star Investment, and Silver Star Investment, all of which had already been registered. Finally he spoke. What about Dustin Capital? This one's fine. No one's registered. Originally, Yi Duan wanted to think of an awesome and bombastic name, and Chaos Capital and Genesis Capital were also registered. Dusty Hing Capital is also good. Middle of the road, and has his name on it. Sister Xian, I'll visit the new venue tomorrow. Well okay, we'll go over there together tomorrow and check it out. Hang up. Yi Chen looked at Zhang Manqiu. It's settled. It's called Dust Xing Capital. How's the name? Zhang Manqiu, sloppy. When she finished she looked down and continued to read. Just after 5 in the afternoon, Yi Chen looked at Zhang Manqiu and asked, Manqiu, want to go eat together? Go. The two walked out of the library together with their books.
It attracted a lot of attention along the way. Zhang Manqiu is a very famous high cool goddess school flower of the school, and knows a lot of people. It was hard not to draw attention to the two walking together now. Zhang Manqiu had long been accustomed to the eyes of the crowd and looked flat and unresponsive. To prevent being seen by Zhao Jing and Wang Yusen, he and Zhang Manqiu came to another cafeteria. When it was time to eat, Zhang Manqiu rarely spoke and ate her dinner slowly and methodically. Proud and high-strung personality rejects people. However, after a few contacts, each one felt that Zhang Manqiu was not as high and cold as she appeared to be, and was so difficult to contact. Just to strange, ordinary people like that. After dinner, the two went back to their respective dormitories. Yi Duan returned to the dormitory and opened his cell phone to look at it. That yield piece he posted the night before had over 5 million views, over 100,000 likes, and over 50,000 comments. Asterisk 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 is this life as a dream big brother? Make over $500 million? Fake at a glance. P's picture. Someone below replied, don't use your ignorance to speculate on other people's ability. This is life as a dream big brother. 4 months time in the stock market. Futures wildly earn more than 500 million. Is it really in person? It's not a fake, is it? It should be the man himself. Here's a screenshot of the backstage. No one else but himself. Dad, do I look like your long-lost son? Brother, take me. I've lost over $100,000. My daughter-in-law wants to divorce me. That's fierce. I'm only making a little over 200% in total returns. Yi Duan picked a few comments and replied, confirming that he was the financial circle's recent explosion of life as a dream. His followers went up by over 100,000 and are still growing by a couple hundred per second. Traffic on short video platforms is just great. In the evening, he chatted with Li Qingya and Zhou Wanning for a while before going to bed to rest. The next morning, after having breakfast, Yi Duan took a taxi to the Jianghai Financial Building in Jiangpu District. It was an office building of more than 80 floors, towering and magnificent. He took the elevator to the 68th floor. The 68th floor is huge, with over a dozen companies, almost all of which are financial investment, wealth management or trust or fund companies. It took him a while to find the company's grounds. Lu Zixuan and Wang Liyun were already here. Mr. Yi. He was still a bit uncomfortable with Wang Liyun's address. Yi Duan smiled and nodded. Sister Xian, this land is nice, quite big. Lu Zixuan, I'll show you around. This side is the chairman's office. Standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows can overlook the entire Jiangpu district. There is also a lounge inside. This side is the general manager's office, conference room, entertainment and leisure room. The office space doesn't need to be renovated. Just get the office equipment. When will Sister Xian's equipment be delivered? I can deliver a batch today, and another batch tomorrow. The company, I've already asked someone to register. It'll probably take a few days. And there's also the private fund sales license that will have to wait for time to be approved. Chapter 79, The Role of Power. Leaf Dust felt good after looking around. Sister Xian, rent, purchase of office equipment, money. You do a good job of statistics. How much money the company transferred to you at that time? Lu Zixuan smiled faintly. Okay, chairman. Yi Dust. What chairman? Sister Xian, you call me Small Dust on the line. By the way, our company has 4 shareholders. Yesterday has been talked about. Each of them invested 10 million. Each accounted for 5% of the shares. Lu Zixuan, it's okay to call in private. In the company you have to build up an image and majesty. When the company is registered, I'll get the share contract done. Just feel free to do so. Honoring with your mouth is of little use. Honoring with your heart is true honoring. Yi Chuan didn't care too much about this. Wang Liyun opened her mouth and said, Mr. Yi, Mr. Lu, tomorrow Wednesday is the exam. Both of you should remember to take the test. With the Securities Practitioner Qualification Certificate is more convenient. It was only after she reminded Yi Duan that he remembered there was such a thing. Well, good. Sister Xian, when the time comes we both go to the exam together. The junior practitioner's license is very easy. Most stock investors can easily pass the exam. Just after 10 o'clock in the morning, the delivery of desks, chairs and filing cabinets came, and they were busy for 2 hours before and after. The company, which was empty at the beginning, had the look of a company after setting up desks and other things. Another batch of stuff was delivered in the afternoon. Fitness and leisure implements, coffee maker, water dispenser, sofa and coffee table and other stuff. There was nothing more to do after 4 o'clock, and Yi Duan let Wang Liyun get off work early and go home to rest. He and Lu Zixuan also left the company together. What does Sister Xian want to eat? I'll treat you tonight. Lu Zixuan's white and flawless face carried a smile. Go eat at home. She drove Yi Duan to her home and bought some seafood and vegetables on the way. Dusty, I'm going to go change my clothes while you do the dishes. When she finished, she went into the bedroom and came out changing into a loose, sexy nightgown. Lu Zixuan walked into the kitchen and came with a light fragrance that made people smell it. Dusty, confess to the girl you like? Not yet.
We're both preparing for exams. We don't have much time to meet.
Let's wait for a chance later.
Lu Zixuan, the girl you like must be very pretty. Yichuan smiled and said back, not bad, almost as pretty as Sister Xian.
Why are you such a sweet little mouth?
Sister Xian, I'm telling the truth. You're both beautiful. Lu Zixuan sighed. I can't compare with the young lasses. I'm already old.
Yi Duan turned his head to look at her.
Sister Xian, you are only 29 years old. The age of splendor. 20 to 20 years old belongs to the young girl is just blooming flowers are still slightly green and tender. 30 years old is only the flower is the most delicate and the most moving time.
Lu Zixuan's mouth smiled. You don't know how many little girls you'll have to coax with this mouth in the future.
Meal time. Lu Zixuan raised her glass. Shall dust come and drink one. I wish our company will prosper in the future.
Cheers, Sister Xian.
After finishing his drink,
Yichuan continued.
Sister Xian,
as you are the president of the company, I intend to give you 5% of the management shares and an annual salary of 5 million.
What do you think? As long as the shares in Yichuan's hand exceeded 50%, he had absolute say over this company.
Lu Zixuan smiled with a smile on her face.
Small dust annual salary will not be.
I have enough money in my hand to spend.
It's okay, Sister Xian. Follow what I set out to do. In the future, the company may need you to manage it most of the time, and I'll be there for less time.
Leaf Dust had schoolwork and a girl to chase after.
It was nice to be a handful and let others do the work.
A bottle of red wine was finished and both men were full.
Lu Zixuan said to him, Dusty will sleep here tonight. It just so happens that tomorrow's exam will be held at a nearby academy, and I've prepared pajamas for you. After that she went into the bedroom and pulled out a brand new set of men's pajamas. Is it convenient for Sister Xian? What's so inconvenient?
You're my brother. I feel empty even if I live alone in such a big house. When you're free you'll come and spend more time with your sister.
Go and change your pajamas.
When she finished she gathered her dishes and walked into the kitchen.
Leaf Dust walked into the second bedroom with his pajamas and came to the kitchen after changing into them. Lu Zixuan looked at him and said, not bad, just right fit. I'll clean up on the line. You go rest a while.
Yi Duan walked to the living room sofa and opened Jitterbug to look at his fan base, which had risen to more than 100,000. These fans are investors in the stock and futures markets, and there is no shortage of investors with millions or tens of millions of dollars in capital, all of whom are potentially large customers. All of these fans of his belong to the precise fan base. Of course there are some gold-digging women who fan him and send him private messages.
Little brother, what's going on? Brother, do you think I look good in this outfit?
Brother is so lonely at night by himself.
Yi Duan ignored it.
The rouge and vulgar powder could not arouse his desire. He swiped through the video looking at recent current events.
Lu Zixuan finished her work in the kitchen and came to the living room to sit beside him. What's Dusty looking at?
Yi Duan happened to slide the screen, and the next video turned out to be a video of a beautiful woman wearing a fashionable dress,
twisting her waist, and dancing. You like to see this? Lu Zixuan looked at him with a smile. Yichuan dryly laughed, catching up. How can I be so shallow?
Besides Sister Xian, you're a big beauty next to me. What's the point of looking at these rouge and vulgar powders?
I'm looking at the recent current affairs news. Lu Zixuan, Shao Dust, our company is good to register, but if you apply for a private equity license, it is more troublesome. You'd better use your relationship, so that the application down faster. Otherwise you may have to wait for a few months before you can apply down. Does the normal procedure take this long?
Yichuan was a bit surprised.
Lu Zixuan, I made it a point to find out on the internet that it takes months to apply and it's not always successful.
Yi Duan, when the time comes, I'll ask those shareholders.
They might have a solution.
This time revealed the role of Tang Yi and Zhang Manqiu's 4 people. If you wait months, you have to miss several opportunities to make money.
Lu Zixuan, they definitely have a way. Especially Zhao Xiangming.
He's the youngest son of the founder of Dongkai Securities. He has a wide range of contacts in the financial circle.
We'll need approval from the financial management department if we apply for this. Okay, I'll find him then.
Lu Zixuan, there is also the establishment of private equity funds also need to be filed for approval. By then I'll need them to move some contacts. Leaf Dust sniffed the fragrance of her body and became a little restless inside.
Okay, Sister Xian.
I'll look for them then.
Sis is going to take a shower. Dusty, do you take a shower?
There are bath towels and everything in the bathroom in your bedroom.
Yichuan nodded slightly. After a busy day, I'll take a bath and go to bed. Sister Xian, you also rest early. Back to the bedroom.
Yi Chen took a shower, then lay on the bed and chatted with Li Qingya.
What's Dusty doing? Just got out of the shower. Did you take a shower today, Seiya?
No, just washed it yesterday. Yichuan recalled the feeling of the last time he wrapped his arms around her small waist. His heart was restless and hot-blooded.
How old are you, Seiya? 22. Same age as you. Don't you know? I know. It wasn't age I was asking about. Roll. Chapter 80 Real Estate Mine. The next morning,
Yi Chuan and Lu Zixuan ate breakfast and headed to the Zhanghai Financial College to take the Securities qualification exam. This morning a piece of news hit the internet and shook the country. Evergrande Real Estate storms out with over $2 trillion in debt. The internet is awash with media coverage of this story. What is the concept of a private real estate company with a debt of more than $2 trillion?
It's a number that boggles everyone's mind, shocking everyone in the country in 3 ways.
The real estate industry has grown so fast in recent years,
and with lax regulation,
that many real estate companies are on a loan-to-value model.
In the long run, paper can't hold fire. If no policy management is imposed, the chain reaction caused by the mines will be even more horrifying when the time comes. No less than Japan's real estate bubble of the 1990s. Now Evergrande Real Estate storm is the official policy active puncture. Want to pursue the soft landing of the real estate industry?
Zhou Jitsai,
Zhou Wanning,
as well as Zhang Manqiu and Tang Yi were shocked when they saw the news online.
One is that Leaf Dust got it right, and the other is the size of Evergrande Real Estate's debt. It's insane,
beyond belief. Evergrande Real Estate executives must have known what was going on in their own company and kept it under wraps without disclosing it. Perhaps they also know that sooner or later they will have a thunderstorm and have already prepared their backhanders abroad in advance.
Tang Yi, the country is really taking the initiative to prick the bubble of the real estate industry. Is there really a financial crisis in the next few years?
Zhang Manqiu, I didn't realize Evergrande Real Estate's debt scale was so terrible.
Over $2 trillion.
Zhao Shangming, it was really guessed correctly by Brother Yi.
Brother Ye's research on domestic and international economy is too good.
Fang Jifeng inwardly admired Yi Chen's skill as well. This was simply a man of God. Brother Yi is bullish.
Brother Yi, don't pretend to be deep. Have a chat. Yi Duan is now taking the exam and his cell phone has been taken away.
Inside Zhou Jizai's group chat, dozens of their old buddies were also chatting about the biggest real estate company in the country's minefield. This whole thing is so shocking that almost 90% of the group chats on the internet are talking about it. Waiting to chat for half a day. Someone chatted about Leaf Dust in the group. Do you guys know that life is like a dream, which is quite hot in the circle recently?
No. See the news.
4 months of time across the stock market, futures market, from 35,000 to more than 500 million.
That's awesome. I wish I knew the big guy.
I lost a dozen points last month. The stock market has not been doing well lately.
Up 1 day and down 2.
It is boiling a frog in warm water. And by the time the average stockholder reacts, he is already deeply trapped. Zhou Ji just realized that life as a dream is leaf dust.
He said in the group, brothers, remind a word of caution. Now can sell, all sell. Later the market conditions will be very poor. Maybe a few years of bear market.
Old week, which is as serious as you say.
Now as the last 2 years rose too much. In the retracement digestion, the follow-up is sure to hit a new high.
I think it's also pulling back and have added to my position.
Waiting to sell when it hits new highs. Now only up how much? Before the high point of the market is more than 6,000. Now only 3,600 points.
Has added positions to sit and wait for the breakthrough of 6,000 points. Zhou Jizai saw his message and knew in his heart that they had been blinded by the rise of the last 2 days.
They simply do not take into account external factors. The international economic situation. The economic situation is definitely not promising,
as evidenced by the fact that the country's largest real estate company is in the red. Dusty's previous analysis and speculation is justified and has already happened.
Zhou Jitsai is now convinced. Know why I'm making so much money these days?
It's all because Life as a Dream pointed it out to me.
And I know him, and what he told me, better get out of the market in a hurry.
Or else the next thing you know it's going to be a downward spiral that lasts for years.
You really know Life as a Dream? What's the relationship between you two? Someone asked curiously.
Zhou Jitsai, he's after my daughter.
But I haven't agreed yet. We have to see how his character is.
Old Zhou, are you pretending to be a pen?
Do you really know?
Zhou Jitsai, he took the gift to my house to eat several times. Crazy pursuit of my daughter.
Hey, my daughter is too good. This cheat you, what is the point?
It's true that Wan Ning is both beautiful and good looking, but why do I think you're pretending?
You pull him into the group and we'll believe it.
Just pull it so you guys know I'm not bragging. After saying that, he pulled Yi Duan into the group.
This is Life as a Dream. Dusty and the others are my good friends. Leaf Dust hadn't said anything.
Zhou Jitsai, Dusty is rather busy and may not be available right now.
Maybe at noon. The crowd was shocked to see Zhou Jitsai literally drag someone in. Is this guy really the life of the circle rumor? How old is he?
Zhou, 22 or 23.
I think. That young? The crowd in the group was shocked.
They thought Life as a Dream had to be a couple dozen years old stockbroker.
Shojitai, very young, very talented, very smart.
You're praising him so much and you're still saying you don't have eyes for him?
Lao Zhou, your daughter is 28, right? My daughter is only 24.
I think it's quite suitable with him. Zhou Jitsai's head was filled with black lines.
Dusty likes to be more mature. Another person said, my daughter is 33,
and she's not married, so she's more mature than your daughter.
My daughter is 45 and just divorced. You can't be mature. You guys stop talking. A moment later old Chow regrets pulling in. It's after 11 on the other side.
Yi Duan came out of the examination room and opened his cell phone to see that he had entered a new group chat. He looked at the chat logs for a while before realizing that it was Zhou Jizai who had pulled him in. Since these people are close friends with Zhou Jizai, they must have uncomplicated identities one by one, and they should all be rich. That's a potential client for the company. Hello uncles, I'm Life as a Dream, also known as Yi Duan. In the morning at the exam cell phone put away, he snaps at the group. Do you really live life like a dream? Someone soon replied. Yi Duan, yes uncle, let me show you a screenshot of my account. After saying that, he opened his Donkai Securities account and took a screenshot of the account information. Now no one doubted the authenticity of his identity. That's awesome, Big Brother point us in the right direction. Yeah, take us, we lost a lot last month. Old Chow says the bear market is coming. True or false? Ye Dust, this is just the speculation of Uncle Joe and I. Everyone just take it as a reference suggestion. Joe Jitsai, what is Dusty busy with these days? Uncle Joe, I'm planning to open a private investment company and I'm busy with the company. Joe Jitsai, you started a company? Ye Dust, still in preparation. Just decided in these 2 days. All uncles can come to our company to visit when they have time. Someone spoke up and asked, Great God, can we really not do it now? It's down quite a bit again today. Yi Duan, my advice is not to do. Liquidate the position and leave the market. Keep the previous profits. And it is also best to sell those who have not yet returned to the capital. Otherwise it will be farther and farther away from returning to the capital. The market is hard to do right now unless you have superb investing skills and believe you are very good at it. But most average investors are not that good and the probability of losing money if you continue to do so is high. Chapter 81, Creation of Dusty Hing Capital. Leaf Dust spoke to them briefly. As for them clearing out or not, he couldn't care less. All that needs to be said has been said. He opened Zhang Manchu a few group chat. They are talking about the Evergrande real estate mine. They were talking about the entire real estate industry and the general trend of the future through the Evergrande real estate crash. From the number of Evergrande real estate mines, you can probably guess what is happening to other real estate companies. If the real estate companies have a succession of storms, what can be done to save them? Yi Duan saw their chat content. The heart cannot help but sigh. Not afraid of you or rich second generation. Afraid of you or rich second generation is still so damn excellent. I'm taking a test today. Just got out of the exam room. Zhao Shangming, brother Yi finally came out. The real estate industry began to rectify. I didn't expect that the first one to be rectified was the largest real estate company. Thus we can see the official determination. Tang Yi, Yi Duan you're really good. Let you say speculation hit. And then look at the performance of the stock market during this period of time. I also think the bear market is coming. Zhang Manchu, if the bear market comes, Yi Chuan will you perform well if you create a private investment company now? Leaf Dust, the overall market environment is really not very good. It is difficult for most investors to make money, but for me it is not a big problem. There are many opportunities in the market. It depends on whether it can be grasped. Fang Jifeng, I believe in brother Ye's ability. You guys talk first, I'm going to eat. Yi Duan's cell phone saw Lu Zixuan walking towards him. How did Xian do on the exam? Lu Zixuan smiled faintly. It's not a big problem. It's all quite simple. Let's go to the cafeteria to eat. I haven't eaten in the school cafeteria for a long time. The two came to the school cafeteria, and on the way, Lu Zixuan attracted a lot of attention. Her features were exquisite. Her skin was white. Her body was tall and mature. Her curves undulating, and her elegant strong woman temperament which could be resisted by a college student. The two ate lunch in the finance school cafeteria. Had lunch. Yi Chuan got into Lu Zixuan's Porsche to head to the company. Lu Zixuan said as she drove. Xiao Dust you are now the boss of a company. It's time to match yourself with a car. What kind of car do you like? Sister will send you one. Yi Duan didn't be polite with her. I think the Porsche Panamera is quite good. Wait for the company to be registered and then buy it, so that you don't have to spend extra money to buy a license plate. Shanghai City license plate license outsiders unless the money to buy, or simply cannot get. Get AC cannot even enter the city. However, there is a company in Shanghai City. Buy a car to hang the company name. Do not have to spend extra money to buy a license plate. There is an official policy to take care of company cars. What color do you like? Black will do. Don't like supercars? Supercars are inconvenient to drive home. Porsche's pushy enough in the old country. Inside the company, Wang Liyun was packing alone, and some more equipment for the company was delivered in the morning. The computers ordered will also be delivered this afternoon and installation will begin then. Mr. Yi, Mr. Lu, Yi Chen nodded slightly. Has Little Cloud eaten yet? Wang Liyun, eaten Mr. Yi, lounge beds are delivered. I checked there is no problem. Yi Duan several people came to the office lounge, which was a 2-meter large bed.
And the mattresses were all big brands. The things in the company Lu Zixuan ordered are big brand high-grade goods. The price is not cheap. Yi Duan sat down and tried it. It was very comfortable. Much more comfortable than the bed in his dormitory. It's quite good. In the future, if you are tired from work, you can rest here. Xiao Yun, you go and rest for a while. You still have to be busy in the afternoon. Yi Chuan and Lu Zixuan rested for a period of time in the company and then proceeded to take the exam in the afternoon. Finished the exam after 4. The two went back to the company, where several staff members were busy as they installed computers. A total of 10 computers are currently being purchased, along with tablets and other electronics used for speculation. It was almost 6 o'clock by the time we were done. Yi Chen took Lu Zixuan and Wang Liyun to have a dinner together. Wang Liyun's position is now tentatively set to be the company's department manager. Such as the establishment of the fund will assist. Yi Duan is responsible for fund management. She studied this in college and has experience in this area from working at a securities firm for over a year. Had dinner. Yi Chen took a taxi back to the school, and on the way he saw a message from Zhao Jing. How come brother hasn't seen you for the past 2 days? I've been taking exams for the past 2 days and I'm on my way back to school. Xiao Jing come out for a walk later. Well, what test are you taking? The securities qualification exam. I'm not speculating in stocks. A certificate will help in the future. Oh, when are you coming back, brother? About 10 minutes or so. I'll give you a heads up when I get there. Or something thicker. It's cooling down. Got it, brother. 10 minutes or so later, Leaf Dust got out of the cab and walked into the campus. Shizuku, I've arrived at the school and I'm walking towards your dormitory building. I'll be right down. The two met under the dormitory building. Zhao Jing's pretty face broke into a bright smile when she saw him, and she quickly walked over, holding his arm with both hands. Brother hasn't seen you in the past few days. I kinda miss you in my heart. Brother, did you miss me? Yi Chuan felt her figure and was comparing it to Li Qingya. In terms of body shape, Li Qingya was not as good as Zhao Jing. Although Zhao Jing was only a freshman, she had a well-developed body, and among the people he knew probably only Lu Zixuan could compete with her. Zhou Wanning was slightly inferior to the two. Then Li Qingya and Wang Yusen. Leaf Dust, missed you. Zhao Jing smiled cheekily. Really? It can't be to cheer me up, right? Really? What's there to lie about with this one? The two of them strolled along the dimly lit campus road, with the evening breeze and the stars in the sky. The night sky was exceptionally beautiful tonight. Zhao Jing held his arm. Brother, you're about to take your first exam, so I won't go out for the weekend. Wait until you finish your exam. I didn't realize that you're quite understanding. Jing, let's see what happens when the time comes. If there's time to go out, Leaf Dust will be even more pressed for time now that he has a company, but even more stressful. Time has to be spent wisely. Walking with Jing on Wednesday. Thursday walks with Uxin. Chatting with Daylily on Friday night. Saturday and Sunday meet up with Ning and Shinjia for dinner. Monday and Tuesday vacancies. Monday rest day. Tuesday can talk more with Zhang Manqiu. Tang E4. Weekdays more chat to enhance the feelings between friends. After walking for a while, Yi Chen and Zhao Jing came to an open lawn on the campus. Brother, the stars are so beautiful tonight. Let's sit down and enjoy the night sky for a while. Yi Chuan directly laid down on the grass and rested his hands. After a busy day, lying down feels so comfortable. Zhao Jing followed his movements. Brother, I heard there's a shooting star tonight. Yeah? Where did you read it? The online news said 9 to 9:15 p.m. It's almost 9 now, so it should be here in a few minutes. Yi just looked at the vast starry sky and thought a lot. Zhao Jing looked at him sideways. What is brother thinking about? Yi Duan, you said that the earth is so big, but in the entire universe it is like a speck of dust, and human beings can't even be counted as dust in the universe. So why is it so complicated? It's simply more complicated than the universe. I don't know. Brother, how do you speak in an old-fashioned way? Those who don't know still think you're 40 or 50 years old. Right, brother? Do you think there are any alien civilizations in the universe? Zhao Jing was very interested in this aspect. Chapter 82, A Bad Hunch. Yi Chuan pondered for a while. There had always been various versions of legends on the world of alien civilizations. Some people are convinced of the existence of alien civilizations. Maybe there is. After all, the universe is so big that according to probability, there is a high possibility of the existence of an alien civilization. Zhao Jing smiled and asked, I also think there is. It's just that maybe both sides are so far away that they don't know of each other's existence. And maybe some civilizations are so advanced that they haven't found us yet. Yi Duan had read some science fiction novels in his last life. Then it's better to pray they don't find us. Or who knows what might happen. Maybe they'll capture us and sell us as slaves. Zhao Jing, there's this possibility. Our current level of technology is just barely enough to explore the stars. If an alien civilization does find us, it means that their level of technology is extremely advanced. The two of them had some fun gossiping about something unrealistic. Suddenly Zhao Jing pointed at the night sky. Brother, look. A shooting star. Deep in the night sky, several meteors flashed by for about a second or two. Immediately afterward, a few more meteors pierced the night sky in bright splendor. Brother, make a quick wish. After saying that, Zhao Jing put her hands together and closed her eyes to make a wish. Yi Chuan didn't believe in this before, but after being reborn he felt that there was indeed a bit of a saying, because he remembered that in his last life he had seen a shooting star make a wish to give him a do-over. But it was something that happened half a year ago, and at first he didn't associate this with it, and only remembered it today after Zhao Jing's reminder. It's better to believe it than not to believe it. He wished for his parents and relatives to be safe and healthy, and to have more beautiful and good friends around him. He just likes to make friends with beautiful women. Zhao Jing quickly opened her eyes to look at the starry sky with a wide smile on her face. Yi Duan finished his wish and looked at Zhao Jing. Take another walk. You don't see many beautiful nights like this. Zhao Jing had her hands on his arms, so intimate that she looked like a couple. Yi Duan spoke. It's easy for people to misunderstand if you hold my arm like this. A misunderstanding is a misunderstanding. Zhao Jing looked indifferent. Leaf dust, you're taking advantage of me. Zhao Jing bristled. Just taking advantage of you. Yi Chuan suddenly drew out his hand and wrapped it around her soft little waist. Then I'll take advantage of you as well. No problem, right? Zhao Jing's cheeks flushed, but she didn't struggle to resist. Yi Chuan was relieved in his heart. He was really afraid that Zhao Jing would give him a whip kick. Sure enough, girls can be changed by love. Zhao Jing was usually outgoing and lively, fiery and straightforward, but now she was soft and well-behaved like a kitten. The two walked in silence, neither speaking. Zhao Jing was a little happy in her heart. Does this mean that he already likes me quite a bit in his heart? It doesn't look like it will take long for him to be taken down by me. The two walked for 10 minutes. Leaf dust sent her down to the dormitory floor. Zhao Jing looked at him and said in a gentle tone, "Brother, you go back to rest early. Good night." "Well, good night." Just as he finished speaking, Zhao Jing suddenly patted up and kissed him on the cheek. Leaf dust froze for a moment. "What are you doing?" Zhao Jing smiled cheekily and turned around to run back to the dormitory building. Yi Chen didn't have any excitement. Instead, he had a bad feeling in his heart. He felt that he might have been a little too forward tonight, letting Zhao Jing inwardly mistake the two for having high hopes. It would be a very tricky issue if Zhao Jing suddenly confessed to him or made him take a stand. A little rushed tonight. When Yi Chen returned to the dormitory, Xing Chao, Wei Xiangyu and Feng Bing were washing up and preparing to go to bed. "Old Ji is back. What did you do in the past 2 days? I couldn't see you." Xing Chao was a bit surprised to see him back. Yi Duan smiled and said, "A little busy with something." Old Xing laughed and said, "You're a college student. What are you busy with? Are you looking for a rich woman? I'm so righteous. How could I possibly do such a thing? Even if I were to find that, it would have to be a mature, charming, sexy, tall, young, rich woman who would fall for it." Xing Chao, "Old Ji, is this watch of yours Richard Mille?" Yi Chuan froze in his heart. "You know this brand?" Xing Chao, "My dad likes watches. I've heard him talk about some of the brands. Is this real for you? I heard it's really millions." "Really? From a rich young woman?" Xing Chao, "Pull back. What rich woman send millions of dollars of watches? Did you buy a fake pretend pen? Believe it or not." After saying that, Yi Duan took the basin and went to wash up. Thursday, November 4th. Yi Chuan came to the library after breakfast and borrowed many books on artificial intelligence and programming. He hugged his way back to the dormitory and sat alone watching. The stock market opened at 9 o'clock and he looked at the market trends. The stock market opened pretty well today, but it is a high open low set. Big money after the opening of the high shipping, so that retail leaks to take over. Less up and more down this month. The stock market will fall a little worse next month. If Yi Chuan wanted to make money, he could have shorted the domestic stock market to make money. Ordinary retail investors can't do it, but he can open institutional seats, and large institutions can use financing to short the domestic stock market, but he won't do it. Shorting the domestic market would be like shorting his own country. What's the difference between shorting your own country and treason? Even if it's profitable, you should never do such a thing. After Yi Duan looked at the stock market, he looked at the futures market. Domestic futures market this year, the overall rise is very good. Shanghai Tin futures rose very steadily, climbing the current annual increase of more than 70%. Futures are commodities, and the reason they've gone up nicely has to do with the Fed releasing water in recent years. The US dollar is the world's common currency. It prints and releases money in a big way. The liquidity of the world's capital increases, and commodities naturally have to rise in price. It's the law of economics. After the pretty countries start to raise interest rates and the global dollar flows back to the pretty countries, there will be less liquidity in the market and then the prices of commodities will come back down. Shanghai Tin futures this year rose fiercely. Wait for next year fell fiercely. Yi Duan also looked at the trend of the U.S. stock market. They are also falling this time, but the decline is a little smaller. It's the beginning of January next year that will be the start of the U.S. stock crash. Stock markets around the world are in a downtrend, but in the second half of the year, in October, U.S. stocks will start a very strong rally. In particular, their tech stocks will go into a nearly 2-day-long frenzy to hit new all-time highs again. Because of the massive global capital flow back to the beautiful country, a lot of money into the U.S. stock market, driving the rise of U.S. stocks, but this also for the future of the technology bubble to lay the root of the bane. Leaf Dust looked at the market once before continuing to read. He didn't go to the company. Lu Zixuan and Wang Liyun were there. It was the same if he went or not. 7 o'clock in the evening. Yi Chen sent a message to Wang Yusin. What's Yusin doing? Come out for a walk. I'll look for you downstairs in your dormitory. Wang Yusin replied with a 5 minutes later, Yi Chen arrived under Wang Yusin's dormitory building, where she stood waiting. Leaf Dust walked to her side and took her hand. Uxin, I've been too busy these days. Got a company, lots of things going on. Didn't have time to chat with you. Wang Yusin's cheeks blushed slightly as she said softly, pay attention to your body. Chapter 83, The Bear Market is Coming. Wang Yusin and Zhao Jing were different. The two men have completely different personalities. Wang Yusin is a bit silly and sweet. She's very guarded when you first get in touch, but when you get into her heart, she'll trust you without reservation. Yi Chen held her hand as he walked on the familiar campus road. Is Uxin sure if she goes to graduate school? Wang Yusin gently nodded. It shouldn't be a problem. Yi Chuan, what direction do you plan to major in later? I plan to major in artificial intelligence, algorithmic programming this direction. I looked for Sister Ning the other day and asked which tutor is good. She said that Professor Chen Minghai Chen is very authoritative in the field of artificial intelligence. Wang Yusin, I haven't thought about it. Yi Chuan, artificial intelligence I think is the way forward. Why don't you pick Professor Chen too? That way we can still be together. If you don't like it then change it. Wang Yusin's voice was soft. Well good, then I'll choose Professor Chen then as well. Yi Duan, Professor Chen's requirements are rather high, but with your grades there shouldn't be much of a problem. The two walked slowly, seeing a number of couples on the way. Some were walking and talking together, while others embraced and kissed passionately. When he came to the dimly lit place where no one was, Yi Chen suddenly stopped and looked at Wang Yusin, as if Wang Yusin knew what was going to happen. Her cheeks burned and she slightly lowered her head. The fact that she didn't say anything already meant everything. Yi Chen reached out and hugged her, his nose sniffing the fragrance in her hair before kissing her. 10 minutes later, he took her hand and continued walking. Uxin, where does uncle and auntie work? They work in the southern city, the capital of our Shunan province. What kind of work? My dad is on a construction site and my mom works as a waitress in a restaurant. And they usually only come home at the end of the year. Leaf Dust, my dad and your dad are pretty much in the construction industry. My dad sets the floor tiles and my mom does the work. The two of them wandered around until after 9 o'clock before returning to their dormitory. Yi Chen had just returned to the dormitory when he received a message from Li Qingya. What's Dusty doing? I just finished my book and I'm going to wash up and go to bed and lie down. Did you miss me? Thought so. The corners of Li Qingya's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a few hints of self-satisfaction. But when she thought that he hadn't been able to confess his feelings for herself, the slightly lifted corners of her mouth disappeared. What do you want me for? What am I to you? Yi Chen smiled faintly. You were my goddess in high school. This answer was not what Qingyali wanted to hear, but she was still happy. Dusty would love to go out with you this weekend, but I have to study. Let's have fun when the preliminary exams are over. The most important task now is to study for the exams. Well, you have to work hard too, and we both have to succeed in graduate school. The next day, Friday. During the day, Yi Duan looks at the stock market trends at home and abroad, and then he reads books. Sent a message to Zhou Wanning at 7 o'clock in the evening. Did Nin go home? Usually Zhou Wanning would go home on weekends when there was nothing to do. Zhou Wanning quickly replied to him. Home. What's wrong, Dusty? Are aunt and uncle off tomorrow? I'll go over to see my aunt and uncle. My parents they have tomorrow off. Dusty heard my dad say you started a company? Yi Duan, yes sister ringing. It's currently in the process of being built, and it's not open for business yet. What kind of company? Dustin Capital Investment Company. Mainly doing private equity in the early stage, and then expanding other businesses later. Zhou Wanning, you start a business and open a company and still take the exam? Exam. Study is still important. Someone else is in charge of the company side. I just control the direction of the company. I don't have to do everything myself. Yi Duan also has to study artificial intelligence, and graduate school is a must. Artificial intelligence is the hope and foundation of the future. It's the only way to break through the high-tech monopoly of Western capital. Dustin Capital Investments is a financial industry company. Nothing technical, but you can build up capital on it in the early stages. Developing AI technology requires a significant financial investment. Zhou Wanning replied. Where is the location of your company? Dusty, have you finalized it yet? Yi Duan, it's in the financial building in Jiangpu. When the company is done I'll take you, Sister Ning, for a stroll. Yeah, I'll definitely check it out sometime. The first students Zhou Wanning took after graduation were Yi Chen and the others. It makes me proud to be a teacher when a student achieves something. Yi Chen and Zhou Wanning chatted for a while, seamlessly connecting with Li Qingya. Zhou Wanning belongs to the slow hot type of person, and she should take her time to socialize and contact her. Cannot be in a hurry. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Saturday morning just after 9. Yi Chuan bought some fruits and came to Zhou Wanning's house. Zhou Jizai was the only one who was home alone. Zhou Ji just saw him full of smiles. Small dust to come. Come and sit. Your previous speculation has become a fact. Evergrande real estate mine shook the country. The above in the initiative to puncture the real estate bubble problem. Yi Duan, most of our country's top talents are in the system. What we can think of, they can also think of. Next pretty country will definitely continue to stir up conflicts in the European region, so that the situation over there will be turbulent, so that the European countries do not have to have a close relationship with them. And then the pretty countries will start to raise interest rates. Their inflation figures are already quite high and it will cause hyperinflation if they don't get it under control. Zhou Jizai nodded slightly. I've also been paying attention to the various data of the pretty country during this period of time. The inflation data has already reached a very high position, and then looking at the recent market conditions, both our side and their side are falling. It must be that certain large funds have sensed the danger and are starting to flee the market. Under Yi Duan's inculcation, Zhou Jizai was now looking at the long term. Start thinking about the domestic impact of data and policies in pretty countries. Yi Duan, Uncle Zhou, your vision is very poisonous now. The bull market has ended. The bear market is coming. Wait for the pretty country once the interest rate hike. The liquidity of the world will be drained away and flow back to the pretty country. We're going to have a very difficult market. It's going to keep going down for a few years, and some stocks are going to go through the waist, knee, and ankle chop, and a lot of people's fortunes are going to evaporate in the stock market, and there are going to be some people who blow up their positions and lose their money. Zhou Jizai has been through a bear market and he knows exactly what it's like. It was an ordeal, a torture. When mental capacity is out of bounds, some people are likely to do something extreme. There are many examples of people who have played stocks and futures over the years and ended up committing suicide by blowing up their positions. Zhou Jizai, if that's the case, doesn't our domestic market have little chance? Yi Duan, domestic opportunities are few. Beautiful countryside. I think the follow-up may have the opportunity. But this precondition is that the Federal Reserve needs to continue to raise interest rates. Interest rate hikes cannot be small. If so, then the U.S. stock operation space is very large. As history remembers, next year the Fed raises rates in March, May, June, July and September. Interest rates were raised by 25 basis points in March, 50 basis points in May, and 75 basis points each in June and July. The latter is a big rate hike, prompting the return of a lot of dollars. After falling for 9 months in a row, U.S. stocks began to rebound sharply in October of next year, and then it was a wild ride to new all-time highs over and over again. Tech companies like Facebook, Google, TSMC, Microsoft, and Nvidia have doubled their gains, and some have even doubled more than 10 times in 2 years. These are companies with a market capitalization of several trillions or more than a trillion yuan, so even if they enter tens of billions of dollars of capital, there will not be any problem. This is a very big wave of opportunity. Chapter 84, the company is officially established. Zhou Jizai agrees with him more. This we follow up to keep an eye on their side of the policy. There is an opportunity to go in and operate. Small dust when that company opened? Leaf dust, this week opened. The company registration application has not come down, estimated to have to next week. By then also need to apply for a private equity license or something. Quite troublesome. It is estimated that it will take a period of time to get it right. Zhou Jizai, so young to start a business to open a company, in the same age is very impressive. Work hard. With your popularity in the circle, raising funds is not a big problem. The main thing is that the first private equity fund must make achievements, so that you can open up the market, so that investors trust you. Yi Chuan nodded slightly. Uncle Zhou is right. I will work hard on the first private equity fund and strive to make money for all investors. While the two were talking, Zhou Wanning and Mother Zhou opened the door and returned. They went to the outside market and bought some vegetables, meat and a fish. Auntie, Sister Ning. Mother Zhou had a gracious and kind smile on her face. Xiao Dust, don't be polite. You and old Zhou can just continue to chat. I'll go and cook with Xiao Ning. Zhou Jizai, Dusty go. Let's go talk in the study. The two of them came to the study. Yi Duan took out cigarettes from his pocket and handed them to him, lighting one himself. He smoked less on weekdays, occasionally sometimes one. Dusty, do you know anything about antiques?
take a look at how this porcelain looks. It was only then that Zhou Ji brought down a piece of fine china from the collection shelf. Yi Duan, Uncle Joe, I don't know much about this. It looks beautiful. What dynasty is this? Qing Dynasty official kiln. I spent more than $1 million to shoot down. I'm not much of a hobby. Just like to speculate on the collection of some antiques. He was in his study introducing his collection to Leaf Dust. Yi Chuan's heart knew very well that Zhou Jitsai had already treated him as a very close person by doing so. He knew that Zhou Jitsai intended to set him up with Zhou Wanning. He actually liked Zhou Wanning. Knowledgeable, understanding, gentle and generous. Definitely the image of a good wife and mother. Perfect for a wife. But when he thought of Li Qingya, Wang Yusin and the others, he felt a little guilty and worried in his heart. He's surrounded by so many beautiful women now. If the car suddenly flipped over one day, he shuddered to think of the consequences. Then you may have to die a social death. Or you may lose your reputation. This was also the reason why he hadn't quite dared to develop too quickly with the Zhao Jingfu. They say paper can't hold fire, but there is a type of paper that is fireproof. He's going to have to try it on his smarts and his 2 lifetimes of experience. Big deal if I lose. I'll be spat on all over the internet. I'm thick-skinned anyway. I'm sorry for 2 lives if I don't try. Leaf Dust wasn't playing with their feelings. He liked them all and wanted to be responsible for them all. Even if he is a scumbag, he is a responsible scumbag. It wouldn't bother me if I wasn't responsible. Get tired of playing and kick it aside for some other babe to keep playing. Oops, I'm still too nice. He had lunch at Zhou Wanning's house and sat for a while before leaving. Walking out of the unit door, he called Lu Zixuan. Sister Xian, are you at the company? On it. Okay, I'll go over there. On the way, he thought about Li Qingya, Zhou Wanning, Wang Yusin, Zhao Jing and the others. If you want something to happen with them, you have to go further. Unclear relationships can feel wrong to them after a long time. Especially Zhou Wanning, Zhao Jing and the others. They weren't stupid white sweeties. They weren't that easy to fool. Zhanghai Financial Building. Yi Chuan came to the company and saw Lu Zixuan and Wang Liyun both sitting together and chatting. Little Dust is here. Lu Zixuan saw him first. Yi Chen wore a smile on his face. Sister Xian, why didn't Xiaoyun take a break today? Lu Zixuan, the company also almost equipment. This morning sent to install. Afternoon we tried nothing wrong. Now the company has been all done. Just waiting for the business license down. And then recruit staff. Apply for private equity license. Private equity application filing and so on. The company also needs to build the company's official website, public website, and app software. These can be done in tandem with the license application. The company's official website, public website and app software are very necessary and are the main channels for customers to purchase the company's fund products. Private equity funds can also work with brokerage firms if they raise very little capital. There is a high commission charged for raising funds in their channels. Yi Duan sat down and chatted with the two for a while about the company's future plans. Lu Zixuan is the first time to contact the financial industry. Not very understanding, but these days also in the bad knowledge. Wang Liyun did a very detailed planning, specifically talking about which people the company should recruit next, and which aspects of preparation should be done. Account manager, maintaining relationships with clients and identifying large accounts. This job duty is the same as what Wang Liyun used to do. However, Yi Duan was well known in the circle, and raising funds shouldn't be much of a problem. There is no need for an account manager to identify large clients, only to maintain the relationship between the company's clients and the company, which is more like the responsibility of the company's customer service. There are also back office technicians, company servers, finance department, personnel department, investment department and so on. Just now Lu Zixuan and Wang Liyun were chatting about this. She knew that she didn't know as much as Wang Liyun in this area and could have listened to her advice more. Xiaoyun said it well. Do a good job, and I'll promote you to be the company's vice president in the future. Lu Zixuan laughed. Xiaodust, you've already learned the essential skill of a company boss, drawing big cakes. Yi Chen and Wang Liyan laughed. They now have a vision for the future of the company. Especially Wang Liyun. She wants to have a good development. And Dusting Capital Investment Company she thinks has potential and hope. November 8th, Monday morning. Dusty Hing Capital's corporate application went through and the corporate seal, business license, etc. came down. Yi Duan transferred the $100 million within Wanfeng Securities to his bank card and then transferred $160 million to the company's account. Zhang Manqiu, Tang Yi, Zhao Shangming and Fang Jifeng also transferred $10 million each to the company's account, and the company invested $200 million upfront. Less than $1 million has been spent so far on pre-purchases and renovations. It was busy in the company. Lu Zixuan is applying for a private equity license again, and posting recruitment announcements on the internet, and at the same time, she is also letting her company side build a website and develop an app. Yaxing Technical Services does business in this area.
Like building a website, developing an app, this is all small business. Little dust. I've already submitted the application for the private equity license. The equity agreement has been formulated, and it will come into effect once they sign it. Lu Zixuan gave Yi Duan a word after she was busy with these. Yi Chuan, okay Sister Xian. In a moment I'll go over to the company to get the contract. He then sent a message in the group. The share contract is done. Do you all have time at noon? Let's meet at the Chinese restaurant of the last Jia Hotel. Chapter 85, a small goal of $100 billion private placement. Zhang Manqiu and Tang Yi replied quickly. Okay brother Yi, see you at noon. Tang Yi, you have to book in advance there. Let me book it for you. Zhang Manqiu, it's not easy to eat a meal from Chairman Yi. Everyone eat more at lunch today. A smile appeared on Leaf Dust's face when he saw her flirting. You say that, forgetting the last time I bought you dinner in the cafeteria? He remembered a time when the two were reading in the library and then went together to the cafeteria next to the finance school. You have the nerve to ask me to eat in the cafeteria. Zhang Manqiu's lofty heart was a little uncomfortable. Not because of the dinner. Rather, it was because after so many days of knowing each other, Yi Chen unexpectedly did not even take the initiative to contact her. Am I not attractive to you as the flower of the finance school? I'm going to the office first. I'll see you at noon. He left the dorm and headed out of the school. There weren't many people on the campus roads, most were in class at this hour. There is a great atmosphere at the University of Transportation and most people know to study hard and get a good job after graduation. He came to the office by public transportation and arrived in 10 minutes without traffic. Arriving at the company, Yi Chuan saw Wang Liyun busy in front of the computer. She was posting job openings with her friends as well as on various platforms. Mr. Yi. Wang Liyun saw him come in and opened her mouth to call out. Yi Chen nodded slightly and came to Lu Zixuan's office. Lu Zixuan is on the phone and hangs up a minute later. Dusty. Our company's website and app, I've already been working on it on Yaxing's side. It'll be ready in about 10 days and half a month's time. Yi Duan. Well okay Sister Xian. This how much money? Go company account. Sister Xian, you then use the company funds to buy a car. Porsche on the line. Hanging company name. Lu Zixuan smiled and said. The car is ordered. A sedan Porsche Paramila. A Mercedes-Benz Big G. In fact, Bentley Continental is also good. You know? Yi Duan, no. Quite beautiful. Say later. Have these two on the line. At noon I and Tang Yi they go to dinner. Sister Xian at that time to drive your car. Drive it. Sisters is yours. I'm driving a white Bentley Continental today. This car I have it didn't set for you. Want to drive later, just drive. After saying that, Lu Zixuan stretched a lazy waist. The undulating curves of her body moved even more when she stretched out like that. Yi Chuan looked at her. Sister Xian, how come you have such a good figure? Do you usually work out? Lu Zixuan's pretty face smiled. Where do you have time to work out on weekdays? I just practice yoga at home occasionally and pay attention to my diet. Yi Duan chatted with her for a while, then took the share contract to the underground parking lot of the building. Rolls-Royce, Bentley, Maybach and all kinds of luxury supercars are everywhere in the underground parking lot. There are a lot of investment companies in this building. Usually those who can open this kind of company are rich people, and the registered capital has to be more than $100 million. Yi Duan found Lu Zixuan's white Bentley Continental. The overall flow of the car was beautiful. There was a faint scent coming out of the car when you opened the door. Some of them smelled like the perfume on Lu Zixuan, and a bit of high-class perfume. Yi Chen started the car and drove towards Jia Hotel. At about 11:30 he arrived at the Hotel Chia. I saw Zhang Manqiu where I was waiting for the elevator. She stood in front of the elevator entrance. Not very S in terms of curves when viewed sideways, her body slightly green. She was supposedly the flattest among those she knew, but her features were very pretty. A bit of a disadvantage in terms of size, but a hard-knit family background. Manqiu, have Tang Yi and the others arrived yet? Zhang Manqiu turned her head to look at him. Not yet, they should be on their way. The elevator came down and the two stepped into it. Zhang Manqiu is close to 1.7 meters in height in her shoes, and the girl is very tall. She spoke up and said, it's not been a good time for the market, and today it's high and low again. Leaf dust, this time there is no opportunity, but also some demon stocks to be able to operate, but not suitable for our capital volume of some of the larger. Hundreds of thousands, 1 or 2 million to play with the demon stock is okay. Zhang Manqiu, when do you think the market will get better? Leaf dust, I think the domestic words a few years will not be too good. May individual sections have a chance. U.S. stocks will depend on next year's beautiful country's interest rate hike. If the interest rate hike is big, the domestic market will get worse and worse. Though U.S. stocks have a great opportunity. Zhang Manqiu understands the impact of the strength of the rate hike. The more the Fed raises rates, the more money from around the world will go that way. Other countries have become less liquid, unless some of them have gone on a money printing spree and increased their liquidity in response.
But the consequences of massive money printing are serious.
Devaluing the currency, raising inflation and so on. That's what the pretty countries want to see happen. Hiking interest rates to blow up other countries' economies. As the Fed raises interest rates, stock markets like the one in this country will continue to fall all the time, with the market capitalization of many quality companies plummeting.
When it falls to cabbage prices, that's their chance to get out and take the plunge and go on a buying spree of quality assets in other countries.
Financial economics is very complex.
Even with Yi Chuan's 2 lifetimes of experience, he didn't dare to say how deeply he understood,
but he can draw some lessons by analyzing history.
Zhang Manqiu, then we are now looking at the interest rate hike policy on the pretty country's side.
Yi Dust nodded slightly.
Nothing more to observe the market. There are times when the opportunity is fleeting, like the power coal futures, this wave of opportunity. I also observed his trend, the main capital situation, to make a judgment.
Zhang Manqiu nodded slightly. I just opened a futures account last week. There's a chance that brother will bring you to make money.
Yi Chuan's tone carried a few hints of flirtation. Zhang Manqiu glared at him with cool eyes.
I'm a year older than you. Just kidding, don't get irritated. The elevator quickly arrived at the restaurant,
and the two of them sat in a private room waiting for the 3 Tang Yi people. Yi Chuan took a sip of tea and asked,
Manqiu, do you know any friends in the financial sector?
I see that it will take several months to apply for a private equity license.
Zhang Manqiu shook her head. I don't know,
but Zhao Xiangming surely knows. I heard that his uncle is the senior leader of the financial sector. Otherwise Dongkai Securities Company can develop to such a large scale.
Yi Chen, then ask brother Zhao later. In about 5 minutes or so, Tang Yi, Zhao Xiangming,
and Feng Jifeng all came.
Yi Duan took out the company's share contracts, one for each person.
This is the share contract of our company.
From now on,
you will be the shareholders of Dusty Xing Capital Investment Company. I hope I won't let you down,
and we will all make money together. Feng Jifeng smiled and said, Brother Yi, I have confidence in you.
I think you have every chance to become a member of the 10 billion private equity club. There are many private equity firms in China, but only a few dozen can reach the tens of billions level. Controlling tens of billions of dollars and operating in the stock and futures markets is a force to be reckoned with.
Do we have a $100 billion private equity in this country?
Xianming Zhao, there are, but just 3 or 4, and they're barely approaching $100 billion in size. Then let's set a goal of 100 billion private placement first. 10 billion scale is too difficult for me.
Chapter 86, Your best friend is my best friend.
When Feng Jifeng's few people heard his words, their expressions froze. I didn't realize he'd set his sights so high.
Zhao Xiangming smiled and said,
10 billion private equity is a pretty high threshold. If Brother Yi can make it to the level of 100 billion private equity,
we can all get rich following you.
A private equity firm that manages more than $100 billion will have billions of dollars in annual management fees. If this gets to that size, they'll be making hundreds of millions a year lying around.
As he spoke, the waiter came in with the meal.
Several people in Yi Duan began to eat.
During the meal, Yi Chuan asked Zhao Xiangming,
Brother Zhao, the company has been applying for a private equity license.
You can help in this regard.
If you go through the normal procedures will take several months,
and may not be able to apply down.
Zhao Xiangming's face was calm as he returned.
I'll contact the contact this afternoon.
Tang Yi spoke. If Yi Duan raises funds,
do you plan to do domestic or foreign next?
Yi Duan, domestic stock market opportunities are small and risky. Large funds are retreating.
My eyes will be on foreign markets and futures markets.
This opportunity is still relatively large. Tang Yi, it would have been better if our company had been established earlier.
According to the current scenario,
the stock market is probable to enter a bear market, and the stock markets of all countries around the world are falling. Zhang Manqiu, several people also feel that the company was born at the wrong time.
If you catch a good period,
it is easy to make money in the market and the company can quickly accumulate a large number of customers.
Yi Duan smiled and said, you don't have to worry.
When the market is difficult, our company can create profits for our customers. I think it is more indicative of our company's ability and strength.
I'll take you guys to the company to have a look after dinner in a while.
A few people didn't drink, and after lunch came down to Jiangpu's Zhanghai Financial Building under the leadership of Yi Duan.
Dustin Capital Corporation.
Yi Chuan, several people came to the company.
Lu Zixuan had just finished interviewing an employee.
Mr.
Yi. Lu Zixuan saw him bring in 4 people and probably guessed the identity of Zhang Manqiu. Several people.
Yi Chen wore a smile.
Sister Xian, let me introduce you. This is Zhao Xiangming, Feng Jifeng, Zhang Manqiu and Tang Yi.
They are the shareholders of our company.
This is Lu Zixuan,
the president of Dusty Xing Capital. Sister Xian and I knew each other before and poached her. Before Sister Xian started her own company,
Lu Zixuan took the initiative to greet a few people. Greetings, Mr. Zhao, Mr. Feng, MS. Zhang, and MS. Tang.
Zhao Xiangming, you're welcome.
Mr. Lu,
Yi Chen continued to introduce Wang Liyun to them.
This is Wang Liyun, department manager.
I poached her from Wanfeng Securities.
They are the only two in the company at the moment, and with a few people passing interviews this afternoon, there will be a few more in the company tomorrow. Yi Duan took the four of them on a tour of the company and finally came to his office. Brother Zhao, Brother Yi, do you have any suggestions on the development aspect of the company? Zhao Shangming smiled and said, I think the company is quite good. Everything is in order. Ms. Lu's ability is very strong, and she looks like a strong woman. Lu Zixuan poured a cup of coffee for the four of them. You flatter me, Mr. Zhao. Thanks to Mr. Yi for looking up to me. A few people sat in the office for a while, then they all went back.
They are both seniors and are preparing for graduate school.
After Yichuan sent them away and returned to the company, he said to Lu Zixuan, Sister Xian,
I spoke to Zhao Shangming at noon, and he said to call and get in touch.
Lu Zixuan nodded slightly. Since he opened his mouth, it shouldn't be much of a problem. People like them will refuse if they can't do it, or if they don't want to help. Yi Duan sighed.
This society still has to have connections.
It's useless to just have money.
He is now very rich, but without Zhao Shangming a few people, just a private equity license will have to wait a few months,
or even half a year, and it is not necessarily passed. Even if you want to give money to a leader, you have to have connections to give it away. The odds are that if you go ahead and give it away, you won't want it. Any random person sending money would have to, and they'd have been reported in a long time ago. Lu Zixuan smiled.
When you achieve a certain scale, your connections will become more numerous, and those who have the ability to make money will attract a group of people to gather around you.
Yi Duan, then we also have to select properly. We can't play with everyone. Some second-generation disciples are unreliable.
Screwing with them might affect us.
So far Zhang Manqiu, Tang Yi 4 are not bad.
They were definitely considered to be the elites among the second-generation disciples. Through recent contact, Yi Duan learned that they had invested several times, but many of them were not good.
Lu Zixuan, Dusty, will the car get you to school tomorrow or where? Yi Duan, send it to the company. Send it to the school is too high profile.
I don't like to be known by a lot of people or staring.
I'll come to the company to open it at that time. Okay, you can come to the office tomorrow and drive. How many people did Sister Xian recruit today? There were 5 people interviewed today. 3 of them account managers, 1 was applying for the HR department, and 1 came in to apply for assistant fund manager. This one has 3 years of experience and has been in an assistant fund manager position before. Yichuan nodded slightly. Sister Xian's company is your full responsibility. I believe in you.
I'll go back to school first.
I still have to study hard. Aha. It was 4 in the afternoon when Leaf Dust returned to school.
He read for a while in the dormitory and then received a message from Zhao Jing.
What's brother doing? Reading a book. What's wrong, Shizuku? What time do we go to dinner? 6 o'clock, I think, and a little more reading. Okay brother, then let me know when you go to dinner later and we'll go together. Since the last time,
Yichuan hadn't looked for her for a few days to let her calm down,
and it wasn't time to break the window paper yet. At 6 o'clock,
Yi Duan came out of the cafeteria, and it was already dark outside.
Today is November 8th on the solar calendar,
the 4th day of the 10th lunar month.
Yesterday,
the 3rd day of the month was the first day of winter,
one of the 24 solar terms. The weather in Jianghai City was a little better. It was already below zero over in his old home province of Ludong. In front of the cafeteria, he saw Zhao Jing and Su Wei.
Brother. Zhao Jing saw a bright smile on his pretty face.
Yichuan smiled and nodded. It's so cold outside, just go wait for me inside. It's fine. It's not that cold.
The trio walked into the cafeteria. More people out and fewer in at this hour.
Most people have already had dinner, and the cafeteria opens at 5.
They find a place to sit down after the fight.
Brother, it's Huey's birthday in 2 days. Let's celebrate her birthday together. Huey is my best friend. Leaf Dust smiled and nodded. Which day? Day after tomorrow.
Wednesday night we'll still go to that restaurant.
Well, Shizuku, your best friend is my best friend.
After saying that he thought it seemed a bit ambiguous, Su Hui wore a smile and was happy in her heart.
Thank you, Senior. Yichuan, what do you call Senior? Just follow Xiao Jing and call her brother. I'm older than you guys. Chapter 87, Chasing Girls with Deep Love. Had dinner. The 3 walked out of the cafeteria. Su Hui opened her mouth and said, Lauren, brother, you guys go for a walk. I'm going back to the dormitory. Yi Dust was smiling. Stroll together. Take a walk and chat. It's cold to stroll for a while and then go back.
Zhao Jing held her hand.
Let's stroll around together. It's fine for you to go back alone.
Su Hui nodded her head gently when she heard Zhao Jing's words.
They were walking around the playground, and there wasn't a lot of people. Even the cold weather can't resist the passion between couples. Zhao Jing, brother, did that girl you like promise you? Sure enough, she was pursuing the matter.
The last one made her feel hopeful.
It's not like I'm confessing. I talk once in a while. Is she dangling you, brother? Be careful you become the spare tire. Being a spare tire is actually pretty good. There's still a bit of a chance. I'm afraid that there's no chance of becoming a spare tire. Zhao Jing and Su Hui were a bit speechless after his words. In fact, Yi Duan was saying it to Zhao Jing, disguising PUA for her. Brother, are you out of your mind? Let me throw a couple punches. Yi Chuan's head was filled with black lines. You want to put me in the hospital? Who asked you to be a licking dog? Zhao Jing was a bit angry. 1 lick is called a dog lick. 10 licks is a sea king. Leaf dust. What licking dog? This is clearly deep love and loyalty on my part. Zhao Jing grunted. You're just the dog licker. Yi Duan, like a person I think we should always pursue her. But where there is a little bit of hope cannot give up. If you chase a little bit did not catch up, turn around to go after other girls. This like is also too cheap. Shall we? You say I'm right? Su Hui whispered back. That makes a bit of sense. Zhao Jing felt justified in her heart and didn't say anything else. Yi Duan continued. Love is sacred. I think everyone should treat love with deep affection and fidelity. As long as there is hope, don't give up. Work hard to pursue the fight, and in the end there is really no way to let go. As he spoke, he secretly watched Zhao Jing's expression change. A thoughtful look crossed her features. Leaf dust was mostly saying to her, I will always give you hope. Zhao Jing muttered in a small voice. That doesn't make you a humble licking dog. It's because I didn't lick you, isn't it? Yi Duan saw through her small mind. What's a dog licker or not? It's all what outsiders say. As long as you feel in your heart that your quest has meaning, that's enough. Around 8 o'clock, the three of them went back to the dormitory. A little too cold at night, Yi Chen returned to the dormitory and read for a while, then sent a message to Li Qingya. Quack! Li Qingya, what are you croaking about? Dusty? I'm a toad trying to eat a swan. Li Qingya smiled cheekily. You're not a toad. You're a golden toad. The common name for a golden toad is a toad. Really? I don't know much about that. Dusty, it's been cooling down so much the last few days. Keep warm. I know. Qingya, you have to keep warm. Li Qingya, let's not talk about it yet. My mom is playing the video. After saying that, he hurriedly picked up his mom's video call. Hey, what's wrong with mom? Mother Li, has Qingya finished reviewing? I've just finished reviewing and I'm planning to go to bed. Mother Li, is Qingya confident of getting into graduate school? It shouldn't be a problem. Li Qingya was a bit confident. Qingya, work hard. After you get into graduate school you will be able to get into the selection. Get into the selection out of the general will be able to be a deputy mayor of the town. Work hard to get into the county is not difficult. After finishing her speech, Li's mother continued to ask, did that Yi Duan still harass you? Lin Qingya was a little embarrassed in her heart. No mom, we are just classmates, chatting occasionally. Mother Li, chat with him less. Make more friends in the second generation circle. It will help you in the future. There are quite a few rich second generation in your College of Economics and Finance, right? I heard that this is the college with the most second generation disciples. Li Qingya returned helplessly in her heart. There are quite a lot of second generation disciples in our academy. Mother Li was full of smiles. Make more friends with those second generation disciples. Are there any rich second generation or official second generation chasing you? If there is, then you can consider taking the selection exam for Jianghai City and become a civil servant there. No, where can they look at me? Li Qingya didn't want to talk about this topic with her mother. She felt that her parents were a bit realistic and superficial, but in the way of her parents, there was no way for her as a daughter to say, my daughter is so beautiful, how can they not see you? Are you lying to mom? Qingya Li, there are a few dudes chasing me. They are the kind of people who have bad character and fall in love for a bit. They kick off when the novelty wears off. Mother Li, this kind of rich second generation don't contact. Second generation disciples actually have that kind of better. If you meet this kind you can try to talk about it. On the other side, Yi Chen saw that Li Qingya hadn't replied. He sent a message to Zhou Wanning. Sister Ning, the temperature has been dropping hard these past few days. Pay attention to keeping warm. When Zhou Wanning saw his message, she smiled faintly. Got it, Dusty? Still not sleeping? Leaf dust? No, just finished reading. Don't get too tired from reviewing. Take care of your body and rest. Zhou Wanning's words also carried a bit of concern. Yi Chuan could sense that Zhou Wanning did not resist his concern, indicating that there was also a good feeling towards him inside. In time, he felt that it wasn't difficult to impress Zhou Wanning with his true heart. Okay, Sister Ning, why are you still up this late? Zhou Wanning, just watching a TV show. How's your company doing? Dusty? The company's application has been approved, and now it's hiring people, applying for a private equity license, and doing the website, app and all that. Things should be busy in the lead up to it. Will it hold up grad school? It's pretty busy right now, but I've poached a very capable person to come in. I don't usually go to the office. They're in charge of everything, decentralizing power in a new company. You're quite the trusting person, not afraid of emptying your company. Yi Chen knew that she was reminding herself. Don't worry Sister Ning, I'll be vigilant in terms of finances. After saying that, he remembered one thing. Sister Ning,
I heard Uncle Joe say that you went on a blind date this weekend. How was it?
Zhou Jitsai was talking to him at the time and was also testing his reaction to see if he meant anything to his daughter. Average. What does that guy do? Zhou Wanning, that person also started his own company. Has a company of 50 or 60 people? And is 2 years older than me. The company isn't small. It should be an elite person too. Isn't he handsome too? If it's a brick and mortar company, 50 people isn't big. It's only small.
But stepping down on others to brag about themselves would leave a bad impression on Zhou Wanning.
It might make Zhou Wanning mistakenly think that she had opened a company and become inflated. Zhou Wanning, looks are also average. Looking at no feeling.
Yi Chuan was pondering.
Does Sister Ning already like me in her heart? Chapter 88, I want to be your lickspittle. It was after 9 o'clock the next morning.
Yi Duan came to the company, and today the company's had 5 more employees. They didn't recognize Yi Chen and saw him come in thinking he was here for an interview.
Hello, are you here for an interview?
The receptionist asked as she looked at him.
Not far away. Wang Liyun spoke up. This is our company's chairman, Mr. Yi.
The front desk customer receptionist looked a little surprised at the words. They didn't expect the company's chairman to be so young. Yi Chuan smiled faintly.
Is Mr. Lu here? Mr. Lu is here. He came to the president's office. Has Sister Xian's car been delivered? Lu Zixuan smiled and returned. Just called me and is on her way.
Yi Duan nodded slightly and picked up the tablet on his desk to look at today's stock market quotes.
Domestic stocks opened slightly lower today,
with some varieties of the futures market performing well, especially commodities such as Shanghai Tin and Shanghai Nickel.
Shanghai Tin futures is the best futures varieties this year,
up more than 90% for the year, with 10 times leverage. That's a 9-fold increase from the beginning of the year to now.
The futures market as a whole is pretty good right now,
but when the Fed raises rates next March,
it's all on a downward path. The more the species rose before, the worse it will fall later. Yi Duan has little memory of futures,
only remembering a few star varieties that have risen the most,
or fallen the most miserably, and most of the futures have no memory at all.
Like this year's best rise in Shanghai Tin futures, he saw a clear subsequent trend in his mind.
It's going up in December and January and February of next year,
and will start to plummet in March.
Yi Chuan also looked at last night's U.S. stock market. The current U.S.
stock market has also entered the stage of shock downshipping.
It's not time for a big drop yet.
Yi Duan opened Huaxin Securities account,
transferred into the 40 million funds, spending 37.5 million.
Opened 10 times leverage to buy Shanghai Tin futures call contracts. This is already the maximum restricted position and equates to $375 million. Shanghai Tin futures are rising these months,
although the rise is not so fierce, but at least you can make a lot.
Leaf Dust can actually open other accounts to buy,
but this stuff is risky. If you are really investigated, it is entirely possible to put a big hat on you and say that you manipulate the futures market with multiple accounts. It's a serious offense. No need to risk it for that kind of money. While it's not usually checked, it's a risky thing not to do. Around 9:50, Lu Zixuan's cell phone rang.
The boarder that delivered the car had arrived and was near the entrance of the building's underground parking lot.
Yi Chen and Lu Zixuan came downstairs and saw 2 crates. One of the crates was a black Porsche Panamera and the other was a black Mercedes-Benz Big G. The car coat, solar film, foot mats and all that were already done yesterday. It's just a matter of spending a little more money.
Yi Duan's face showed a look of fondness when he saw it. This was his ultimate dream in his last life, and he didn't expect it to come true now. Porsche Panamera and Mercedes-Benz Big G are completely different styles,
but Yi Duan likes them both. After Lu Zixuan signed the letter, the staff with gloves, seat spread disposable seat cover to drive the car down carefully.
Sister Xian has a friend who has a birthday in 2 days.
I'm going to buy some birthday gifts. Why don't you drive the Big G to the underground parking lot? Lu Zixuan smiled faintly. Okay, when is your birthday, Sister Xian? The 15th day of the 11th month of the lunar calendar. Yi Duan, today is the 5th day of the 10th month of the lunar calendar. Then next month will be your birthday la. By then I'll give Sister Xian a good preparation for her birthday gift. Lu Zixuan pursed her lips and smiled. No need. Sha Duan, you have that heart. Sister is very happy.
It has to be prepared.
Sister Xian, you go back to your work. I'll go shopping. Drive safe. Leaf Dust drove away from here in his brand new Porsche Panamera.
He went to a large shopping mall nearby. Yesterday he had already thought about what gift to buy and gave Su Hui a down jacket.
Now that it's cold,
it's almost down jacket season. He went to a brand store and picked out 2 long down jackets for women, one for Su Hui and the other for Xiao Jing. Then he went to the brand store next to him to pick one for Wang Yusin. Then he went to other stores to pick one for Zhou Wanning,
Li Qingya, and Lu Zixuan respectively. To avoid clashing,
The ones bought for several people were different and carefully chosen to fit their body and aesthetic. Only Zhao Jing and Su Hui's the same. The two love like sisters, wearing a same down coat no problem. 6 down jackets. Yi Duan spent $30,000 to $40,000. He was carrying 6 down jackets and the salesman looked confused. Can't figure out why he buys so many duvets. Yi Duan drove back to the school and parked his car in the student parking lot. He returned to his dormitory and continued to read. I took a stack of books to the library to return them in the afternoon. Then picked out another dozen or so with the intention of finding a place to read them for a while. In the library he saw Zhang Manqiu, sitting alone reading a book. There was no one around her. It stands to reason that a beautiful woman like Zhang Manqiu should be surrounded by many people. It could be that she's so high-strung and looks like she's rejecting everyone. Who dares to sit next to her? Yi Chuan walked over and was about to sit down when Zhang Manqiu said in a cold voice without lifting her head, "Roll." Yi Duan froze for a moment. No wonder no one dares to sit next to you. Not a big chest, but a big temper. You're on your period? Zhang Manqiu heard a familiar voice and turned her head to look at it. It's you. I thought it was another harassment. Yi Chen sat down, drawing side glances from many people around him. Just now there were a few people who tried to strike up a conversation and ended up getting scolded and running away. This person actually chatted with Zhang Manqiu. Who is he? Quite a few people from the Finance Academy looked at Yi Duan with suspicion in their eyes. Zhang Manqiu has a lot of suitors in the School of Finance. Senior, junior, sophomore and even freshman, and many of them are second-generation disciples. Yi Duan, is this the trouble with beautiful girls? How come there are no pretty schoolgirls chasing me? Zhang Manqiu, why don't I help you expose your identity at school? And then there will definitely be tons of schoolgirls pursuing you. I'd rather not. I'm a man who likes to keep a low profile. Yi Dust finished remembering something. Shanghai Tin Futures rose well. I got on the train today. Catch the last train. See if I can earn some. Zhang Manqiu sniffed and took out his cell phone to look at the trend of Shanghai Tin Futures. It's been going up and up pretty good for the last year. She spoke up and asked, how much did you buy? Full position limit, 37 million 10 times leverage. Zhang Manqiu, up so much. If it falls by 10% it will blow up. Leaf Dust, you look at the trend. There are still long and short comparisons. I think the probability can still go up. Then I'll follow you and buy some too. Zhang Manqiu bought 5 million without much hesitation. Because she believed in Yi Duan's poisonous vision and market judgment. She didn't have as much capital as Yi Duan. Just a few tens of millions in total. Investing in Leaf Dust Company cost $10 million. The stock has a part of it. And there is not much idle money in hand. Leaf Dust, said in advance loss cannot blame me. This thing who cannot determine 100% up. I just think the trend is good. Tell you a word. I understand this. Don't worry. My pattern isn't that small. Did you tell Tang Yi and the others? Zhang Manqiu looked at him with a pair of beautiful eyes. Yi Duan shook his head. No. Speculation in stocks and futures is the most taboo is to bring others to buy this and buy that. Make money all happy. If it is a plunge and lose money, all may turn against each other. Hearing that he hadn't told Tang Yi's few people, Zhang Manqiu felt a little comfortable inside. Then why did you tell me? I want to be your lickspill. Chapter 89. You have to be careful when giving things to a girl. Zhang Manqiu was stunned for a few seconds. A pair of beautiful eyes staring at him with clear coldness before spitting out a word. Asterisk 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 off. Leaf Dust smiled faintly. Okay. After saying that he took the book and got up to leave, Zhang Manqiu froze for a moment, then lowered her head to continue reading. Leaf Dust felt that the words she had just said hit her straight in the heart. Although on the surface nothing seems to have changed. I guess it's comfortable inside. Leaf Dust so capable wanna be my licking dog. Humph. Inside her high and proud heart, she loved to compare herself with those around her, such as Tang Yi or other beautiful women. Just asked him if he told Tang Yi. Actually comparing. If Tang Yi was also told, she was expected to have that much in her heart. She actually wanted Yi Chen or other elites to be her licking dogs inside. Yi Chuan had been a man for 2 lifetimes, had rich experiences and had read countless people, and had long seen through Zhang Manqiu's character. A high-flying goddess, easy to hold. On the way he sent a message to Tang Yi. Tang Yi, I bought Shanghai Tin Futures and think it's going up well. Tang Yi quickly replied to him. Yi Duan, how much did you buy? I'm fully loaded and 10 times leveraged. Tang Yi, Zhang Manqiu, and the others knew how capable Yi Chen was, so they had great faith in his judgment and choice. Okay, I'll get some then. Yi Duan, Tang Yi, I'll tell you. You mustn't tell Manqiu and the others. Tang Yi smiled faintly. I know. I have a very strict mouth. I'll let you know when I plan to sell. Okay. After the two of them finished talking, the corners of Yi Chen's mouth rose slightly, and he didn't tell Zhao Shangming and Fang Jifeng anymore. They're not beautiful women. They don't have that privilege. By letting the 4 of them take a stake in the company, they were actually already taking them to make money. There was no need to take them on weekdays. You're not beautiful women.
you don't have that privilege. Leaf Dust continued to read after returning to the dormitory. Just after 7 in the evening, Yi Chen was walking towards the parking lot when he sent a message to Wang Yusin. What's UXIN doing? Reading a book. Come downstairs later. I got you a down jacket.
He came to the parking lot and took the down jacket he bought for Wang Yusin before heading to the girls' dormitory building. The wind was chilly with a few chills. The campus roads were much less crowded than usual, mostly holed up in their dorms in this weather. Arriving at the dormitory building, he saw Wang Yusin already standing there waiting. Yi Duan, UXIN, I don't say let you wait for my news and then down well. Now the day is so cold and then freeze you. Wang Yusin's voice was gentle and pleasant. I'm wearing quite thick. It's not cold. Yi Chuan grabbed her cold little hand. This is not cold, ah. The hand has no temperature. Down jacket a moment to go back to try how. Fit or not. After saying that, he handed the bag of clothes to Wang Yusin and touched the hair on her head. It's so cold. Brother gives you a warm hug. After saying that, he opened his arms and held Wang Yusin in his arms. Wang Yusin's cheeks burned, and her hands lifted to gently hug him. After more than 10 seconds, Yi Chuan let go of her and reached out to help her straighten the hair next to her cheek. Wang Yusin lowered her head, her pretty face red. Go back soon. It's too cold, and I run a company, so I might be busy on weekdays. Yi Duan took a good precaution in advance, so that she wouldn't have to look for her for several days, and then she would have a low mood in her heart. Well, you take care of yourself. After sending Wang Yusin away, Yi Chen took out his cell phone and sent another message to Zhou Wanning. Is Yinging asleep? Not yet. What's wrong, Dusty? Sister Yinging, then wait for a while. I'll come over to you. He ran back to the parking lot and came to the faculty apartment dormitory with the down jacket he bought for Zhou Wanning again. Leaf Dust came directly outside her dormitory and knocked on the door. Zhou Wanning opened the door to her room in her pajamas. What's up with Dust this late? Yi Chuan, Sister Ning, it's cold. I bought you a down jacket. After saying that, he handed it to Zhou Wanning. Zhou Wanning froze for a moment, reached out to take it, and said with a smile, thank you, Dusty. Sister Ning, don't be polite. You remember to try it on to see if it fits. Take an early rest. I'll go back first. Leaf Dust didn't enter the house. It was inconvenient in the middle of the night. Delivering things to Zhou Wanning at night is mainly because it's not good for Zhou Wanning to be seen during the day, and it's not good for him either. Zhou Wanning probably didn't want other people to know. The impact wasn't good. It wouldn't be good for Yi Chen if Zhao Jing, Wang Yusin or some of his classmates saw it. Daytime is too risky. Nighttime is best. Neither party has to worry about being seen. Yi Chen returned to the dormitory and asked Wang Yusin and Zhou Wanning, did you try on the UXIN down jacket? Does it fit? Did you try the down jacket on Sister Ning? Does it fit? Wang Yusin first replied to him. Well, the roommate said it's a big brand, very expensive. Yusin, as long as you like it, any more expensive is worth it. Yi Chuan began to speak earthy words of love. Zhou Wanning, it fits quite well and the style is beautiful. Thank you, Dusty. It's good that you like it. Sister Ning, I was afraid that you wouldn't like it if I didn't buy it well. Zhou Wanning, I quite like it. When did you buy it? Dusty? Yi Duan, bought today. The car bought in the morning was sent to the company. I went to look at it, and then went to the mall, and saw that this down jacket is particularly suitable for Sister Ning, so I bought it. Zhou Wanning was lying on the bed with a smile on her pretty face. Dusty, you bought a car. What kind of car? Yi Duan, the company ordered a Porsche Palmer, a Mercedes-Benz Big G. They were going to buy a more expensive one. I put a stop to it. There's one like this on the line. Zhou Wanning, someday Sister Ning will take a ride in your new car. Which one do you like to sit on? Yinging? Anything. Then I'll treat you to dinner on Thursday night, Sister Ning, and let you sit down then. Okay. The two of them agreed on a date, and Yi Duan's heart was happy. In addition to giving gifts, talking more during the day can enhance the relationship. Day 2. Yi Chuan had been reading books all day. About programming and artificial intelligence. He had not made a small game this time, and had a deeper understanding of this area. There's not much going on at the company lately. The company's website and app are already under construction. Accounts for various securities companies and futures trading are also being opened. The main thing now is to wait for the private equity license to come down. The license comes down before you can file to issue private equity products. It takes about half a month to review and approve the filing of fund products. Fund approval is granted and the fundraising process can then proceed. Normal is 1 to 6 months to raise funds. If the funds are raised quickly, the fundraising can be over in a month. The fund then enters a 6-month closed period and the fund manager begins to operate into the market for trading. Just after 5 o'clock in the evening, Yi Chen received a message from Zhao Jing. Brother, we're off. Okay, I'm on my way. He put away his phone and came downstairs, then headed for the parking lot. Now that it was already dark, coming to the parking lot, he took down the down jacket he bought for Zhao Jing and Su Wei, and there were still 2 down jackets left on it. One was Li Qingya's,
and the other was Lu Zixuan's. He walked out of the school with 2 bags of clothes and headed towards the last hot pot restaurant. Upon arriving at the hot pot restaurant's box, Zhao Jing and Su Hui were both waiting for him. Hui, this is a birthday present for you. And Jing, this is a winter present from your brother. Thank you, brother. Su Hui was happy. The 2 men took it and looked at it. It was a big brand down jacket. Yi Dus smiled and said, you guys try it on and see if it fits. You 2 have the same style and color. You 2 are like sisters. I chose this. Both of them opened it up and put it on to try it on, and it fit them well. The down jacket of the big brand is very good in terms of material and workmanship, and it is very textured and looks a few points prettier than usual. It's nice. It was already pretty and it looks even prettier on you. Zhao Jing smiled cheekily and rotated her body. Brother Yi Duan, you have a good eye. I really like this style. In our old home we wear these long ones, otherwise it's too cold. 2 good sisters. It's not too much to give your brother a hug for being so happy, is it? When he finished he opened his arms to look at the 2 men. Chapter 90, Zhang Manqiu's dog liquor. Zhao Jing came over and hugged him. Leaf Dust clearly felt her mature figure. The duvet is really quite soft to the touch. The 2 separated. Yi Duan looked at Su Hui. Su Hui's cheeks were slightly red, but she still took the initiative to come over and give him a hug. Yi Chen felt that it was better to cuddle with Zhao Jing. Zhao Jing had a curvy figure that could be clearly felt when hugging. Lighting the candles, Su Hui put her hands together and began to make a wish. Yi Chen and Zhao Jing softly sang a birthday song, and even though there weren't that many people, it looked a bit cozy. Su Hui is Zhao Jing's best friend, so it's good to get along with her. In the future, if there was anything, she might still be able to remember Yi Chen's goodness and help him out. After the cake, the waiter began to serve the food. They were laughing and chatting, and it was very cozy to have a hot pot in winter. By the time they finished eating it was nearly 8 o'clock in the evening. After returning to the dormitory, Su Hui and Zhao Jing searched the price of this brand of down jacket online. Upon seeing the price of nearly $59.99 a set, Su Hui froze for a moment. Zhao Jing, this is too expensive. 2 dresses for $12,000. Su Hui was a child of a normal, ordinary family and had never worn such an expensive down jacket. Even if Zhao Jing's family was well off, she hadn't bought such an expensive down jacket a few times. Zhao Jing smiled and said, Brother Yi Chen is a very nice person, so keep the ones that were given to you to wear. Su Hui nodded her head slightly. Girls who don't like big name brand clothes. Shizuku, thank you. You should thank Brother Yi Duan. He thinks you're nice, otherwise he wouldn't have given you a gift. After Yi Chuan returned to the dormitory, he messaged Lu Zixuan and briefly chatted for a while about the company's daily situation and business progress. In the evening, he chatted with Zhou Wanning and Li Qingya for a while, talk and see each other often for the relationship to get better and better. Yi Chuan had now decided to boldly strike and take the target earlier. He's going off the grid. He does not want to be a virgin. The next morning, after Yi Duan ate breakfast, he took his books to the library. See Zhang Manqiu at yesterday's location. She was looking at the history of the world economy, with books on financial history and economic management next to her. Yi Duan sat next to her. Manqiu is so early. Zhang Manqiu glanced at him. I just got here too. The 2 spoke and began to read. At 9 o'clock Yi Duan took out his cell phone to look at the trend of Shanghai Tin futures. Today's opening was up a slight 0.6%. And from memory this month's gain is 9%. 10 times just now is a 90% gain. The next month's increase is average at 4%. A 13% increase in 2 months is a 130% increase with 10 times leverage. With $37.5 million, it was nice to make over $40 million in 2 months. Enough to buy a lot of things for his sisters and brothers on a regular basis. How is it today? Zhang Manqiu opened her mouth and asked. Leaf Dust, okay, up a point. This is unlikely to skyrocket. This month there are 6 or 7 points of increase is good. Zhang Manqiu nodded slightly. According to past experience, there will be a wave of big rises near the end of the market, and when the big rises appear it should be at the top. Leaf Dust, Manqiu, you summarize in place. Look a little something. Most of the market is like this. Pull a wave of big rise, attract retail leaks into the field and then begin to ship a large number of goods to escape from the market. The bull market may have been up. To how to judge continue to rise or trap, that should be combined with external factors, objective factors to analyze, like the current situation, beautiful country inflation, the probability of interest rate increases, this time of the big rise that is a trap. Go in is bound to be trapped. Bull market that is better to judge. The market enthusiasm atmosphere. There is no any negative news. Economic data is very good and so on. Zhang Manqiu said softly. Many ordinary investors simply won't pay attention to these aspects, so they can't tell whether it's a bull market continuing to rise or a trap for the main institutions, which is why most retail investors lose money. Yi Duan, this is only one aspect. There is another aspect. Our domestic stock market is problematic.
Many companies are listed just to get rich and enrich themselves in one go, victimizing investors. The regulators get the benefit of the doubt and give those junk companies a listing. If the regulators were very strict, the market would be quite a bit better at the very least. And then there are all those big institutions and main funds in the country, who are treating the retail investors like leaks, cutting them over and over again. Zhang Manqiu understood the domestic stock market and deeply agreed with his words. It's not something we can influence. That's something the upper echelons should consider. And the stock market is only as good as the country's strength. Why the US stock market can keep going up? The first reason why they are the world's hegemony. The US dollar is the world's common currency, and they're sucking the blood of other countries to feed themselves. If our country ever takes the place of the pretty country, our stock market, the common man, will live well. Yi Dust nodded slightly. That's right, there are very many various factors involved, and one cannot generalize. Zhang Manqiu glanced at his book. Are you delving into artificial intelligence? Yi Chuan nodded slightly. Now that various companies in the world are researching AI intelligence, I feel that this is the direction of the future. So now drill into it, and later on, see what happens to open a company that specializes in the research and development of the artificial intelligence industry. Investment companies can play a role for the country, for society is not big. Do even bigger for me is useless, cannot create much employment, but also science and technology industrial company. If the technology can break through, we can realize the bend. Zhang Manqiu couldn't help but look at him twice more. I didn't realize you had such ideas and ambitions. I thought all you did was speculate. Yi Duan laughed. Speculating and playing finance is just my hobby. People live a life, grass and trees. They should do something meaningful, especially things that are beneficial to the country and the nation, and to the society at large. Zhang Manqiu looked at him with a pair of clear, beautiful eyes, as if she had deepened her understanding of him by a few more points. You have good ambitions and ideals. I'm surrounded by people who are thinking about how they're going to make money and how they're going to live a little more comfortably. Leaf dust, everyone thinks differently. Some people think that family happiness is good. Some pursue pleasure and enjoyment. Some also pursue the revitalization of the country and the nation. Different abilities, different goals. I'm not like them. I go for everything. I'm a person who likes to be complete. The two chatted for a while and continued reading. Just after 12 noon, Yi Chuan looked at his cell phone. It's 12 o'clock. Is Manqiu going to dinner? My treat. Zhang Manqiu looked at the time. Let's go. She had never gone to dinner with the opposite sex at school, and Leaf Dust was the first. The two walked through the library, drawing many side glances from people with envious eyes. Just a few steps away, a handsome young man greeted him. Manqiu, who is he? Zhang Manqiu's face was cold. Does it matter to you who he is? Don't call me Manqiu. I'm not that familiar with you. Nice guy. Really doesn't give the other side any face at all. The other party didn't look angry at all, though, and instead his tone became humble for a few moments. Don't be angry. I don't mean anything else. If you're a friend, then it's my Zhou Wenbin's friend. How are you, brother? My name is Zhou Wenbin. I'm a senior student of the School of Finance. Let's make a friend. Well, it's a real dog licker. Chapter 91, reciting the words backwards. Shocking Zhang Manqiu. Zhou Wenbin is dressed in international top luxury brands. A piece of clothing or tens of thousands of dollars of the kind. This shows that his family background is either rich or wealthy. Yi Chuan wore a smile. Hello classmate Zhou Wenbin. My name is Yi Chuan. Zhou Wenbin was all smiles. Yi Chuan, in the future we will be good friends. If there is anything you squeak, as long as Manqiu is happy, I am willing to do anything. Hearing his dog-licking speech, a sentence suddenly popped up in Yi Duan's mind. Well, why don't you go buy us both some condoms? Use what you bought at night to get you a little involved. Zhang Manqiu's tone was cold. Is there anything else? Don't block us from going to dinner if there's nothing. Zhou Wenbin was all smiles. Manqiu, what are you guys eating? I'll go to the cafeteria and buy it for you. No need. After saying that, Zhang Manqiu walked towards the outside. Yi Chen glanced at him, and Zhou Wenbin smiled faintly towards him, truly humble to the core. Walk out of the library. Yi Chuan spoke. Is this Zhou Wenbin a rich second generation? Zhang Manqiu nodded gently. Have you heard of Central Asia New Material Technology Company? No. Was it great? Zhanghai City's top 100 private enterprises. Listed company, market capitalization of more than $10 billion. His father is the chairman of this company, owns 53% of the shares, worth $5 or $6 billion. The market value of a company's stock's worth is just a reference value and is rather fictitious, especially with smaller companies. A little random capital can drive up the market value of a stock. Not many companies will be able to avoid the next full-blown domestic stock market crash, and many will see their market capitalization slashed. A company with a market capitalization of more than $10 billion in the stock market is just a small shrimp, but in reality it is definitely considered a big company. Leaf Dust, then his family is indeed quite powerful. But the next few years are not expected to be good. He knew in his heart that Zhang Manqiu was telling him in disguise. See, no such people are my licking dogs. Having a licking dog like that actually made her feel good inside. Zhang Manqiu, their family company has cashed out $720 million since going public. Leaf dust, cash out and make money when you go public. It's really too good to be true. I feel a little stressed when you have such a lick spill around you. The two of them went to the cafeteria and casually ate something before returning to the library to read. Yi Duan read the book with great concentration, reading 2 books in one afternoon. Later, Zhang Manqiu couldn't help but open her mouth and ask, "Do you see it all memorized so quickly?" Leaf dust, I have a good memory. I can't forget anything. Zhang Manqiu froze for a moment. Overwhelmed? She had only heard about it on TV, never seen it in reality. A little disbelieving, he picked up a book that Yi Duan had read and opened a certain page at random. What does page 61 say? Yi Duan said every word on page 61. Stunning Zhang Manqiu. She flipped through a few more pages of questions, and Yi Duan answered them without missing a word. Finally she picked up another book and opened it to a random page. Leaf dust gave her a show of what it meant to recite the words backwards. How did your brain grow? Zhang Manqiu was truly shocked. She didn't realize that there were really such geniuses and demons in reality, who could recite the words backwards after reading them once, especially this last one backwards, which startled her beyond words. No wonder there was the idiom of reciting the words backwards. There should have been this kind of genius demon in ancient times. Yi Chen's face was calm. I've been like this since I was a child. I was born like this. When he finished he looked at the time. It was almost 5 o'clock. He also had to go to dinner with Zhou Wanning tonight. Manqiu, I'll go back first. I have something to do tonight. Zhang Manqiu, well, it's time for me to go eat dinner too. Yi Chuan returned to the dormitory with some books, then sent a message to Zhou Wanning. Is Sister Ning done with her work? Zhou Wanning, not yet. Shall dust you wait for me a little longer? Okay, Sister Ying is in no hurry. Yi Chuan read for a while longer, and 20 minutes later Zhou Wanning sent a message. Alright Xiao Chuan, Sister Ning, then we'll meet you in the parking lot. It's in the parking lot of the Electronics Academy. Aha! Yi Chen packed up and left the dormitory, and it was already dark outside. The 3 Xingqiao people were used to it. He and Zhou Wanning arrived at the parking lot almost simultaneously. Dusty, Sister Ning's car is over here. He led Zhou Wanning to the location where the car was parked. There are streetlights here, so you can probably see the exterior of the car. Not bad, it's pretty. She sat in the passenger seat. Sister Ning, let's go eat seafood tonight? I read online that there's a seafood restaurant that's quite good. Aha! Yi Chuan started the car and drove away from the school to an upscale seafood restaurant called Golden Harbor. Zhou Wanning froze for a moment after getting out of the car. Golden Harbor? It's quite expensive here. Yi Chuan, I've never eaten high-grade seafood before. I'll try it tonight and get a long view. Sister Ning, have you ever come to eat? Zhou Wanning shook her head. Never been here. Heard of it. After the two of them walked into the restaurant, Yi Chuan asked for a couple's box for 2 people, and then began to order food. You order, Sister Ning, whatever you like. Zhou Wanning was a little shocked in her heart when she saw the price. It was really too expensive and outrageous. She casually ordered 2 and handed them over to Yi Duan. Leaf dust ordered a lot. King crab, Australopithecus, caviar, Ceto shrimp, red devil shrimp, tuna sashimi, and more. I ordered one of anything I hadn't seen or eaten before. Zhou Wanning said softly. Shao dust, this is too expensive. Yi Duan, it's okay Sister Ning, we are not always here. Besides, if you earn money, you should enjoy it, eat something you haven't eaten before, and see some scenery you haven't seen before. Soon the restaurant waiters and cooks came in pushing carts with stocked king crabs and Australopithecines. These are made in front of the customer so they can see the real, fresh ingredients. The service in the restaurant was also very good. After all, the box service charge is very high. During the meal, the waiter volunteered to walk out and stay outside. Sister Ning, try the king crab and Aussie dragon. Zhou Wanning ate it. The texture is really good. It feels much better than what I used to eat at home. Eat more if it's tasty. Sister Ying. Yi Duan also ate it. His first time eating it, and it felt delicious. Some things are expensive for a reason. Both of them ate a lot at this meal, spending nearly $30,000 on one meal. Coming out of the restaurant, Zhou Wanning burped. I ate too much tonight. I'll rely on you if I get fat. Yi Chuan smiled and asked, how many pounds do you weigh? Sister Ning? 100 pounds. Zhou Wanning is about 1 meter 6.5 tall and looks just right. Not fat or thin. It's okay Sister Ying, you won't gain any meat by eating this. Yi Chen started the car and drove towards the school. It was a little after 8:30 p.m. when I got back to school. Getting out of the car, a cold wind came up and sent people to gusts of cold. Yi Chuan walked to Zhou Wanning's side. Sister Ning, it's really cold. Although the temperature in Jianhai is not very low, the wet and cold feeling is colder than our old home.
Zhou Wanning walked alongside him. How many degrees is it on your old side?
It's been 4 or 5 degrees below zero where we are. Yi Chuan had wanted to make a breakthrough tonight and grab Zhou Wanning's small hand, but a little worried about being too hasty and leading to foregone conclusions.
Zhou Wanning was different from Li Qingya and Wang Yusen.
The latter two were heartily fond of him.
Zhou Wanning was not expected to like him before,
and now if she liked him a little it was also formed during this later period.
The fire he thought might be close. To be on the safe side, he thought he'd wait a little longer.
You have to be patient to pick up girls.
You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. If you don't make a move, you have to take it. Chapter 92, Strike While the Iron is Hot. Yi Chuan kept sending Zhou Wanning to the bottom of the faculty apartment dormitory building. Ning's sister take an early rest. A gentle smile appeared on Zhou Wanning's face. Okay, good night Dusty. Good night Ying. After watching Zhou Wanning's figure go in, Yi Chen turned to leave. After returning to the dormitory,
Yi Duan sat on a chair and thought about how to fall in love.
Although he has a lot of theoretical knowledge, he has little practical experience. With mutual favor, weekday care and communication can't be understated. It's the enabler. Strike while the iron is hot. He feels it needs a little more work.
Leaf Dust pondered for a moment and began to wash up. After washing up he lay on the bed and sent a message to Zhou Wanning.
Is Ying asleep? Nope. Just got cleaned up. Are you going home for the weekend, Ying?
When Zhou Wanning saw his message, she smiled slightly.
I'll usually go back if there's nothing going on. What's wrong Dusty?
Leaf Dust, Sister Ning, do you have time to go out on Saturday? Where to play?
Go over to Yuyuan. Yi Duan preferred the environment of Yuyuan Garden and the classic ancient architecture.
Walking in there had a feeling of traveling to the ancient times.
Zhou Wanning quickly replied to him. Okay,
I haven't gone over to the Yu Garden to play for a long time either.
Have you ever been to the Yu Garden, Xiao Duan? Leaf Dust was relieved to see her promise. Nowadays,
it is normal for young couples to go shopping together in a group or to visit attractions.
Zhou Wanning promised him a trip to Yu Garden together.
As if she had implicitly agreed to his pursuit,
he hastily replied. No, I haven't been out before. This is the first time I've been to Yuyuan. Zhou Wanning, Yuyuan Garden is quite nice. I like the environment and architecture there. Strolling there has a feeling of returning to ancient times. Leaf Dust, I've seen videos of Yuyuan Garden on the internet, and I've always wanted to go there. Zhou Wanning, Xiao Dust, have you never been in love before?
Yi Duan froze for a moment.
No, I haven't fallen in love once, nor have I ever chased a girl. I can see that. How did you see that, Ying? Not telling you.
Yi Chuan chatted with Zhou Wanning until about 10 o'clock,
and then proceeded to chat with Li Qingya. What did Dusty do today? Besides reviewing and reading books, what else can I do? It's boring. Qingya, I miss you. A smile appeared on Li Qingya's face. I miss you too Dusty. Why don't we go out on Saturday? Saturday?
Yi Chuan hurriedly replied back.
Endure it again. The exam is coming up soon. Wait until it's over and then go play. Tomorrow I'll go look for you and send you something.
He also has 2 women's down jackets in the trunk that he has to deliver tomorrow.
Going out with Zhou Wanning the day after tomorrow on Saturday would be revealing if he was seen. Li Qingya asked curiously. What is it? Yi Duan, it's not cold.
I bought you a down jacket. I'll send it to you tomorrow. Li Qingya was happy in her heart. Little Dusty, you are quite attentive.
When will you come over tomorrow? In the afternoon, maybe,
and dinner at your school cafeteria in the evening?
Your treat. Yeah, I'll take you to our school cafeteria. Some of the meals are delicious. Friday morning, Yi Chen came back to the library to review.
Still next to Zhang Manqiu,
while the two were reading and reviewing, Zhou Wenbin came to them carrying 2 cups of hot coffee. Manqiu,
Yi Duan, drink some hot coffee to warm up and refresh your body.
Zhang Manqiu didn't say anything and took the coffee and drank it, as if she was already used to his dog-licking behavior. Leaf Dust said thank you. Zhou Wenbin smiled and said, don't be polite. You are Manqiu's friend is my friend. You guys drink while it's hot.
You're handsome and your family's rich.
Why do you have to be a lickspill? Leaf Dust was a bit incomprehensible. It's true that the forest is full of birds. Zhou Wenbin was very sensible, and after serving hot coffee to the 2 of them, he turned away in a hurry for fear of staying too long and making Zhang Manqiu angry. It's so pathetic and hateful at the same time. What's wrong with being a what? You're a lickspill.
Yi Chen looked at Zhang Manqiu.
Has he always been like this?
Zhang Manqiu, I've already clearly rejected him before,
and still keep acting like a dog's skin. It's too annoying, not thinking about improving myself, and being so attentive every day. Obviously Zhang Manqiu likes capable men, and like most women are mu strong. It's a normal mentality. Who doesn't like men who are capable, good and handsome? Zhou Wenbin, in addition to being handsome, may not have any ability at all, like a vase, so it does not attract Zhang Manqiu's popularity.
A guy like him should have a lot of girls chasing after him.
With a rich family and good looks, it's perfectly adequate for school. At lunchtime, Yi Duan received Zhou Wenbin's application to add him as a friend. He agreed to the other's application. Hello Yi Chuan, I'm Zhou Wenbin. Something wrong? Let's make friends. Yi Duan didn't bother with him. This kind of person was lazy. As he continued to eat, he sent another message. Let's make friends so Mancho might be happy. I have money. I'll buy you anything you want. I didn't mean anything by it. I just wanted to make her happy.
Yi Chuan now somewhat understood why Zhang Mancho hated him.
Paralyzed. It's too sticky to the teeth. Those who pity people will hate them. In the afternoons he reads normally in the library. 4 books in one day. Zhang Mancho had already learned his skill of not forgetting his eyes and didn't have any doubts. Just after 4:30 p.m.
Yi Chuan cleaned up a bit and turned his head.
Mancho, I have an appointment with my roommate to go out for dinner.
So I'll go first. Zhang Mancho nodded slightly without saying anything and continued to look at her book.
Yi Chuan came to the parking lot, gave Li Qingya a word, and then drove his Porsche towards Fudan University. Definitely going to have another breakthrough with Seiya tonight.
Halfway through the rush hour, what was supposed to be a half-hour drive took a hard hour.
He left his car in a paid parking lot outside Fudan University and walked to the east gate of the school.
Li Qingya was already waiting for him at the gate and saw him coming over to greet him with a smile on her face.
Dusty.
Yi Chuan grabbed her hand.
Is it cold? Li Qingya smiled back. It's not cold. I'll take you to our school. The two walked into the school.
It was already dark and there were not many people on the campus roads.
Leaf dust came down to the girls' dormitory building under her guidance. Li Qingya took the down jacket back to the dormitory, tried it on briefly, and then quickly came down. The dusty duvet fits quite well and is beautiful, so as a thank you, I'll buy you dinner.
She brought Yi Duan to the school cafeteria. Cafeterias like those at Jiaotong University and Fudan University have very good food and are cheaper because they are subsidized by the government.
The better the university,
the better the state policy subsidies.
Dusty, this lion's head is delicious.
Try it, as well as tiger skin chicken claws, braised pork.
Li Qingya gave him his own meal and gave him a detailed description of the texture of the meal. Chapter 93, a major breakthrough for Li Qingya.
The food in both college cafeterias is about the same.
Cheap and affordable. The food is plentiful and flavorful. After eating, they walked out of the cafeteria.
The two of them were holding hands as Li Qingya was introducing him to the campus.
There were people running for exercise and walking on the playground. Yi Chuan and Li Qingya didn't go to the playground,
mainly because the lights in the playground were brighter.
There were dimly lit areas, but they were more crowded.
They wandered around the campus. Upon seeing a forest and quiet verdant stone path, Yi Chuan curiously asked,
Qingya, is this your university's yin garden? Go in and take a look. I've been hearing about it online and haven't seen it yet.
Li Qingya said softly.
It's darker inside. Black is right. Leaf dust pulled her towards the inside.
It's a great place for a date, with tall trees and flowers,
and there are streetlights, but they only illuminate a very small area.
When he came to the depths, Yi Chuan stopped and stretched out his hands to hold Li Qingya's small waist.
Li Qingya blushed slightly and whispered, What are you doing?
Yi Chuan looked at her googly-eyed face and cherry mouth and gathered the courage to lower his head and kissed her.
Li Qingya stared wide-eyed and froze for several seconds before closing her eyes.
Yi Chuan, this was the first time he kissed a girl since he was reborn, and it was still the girl he had always secretly liked. His heart was racing,
nervous, excited, thrilled, and all sorts of other emotions in one. A few minutes later,
Yi Chuan separated from Li Qingya with great interest.
He licked his lips and looked at the shy Li Qingya and said, Qingya, I like you.
Li Qingya was about to open her mouth to speak when Yi Chen lowered his head to kiss again, repeating this for a good 5 times.
Yi Chen was like a hungry wolf, greedily demanding. Right in the middle of the passionate kiss, Li Qingya's cell phone suddenly rang. The two separated. Li Qingya took it out and looked at it. Her complexion changed and she put the phone back. Yi Chuan asked curiously, Why isn't Qingya answering the phone?
Li Qingya blushed.
My mom's phone. No wonder I'm afraid to answer it. I'm afraid my mom will find out.
Yi Chen smiled and asked, Why is your mouth sweet,
Qingya? It might be the lipstick.
Li Qingya's pretty face was red,
both shy and apprehensive. Impassive. Leaf dust lowered his head and kissed again. Hungry. Really hungry. Separated this time. Li Qingya spoke. I have to go back. If I don't pick up, my mom will keep calling. Auntie must be worried about you if you don't answer the phone. Come on.
Yi Chen wrapped his arm around her waist and walked towards the girl's dormitory.
Only after sending her downstairs did Yi Chen turn around and leave.
With a grin on his face, he licked his lips, then looked at his hands and hemmed and hawed.
This evening has been very productive. Yi Duan looked at the time. It was around 7:50 p.m. He called Lu Zixuan. Is Sister Xian asleep? Not yet. Just had dinner. What's wrong, Dusty?
Yi Duan, Sister Xian, I bought you a down jacket.
This will be sent to you. Come on. The car is parked in the underground parking lot. I've got your license plate number entered into the property system,
and 55 through 60 are my spaces.
Okay, Sister Ko. Hang up.
Yi Chen jogged to the parking lot and drove towards Lu Zixuan's home.
On the other hand, Li Qingya returned to her dormitory,
prepared herself and changed into her pajamas before calling her mom back for video communication.
What was Sayed doing just now? Why didn't you answer the phone? Li Qingya, just doing laundry. Just finished. Didn't I just do the laundry 2 days ago? It's getting cold,
and I've washed my winter clothes briefly.
20 minutes later, Yi Duan arrived at the underground parking lot of the Crestview Pearl District. He took the elevator to 801 and rang the doorbell. Lu Zixuan opened the door to her room and saw him, and asked curiously, "Why did Dusty send it over so late?" Yi Duan walked into the room and said with a smile, "I just went over to Fudan University." "What's going on over there?" "Going to look for that girl I like." Leaf Dust's face wore a bright smile. Lu Zixuan froze for a moment. "Confessed?" Leaf Dust heatedly smiled. "Right." Lu Zixuan wore a smile.
"Seeing how happy you are, you should have succeeded in your confession."
"Right? It worked." Lu Zixuan's heart was a bit complicated,
but she had a smile on her face.
"Congratulations, Dusty."
Yi Chen had told her on purpose, so that she could be a little mentally prepared in advance. "Sister Xian, how about you try the down jacket?
Does it fit?" Lu Zixuan put it on and tried it on, turning her body. "Is Dusty looking good?" "Good looking. Sister Xian looks good in anything she wears." Lu Zixuan walked to the mirror and looked at it again, and it felt good too. The black down jacket looks pretty good on anyone and is a versatile color.
He took off his duffel coat and sat next to him.
"Dusty, it's past 8 o'clock. Stay here for the night,
just to keep Sister Xian company."
"Okay, Sister Xian, how's the company side?"
"Accounts at major securities firms,
domestic and international mainstream exchanges have been opened,
and we are now an institutional seat with privileges in one respect, such as trading access,
position taking or leveraging and whatnot.
The company's website has been built.
App is still under development. Another week's time is almost ready. Shao Dust, your life is like a dream securities account. I intend to carry out another wave of publicity and promotion, so that more people know about your deeds in the market,
and by then it will be conducive to us to raise funds."
Yi Chen nodded slightly. "Sister Xian, just watch and get it done." The two chatted about the company for a while.
Lu Zixuan then changed her words.
"Dusty, what's your girlfriend's name?" "Li Qingya, at the School of Economics at Fudan University."
Lu Zixuan pursed her lips and smiled.
"The name is quite nice. You are so happy tonight. Did you do something bad to the other girl?" Leaf Dust hemmed and hawed. "Just a kiss on the mouth."
Lu Zixuan skimmed her lips.
"Kissing a mouth makes you happy like this? I thought I was doing something big. One step at a time. Today was a breakthrough." "Dusty, have you ever done anything like that?" Yi Chuan looked stunned. "Sister Xian, you are talking about male and female matters?"
"No, it's my first time to fall in love. Where have I done that kind of thing?
Kissing, I'm not even skillful. Do you need Sister Xian to teach you some experience?"
Lu Zixuan had a flirtatious smile on her face.
Beautiful and seductive. She wore a halter nightgown at home.
Her white shoulders were bare, and her mature and plump body was hidden.
"How can this be taught?"
Yi Duan looked at her curiously.
"There are special teachings online. Whether it's kissing law or whatever it is, it's all covered in detail. I'll send you the video later."
Yi Chuan was a little disappointed in his heart.
He thought Lu Zixuan would teach by example. That would be exciting.
"Sister Xian, then hurry up and send it to me to study and learn. I'll go change into my pajamas." Yi Chuan came to the second bedroom and changed into his pajamas.
Then Lu Zixuan asked him to soak his feet to relieve his fatigue. After soaking his feet, Yi Duan went back into the bedroom. He sent a message to Zhou Wanning. "Is Sister Ning asleep?" "No." "Is Dusty done reviewing?" Zhou Wanning knew that people who studied for the exam would study late at night. "Just washed up and got into bed. A day of nothing but reading is so boring. Tomorrow I can go out and relax with Sister Ning. It makes me happy just thinking about it." After sending the message,
Yi Chen wanted to give himself 2 slaps.
"Well, that's just not true. Dusty, don't get too tired from studying. Pay attention to the combination of work and rest. Okay, Yinging, let's leave tomorrow around 8 o'clock. Meet us in the parking lot." Thinking that he could go further with Zhou Wanning tomorrow, he was a little excited inside. It's been a bit of a 2-day haul.
It's almost time to harvest the seeds that were planted in the early days.
Chapter 94, Sister Ning is really understanding. Yi Chuan finished talking to Zhou Wanning and told her to take an early rest. He then looked at the video Lu Zixuan had sent over. Sure enough, what with all the videos online, there are really detailed tutorial videos that introduce men and women. It teaches how to kiss properly, how to provoke each other, and where girls are more sensitive.
Most of Leaf Dust knew that he hadn't watched many small movies in his last life. He sent a message to Li Qingya after reading it.
"Is Saya asleep?" "No, just got done videoing with my mom." "What did Auntie talk to you about?" "Didn't talk much, just concerned about my studies. She hits the video every day." "Leaf Dust, Auntie really cares about you." "Dusty, I think my mouth is swollen. How did you get it? You tell me." Yi Chen blushed a little in embarrassment. Qingya, I didn't hold back. It's not serious, right? Li Qingya, just a slight bit. Should be fine tomorrow. I'll pay attention next time. Humph, there won't be a next time. Annoying as hell. Qingya, I am too fond of you. A little excited and nervous. I can't help but be a little too strong.
Li Qingya was happy to see him say that he liked himself too much.
Dusty, you really haven't been in love before. How come you're so skillful at kissing? This is all learned on the internet.
Have not eaten pork, has not seen a pig run.
Not learning all day. It's good to learn something about this.
Otherwise the two of them won't know anything and won't be able to find the door when the time comes. Li Qingya's pretty face reddened and stopped discussing this topic with him.
What time does Dusty get up tomorrow to study? Usually I wake up at 7 and read and review around 8.
I'm pretty much the same. Just try to get through it. We'll have more chances to meet when the preliminary exams are over.
Yi Duan felt a bit excited when he thought about it.
Perhaps he would have a chance to taste the meat when the time came.
The two of them chatted for a while, exchanged goodnights, and fell into a beautiful sleep.
It was just after 6:30 the next morning. Yi Chen woke up and felt the vigor generated by his young body, a smile on his face.
It's good to be young. 40 years old in my last life. His body had little vigor left in the morning, and he could not match his youthfulness in all aspects of bodily function. Every day is a 2 o'clock in one-line life. Off work is already very tired. How to have the energy to exercise, resulting in physical deterioration. Leaf Dust felt for a while and started to get up and wash, then make breakfast. During this time, Lu Zixuan also got up. She walked to the kitchen door.
Why is Dusty up so early?
Sister Xian, I'm used to it. In the school are this time to get up. Soon will be the preliminary examination. Have to grasp the time to review,
and strive for the success of the examination to go ashore.
Dusty, you're the boss of a company. Whether you take the exam or not doesn't affect you much, right? Sister Xian, learning has no end. Dustxing Capital Investment Company is just my starting point. I will open other companies in the future.
I am now researching on artificial intelligence,
and in the future, I may open a company that develops artificial intelligence.
I want to surpass the pretty country in terms of high tech,
and allow our country to stand at the top of the world. Cheer up, Dusty. Sister Xian believes in you and will be around to support you all the way. Lu Zixuan didn't say anything else. Saying more is better than actually doing it. Yi Duan ate breakfast and excused himself to go back to review. It was 7:48 when he drove to the school parking lot.
Yi Chuan waited in the car for a while before he saw Zhou Wanning walking with the LV bag he bought.
Sister Ning.
He opened the car door and stepped down.
Zhou Wanning smiled faintly, gentle and moving. Little Dust. After getting on the car,
Yi Duan started the car and drove away from the school,
heading towards the City God Temple and Yu Garden.
Have you had breakfast yet,
Yinging? Eat?
I read on the internet that there are a lot of specialty snacks there at the City God Temple,
so I can try them then. Zhou Wanning, some of the snacks are not good. I used to go there with my friends. Sister Ning, will your aunt and uncle ask you if you don't go back on the weekend? Told them last night, going out with friends.
Yi Chuan felt that being able to hold hands with Zhou Wanning today was a great breakthrough.
9 o'clock.
Yi Chuan parked his car in the paid parking lot, then walked with Zhou Wanning towards the streets of the City God Temple.
It's the weekend and the city hall is quite crowded.
Yi Duan, this is the third time in recent times to stroll here.
To be honest, the heart is already tired of seeing.
He looked at Zhou Wanning with the rest of his eyes and reached out to suddenly grab her small hand.
Zhou Wanning turned her head to look at him.
Yi Chuan was apprehensive and nervous in his heart, and he gripped Zhou Wanning's hand a few points harder.
Zhou Wanning smiled gently and didn't struggle. Xiao Dust, that specialty snack store has good stuff. Let's go buy some to try. Okay, Sister Yinging.
Yi Chen was relieved in his heart and looked a little excited. They wandered from store to store and finally came to the city hall.
Inside,
there is the hall of the 3 officials for career, the hall of the moon god for marriage, the hall of the god of fortune for wealth, and the hall of Qihan for children. Yi Chuan and Zhou Wanning burned 3 incense sticks to pray for blessings and wishes.
Coming out of the city hall, the two were holding hands. Zhou Wanning opened her mouth and said, Xiao Dust, let's go eat.
I know an old restaurant that has quite good food. The two had lunch at an old-fashioned restaurant and went for an afternoon stroll through the Yuyuan gardens. They wander more slowly,
chatting as they go, sometimes taking long breaks. At night, the lights of the city palace are turned on and it's very beautiful, a few times more stunning than during the day. It took a while to eat dinner and enjoy the two before heading back. When the car pulled into the school's parking lot, it was already 8:30 at night. Yi Chen looked at Zhou Wanning with affectionate eyes. Sister Ning. Zhou Wanning was also looking at him.
Yi Chen reached out and wrapped his hand around her head and kissed her boldly.
The two men in the car,
their mouths took a long time to part.
Zhou Wanning's pretty face was slightly red,
and her tone was gentle and considerate. Xiao Dust, our matter don't tell others,
or else it will have a bad influence on you, and it may affect your study for the exam. The status of the two was there, and Zhou Wanning had a great reputation in the academy,
mainly because she was too pretty, and there were too many people pursuing her.
If word of the two spread around the school, the repercussions would certainly be pretty big. Her words were just what Yi Duan wanted. He also didn't want people to know about the two of them, or else it would affect his time with Yusin and Xiao Jing. Sister Ning, I won't tell anyone. If anyone else asks, I'll just say we're siblings. Zhou Wanning nodded slightly. Our identity should not be made public. Wait until you graduate later. Yi Duan was happy in his heart. It was really a case of someone sending a pillow when he fell asleep. You're right, Sister Ning. I'm willing to bear any aggravation for the sake of our future happiness. After saying that, he took Zhou Wanning's head and kissed it again. 10 minutes later, Zhou Wanning straightened her clothes and her beautiful eyes looked at him, shy with tenderness. Dusty, let's go back. Okay, Sister Ringing. Leaf Dust was already satisfied. Chapter 95, Old Xing being green, above. Zhou Wanning was 28 years old this year, but this thing called body shape didn't have much to do with age. It's not that older is better for development. This stuff is mostly a genetic fitness issue. Her figure was medium, not as mature and plump as Zhao Jing or Lu Zixuan, but just right. Leaf Dust kept sending her down to the dormitory floor. Dusty, go home. Good night. Leaf Dust said softly. Good night, baby. Zhou Wanning's pretty face blushed, although she was quite a bit older than Yi Chen. Who wouldn't want to be pampered by their favorite man? Hearing Yi Chen call himself a baby, his heart was both shy and joyful. After watching her walk into the dormitory building, Yi Chen turned to leave. The last 2 days have been a bit of a haul, so I can't rush out again. I have to settle down. He's going to have to get used to adapting to the current pace. If he took care of Zhao Jing and Wang Yusin again, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to control them. If the boat capsizes, it's over. One step at a time. Leaf Dust sniffed his hand, which seemed to carry a fragrance on it if nothing else. He had just returned to his dormitory when he received a message from Li Qingya. What's Dusty doing? Just finished reviewing and planning to go to bed. Did the baby miss me? Thought so. Did you miss me today? After the relationship goes further, both parties break through a bottleneck. The emotional state reaches a whole new level. Both the tone of voice and mental state are different from before. Thinking about you from the first moment I woke up in the morning and thinking about you until I fell asleep. Li Qingya also knew that he was flowery and coaxing himself to be happy, but it was just nice to see. Women in love have zero IQ. Yi Chen sent another message to Zhou Wanning. Is baby Wanning asleep? Zhou Wanning replied. No, just finished washing up. Qingya Li sent a message. Dusty, did you tell anyone about us being in love? Leaf Dust, no. What's the point of telling anyone? Immediately after that, he replied to Zhou Wanning. I'm sure I'm exhausted after shopping all day. Rest early, baby. Good night. Zhou Wanning, good night, Dusty. Li Qingya was mainly worried about him telling his high school classmates and then letting his own parents know and it would be over. Her parents don't approve of the two being together at all. Then don't tell anyone else. I don't want that many people to know. Yi Duan's face was delighted. Okay, then I won't say anything to anyone. Qingya and Wan Ning are so understanding. The roommate Xing Chao opened his mouth and said, Old Yi, you are busy day after day. What? Cannot see you, shadow. Last night also did not return to the dormitory. Will not go with the girl to open the room, right? Yi Duan smiled and said back. I'm just a little busy with something. How are you and Chui Tingting doing? Chen Dongxue had been reporting to him every day. Only there had been nothing going on. There was a fight. Xing Chao was a little annoyed. Yi Chuan asked curiously, what's going on? Because of what quarrel? Xing Chao, it's just a little thing. She's having a tantrum and ignoring me even after coaxing. It'll probably be fine in a couple of days. Little girl having a tantrum. Yi Chen had a bad feeling in his heart. If it's a couple in love, they won't make such a big deal over a small thing. But Chui Tingting was in a different situation now. Another handsome schoolmate had appeared in her world, and her heart was already disordered. So she had a big row with Xing Chao over the slightest thing. She might only realize how good Xing Chao is when she really gets to know that what's his name schoolmate. Wei Xiangyu laughed and said, are you unable to do it, old Xing? I read on the internet that women get emotional when they don't get fulfillment. Xing Chao, bull asterisk 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 asterisk. My old man's body is strong. Yi Chen looked at Wei Xiangyu. Old Wei, have you ever had a girlfriend? This old six has actually chased after Sister Ning. If not for Sister Ning's words it really can't be seen. Wei Xiangyu, I talked about two in high school. Then I broke up with them when I said it affected my studies. A few of the housemates chatted for a while and then went to bed. The next day, Sunday, Yi Duan came to the library to read books, and did not see Zhang Manqiu's figure in the old location. Probably went home on the weekend. He sat down and looked at the book alone. The day passed quickly. He chatted with Zhou Wanning and Li Qingya for a while during lunch. After all, it's the heat of the moment and you should chat sometime. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, when he was planning to go to dinner, his cell phone suddenly rang, and it was a message from Chen Dongxue. Chui Tingting just took a cab out, and I'm following her behind. Yi Chuan froze for a moment. Chui Tingting wouldn't really want to have something with the sophomore student tonight, right? Regardless of men and women.
Anyone who has experienced that kind of thing is like opening Pandora's box, addicted to that kind of taste.
Stay close and let me know the address later.
Yi Chuan didn't tell Xingqiao that the two Chui Tingting might just be having dinner.
Not necessarily what would happen. It was a bit too early to tell Xingqiao,
and it would also scare the snakes.
If there was nothing going on between the two, it could lead to more conflict between Xingqiao and Chui Tingting.
He wouldn't tell Xingqiao without full certainty.
After Yi Chen put the books back in the dormitory, he once again received a message from Chen Dongxue.
Chui Tingting and her sophomore brother went into a hot pot restaurant called Lao Niu Chongqing Hot Pot. After that she sent a detailed map location. Yi Duan drove directly to the old Bull Chongqing Hot Pot, which was not far away.
10 minutes later,
Yi Chuan came outside the store of old Bull Chongqing Hot Pot and the car was parked on the side of the road. He saw Chen Dongxue, who was staring at the entrance of the restaurant not far from the store. Leaf Dust gave her a call and called her to the car. Chen Dongxue sat in the car, a little shocked in her heart.
This is a Porsche, right? Yi Duan, is this your car?
Yeah.
How long have they both been in there?
Chen Dongxue, it's been more than 10 minutes.
It hasn't come out yet. I've been staring. Leaf Dust, have you eaten?
No, I haven't eaten either.
Isn't there a burger place there? Go get a couple burgers and just eat.
Chen Dongxue let out a hem and turned to walk down to buy 3 burgers,
2 chicken legs and a Coke. Yi Duan ate. You should simply eat some too. Yi Chuan, are you a rich second generation?
Chen Dongxue asked as she ate.
Ask what you should ask and don't ask what you shouldn't. I'm just curious. Nothing else?
I see that the things you bought for Yusin are all big names.
Chen Dongxue spoke carefully,
afraid that she would make him angry.
Yi Duan saw the latest model of Apple phone in her hand and asked with a smile. Newly bought phone? Chen Dongxue nodded her head gently. Talking about your boyfriend?
Yi Chuan looked at the entrance of the hot pot restaurant and chatted with Chen Dongxue.
Chen Dongxue shook her head. Someone chased me. I didn't agree. Yi Duan asked curiously. Why didn't you agree? Chen Dongxue, I don't think it's appropriate. Skin care products? Cell phones are not willing to buy me. If he has half as good as you are to Yusin for me, I'll say yes. Yi Chuan didn't know much about Chen Dongxue before, and it looked like she was also a vain person. But people like that are better to control. If it's a man of principle, it's not easy to fix with money. Chen Dongxue has medium looks, and is far from Uxian and Xiaojing.
To find a great boyfriend, you first have to recognize if you are worthy. After the two had been chatting for nearly 20 minutes, Chui Tingting and a young handsome man walked out from the hot pot restaurant.
Chapter 96, Old Xing being green. Below, they held hands, both with smiles on their faces, and walked towards a short distance away. You wait for me in the car. Yi Chuan got down from the car, turned on the shooting function of his cell phone, and followed behind the two Chui Tingting. Soon Yi Duan saw the two walk into a hotel and he quickly followed them. He waited for the two Tristanos to take their room cards and go upstairs before he walked in. The receptionist was a young girl. Hello. Yi Chuan opened his mouth and asked, which room did those two people just open? What's the matter with you?
The girl looked at him quizzically.
Leaf Dust, one of the women is my buddy's girlfriend. I just came over to make sure.
After saying that, he took out 2,000 in cash from his pocket and handed it to the girl.
Don't worry, beautiful girl. I'm not here to make trouble.
I'm just getting the evidence so that my brother can die.
The girl saw the pile of money and looked around and hastily took it. They've got a clock room. 1 hour. In 206.
Beautiful girl, you are so nice. If I don't have a girlfriend, I will definitely chase you. When he finished, he walked quickly up the stairs. He came to the second floor just in time to see the two men enter the room. He walked carefully to the door of the room. The soundproofing of this kind of cheap hotel was already bad. Yi Chuan's 5 senses were extremely sharp after his rebirth, and he could hear the movements inside clearly.
Sister Tingting, you are so good, how could he want to make you angry? If it were me, I would do my best to pamper you and love you.
A man's voice sounded in the room.
Tristan, if only he was as considerate as you are. Zhao Pengfei smiled and said, Sister Tingting, you have a great body. 10 minutes later, Yi Duan walked downstairs.
The receptionist had a smile on her face when she saw him, and she had just counted $2,000.
That's almost a month's salary for her. How about handsome? Confirmed. Thank you, beautiful.
The receptionist smiled slightly.
You're welcome. Come often. It's good to have customers like that coming in every day. Beauty, you send me a copy of your store's surveillance. Okay. Handsome, I'll add you as a friend.
There is surveillance in the hotel's lobby and second floor corridors that shows exactly when the two men entered the hotel and when they left it.
Leaf Dust returned to the car after walking out of the hotel. Well, are the two of them doing that kind of thing? Chen Dongxue asked curiously. Yi Duan nodded slightly.
I didn't expect her to really be this kind of person.
Don't tell anyone about tonight's incident.
I'll find a chance to talk to old Xing.
6 or 7 minutes.
Chui Tingting and her sophomore brother,
Zhao Pengfei, came out of the hotel and took a cab back to school. The hotel front desk lady quickly sent over the store's surveillance video. You can clearly see the time the two entered the hotel, the time they entered their second floor room, and the time they left their room. This is hard evidence. Leaf Dust drove back to the school. When arriving at the dormitory, Yi Chuan saw that Xingqiao's trio was reading a book. Old Yi is back. Xingqiao was all smiles and looked quite happy. Leaf Dust, why do you look so happy today? Xingqiao hemmed and hawed. Ting Ting ignored me. Leaf Dust, so happy to care about you. When did you kid become a dog licker? You're the one licking the dog. I call it liking and loving. Leaf Dust washed up and lay on the bed. He took out his cell phone and sent a message to Zhou Wanning. What is Wanning doing? Zhou Wanning, watching TV? Did you drive out today? I think I saw your car. Yi Chuan was shocked in his heart. This is if you go out and play with the sister. I am afraid that if you see the Carning sister, you will be able to know that it is me. Gotta drive that big G over here tomorrow or it's a risk. It was a small risk, but he had to hedge any risks, because once the boat is capsized, there's almost no way to salvage it. Leaf Dust, yes. I went out today and found something disturbing. What is it? Zhou Wanning was a little curious in her heart. Yi Duan, Xingqiao and Cui Tingting are talking about someone in our class. I found out today that Cui Tingting went to a hotel with someone else. Xingqiao and I are good buddies. He doesn't know about this yet. Zhou Wanning froze for a moment, not expecting it to be something like this. Are you going to tell him? Leaf Dust, wait, it's almost time for the exam. I'm worried that telling him now will affect his exam. He's been working hard for a long time to get into graduate school. Zhou Wanning, wait until you pass the preliminary exam before you tell him. This kind of thing will definitely affect your mindset. You will also enlighten him at that time. Some people can't think straight. They may do extreme things. It's not good for our class or the school. I'll leave this task to you. Okay, teacher? Promise to get the job done. Zhou Wanning smiled faintly. If anything happens to Xingqiao, I can look for you then. Got it, baby. Zhou Wanning's pretty face flushed. Being called a baby by someone 6 years younger than herself, she felt more shyness, joy, and a little bit of embarrassment in her heart. Better call me Wanning. I'm 6 years older than you. You'll always be 18 in my heart. Zhou Wanning, flowery words. I now seriously doubt that this is not your first time in love. She was a rational and elegant woman, not like a young lass like Li Qingya. A single sweet word will coax you into not knowing the north and the south. She had a smile on her lips as well, quite happy, but rational. Sister Ringing, I learned how to say sweet words a while ago by cramming them online. This is all on the internet. Yi Chen knew in his heart that he couldn't keep talking sweetly to Zhou Wanning. Just say it once in a while and have fun and be happy. If you say it all the time, it can come across as a bit of a sham on the part of the person. Zhou Wanning and Li Qingya don't understand. She is not in love with her brain at all. Her IQ not only didn't drop, but it is estimated that she has also improved a few points. Dusty, do your parents know about us? I haven't gotten around to it yet. I plan to tell them when I get back in the new year. Zhou Wanning, I didn't tell mom and dad either. She wants to talk for a while to see if it's right before she tells her parents. I thought it was good before we talked about it, but maybe it wasn't as good as I thought it would be after we talked about it. Leaf Dust knew what kind of person she was. Rational and gentle. Understanding. Let's talk about it later, there's no rush. Sister Ringing, I've been reading books on algorithmic programming and artificial intelligence for a while now, and I feel like I've gained a lot. Zhou Wanning, Dusty, you are now the owner of a company. Shouldn't the focus be on the company? The company has nothing much to do in the near future. I may be a bit busy when the fund products are listed. I need to keep an eye on the operation and guide them to trade. This investment company, I just want to make more money. Financial companies are not very helpful to the country and society, but also rely on high-tech industries. I plan to open a company that develops artificial intelligence in the future. If we can make any breakthroughs in artificial intelligence, our country may be able to achieve a bend in the road, completely surpassing the pretty country and standing on top of the world again. Chapter 97, Lickspittle deserves to die. Zhou Wanning liked this about Yi Chen very much in her heart. Plan for the future and have aspirational goals. Dusty, is this your dream? Yi Duan, yes. Most people in the country should have fantasized about being a national hero. If I could lead our nation back to the top of the world, I think it would be very fulfilling. Zhou Wanning developed feelings for Yi Chuan when Yi Chuan was talking to her father eloquently. What Yi Duan said revealed a rich amount of knowledge reserves. His sharp mind, far-reaching vision, and humble, low-key character were all things Zhou Wanning liked about him. Zhou Wanning, cheer up, Dusty. I'll be behind you all the way. Soon Li Qingya sent another message. Two people talking at the same time, thinking, paying attention, and responding in a timely manner. Leaf Dust had enough brain but felt too busy. Luckily it was only two people. If there were two more he'd be busy. This isn't going to go well. Originally, he wanted to take down Zhao Jing, Wang Yusin, and the others one after another. But now the situation was not good and he had to change his plans. Monday, November 15th. Yi Duan came to the company in the morning by public transportation. When I walked into the office, everyone was more laid back.
Some were on their phones, some were chatting. When they saw Yi Chen come in, they hurriedly resumed their serious appearance.
Leaf dust with a smile, then chat on the line.
Nothing to do, still do not play is not dull and silly sitting.
Nothing to do when the time to play on the play. Thank you, Mr. Yi. You're welcome. You guys keep talking. I'm here to find Mr. Lu. He came to Lu Zixuan's office.
Lu Zixuan was drinking coffee when she saw him come in and stood up to welcome him.
Dusty's here.
Yi Duan, Sister Xian, I'll drive that car.
Try to see how it feels. Lu Zixuan, the car keys are here. Little Dust Company will open corporate accounts on various online platforms this week,
so we can publicize online and attract users at that time.
Yi Dust took out his cell phone and looked at his shake, and the number of fans had risen to more than 180,000. This amount of followers is not much for the whole network, but they are all accurate investment users. In the morning, he and Lu Zixuan talked for more than an hour about the company's future plans. Arrive at the neighborhood restaurant just after 11:30. Little Dust, this steak is well done. You try it. After saying that, Lu Zixuan picked up a fork and fed it to him. Yi Chuan froze in his heart and opened his mouth to eat it.
The texture was tender and the fragrance of the meat filled the air.
Nice and tasty. At that moment his cell phone rang. Yi Chen took it out and took a look. It was a message from Zhou Wenbin. Is Yi Chuan here? Manchio is in a bad mood. She's ignoring me. Can you coax her?
She has the best relationship with you.
Seeing his message, Yi Duan was a bit confused. What kind of licking dog is this? How can you lick like that? Your goddess is in a bad mood and letting another guy coax her?
Are such people psychologically deformed?
It's a damn shame that I can't see you. It's not your turn. Yi Chuan sent a message to Zhang Manchio. What's Manchio doing? Eating in the cafeteria. Why? Yi Duan, Zhou Wenbin told me that you are in a bad mood. Let me coax you. What's wrong with a bad mood? Zhang Manchio, why didn't you come to the library today?
I'm taking care of a few things over at the office and I'll be back at school this afternoon.
Then wait until you go back to school. Aha. Yi Chuan put away his cell phone after replying and continued to eat with Lu Zixuan. After lunch, he drove the Big G back to school and then headed for the library.
Picked up a few books at the library and came to see Zhang Manchio at her usual place.
He sat next to Zhang Manchio. What happened to Manchio?
Zhang Manchio's face was clear and cold.
Unable to tell if she was happy or angry. Yi Chen, do we count as friends? Of course it counts.
You may appear to be high-strung and proud and rejecting,
but I think you're actually quite nice. Don't you think of me as a friend? Zhang Manchio, thank you Yi Duan, for knowing that I'm unhappy and coming to care about comforting me. Yi Duan, this is what Zhou Wenbin told me. Otherwise I wouldn't have known. Don't mention him.
Zhang Manchio's eyes revealed a look of disgust. Yi Duan sighed in his heart.
The difference between being a human being is really big.
He just casually cared about Zhang Manchio, and Zhou Wenbin was so concerned on weekdays that it was useless.
He didn't pity Zhou Wenbin at all.
Serves you right.
Who made you a lickspill? Yi Duan no longer mentioned Zhou Wenbin. When you encounter something, say it and confide in it.
Your heart might feel much better. Zhang Manchio, I didn't realize until now that I didn't have many friends around me.
Tang Yi,
Zhao Shangming and Fang Jifang were also considered friends, but they belonged to the kind of friends who were in a circle,
and their feelings weren't much deeper.
Aside from these few people to talk to on weekdays,
like usually at school, there weren't many friends at all.
Even the housemates are not on good terms with her. The main reason is that Zhang Manchio's character makes people find it hard to get in touch with her, and over time not many people dare to get in touch with her.
She doesn't have many friends, and it has a lot to do with her own high-flying, proud personality. I'm just your good friend. You can share with me if you have a happy event, and you can talk to me if you're in a bad mood.
Leaf Dust felt that what he said was becoming more and more scummy.
Zhang Manchio said softly, I came home this weekend and found out something. What is it?
Leaf Dust felt that the matter might have something to do with her family.
What could possibly bother a family like hers on a regular basis? Zhang Manchio looked hesitant and conflicted. Yi Duan, if Manchio is embarrassed, don't say anything if you don't want to.
There was nothing serious in the world, except for life and death or small things.
Zhang Manchio, I found out over the weekend that my dad is out with a woman.
Yi Chuan's expression didn't have much of a reaction because he had long been accustomed to this kind of thing in his last life. Zhang Manchio may have been pampered by her family and not been exposed to this kind of thing, so when she found out about her father, she had the feeling of a collapsing sky. Yi Duan knew that his father was the secretary of the District Committee of the East District,
a member of the Standing Committee of the Zhonghai Municipal Party Committee,
and a deputy ministerial level leader.
There are too many temptations to face in the official world: money, beauty, power and so on.
Zhang Manchio, mother in business.
The family has money, may not be tempted by money,
but the beauty and greater power temptation that is not necessarily able to resist.
There are no men who aren't horny, they just may not have met the right one.
Zhang Manchio continued.
Yi-chan, what do you think I should do now? Should I tell my mom?
Leaf Dust, I think it's better for you to pretend that you don't know anything.
Maybe auntie knew before you did.
Ha! Zhang Manqiu froze for a moment.
What do you mean by that?
Leaf Dust, auntie as the person concerned may have already known. Just for the sake of the family or something else.
Pretending not to know.
If you stabbed it would appear to be very embarrassing. Zhang Manqiu thought for several minutes.
How do you know my mom knows? What if she doesn't know?
Yi Duan, auntie is the boss of a company. Her ability and mind far exceeds yours.
What you can find out? Would auntie not know?
And after living together for so many years, there's no way that auntie wouldn't be able to discover the clues.
She probably didn't make a big deal out of it for the sake of her family,
or for the convenience and status that comes with power.
And as long as uncle didn't go too far, auntie probably wouldn't even care.
Of course there was another possibility he didn't say, fearing that Zhang Manqiu wouldn't be able to accept it.
That is,
auntie perhaps has a man outside the house as well, and the two of them are playing their own game,
maintaining a marital relationship on the surface. Chapter 98. Yichuan wants to break up.
Zhang Manqiu is a smart person,
just not rich in experience. Yi Duan continued. Men know men best. The temptation of beautiful women is great. There are not many people who can really do the willow. Some people refuse is not how noble.
That is the result of weighing the pros and cons.
Think the risk is big. If there is no risk, there are not many people can resist. For example, if you tempted me,
I definitely wouldn't be able to resist. You should have heard of some of the things in the upper class circle, right?
It's even more extravagant and lascivious in there.
Zhang Manqiu glared at him.
I tempted you?
You're thinking quite beautifully.
I've heard about it. I just didn't think it would happen to me.
Yi Duan, Manqiu encountered this kind of thing. I don't know how to enlighten you.
Look on the bright side. Some things we can't change. Do well enough. Zhang Manqiu, what would you do if something like this happened to you?
Yi Duan thought about it and said back.
This depends on the family factors. Like your family, I'll just pretend I don't know.
Do well and make myself better.
If it's an ordinary family, then it might be a different way of dealing with it. Zhang Manqiu didn't speak again, looking down at the book,
but it was obvious that she couldn't read it, and she didn't turn a page for half a day.
She was still thinking about this matter.
Then it seemed like I figured it out and started reading and taking notes.
Time passed every day,
and it was November 29th in the blink of an eye.
Dustin Capital Investments has all the preparations in place,
except for the private equity license.
Yi Duan read and chatted with Zhang Manqiu in the library during the day, chatting with Zhou Wanning and Li Qingya in the evening.
Sometimes they would take a walk around the campus with Zhao Jing and Wang Yusen.
Zhou Wanning didn't want to walk around the school for fear of being seen.
Although he had only been chatting with Zhou Wanning and Li Qingya for less than a month,
he was a bit annoyed by chatting every night. Relationships are actually pretty good, but it's kind of annoying to talk every day like this. Leaf Dust wanted to break up, but one hadn't been taken yet, so how could he give up lightly? Just after 8 in the morning,
Yichuan came to the library as usual and sat next to Zhang Manqiu. He had just sat down when Zhou Wenbin came over carrying 2 cups of hot coffee.
Manqiu, Yi Duan, it's cold now. Drink some hot coffee to warm up.
Yichuan had long been accustomed to his extreme dog-licking behavior and didn't say anything. He felt that Zhou Wenbin was psychologically deformed and not a normal person at all.
Zhang Manqiu didn't bother with him either.
He also had the good sense to leave after the delivery. Yi Duan was more careful and looked at the seal of the coffee. There was no problem before he opened it and drank it. Be careful with people like Zhou Wenbin. He looks like a harmless licking dog, but he might be a pervert. It's not likely that he'll suddenly strike when you're at your most lax and give a fatal blow. Zhang Manqiu froze for a moment.
He has the guts to make a move on me?
Be careful what you wish for.
Zhang Manqiu nodded slightly. Then in the morning you'll bring coffee over from the cafeteria. I'm used to drinking coffee.
Yi Duan, you got this habit from Zhou Wenbin,
right?
If your licking dog suddenly stopped licking you one day, would your heart feel empty? She froze, and with her proud heart, she definitely felt uncomfortable. It's the equivalent of having a dog that you have that is very close to other people.
How can the owner be comfortable with that? Then you bring me coffee later. What do you take me for a dog?
You were the one who said you wanted to be my lickspittle before.
Then let me have a lick.
Roll. Zhang Manqiu didn't move the coffee Zhou Wenbin had given her again and looked down at the book.
Leaf Dust sipped his coffee as he read his book.
At 9 o'clock or so he opened the Dongkai Securities app and looked at it. As of today, Shanghai Tin futures have risen 9% and the futures account has gained $33 million this month.
He looked at the stock account again,
totaling $230 million and a profit of over 130%.
Have you sold your Jiangan lithium yet? Sell it today.
After saying that Yi Duan began to ship out the goods in batches, Jiangan Lithium has a daily turnover of $5 to $6 billion. Selling his $200 million in tranches would have had the least impact, and even then it smashed down more than 2 points.
Originally, Jiangan Lithium was up 5% today, and now it's up less than 3%. Then again, big money continued to pull up. attracting retail investors into the market. Tomorrow will also pull up a wave again to attract leaks. And finally is the long main body shipping time. Yi Duan sent a message to Zhou Jitsai, Uncle Joe will liquidate Jiang and Lithium today. Zhou Jitsai quickly replied to him, Dusty is now up so well sold? Yi Duan thinks that he is really not suitable for speculation. No wonder he has not returned to the capital by playing for decades. The rise is good to attract leaks to come in. Uncle Joe is almost time to sell, although it is not the highest point, but you have earned a lot. You cannot be greedy. Greed will harm themselves. Zhou Jitsai, Dusty you have a point. I'll sell it here. Yi Chen then informed Lu Zixuan, Tang Yi, and the others. These people made a move that caused the disc, which had just risen, to fall again by more than 4 points, turning directly into green, and the disc has a hidden tendency to become worse. Jianghai City, Xingda Investment Company. What's going on? Why are there so many sell orders today? Is it a friendly shipment? We've taken on more than $300 million. The account is unfunded, and there must be institutions that are shipping. Mr. Lu quickly think of a way to get them out to pick up some goods. Otherwise the disc will go bad and we'll have a big loss. Lu Xinzhong took out his phone and called out, Old Wang, are you guys shipping out? Wang Fuhai, it's not that we're shipping out. Someone ambushed in advance, with a large body of money, is shipping out to harvest us. Lu Xinzhong, my side of the money is gone. You quickly take some goods. Cannot control the disc. I will lose a lot. Wang Fuhai opened his mouth and said, we don't have much money either. I've already asked people to buy in, but the disc is a bit out of control. A lot of retail investors are selling, and there may be institutions lurking in to sell as well. Jiangan Lithium is falling fast. Everyone is selling and there is no money underneath to take up the slack, which can cause a stock to fall quickly. This decline can cause retail investors to panic and engage in follow-through selling. Lu Xinzhong looked at the disc of Jiangan Lithium. His face was blue. 10 minutes later, Jiangan Lithium was pressed to death on the downturn. Several institutions were buried in it. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Who the hell is messing with me? When the Dragon Tiger ranking comes out, I want to see who you are. Lu Xinzhong was furious, not expecting to be sniped at. It's not just him, other organizations are cursing too. A few of their organizations gang up and agree to pull up a stock, normally on a rotating basis. One institution's money enters, then sells at a profit, while a partnership of institutional money takes over and proceeds to pull up, so on and so forth, during which many retail investors will follow in to drive the stock price up. Sometimes it attracts other institutional funds in as well. If the other side doesn't have a lot of money, they won't care. If they have a lot of money, they'll dump it all and harvest that organization. When that organization cuts their losses and leaves the market, they will choose to keep pulling up if they still have a lot of stock and attract retail investors to come in and take over. Their plan would have been to pull up a wave today and tomorrow to attract leaks into the market, but the shipment of Yi Chen and the others disrupted their plans. It would have been very profitable for them to lose at least half of their profits in this wave. It's down today, and odds are it'll be down tomorrow as well, because there's no money to take over. On weekdays it's a few of them that are pulling up, and if they don't pull, where are the other organizations pulling up? Chapter 99, Private Equity License comes down. The domestic stock market has a rule. A stock with an intraday oscillation of more than 7% will show the LW list for that stock in the afternoon. The LW list is the top 5 information on the buy and sell list of this stock. Of course, it is not the information of the specific person's name. It is the information of the company that opens the stock account, the place where the account is opened, and so on. Yi Dus saw the Jiang and lithium industry fell to a halt, and his color was stunned. This can't be because I'm selling, can it? Zhang Manqiu opened her mouth and said, you smashed Jiang and lithium into a drop. Yi Duan, not so much. I only have more than 200 million funds. Counting your estimate is only a little more than 300 million. There may be other organizations are also selling together. Zhang Manqiu nodded slightly. There may be other institutions before ambush in, and then also in the smash. The domestic market in addition to institutions to cut leaks. Institutions will also snipe between other institutions. 5 people in a group chat. Zhao Shangming sent a message. Brother Yi, you might have offended certain organizations and smashed their plates to a halt. Fang Jifeng, Jiang and Lithium, this cake they have been operating for several months. Was you and certain institutions to share some? Those institutions are estimated to be angry, but they also earned a lot. Is less. Tang Yi, each one you must be on the Dragon Tiger list. Those organizations will investigate your information. Pay attention when you trade in the future. They might snipe you. It's fine. Feel free to snipe at them. Leaf Dust is not afraid in the slightest. The next domestic stock market is difficult to do. He's going to play the futures market and foreign stock markets. Right at this moment, Yi Chen's cell phone rang, and it was Lu Zixuan calling. Sister Xian. Lu Zixuan opened her mouth and said, Dusty, our private fund license came down. Now we can file the fund products,
and we can raise funds if we pass the filing.
Yi Chen's heart was delighted. I'll go to the company. Hang up, he said to Zhang Manqiu. The company's fund license came down.
So I'll go to the company.
Zhang Manqiu let out a 20 minutes later, Yi Chuan came to Lu Zixuan's office. Sister Xian, has the fund product name, fund contract and detailed introduction been drawn up? Bring it over for me to check. Lu Zixuan handed him some documents. The fund product name, Dustin Global Investments 1. The fund contract is the normal contract in the industry. In addition to the management fee, the contract has some changes in the split ratio.
If the fund's return is less than 50% above 50% and less than 100% below 100%, Dustin Capital Corp. takes a 20% cut of the excess over 50%. The fund returned over 100%, with Dustin taking 50% of the excess. This is a common incentive split used by private equity firms. There are benefits for both sides. Users feel that the more you share away, the better, because it represents more money earned for the user. The rate of return exceeds double. Many people play more than 10 years of the stock market cannot do, and even play more than 10 years is still struggling on the road back to capital. Yi Duan carefully checked once. The fund manager is him and Wang Liyun. The purchase amount is the lowest grade of 1 million. After all, it is the first product. Raising funds may not be so easy. The fund's third-party bank accounts are ready. After determining that there was no problem, Lu Zixuan let people go to the fund association department to apply for filing. The normal process takes about 20 days or less to get the results. With Zhao Xiangming's connections, the time might be faster. Afternoon, Leaf Dust returned to the school's library to continue reading. At 4 o'clock he opened the Dongkai Securities of Jiangyan Lithium stock to look at it. The LW list is out. By list ranked first is Huaxin Securities Zhanghai Beihai Road Business Department. By amount, 340 million. That's where the securities account was opened for Hinda Investments. Today's great injustice. The second place is Fong'an Securities Zhanghai Nanjing Road Business Department. By amount, 210 million. Sell list ranked first Shanghai Stock Pass Special Seats. Selling amount of 290 million. The Shanghai Stock Connect represents foreign capital, but it could also be domestic capital entering the domestic market through the city of Shangjiang. It is difficult to determine the first Shanghai Stock Pass seat, whether it is foreign capital or domestic institutions in the smash, do very hidden. The second place is certainly Yi Duan, Dongkai Securities Zhanghai Tianhai Road Business Department. Selling amount 230 million. Not only is he, a lot of people from organizations are also looking at the LW list of Jiangyan Lithium. That's because he's one of the hotter stocks in the market lately, with a couple months of very sharp gains. Lu Zhenzhong, Managing Director of Xingda Investment, Wang Zhenhai, Managing Director of Tianhan Capital, and Wei Jie of Haiyuan Capital are all looking at the sell list seats. The Shanghai Stock Exchange special seat they can't investigate who it is, but see the info on the second highest selling seat. They have used their contacts to investigate exactly which organization or person. Originally, the cake was made by them, and now that half of it was being shared, they were naturally upset. It didn't take long for Yi Duan's message to appear on their desk. Life is like a dream? Leaf Dust? Surprisingly, it's a lobbyist. Just after 5 in the afternoon, it was dark outside. Zhang Manqiu looked at him and said, "Let's go eat dinner." Leaf Dust, how much did Jiangyan Lithium earn tonight on your treat? Not much, $10 million. Eat you hard tonight. Walking out of the library, it was cold and windy outside. The temperature in Shanghai City at night was only 2 or 3 degrees, but that wet and cold feeling was colder than 2 or 3 degrees below zero. It's so cold. Manchu use me to hold you? Zhang Manqiu glared at him. So your mouth shut if you talk nonsense again. I was worried about you freezing. The two arrived at the cafeteria and sat down just after they had finished their meal. Yi Chen's cell phone suddenly rang. An unfamiliar number in Shanghai City. Hello? Your life is a dream, aren't you? Yi Duan froze for a moment. It's me. Which one are you? You dare to rob my cake. Are you tired of living? Lu Zhenzhong knew that Yi Duan was just a 22-year-old school student and didn't even put him in his eyes. A college student who also dares to grab food in my bowl. 2 sentences might scare him. Yi Duan opened his cell phone to record. Just now the signal is not good. Did not hear which one you are? Lu Zhenzhong, I say you're damn tired of living. Leaf Dust, who are you? Do I know you? I am Xingda Investment Company's Lu Zhenzhong. Today it is you who smashed the disc in Jiangyan Lithium Industry, right? Yi Chuan returned in a flat tone. I didn't smash the disc. I just sold it normally. Do you know how much money I lost this time because of you? At the very least $200 million. The more Lu Zhenzhong said, the more angry he became. If he had put it aside 10 years ago, he would have definitely let Yi Chen die in the street. Yi Duan, what does it have to do with me if you lose money playing stocks? Is your brain kicked by a donkey? Silly batch. Lu Xinzhong saw that the other party was not only not intimidated, but also opened his mouth to curse him.
You're in the Electronic College of Jianghai Jiaotong University, right? Believe it or not,
I'll let you get out of Jiaotong University with one word.
Chapter 100 Hand Warmers for Licking Dogs. Are you trying to scare me like I'm a child?
Yi Dust sneered.
I don't believe it. You hurry up and use your connections.
I'll see who can expel me from the University of Transportation for no reason.
I recorded the whole thing. Let me see your strength, Mr.
Lu Xinzhong sniffed and hung up directly. The loss of a few $100 million has left him a little pissed off. I didn't realize a college student was so thoughtful and knew how to secretly record. Some elites in the business sector and company bosses look polite on the surface,
but in reality,
many of them are moralistic stuff.
Some people can get rich.
It has nothing to do with character.
It's all about brains, ability and opportunity. Being cerebral and competent does not make one a good person.
In particular, many of the people who got rich a decade or two ago were social scum who relied on playing hard to get in threatening force.
Zhang Manqiu looked up at him.
Who's calling?
Yi Dust returned.
Lu Xinzhong of Xingda Investment Company.
Seems to be one of the organizations inside Jiang'an lithium industry.
Zhang Manqiu, he said he found connections to expel you from the University of Transportation?
Yi Duan nodded and laughed,
and said that I had to let me storm the streets before,
thinking that I was a child,
and could be scared in 2 words. Zhang Manqiu reminded him.
Some people may really dare to do this.
Before I heard of the business circle, there are 2 bosses feuding. One of them hired someone to drive the other person to death. The car accident causing death belongs to as the crime of traffic accident. This will be sentenced to a few years, then intentional homicide sentenced to much lighter.
Yi Duan, this is not found out, right, or in the relevant departments he has a relationship, set up as a traffic accident. If the impartial investigation to deal with it, this kind of thing is certainly intentional murder.
Zhang Manqiu nodded slightly.
You're right.
One of them has dredged up some connections.
Had dinner.
The 2 walked out of the cafeteria together. With the cold wind howling outside, it would be a great way to warm up with a warm cuddle with a girl. He looked at Zhang Manqiu.
Manqiu, let me send you back.
Zhang Manqiu didn't say anything, as if she had acquiesced. There were few people on the campus roads, and now that the weather was cold, few people were out for walks or dates. When he came to Zhang Manqiu's dormitory building, he froze for a moment, because Zhou Wenbin was standing at the entrance to the dormitory, as if he was waiting specifically for Zhang Manqiu. He saw the 2 return together and hurried over, carrying something in his hand.
Manqiu, this is the hand warmer I bought for you.
Now that it's cold, it's nice to warm your hands with this.
Leaf Dust, I bought one for you too.
Zhang Manqiu looked cold and did not take the bag he handed over.
Don't ever send me anything again.
Zhou Wenbin hurriedly explained.
Manqiu, I have no other meaning. Just want to care about you. See you happy, my heart is also very happy. Yi Chuan had a new perception of Zhou Wenbin.
This extreme licking dog. He suddenly shoved the bag into Yi Chuan's hand. Yi Chuan, you give it to Manqiu for me.
Thank you.
After saying that, Zhou Wenbin turned around and hurriedly left. Yi Duan froze for a moment.
Do you want it, Manqiu? It's quite nice to have a hand warmer when it's cold.
I'll take what you send.
Zhang Manqiu took one over and went upstairs.
Yi Chen looked at the hand warmer in his hand and walked towards the faculty apartment dormitory where Zhou Wanning was. Although Zhou Wenbin was a dog licker, this guy was quite attentive. He arrived at the door of Zhou Wanning's dormitory and gently knocked twice. Zhou Wanning opened the door and froze for a moment when she saw him.
Dusty, what are you doing here? Yi Chen walked into the room.
Sister Ning, it's cold.
I bought you a hand warmer.
Zhou Wanning was touched by his delicate heart and her pretty face revealed a smile.
Dusty, you're quite attentive.
Yi Chen reached out and wrapped his hand around her.
Did baby Wan Ning miss me?
Zhou Wanning's pretty face flushed with a bit of shyness.
Leaf Dust lowered his head and kissed. Baby Wanning, I'm not leaving tonight. Zhou Wanning whispered back.
No, it will be discovered.
Yi Chen's eyes lit up. Was it possible without being discovered?
Then we'll go to the hotel some other time. Zhou Wanning pinched at his waist, but didn't refuse or agree. It's more of a default.
This is a more open era now, not like decades ago.
It's not uncommon for college couples to go out and get a room together. Even some of the more conservative ones can't resist the sweet words of their boyfriends, or they have the urge and the idea in their hearts. Yi Chen kissed her passionately one more time before leaving reluctantly. Walk out of the apartment dormitory building. He went to the school grocery store and bought 2 more hand warmers,
one for Yuxian and the other for Xiaojing. He first came to Wang Yusin's dormitory floor and sent her a message. Yushin, I'm downstairs in your dorm. Came to pick up something.
A few minutes later, Wang Yusin walked out with a small bag in her hand. Yi Duan, Yusin, it's cold.
Send you a hand warmer.
Hold it when your hands are cold in the future.
Wang Yusin took it. Thank you, brother. I also have something for you.
After that, she pulled out a bag containing a men's scarf. Yi Duan reached out and took it.
Glancing at it, it seemed to be a brand.
With a smile on his face, he reached out and took her in his arms.
Wang Yusin's pretty face was slightly red, but she also stretched her arms to hug him. Yi Chen stroked her hair and barred a kiss on her white and delicate cheek. Thank you, Sister Yusin. Wang Yusin's ears were red, her cheeks were hot, and she slightly lowered her head, not daring to look at him. Yi Chen touched her head. It's cold outside. Go back quickly. Wang Yusin hurriedly turned around and ran back to the dormitory. A smile appeared at the corner of Yi Duan's mouth when he saw her. He then came back to Zhao Jing's dormitory floor. Xiao Jing, I'm downstairs in your dormitory. Come down. 2 minutes later, Zhao Jing walked out of the dormitory building. Brother Yi Chen. Zhao Jing saw that his face was full of bright smiles, as delicate as a blooming flower. Yi Duan smiled. It's cold, so I bought you a hand warmer. Zhao Jing's face was happy and she clamped her voice. Thank you, Brother Yi Chen. When she saw the scarf in Yi Duan's hand, she smiled and asked, Brother, this isn't for me? Leaf dust, this is what I bought for myself. You want to buy you the women's one some other time. Thank you, brother. Leaf dust opened his hands and she took the initiative to hug him. Yi Chen spoke. It's cold outside. Go back to rest earlier. Thank you, brother. Zhao Jing's mouth speaks the local dialect, which is a little hard to get used to. Go on back. I'm going back too. It's too cold. Leaf dust drew back his hand and turned to leave. Chapter 101, Severe Anxiety Disorder? Zhao Jing's hometown dialect was so intimidating that it sounded like she was going to do a fight. It was actually because he didn't understand the tone of the language on Zhao Jing's old side of the family. Back to the dorms. Xing Chao smiled and said, Old Ji, who bought you the scarf? Leaf dust, it's cold. Bought it myself. Xing Chao took out his own scarf. See if my scarf looks good. Ting Ting gave it to me. Leaf dust heatedly smiled. Good looking. Wei Xiangyu and Feng Bing couldn't stand it a bit. Old Xingyu flaunted it several times. Xing Chao, you guys are the ones who don't have anyone to send envy, right? Old Xing, how happy you are now. How hard it will be later. Make you happy for a while longer. Cherish it. Yi Duan soaked his feet in hot water and sat on the chair looking at the computer. He was reading the recent domestic and international news and current events. The 3 Xingqiao people are still studying for their exams, which are due in late December. Time is getting tighter and tighter for students taking the exam. Just after 10, Li Qingya sent him a message. Dusty, what's wrong, Saya? Li Qingya, still reading? Leaf dust, yeah, the exam is coming up soon. Everyone is working hard, reading and reviewing so much day after day. It's too boring and tedious, and the spirit is highly tense all the time. It's alright, little Dusty, it'll be fine after a while. Li Qingya was comforting him. Leaf dust, Qingya, I see that there is a relaxation method on the internet that works very well. Do you want to try it? Li Qingya was a bit curious. What solution? Leaf dust, it's when couples go to a hotel once a week, which experts say is the most effective way to relax. Li Qingya's cheeks blushed when she saw the message. Which expert said that? National experts. Very authoritative. Humph, you're lying to me. If you don't believe me, search the internet. Is it the most relaxing thing for a couple to do that kind of thing? Qingya Li searched the internet and sure enough, that's what it said. Men and women can relax and reduce stress. This is because in the process of acting, the body releases hormones, dopamine, endorphins, and other subtle substances that can contribute to a happy mood and relax the body. It can also alleviate psychological problems such as depression and anxiety. Yi Duan, I've been studying like crazy this month. My brain feels like it's going to explode. My mood is irritable and cranky, and I love to lose my temper when I don't move. Qingya, do I have an anxiety disorder? Li Qingya, it's not that serious, is it? The students around me are all fine. Maybe they're mentally strong. Never mind, I'll sleep and recuperate and see. After that he turned his cell phone off and went to sleep. Women can't be spoiled. Sometimes they have to be given a little credit. Seeing that he ignored him and went to bed, Li Qingya grunted and sulked a bit. The next morning, after Yi Duan had his breakfast, he bought 2 cups of coffee and came to the library. Zhang Manqiu saw him bring 2 cups of coffee and showed a rare hint of a smile. I thought you said you weren't going to bring it? Yi Duan looked at her. Manqiu, you're quite pretty when you smile. The hint of a smile on Zhang Manqiu's face disappeared and she resumed her cool expression, taking the coffee and drinking it. Yi Chuan felt that if he could conquer such a high cool goddess, his inner sense of accomplishment would probably be very high. At 9 o'clock or so, Yi Duan's cell phone rang. He opened it up and looked at it. It was Zhao Xiangming who had been in the group and had asked for him to be in the group. Brother Yi, those organizations are starting to hack you online. He then shared a link to a post in the group. The name of the post is, Jiangan Lithium Drop. Who is smashing the plate to pit retail investors? Yi Duan opened the post and took a look. Someone was talking about yesterday's Jiangan Lithium drop. The post owner said after his investigation, the second highest seller on yesterday's list was Life is a Dream, who made about $150 million in a few months at Jiangan Lithium. Yesterday morning he first smashed the plate, followed by other institutions to follow the smashing plate, resulting in Jiangan Lithium fell, and eventually sealed the fall. Countless retail investors were pit as the reason why life is like a dream. It's a hatchet job on his head. Maybe those organizations investigated him for opening a private equity firm and wanted to stigmatize him in their circles. Yi Duan read the post associated with a lot. Many people within the comments section were cursing Yi Duan. Jiangnan Lithium has been hot lately, and many retail investors have been buying in over the past 2 days. Yesterday's drop made them lose a lot of money and put the blame on Yi Duan. Yi Dust in the post replied, several shameless institutions these 2 days want to pull up Jiangnan Lithium, attract retail investors into the field to cut leaks, only to be destroyed by me. Angry and jumped over the wall to smear me. Look at the buy list, we can know which several institutions. Is my normal selling a malicious slam? When I bought in the first place is considered malicious pulling up? Stocks win or lose according to their own abilities. I have never engaged in means to harvest retail investors. Pay attention to my jittery account. Life is like a dream. A moment to release the evidence. When his comment came out, a lot of people commented on it. There were those who called him names, those who begged him to bring in money, and those who wanted to know which organizations. After Yi Duan finished commenting in the forum, the news quickly spread out and more people gathered within this thread. They have gone to shake and follow Yi Duan's account. Yi Duan edited yesterday's recording, especially his own identity information. He didn't want more people to know. Once he got it done, he sent it to the Shake Shack entry. He gave a general overview of the situation and then played the recording at the same time. Leaf Dust, just now the signal is not good, didn't hear clearly. Which one are you? Lu Zhenzhong, I am Xingda Investment Company's Lu Zhenzhong. Today it is you who smashed the disc in Jiangnan Lithium Industry, right? Leaf Dust, I just sold normally. No smashing. Lu Zhenzhong, do you know how much money I lost because of you this time? At the very least $200 million. Yi Duan, what does it have to do with me if you lose money playing stocks? Is your brain kicked by a donkey? Silly batch. The recording is very clear. A lot of people went to cross-reference the buy seats on yesterday's LW list. The number one buyer seat is Xingda Investment Company. This is where the authenticity of the recording can be established. The news spread quickly through the circle, which was small, and word traveled fast. Originally, other organizations wanted to smear Yi Chen, but they didn't realize that Lu Zhenzhong had called the other party last night and had been recorded by the other party. Anyone who knows Lu Zhenzhong by his voice knows that it's him in person. 5 people in a group chat. Zhao Xiangming, Brother Yi and the others probably know about you opening a private equity firm, so you'll have to be careful with future transactions and not get sniped by these organizations. Leaf Dust, not much of a problem. Tang Yi also said in the group, when will our company's fund products be able to raise funds? Yi Duan, yesterday. We have applied for filing, and we can start fundraising when the fund association application is passed. After chatting with a few people for a while, he continued to read. While eating lunch, he received a message from Li Qingya. Is Dusty in a better mood? A smile appeared at the corner of Yi Chen's mouth when he saw that she had taken the initiative to send a message of concern. It may also have something to do with the high level of mental stress from speculation. I had to keep an eye on the stock market while I was reviewing. It was too mentally strenuous. It wouldn't have been like this if I had only been reviewing. Li Qingya, what should we do? Should we go see a doctor? Leaf Dust, no. I consulted the doctor is to say that the mental stress is too much. Relaxation will be good. The doctor also said that if it has been so highly mental tension, may get a severe anxiety disorder. Chapter 102 Layout of Super Demon Stocks. Li Qingya was conflicted when she saw his message. The doctor didn't say anything about other ways to relax? Yi Chuan, there are many other ways to relax, but the way I said is the most effective. Qingya, if you don't want to, forget it, I should be able to carry it. I didn't say no. Li Qingya was somewhat unable to resist Yi Chen's moral abduction. Saya actually doesn't have to be like that. You can solve the problem in other ways. Yi Dust finished Heart Happy Bloom. A breakthrough in the bottom line words may be Li Qingya is not mentally prepared. You can break through Saya's mental defenses step by step, improving a little bit at a time. When Li Qingya saw his message, her pretty face flushed and she didn't bother with him. Zhang Manqiu glanced at him. Why are you smiling so lewdly? Leaf Dust, this is a happy and bright smile from me. Don't use words indiscriminately and insult my character. After saying that, he sent another message to Zhou Wanning. Sister Yinging, let's go out for dinner tonight. The king crab, Australopithecine, and shrimp seedy from that place last time were quite good. Zhou Wanning, I'm not physically able to do so for the past 2 days. Yi Duan froze for a moment and reacted. Could it be a relative coming? In a couple days then. Zhou Wanning, well, how is your company? Dusty? Yi Dust private equity fund license has come down. Is currently applying for fund product filing, such as the filing audit. You can raise funds. Zhou Wanning, isn't it going to get busy after a while? It's going to be busy when the fund product filings are cleared, but it's not a big problem. Back to the library in the afternoon. Yi Chen looked at the group chat that Zhou Jitsai was in.
and there were more than 30 people in it. It's November 30th, and they're talking about their stock returns for the month. It's been a bad month for the market. I lost 12%. I'm a little better off, with a loss of only 7%. I already have a 21% loss on my pharma stocks. Hurry up and bounce back or you won't be able to carry it. Is anyone in the group earning this month? Life is like a dream. I heard that I made a fortune in Zhang and lithium. A few organizations were smashed and blinded. How much does the great god earn this month? Someone was ate him. Yi Duan saw it and replied, this month it seems to be 130%, earning 130 million. Holy, that's fierce. Big God guide us. Yeah, we lost a lot of money. Big man take us. Zhou Jitsai opened his mouth at this time and said, I've long reminded you, the market has become worse. Empty position waiting. Do not trade. You do not listen. The future will be worse and worse. It is not too late to hurry to sell, otherwise the loss will be more and more. Although Yi Chen had reminded them, some of them didn't listen. They felt that they were very capable. Yi Duan, uncles and aunts. Uncle Zhou is right. The market is now very poor. The previous 2 years rose. A lot of varieties are going to usher in a big drop. It's not too late to sell. My company's private fund products are in the process of filing and reviewing, and when the review passes, we can raise funds. If all the uncles and aunts believe in my ability, you can buy our company's funds at that time, and I'll bring you all together to make money. He duly advertised in the group. These people and Zhou Jitsai are friends. The family is rich. Out of a few million, tens of millions of words is not a big problem. I'll be the first to buy your company's products when they come out. Xiao Dust, I trust your ability too much. Zhou Jitsai was the first to state his position. Whether it was their personal relationship or something else, Zhou Jitsai would support a handful of Yi Duan. Xiao Dust has opened a private equity firm? You're only 22 years old and you're so good. If only my son was half as good as you. Dusty from 350,000 funds into the market. More than 4 months' time earned must have 600 or 700 million. This ability to open their own private equity firm is quite good. Do we have to call Mr. Yi from now on? I'll buy a handful when the time comes. Uncles and aunts just call me Xiao Duan. You guys are friends with Uncle Zhou? That makes you my elders. The group knew the relationship between Zhou Jitsai and Yi Duan, and the two had realistically met several times. He finished chatting in the group and looked at Zhang Manqiu. Manqiu, wait for our company's fund products to go online. We may still need you to publicize our company's fund products and see if we can pull some funds in. Zhang Manqiu nodded slightly. I'll send a friend's circle when the time comes. Yi Dust, you lick dog should be quite a lot. When the time comes, it is estimated that many give you face to invest. There were very many second-generation disciples in the finance academy, and their families were all very rich, so a few $1 million was probably nothing to them. There's also Tang Yi, who is also very pretty and literary looking, and she should have a lot of dog lickers. Gotta put their dog-licking economy to use. The more money invested, when the time comes, as long as the rate of return is more than double, the extra portion his company can split 50%. For example, if the total fundraising is $100 million and it ends up being $300 million, then the company can take a $50 million cut. The more you earn, the more you share, and the more your customers can share. It's the equivalent of taking other people's money and making money for yourself, provided you have the ability to make money. Evening. Leaf Dust returned to the dormitory and read until 9:30. He then opened the U.S. stock market to look at the game and stock ticker. The stock is currently trading at $4.50, with a total market capitalization of $2.6 billion, which translates to roughly $18.4 billion market cap. This stock can be a super demon stock in the U.S. stock market. The stock price in January rose to a maximum of $120 U.S. dollars a share, compared to the price of $5 U.S. dollars, an increase of up to nearly 30 times, nearly a 30-fold increase in 1 month, which is pretty scary. 6 months ago this stock was priced at $0.8 a share. It will multiply over 100 times if it lurks in at that point. Next month is December, January 15th, before this super demon stock kicks in and will rise to its highest point by the 28th. U.S. stocks are T+0 rules. Buy on the same day and sell on the same day. More maneuverability. Yi Duan's goal was 20 times or more. As long as he could do 20 times, he's got a bit of a large body of money right now, and buying and selling can cause quite a bit of volatility, like yesterday's Jiangan Lithium. So to have a 20x rate is pretty darned good. The reason why Leaf Dust remembers this stock is because it was hot back then. Epic long/short battle. Retailers versus Wall Street. The headline was enough to cause sensationalism, and in the last world almost all investors around the world were aware of it. Several Wall Street organizations shorted game in, causing some retail investors to be upset. Many retail investors have banded together to drive up Gaimin's stock price against several short-selling organizations on Wall Street. There are other Wall Street institutions behind this as well. They're sniping at the few shorting organizations. Otherwise, how could retail investors alone stand up to the institutions? The end result was a dismal loss of nearly $20 billion for several shorting organizations. Many retail investors make 20 to 30 times their returns, and certain Wall Street institutions hidden behind the scenes make just as much money. Several shorting organizations have gone bankrupt or announced that they are getting out of the shorting business for good. This time Leaf Dust is going to be the organization that hides behind it. He's going to make a killing in this. Chapter 103, Ambush in Advance. Yi Duan opened the U.S. stock trading software on his computer. He began by transferring $100 million of the company's funds into the account, which he eventually converted into $14 million. Gaimin's current market cap is $2.5 billion, and $14 million going in tranches won't make much of a ripple. He divides the funds into dozens of buys of several $100,000 each. The 100 million renminbi going in didn't make Gaimin's share price fluctuate much. After buying these funds, Yi Duan did not continue to buy again. In 2 days to change another account to continue to buy. Getting too much money in a day might be a good idea, so be careful. After Yi Chuan finished his operation, he gave Lu Zixuan a word. Sister Xian, I just used the company's $100 million to buy some American stocks, and kept the rest to run the company. Lu Zixuan returned to him almost in seconds. Okay, little dust. How much free money do you have in your hands, Sister Xian? Almost $70 million combined from bank cards and securities accounts. And there are some time deposits in the bank, so I'll get them out if you need them. No need, Sister Xian. I'll tell you in advance if I need to. Since Yi Chuan wanted to make a big profit in the Gaimin, he needed to prepare enough money. He had to have a backhand, and he couldn't invest all the money in his hand. This opportunity, if seized, will result in a quantum leap in his money. The company's fund products should be able to catch up with this wave as well, and he will have a lot of money in his hands by then. Lu Zixuan sent another message. Dusty, do we want to invite the leaders of the Foundation Association to have a meal and give them some gifts or something? Although there is Zhao Shangming's relationship, we can't all trouble others later. If we can make a good relationship with them, it will be easier to do things in the future. Yi Chuan knew that she had a point. Sister Xian, we don't need it. When our company gets bigger and bigger with more and more benefits, they as shareholders will take the initiative to maintain the company's interests. If he didn't have connections, Yi Chuan might have chosen to send gifts and bribes. Because the social climate is such, some things can't be done at all without finding someone and giving them a gift. Even small things that can be done are sometimes deliberately put off. Lu Zixuan, well, your relationship with them will be fine if you can maintain it quite well all the time. The two had just finished chatting when Li Qingya took the initiative to send a message. Is Dusty done? Previously, it was Yi Duan who took the initiative to send it to her, but now the roles were swapped. Just got busy. Xinjia, let's go out and relax this weekend. Hearing relax, Li Qingya's pretty face slightly reddened. Somewhat shy, she typed a reply. Aha, where are we going for the weekend? Li Qingya thought for a moment and returned. How about a safari? Could be. Yi Duan felt that it didn't matter where he went. The main thing was that he had to go to the hotel in the afternoon. While chatting, he sent 2 messages of concern to Zhou Wanning as well. There's nothing wrong with caring about a girl when she's on her period. Yi Chuan didn't chat with them for too long, and after chatting for a while, he went to bed and rested. The next day, time officially entered December. The 20th and 21st of this month are the test dates for the preliminary graduate exams. He took the test at his own school. The exams were approaching and everyone was sprinting, giving Yi Duan a feeling of returning to the 2 months of the college entrance exam sprint. Coming out of the cafeteria, he walked towards the library carrying 2 cups of hot coffee. Halfway, Zhou Wenbin caught up. Yi Chuan, can I buy your coffee later? Leaf Dust froze for a moment. Why? I want Manchio to drink the coffee I bought. You go talk to her. Don't talk to me. Yi Duan continued to walk towards the library, no longer bothering with him. How in the world can there be such a person? This is no longer a normal licking dog. The ultimate licking dog is just that. Yi Chuan came to the library and sat next to Zhang Manchio. Manchio, have you ever felt that this winter is extra cold? Last year at this time I remember it wasn't this cold. Zhang Manchio opened her coffee and took a sip. It's a bit cold. Leaf Dust, just now Zhou Wenbin looked for me. Guess what he said? What did he say? Threaten you? That's not true. It just means he buys the coffee for later and he wants you to drink the coffee he buys. Zhang Manchio had long been accustomed to his dog-licking behavior. You promise? No, I just want to lick you alone. Zhang Manchio glared at him and turned her head to continue looking at the book. Yi Duan also started reading books to enrich his knowledge. Friday, December 3rd. Yesterday Yi Duan transferred $230 million out of the Dongkai Securities stock account to his bank card and then transferred $100 million into the US Stock Securities account. Last night he bought another $100 million of Game stock in installments. He currently has $360 million in his bank account. This demon stock, Game is different from domestic demon stocks. Domestic demon stocks are institutions, lobbyists and pulling up. And then there are a few retail investors can follow the soup. Most are leaks. Game the demon stock. The initial stage is a lot of retail investors to pull up. It was only later that certain institutions came on board and then pushed the envelope and together they harvested those few shorting institutions. Now that there were no big organizations in this area, it wasn't like anyone would notice him lurking in. Just after 5 in the afternoon, Yi Duan came to the parking lot, a little excited in his heart. He and Zhou Wanning had already made an appointment to go to dinner together in the evening. Tonight will be a very big night for him. 3 or 4 minutes later, Zhou Wanning came from the distance, wearing the down jacket that Yi Duan had bought for her and carrying an LV bag. It was now getting a little dark, and with the cold, the parking lot was almost invisible. Zhou Wanning opened and sat in the passenger seat. It's cold. Yi Duan made a double entendre. You'll be warm when you're full in a while. After that he started the car and drove away from the school towards the Golden Harbor restaurant. He had already booked the box in advance. It was Friday and there were more people eating. On the way, Zhou Wanning inquired about his review, and told him a little bit about how he plans to go home tomorrow. Yi Chuan didn't have anything to do tomorrow, so it was just as well that he planned to go see Zhou Jitsai. The company's fund products will soon be on the shelves for sale, and he will need his help to publicize them then. While not everyone in the group could trust him, some were on good terms with Zhou Jitsai, and it was that part of the clientele that he was trying to win over. Half an hour later, the two arrived at the restaurant. Leaf Dust asked for the things he found delicious last time again, also asked for a few extra wild Alaskan sea cucumbers to nourish the blood and vital energy, and to strengthen the yang and the kidneys. Even though he's young, the patch is stronger. The meal took the two of them about an hour. Coming out of the restaurant, Yichen drove Zhou Wanning straight to a nearby 5-star hotel. While he was eating, he looked online at nearby 5-star hotels, the closest of which was only a few kilometers away. Arriving at the hotel, he took one of the best suites. If you have money and don't enjoy it, you're out of your mind. He held Zhou Wanning's hand and walked into the elevator. At this moment, she looked slightly shy and had some anticipation for what was to come. It's the kind of thing that not only men think about, but women too. Zhou Wanning is 28 years old, and if she hasn't had a boyfriend, she's been holding it in for 28 years. She probably had an even stronger longing in her heart than Yi Duan. Chapter 104, Transformation from Boy to Man. The two came to the hotel room. Yi Chuan spoke. Wan Ning, are you really mentally prepared? Zhou Wanning nodded her head gently. Dusty, are you taking a shower? Wash them together? At her half push, the two walked into the bathroom together. The two had been intimate before, but not like this. Sister Ning, you have a great body, not a bit of flab. Yi Chuan seriously and carefully bathed her. Yi Chuan's body was very good. His abs were clearly visible, all because of the good base left from previous workouts. 10 minutes or so later, they came out of the bathroom. Sister Ning, if we break up later, will you regret today? Zhou Wanning froze for a moment. Regret what? Now that I like you, I'm willing to give everything to you. If it doesn't go to the end, maybe it's fate that hasn't arrived yet. Leaf Dust was relieved in his heart. That was good. He was worried that the two broke up Zhou Wanning would make a scene and affect his ability to communicate and talk to his other sisters. This night, Leaf Dust felt like he had matured and grown up. 8:30 a.m. The next day, it was only then that Yichen woke up and looked at Zhou Wanning in his arms, a smile on his face. He lay down for a while, then got up and washed up. Wash up and order a breakfast. When the waiter brought breakfast, Yi Duan came to the bedroom. Sister Ning, let's eat. It's 9 o'clock. Zhou Wanning lazily opened her eyes, then sat up and stretched. She put on her pajamas and walked out of bed. Her brow furrowed slightly as if she was in some discomfort. Yichen took out his cell phone and looked at it. Last night Li Qingya had sent him a message. What's Dusty doing? Yi Chuan replied. Qingya might be too tired these days, and she fell asleep last night without realizing it while lying in bed. Li Qingya quickly replied to him. You pay attention to your revision, or else don't play with stocks for the time being. Wait until you finish your exams. You've already earned quite a lot anyway. Yi Duan, as a professional stock speculator, you have to pay attention to domestic and international news every day, even if you don't play. If an opportunity arises, you may miss it. There are not many big opportunities in the market. I don't really understand. Dusty, you take care of yourself. It's okay, just a little back pain. Is it sitting too long? Sitting too long is bad for your back. Well done for too long. When Zhou Wanning came out after her bath,
Yi Chen finished chatting with Li Qingya and skillfully cleaned up the chat records. It was after 9 o'clock when I came out of the hotel after breakfast. Yi Duan drove toward the Star River Garden neighborhood, halfway to buy some fruit, seafood. When they came to Zhou Wanning's house, Zhou Jitsai and Zhou Mother were sitting on the sofa watching TV. Dusty's here. Zhou Jitsai and Zhou's mother rose to greet the guests, showing their respect for them. Yi Duan, Uncle Zhou, Auntie. Mother Zhou wore a smile on her face. Xiao Dust, sit down. Just treat this as your own home when you get here. No need to be polite. Zhou Wanning took the seafood and said, Mom, I want to eat the seafood you made. On the way Xiao Duan bought some. Okay, Mom will make it for you at lunch. Mother and daughter walked into the kitchen with seafood and fruit. Zhou Wanning washed a few fruits and brought them to the two of them. Zhou Ji just opened his mouth and said, Daughter, your college newly transferred to a vice president. Quite young, you know? Zhou Wanning nodded. I know. It seems like I'm only 35. Zhou Jitsai, he is a colleague of my students. Their own ability. The family background is also quite powerful. Your school's key colleges of the deputy dean, deputy hall level position, equivalent to other cities of the municipal party committee deputy secretary, but cannot be so then. In terms of the status of the right is still the municipal party committee deputy secretary of the higher. After saying that he continued, yesterday that co-worker mentioned something to me, saying that you don't have a date yet, and he doesn't have a date either. So what do you think about arranging for the two of you to meet? Zhou Wanning, he's 35. He's 7 years older than me. Don't see it. If you don't see it, you don't see it. It's most important that my daughter is happy. Zhou Jitsai doted on her. Zhou Wanning, I'm going to help my mom cook. Only when he left, Zhou Ji said to Yi Chen with a bitter smile, the daughter has grown up, and the parents are worried. Worried that the daughter won't be able to find a good partner and be unhappy in the future. Yi Duan, Uncle Zhou Ning is so beautiful and has such a good personality. She will definitely find a suitable partner. Quite a few people in our school are chasing after Ning. Zhou Jitsai heard him praising his daughter and a smile appeared on his face. Dusty, do you prefer older or younger than you? Yi Duan smiled back. I don't have any requirements for age. I think as long as the two people are compatible in all aspects, it doesn't matter if they are a little older or a little younger. Zhou Jitsai nodded slightly. How is it over at Little Dust Company? When can the fund products start raising funds? It's still under review. I'm not sure exactly how many days. It should be soon. Leaf Dust is also waiting for the review to go through. He thought that maybe another 10 or 8 days should be about right. The two chatted for a while about the future direction of the company, and then talked about the stock market and the world economic landscape. Had lunch. Yi Duan sat for a while and then excused himself and left. Zhou Wanning hurried back to her room for her lunch break after he left. She didn't tell her mom and dad about the two of them. She has her ideas. If she could be sure that the two would go all the way, she wouldn't tell mom and dad until then. Telling mom and dad now and not ending up together will add some psychological burden to them. As for doing that kind of thing with Yi Chen, it was something that was normal between couples nowadays. She'd wanted to feel and taste what it was like to be a woman for as long as she'd been alive. Yi Chuan returned to the school, laid down in the dormitory and slept. Woke up already at 6 o'clock, and Xing Chao's trio hadn't come back yet. He woke up and looked at his phone and realized that Zhang Dongxue had just sent him a message. Cui Tingting and that Zhao Pengfei went out again. Leaf Dust already had the evidence in his hands and didn't need to go out and arrest them again. I know. He got up and simply washed up and went to the cafeteria for dinner. When I got back to my dorm, I started reading. 9 o'clock at night. Yi Duan opened the U.S. stock market and looked at some of the news on the U.S. stock forum. The explosion of gay men's is when someone organizes within the forums and it starts to skyrocket. Chapter 105, More Educational Films. It's Saturday and the U.S. stock market is closed until Monday for regular trading. He read the U.S. stock forums for a while, then looked at the domestic futures market. Shanghai Tin futures, according to the memory of this month's rise of only 4 or 5 points, 10 times the leverage is 40 or 50 points of the rise. About $20 million of earnings. $20 million a month is definitely not a small amount. It's just that the power coal futures that Yi Duan played before, the ups and downs are so exaggerated that it doesn't seem like a good increase of a few points right now. He's got a lot of money now, and a few points up is tens of millions of dollars. It used to be that doubling stocks only yielded a few $1 million. The kind of doubling demon stock funds cannot play. Hundreds of thousands, small millions can still play a game. He now has all the money he actually needs to sit on his own and harvest retail investors, but this kind of money is earned with a bad conscience. To make it you have to make institutional money or go to US stocks to make US money. At 10 o'clock, Li Qingya sent him a message. Is Dusty still reviewing? Yi Duan, just went to bed to rest. Qingya, tomorrow I'll drive to school to pick you up and we'll go on a safari together. Drive? Did you buy it, Dusty? Li Qingya was a bit surprised. Leaf Dust, bought a car for transportation. It's not convenient to take a taxi. What kind of car did you buy? Mercedes Big G. Li Qingya only knows about Mercedes-Benz, and doesn't know much about the specific series division. How much did you pay for it? It's like over $3 million, and it's better equipped. You're still a student. Why did you buy such an expensive car? Save some money and don't spend it recklessly. Yi Duan smiled slightly. Not even married yet, and you want to be my housekeeper? Ha! The corner of Li Qingya's mouth rose slightly. Then are you willing to let me be your housekeeper? Yes, of course. Leaf Dust loved her in high school and still does. After completing his life transformation with Zhou Wanning last night, he realized that this kind of thing could really increase feelings. In his heart, he wanted to pamper and love her, and the idea of breaking up was not there at all. I'm really not a slag. I just want to give every girl a home. Li Qingya's heart was happy to see his reply. Dusty, you're not allowed to leave me no matter what happens from now on. Yi Chen's eyes lit up. No matter what happens, you're not allowed to leave me. Let's both pull the hook. The two agreed on what time they would leave tomorrow, and then they went to bed early. He hadn't been able to tell Qingya Li how much money he had made. Money is quite a test of humanity sometimes. Never try a human nature. He also didn't tell Qingya Li about opening a company. Li Qingya currently only knew that he was making more than $10 million in the stock market. 6 o'clock the next morning, Yi Duan resumed his lively state, and the young man's body was crunchy and awesome. He jogged a few laps around the playground and worked out for a while before heading to the cafeteria for breakfast. After breakfast, he drove to Fudan University in a big Mercedes-Benz G. A little more than half an hour later, he pulled up to the curb near the entrance to the school. 3 minutes later he saw Li Qingya walk out from the school entrance. He stepped out of the car and opened his mouth to shout, "Saya!" Li Qingya's pretty face broke into a smile when she saw him and trotted over to hold his arm intimately. Leaf Dust, seeing the big black Mercedes-Benz next to her, she asked curiously, "Is this the car you bought?" "Yeah, come on, let's go on safari." Li Qingya sat in the co-pilot seat. "Yichuan, I don't think you look like you have an anxiety disorder. What anxiety irritation disappears when I see you?" 9 o'clock in the morning, the two arrived at the Zhanghai City Safari Park, which is very large and covers almost every species. There were quite a few people here on the weekend, many of them families with children and some couples. Leaf Dust had never been to a zoo before, and this was the first time. Many of the animals he had only seen online. The reality of seeing them in person was a different feeling. The two wandered quickly but for 3 or 4 hours. From the zoo, he drove Li Qingya to an international chain of 5-star hotels. He got a room and went to the hotel restaurant for lunch. The food in the restaurant is very expensive. A serving of the cheapest vegetables costs several $100s, and seafood and everything costs several $1,000s. Yi Duan ordered things such as king crab, australopithecine, shrimp with cetos, and sea cucumber Buddha jumping over the wall. Yichuan is too expensive here, isn't it? A meal costs tens of thousands of dollars. Although Li Qingya's family was quite well off, she had never eaten such an expensive meal. She has a good family just on the old county side. It's not worth mentioning in the big international city of Zhanghai City. Yichuan smiled. "Qingya, I want to take you to eat all the delicious food in the world. Don't worry about the price. I can make money." Li Qingya, then you can't be so extravagant. It's easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but hard to go from extravagance to frugality. If you spoil me like that, if I run out of money in the future, I might run away with someone else. Leaf Dust, makes sense. We'll just eat it once in a while. We definitely can't eat it every day. The food came up quickly, and Li Qingya just said it was great, but once she ate it, she couldn't stop. Every meal was cooked to perfection and appetizing, especially since both were a little hungry after a couple hours of wandering around the zoo. Had lunch. Yi Chen took her to the hotel's luxury suite by elevator. Walking into the room, Li Qingya's pretty face was scarlet, a little shy and squirming. Yi Chen reached out and wrapped his hand around her with a bad smile on his face. "Baby Qingya." Li Qingya looked at him shyly. "You, don't mess around." Leaf Dust lowered his head and kissed. It didn't take long for the two to lie under the covers and snuggle together. Li Qingya's pretty face was red and she looked nervous and apprehensive. "Said we couldn't do that. I'm as good as my word." Yi Duan was not in a hurry at all. It was already like this. It was a matter of time. "Qingya, let's watch a movie for a while." Well, what movie?" "I'll show you foreign movies. Educational ones that will teach you knowledge and stuff." After saying that, Yi Duan opened his phone and let her watch the prepared movie, mainly for her to learn something. At around 4 in the afternoon, Yichuan drove Li Qingya back to school. He got back to school just after 5 and came straight to the cafeteria to eat. "Brother, this way." Zhao Jing and Su Hui were also eating, and when they saw him finish his meal they hurriedly opened their mouths and shouted. Yi Duan sat across from her. "Xiao Jing hasn't seen you for a few days." "Zhao Jing, I was about to ask you, why haven't I seen you in the past few days?" Chapter 106, Start of Fundraising. It's not that the exam is coming soon. It's rather busy.
All of them are reviewing until very late to eat, and your time is staggered,
Yi Duan explained while eating.
Zhao Jing nodded her head gently.
Studying for the exam feels the same as when I took the college entrance exam. I see that some people still read when they eat. Leaf dust, do you have many classes?
Zhao Jing,
it's not bad, but classes are pretty full every day.
And shall we and I signed up for other courses.
Have dinner and come out of the cafeteria. Yi Duan opened his mouth and said, it's too cold now.
You guys go back to the dormitory earlier.
And when I'm not busy after the exams,
I'll take you guys out to play. Zhao Jing sniffed with a smile on her face.
Okay brother Yi Chen. Okay brother Yi Duan. Su Hui learned Zhao Jing's clipped voice. Back to the dorms.
Yi Chuan opened his computer and sent a message to Zhou Wanning.
Did Sister Ning come to school?
Zhou Wanning, coming.
I took a cab over this afternoon. Are you okay, Sister Ning?
I'm taking another day off at the dorm today. Zhou Wanning had a smile on her lips.
Who made you act like a hungry wolf?
Yi Chuan, Sister Ning, why do I feel that yesterday I was the prey and you were the hunter?
What hunter-gatherer?
What kind of description is that? It should be a pair of birds and a piano. Sister Ning is worthy of being a teacher.
She's very knowledgeable. I'll treat you to a classic movie someday. Just after replying to Zhou Wanning, Li Qingya sent him a message. What is Dusty doing? Reading a book. Qingya didn't review it? I missed you.
After the two of them break through some boundaries, Li Qingya does not hide the fact that she likes and misses him inside.
Yi Duan, I miss you too Qingya. You're so nice today.
When Li Qingya saw his message, she knew what he was talking about and her pretty face slightly reddened.
No talking.
Yi Chuan chatted with Li Qingya and Zhou Wanning for a long time.
Approaching the exam,
Yi Duan had nothing to do but stay at school and read books.
There was no more going out to spend time with Zhou Wanning and Li Qingya and watching educational movies.
Zhou Wanning is also working quite a lot and is working overtime on weekends.
When the time came on December 13th, 9:30 in the morning,
Yi Chuan and Zhang Manxue were reading a book when the phone suddenly rang.
It was Lu Zixuan's call.
Dusty, our fund product has passed the audit and we can start raising funds today.
Yi Dust, then start collecting funds.
The collection period of a month's time.
How much money can be collected counts how much money. After the people are full, they will enter the closed period to start operating. A moment to send the link to me. Okay. Hanging up the phone, Lu Zixuan sent him the link 5 minutes later.
At the same time on the company's website, app, Jitterbug, public number and other platforms are open to purchase channels. The purchase threshold is 1 million to buy.
This is the official minimum amount.
Private equity funds are very restrictive,
with a maximum of 200 people and a minimum amount of $1 million or more,
and are still mainly targeted at the middle class and above. Yi Duan sent the link to the group of 5 people to publicize it, and also sent it to Zhou Jitsai's group.
Dear uncles and aunts, our company's fund product, Dusty Xing Global Investment No. 1 has passed the audit, and today we start to collect funds. The collection period is 1 month, or people are full to close. Interested uncles and aunts can take a look. The company's site is also being publicized, with stock postings, the Sheikh Enterprise, and several large securities firms such as Dongkai Securities and Huaxin Securities. Zhou Ji just sent him a message. Dusty, your company's product is online?
Yes Uncle Zhou, the review was passed today,
and the collection period is set for 1 month. Okay, I'll get some then.
He became the firm's first client, with a buy-in capital of $20 million. After Zhou Jitsai's purchase, the amount of money raised on each platform had become $20 million.
Number of subscribers, 1.
Some people in the financial circle of Jianghai City are also paying attention to the first product of Dustin Company. They wanted to see how big and how fast Dustin raised money.
Life as a dream has been very hot in the circle in recent times.
A few months in the stock market. Futures market wildly earned 6 or 700 million.
That's a record that is good enough to seal the deal.
And few compare.
Yi Duan's reputation among retail investors is very large, and now the company's fund product publicity, which is personally handled by him, still attracts the attention of many investors.
There is no shortage of wealthy retail investors.
More than 20 retail investors bought Dustin Global Investment 1 in the morning. Of the 20 or so people, most of them purchased 1 or 2 million, and only a few bought 5 million. Despite Yi Duan's fame, this is retail investors' hard-earned money.
They don't dare to invest that much money at once.
Zhou Jitsai's group chat. There are 9 people bought his company's fund products.
The average person probably invested about 2 million.
Everyone was cautious,
which seemed normal to Yi Duan. In the afternoon, one after another, more than 20 retail investors to buy products.
The amount is mostly 1 or 2 million.
Nearly 50 investors had purchased in a day's time, which was good enough for Yi Duan.
As soon as 200 people are filled,
the fund purchase quota will be filled and investments can begin to be made at that time.
In the evening, Yi Duan also publicized the company's products on his jittery voice. He has 200,000 Shake Shack followers. The previous video exposing Lu Zhenzhong,
the managing director of Xing Investment Company, has been reported down. Leaf dust has not been posted again. It is enough for everyone to know the truth. A dozen more retail investors were added in the evening after he publicized his Shakeology account. The pre-funding was relatively smooth, and in 3 days there were already 136 investors who had purchased, and the amount had already reached $240 million. Many of these investor purchases are due to Leaf dust.
Zhang Manqiu, Tang Yi, Fang Jifeng and Zhao Shangming also pulled in roughly a dozen investors,
all of whom were friends of some second-generation circles or their lickspittles.
The rate of collection dropped significantly in the latter days, with only a few purchases a day. Exams begin on December 20th. The exam officially ended at 4 o'clock in the afternoon of the 21st,
and Yi Duan did not feel any difficulty.
He came out of the exam room and called Xing Chao. It's time to tell him about Tristan.
Hey,
how did old Yi do on the exam? Xing Chao's tone was relaxed,
looking like he felt he did quite well on the exam.
Yi Duan smiled and said, "It's not bad.
There's nothing wrong with the top few places.
How about you? Just blow it off. I think it should be fine. I'll meet you in front of the school. There's something I need to talk to you about."
Xing Chao was a bit curious.
"If there's anything you want to do on the phone, just say it directly. I can't tell you over the phone. I'll meet you in front of the school. Come quickly. It's a big deal."
"I know. I'm going over there."
"What's the big deal? You still have to go to the school gate to talk about it. You can't talk about it back in the dormitory."
Xing Chao was still a bit gibberish, because he had wanted to talk to Tristan on the phone for a while.
Chapter 107, Telling Xing Chao About Being Green. 5 minutes later,
Xing Chao came to the south entrance of the school.
He saw Yi Duan and said, "Old Yi, in the end, what is the matter? So secretive? Let's go. Buy you dinner."
Xing Chao froze for a moment.
"Not old way and old phone?
Leaf dust. You'll know why you don't call him that in a moment." He brought Xing Chao to a restaurant near the school and ordered a few random dishes.
"Old Yi, what exactly are you looking for me for?"
Xing Chao's heart was puzzled.
"Leaf dust. It's about Cui Tingting."
Xing Chao froze for a moment and had a bad feeling in his heart.
"What happened to Ting Ting? What do you think?"
Leaf dust asked him rhetorically,
wanting to see if he had noticed anything.
Xing Chao thought for a few seconds, looking at her with a hint of panic in his expression.
What the hell? He could actually probably guess what Yi Chen was going to say.
Since Yi Chen had talked about Cui Tingting, it must be something related to Cui Tingting.
There's no point in swallowing if it's something good. It must be something bad. What bad thing has to do with me as a boyfriend?
Guess it's probably possible that Cui Tingting has another man. That's why there was a flash of panic in his eyes.
Yi Duan spoke. It's just as you thought. Cui Tingting has fooled around with other guys.
Xing Chao's brain buzzed when he saw him say it himself,
instantly going down in blank. It took a good 10 seconds or so to respond. Impossible.
It's impossible for Ting Ting to do such a thing.
Old Yi, are you joking with me? Don't make such jokes in the future. Xing Chao couldn't accept this fact. Yi Duan, we buddies a few years. I will take this kind of thing to joke. This is the video, you look at it yourself.
He opened the video from the hotel for Xing Chao to see. The video that was recorded at the beginning of Cui Tingting and Zhao Pengfei was deleted, and there was enough video from the hotel. Cui Tingting and Zhao Pengfei can be clearly seen in the video as the two of them walk into the hotel together and into the hotel room.
After half an hour came out of the room together. After coming out, Cui Tingting held Zhao Pengfei's arm with both hands, as if she had just gotten great satisfaction. When he finished watching the video, Xing Chao's face turned blue and extremely ugly. Who the is this guy?
Yi Duan, her sophomore brother Zhao Pengfei.
What? Are you planning to go find trouble with him?
You have to distinguish the nature of things in this matter.
Without Zhao Pengfei there will be Li Pengfei and Tang Pengfei as well. Besides, now is the rule of law society. What are you going to do? In order to a person who does not love you, to take their own life, your parents to raise you to grow up, to become a talent, you know how much they pay, how much hardship, the most love you are them. Xing Chao didn't say anything as he was calming himself. Soon the same kind of meal came up.
Yi Chuan asked for a bottle of white wine. He poured a glass for Xing Chao and one for himself.
There are plenty of beautiful women in the world. Why hang yourself on one tree? Old Xing, let's drink one.
Xing Chao picked up the wine cup and drank it all in one go.
Fortunately it was a small cup. To two cups.
Drink two, he would have to fall down.
How did you know about this? Old Yi? Yi Duan, Chen Dongxue told me. The two of them went out more than once.
Xing Chao, ******.
I'm so blind.
Yi Duan took out a cigarette and handed it to him.
Smoke one? Xing Chao took it and lit one up. When did you know how to smoke? Old Yi? Haven't seen you smoke. Leaf dust. It would have been a long time ago.
Xing Chao's cell phone suddenly rang. It was Cui Tingting calling.
Seeing her call, Xing Chao's face sank as he picked up the phone. How did Chao Chao do on his test? Off. You? Think I don't know about you and Zhao Pengfei? Cui Tingting, I didn't think you were this kind of person. Cui Tingting's face changed drastically.
She didn't expect Xing Chao to know these things.
Who did you listen to? Zhao Pengfei is just my schoolmate. You must have misunderstood. Xing Chao, you two went to a hotel room together and I misunderstood too? You're not going to tell me that you two didn't do anything in the hotel and just watched TV. Cui Tingting was speechless with dislike. After being angrily scolded by Xing Chao, only then did she have a chance to speak. Chao Chao, I really like you in my heart. I was seduced by him. I didn't resist the temptation, but I still like you more in my heart. I promise to ignore him again in the future. Give me another chance, okay? Cui Tingting felt some regret in her heart. In her heart, she still liked Xing Chao more than anything else, and she also liked Zhao Pengfei a little bit. When Yi Chen heard her words, his expression froze, associating himself. Scum girl, get the hell out of here. Xing Chao cursed and hung up his cell phone. Yi Chuan dryly coughed. Old Xing, if you really like her, why don't you try to forgive her once? Xing Chao froze for a moment. Old Ji, what the hell are you talking about? Yi Duan said with a smile. I'll try to test you. Think about it. You should think about it like this. Playing with someone else's wife for so long for nothing. You've made a big ing profit. Xing Chao laughed. It makes sense. It's much more comfortable in your heart if you think about it like that. The two ended up finishing the bottle of white wine, almost half each. After returning to the dormitory, Xing Chao laid down on the bed and fell asleep directly. Wei Xiangyu and Feng Bing curiously asked, "What's wrong with old Xing? How much white wine are you drinking?" Leaf dust. He broke up with Cui Tingting and is not feeling well. Wei Xiangyu and Feng Bing nodded slightly. So that was how it was. There was some dark joy in the hearts of the two men. Some relatives and friends that want you to have a good life, but don't want you to have a better life than they do. This was the kind of thought that Wei Xiangyu and Feng Bing had within their hearts. Yi Chen had seen it in his last life, so he didn't tell a few people how much money he had earned. Too much can create jealousy within a person. No one is perfect. Everyone has strengths and weaknesses. Like Wei Xiangyu and Feng Bing, he felt it was fine to be ordinary friends. Old Xing can be a deep friend. He's a good character. Leaf Dust opened his computer and looked at the game and stock on the US stock market. He was going to buy another $100 million in game and stock today. How did Dusty do on the exam? Zhou Wanning sent a message inquiring. Yi Duan, the first few places are not a big problem. Don't worry, Sister Ning. Did you tell him about Xing Chao? Zhou Wanning remembered Xing Chao and Cui Tingting's affair. Leaf Dust, I just came back from dinner with him. The guy had too much to drink and was sleeping. Zhou Wanning, how is the fundraising going? Yi Duan looked at the company group. Dust Xing Global Investment 1, 360 million raised. Number of investors, 156. We're 44 people short of raising $360 million, and now we're getting about 6 or 7 purchases a day. Zhou Wanning, according to this trend another week should be almost enough. Well, there's no rush, you can wait. Yi Dust was not in a hurry. The game would not be launched until the 10th or so of January, and there were still more than 20 days to go. Chapter 108, Lu Zixuan's birthday. While Yi Chen and Zhou Wanning were chatting, Li Qingya sent him a message. Dusty, I just came back from dinner with my roommate. How did you feel about the exam? Leaf Dust, not much of a problem. It feels like the exam questions are all very simple. Li Qingya, don't talk big. It'll be a shame if you fail the exam. Yi Chuan remembered Li Qingya's cherry mouth and scallion jade finger, and his heart was a little foolish. Is Saya going out for the weekend? Li Qingya, it's cold now. Where to go? How about going to the hotel to watch a movie? Li Qingya's pretty face blushed. I don't like watching movies. Leaf Dust, nonsense. Last time you watched it more carefully than I did. Immediately after that, he sent a message to Zhou Wanning. Sister Ning, let's go to the movies on the weekend. Zhou Wanning, well, there are a couple of pretty good movies coming up in the near future. After talking to the two men for a while, it was 9:30 p.m. Yi Duan once again used $100 million to buy GameStage's shares in batches in the U.S. stock market. He was busy until 12 o'clock at night. Currently his total GameStage holdings amount to 300 million RMB and over $40 million. If we can reach 20 times our initial target, that's 6 billion yuan, or about $800 million. He is not greedy with more than 30 times. The cake cannot be eaten alone. Eat too much easy to die. Share some of the others are happy. The next morning, Yi Duan drove his Porsche Panamera to a shopping mall near the Bund. There are many big international jewelry brands here. Today is Lu Zixuan's birthday and he came over to buy a birthday present. Yi Chuan planned to buy some gifts for Li Qingya and Zhou Wanning as well. He wandered around the mall, looking at the various international top luxury brands. Lu Zixuan's temperament was elegant and mature, and Yi Chen bought her an exquisite necklace. In fact, she didn't lack these things. It didn't matter if the things were expensive or not. The main thing was Yi Chuan's heart. Yi Chuan bought necklaces and bracelets for Zhou Wanning and Li Qingya as well. Then he went to buy Wang Yusin a few sets of clothes for winter wear, inside and out. When he saw the store's underwear, his face showed hesitation, worrying that Wang Yusin has been wearing poor quality underwear is not good for the body.
The shopgirl smiled and asked, "Are you buying lingerie for your girlfriend, sir?" Leaf Dust glanced at the shopgirl. "Yes, I don't know how large she is. You can compare me, sir. I'm wearing a 34C, the shopgirl said with a smile on her face, looking friendly and kind. Yi Duan's eyes froze. Being rich was good. Beautiful women are offering to show you. This kind of international top luxury brand stores, underwear cheapest are 1,800, expensive thousands, tens of thousands of also have. Normally people who could come to this kind of store to buy things were either rich or wealthy. The saleswoman knew exactly who was coming, and she was looking for a chance to be seen by the rich man so she wouldn't have to work for it. Yi Duan looked at her figure. "It seems to be similar to yours. Then sir, just buy this model. It definitely fits. And our brand's underwear is top-notch in both material and workmanship." Yi Duan bought a few sets of underwear before leaving the mall. He then drove to Dustin Capital Investments. The company's staff is busy and many clients are inquiring about the specifics of the fund's products. Yi Chuan came to Lu Zixuan's office. Lu Zixuan smiled when she saw him and said, "Dusty is here. How did you do on the exam?" "There's no problem with the exam. Sister Xian, today is your birthday. Has the cake been ordered?" Yi Chuan asked as he sat across from her. Lu Zixuan nodded slightly. "It's ordered, and will be delivered to the house when the time comes." Yi Duan, "Sister Xian, you buy me 2 more cars. Buy a Rolls-Royce Cullinan and a Bentley. It's not very convenient to have only 2 cars right now." The Porsche was used by him and Zhou Wanning, and the Mercedes Big G was used by Li Qingya, Wang Yusen, Zhao Jing, and the others would have to use something else or risk being discovered. Lu Zixuan, "Well, I'll find someone to order it. Sister Xian, you go ahead and get busy. I'll go to the office." Yi Duan came to the chairman's office. He almost rarely came to the office, but it's very clean, and it's cleaned every day. He turned on his computer and looked at the company's only product, Dustin Global Investments 1. 3 people have already purchased $1 million amount today. Yi Duan's face is calm. "Wait for it, later you will regret buying too little." Bang, bang, bang. There was a knock on the door. "Come in." Wang Lian walked in, a document in his hand. "Mr. Yi, this is the company's recent financial expenditure statement, which is also available within the company's office system." Yi Duan took it and looked at it. The company's expenses for this period of time were nearly $10 million. The big part of it is Yi Duan's 2 cars, and various other expenses such as company renovation, website, app, and labor. "Xiao Yun, has your brother's dowry come together enough?" Wang Liyun nodded slightly. "I transferred the money to my parents last month, and the dowry money was given to the woman." "When's the wedding?" "Getting married at the end of the year." Yi Chen opened his mouth and reminded her, "Little Cloud, you must not forget what you promised me before." Wang Liyun's pretty face reddened and closed her mouth. Seeing her reaction, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly in a smile. "You're not going to back out, are you?" Wang Liyun's pretty face was red. I didn't." Yi Chuan looked her up and down. Wang Liyun was dressed fashionably. Black silk wrap dress, high heels, long wavy curly hair draped over her shoulders. Professional dress for a new age working woman. In his last life he had fantasized countless times about how cool it would be to have a girlfriend like that. Now he can casually realize it. It's nice to have money. A bad smile appeared on Yi Chuan's face. "Little Cloud, come here." Wang Liyun walked over to him with red cheeks. She didn't really have much resistance in her heart. Yi Chuan laughed when he saw her appearance. "Your cheeks are so red. Are you afraid that I'll do something to you?" Wang Liyun lowered her head, her hands grasping together uneasily. "Mr. Yi, I have to go to work." Yi Chuan reached out and grabbed one of her hands, white and soft, with long, slender fingers. It was beautiful. Wang Liyun pursed her lips, her heart nervous and apprehensive. "Leaf Dust, the hands are quite beautiful. It looks like a person with a good mind. Get to work. The fund product is due to go live in a couple of days, and you'll be busy as second head of the fund then." Wang Liyun stepped on her high heels and walked out. Yi Duan felt that it was so cool to be a scumbag and play as much as he wanted. Isn't this the ideal of life that I was pursuing in my last life? I didn't think it would come true now. Now the goal can be set a little higher. To become the world's top capital and look down on the world. Today, Leaf Dust had stayed at the company. At 5 p.m. The company closes, though there are some employees who have to stare at their cell phones even after they go back. They need to reply, explain, and introduce the company's products if a customer inquires about them. Yi Chuan drove and followed Lu Zixuan to the Chui Jingmingzhu neighborhood where she lived. Getting out of the car, the two headed toward the elevator. "Dusty, is this a gift for me?" Lu Zixuan asked curiously as she looked at the bag he was carrying in his hand. Yi Chen nodded slightly. "I bought a necklace for you, Sister Xian. I don't know if Sister Xian likes it." Lu Zixuan's pretty face contained a smile. "Sister likes all the things you give to Sister." Little Dust. When they came home,
Lu Zixuan and Yi Chen both changed into their pajamas and then cooked dinner together. Birthday cake was delivered during that time. The two were busy for over an hour making dinner. When the meal was brought to the table, Yi Chuan opened the cake. Sister Xian light the candles and make a wish. Lu Zixuan lit the candles, put her hands together, closed her eyes and made a wish, and finally blew out the candles. Dusty, have some cake. Lu Zixuan cut a piece of cake and handed it to him. The cake tasted great, better than any cake he'd ever had before, and expensive just isn't the same. At this moment, Yi Chen's cell phone suddenly rang. It was a call from his dad. Sister Xian, my father's phone. I'll take a call first. Chapter 109, The Flavor of a Temperamental Female President. Dad. Yi Duan picked up the phone with a cordial tone. Yi Xiefeng smiled and asked, did Xiaodust finish your graduate school exams? How did you do? Leaf dust, after the test, Dad. I don't think it's a big problem. Yi Xiefeng heard his son's words, heart put down the heart. Xiaodust, you now still have no speculation in the stock market? It's fried. What's up, Dad? I've heard people say that stock speculation can be addictive, and powerful ones have lost their homes and jumped to their deaths. You've made so much, don't play that. It's not a good thing. Yi Duan, Dad, don't worry. My son has grown up and knows what's in his heart. Yi Xiefeng, well, Dad is just reminding you. Have you eaten yet? A friend had a birthday and was planning on eating it. Then you guys eat first. Hang up. Lu Zixuan smiled and said, Uncle just said he won't let you speculate in stocks? Yi Chuan nodded slightly. My parents, they don't know much about this industry, but my dad is right. This stock market thing is a disaster for people with poor self-control, or certain people with a high level of gambling, and it can cause people to lose all their money and jump to their deaths. Lu Zixuan poured him a glass of red wine. Uncle doesn't know your segment. You now belong to the main institution in the market, not an ordinary retailer. Our company is still small. A few $100 million is unremarkable, but if we make bright results, I believe we will grow into a $10 billion private equity in the shortest possible time. After saying that, Yi Chen raised his glass. Sister Xian wishes you a happy birthday. Cheers. Cheers. The two of them took a sip of red wine and began to eat. Dinner was cooked by Lu Zixuan. Her cooking skills were not bad, somewhat improved from before. The two chatted as they ate. How are Xiaodust and your girlfriend doing? Lu Zixuan asked curiously. Leaf Dust heatedly smiled. It's quite good. Lu Zixuan looked at him with a smile. How far did it go? Did you do that kind of thing? Not yet, but everything else is done. Lu Zixuan smiled faintly, and in her heart, she was a little envious of Yi Chen's girlfriend. Dusty really envies your girlfriend. Bring it here sometime and let sister take a look. Okay, Ko. Lu Zixuan asked with a beaming smile. Little Dust, you just said that you've done everything else. What are you referring to? You should understand. Sister Xian, right? Sister doesn't understand. It's just those things between male and female couples. Sister Xian, do you want to fall in love too? I've wanted to for a long time, but couldn't find the right person. Yi Chuan smiled through the wine and said, does Sister Xian see me as suitable? Lu Zixuan blanked him a glance. Charming flavor. Good eye, you small dust. All dare to open Xian sister's joke law. Between jokes, the bottle of red wine was finished by both of them, and the meal was full. She gathered up the dishes in the kitchen. Yi Chen sat on the sofa and looked at his cell phone. Li Qingya had just sent him a message. What's Dusty doing? Yi Duan replied. A friend of Qingya's had a birthday. I'm out having dinner with them. Oh, haven't finished dinner yet? When are you going back? Yi Duan, after dinner I still have to go sing. It may be very late to go back. Qingya, you go to bed early. We'll go out again on the weekend. Li Qingya, okay, then you play with your classmates. I'll go watch some drama. After the two chatted, Yi Chen sent a message to Wang Yusin. What's Uxin doing? Reading a book. You finished your exams and you're still reading? It's okay, I like to read. How did the test go? I think it's pretty simple. Yi Chen chatted with Wang Yusin for a while, and then chatted with Zhou Wanning for a while. When she finished talking to them, Lu Zixuan finished cleaning up and walked out from the kitchen. Dusty wants some more cake? Yi Duan, do not eat Sister Xian. Put it in the refrigerator, it is easy to break in the heat of the house. Lu Zixuan cut a small piece and put the rest in the refrigerator. She sat on the couch with the cake and took a bite of it with her fork. Then he forked another bite of cake for Leaf Dust. Here Dusty, have some. Leaf Dust opened his mouth and took a bite. Lu Zixuan said as she ate. Doesn't Dusty chat with his girlfriend at night? Leaf Dust, I just chatted. I said it was my friend's birthday. She went to catch up on her drama. Lu Zixuan laughed. Does she know you're accompanying a female on her birthday? Leaf Dust, certainly do not know. To say as a female have to be jealous. Although Xian's sister we do not have anything, but inevitably will think more. He had just finished speaking when Lu Zixuan handed over the cake and he was about to open his mouth to eat it. Suddenly Lu Zixuan covered the cake over his mouth in one go, getting cream all over her cheeks. Ha ha. Lu Zixuan was all smiles.
Leaf Dust froze for a moment and reacted by grabbing her wrist.
I'm not polite, Sister Xian.
When he finished he buried his face in her arms,
buttercream and all,
rubbing against her nightgown.
Lu Zixuan's body was mature, sexy and plump.
Her pretty face was slightly red, not sure if it was because she had drunk a lot of wine or something else.
Seeing her beautiful and moving appearance,
Yi Chen hugged her with both hands.
Lu Zixuan looked at him,
her pretty face red, her eyes flirtatious with a hint of ecstasy. She had actually had thoughts about Yi Chen for a long time,
just didn't do anything about it due to various factors. Both sides are a little bit in love right now.
Yi Duan had a crush on the temperamental female president in his last life and wanted something to happen.
He kissed it.
Lu Zixuan slightly closed her eyes.
The next morning,
Yi Chuan woke up and saw that Lu Zixuan had already woken up,
snuggling in his arms out of his mind, not knowing what he was thinking about. Lu Zixuan saw him waking up and spoke. Xiao Duan,
Sister Xian doesn't want to ruin your relationship with your girlfriend.
This is the first time we're going to do this, and it's also the last time. She doesn't want to be a mistress either.
Yi Chen's heart was delighted. This was simply too good for him.
There's no responsibility for getting things done.
More good things like that.
Sister Xian, I know what you mean. Was last night the first time for you, little dust?
Lu Zixuan asked curiously.
Yes, every day has a first. Sister Xian, not only do you have a good figure, you also have a good personality.
Lu Zixuan blankly glanced at him.
Isn't your girlfriend better in your heart? You're all fine.
Li Qingya is that kind of innocent style.
Lu Zixuan is the mature model.
The two have completely different styles. Chapter 110, Xing Chao has a girlfriend again.
Half an hour later. Just now Lu Zixuan just seemed to have forgotten what she said herself. After breakfast, Lu Zixuan drove to the company while Yi Chen went back to school. There was nothing going on at the company right now, and he'd be idle if he went, so he might as well go back to school and read a book. After returning to school, Yi Duan came to the library.
See Zhang Manqiu at the old location. Leaf Dust came to her side with a few books.
Manqiu has finished her exams and is still reading so carefully? Zhang Manqiu, there's no harm in reading more. It's not like the preliminary graduate exams mean anything.
The two had spent the previous month or so reading books in the library. Sometimes Zhang Manqiu was still a little uncomfortable when she couldn't see him.
Habits become nature. When something becomes a habit,
it is equivalent to planting a seed in one's heart that slowly germinates and grows. If something that germinates and grows one day
suddenly disappears,
it will certainly be very uncomfortable inside. Although Yi Chen hadn't had anything happen with Zhang Manqiu these days, he had already sown seeds in her heart.
He's subliminally changing the other guy, just like his previous that said Zhou Wenbin
has been licking Zhang Manqiu. If she suddenly stopped licking her one day and went to lick someone else instead, her heart would be designated as uncomfortable.
Yi Duan opened the book and said, Manqiu, how's that thing at your house going?
Zhang Manqiu, I followed what you said and pretended I didn't know anything about it, and then after sidestepping my mother,
I thought she might know about it too.
Leaf Dust, then is your heart relieved now?
Zhang Manqiu nodded slightly.
Saturday noon Zhao Shangming said to have a meal together, still at the usual place.
Aha, why didn't you bring any coffee today?
Zhang Manqiu looked at him.
Leaf Dust, I read on the internet. This thing can't be drunk every day. It's not good for the body. If you drink it often, your stomach and intestines, mental state and so on will have some harm.
Zhang Manqiu softly did not say anything else. She originally thought that Yi Duan was forgetting, but it turned out to be concerned about my body.
Yi Chen actually just forgot that he didn't even go to the cafeteria in the morning. Drink plain water from now on. You bring a water glass next time.
I don't like plain water.
If you don't like it, don't drink it. Plain water is good for the body. There are many things you don't like in this world, and you can't change them, just like the times. Since you can't change them, you have to go with the times, and if you go against the times, you will all be crushed into pieces by the wheels of the times. Zhang Manqiu gave him a blank look. You can go so far with a white water. I'm doing this for your own good.
Zhang Manqiu, just as nagging as my parents. The two chatted for a while and began to read and study.
At almost noon, Zhou Wenbin came to the two.
Manqiu,
Yi Duan, Sunday is my birthday, and I would like to invite you to my birthday party.
Zhang Manqiu returned with an icy expression.
There's no time.
Zhou Wenbin's face was a bit embarrassed and he looked at Yi Chen, hoping that he could help persuade him. I'm sorry I don't have time for that either. I have a date with a classmate to go out on Sunday.
Zhou Wenbin, when are you guys free?
It's okay if I change the time. What day next week do you guys have time? Yi Duan heard for the first time that the birthday party was postponed. It was really the ultimate big licking dog.
Zhou Wenbin continued.
Manqiu, that day you sent the Dusty Xing Global Investment one fund product. I invested $10 million, and specially asked my parents for money to buy it. Of all these liquors of Zhang Manqiu's, he bought the most.
Zhang Manqiu glanced at Yi Chen as if to say you decide.
Leaf Dust,
when are you having your birthday party on Sunday? Zhou Wenbin, 7 or 8 o'clock at night. Yes, where is the location? It's at the Hilton Hotel. I've booked a small banquet parlor. There's probably a dozen or 20 people. All of our peers, so you guys keep reading. I won't bother you. After saying that, Zhou Wenbin turned around and left. Zhang Manqiu spoke up. Why don't we go over together on Sunday night? Well, get in touch then. Leaf Dust stayed in the library until dark. After eating dinner and coming out of the cafeteria, he sent Zhang Manqiu to the dormitory floor and then walked towards the parking lot. He took his purchases off the car and then sent a message to Wang Yusin. UXIN. I'll get you something. You'll be downstairs in 3 minutes. Don't come down too early. It's too cold outside. 5 minutes later, Yi Chuan arrived under Wang Yusin's dormitory. She waited in an old duffel coat. Yi Chuan handed her the large bag. Yusin, this is a few sets of clothes bought for you. And underwear. When Wang Yusin heard him say that there were still undergarments, her face flushed and she was shy. Yi Chen reached out and pinched her face. Soft and smooth. Go back and try it on to see if it fits. I don't know exactly what model you wear. I probably bought it. Wang Yusin let out a soft Thank you, brother. She felt that Yi Chen really took care of her as if she was treating her own sister, but it seemed like there were other emotions mixed in as well. Yi Chuan stroked her cheek. Go back quickly. It's too cold outside. Now that studying isn't that stressful, some other day brother will take you to play. After seeing Wang Yusin walk into the dormitory building, Yi Chen turned to leave. He didn't go back to his dormitory, but walked towards the faculty apartment dormitory. Is Sister Ning in the school dormitory? On it. Sister Ning, I bought you a gift to send over. A few minutes later he arrived at the faculty apartment dormitory. Because it's so cold right now, you can barely see anyone in the building. He was also purposely avoiding people, worried that people would see him come to Zhou Wanning. Coming inside, Leaf Dust handed her the bag of trinkets. Sister Ning, this is the necklace she bought for you. See if you like the style. Zhou Wanning took it and opened it and looked at it. Cartier's necklace. Very expensive, right? A couple $100,000. Not very expensive. Leaf Dust took his jacket off and sat on the sofa. Zhou Wanning looked at the style of the necklace. Simple and generous. Her favorite type. The style is quite pretty. It's my favorite type. After saying that, she sat next to Yi Chen. Yi Chen reached out and wrapped his hand around her shoulders and turned his head to kiss her. A few dozen seconds later, Leaf Dust, did the baby miss me? Zhou Wanning's cheeks slightly reddened as she softly replied back. The soundproofing in the dormitory is not good. Stop it. Is Nung home on Saturday? I have to go back tomorrow night. And the day after tomorrow I'm going to go back to my hometown with my mom and dad to pay homage to my grandparents. Zhou Wanning snuggled into his arms. Well-behaved and supple. Leaf Dust, driving back? Yeah, it's about a 2 or 3 hour drive. Not very far. Yi Chuan's tone carried a strong concern. Drive safely. Got it. Yi Duan stayed in her dormitory for more than 10 minutes and went back. Back in the dormitory. Xing Chao was not in the dormitory. Wei Xiangyu and Feng Bing were playing with their cell phones. Where's old Xing? Why isn't he in the dormitory? Yi Duan asked curiously. Wei Xiangyu, this then had another girlfriend and the two went to a hotel room. Chapter 111. I'm waiting for you to expel me from school. Yi Chen's expression froze at the words. It's only been a few days. Xing Chao has a girlfriend again? Odds are he had a spare tire before, or how else would he have found another girlfriend so quickly? Well, old Xing isn't exactly an honest man. I was worried in my mind that he couldn't come out from the shadow of Cui Tingting. Who knew that he had a new girlfriend? When Xing Chao first heard the news of being green, his anger was not feigned. Any other man would be outraged at such a thing. Very few green turtles are not among them. Just after 9 o'clock at night, Yi Duan opened the U.S. stock market and looked at the overall trend of the U.S. stock market, as well as the trend of the game in. The game in stock has been shaking out a bit more this month. Yesterday it was down over 10 points and today it is up over 10 points. There may be institutional money in there playing against the short sellers, but clearly the volume is small at the moment. The $300 million that Leaf Dust lurked in didn't attract the attention of the organization. After 10 o'clock, Li Qingya sent him a message. Dusty, let's go over to the wetland park on the weekend. There are a lot of flying birds there this season. Okay, Saya. It doesn't matter where Leaf Dust goes to play. Mainly going to the hotel in the afternoon to see educational movies. The next morning, Yi Chuan walked towards the library after having breakfast in the cafeteria. He had just come to the library to read for a while when his cell phone suddenly rang. An unfamiliar Zhanghai city number. He picked up the phone. Hello, who is it? Are you Yi Duan from the 4th year class of the computer science major in the College of Electronics? Which one are you? I'm Ma Wangguang, the director of the college's political education department. Yi Chuan, you come to my office. Yi Chen was a bit puzzled in his heart, unable to figure out what the head of the political education department was looking for him. What floor is your office on? Director Ma? 2nd floor east. Hang up, he said to Zhang Manqiu next to him. The director of our college's political education department is looking for me, so I'll go over and see what's up. Zhang Manqiu didn't say anything and looked at her book. Leaf Dust knew she had heard and got up to walk out of the library. Second floor of the College of Electronics office building. Yi Duan quickly found the office of the head of the political education department. Knocking on the door, he heard a voice. He opened the door and walked in. Inside the office sat a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, who sized up Yi Duan. You're Yi Chuan? What did Director Ma want to see me about? Yi Chuan's complexion revealed a maturity and steadiness that did not match his age. Ma Wanguang frowned slightly. The students of the academy either flattered him when they saw him, or they were respectful and fearful. Yi Chen, however, looked at him with a calm look in his eyes, as if the two were equal in status. In Ma Wanguang's opinion, Yi Chen was not putting him in his eyes at all. After all this time, he has long since developed a bureaucratic face, thinking that since he is at the level of director, the people below him should fawn on him and treat him with respect. Ma Wanguang didn't say anything, and took out a cigarette and lit it without haste, then inhaled deeply and exhaled a cloud of smoke. Yi Duan could tell that this was giving him the slip. It must not have been good for him to seek himself out. However, Yi Chen and this director of the political education department didn't know each other at all, and hadn't spoken a word before, much less offended each other. Normal, average students wouldn't cross paths with him. I just got back from a business trip, and I heard that you fought with a student from the finance school a while back? Yi Duan, I have already called the police on that matter in the beginning. The police station has already solved it. It's that rich second-generation Zhou Jipeng's problem. He has already apologized to me privately. Marvin Quang, whatever the reason, you have violated school rules by striking someone. Yi Chuan, self-defense is permitted by the law. The police station has said that I was justified in self-defense. According to Director Ma's meaning, we, the students of the Jiaotong University, don't have the right to self-defense? Pop. Marvin Quang's hand slapped the desk heavily, making a loud noise. Unbridled. Dare to talk to me like that? How dare you? Yi Dust's face was calm. What I said is the truth. What about taking me as a college student who is not deeply involved in the world? Thinking that tapping the table twice can scare me? Give you face and call you Director Ma. What are you if I don't give you face? Ma Wenwan's face turned blue, never expecting a student to dare to talk to him like this. Students like you who have no character and don't know how to respect their teachers. I don't see any point in staying in school. Yi Dust, flattering to you is respecting the elders? Say the truth is no spelling. Do not know to respect elders. Director Ma, this person is really disgusting. If the school leaders are all your kind of people, the University of Transportation sooner or later be destroyed. After saying that, he turned to leave. When he reached the doorway, he turned his head to look at Ma Wenwan with disdain and provocation in his eyes. Director Ma, I'm waiting for you to expel me from school. Where is the political director of a college qualified to expel students? Yi Duan is a student of the Key College of the University of Transportation. Wanting to expel him has to be the principal meeting, after the personal approval of the school principal. This was a very important matter, and a top institution like Zhanghai Jiaotong University would not expel a student so hastily. If Marvin Quang had awesome connections at the school, he might be able to do the same. Back to the library. Zhang Manqiu glanced at him. What does the head of your college's political education department want with you? I think it was Lu Zhenzhong from Xingda Investment Company who approached him, or someone from a few other organizations, and he said he wanted to expel me from school. Leaf Dust thought a lot on the way back. He didn't offend many people, just a few organizations that hated him more and lost a few $100 million in profits. Zhang Manqiu, what qualifications does he have to expel students? He has a big mouth. Yi Duan, Manqiu, call your father. If I really get expelled, I won't be able to accompany you to read in the library in the future. Zhang Manqiu gave him a blank look. My father is a hand in the East District and can't control this place, but my father is quite familiar with Principal Guan. I'll give Uncle Guan a call. Are you talking about our principal, Guan Mingqiao? Yi Chen was shocked in his heart. The circle of high-ranking officials are all at the same level, if not higher. This kind of networking is not at all comparable to ordinary people. Zhang Manqiu nodded slightly. Yes, I'll give you a call to talk about it. After that, she took out her cell phone and called out, ringing twice before connecting. Uncle Guan, it's Manqiu. Are you busy? A middle-aged man's laugh came out from the cell phone. It's Manqiu. I have a meeting 10 minutes from now. Now not busy. What's the matter? You want to pipe, uncle? Zhang Manqiu, Uncle Guan, I heard my father say 2 days ago that you were a little unwell. Are you better now? Guan Mingqiao laughed. Nothing big. Old habits. Manqiu, nothing to go to the house to sit down. Jing Shang also often talked to me about you, said Manqiu's sister. How also do not come to see me? Zhang Manqiu, I'll go see Uncle Guan and Jing Shang when winter vacation is over. How is he studying now? After your tutoring over the summer, his grades have now stabilized in the top 30 in his grade. and the boy listens to no one but you.
Although Zhang Manqiu was usually cold and had an expression of rejecting people, she knew a lot about some of the art of socializing in the official world. At first, he made small talk with Guan Mingqiao, caring about a few things, before finally revealing Yi Chen's matter. Guan Mingqiao smiled after hearing this and said, "This is a small matter. It is just a moment to meet me to say, Manqiu, are you in love?" Chapter 112, The Dean of the Academy's Show of Goodwill. Zhang Manqiu was stunned at his words.
"No, Uncle Guan. I'm friends with Yi Chuan. He started a company and I invested a little." Guan Mingqiao asked curiously, "What kind of company did you open?" "Dusty Hing Investments. Invests in global stock and futures markets." Guan Mingqiao, "Oh, young people toss and toss quite good. Manqiu, I prepare a bit, should go to the meeting. Some other day to come to the house as a guest." "Okay, Uncle Pipe, I kind of miss my aunt's cooking too." Hang up. Zhang Manqiu looked at Yi Chen. Even if he has powerful connections, it's impossible for him to fire you. In the school, Uncle Guan speaks for himself. "Leaf dust, Manqiu, you've reacquainted me today." Zhang Manqiu, "What do you mean?" "Leaf dust, I used to think you weren't good at socializing, but now it seems you're too good at it. You just don't want to engage in useless socializing, I guess."
Zhang Manqiu glanced at him without saying anything and lowered her head to continue reading her book.
If Yi Chen wasn't outstanding in his abilities,
I'm afraid that he wouldn't even have the qualifications to speak with Zhang Manqiu.
What ability determines what kind of circles you can access? If he is very ordinary,
then the circle of contact is mostly the circle of ordinary people. Like he is now very capable and has his own company.
Most of the people he will come into contact with in the future will be from this circle. The other side. Inside the school's conference room, Guan Mingqiao had a meeting with the following people,
and all of them were sitting upright and solemn, listening attentively to the content of the big leaders' meeting. At first it was all normal meeting content, then the meeting was almost over when Guan Mingqiao's words changed. "Today, a student complained to me that the director of the Political Education Office of the College of Electronics threatened to expel him."
"When did you have so much power, Director Ma?" Each and every one of the students of the University of Transportation is a future social elite, a pillar of the country. Is it possible for you to expel them just because you want to? Ma Wanguan's face changed drastically, not expecting Yi Chen to complain to the principal and so quickly. No wonder he was emboldened when he left. He knew the principal. It's over. This is a kick in the teeth. The gazes of the crowd all looked at him, and he had a look of fear and trepidation on his face. "Headmaster, I spoke nonsense in the heat of the moment. I admit my mistake and I'll review." Ma Wanguan understands the rules of officialdom and is the first to admit his mistake and review it. Whether in official or professional life, never go against your leader. Even if what the leader says is wrong, you have to say it's right. The arm can't be twisted, and a word of return from the leader can make you lose your current status and position. Guan Mingqiao didn't pay any attention to him. Normally Ma Wanguan didn't even have the qualifications to talk to him. He glanced at the two deans of the College of Electronics, then withdrew his gaze and continued to talk about student education. The two deans of the College of Electronics saw the meaningful eyes of the leader, and inwardly they were trying to speculate and analyze what exactly should be done with Ma Wanguan. The leader has already publicly criticized him in the meeting, indicating that he is very dissatisfied with his behavior, and it looks like he will have to make an application report in a couple of days, so that he can be transferred out of his current position. Sometimes when a big leader wants to fix a person, he doesn't need to speak up personally, and the people below him will take the initiative to do so after they have figured out what the leader is thinking. This makes you look like you know what you're doing, and it makes the leader's heart feel good about remembering you. In the future, if anything happens, the leader might even be able to take care of it. The rules and culture of the official world are very deep and it is a very temperamental place. At noon when Yi Chuan was eating, he received a message from Zhao Jing. "What's brother doing at dinner? What's wrong, Shizuku?" "Zhao Jing, brother has time on Saturday. Let's go see a movie. There are several big production movies released this week." "Leaf dust, Saturday morning and afternoon are fine, but I have something to do at noon. I'm going to dinner with a friend, so let's go to the movies in the morning." "And who are you going to lunch with?" "With a few people from the second generation circle, whom I met before speculating on stocks. I plan to start a company together." Zhao Jing was a bit surprised. "Brother, you want to start a company?" Leaf dust replied. "There is this idea. It takes a lot of capital to start a company, doesn't it? They are all rich and official, and I have some money, so funding is not a problem." "Brother Yi Chuan, cheer up. When you start a successful business and become a big boss, I'll be the boss's wife, if you don't mind." "I wouldn't mind a few more boss ladies." 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Yi Duan was reading a book when his cell phone rang. "Hello, Yi Chuan, I'm Miao Minggang, the Dean of the Electronic College." "Hello Dean Miao, what do you want to see me about? Would it be convenient to come to my office now? There's a little matter to discuss with you." The Academy's dean said that he had a small matter to discuss with him, and his posture had been placed quite low, not treating Yi Chen as a child. Okay, Dean Miao. I'll be right there. Yi Duan's character was that if people respected me, I would return the favor. He arrived at the academy's dean's office, in which two people were sitting. One was the dean, and the other was the new vice dean, who looked young, probably around 35 years old. After Yi Chen came in, they were all sizing him up. Miao Minggang smiled and said, "Sit down, student Yi Chen. There's no need to be formal. This is Zhang Bo, the new vice dean of our academy." "Hello, Dean Zhang." Yi Chuan took the initiative to greet him. Zhang Bo smiled and nodded. "There's no need to be polite. Student Yi Chen, we're looking for you because we want to find out more about you and Director Ma." Yi Chuan's tone was calm. "What does Dean Zhang want to know?" "Zhang Bo, did Ma Wenguan look for you in the morning?" "Yes, Director Ma said he was going to expel me from school." "He doesn't have that right. A mere director of the Political Education Office. Not much of a position, but not much official authority. Student Yi Chen, we have applied to the school party committee to remove him from his position." Yi Chen was not surprised in his heart that Zhang Manqiu had found the principal. It would be a surprise if Marvin Quine wasn't dealt with. "Thank you both deans for your clarity." Miao Minggang was smiling. "This is our job." "Yi Chuan, student, I heard that you started a business and opened a company?" "Leaf Dust, yes dean, opened it with a couple friends." Miao Minggang, "Good. Young people should be like this. Boldly break through. There is anything you need the school to help, you can talk to us. Our school has a policy support for students to start a business, like what interest-free loans, office space and so on." "Okay dean, I'll contact our school if I need to." "Well good. If you need anything in the future you can call me or Dean Chang." The two men had sought out Yi Duan mainly because he knew the principal. "Guan Mingqiao, if something happens, I hope it goes to them and not to the principal, or if it happens again, the two of them will have to go along for the ride." In the school, the principal, Guan Mingqiao, has absolute power of speech. From the dean's office, he returned to the library to continue reading. During this time he read almost no less than 100 books on programming and artificial intelligence. He now knows a lot about artificial intelligence. Even some experts in the AI industry were probably not as good as him. His brain was so frighteningly strong after his rebirth that even he himself was a bit shocked beyond normal human imagination. This time he felt that he could also research artificial intelligence by himself and shock the world. Chapter 113, Eating Apples on Christmas Eve. Evening. Leaf Dust was in his dormitory looking at the pre-market U.S. stock market. His cell phone rang and it was a message from Zhao Jing. "Brother, I'm downstairs in your dorm." Yi Duan's expression froze. "I'll go down right now." Coming downstairs, he saw Zhao Jing waiting for him with an exquisite box in her hand. "What happened to Shizuku?" Zhao Jing smiled and said, "Brother, today Christmas Eve it. Send you an apple. Remember to eat it at night." "Christmas Eve?" Yi Duan froze for a moment. He had been reading books these days and hadn't paid any attention to this at all, and he has no feelings for Western holidays. "Thank you Shizuku. Brother must remember to eat." "Okay, I'll definitely eat. Go back quickly silly girl. It's so cold outside." Yi Chuan's heart was somewhat touched. Zhao Jing was wearing the down jacket he bought with a hat on her head. "Brother, the down jacket you bought is very warm. Except for her face which is a bit cold. Nothing else is cold. Go home, get an early night, and take you to the movies tomorrow." When Zhao Jing's figure disappeared, Yi Chen felt a warm current surging in his heart. He opened the delicate box in his hand to look at a fine apple. Instead of going back, he walked towards the girls' dormitory building. "Uxin. I'll be at the entrance of your dormitory building. Come down." Wang Yusin came down quickly. Yi Chen handed her the exquisite gift box. "Yusin, what about Christmas Eve today? I bought you an apple. Remember to eat it at night." Wang Yusin also took out an apple from her pocket. There was no wrapping of any kind, but it was washed well and still had residual warmth on it. Compared to Yi Chuan's, she felt a bit out of hand, and had been hesitant to send it before, but now she summoned up the courage to take it out. "Uxin, you're going to send it to me too? We really have a heart-to-heart." Wang Yusin's pretty face was slightly red, and she shyly lowered her head. Yi Chuan pinched her soft and smooth face. "Yusin, tomorrow afternoon I'll take you to the movies?" Wang Yusin's heartbeat accelerated as she felt his big warm hand and gently nodded. "Go back Yushin." Yi Duan watched her walk into the dormitory building and turned around to hurry back to the dormitory. The cold wind in Shanghai City at night pierced the bones, although the temperature is not as low as in the north, but the wet and cold give people a cold feeling. He returned to his dormitory and continued to watch the U.S. stock market. Later, Zhao Jing sent him a message. "Brother, did you eat the apple?" "Eating. Is it good?" "Yummy. Just a little cold." Saturday, just after 7:30 a.m., Yi Chen met up with Zhao Jing in the cafeteria to eat breakfast together. After breakfast, the two of them took a taxi to a large shopping mall nearby. He didn't drive, and Zhao Jing didn't know about him having a car. You can't let Zhao Jing know. It's easy to expose. If he dragged Zhou Wanning out later, he might be seen. It was Saturday and Christmas, and the mall was very crowded, mostly with students from nearby college towns. Some are couples, some are out with buddies and sisters and girlfriends. Zhao Jing said as she walked, "Brother, are you going to play at our place during winter vacation? Where is the time? Next month's winter vacation is almost New Year's. I haven't been back home yet this year. I'll go back later when I have the chance. You'll be my guide then. Well, good. I'll take you to the city of ice sculptures when the time comes. It's so cold in the winter where you are. I'm a little scared. It's okay, wear thicker clothes. Nothing wrong with covering up tightly." The two talked and walked to the movie theater on the 4th floor of the mall. Since it's the Christmas holiday, there are several movies being released today to compete for the Christmas holiday movie market. The movie theater was packed, and many of the people who came to see the movie were students from nearby college towns. It was after 10:30 when the two finished the movie. Yi Duan bought her 2 more winter clothes and some snacks within the mall and called a car to send her back to school. He then proceeded to the restaurant at the Hotel Zia. By the time he arrived at the hotel restaurant, Zhang Manqiu, Tang Yi, Zhao Shangming and Fang Jifeng had already arrived. "Sorry a few of you, I've kept you waiting." Yi Chuan apologized slightly. Zhao Shangming laughed, "We also just came for a while. Brother Yi, I see that the company side of the fundraising is quite good. Soon to be almost enough for 200 people, right?" "Almost there. It's been a little slow the last couple days." Shangming Zhao, for a new private equity firm, the amount and speed at which you're raising money right now is considered very fast. Fang Jifeng, yes Brother Yi. A friend of mine has invested in a private equity firm before, and it usually takes more than 3 months for them to raise enough money to issue a fund product. While a few people chatted, the waiter came in with the meal. During the meal, Tang Yi opened his mouth and asked, "Yi Duan's domestic stock market looked okay this month, and the general market as a whole also rose by 2 points. Leaf dust, the broader market has not fallen much this month, but some of the previous big rises in the section fell actually quite a lot, and now it's the section rotation down. I think next month we'll start a full-scale plunge." Fang Jifeng, "This month the general market looks okay, but the new energy and pharmaceuticals I bought fell quite a bit." "Tanya, you haven't cleared out yet?" Fang Jifeng gave a dry laugh. "Last month it dropped more than 10 points. I thought it was time for a rebound. Who knew that it was still falling this month? And it's already lost more than 20 points. Zhao Shangming, I have listened to Brother Yi before, has all liquidated. Otherwise unlike you this month still have to lose more than 10 points. Zhang Manqiu opened his mouth and said, "It's not too late to liquidate your position. If you continue to hold the back will lose so much money that you doubt your life." Fang Jifeng, "I cleared a large part of the previous, which is to buy 2 funds for get. Next Monday the stock market opened I will clear." Yi Duan was smiling. "Brother Fang has too much money. He can't remember which account has money. I really envy you guys. You were born in fine clothes and don't have to worry about money." Fang Jifeng, "The money of the few of us combined isn't as much as you. Brother Yi, you are now the rich generation, much more powerful than us." Tang Yi smiled. "That is, there are several friends who want to ask me to get to know you." Yi Chuan, "I'm a person who likes to make friends the most. When I have time, Tang Yi, you take me to get to know them." Tang Yi, "Good, they're all curious about you, now that you're a legend in the investment circle." At about the time the 5 were eating, Zhao Shangming opened his mouth and said, "Brother Yi, I've gotten word that a few organizations, Xingda Investment, Tianhan Capital, and Haiyuan Capital, have put out word that they want to snipe you, making it impossible for you to mix in the investment circle. What about the strength of these organizations?" Yi Duan asked curiously. Zhao Shangming, "Their private placement scale is about more than 1 billion, but they are also involved in some venture capital. The strength of the capital is not very powerful in the investment circle, but the strength of several joint forces is still not to be underestimated. Well, I'll keep an eye out for that in the future." Yi Chen didn't put them in his eyes. "This volume of investment companies in the world is the level of small shrimp, and want to learn international capital to snipe others." Chapter 114, Weekend Shopping with Girls. The domestic stock market is going to be bad next. It is the domestic market that these organizations primarily invest in. Unless they are sitting on their own and pulling demon stocks, they are sure to lose a lot of money. You may not be able to defend yourself after a while, and you're still trying to snipe me? The 5 chatted for a while about real-time news at home and abroad, exchanging opinions. They came out of the hotel around 1 p.m. Leaf Dust took a cab to the mall in the morning. On the way, he gave Wang Yusin a word to depart from the school. The two agreed to meet at the mall entrance. More than half an hour later, Leaf Dust saw her at the entrance location of the mall. "How long has Yushin been waiting?" Wang Yusin's voice was gentle. "Just came for a while. Go inside. The movie's about to start." He brought Wang Yusin to the movie theater and bought 2 tickets. This was the first time he took Wang Yusin to the movies. "Yusin, have you ever come to the cinema to watch a movie before?" Yi Duan opened his mouth and asked. Wang Yusin shook her head. No, Yi Duan, what you haven't experienced. In the future, brother will take you to experience them all. After 150 or so, Yi Chen held her hand and walked into the movie theater. When watching the movie, Yi Chen also held her hand. Smooth and soft, a little cold. He watches a different movie in the afternoon than he does in the morning. Otherwise it's too boring. Wang Yusin watched with great interest, probably for the first time, or maybe the movie was to her taste. 2 hours or so, Yi Chen and Wang Yusin came out of the movie theater. Is Yushin looking good? It's quite nice. It's only 4 o'clock. Let's stroll around some more.
Wang Yusin gently nodded her head and allowed him to hold her small hand. Yi Duan bought 2 cups of milk tea and sipped it while strolling through the mall.
By the way Uxin, did the underwear I bought you fit? You didn't tell me about it later. Wang Yusin's pretty face reddened and her voice was small. It's a bit small.
Leaf Dust froze for a moment, his eyes looking twice at her chest. He hadn't seen it and didn't really know how big it was. He just bought it roughly.
Is it possible that Yushin's body is better than eyeballing it? Then let's go buy some more.
Underwear is uncomfortable and bad for your body if it's too tight. Yi Chen dragged her to the luxury store where she bought international brands and bought 4 more sets of underwear for Uxin. Later, he bought 2 more pairs of shoes for Wang Yusin. For dinner they had a fondue buffet at the mall. By the time we got out of the mall after dinner and took a cab back to school it was close to 8 o'clock. Yi Chen carried something down from the net car, and Wang Yusin wanted to take over carrying it. Uxin, I'll carry it. It's too cold to freeze your hands. You put your hands in your pockets. The two walked side by side toward the girls' dormitory building. 5 or 6 minutes later, Yi Duan escorted her to the dormitory floor and handed her the stuff. Huggy huggy, come for a hug. After saying that he opened his hands and embraced Wang Yusin in his arms. Both were wearing down jackets, which were thicker. It's not as obvious as feeling it when you're wearing thin summer clothes. Yi Chen touched her hair. Go back Yusin. I'll take you to play next vacation. Wang Yusin looked at him with soft eyes, as if she could speak. Yi Chen reached out and placed his hand on her cheek. Warm my hands. When he finished he withdrew his hand. His hand was too cold. When Yi Chen returned to the dormitory, Xing Chao was playing a mobile game. Old Ji is back. Who did you go play with? Yi Duan. Of course it's a beautiful woman. What about old Xing today at Christmas? Didn't he go out with your girlfriend? Xing Chao, I've been out shopping all day today, and I just got back not long ago. Your boy's girlfriend changes quite often. Xing Chao smiled and said, women are actually very good to chase after, as long as the girl is interested in you. Hand to hand. Yi Duan chatted with him for a couple of minutes and opened his computer to look at some foreign news. It's Saturday and Christmas Day and the U.S. stock markets are closed. Yi Chuan watched domestic and international news for a while, shuffled to bed and sent messages to Zhou Wanning and Li Qingya. Sister Ning is still at home? What's Saya doing? Li Qingya quickly replied to him as if she had been waiting for him to chat. Watching TV. When Yi Chen saw her reply, he sensed that there was a hint of something wrong with her mood. Could it be because it's Christmas and no Merry Christmas was sent to him? Did Saya go out today? Went out for a stroll with my housemates. It's Christmas, you know? Leaf dust. I know. The stores on both sides of the street get Christmas trees and stuff. You went out today? Li Qingya caught a hint of information from his words. Yi Duan, I went out to get together with a few friends from the investment circle today, and I'm planning to start a company. Open a company? Li Qingya was a bit surprised. Her heart was just a little bit grumpy at first. Christmas leaf dust also did not give him a word, Merry Christmas, but after chatting with Yi Duan for a few moments, the mood was much more comfortable. Yes, open an investment company. I'm not speculating in stocks. I want to start an investment company. Hair private equity. Li Qingya, if you open this kind of company you have to need great stock speculation skills. Right. Is this much of an investment? Not much. Find an office space, and then recruit a few employees. Not too high in terms of cost. It's like the official departments need to have connections to dredge up. Those few second-generation circles are just the right solution. I'm going to pull them to start a company, and they'll still be able to help out if something comes up. Xingyali, you have to go to graduate school. Do you have time to start a company? Yi Duan, for the sake of our future happiness, I'm willing to suffer as much as I can. Suffer as much as I can. The corners of Li Qingya's mouth unconsciously rose as a smile appeared on her pretty face. One sentence made her super happy. Then take care of yourself too. Go Dusty. I'll always be there for you. Yi Duan, Qingya, I may be very busy in the future. The time to chat with you will be very little. You won't be angry, right? Li Qingya, I'm that kind of person. I understand you. Leaf dust, even if I'm busy, I'll try to make time to go out with you on the weekends. It might just be that if I'm too tired during the weekdays, I might not be able to chat with you in the evenings. Li Qingya was happy in her heart. Little Dusty, I understand you. Qingya, tomorrow let's go to the hotel after we finish strolling in the park and go back to the educational movie. Li Qingya's face turned scarlet all of a sudden. Remembering the last experience, she still felt her cheeks burning.
Hate you. Just look at that thing. It's not normal for young people to watch this. I've found a few new educational movies. Let's enjoy them together tomorrow. The next morning, Yi Chen saw the message sent by Zhou Wanning. Dusty was so tired yesterday that he went to bed rather early, so my parents and I are rushing back this morning and will be home about noon. Sister Ning drives safely. Yi Chen missed Zhou Wanning a little in his heart. The time spent with Zhou Wanning was memorable and unforgettable. Her identity is equally endlessly motivating. Chapter 115. Another busy day. After Yi Duan had breakfast in the cafeteria, he drove to Fudan University. More than half an hour later he arrived at the south entrance of Fudan University. He saw Li Qingya's figure standing by the side of the road. Next to him stood a handsome young man and the two were chatting. Yi Chuan got down from the car and opened his mouth to shout, "Qingya." When Li Qingya saw him, her pretty face revealed a smile. "Yi Chen," he said to the man next to him, "my boyfriend is here." Su Yunhao sized up Yi Chen, his face calm but not inwardly. He liked Li Qingya, no matter whether it was her outer appearance and figure, or her inner personality. She was his favorite type. It's just that he didn't realize that Li Qingya already had a boyfriend. Before, he remembered that Li Qingya didn't have a boyfriend. How did she get one so soon? Su Yunhao was not too comfortable in his heart, and his eyes that surveyed Yi Chen carried a few points of provocative contempt. Yi Chen was also looking at Su Yunhao. "Qingya, is this your classmate?" Li Qingya took his arm with both hands. "This is my classmate Su Yunhao." Su Yunhao, "Hello, I'm Su Yunhao." "Hello, Leaf Dust." Su Yunhao smiled and said, "Qingya isn't your boyfriend from our school? I'm at the University of Transportation and I'm high school classmates with Qingya." Yi Duan revealed the relationship between the two. High school classmates? No wonder he was able to take down Li Qingya in such a short period of time. So it turned out that the two had known each other for a long time. He had the upper hand in this matter. Otherwise he thought he had hopes of chasing Li Qingya into his hands. "Li Qingya, we're going to play first. Bye. See you later." Su Yunhao responded with a faint smile. After witnessing the two drive away, Su Yunhao was somewhat surprised in his heart. Big Mercedes G. Looks like he has a pretty good family. But Su Yunhao didn't take it too much to heart because his family wasn't an ordinary family. Car. Yi Duan opened his mouth and asked, "Qingya, that's your friend?" Li Qingya nodded her head slightly. "Our classmates are quite close on weekdays. Does he like you?" Leaf Dust asked knowingly. Li Qingya smiled faintly. "He likes me, that's not normal. I'm so beautiful and excellent. It's not normal for a girl as pretty as her to have no one chasing after her at school." Yi Chuan didn't really care because Li Qingya liked him. The two have watched classic island movies together and done intimate things. Leaf Dust, there should be more than this one chasing you in your school, right? Li Qingya nodded slightly. "Of course, our college had dozens of chasing me before. Now that I know that I have a boyfriend, some people still haven't given up. Su Yunhao's family is quite powerful. I've heard that his father is the district governor." "My district governor father?" "I also heard from my classmates. I don't know exactly." Yi Duan, there are too many rich and powerful people in Zhanghai City. Since your classmate has said so, it shouldn't be wrong. Maybe it's also a message he intentionally put out to increase leverage for himself. Li Qingya nodded slightly. "Anyway, I know that there are a few rich second-generation people among those chasing me, and they all drive those cool supercars at school. Do you like sports cars, Saya?" "It's okay, I think any car will do. And your big Mercedes G is luxurious." "Any kind of car will do, but it has to be a luxury car. Otherwise there's no face." Anyone had vanity, including Yi Chen and Li Qingya. An hour-and-a-half drive brought them to the wetland park. There are many migrating birds of prey here, and the variety and numbers are spectacular. The wetland park was huge, and the two of them wandered around all morning, went to the nearest five-star hotel for lunch. After lunch, Yi Chen couldn't wait to bring her to the hotel room. The two took a shower together and started watching a movie. Li Qingya is very much abiding by the bottom line and principles. Just after 5 in the afternoon, Yi Chen sent Li Qingya back to school. Then he called Zhang Manqiu. "Manqiu, where are you?" "I'm at school. Then I'll go over to pick you up and we'll go to Zhou Wenbin's birthday party together." "Aha." After Yi Chuan drove back to the school's parking lot, he tidied up the passenger seat to see if there was any hair or smell left behind by Li Qingya. He had aromatherapy in his car, and Li Qingya didn't leave any perfume smell. 5 minutes later, Zhang Manqiu came to his car. "Go." Yi Duan started the car. "When did you go back to school?" "This afternoon." 20 minutes later, Yi Duan drove to the Hilton 5-star hotel. Upon arriving inside the banquet parlor, all of Zhou Wenbin's invited friends had already arrived, probably close to 20 people. Yi Chen and Zhang Manqiu walked in together, and the people inside turned their heads to look at them. They knew Zhang Manqiu. Most of the people in the second-generation circle in Zhanghai City knew each other, and even if they didn't, they had heard of each other's names. However, they didn't recognize Yi Chen, and when they saw him come with Zhang Manqiu, their eyes were tinged with suspicion. "Who's this guy?" Surprisingly, he was able to come in company with the high-flying Zhang Manqiu. Zhang Manqiu's high coolness was well known in the circle, and not many people could walk with her. Here he saw two familiar faces. One is Zhou Jipeng, who had friction in the beginning. There was also Su Yunhao, whom he had just met this morning. That is, one of Li Qingyao's suitors. Sure enough, the second-generation circle isn't so big that you don't know where to meet up. There was a hint of worry in Yi Chuan's heart. Su Yunhao knew about his relationship with Li Qingya. This kind of affects his ability to pick up Zhang Manqiu if he says it without thinking. Manqiu, Yi Duan, you're here. Come in and sit down. Zhou Wenbin greeted them with a smile on his face. Su Yunhao looked at him without greeting him. He and Yi Chen weren't familiar with each other in the first place, and he didn't have a good relationship with Zhang Manqiu. He had chased after Zhang Manqiu before, but the other party didn't even give a damn about him, and didn't give him any face at all, making him very embarrassed. Since then it has never chased Zhang Manqiu, and even has some grudges in its heart. Zhang Manqiu never left her face on those suitors and scolded them as she should. Not everyone is a self-respectless lickspittle like Zhou Wenbin. Yi Chuan and Zhang Manqiu sat together. A medium-looking girl next to her laughed and said, Manqiu, who is this? It's not your boyfriend, is it? Yi Chuan smiled and explained, I was classmates with Manqiu. My name is Yi Chuan. Several people heard his name and were not impressed at all. They didn't recognize him at all. But to be able to come with Zhang Manqiu as a companion was certainly not an ordinary person. It may not be the second-generation circle of Zhanghai, but it is estimated that it is the second generation from abroad, or the kind whose family has a lot of capital. The crowd didn't take him lightly, and we all chatted about the day and then left each other a bit of contact information. After all the people came, the birthday party officially began, and the 10-layer cake showed off its luxury. Yi Duan tasted it, and the cake's texture was quite good. Then it was dinner and drinks. But neither Yi Chen nor Zhang Manqiu drank. Su Yunhao didn't speak to Yi Chen during the meal. The two were actually considered love rivals to say the least, and it was normal for them not to speak. After dinner, Zhou Wenbin and the others planned to go to the bar to continue getting high. Yi Chen and Zhang Manqiu didn't go and went straight back to school. Chapter 116, The Bear Market Comes to Town. After Yi Chen returned to the dormitory, he sent a message to Li Qingya. Qingya, I just saw Su Yunhao when I attended my friend's birthday party. Li Qingya froze for a moment. How did you guys bump into each other? Leaf dust. Do birthday party of this person. It is our school is rich second generation. Estimated that they have long known before. Invited me. Not good to refuse. I'll go with a female classmate of the school. He gave Li Qingya a word in advance to save Su Yunhao from eyeballing himself in front of Li Qingya at that time. Otherwise it will be hard to explain when the time comes. Now in advance. If Su Yunhao really went for the eye candy, it wouldn't work. Li Qingya, were all the people who went to the meeting, except for you. Rich kids? Yi Duan, pretty much. Either the second generation of the rich or the second generation of the government. None of them are ordinary people. Li Qingya, Dusty, you're in touch with quite a circle now. Yi Duan, but I've made a lot of money in the stock market. My ability has been recognized by them, and they think that I'm on the same level as them, or I might be better than them. How much money did you make in the stock market? Yi Duan thought about it and returned. Almost a small goal. Really? Li Qingya was surprised in her heart. She remembered looking at Yi Duan's account before as if he was earning more than $10 million. Now it's just a small goal? I'm talking about my small goal, $1 billion. Not a small goal as you understand it. Of course it's true. When have I ever lied to you? But it's still close to a small goal. Li Qingya, Dusty, you're too good. You've earned so much money before you've even graduated. It's too expensive to get a wife now. So earn more so you can get a wife. The corners of Li Qingya's mouth rose slightly, and her heart was a little happy. Are you earning so much because you want to marry a few of them? Yi Duan, this amount of money is not enough to buy a house in Zhanghai City. Where is enough to marry a few? He didn't deny it. Li Qingya didn't think much about it either. Dusty, do you want to settle in Zhanghai City in the future? Yi Duan, there is this intention, but it's not necessarily true. There are the best educational and medical resources in the country here. It's more suitable for the rich. Well, Zhanghai is quite nice. Just everything is expensive, and it's very comfortable to have money to settle here. The two talked for a long time. Li Qingya and Yi Duan were planning to go to bed after chatting. The phone rang for a moment, and it was a message from Su Yunhao. Say, I guess who I had dinner with today. Li Qingya knew that he was going to say Yi Duan and didn't bother with him. Su Yunhao followed up with another message. I saw your boyfriend Yi Chen at a friend's birthday party tonight. He came with a beautiful woman. Li Qingya replied. I know. Yi Chen told me everything. Su Yunhao froze for a moment, not expecting Yi Chen to have already said in advance. Originally he wanted to ruin the relationship between the two. Did he tell you who that pretty girl was that went with him? It's a classmate from his school, right? Curiosity had risen in Li Qingya's heart. Su Yunhao, that person's name is Zhang Manqiu, and she's a notorious high cool goddess in our second generation circle, almost never traveling in company with the opposite sex.
Li Qingya knew very well in her heart what he meant by his words.
But it's phallic, yes?
Su Yunhao, Zhang Manqiu is notoriously high and cold and proud in the circle. Hardly a few people can get into her eyes. She came today in company with your boyfriend, which made me quite surprised.
That means Yi Chen is excellent. I'm going to sleep. After saying that,
she stopped ignoring Su Yunhao. The preliminary exam for graduate students had passed, but nothing had changed in Yi Duan's weekday life. Most of the day is spent in the library reading books on programming and artificial intelligence, chatting with Zhou Wanning and Li Qingya in the evening. Occasionally, he would chat with Wang Yusin and Zhao Jing.
Monday, January 4th,
the second day of the Lunar New Year. There are still 28 days to go before the Lunar New Year.
11 days before the vacation of the JNTU.
Yi Duan was reading a book with Zhang Manqiu, and at 9:20 or so he took out his cell phone and opened Dongkai Securities to look at today's pre-market market. A few days ago was the New Year's Day holiday and today is the first trading day of the Solar New Year.
At 9:30, the domestic stock market began to plummet just after the opening bell. What's the situation? And there's no positive news. Why is it plummeting? What's going on today? Don't be in a hurry.
It went up so much before, now it's just a shock retracement, and it will hit new highs later. Some are still living in the dream of a bull market,
unaware of the danger that has crept in.
I just added to my position at the end of last month,
and it's plummeting after the holidays?
I also added a position last month.
Brother is not in a hurry. Now is a normal pullback. Down a little bit to add a little bit. Later the market will certainly be a record high.
Yi Chen sighed in his heart as he looked at the pop-ups that those people had posted.
Many ordinary investors simply cannot see the situation.
This time is still stupid to increase the position to buy.
Seeing them, Yi Chen thought of himself in his previous life. He now understands in his heart that speculation in stocks for financial investment, to see the big picture. U.S. stocks can always last,
mainly because it is the world hegemony is beautiful country. They suck the global blood to replenish themselves. The stock market perennial rise very good.
If China becomes a world superpower one day, the stock market will certainly not be bad. The domestic stock market is now completely constrained by the foreign economic environment,
especially the policies of the pretty country,
when engaged against,
have a great impact on the domestic stock market. It's like the various embargo sanctions that have previously decimated a number of domestic companies.
Zhang Manqiu spoke up and said, "It fell a bit too much today, and funds from all directions are rapidly withdrawing from the market." Yi Dust's face was a bit gloomy. The next trend will not be good. It may go up one day and down 5 days. The bear market is coming.
He is very aware of how disastrous this bear market has been. He was part of this grueling battle back then.
Every day I fantasized about making money back, and I didn't make it back until I was 40 years old. The dog days of anchor institutions. Foreign capital. In the last life you reaped the old man. In this life I'm going to take the average investor to harvest you. The clients of his private equity fund are retail ordinary investors. Just retail investors who belong to a little bit of money.
After Yi Duan looked at the stock market quotes, he looked at the futures market, and the Shanghai Tin futures he bought were still rising. It went up 13% in the 2-month period of November and December. 10 times leverage is a 130% increase. He was now about 5,600 in profit, and the total capital in his futures account was once again close to 100 million.
When will Shanghai Tin futures be sold? Zhang Manqiu bought millions, but didn't make much. Not everyone dares to open 10 times leverage.
That is too much of a gamble.
The slightest caution may be burst.
Although Zhang Manqiu knew that Yi Chen was very powerful, but it was all real money. The market risk was too great.
She didn't have Yi Chen's great gambling nature. Her operating style is based on stability. Yi Dust can also wait a little longer. Now obviously there is no top signal. When there is a rapid pull up, probably the time to sell. His cell phone suddenly vibrated and rang. It was Lu Zixuan calling. Yi Chuan hadn't talked to Lu Zixuan during this period of time,
nor had he ever been to her home.
"Hey, what's wrong with Sister Xian?" he asked curiously as he picked up the phone. "Lu Zixuan, you are not at all concerned about the company's affairs, and you don't look for me to ask on weekdays.
The number of people who raised our first fund product has just reached 200, with a total amount of $430 million raised."
Chapter 117, Smearing by the Navy.
Yi Duan hadn't paid attention to the company's affairs in the past few days.
He's waiting for news from Lu Zixuan.
The fundraising is finally completed today and the first fund product can be officially traded. Yi Chuan heart vaguely a little excited. "Sister Xian company, have you in my assured?"
"I will go to the company in a while. Lu Zixuan, the car that I ordered also arrived today, just to see if I like it."
"Okay, Sister Ko."
"Hang up," he said to Zhang Manqiu next to him. "The company's fund product collection is complete. I'm going to the company to take a look." Manchio, are you going to the company? You go ahead. I'm just a small shareholder. It's not like I can make any decisions. Yi Dus laughed. You can make suggestions. Whether to adopt them or not is my business. Zhang Manchio glared at him and lowered her head to continue reading. Yi Chen often joked with her, and Zhang Manchio wouldn't really get angry. She wasn't a petty person. He packed up and drove his Porsche to the office. Zhanghai Finance Building, 68th floor. Dusty Hing Capital Investment Company. Yi Duan came to the president's office. When Lu Zixuan saw him come in, her beautiful eyes seemed to reveal a few hints of resentment. Dusty, did you accompany your girlfriend every day and forget about Sister Xian? Yi Chuan was stunned in his heart. Could it be that the last time Sister Xian said last time was a lie? No, I've been reading at school these days, and I only go out with my girlfriend on the weekends. Lu Zixuan poured him a cup of coffee. You don't look for me to chat on weekdays. Do you have time tonight? Go to my sister's house for dinner. Okay, Sister Ko. Yi Chen was smiling and agreed readily. The two men knew what the other meant. Yi Duan and Lu Zixuan then called a meeting with the company's personnel. Dusty Xing Global Investment 1. The main person in charge is Yi Duan. Then Wan Liyun Auxiliary Operation. There are 2 assistants to help operate on weekdays. The fundraising has been completed and will be followed by a 3-month closure period. It is not possible to buy or sell during this period, and fund returns are updated weekly. After the meeting, Yi Duan called Wang Liyun to his office. Now start buying long contracts on Shanghai Tin and nickel futures in tranches. The two men began operating multiple accounts at the firm, buying long contracts on 2 futures. Domestic stocks are simply not a good target this month. Some demon stocks cannot be touched. Are the main banker to harvest retail investors? His amount of money is too large to go in, will be smashed. Shanghai Tin and nickel futures are up okay for the past 2 weeks. About 6 points. With 10 times leverage. That's a 60% return. It is now January 4th and by January 14th all these funds must be withdrawn. On January 17th, the super demon stock of US stocks, Game In, will rocket up to a straight line start. This time he's going to make a big one. He'd already ambushed in 300 million up front, and today he planned to buy in another 100 million with his personal funds. By the time January 17th, the company's fund products, all the money into the field, and a large number of U.S. retail investors together with the pull-up. First hit a few shorting institutions are caught off guard. Now 2 weeks to make a fortune in the futures market. Nearly an hour's time. 430 million of funds have all bought Shanghai Tin, Shanghai Nickel futures call contracts. A total position of 430 million, while adding 10 times leverage. Institutional accounts have higher position limits, like individuals who can no longer buy if they have a position of several $100 million. His company is an institutional account and the position limits could be raised a bit after the operation is complete. Yi Chuan said to Wang Liyun, keep an eye on the 2 futures we have positions in. Once there are any big fluctuations, notify me at the first time. If the fluctuations are big, you have to notify me at the first time. It's Mr. Yi. Wang Liyun's work is not easy. Futures opening period are to stare at the whole process, cannot relax. If once the company loses money due to her negligence, it's her fault. Go out and keep an eye on it, and let me know first thing. Leaf Dust was also staring at the disc and watching. It was his company's first fund product and it had to make a splash. It would be too difficult for the company to grow in a short period of time without outstanding results. The first product achievement determines the future of the company. He stayed at the company all day, staring at the market trend of Shanghai Tin and nickel futures. It's pretty much the same as usual. Not much has changed. These 2 futures are relatively hot in the current market, with a daily turnover of over $20 billion. The money he came in with wasn't too big, and it wasn't too small. That amount of money doesn't sway the market up or down. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The company's employees are officially off duty. However, futures also have night trading hours. Wang Liyan and 2 assistants go back from work also need to keep an eye on the market. The night session of futures on the SSE is from 9:30 p.m. to 2:30 a.m. Wang Liyun they need to keep an eye on it until the deal is over. It's actually a pretty exhausting thing to do. Yichuan came to the underground parking lot and saw Lu Zixuan's 2 newly procured cars, a Rolls-Royce Cullinan and a Bentley Continental. He followed Lu Zixuan to her home in his Cullinan. Arriving at the house, Lu Zixuan looked at him and asked, "What does little Dust want to eat?" "Anything, Xian, just make something. Then sit on the couch for a while I go make dinner." While she's cooking, Yi Duan took out his cell phone and looked at the comment section of Dust Xing Global Investment No. 1 Fund. At this point there are hundreds of comments, compared to dozens during the day. Finally the collection is over and the operation has begun. Life is like a dream, big brother, go for it. It's on, and I hope the big man can make us money. The stock market is so bad right now. The major stock markets here and abroad are down. The fund managed by Life as a Dream Big Brother shouldn't be bad. This is a legendary big brother. What a legend. It's all the establishment holding up some cutie pie. Still really believe it. That's right, if he's capable of making money on his own, why should he take you guys to make money? What's your relationship? That's looking at your handling fee. Bunch of cuties. If he's really a legendary big shot, he doesn't even need to start a company. Wouldn't it be good to make a fortune on his own? He is the stock god who was pushed out by some capital and then started a company to harvest retail investors. Everyone hurry up and return it quickly, or else you won't be able to keep your principal by then. I tell you, he will certainly use those funds next to pull up certain stocks, and those stocks he has bought in advance, using your funds to pull up to take over, and he makes a profit for himself. And this sort of thing happens all the time with some of the smaller firms in the circle. I'm just reminding everyone, don't be deceived by some so-called stock market big brother. This is your hard-earned money. In the end, if you really lose, the company is not compensated to you. At most, to come to a sentence of the market situation is not good. There were a large number of water armies in the comments section smearing and slandering Yi Duan and his company, causing a lot of investors to be on edge, because they feel that these sailors have a bit of a point. What makes him think he can make us money? He's not really after our capital, is he? The fund can also be withdrawn when it enters a closed period, except that the client has to pay a hefty commission. Chapter 118, Don't Let a Good Girl Down. Yi Chen saw the situation in the comments section, and a sharp light flashed within his eyes. This is an organized and premeditated smear campaign by the Waterboys. Without thinking about it, he knew that it must be the work of several organizations, Xingda Investment and Tianhan Capital. He had just entered the circle and hadn't offended anyone. Only a few organizations were offended inside the Jingan lithium stock, costing them hundreds of millions of dollars in profits. Other than them, Yi Duan couldn't think of anyone else. His cell phone suddenly rang. It was Wang Liyun's call. Mr. Yi, I just saw that a lot of sailors appeared in the comments section of our fund products, maligning and slandering our company. Should we delete these comments? Yi Duan, I saw those comments. Will deleting them make people feel like they're trying to cover it up? I'll reply in the comments section in a while. You use the administrator account to place the top. Those comments should not be deleted. I'm going to hit them in the dog's face in the future. Hanging up the phone, Yi Duan posted a comment within the comments section. Hello investors, I am the person in charge of this fund. Yi Duan, also known as Life is Like a Dream, about certain organizations to hire a water army, maliciously smearing and defaming us. We are deeply outraged that such a thing has happened. The competition in the industry shouldn't use such underhanded means. We will defend our rights and interests in accordance with the law. If any investor does not have confidence in Dusty Hing Capital or in me personally and wants to withdraw their investment, we will open the withdrawal channel tomorrow and waive the default handling fee. Reminding everyone again that financial management is risky and investment requires caution. Li Yunwang saw to it that his comment was placed at the top of the list for anyone who entered the comments section. His words at the very least put some investors at ease, but some are planning to redeem tomorrow. They've been brought up to speed by the Waterboy smear. Originally, a lot of people bought this fund product for the Life as a Dream Big Brother. Nowadays, many people say that Life is Like a Dream is launched by the organization of the stock god. Not at all rely on the strength of the individual. The rhythms carried by these water armies affect a lot of people, and mainly all kinds of speculation seem to be justified to outsiders. It's normal for some people to be driven. The number of comments was still increasing rapidly, and soon the comments section was almost entirely taken over by water armies. They are in a variety of malicious smearing, slander, mainly in saying that Life is Like a Dream is the capital launch to the stock god, so that people keep their eyes peeled, do not be deceived, and hasten to withdraw funds. Now even deleting comments in the background doesn't post them as fast as these waterboys. Yi Duan thought of Lin Yu at the police station. He sent a message to Lin Yu. What is Sister Yu busy with? Lin Yu was a bit surprised to receive his message. After being politely rejected last time, she knew that Yi Chen might not mean much to her. Why did he reach out to me again if he wasn't interested in himself? Dusty, I'm on duty at the unit. What's wrong? Yi Duan told him about the situation. Lin Yu, Xiao Dust, this matter can be reported to the police when the time comes to let the internet police side of the use of technical means to investigate. Now the technology is more advanced than before. Want to investigate the user online is not difficult. That is, some are more cumbersome a little bit. Need to go to the platform company to investigate. But now our public security system is already improving the national large database. Like in the future, the online water army can directly lock each other's identity information. Yi Duan, okay, tomorrow I'll have someone go to the police. Recently the company has too many things. Busy. Sister Moon, how is your recent work? Lin Yu, I'm now the chief of the police station. Promoted a level. Congratulations Sister Moon. He knew very well in his heart how Lin Yu had risen to the top. Without a background of connections, you can only rely on your body and ability. Dusty, tomorrow I'm off duty. At noon Sis will treat you to dinner. Sister Yu, I'll treat you. Let's go to Yen Jiaoga Eatery. This is one of the more upscale restaurants in the Gangpa district. Okay Dusty, I've got something on my side. We'll see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow Sister Moon. Yi Duan turned off the session and remembered a quote from the jagged ancestor in his mind. Don't let a good girl down. Don't waste a bad one. Lin Yu belonged to the category of bad women in his opinion, but only her boss's leaders could sleep with her. Not the kind of whores that people are all over. Dusty's eating. Lu Zixuan called out to him after making dinner, where she had done dinner before. Eating out or buying some back at home. Back at her empty home. Sometimes she would suddenly feel lonely and empty. No amount of luxury houses, cars, or clothes can fulfill all the needs of a human being. Apart from vanity, there are many other human psychological emotions that need to be satisfied. Leaf Dust washed his hands and started eating. How's Dusty? Has my cooking skill grown? Lu Zixuan looked at him with a pair of big beautiful eyes, with a hopeful look within her eyes, wanting to get his praise. Yichuan smiled and nodded. Yummy. Sister Xian, these days you exercise your cooking skills? Lu Zixuan nodded slightly. Back from work there is nothing to do on the internet to learn a little bit. Delicious as much as you want to eat. In the future Sister Xian often give you to do. Okay Sister Xian, I just like to eat at home. No matter how good the food outside feels, it's not as down to earth as eating at home. Lu Zixuan, in the future, you will take Sister Xian here as your own home, and come more often to accompany Sister Xian when you are free. I live alone in such a big house, and sometimes I will suddenly feel lonely, and everything seems to be meaningless. Yi Chen froze for a moment. Sister Xian, you're not getting depressed, are you? No, I don't think so. It's not like I do it all the time. It's just a feeling that pops into my head every once in a while. This could be a precursor. It's not that serious. Maybe it's some after effects of staying alone for too long. Just come and accompany Sister Xian more in the future. The two chatted over dinner. No alcohol tonight. He told her about the fun product review section. Dust, you handled this matter quite well. Those few organizations are quite dirty with their tactics, but as long as our products make achievements, all these tactics of theirs are useless. Leaf Dust, I reckon there might be a request for redemption funds tomorrow. Lu Zixuan, this is normal. People are different and there is no perfect person. You can't make everyone like you, no matter how well you do. There are always people who don't like you. After dinner, Leaf Dust helped pack up the dishes in the kitchen. Lu Zixuan stood there in her nightgown washing dishes, her undulating, S-shaped curves very attractive. Yichuan reached out and hugged her from behind. Sister Xian, when Lu Zixuan saw his movements, she rejoiced in her heart and pouted on her lips. Stop it, I'm brushing the dishes. Yichuan looked at the kitchen window. Sister Xian, did you say that the outside sees the inside through the window? Lu Zixuan froze for a moment. I can't see it. The ones I installed in the first place were privacy glass. That's a relief. Chapter 119, Sister Xian wears black silk next time. Half an hour later, the two came out of the kitchen. Lu Zixuan's pretty face is still a little way red, not very old. Knows quite a lot. Yichuan heatedly smiled. Do you like it, Sister Xian? Lu Zixuan put her hands on his arms and nodded with a smile. When Yi Chen saw her little woman's posture, he felt a different kind of fulfillment in his heart. Lu Zixuan had been one of the women he had fantasized about in his last life. Who doesn't like a mature, sexy, elegant and beautiful female president? The two came to the couch and watched TV. Lu Zixuan lay on the sofa, her head resting on his leg. Leaf Dust stroked her cheek and held his cell phone in his other hand. Li Qingya just sent him a message. What's Dusty doing? Staring at the plate. Staring at what disc? Li Qingya was a bit curious. Yi Duan, the futures trading market is also open at night. You need to keep an eye on the disc to see if there are any particularly large fluctuations. If there is a risk, the funds need to be withdrawn in a timely manner. Li Qingya didn't know much about this aspect. Then how long do we have to keep an eye on it? Closed at 2:30 a.m. Staring for that long? Li Qingya was a bit surprised. Leaf Dust, yeah, it's tougher to play this stuff too. He then sent another message to Zhou Wanning. What is Sister Ning doing? Watching TV? Dusty, I heard that your company's first fund product raising is complete? Well, I've been at the office all day today, and I'm still working overtime staring at the market, and I have to stay up until 2:30 in the morning. Zhou Wanning has not played stock futures either, and does not know anything about this industry. While Yi Chen was chatting with the two women, Lu Zixuan suddenly kissed over. He sent a message to Li Qingya and Zhou Wanning respectively. Qingya, Wan Ning, you guys take an early rest. I have to get busy. After saying that, he put down his cell phone and looked at Lu Zixuan. The next morning, when Yichuan woke up, Lu Zixuan had already made breakfast. She was red and glowing, looking more energetic than yesterday, and her whole body seemed much younger. Dusty's eating. Yi Duan, Sister Xian, you're getting more and more charming. Lu Zixuan hugged him with both hands, her cheeks nestled in his arms. Dusty, I'm not a good woman. I don't have so many extravagant demands.
I just hope that you can come to see Sister Xian more often when you're free, and accompany Sister Xian to chat and talk."
"Just chatting and talking?" Yi Duan asked with a smile. Lu Zixuan softly replied back. "You can do whatever you want. Sister Xian will listen to you. Xian, you wear black silk and professional clothes next time. As long as you like it, little dust. Sister Xian can do anything. This kind of imperial enjoyment is simply too good to be true." Had breakfast. The two of them, Leaf Dust, came to the company. Shanghai Tin. Shanghai Nickel Futures trading has begun. Yi Duan looked at the disc, did not deviate from the memory. Wang Liyun and the two fund assistants came quite early.
Their daily job now is to keep an eye on the market and assist in maintaining the normal operation of the fund products.
Lu Zixuan came to the company against a large number of Water Army smear attack.
She has found the District Public Security Bureau to report the case.
As for the District Public Security Bureau side of the treatment or not, how to deal with this Yi Dust do not know. He didn't know anyone in the District Public Security Bureau. Without knowing anyone, things like this could be cold turkey. It's not like this little thing is worth looking for Zhou Jitsai. Human relationships are used less often than once. Although that person said he was Zhou Jitsai's student, he couldn't just ask for help every other day. Even with Yi Chuan's own connections, it was impossible to bother the other party with a little something. Unless it's a close-knit kind of buddy. It's a good thing to ask if you're Lin Yu. That superior leader of hers seems to be in the District Public Security Bureau. Ask her at noon.
6 clients redeemed funds in the morning,
totaling $6 million.
The water boys in the comment section of the funds product are leading the charge, and it's clearly affecting some people. Leaf Dust did not charge them a handling fee for breach of contract,
and everyone got together. In the morning, Leaf Dust had stayed at the company. After 11 o'clock at noon, he spoke to Lu Zixuan and then drove his Rolls-Royce Cullinan to Yanzhou Food Restaurant. When it came to the restaurant parking lot, he called Lin Yu. "Have you arrived yet, Sister Moon?"
"Almost there.
3 or 4 minutes. Okay, Sister Moon. I'll wait for you in the parking lot." A few minutes later, Lin Yu came to the restaurant parking lot in a white Mercedes-Benz C-Class,
which cost about $300,000.
Her paycheck isn't bad, and it's not too much to ask to drive a car like that.
Yi Chen got down from the car and looked at her with a smile on his face.
"Sister Yu."
Lin Yu's eyes were obviously a little surprised when she saw him get off a large labor.
"Dusty, is this your car?"
"Just bought it."
"Sister Moon, let's go in. How much does this car cost roughly?" Lin Yu asked curiously as she walked. "It's the top-of-the-line version.
$10 million or so." Lin Yu was a little surprised and envious in her heart. There is no one who doesn't like luxury cars and who wants to buy or ride in one.
Everyone has vanity. "Dusty, your finance company should be very profitable, right?"
Yi Duan,
"This also depends on the company's operation and management.
My company belongs to the just established not long ago. The first fund product online only raised more than $400 million.
Just started trading yesterday. Raising over $400 million isn't much?" Lin Yu doesn't know much about his trade.
$400 million raised by Dusty Private Equity is not a small amount.
"Is it?" Yi Dust nodded slightly. "Normal is not small.
But compared to the industry's tens of billions of private placement,
a few $100 million raised is not much.
My goal is tens of billions,
hundreds of billions of private placement scale."
The two men arrived at the booth and then began to order.
Yi Duan opened his mouth and said,
"Sister Moon, it just so happens that my company's products were smeared and brought to rhythm by the Water Army last night. There are a few customers redeemed. There are still a few places.
If you want to buy it, I'll open a channel for you. Civil servants are expressly prohibited from participating in, or engaging in, profit-making activities or holding a concurrent position in a company. However,
there is no restriction on securities investment behavior. Civil servants can buy stocks and futures and invest in financial products. Lin Yu, many of my colleagues around me are buying stocks.
But they say the market is not very good right now, and I don't know much about it. Will this lose all my capital?" Yi Duan laughed. "No.
Our private equity fund has a mandatory closing point.
The worst will be more than 70% of the principal. Since I told Sister Moon is confident to make money.
If I lose money, Sister Moon shall not hold a grudge against me."
"What is the minimum investment for this?" $1 million to start. "That's the minimum.
I've only saved a total of $1 million or so over the years I've been working."
"Dusty, I'm putting all of mine in."
With her benefits package of over $300,000 a year and a bit of gray income, having over $1 million in savings isn't much.
The salaries of civil servants around Jiangsu, Zhejiang and Shanghai are higher than elsewhere. Civil service salaries are linked to the local economy, and the better the economy,
the higher the salary income of civil servants.
Chapter 120 Lin Yu's experience. Lin Yu thought he had a point.
Yi Chuan wouldn't do him any favors if he pitched himself. In her heart she also wanted to be richer, and she didn't want to do that if she was embezzling and taking bribes.
It was too risky. But if the money is earned through investment and finance,
this is not at all afraid of being investigated by the disciplinary committee. Leaf Dust felt that the county officials were better than the current officials. If you make friends with Lin Yu, some things are more convenient. You can't go to those big leaders for a little thing later. The food came up quickly and the two began to eat. Lin Yu was wearing a casual dress today, with a single ponytail, looking a bit valiant. She was about 5 feet 6 inches tall, of the tall, shapely variety. She was also impeccable in terms of looks. Otherwise, how could the leader of the district office have taken a liking to her? Sister Yu, I've already called the police about the company. The response from there is that they will investigate. Do you recognize anyone on your side? Lin Yu understood what he meant. I'll call this afternoon to ask. Dusty, what is your relationship with Bureau Lu? She understood that this kind of small matter was not worth looking for Bureau Lu. It's all about consuming favors and needs to be used when it counts. Yi Duan smiled and returned. I'm good friends with a professor from Jianghai University of Politics and Law, and Bureau Lu is one of his students. Lin Yu understood in her heart. No wonder Yi Chen's connections could find their way to the city council there last time. So that's what this is about. Although it wasn't a direct relationship, it was extremely important for Lin Yu to be able to find the bigwigs of the city council. If she had the chance to meet and have dinner with the city council's leaders, it would help her in her future career. Xiao Dust, you know, such a big shot. Bring Sister Yu to get to know her sometime. Lin Yu did not hide her intentions. Since she was willing to have something happen with the leader of the district office, the leader of the city office was naturally more willing. That's a stronger and bigger backer. Yi Chuan had a faint smile on his face. Okay, Sister Yu, if you need anything, just ask. My brother will definitely be there. Lin Yu smiled faintly. Thank you, Dusty. Sister Yu won't forget your kindness. She was also making a statement that she would help him if she could go farther in the future. Yi Duan vaguely remembered the last time Lin Yu said that the leader couldn't do it, and that he needed to relieve him of his problems. Where is your hometown, Sister Yu? Do you plan to settle in Jianhai in the future? I'm from Yenshan City, North Su Province, and I have the intention of settling in Jianghai, but the houses and everything are very expensive here. Jianghai is good for everything. It's just that the cost of living is too high. Sister Yu can borrow from me if she needs money. Lin Yu is not short of money in her life right now, but she wants to buy a house by too much. It's okay to make a little gray income on a regular basis. She doesn't quite dare to embezzle and take bribes, fearing that in the end, not only will she not be able to keep her job, but she will also have to go to jail. Good. If Sister Moon finds you when she's short of money, you can't pretend you don't know Sister Moon. How's that? Lin Yu, Dusty, do you have a girlfriend? There is. Is that the girl from last time? She remembered Zhao Jing. No, that's my good sister. Not my girlfriend. A good sister? How good kind? It's just like me and Sister Moon. You're my good sister. She's my good sister. Sister Moon, do you have a boyfriend? Lin Yu shook her head. Not yet, but there are quite a few people chasing after me, and I don't like any of them. The fact that she didn't say yes suggests that those people's terms may not have met her requirements. She is a more materially realistic and vain woman. It's okay, Sister Moon. You can't rush this kind of thing. Take your time. You'll have the yuan points when they come. Yi Dust finished heart thought. Who the hell married you who is considered to have fallen 8 lifetimes of blood luck? The green hat will have to stay on. I'm afraid. It's good if you catch it early. It's bad if you never catch it in your life. Lin Yu nodded slightly. This kind of thing still depends on fate. How did you and that leader of yours meet? Sister Yu? Yi Duan was curious about her and the leader of the district office. The thought of the last time the two were live made him feel excited. Lin Yu's face didn't look a bit embarrassed. More embarrassing things Yi Chuan had encountered. What was this point? At first he came down to inspect and saw that I knew. Then under his various kinds of coercion, I was forced to become his lover, and I'm just one of them. As far as I know, there are more than a dozen women are related to him. If this is to rely on the ability to get promoted, I rely on myself to also be able to do this step. Lin Yu's eyes were bleak, and she didn't know if it was an act or a real reaction. A dozen? This old family is really corrupt. Their bodies have been hollowed out by booze and sex, right? Lin Yu, he's long since been emptied of his body by booze and sex, and his body is failing. The conversation turned a little ambiguous as we talked. Yi Duan's eyes unconsciously looked at her figure. On top was a long loose sweater that just covered her hips, like a short skirt, and underneath were bottoms. The jacket was an overcoat, hanging on a hanger in the box. Seeing the look in his eyes, Lin Yu stood up and walked over to him. Dusty, does it look good? Yi Chen didn't expect her to be so proactive. Sister Yu is very good looking. Lin Yu boldly sat in his arms. Why didn't you come over last time I called you? Had a date with my girlfriend the other night. Yi Chen didn't hide the matter of his girlfriend. He didn't want to talk about love with Lin Yu. What happens is a one-night stand at best. As he spoke, he wrapped his arms around Lin Yu, not at all polite. After a few minutes, Lin Yu stood up. If she continued like this, she felt she would not be able to hold it. This is a restaurant box, not a hotel or residence. Dusty, let's go back. Coming out of the restaurant,
Yi Chuan didn't forget to remind her. Sister, you, in a while I'll go back and open up the channel for you. When the time comes, you can just buy it directly. Okay Dusty, bye. Eyeing Lin Yu off. His eyes were deep and calm. He knew very well that Lin Yu was so proactive. For one thing, he had a relationship in the city council, and could talk to Bureau Lu, and perhaps bring her to know the leaders of the city council. One more thing, he has money, tens of millions of dollars in cars, millions of dollars in watches, runs a financial investment company. This is all stuff that only the rich can play with, but there was no way that Leaf Dust would give her money. Money is for good girls to spend on bad women, but she could follow the money if she invested in Yi Duan's company's fund products. Yi Chuan returned to the company and spoke to Wang Liyun, and after getting it done, sent the link to Yi Chuan, who then sent it to Lin Yu. Lin Yu bought 1 million shares of the Dustin Global Investments 1 fund directly. While there were some redemptions, there was little risk to the operation of the fund. Most people still believe in his abilities. Lin Yu, Dusty is over at the district office. I asked for you. This matter is a bit more troublesome to investigate, but they will follow normal procedures to investigate the situation. Okay, thanks Sister Moon. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. After the futures trading market closed, Wang Liyun and others went back from work. Take a break at night, still need to stare at the disk. Regular employees are off work at 5 p.m. On a regular basis. Departments are different and have different off-duty hours. Yi Chuan packed up and came to Lu Zixuan's office. Sister Xian, I'll go back to school first. Lu Zixuan smiled and nodded her head. Go ahead. Go to Sister Xian's house when you have time. Okay. Chapter 121, Tickets to the Concert. Lu Zixuan's beautiful eyes blanked him. Charming and delicate, making people's blood flow faster. The winks and hooks are not just words, they are based on facts. No wonder those ancient dim-witted emperors who loved women. Some extremely beautiful women can really seduce and mesmerize people. Ancient emperors controlled the world, and as long as they were willing, all kinds of extremely beautiful women could become his harem, and many emperors did the same. Despite being surrounded by beautiful women, emperors like some are still famous for generations to come, such as Tang Taizong Li Shimen. He even took his brother's consort into his harem. Yi Chen walked over to Lu Zixuan and kissed her. Hate it. This is the company. Lu Zixuan did her best to show her petulance. Yi Duan, Sister Xian, why are you so charming? Lu Zixuan's heart blossomed, but her face was calm. I am 29. After this year's spring festival, 30 years old, already people old and yellow. When a woman is 30, it's like a flower blooming at its most delicate. Besides, Sister Xian, you're so well maintained. You look just 25 or 26 years old. Lu Zixuan, flowery words. When you get tired of looking at Sister Xian, you won't say that. It's okay not to get tired of watching it. I'll take my turn. I'll go back to school first. La Xian, bye. Lu Zixuan didn't pester him. Pestering every day wasn't always too good. A little goodbye. Yi Duan drove the Porsche back to the school. He ate dinner in the cafeteria and returned to his dormitory. Xing Chao asked curiously when he saw him return. What did old Ji do yesterday? Staying out all night again. Yi Chuan laughed lightly. Of course I'm going to find my sister. Have you talked to someone? With that freshman schoolmate? Xing Chao asked hurriedly. Yi Duan shook his head. No, all good sisters. Xing Chao's eyes widened. Without a date, your sister is willing to go to a room with you? We just talked about life and ideals. We didn't do anything else. Feng Bing, really? Xing Chao skimmed his lips. Old Feng, can you not be so innocent? Cootie, it's only then that I believe it. Wei Xiangyu, that's right. A lone man and woman in a room. What else can you do besides doing that kind of thing? Lao Yi, I found that you have changed a lot this semester. Your temperament is completely different from before. Yi Duan smiled and said, men with money have temperament. Brothers work hard to get money. It's really cool to have money. Xing Chao asked curiously, how much money do you make in the stock market? It's been a good few months. Made a couple million, I think. Xing Chao, Wei Xiangyu, and Feng Bing stared wide-eyed, unable to hide the shock in their hearts. Yi Chen saw their reaction and thought to himself that it was fortunate that he didn't say tens of millions or hundreds of millions. He clearly saw envy and jealousy flash through Wei Xiangyu and Feng Bing's eyes. I'm afraid that if more was said, the two men's minds would have changed drastically. Hatred of the rich is prevalent in this society. Normal hatred of the rich should be a feeling that society is unfair and that some people get a lot of wealth through improper means. Leaf Dust was also a member of the wealth haters in his last life. It is normal to hate the rich. He does not hate those who are rich through their own efforts. However, there are some people who are extremely hateful to the rich. What kind of expression is this on your faces? Is a few million a lot? You are the senior students of Jianghai Jiaotong University. After graduating from graduate school and going out to work, your annual salary is at least a few $100,000 to start with. Xing Chao, holy, a few million isn't much? Even if it's a few $100,000 a year to start, that's still 10 years of work to get a few million. Your kid's breath is really getting bigger and bigger. Yi Duan smiled. The annual salary will definitely go up, and it won't be hard to work hard to want $1 million a year at that time. Xing Chao, you kid got rich. Treat us to a big meal tomorrow. Wei Xiangyu and Feng Bing hastily chimed in. Yes, treat us to a big meal. Let's go eat hot pot tomorrow then. There's a hot pot restaurant near the school that's pretty good. Okay, tomorrow we'll go eat hot pot at noon. Xing Chao nodded his head and agreed. Yi Duan sat in front of the computer after washing up and looked at the night trading situation in the futures market. Such futures with very high turnover are unlikely to make a difference unless a very large amount of money enters the picture. However, the domestic futures market has a number of limitations that can effectively protect against relatively large risks. He looked at it for a while and spoke to Wang Lian. Call me first thing. I'm going to take a break. Okay, Mr. Yi. Yi Chen chatted with Li Qingya and Zhou Wanning for a while before going to bed. The next morning, Leaf Dust came to the library to read books as usual. Zhang Manqiu looked at him and asked, has the fund started trading? The deal is done. Time is running out to make an early mark. Zhang Manqiu, don't be in a hurry. It's easy to make mistakes in a hurry. Well, I know. Has Manqiu missed me in the last couple days? Zhang Manqiu gave him a cold look. Get lost. Yi Chuan laughed. It's not normal to think about it between friends. Where do you think about it? Zhang Manqiu looked at the book and said, the comments section of the fund's products was overrun by water armies. Why don't you delete those water armies comments? Yi Duan, you even know this. It seems that you are also paying attention to our company's affairs. It's useless to delete it. They will keep sending it. If you don't remove it, you're sure to have some customers taken by the rhythm and redeeming their funds. It doesn't matter. They'll regret it later. Zhang Manqiu, why are you so confident? Because of the strength chant. With the strength is confident. I believe in my judgment of the market. I believe in my own vision. Zhang Manqiu, I think your biggest flaw is that you gamble too much. It would be better if you could be more stable. Riches and riches. I'm not a big gambler. I believe in my own vision. Yi Chen refuted her point. While the two were talking, Big Lick Dog Zhou Wenbin came next to them. Manqiu, isn't there a Li Qingyu concert this Saturday? I know you like his songs the most. Get you and Yi Duan 2 seats in the front row. After saying that, he took out 2 tickets and put them on the table. Leaf Dust froze for a moment. Zhou Wenbin bought him and Zhang Manqiu 2 tickets to see a concert? Nima. If he and Zhang Manqiu were to fall in love in the future, this then could definitely do something about buying a condom. How can this guy lick like that? What the hell is wrong with his brain? Zhang Manqiu looked at Yi Duan. Are you going to see it? I'll go with you if you go. I don't care. I'm not a groupie. Yi Duan didn't chase after stars no matter if it was in his last life or this one. He quite liked a couple of the top stream actresses and wanted to talk to them about their lives and aspirations. I don't think that counts as stargazing, does it? Zhang Manqiu, let's go see it together then. I'll hear if there's any difference between the songs live and online. The entire time she didn't pay attention to Zhou Wenbin. But Zhou Wenbin didn't feel embarrassed at all and was full of smiles when he saw that Zhang Manqiu was going with Yi Duan. You guys keep reading. I'll leave you alone. Yi Chen looked at Zhang Manqiu. You like Li Qingyu? Ha? Zhang Manqiu returned in a cool tone. I like his songs. I don't follow stars. Chapter 122. I still have my first kiss. After 11. Yi Chen received a call from Xing Chao. Old Ji is still in the library? Let's go. Let's eat. Okay. I'll meet you in front of the school. Hanging up the phone, he said to Zhang Manqiu. My dormitory brothers asked me to treat them to dinner. We're going to eat hot pot? Manqiu, are you going? Zhang Manqiu nodded slightly. Let's go together. Yi Chen was a little surprised in his heart, not expecting her to follow. He was just being polite. The two packed up and walked out of the library. Yi Duan reminded her. I told my roommate that I made a few $1 million, so don't spill the beans when you get there. Zhang Manqiu, got it. The two walked to the entrance of the school and saw Xing Chao, Wei Xiangyu and Feng Bing waiting for him. Their eyes widened a few points when they saw Zhang Manqiu following Yi Chen. Yi Duan wore a smile. Let's go. Go eat. Xing Chao's voice was a bit nervous. Schoolgirl Zhang is coming with us too? Yi Duan nodded. I'm good friends with Manqiu, and she also wants to eat hot pot. The three of them, Xing Chao, were a bit excited, not expecting Zhang Manqiu to come. It's the houseflower of the School of Finance, one of the school flowers of the main school of the University of Transportation. They had heard that Zhang Manqiu's family was rich, and some had seen her driving a supercar to school. Zhang Manqiu didn't pay any attention to them and was very high and proud. Xing Chao's trio didn't care. They were already satisfied in their hearts to be able to see Zhang's schoolgirl up close. Arriving at the hot pot restaurant, Yi Duan ordered a lot of things. They chatted as they ate. However, Zhang Manqiu didn't say much and would only respond when Yi Chen spoke to her, usually just eating with her head down, and it looked like she liked fondue. Xing Chao, Wei Xiangyu and Feng Bing, who usually talk a lot, are now more restrained.
probably trying to keep up appearances in front of the schoolgirls. Eating was much more civilized. The three were nervous and sweating.
After eating lunch and returning to school, Yi Chen and Zhang Manqiu went to the library.
Xing Chao let out a long breath. When did Olji become so familiar with schoolgirl Zhang?
The two aren't in love, are they?
Wei Xiangyu looked at the back of the two. It's not like being in love. Couples which are like this. Feng Bing, it's possible that the two of them don't want outsiders to know and are secretly in love. After all, there are too many people chasing after Zhang's schoolgirls. There are rich second generation and official second generation. If they are exposed, it is estimated that all those people will have to come and find trouble with Yi Chuan. Xing Chao smiled and said, why do you care so much? It's better for the two to fall in love. And if Olji can get Zhang's school flower, our dormitory will also have a good face.
Zhang Manqiu has a great reputation in school, recognized as a high and cold goddess,
and a great beauty ranked in the top 5 of the school flower list.
Their academy's house flower, Duan Sidong,
was also quite pretty, but ranked in the high teens on the school flower list. The school flower list was made by some students of the school and is not really very authoritative. In the leaf dust, Wang Yusin and Zhou Wanning are very beautiful, not worse than Zhang Manqiu.
But Zhou Wanning wasn't a student.
Everyone has a different eye for aesthetics, but most people's aesthetics are pretty much the same. Just some have a different focus in terms of temperament, looks, and size. Some people think that femininity is important. Others think it's looks or a hot body. So the selection on the schoolgirl list isn't too accurate, but it's close.
6 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yi Chen and Zhang Manqiu came out of the cafeteria together after having dinner.
Manchu for a walk?
He felt that Zhang Manqiu would most likely not agree and casually asked. He planned to go to the faculty apartment dormitory to find Zhou Wanning. Who knows? Zhang Manqiu gently agreed. Yi Chuan was stunned in his heart, somewhat unable to understand Zhang Manqiu's temperament.
Going to the playground or around campus?
Take a random walk around campus. It was dark outside at the moment, and coupled with the fact that it was rather cold, there were very few people on the campus roads. As the two strolled along the campus road,
Zhang Manqiu didn't speak, not knowing what she was thinking. Yi Duan took the initiative to speak.
Is there something bothering Manqiu?
No, Zhang Manqiu answered dryly. She wasn't bothered. She just liked the company.
Because she has no friends at school and deep down she is lonely. Leaf dust was considered her friend.
Have you ever talked to someone before? Yi Duan asked curiously.
Zhang Manqiu glanced at him.
No.
Yi Chuan understood her character. Ordinary men could not even enter her eyes. Her family was already well off, plus proud. The standard for choosing a spouse is expected to be very high.
And the man must not only have outstanding talent and ability,
but his family background is also expected to be unusual. It's not that easy to find such a choice of spouse.
If that's what you're looking for.
Yi Duan felt that he should meet one of her qualifications.
Outstanding talent, ability. But the family conditions are so much worse.
Her dad is a vice-provincial leader.
Yi Duan is from the countryside.
And her mom and dad are migrant workers. He felt that Zhang Manqiu should not look too much at the family background,
but mainly at the ability. And the family perhaps only looked at the family background. This was Yi Duan's guess. Yi Chen, have you ever talked to anyone?
Zhang Manqiu sounded curious.
Leaf dust, not yet, but there are girls chasing me.
Zhang Manqiu, who is it?
Leaf dust, several of them, high school classmates, freshman schoolmates, classmates and whatnot.
There's no way the charm is too great, and there aren't quite a lot of people chasing you.
Zhang Manqiu, I can't remember.
There must have been probably a few hundred of them after college. A beautiful body suffers.
This statement is not without merit. If you look pretty, you will be pursued by many people. If you can keep the bottom line, or meet a good man is good. If you meet the kind of person who plays around a bit, you get bored and break up. After the breakup, there are still many suitors because they are pretty.
If you can't hold the line the first time,
then the line is more likely to be breached the second time. It may end up breaking.
It wouldn't be so bad if they were all like Zhang Manqiu.
Leaf dust's heart was conflicted,
both wanting the other person to be easy to get, and wanting the other person to be someone with boundaries and principles.
That's supposed to be the sign of a kind man. The two walked and chatted, and before they knew it, they were inside the school's wooded wigwam.
The holly and pine trees are still green and rich,
adding color to the campus.
Originally, Yi Chuan thought that on such a cold day, there should be very few couples coming here, but he was wrong. There are a lot of couples here, and they are embracing and kissing each other passionately. The cold weather could not resist their enthusiasm at all. Zhang Manqiu looked at those people. Her eyes seemed to be filled with curiosity.
Get going. What's there to see here?
Yi Chuan was now a man of the past, and was completely uninterested in this matter. Zhang Manqiu glanced at him.
Have you ever kissed?
No, I still have my first kiss.
Why?
Zhang Manqiu, I also wanted to ask you what it feels like to kiss.
Yi Chuan smiled and said, in order to fulfill your wish,
I can condescend to offer my first kiss.
so that you can try what kissing feels like. Zhang Manqiu gave him a blank look. Get lost, don't try to take advantage of me. Leaf Dust muttered in a small voice. I still have my first kiss, you don't lose out. Chapter 123 Changes in the Body. Zhang Manqiu's annoyance at his shameless statement was accompanied by a hint of self-satisfaction. Annoyed because of his flippancy, delighted and self-satisfied because Yi Duan was interested in himself. A man as outstanding as Yi Chen was interested in her, and her proud heart was greatly satisfied. The two of them strolled around for about half an hour, then Yi Duan sent her to the dormitory floor. I'm going back. Good night. After saying that, Zhang Manqiu walked into the dormitory building. Yi Duan turned around and left, heading towards the faculty apartment dormitory. He arrived outside Zhou Wanning's dormitory and gently knocked on the door. Zhou Wanning opened the door to her room and he hurriedly walked in and wrapped his arms around her waist. Wanning. Zhou Wanning's eyes were gentle and lovely. Why did you come over now? No one can see at night. Leaf Dust hugged her. It was warmer in the house, and Zhou Wanning was wearing pajamas. The two kissed passionately for tens of seconds. Yi Chuan opened his mouth and said, Is it okay for me to stay here tonight, Wan Ning? Zhou Wanning shyly nodded her head and agreed. On New Year's Day 3-day vacation, she went back to her home, and Yi Duan accompanied her back to see Mr. and Mrs. Zhou Jitsai. Later 2 days accompanied Li Qingyat and Zhao Jing for 1 day each. Why did you say yes today? Zhou Wanning, the co-worker next door, moved out with her boyfriend. Leaf Dust carried her into the bedroom. Leaf Dust woke up the next morning after 6 o'clock. Zhou Wanning snuggled into his arms and fell asleep. Exquisite features that are mouth-watering and a delicate figure that is unforgettable. Zhou Wanning woke up a few minutes later, and she softly asked, What time is it, Dusty? Leaf Dust, 6:10. Sister Ning, I'll get up first, or there will be too many people in a while. Not many people are up at this hour. Only morning walkers are likely to get up this early, and there are very few morning walkers in the winter. Well, I'm going to sleep a little longer. There are toiletries I bought for you in the bathroom cabinet. Yi Chuan did not expect that she even prepared for these. It seems to have premeditated. He shuffled briefly, opened the door and walked out. The building was empty with no one at all, and after he walked out of the faculty apartment building, he went to the playground to run for exercise. The body is the root of everything. If the body cannot take what to satisfy the women around, if you're not physically able to do so, there's even a risk of grass growing on your head. There were also morning walkers on the playground, only a few dozen of them. Yi Duan worked out for more than half an hour and then came to the cafeteria for breakfast. This semester he could clearly feel the physical changes. Exercise consistently every day and your physique is several notches stronger than before. He also realized that his physical quality was improving very quickly, and there seemed to be no upper limit in terms of physical potential to keep improving his physical quality. Could this be a benefit that comes with being born again? He had previously discovered that his brain had the ability to forget things, and his 5 senses were extremely sharp, kind of like the masters on TV. And otherwise nearsighted, I can see tiny ants dozens of meters away. He didn't dare to test it. It was a bit scary to talk about it, and he was worried that it would be taken away for research. There is also ear power. Dozens of meters away he concentrates on listening, can hear what the other side is talking about. Recently he had noticed another difference in his body. His physical qualities were improving rapidly and his potential seemed endless. There is a noticeable improvement in physical fitness with each workout period. He has been working out consistently this semester, and he is already physically fit. If he encountered Zhou Jipeng and a few others again, he would be able to take care of them alone without Zhao Jing's help. Leaf Dust came to the library after breakfast. He came earlier today, and Zhang Manqiu hadn't come yet. He took out his cell phone and looked at the nightly quotes from the futures market last night. Nothing had changed. Over the course of 3 days the two futures his company bought rose an average of 4 points. 10 times leverage is 40% profit. The futures market is highly rewarding and risky, requiring constant eyes on the board. After looking at the futures market, Leaf Dust looked at the U.S. stock market's game in. The game in is as usual. Nothing much has changed. The $300 million he had entered earlier had gone up only a little. Not much different from nothing. It only started that day, January 14th, and rose as much as 50% that day. The next day it was up another 30%. The third day it was down 10%. And the fourth day it was up 10%. On the seventh day is when the real madness begins. In 4 or 5 days, it drove the stock price up to as high as $120 a share. Yi Duan bought when it was $4 a share. If according to the highest share price, it is about 30 times, but he has too much money to sell it all at the top, doubling dozens of times. His body of money has gotten pretty big, and as he sells a lot of it, it's bound to take the stock price down with it. He can't sell when the stock price is falling. That would tend to cause an avalanche of declines. It's best to sell on the upside. This is the best time to leave the market. The timing of the entry of the company's fund products could be partly on the 14th, leaving some for the next surge. Funds can't all go in up front. You have to keep a reserve. Financial investment engagements actually have some of the same things in common with leading soldiers into battle. In large regiments, it is normal to have a mobile reserve to be ready to respond to unexpected situations. Leaf Dust began to read the book after he finished thinking. Zheng Manqiu came to the library at 8 o'clock or so, and she was a little surprised. Why did you come so early today? I woke up early because I was so excited about my walk with the schoolgirl last night that I didn't sleep all night. Zheng Manqiu gave him a blank look. Shanghai tin futures have grown well in the past few days, better than last month's rise. Yi Duan, well, now the domestic stock market cannot play. The futures market is still a little opportunity. Zhang Manqiu asked, do you buy futures for all the company fund products? Yi Duan nodded slightly. Yes, all of them bought the futures varieties, and they went up very well. Zhang Manqiu, futures are too risky. Be careful to lose it all. Customers plug your company. Yi Duan, there is a closed position standard. If the fall is too much, we'll stop loss closed position. Now the amount of money is small good operation. If the amount of money is relatively large, the operation is a little difficult. The two chatted for a few moments and began to read. When it was almost noon, Yi Chuan's cell phone rang, and it was a call from Tang Yi, the schoolgirl of Tongji University. Hey Tang Yi, what's wrong? Tang Yi, do you have time tonight? Let's have dinner together. There are a few friends who want to get to know you. They are all clients of our company. Yi Duan, there's time. You'll send me the address later. I'll go over at night. Okay, Leaf Dust will see you tonight. Hang up. Zhang Manqiu suddenly spoke. Tang Yi wants to invite you to dinner? Leaf Dust, ah yes. She said that there are a few friends who want to meet me. All of them bought the company's fund products and are customers of the company. I'm coming with you. Zhang Manqiu's words caused Yi Chen's heart to freeze. He smiled and said, good, you and Tang Yi are friends anyway. Let's go over together tonight. Chapter 124, Schoolflower Tang Yi's friend. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Yi Chen and Zhang Manqiu came out of the library and walked to the parking lot. He left the school in a Rolls-Royce Cullinan with Zhang Manqiu in the back seat. You sit in the back and make me look like the driver. The corner of Zhang Manqiu's mouth rose slightly. The back seats are comfortable. This Cullinan of Yi Duan is a 4-seater version with 2 seats in the back. Very luxurious and extremely expensive to build. It's top of the line in every aspect, whether it's materials, workmanship or functionality. Yi Chuan remembered something. I heard that Tang Yi is the schoolflower of Tongji University and the houseflower of the School of Finance. Is that true? Zhang Manqiu asked curiously. Where did you hear about this? Yi Duan, brother Zhao told me. We both chat when we're not doing anything. Zhang Manqiu, nothing to inquire about her. Do you want to pursue her? No, we are not partners. I just understand the situation of your good friends. Zhao Xiangming in Zhanghai University of Politics and Law. Is he planning to take the career path in the future? Yi Chen felt that the situation was not right and hastily changed the topic. He wants to take the career path. His family's connections are very powerful. His father is the founder of Dongkai Securities. His mother is the daughter of a high-ranking official. That is, his grandfather and uncle's side are all bigwigs in the political world. And there's also his grandfather who fought in the war. And his status in the military world is not low. Zhang Manqiu's voice was clear and pleasant. Very nice. Like it came with its own melody. Yi Chen sighed. It's only been how many years? New classes have already appeared. The hearts of the people are like this. The general trend. It's hard for anyone to change it. Zhang Manqiu knew the meaning of his words. This kind of talk less. Ordinary people discussion is okay. When there is a certain status position, be careful what you say. Otherwise trouble comes out of the mouth. Even if it is the truth cannot be said. This kind of thing is too sensitive. There have been people who have worked hard for this, trying to change everything with the sun and the moon, but as we see it now, there is still no way to stop the creation of a privileged class. Yi Duan, I'm not complaining. This situation I think it's actually very normal. The daughter of high-ranking officials and powerful people. Why marry a rural boy? Two people's insights, education in all aspects of a complete mismatch, may not have a common language. People want to find the door to the right family is normal. But this kind of door-to-door relationship tends to breed a privileged class. And then the privileged class exploits and oppresses the lower class. And over time, when someone can't stand it, they explode out. And this situation is like a dead cycle. And it's hard to change. In his spare time, he had wondered how to change that. He found it unresolved. People are selfish. In his place, he would have done the same as them. Zhang Manqiu opened her mouth and said, it's different from ancient times. Nowadays the internet is developed. Technology is advanced. And there are many things that your so-called privileged class wouldn't dare to do blatantly. There are also quite a few cases of a daughter of a powerful family marrying someone from an ordinary background, with the prerequisite being that the person is very good, either with outstanding ability and great potential in the career path, or making a difference in the business world and being able to make a fortune. Yichuan smiled and said back, "Isn't this just enlisting talents? After all, the base of ordinary people is large, and many talents come out from ordinary people, and they are enlisting away."
Which is nothing more than strengthening or maintaining the rights of their privileged class. Otherwise a large number of talents among ordinary people will rise,
and their position will be threatened.
Because ordinary people who go up to high positions have a high probability of becoming the new privileged class.
And dragon-slaying teenagers will eventually become evil dragons. Zhang Manqiu didn't say anything, pondering his words. A brief silence fell over the car.
Yi Duan was a bit frustrated inside.
The deeper you know something, the more painful it is.
His heart was surrounded by a sad melancholy, but soon he shook those negative emotions to the back of his mind.
What's the point of thinking so much? I'm a born again. I want to have a good time in this life. I want money, beauty, power and status.
Although he was not in the career path, if he could make a huge scale in the business world, his status would not be bad.
If it becomes a top domestic enterprise,
provincial and ministerial leaders will treat it respectfully. If it is ranked at the top of the international rankings,
higher leaders will also value it.
At that time his connections and circles were at the top of the heap.
It was Friday,
and they were right in the middle of the evening rush hour at this time of day.
With more traffic, Yi Duan's Rolls-Royce Cullinan traveled on the road with a very high turnaround rate. This kind of car in Jianghai City absolutely belongs to the top luxury car ranks.
It took an hour and a half for them to arrive at the restaurant Tang Yi had mentioned.
When they came to the box, Tang Yi and 4 friends had already arrived. 3 women and 1 man. After all,
they were Tang Yi's friends,
and definitely female friends mostly.
Yichuan came in and said with a smile,
"Tang Yi is sorry to keep you waiting." Tang Yi put on a smile.
"We've just been here for a while. Mainly this place is quite far from your school."
Manqiu is also here. "Quickly sit down." After the two were seated, Tang Yi spoke, "This is Yi Duan.
The legendary big shot of the speculation circle. Life is like a dream."
Yi Duan wore a smile. "Don't brag for me, Tang Yi. What legendary big brother? Just lucky." Tang Yi, Yi just overly modest is proud. "Your deeds are not legendary. Well, 35,000 funds into the market.
A few months' time to do 600 or 700 million.
A girl next to her echoed, "This is certainly counted as a legend."
Looking at the stock market for decades, no one a few months' time from hundreds of thousands to 600 or 700 million.
Others chimed in, "Yeah, it's not luck, it's ability. It's a great feeling to be blown off by someone, and the other person is still a rich, second-generation government official."
His vanity was greatly gratified. No wonder some leaders like subordinates who kiss ass and know what they're doing.
So this feels so good. Tang Yi then introduced those 4 friends one by one. The man's name is Yu Zian, and the 3 girls are Chen Shui, Yang Qian and Wang Dandan. From the comprehensive evaluation of looks, body and temperament, Chen Shui and Yang Qian can be considered among the ranks of beautiful women, and Wang Dandan's looks are medium, so she can be a good friend. After both sides greeted each other one by one, Tang Yi asked the waiter to start serving the food. Tang Yi dragged the frames of his glasses on the bridge of his nose and looked at Zhang Manqiu with a smile on his face. "Manqiu, what brings you here?"
Yi Duan opened his mouth and explained, "I was reading a book with Manqiu in the library. Manqiu heard that it was you and said that she hadn't seen you for many days.
Then we came over together."
Zhang Manqiu was satisfied with his explanation in her heart and spoke up as well.
"I can't come?" Tang Yi laughed. "I'm just a little surprised. I remembered before that you rarely come out with the opposite sex. Leaf dust, we're good friends. It's not normal to come together." At this point the meal came up. A few people ate and chatted. In the midst of the chat, Yichuan could tell that the 4 of them, Yu Zian, Chen Shui, Yang Qian and Wang Dandan, were more respectful towards Zhang Manqiu and Tang Yi. The details show that their family background should not be as impressive as the 2. Not as good as them, but the family is probably not average. Yi Duan and they all added their contact information, and the circle of people expanded a little. Like this, if a friend introduces a friend, Yi Duan's circle of connections would grow bigger and wider. Relationships need to be maintained, chatting on weekdays or getting out and getting together often. Otherwise one realization alone is not enough. Chapter 125, Be Gentle. She's afraid of pain. Had dinner. Yi Duan, Zhang Manqiu and Tang Yi walked out of the restaurant to the parking lot. Tang Yi smiled when she saw his ride and said, "Yi Duan bought a car?" Yi Duan nodded. "What do you think of this car, Tang Yi?" "Tang Yi, it's very comfortable to sit in. Safety, power is very good in all aspects. I like to sit in it. Let me sit in it sometime." "Leaf dust, you're just like Manqiu. This is all about using me as a chauffeur law." Tang Yi's few people smiled faintly before bidding their farewells and getting into their cars to leave. Their cars are all cool supercars, and they run in a row on the road in a very cool way. Leaf dust drove towards the school. The evening rush hour had passed and there were still quite a few cars on the roads. Not as much traffic as before. Zhang Manqiu said from the back, "The start time of the concert tomorrow is from 7:30 to 9:30 p.m. Leaf dust, then it's just right that we go after dinner. Zhang Manqiu nodded slightly. I bought 2 more tickets or VIP box tickets. We'll watch it in the box then.
Yi Duan froze for a moment, then nodded.
Where's that ticket Zhou Wenbin sent you?
Zhang Manqiu, it's in my pocket.
I'm going to go back and throw it away.
Why?
Give it to me. My buddies want to see it and it's just right to give it to them.
Oh.
Half an hour later,
Yi Duan drove back to the school.
After Yi Chen sent Zhang Manqiu to the dormitory building, he turned around and walked towards the boys' dormitory building. Just a short distance away,
he stopped and turned his head to look a short distance away, only to see Zhou Wenbin walking towards him.
Yi Chuan, where did you and Manqiu go at night? Yi Duan looked him up and down. Have you been staring at Manqiu? Zhou Wenbin explained. I just want to see her more. Does it matter to you where the two of us go? You said that you are also a rich second generation.
There should be quite a lot of girls chasing after you.
It's good to find a beautiful girl to talk about love.
Why do you have to pester someone who doesn't like you? Yi Chuan felt some disgust in his heart, thinking that he was the type of person who was very perverted.
Zhou Wenbin's face did not change. I like Manqiu. Do you have anything else?
I'll go back and rest if there's nothing.
I'm too tired from tossing and turning with Manqiu.
Yi Chen was deliberately irritating him. Zhou Wenbin's expression was stunned at his words, and he was silent for a few seconds before opening his mouth. You're gentle. She's afraid of pain.
Nima. Yi Duan raised his leg and gave him a kick. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Stay away from me.
Zhou Wenbin was kicked to the ground by him, but wasn't annoyed. After uttering those words, a hint of pleasure lurked in the depths of his heart.
After Yi Chen returned to the dormitory,
he sent a message to Zhang Manqiu.
That Zhou Wenbin has been watching you.
He stopped me on my way back just now and asked what we were doing all night. Zhang Manqiu frowned slightly.
She's been staring at me?
This guy is such a pervert.
Stay away from him in the future.
Well, what did he tell you?
Leaf dust. He asked what we were doing. I said I went on a date. Guess what he said?
Said what? She said you are afraid of pain.
Let me gently.
How I did not expect him to say so.
Originally thought he would give up pestering you.
Well, this guy's heart monstrous pure perversion. I kicked him over on the ground.
Zhang Manqiu, the beating is light. Beat him again tomorrow.
Zhao Jing sent him a message at this time.
What's brother doing? In the dormitory looking at the computer. What's wrong Shizuku?
Zhao Jing opened her mouth and asked.
Did you know that Li Qinyu is holding a concert in Zhanhai tomorrow? I heard about it. Do you like him too? I have 2 tickets in my hand that someone else gave me, so you and Su Hui should go see it. Yi Chen had originally planned to give the tickets to her and Su Hui. Zhao Jing, brother, aren't you going to see it? I have a dinner party tomorrow night, and I don't like Li Qinyu, so you guys go watch it.
Yi Duan casually found a reason.
Zhao Jing, thank you brother.
I've heard that his concert tickets are very expensive. The worst seats are speculated to be over 5,000.
Leaf dust, I got this from someone else. Didn't spend any money. At this moment,
Li Qingya sent him another message.
Dusty, what have you been up to in the past 2 days? You didn't even come to me for a chat.
Yi Duan, the past 2 days have been too busy.
I just came back after attending a dinner party. I got acquainted with a few people from the second generation circle, and there are many things on the company side. How is the company doing now? Li Qingya knew about him wanting to open a company before.
Yi Duan, the company has just been set up more things.
Our first inexperienced. Dizzy, a little burnt out. Qingya, weekend we go where to play? Li Qingya, I don't know yet. It's too cold in winter now. I feel so cold everywhere I go to play. Why don't we go to the hotel and watch an educational action movie?
Li Qingya's pretty face reddened.
Bah, net thoughts of these things in your head.
Leaf dust, it's not because I like you so much. I get that urge when I'm with you. The corners of Li Qingyang's mouth rose slightly.
Little Dusty, do you have a place you want to go and play?
Yi Chuan thought about it and said, why don't we go to a hot spring resort where there are natural hot springs?
Take a bath and steam sauna to relax? I've been a bit stressed out lately.
Well, good.
I've never been in a natural hot spring. At this moment, Yi Chen's cell phone suddenly rang.
It was Wang Liyun's call.
Mr. Yi, today is Friday. Should we announce this week's yield immediately after the night trading? Or should we wait until tomorrow to announce it? Yi Duan, how long will it take for the yield to be calculated? If it's quick,
then publish it in time. And if it takes a long time, wait for tomorrow morning to publish it. It's going to require careful calculations and a transfer of the data to the server.
Ideally to be published tomorrow morning.
I'll make a trip to the office tomorrow to get it.
Well, good. Set a point in the future and announce it on time. Hang up. Yi Duan replied to Li Qingya. I just took a call from a company employee. My mom is on video. Dusty, you go to bed early.
Oh, okay. Yi Chuan sent another message to Zhou Wanning.
Have you gone home, Sister Ning? Home. It's my mom's birthday tomorrow. Why didn't you tell me in advance about Auntie's birthday?
I'll go and buy something for her tomorrow. Zhou Wanning was quite happy in her heart.
Whatever. Don't buy anything too expensive. I know. I know in my heart. Rest early baby, see you tomorrow. Yi Chuan didn't want to chat anymore. It was too tiring and too taxing on his brain. The next morning, Yi Duan came to the cafeteria for breakfast after his workout. He spoke to Zhao Jing in advance and agreed to meet at the cafeteria. After hitting breakfast, he came to sit across from Zhao Jing and Su Wei. This is 2 tickets for Li Qinyu's concert tonight. You guys remember to go see it tonight. Su Hui was full of surprise. Thank you brother. Since the last time she gave her a birthday, she followed Zhao Jing and kept calling him brother. Zhao Jing was equally happy because she loved Qinyu Li's songs and had always wanted to hear them live. Brother Yi Chen, you're so nice. Love you to death. Yi Duan, there are many people there at the concert. The dragons and snakes are mixed up. Pay attention to safety. Don't lose anything. I know. Brother, it's the weekend. What are you busy with? Yi Duan, I'm not planning to open a company. Venue, personnel recruitment and so on is too busy. Wait for the empty down, I will accompany you to play. Cap. 126 rate of return on the company's fund updated. Zhao Jing knew about him wanting to start a company before, but Su Hui didn't know, and looked at Yi Chen with some shock in her heart. He started a company at such a young age? If only I had a boyfriend like that. The thought suddenly raced through her mind, but it was quickly shoved to the back of her mind. She knew that she wasn't very pretty and couldn't compete with Zhao Jing and the others. It was a fleeting thought, just like when you see an extremely beautiful woman. Similar thoughts flash through a man's mind, knowing it's impossible. Just a fleeting fantasy. Zhao Jing smiled and asked, how much do you have to invest to start a company? Brother Yi Chen? Yi Duan, opened with a few rich and official second generation. They have money, I mainly contribute. He didn't want Zhao Jing to know how rich he was. Zhao Jing asked curiously, brother, do you run a financial investment company? Where is the office? Yes, it's at the financial center building in our Jiangpu district. Xiao Jing, Xiao Hui, I still have some things to do. You guys eat slowly, I have to go out. Okay brother. Take care. Yi Duan came to the parking lot and drove out of the school in that Porsche. He first went to the mall to pick out a birthday present for Auntie Zhou. With the news of Zhou Wanning, he bought a dress for Auntie Zhou, and originally wanted to buy some jewelry, but thought better of it. Uncle Zhou and Auntie Zhou don't know his relationship with Zhou Wanning, and it's not good to buy so much to look too grand. Zhou Wanning didn't want his parents to know yet, and he didn't want them to know either. Otherwise, if it is exposed in the future, what if the 2 old men get angry and have a brain hemorrhage again? After all, it's quite old and anger is not good for your health. Yi Chuan came to Zhou Wanning's house after buying things. Zhou Jitsai and Zhou's mother were a bit surprised to see him come. Why didn't Dusty say anything in advance? Yi Chuan laughed. I heard Sister Ning say that today is Auntie's birthday. Come over to celebrate Auntie's birthday. Auntie, this is the birthday gift I bought for you. A coat. See if you like it. Try to fit. Mother Zhou received the bag of clothes with a smile on her face. Thank you Dusty. Auntie, you're welcome. Try it and see if you like it. Zhou Wanning came over and took out her clothes, letting her old mom try them on. Pretty good looking mom. Looks not only a few years younger but classy too. Mother Zhou was all smiles. I think it looks pretty good too. Thanks Dusty. Zhou Jitsai, shout us, let's go to the study to talk and have some tea. The two came into the study and Yi Duan handed him a cigarette. How are the fund products of Little Dust Company operating? Zhou Jitsai asked curiously as he inhaled a cigarette. Leaf Dust, today at 10 o'clock we'll update the fund's return for the week, which is about 40 points in the past few days. Zhou Jitsai's eyes widened a few points. More than 40 points in the past few days? The stock market is almost universal these days. Every section is falling. What did you buy? He is now a short position. So he bought 20 million Leaf Dust Company fund products. The others have been liquidated before. Bought Shanghai Tin Futures. The domestic stock market has no chance now. The futures market is okay. Zhou Jitsai, futures those days time more than 40 points normal. But the risk is also big. Must control the risk. Yi Chuan nodded gently. I understand what Uncle Zhou said. The first product must be done well. Visibility in the circle. It will be simpler to raise funds in the future. Zhou Jitsai, there are a few old friends in the group this week stock losses, although they reminded them before, but they are subjective. Think it is a normal retracement. The follow-up can also be a record high. Do not listen to your advice now, regret. Want to sell and dare not sell. Afraid to sell up. Yi Chuan, people have their own destiny. Uncle Zhou, we should have said everything. They can't do anything if they don't listen. Just after finishing, his cell phone suddenly rang. It was Wang Liyun's call. Mr. Yi, the data has been tallied, and our fund products made a profit of 46.2% this week. Wang Liyun admired Yi Chen in her heart. Operate with boldness and accurate judgment. Hundreds of millions of dollars to buy futures without the slightest delay. Not at all afraid of big losses. He has that confident steadiness about him that reveals an extremely charismatic personality. Charisma is something deeper.
It goes beyond looks and stature. Normally looks and body are the basis for attracting the opposite sex, but there is one more thing that can attract the opposite sex. That's charisma. People with strong charismatic personalities are fatally attracted to the opposite sex around them. The reason why it's the opposite sex around is because it can only be known through contact. Like walking on the road. Two people do not know how to know what you have a charismatic personality. More contact will know. Well, it's not immediately 10 o'clock. Update on time. Yi Chuan's face was calm without any waves. Wang Li Yun, okay Mr. Yi. Hanging up the phone, he said to Zhou Jitsai, the yield statistics are out. 46.2% for the week. Zhou Jitsai, then wouldn't I have made more than $9 million on my $20 million? Yi Duan, almost. But when the rate of return exceeds 50%, 100% of the company will be in accordance with the provisions of the contract to collect a certain percentage of the share. January 8th, Saturday morning at 10 o'clock. The Dustin Global Investments 1 Fund's returns were officially updated, and this week's return, 46.2%. Many investors are waiting for yield updates. Everyone froze for a few seconds when they saw the Dustin Global Investments 1 Fund's return for the week. Asterisk 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 asterisk, that's a 46.2% return in just a few days? Seriously? It's not like the statistics are wrong, is it? I guess the statistics are wrong. How can a few days have such a high yield? How is it possible to get such important data wrong? Life is like a dream, Big Brother's deeds you are not unaware of. 46.2% return, I think normal. Ha ha, thank you Big Brother to take the fly. Before the comment section also said that life is like a dream, Big Brother is the capital launched stock god. This kind of brain dead speech also believe? If capital can be launched, why don't we see other capital launching other stock gods? Guys, I just asked the client and there is no mistake about the yield. It's 46.2%. Life is a dream, Big Brother forever god. I love you. Buy less. I only put in $1 million. I should have known to buy 10 million. Can I get more? I'd like to buy more. You can't buy it now during the closed period. Wait until it's over. Big Brother is really fierce. Now how bad the stock market fell. Life is like a dream, Big Brother still can bring us a big profit. This is the ability. Whoever ing slanders Big Brother again in the future, I'll curse him to death. Leaf Dust harvested a lot of customer recognition with this wave. Grass. I've been brought up to speed by the comment section before and redeemed them all. Otherwise I could have earned more than $400,000. A few people who had redeemed to go before were gutted when they saw the yield on the Dustin Global Investments 1 Fund. Son of a waterbenders? I'm not done with you. Cutting off people's wealth is like killing their parents. It must be those few organizations smearing life as a dream, Big Brother. Everyone be a bit opinionated. Don't listen to the wind. I believe in life as a dream, Big Brother's ability to firmly hold anyway. A 46.2% return in a few days. What if it's a month, 2 months or even 6 months from now? Will it multiply many times? It's exciting to think about it. It's too hard to buy less. I lost more than 10 points in stocks this week, and not only did I make it all back, but I also made a lot more in life as a dream. A big man is a big man. I've been playing stocks for more than a decade, and I don't have as much yield as a big man for a few days. Chapter 127, Top Yield Ranking. The heads of several organizations, Xingda Investment, Haiyuan Capital and Tianhan Capital, were also keeping an eye on Dustin Capital Corporation. When they saw the Dustin Global Investment 1 Fund's return for the week, their faces changed slightly. How can he earn so much when the market is so bad? Lu Zhenjiang was a bit incredulous. Next to him, the female secretary opened her mouth and said, Mr. Lu, he should buy futures, not stocks. The stock market is too bad. There are no stocks that have risen so much, and the demon stocks he that body of money is not able to play. Futures is understandable. High risk and high return. He just entered the market and dared to buy futures. The courage is quite big. As long as the loss of one time may burst, I do not believe that he does not miss. Lu Zhenjiang in the futures market had been educated by large institutions. 200 million funds overnight ashes. Completely burst. That memory has stuck with him. And since then he has not dared to enter the futures market operation easily. They are also institutions, but they are small institutions inside the market. Big fish eat small fish. Small fish eat shrimp. Various stock investment platforms have rankings of fund gains and losses. Because it's January, a brand new year, Dustin Global Investments 1 Fund after updating the yield. Straight away, it was the #1 earner among all fund products, with a 46.2% return for the week. It came in first place and drew a lot of attention. Dustin Global Investment 1, what kind of fund is this? This is a private equity fund. The first product of Dusty Xing Investment Company. It was created by the Big Brother. Life is like a dream. This fund is also operated by him. I was going to buy it when I raised funds before, but in the end I didn't buy it, and I'm a little bit regretful. How did he manage a 42
6% return in 1 week when the stock market was so bad? I guess I bought futures. Life is like a dream. Big Brother stocks and futures are played. And both are bullish. I'm going to buy 100,000. So wouldn't that be 46,000 a week? Brother, this is a private equity fund. The state regulations minimum limit of 1 million to start. Not our ordinary retail investors can participate in. I will be more than 100,000 funds. Joe G's Ice group chat. After Dustin Investments announced this week's yield, it instantly blew up inside. Dusty is really good. The fund returned 46.2% this week. It's so strong. It's a higher yield than I've been playing for decades. Ha ha. Oldly, you bought $2 million and made over $900,000 in the past 2 days? Holy, Dusty's company's fund went up so hard? Some people regretted it. There are about 9 people in the group who have bought fund products from Leaf Dust. Now they are all flaunting it in the group and watching the guys get all misty-eyed. Someone ate Yi Duan. Dusty, is your company's fund still available? Can Dusty still buy it? I'll buy it too. Yi Duan saw the message in the group replied. Now is a closed period. There is no way to buy. And the quota is full. Wait for the new fund product release. I will notify all the uncles and aunts at the first time. The crowd was a little sorry to see his message. Private equity funds can't be purchased by more than a maximum of 200 people. And they don't have a quota if they want to. In circles, many investors are discussing the Dustin Global Investments One Fund. There are those who marvel, those who envy, and few who are jealous and detractors. He bought all the futures. Right, futures are very risky. Earn more than 40 points this week, but any error in judgment, maybe overnight will burst. Not a penny left. This kind of fund manager doesn't have the interests of his clients at heart and people should never buy it. Shut up. Last time is buy you guys to bring the rhythm. I redeemed the funds. Otherwise I now also big profits. Do not buy money-making funds. Do not buy your family loss of money funds. Yi Chuan left after having lunch at Zhou Wanning's house. Coming out of the Star River Garden neighborhood, he drove towards the Cui Jing Mingzhu neighborhood where Lu Zixuan was located. On the way he called Lu Zixuan. What's Xian doing? At home? Lu Zixuan, at home to see the market situation. I know not much before. Now involved in this industry have to make up for this knowledge. Small dust free you also teach me. Sister Xian. I'll go over and teach you now. 20 minutes later, Yi Duan arrived at the Crestview Pearl neighborhood. Lu Zixuan opened the door in her pajamas and asked with a smile. Didn't you accompany your girlfriend to play today's weekend? We'll play tomorrow. Leaf Dust took off his jacket and changed into his shoes. Lu Zixuan walked into the room and brought him pajamas. Change into them. Instead of wearing pajamas, Leaf Dust hugged her. Did Xian miss me? Lu Zixuan looked at him coquettishly. Little bad guy. Sister Xian doesn't want you to think about who else. Half an hour later, in the study, Yi Chuan softly said, Sister Xian, you make me like it so much that I can't help myself. Dusty, you fascinate me too. Lu Zixuan clasped her hands around his neck, her face relying on his arms. Take a break. She opened her mouth and said, Dusty, teach me about stocks and futures. Otherwise, if I don't know anything, how can I manage the company well in the future? Yi Duan, stocks, futures speculation is expected. The future. First of all, you have to pay attention to the policy of this big aspect, like foreign and domestic policy news, especially the beautiful country, the European Union region's policy. Their policies will have some impact on us because of the close economic trade between us and them. And then there's domestic policy, which determines the future direction. We are not strong now. When we are strong later, it is better to have our own information channels, because when the policy news is sent out, some big capitals and big people have already been informed in advance, and we are one step behind in terms of information. In addition to the policy side, there are all kinds of major things to keep an eye on, but whenever something major happens in the world, it's tied to the economy, and you have to associate it with all industries. Which industry will be impacted by this event? Yi Chen talked to her a lot, and Lu Zixuan hurriedly took notes, jotting down the highlights. Sister Xian, how is that company of yours doing now? Lu Zixuan returned while writing. It's not bad. The revenue also increased quite a lot. I plan to share a part of the shares to that management, so that she can work more attentively. Yi Duan continued to speak about the financial investment industry. Lu Zixuan continued to take notes. When she finished her work, Yi Duan carried her to the bedroom to get under the covers. Sister Xian, take a nap. Lu Zixuan gave a gentle hum and snuggled into his arms and closed her eyes. Chapter 128, Night Market Thief. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Yi Chen woke up leisurely and looked at Lu Zixuan, who was still sleeping in his arms, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It was an image he had fantasized about in his last life, and now it was a reality. Lu Zixuan snuggled into his arms like a little woman, and she didn't care if she knew Yi Chen had a girlfriend. She was completely attracted by Yi Chen's looks and personality. Yi Chuan looked at the time and carefully got up. He still had to accompany Zhang Manqiu to the concert in a while. After getting up, he gave Lu Zixuan a kiss on her white forehead. Lu Zixuan suddenly opened her eyes, soft and smiling. What are you going for? Yi Duan, tonight is not leeching you in the Jianhai Grand Stage held a concert well. My friend invited me to go over to see. Are you coming back tonight? Does KO want me to come back? I want to hug you to sleep. Lu Zixuan's pretty face revealed a small woman's delicate demeanor. Yi Chen touched her hair. I'll be back after watching. Lu Zixuan, I'll wait for you at home. It was a little after 5:30 when Leaf Dust drove back to the school. He got inside the Rolls-Royce and called Zhang Manqiu. A few minutes later she came to the car. Let's go. Yi Chuan started the car and drove towards Jianhai Grand Stage. Manqiu isn't going home this week? Not going back. No one's home. My parents are away on business. Leaf Dust, what did you do at school today? Zhang Manqiu, read a book, and then read the weekend stock and futures market news. I saw that the Dustin Global Investment 1 fund ranked first in the fund yield. This visibility up some. Yi Chuan smiled. This is only the first week. If we can stabilize the growth next, I believe the Dust Xing Investment Company will be famous in the financial investment circle, and with its reputation, it will be much easier to raise funds in the future. Zhang Manqiu, fame up. $10 billion of private equity is easy for you. Yi Duan, if I make this fund $10 billion in size, isn't it considered a $10 billion private equity firm? Zhang Manqiu looked stunned at his words. Make this fund $10 billion in size? Are you kidding me? $400 million you want to do $10 billion in size have to double 25 times. This is $400 million, not 400,000. 4 million. It's relatively easy to turn 400,000 or 4 million over 20 times, but it's a rare existence when you look around the world. Not to mention turning over hundreds of millions of dollars dozens of times, which is almost impossible in her opinion. The capital volume is small and the operation can be very flexible. $400 million is a lot of money, like the difference between an international freighter and a small speedboat. The more difficult it is for international freighters to turn around, the less flexible and convenient it is to maneuver. Difficulty is what makes it challenging. If I could do it casually, wouldn't it show my ability? Yi Chen had a confident smile on his face. Zhang Manqiu didn't know where he got his confidence. Don't be too hasty, or you may cause great losses. Wanting to be quick is not enough. Leaf Dust, Manqiu, are you worried about me? I'm worried about the money I invested. You're just a tough talker. After 6 o'clock, Yi Duan drove to the Jianhai stage. They entered the second floor box at the concert venue through the VIP guest channel. Sitting in the box you can clearly visualize the stage, and underneath is a dense seating area large enough to accommodate nearly 10,000 people watching live. It was the first time for Yi Duan to watch a star concert. He never chased after stars. Chasing after stars, that is also chasing after the country's top scientists and technicians or the sons and daughters of the soldiers who protect the country. The boxes are filled with things like fruit, snacks, drinks, and a professional waitstaff. Yi Duan opened his mouth and asked, how much is the concert ticket for the box? Zhang Manqiu, the market price is about 100,000 apiece, but this kind of box ticket money can't buy. It's a gift from someone else. Yi Duan, do you consider this a disguised bribe for your father? Zhang Manqiu glared at him. This is from my uncle. My family. Do you feel the need to take a bribe? People with a truly long-term vision wouldn't do something like this to cut off their own future. Leaf Dust, I remember you said Auntie is a businesswoman? Zhang Manqiu, my grandpa's family were all businessmen, and before my dad and my mom got married, my mom was the head of a company. Such conditions really don't require bribes, and both sides complement each other. One side has the power and one side has the money. This pairing is common in the upper circles. There are rules for civil servants not to engage in business, but there are no rules for immediate family members. There's no way to prescribe that. Can't you let someone find a wife who is a businesswoman? While the two were talking, the audience on the first floor below was getting more and more crowded, and it didn't take long for it to be almost full down there. Yi Chuan's eyes were very good, and he saw Zhao Jing and Su Hui both from a long distance apart. He could even see the two men's hair clearly. At such a distance, a normal person could only roughly see that it was a silhouette, not to mention the hair, and could not even see what it looked like. At 7:30, Chen Yuli took the stage and he began to sing. It didn't sound as good as the music platform in Yi Duan's opinion. The concert is more about satisfying a certain mentality of the fans. That excited state of being face to face and seeing your idol in the flesh. Like Yi Duan does not follow the star, even if the reality to see is not much feeling. At best, this person's singing quite good. Zhang Manqiu watched it for more than 10 minutes and found it uninteresting. No more looking. Let's go. Leaf Dust, so expensive tickets say not to see it? Zhang Manqiu's expression was cool and flat. Don't look at it. After that she got up and walked out. We go back to school? Or go to the night market? Yi Duan was a bit hungry and wanted to go eat something. Go to the night market. Zhang Manqiu didn't want to go back so early, and she would be alone when she went back to the dormitory.
Yi Duan drove to the nearby night market. Just as he stepped out of the car, he smelled the aroma of various snacks that made his stomach growl. It's Saturday and the night market streets are crowded. As the two walked through the night market, Yi Duan would buy 2 copies of whatever he saw that he wanted to eat. Zhang Manqiu said as she ate, "My parents say that although this kind of floor stall is delicious, it's unhygienic and has a lot of additives. Auntie and uncle are right. Then why are you eating it?" "Because I want to eat." Yi Duan smiled and said, "Have you been to the night market before?" Zhang Manqiu, "I've been here, but I buy knickknacks. My mom won't let me eat here." Yi Duan, "This kind of thing occasionally eat alright. If often eat on the body is certainly not good. I think people cannot become greenhouse flowers. Otherwise but a little bit of bacteria may be sick. Some people the same situation may not be sick." Zhang Manqiu glared at him, "Are you calling me a hothouse flower?" Yi Duan, "I was describing, not talking about you. If I were to use a flower to describe you, you should be a peony flower. Noble and holy, beautiful and delicate, national color. The most attractive thing is that kind of outstanding and unique temperament. Less ass-kissing." Although Zhang Manqiu's expression was ancient and unperturbed, she was definitely very comfortable inside. Yi Duan had been patted on the back, and the feeling was too good. "Just pretend. You don't know how happy you are inside." The two of them chatted and wandered around, buying a little bit of whatever they saw that they wanted to eat. After strolling around, Yi Duan was almost full. Zhang Manqiu was eating a kebab when her other hand went into her pocket and her face changed. "I lost my cell phone. It was just there." The images in Yi Chuan's brain flew backward, and a second later the images were fixed. A suspicious man stood behind Zhang Manqiu just now while he was buying meat skewers. The suspicious man stood for 2 seconds and left without buying a kebab at the stand. Yi Chuan hurriedly turned his head to look and saw the man from just a few dozen meters ahead, who hadn't gone far. "Stop!" he bellowed and gave chase. Chapter 129, Amazing Hands. People around them turned their heads to look, including the thief. When he saw Yi Chen running this way, he knew that the matter had been exposed and lifted his leg to run. It's not clear in his mind how he was exposed, but he certainly couldn't be caught by the other side. And the loot hadn't been transferred yet. That's being a thief. Leaf Dust wasn't actually completely sure, but seeing him on the run, he was 100% sure it was her. He gave chase, though his speed wasn't fully utilized because there were more people. The thief wasn't slow, and made a hell of a run for it. Zhang Manqiu hurriedly followed. "Catch the thief!" Yi Duan shouted. "But the people around us are indifferent, and not everyone is brave enough to come out and see what's going on. It's normal. One never knows what will happen when you come out to help. If you accidentally injure a thief, you may have to pay for medical expenses. If the thief has a knife in his hand, it's not a good idea to hurt yourself." The superposition of various factors made the people around them not dare to help, but these people still made way for Yi Chen to chase a little smoother. Originally they were at the edge of the night market street and soon ran out of the night market street range. Yi Dust's speed was fast, and the distance between him and the thief had been reduced to a dozen meters. 6 months of workouts play out at this point. He has worked out almost every morning for the past 6 months. In addition to running, I also practice things like singles and doubles. After 10 seconds or so the distance between the two sides was only a few meters. "I'll see where you run." Yi Chuan's tone carried a bit of disdain. Even if he ran a few more kilometers, he could easily keep it up. Seeing that he couldn't run, the thief stopped straight away, one hand pulling a dagger out of his pocket and pointing it at him. "Chase me again and I'll kill you." Yi Chuan saw that the other party had a weapon and did not rush forward. "Get the cell phone out. Chase me again and I'll get you killed." After saying that he turned around and continued to run. Yi Duan followed closely behind him and ran a few hundred meters before the thief stopped. Asterisk 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 asterisk. "You follow me again. I'll get you here." Yi Chen didn't say anything and looked at him with calm eyes. The thief continued to run, and Yi Duan continued to chase. This is repeated 4 times. The thief couldn't run anymore and stood in place panting, his strength having been drained by 80%. Yi Chuan didn't blush or gasp, and looked like he hadn't consumed much. "Not running? Hand over your cell phone." Annoyed at being teased plus worried about being caught, the thief rushed forward with his dagger. "I'll kill you." His combat power was greatly reduced now, and his speed and force couldn't be compared to earlier. Yi Chen stared at his opponent's movements with full concentration. When the distance closes, he raised his leg and kicked out, hitting his opponent squarely in the wrist, the dagger flying out and falling to the ground. Immediately after that, Yi Chuan landed a handsome spinning kick on his opponent's cheek. The thief's brain buzzed and he lay straight on the ground. Yi Chuan was a little apprehensive in his heart. He wouldn't be killed, would he? Zhang Manqiu followed up at this time, panting and sweating. "Yi Chen, are you alright?" "Leaf Dust, I'm fine. He won't be killed by my kick, right? It's okay to kick to death. You're acting in self-defense." Yi Duan thinks it makes sense. Who dares to say it is not? You have to ask Zhang Manqiu whether his father agrees or not. He walks over and finds Zhang Manqiu's cell phone from the other person's pocket and realizes that the other person is still alive as passed out. The two men then called the police, who had a guardhouse on duty around the night market. In 3 minutes' time, an officer was here. At this point the thief also woke up and was controlled on the spot. 2 police officers asked about the specifics of what happened. One took them to the guard room to make a statement, and one accessed the surveillance along the street. After depositions, the case is very clear. The young man's hands are good. Have you practiced before? The police officer in charge of the case wore a smile on his face, and his tone had a few moments of appreciation. Yi Duan nodded slightly. It was all practiced blindly by myself. Case police, there's nothing more to do. Go home early. Okay, thanks. You're welcome. It's what we should do. Leaf Dust felt that they had a good attitude towards the case, and were people who were responsible for their work. If the grassroots were all like this, society would be more harmonious. From the police station, Zhang Manqiu opened her mouth and said, "Don't fight for your life when you encounter this kind of thing in the future. The big deal is to buy another cell phone." A smile appeared on Yi Chen's face when he saw that she was caring about herself. "It's fine. I'll exhaust his stamina first, and even if I don't, he's no match for me." Before he made his move, Yi Chuan didn't know much about his own strength. "You don't realize how good you are until you do it." Zhang Manqiu, "That won't work either. The other side has a knife in their hand. Don't do anything that's risky." Leaf Dust, "Was the action I just took to beat up the thief handsome?" Zhang Manqiu didn't answer. She had just watched the video, and those 2 kicks were crisp, dashing, and really cool. Sometimes not speaking is the default. Returning to the car, Yi Chen drove towards the school. It was now after 9 o'clock and getting back to school by 10 was not a problem. After driving for a while, Yi Chuan and Zhang Manqiu spoke and did not hear a response, and looked to find that she even lay down in the back and fell asleep. "I think I'm just tired from the run. Or maybe I didn't get much rest last night." 20 minutes later, the car was parked in the school parking lot. Yi Chen turned his head to look at Zhang Manqiu. She was sleeping soundly, with drops of crystal at the corners of her mouth. Yi Chen saw her drooling and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Manqiu, wake up." Zhang Manqiu opened her eyes in a daze and saw a smiling Yi Chen in front of her handing her a tissue. "Wipe the drool." Zhang Manqiu glared at him and took the paper towel and wiped it off. Yi Duan handed her his down jacket. "Put it on, it's cold outside. You just woke up from a nap and it's easy to freeze and catch a cold." Zhang Manqiu was not wearing one of those long down jackets, just a winter jacket. She hesitated. "What about you?" "I'm in good shape, I won't freeze and catch cold." Zhang Manqiu took his down jacket and put it on, put on the hat, zipped it up, and wrapped her whole body in it. Leaf Dust kept sending her inside the dormitory building. Zhang Manqiu took off her down jacket and handed it to him. "Put it on quickly, you don't want to be freezing." Yi Duan sniffed a fragrance after putting it on. "It's quite fragrant." Zhang Manqiu glared at him and turned around to go back into the dormitory. Yi Chen walked towards the parking lot, not intending to return to the dormitory. Who doesn't want to sleep at night with a big smelling beautiful girl in their arms? He went to the parking lot and drove off in the big Mercedes G. By the time he arrived at Lu Zixuan's house it was already 20 minutes past 10. Lu Zixuan sat on the sofa and looked at the tablet, learning about finance-related aspects. When she saw Yi Duan come in, she got down from the sofa to greet him and helped him hang his jacket and clothes on the coat rack, like a virtuous and gentle wife. "Is Sister Xian hungry? I bought some food on the way." Lu Zixuan heatedly laughed. "I just ate randomly at night, and now I'm a bit hungry." After changing into pajamas, the two ate in the dining room. "Dusty, I can't eat too much or I'll get fat." Lu Zixuan simply ate a little. "It's okay, one meal doesn't make you fat." Yi Chen took out his cell phone and looked at it. Li Qingya had sent him a message before. "What's Dusty doing? Just got back from a busy day. What did you go and work on today?" Li Qingya asked curiously. "Dinner with the company's shareholders and another trip to the bar to sing or something." While he was chatting, Lu Zixuan sat in his arms and hugged him. Chapter 130 Winter Vacation is coming. He chatted with Li Qingya for more than 10 minutes and excused himself as tired to take an early rest. The next morning, Yi Chuan woke up and looked at the time. It was already past 7 o'clock. He looked at Lu Zixuan in his arms, sleeping soundly. When he got up and washed himself, he checked his body to see if there were any marks left by Lu Zixuan last night. A quick inspection did reveal a mark. There is a hickey where the chest is located and the skin is a little red, but it wasn't too obvious, and Li Qingya wouldn't associate it with a hickey even if she saw it. He left Lu Zixuan's house after washing up and drove to Fudan University. Pick up Li Qingya after 8. On the way Yi Duan kept yawning. "Yi Chuan didn't sleep well last night." "Ha?" Yi Duan nodded slightly. "I was too tired from going out to eat and play with them last night, and I didn't sleep well when I returned to the dormitory." Li Qingya said with concern. "Although the career is quite important, you have to pay attention to your body. Did you drink last night? Drink up. How can you not drink at this kind of business gathering?" Those rich and government officials have backgrounds,
and we can't afford not to drink when people are drinking.
Dusty, I've heard it said that it's not easy to start a business,
that everything is hard at the beginning, and that it'll get better in the future. Saya, you're so nice. An hour and a half.
The two came to the hot springs resort scenery.
The house Yichuan have booked before is a detached villa kind. There is a pool inside. Natural hot spring water. It's winter,
but the views are great. They took a walk around the landscape to enjoy the scenery.
Lunch at an upscale restaurant in a scenic area.
Returning to their quarters after lunch,
the two of them lay down in the hot spring pool and soaked.
Seeing the hickey on his chest,
Li Qingya asked curiously,
"Little Dusty, why is your chest red here?"
Yi Duan gathered her in his arms. I don't know. It might be from last night's drinking. Feeling his hand,
Li Qingya's pretty face blushed as she snuggled into his arms.
Unconsciously,
Yichuan fell asleep while lying inside the hot spring pool,
probably because he was too comfortable. Or maybe he didn't rest well last night. Li Qingya didn't wake him up when he realized it.
She felt that Yi Chen was too tired and wanted him to take a good rest. After sleeping for about half an hour,
Yi Chen woke up.
He carried Li Qingya back to his bedroom room to continue sleeping.
The two of them slept until about 4 in the afternoon.
Yichuan woke up and found Li Qingya with her eyes open.
"Qingya, you didn't sleep? Just woke up."
Yichuan wrapped his arms around her.
"I'm already satisfied that Qingya can sleep with you in my arms. I won't force you to do that kind of thing. We'll do that when you're willing."
Li Qingya let out a soft
"Dusty, thank you."
The two of them warmed up for a while and got up to leave the hot spring resort scenery.
Yi Chen sent Zhang Manqiu back to school and then returned to Zhanghai Jiaotong University. He ran into Zhao Jing and Su Hui while eating dinner.
"Xiao Jing, I happen to have some clothes there for you to help brother wash. I'm too busy to wash them these days."
Zhao Jing smiled and nodded. "Okay, brother Yi Chen. It's Sunday and winter break is next Friday."
He clearly remembers that Zhao Jing was this winter vacation and died in an accidental car accident on the way home.
"Jing is on winter vacation next week. When are you planning to go back?" "Zhao Jing, Friday is a vacation. I'm going to book a flight back on Saturday. I'll be home in a few hours." "Yi Duan, Xiao Jing, you don't book a ticket yet. Let's go out this weekend and go back." Zhao Jing asked curiously. "Where are we going to play? How's Disney?" "Yeah, I've been wanting to go to Disney for a long time."
"Then brother will take you there in 2 days on the weekend."
Zhao Jing looked at Su Hui. "Xiao Hui, you don't need to book a ticket either. Let's go play together then."
Su Hui was a bit hesitant.
Yi Duan obediently said, "Yes, Xiao Hui, go together." Hearing that Yi Chen also asked her to go,
she agreed with a heart full of joy.
She actually really wanted to go there,
but it wasn't cheap to go there. It was pretty expensive for a college student.
Had dinner. The two followed him to the downstairs of the boys' dormitory. Yi Duan took the clothes down and gave them to them to wash. Back to the dorms. Yi Chen sent a message to Wang Yusen. "Yusen, next week's vacation, when do you plan to go back?" "Wang Yusen, I'm going to book tickets for Friday afternoon."
"I'll book you a ticket and I'll take you to the train station on Friday."
He was worried that Wang Yusen would book a ticket for that dozens of hours slow train. Not only is it slow, but you have to switch trains halfway.
Yi Duan remembered Wang Yusen's identity card number and bought her a high-speed rail business VIP seat directly to Chuanba City for more than $4,000.
"I've booked the UXIN tickets.
Just swipe your ID card when you arrive."
Thanks. Don't be polite to me. UXIN, I recently opened a company. Things are a bit much. I don't even have time to play with you." "Wang Yusen, you started a company?"
"A speculative investment type company."
Yi Chen then sent another message to Li Qingya. "Qingya, when are you planning to go back?"
"Li Qingya, I booked a high-speed train ticket for Saturday at 7:30 a.m.
When are you leaving?"
"Dusty? Yi Duan, I may have to end the year.
There are still a lot of things in the company. Qingya, on Saturday I will send you to the high-speed train station."
Li Qingya saw his message and had a big smile on her face.
"Okay, Dusty, but you have to get up early that day." "I get up at 5, so I'm sure I won't be late." Getting up early on Saturday to drop off Li Qingya and then taking Zhao Jing and Su Hui to Disney should not be a delay. Monday, January 10th. Stock and futures markets will begin trading at the start of the new week. After Yi Duan finished his workout, he ate breakfast and came to the library. Zhang Manqiu was sitting there reading a book. Yi Duan sat beside her. "Good morning, Manqiu." "Morning." After saying hello, Yi Duan began to read.
It doesn't have to be some kind of heroic rescue for a man and a woman to develop feelings for each other. More still, the companionship and communication in the plain and ordinary will leave a deep impression in the hearts of both parties over time. Of course, this presupposes that both parties have eyes and feelings for each other. If there is no feeling, it is useless to lick a dog like Zhou Wenbin for 4 years. Yi Chen felt that he had already left quite a deep impression in Zhang Manqiu's heart. It's probably not at that point in time where it's a male/female thing. It just takes time and everything will fall into place and be ripe for the picking. Zhang Manqiu isn't that easy to chase. It's just a good start now, and it's not certain how it will follow. She's not like Li Qingya or Zhou Wanning. The latter two women and he had known each other for a long time and had a certain understanding and emotional foundation. Being in a relationship can be time-consuming and exhausting.
Gotta learn about time management. Originally, he had planned to communicate more with Tang Yi, but he simply didn't have the time on weekdays.
Chapter 131 Cafeteria Tips. Leaf Dust spent most of the daytime reading. He needs to add to his knowledge and expand his mind,
not lose out on small things. When I have time later, and I don't need to read so many books every day, I should have time to talk to Tang Yi and her two pretty good girlfriends. Now occasionally chat. Dinner, first put to maintain the relationship. There will be plenty of opportunities later. At 9 o'clock,
Yi Duan was looking at the futures market quotes. His cell phone rang suddenly.
A call from Lin Yu, the head of the Nanyang Road police station.
Hey,
what's wrong with Sister Moon?
Lin Yu smiled and asked. Dusty, I saw that fund return update today. Is the 46.2% return real?
Yi Duan, it's true Sister Yu.
The data will be calculated many times and published normally without error.
Making over 40% in a couple of days is a little bit unbelievable to me.
Lin Yu bought $1 million and made over $400,000 in a few days.
She's still a newbie, doesn't know the market and can't believe it's normal. Even the uninitiated may suspect illegal fundraising.
Yi Duan, Sister Moon, this is nothing. Stocks, futures market a few days time to turn dozens of times the case also has, but there is also a day loss of light.
So do not understand, do not play. Give me this professional to the line.
Lin Yu smiled faintly.
Okay Dusty, someday Sister Yu will treat you to dinner. Hang up. Lin Yu was in a good mood.
And the earnings of Yi Chen's company fund products made her see the hope of buying a house in Zhanghai City. The greed within her had been turned on.
Not only her, but other investors as well,
many of whom regretted buying less when they saw such high yields.
In the stock and futures markets, the deepest greed of the human heart is aroused.
Otherwise there wouldn't be so many people becoming leaks and getting trapped inside. Yi Duan continued to look at the market trend. The trend of the futures market in the last life without deviation. This week Shanghai tin and nickel futures are up more than last week. But on the 13th Leaf Dust will need to pull his money out of the futures market. The night of the 14th started buying the US stock of Game In. And this was the day it took off.
In just 12 trading days, the stock doubled dozens of times. A horrific and historically rare rise.
Zhang Manqiu is also looking at the market. The stock market opened with a plunge.
And the futures market is doing well.
The stock market is now on a full-blown crash and there is no way to avoid it.
The previous decline was a rotational decline across industry sectors. Now it is a full-blown decline across all industry sectors. Market conditions are very bleak and there is a lot of wailing. In particular, retail investors who entered the market at a high level are now losing as much as 30 to 40%. If it's $100,000, it's already evaporated about 40,000. Inside a group chat of 5 people, Zhao Shengming sent out a message. Brother Ye's judgment is too accurate.
The stock market crashed across the board today.
The bear market is here. Fang Jifeng, it's a good thing I liquidated my position last week,
or I would have lost hundreds of thousands of dollars again.
Tang Yi, Yi Duan is too good. Last week's fund product return rate of 46.2%, ranking first among domestic public and private equity funds. Zhao Shengming, there's no doubt about Brother Ye's ability.
Now the Dusty Xing investment company has already gained fame in the circle.
As long as it stabilizes,
it will definitely become the new darling of the investment circle and be trusted by many investors.
Tang Yi, yes. This is a week's earnings. The next, even if there is no growth so fierce, slowly rise can be.
So bad market your fund can make money is enough to prove the ability to manipulate.
When Yi Chen saw their message,
a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth.
Is a 46% yield high? How would you guys react next if it was a 10 or 20 times yield? He replied to the group. Winter break is coming up. What is everyone going to do on winter break? Tang Yi, go home and rest. Yi Duan, your school is on winter vacation this Friday?
Leaf Dust,
yes. There are 2 classes on Friday morning and then the afternoon is off. Zhao Shengming, Brother Yi, you're not going back, are you?
Yi Duan, go back when it's almost the end of the year. There are still quite a few things going on in the company.
How can I go back so early? After chatting for a while, Yi Duan continued to read. At noon, Yi Chen and Zhang Manqiu packed up with the intention of going for lunch. Big Lick Dog Zhou Wenbin suddenly came over. Manqiu, Yi Duan, are you guys going to eat?
I'll treat you guys to dinner. There are a few light fares next week.
They're beautiful. Are you guys going to see them? Roll. Zhang Manqiu's answer was simple. Just one word. Then she didn't even give Zhou Wenbin time to explain and walked towards the outside. Yi Duan didn't bother with him either.
This kind of pervert was disgusting.
Walk out of the library.
Zhang Manqiu spoke up. You're almost done with your book,
aren't you? It's coming up.
I'll be done reading it almost this week.
Do you read so many books that you can memorize them all? Other people didn't know how many books Yi Chen had read.
She knew very well in her heart.
Yi Dust had read at least hundreds of books on programming and artificial intelligence during this period of time. There were both domestic and foreign works, and Yi Duan had almost finished reading the library books on the subject. That's a very large amount of knowledge, and it's scary to say the least. It's unforgettable, and there seems to be no upper limit to brain memory. In contrast, she had merely read a few books these days, and had not memorized most of them, just the highlights. This is normal for normal people. Let's not talk about human memory capacity for a moment. There is an upper limit to the brain storage capacity for normal people. It's easy to get dizzy reading too much and end up not being able to read, so you have to give your brain a break for a while. Leaf Dust surely can remember. If you cannot remember is not in vain. How did your brain grow? Zhang Manqiu looked him up and down. Gifted, I have what it takes. The two came to the cafeteria for lunch. When he was almost finished eating, Yi Chuan's cell phone rang and opened it to see the message from Chen Dongxue. Yi Chuan, something happened to Yusin. When she was just serving her meal, someone bumped into her and spilled soup on the two of them, and now that person wants Yusin to pay for it. Yi Chuan said to Zhang Manqiu, Manqiu, my classmate has encountered something. I'll go over and take a look. Zhang Manqiu nodded slightly. Go ahead. What are you drinking this afternoon? I'll buy it for you later. I'll drink whatever you drink. After saying that, Yi Chen got up and left. On the way he called Chen Dongxue. Where is it? We're just outside the cafeteria. As Chen Dongxue spoke, the sound of an argument came out vaguely. Leaf Dust quickened his pace. 2 minutes later saw Chen Dongxue, Wang Yusin, and 4 other people next to them. I bought this down jacket from my mom for 2,000. Pay me for a new one. Compensate what money? Obviously you yourself bumped into UXIN dinner plate. Their own not long eyes and UXIN have anything to do with. Besides, we have not found you compensation. UXIN's down jacket more than 6,000. Chen Dongxue is very tough, not afraid of a few people on the opposite side at all. What duvet is over 6,000? Don't fool us. This is a French manga down jacket. If you don't believe me, you can go to the specialty store and ask. Yi Chuan was relieved to see that nothing was wrong with Wang Yusin. What's going on with Sister UXIN? Wang Yusin's heart that was hanging in the air when she saw him coming was put down, and a pair of beautiful eyes looked at him in a chaste manner. Yi Duan turned his head to look at the 4 girls. All of them looked okay. The girl in question was quite pretty. What's going on with a few students? I'm Yusin's brother. My name is Yi Chen. The person in question, whose name is Sun Shi, spoke up and said, she hit the food and spilled vegetable soup on my down jacket. Chen Dongxue argued with reason. It was her who touched Yusin, and then the soup spilled. Chapter 132, Medical School Sister Sun Shi. It's really a small thing, and both sides are to blame. Normal is to apologize to each other and deal with your own. Sun Shi felt that the down jacket her mom bought was more expensive, so she was a bit angry and wanted Wang Yusin to pay for it. Yi Chuan opened his mouth and said, this is all a small matter. Don't be angry. Dongxue, you take Yusin back to change her clothes. I'll take care of the rest. Chen Dongxue didn't dare to disobey his orders and led Wang Yusin away. Sun Shi and the 3 housemates looked at Yi Duan. Yi Duan looked with a smile on his face. I'll fix it for you. This schoolmate. You come with me. Sun Shi was a bit puzzled and hesitant, but seeing the friendly smile on Yi Chen's face, she hesitantly followed. Her 3 housemates followed, worried that her housemate would suffer alone. Yi Duan brought them to the parking lot. He opened the door of the Rolls-Royce Cullinan and turned his head to look at the 4 Sun Shi people with a smile on his face. Get in the car, schoolgirl, and I'll go buy you a new duffel coat. When Sun Shi's 4 saw his ride, their eyes couldn't help but widen a few points, their hearts overflowing with shock. Learn, senior, this is your car? Yi Duan nodded lightly. Get in the car, I'll buy you a new down jacket. Sun Shi's head was a bit confused. She didn't expect her opponent to be so powerful. Rolls-Royce Cullinan, a $10 million luxury car. Is he the top rich kid in Shanghai City? Come on up, don't you have any classes this afternoon? Yi Chuan's tone was friendly and completely different from the unruly rich second generation they had imagined. Sun Shi didn't know what was going on, and dizzily got into Cullinan's co-pilot. It could be that she wanted to do a bit of the legendary limo. The eyes of her 3 roommates were envious beyond measure, not expecting to run into a top-tier rich second generation like this today. Yi Chen started the car and drove towards the outside of the school. When he left, Sun Shi's 3 housemates looked at each other. He's the top rich second generation in Shanghai City, well, so handsome and humble and polite. Yes, at first I thought it was just an ordinary student, but I didn't realize that people drive a Cullinan. It's so low-key, handsome and friendly to talk to. Isn't this the perfect male god of my dreams? You're missing a plus, aren't you? The man who owns a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Sun Shi is really lucky. This kind of thing can also run into a top-rich second generation. There's no chance that something will happen between the 2 of them. Thinking about this, the 3 of them were envious in their hearts. A lot of girls nowadays fantasize about meeting a handsome, dominant male president. Car. Yi Duan smiled and asked, "What's your name? Schoolmate? How old are you this year? In which college?" "My name is Sun Shi. I'm a freshman in medical school." Now she was well behaved as a kitten, and didn't look at all like she'd just gotten angry. That's where money comes in. If Yi Chen was just an ordinary senior, Sun Shi definitely wouldn't be like this. "Yi Duan, there's no need to be angry. Schoolmates, this is all a small matter today. Don't let this spoil your good mood." Sun Shi's voice became gentle for a few moments as she spoke. "Senior, actually I have a responsibility in this matter. Both people are a little bit to blame for this. There's no way to say who's to blame. It's all small things to me. People's moods are the most important. The reason why each one took Sun Shen to go shopping was because he wanted to take the heat out of Uxin. Bullying Sister Yusin. Let's see how I'll rule you into submission." Sun Shi sat in the co-pilot slightly nervous and formal, did not dare to move. Yi Chuan had a smile on his face, looking full of affinity. Xiao Shi doesn't need to be nervous. Is senior that intimidating? I've never been in such a nice car. Any car is for people to ride in, so feel free to treat it like your own family car. Sun Shi smiled and said, "Senior, isn't this car very expensive?" "Yi Duan, it seems to land around 10 million. I let the company president buy it. I have a lot of cars. This car is safe and comfortable to drive." He's flaunting financial power, intentionally or not. Sun Shi was a bit surprised. "Do you still have your own company, senior?" "Yeah, usually have nothing to do and want to find something for myself to do. Then invested a few $100 million to start a company." Invest a couple $100 million in a company just to find something to do? What a ho-hum person this has to be. Sun Shi didn't think he was lying. Cullinan was enough to say it all. "You're too good, senpai. There are very many powerful people in the world. I can't be ranked. I still have to continue to work hard." "Xiaoxi, you are studying medicine, ah? Then if I have any disease in the future, is it possible to look for you?" Sun Shi laughed embarrassedly. "Senior, I've only just learned. I have no problem with common colds. I haven't learned the deeper ones yet." "What's your major?" "Clinical medicine. White Angel is good. Learn it well. How about you cure your senior's sickness in the future?" "Yes, senior is willing to be my test subject, please." The atmosphere was mobilized by Yi Chen, and Sun Shi relaxed. Not as formal as just now. 20 minutes or so later, they arrived at the mall. Sun Shi opened her mouth and said, "Senior, don't buy it. I'll just go back and wash this one." "Yi Duan, come all the way. Knowing is fate, when the senior gives you a gift." After saying that, he brought Sun Shi to a top international big brand store and picked out 2 down jackets for her. Also bought 2 new ones for Uxin. 4 dresses cost almost $40,000. That amount of money sprinkles water on him. Sun Shi has long been surprised by the price. $10,000 a down jacket, which is unimaginable to her. Now she was wearing one and carrying one in her hand, and she was thrilled. "Thank you, senpai." "Yi Duan, no need to be so polite. Xiao Shi, just call me brother if you don't mind." "Okay, brother Yeduan." Yi Duan smiled faintly. "Let's go, Xiao Shi. I still have something to do this afternoon." On the way back, the two smoothly added contact information. 20 minutes later, back to school. Sun Shi got out of the car feeling like he was dreaming. Someone bought her 2 duffel coats for $10,000 each, spending $40,000 on a few random clothes without batting an eye. This is the top rich kid. It's too rich to contemplate. After the two walked for a while, Sun Shi said softly, "Brother Yichun, I'll go back to the dormitory first." "Well, go on. Learn the knowledge well. In the future when you are sick, brother will have to look for you." Sun Shi smiled cheekily. "Got it, brother Yichen. Bye. Bye, sissy's sister." The corners of Yi Duan's mouth rose slightly as he watched her leave. He hadn't just done anything that would have seemed too hasty. You have to eat your food one bite at a time, and you have to do things one at a time. In a few days, with the outstanding wealth and splendor, will surely be able to make her succumb. Letting you bully Uxin. You must be shown the ropes. After thinking about it, he called Wang Yusin. "Uxin, where are you?" "It's in the dormitory. Come downstairs in a minute." "I'm here." The other side. When Sun Shi returned to the dormitory, the 3 roommates stared at her with wide eyes when they saw the down jacket on her. "See, did that senior buy this for you?" Sun Shi smiled and nodded. "I didn't want it anymore, but senior insisted on buying it and bought me 2 pieces. How much is this duffel coat?" "What brand?" $9.99 a piece. "I don't know much about it. It seems to be a French top luxury brand." "Holy, Sun Shi, you're having peach blossom luck. You can meet a rich and handsome man for this kind of thing." "Shall she go for it? The senior is handsome and rich. Make sure you take him or you'll regret it for the rest of your life." "Yes, yes, 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 it must be taken." "Want contact info?" Sun Shi's cheeks reddened. "What are you guys talking nonsense about? Senior is just nice. Maybe he doesn't mean that to me. Senior still has a company." "Holy, did you really need a bully?" The 3 housemates stared wide-eyed.
Sun, she hemmed and hawed. Senior said that he usually has nothing to do at school, so he invested a few $100 million to open a company to kill some time.
Chapter 133, The Fish Has Taken the Hook. Sun Shi's 3 housemates froze in their tracks. Investing a few $100 million in a company just to kill a little time? This was definitely the top rich second generation in Zhanghai City. Sissy, did you add your senior's contact info? Added. When I came back, the senior took the initiative to add me.
Sun, she was a little self-satisfied in her heart. Quickly add us as well. I just want to know what friend circles the top gods usually post.
I'll add too.
Sun, she was actually a little reluctant to share in her heart, but she had to agree to it because of her feelings.
After Yi Duan came to Wang Yusin's dormitory floor,
she had already changed into her original old down jacket.
UXIN, things have been resolved. I bought you 2 new duvets.
Wang Yusin looked at him with soft eyes.
Thank you, brother. Yi Chuan moved intimately,
stroking her hair. Yusin, don't let this little thing affect your mood. Wang Yusin let out a soft
I'm fine. In the future, call me first if anything happens, got it? If it wasn't for winter snow telling me today, I wouldn't even know.
Wang Yusin felt warm in her heart.
Since coming to Zhanghai Jiaotong University,
no one had ever cared about her so much.
Got it, brother.
Yi Chen heard her pleasant voice and pinched her cheeks.
Yusin, you have such a nice voice. I just love hearing you call your brother. My heart is almost melted by you.
Wang Yusin smiled blushingly.
Like a blooming flower, delicate and attractive. Go back, I have to go read.
When Yi Chuan arrived at the library, Zhang Manqiu was reading a book.
If you don't come, the milk tea will get cold. How's the market this afternoon? It's okay.
Shanghai tin futures are still up. Yi Duan took out his cell phone and looked at it,
finding several people who had applied to add him as a friend. The note reads, Senior, I'm Cece's roommate. Yi Duan all agreed to apply,
and then opened the futures market to look at the market quotation.
According to the memory of the last world this week, Shanghai tin and nickel futures are higher than last week, about 7 points or so.
10 times leverage is a 70% increase.
It's time to sell on Thursday and transfer the funds into one of several U.S. stock accounts on Friday. You'll probably get a 60% yield this week.
The fund's return doubled in 2 weeks.
Even in the midst of a bull market, it's quite a dazzling achievement. In the evening,
he and Zhang Manqiu had dinner and came out of the cafeteria.
Yi Duan opened his mouth and asked, Is Manqiu going for a walk?
Zhang Manqiu gently nodded her head and he wandered around the school.
Relationships are many times built up little by little. Leaf Dust and her were walking around the campus, chatting as they walked.
The two mostly talk about things in their lives and families, which allows them to get to know each other better and promotes their relationship.
After strolling around for more than half an hour, he sent Zhang Manqiu back to the dormitory.
He took out his cell phone and checked the time,
then walked towards the faculty apartment dormitory. Come to Zhou Wanning's dormitory.
He held the other man in a passionate kiss.
Did Wanning miss me? Zhou Wanning let out a soft Conquering a woman is not only about conquering her heart, but also her body. This was the experience Yi Chen had gotten from Lu Zixuan.
It was already after 11 o'clock at night after Yi Chuan finished his work.
Zhou Wanning snuggled into his arms and quickly fell asleep and into dreamland. Yi Chuan didn't feel any sense of fatigue.
He pulled out his cell phone and looked at it.
Qingyali and Sun Shi, who had just met him at medical school,
had messaged him. What Qingyali said was that she was going to have a video with her mom tonight and talk tomorrow.
Sun Xi's message was posted an hour ago. What's Brother Leaf Dust doing?
The corners of Yi Chen's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a hint of a smile. The fish had already taken the bait. Just got busy and took care of some company business. Sun Shi had been in a somewhat low mood because she had sent a message to Yi Chen and Yi Chen had not replied to him.
Does he have no feelings for me?
As she swiped through the video in a tangle of inner conflict, her cell phone vibrated. Opening it was a message from Yi Duan.
A smile appeared on Sun Shi's face.
So he was just busy,
not ignoring me.
Brother Yi Chuan is still busy this late. Take care of your health.
There's no way. My company is a financial investment company.
Mainly investing in stocks and futures, and at night futures have night trading that requires staring.
Sun Shi didn't know anything about financial investment and thought it was a bit high-end. Brother Yi Chuan, do you live at school?
Yi Duan, most of the time I live in the school.
Sometimes I live outside.
Xiao, she hasn't rested so late. Rest early.
I'm going to rest. Okay, Brother Yi Duan. Good night. Good night.
Yi Chuan cleaned up the chat logs and wrapped his arms around Zhou Wanning to enter dreamland.
He woke up the next morning at 6:30 out of habit. Zhou Wanning slept soundly on his arm. Yi Duan also didn't want to leave the gentle land.
But one must be self-disciplined.
He started to get up, during which Zhou Wanning was woken up. Dusty, what are you doing?
Yi Duan, Sister Ning, it's 6:30. I'll go for my morning exercise.
You go on and sleep some more.
Zhou Wanning pouted her sexy little mouth somewhat willingly.
I want to sleep in your arms. Her tone was a little sappy, more intimate than before,
and her feelings for him were growing.
A man and a woman can greatly enhance their relationship. Yi Chuan and her kissed passionately for a while. Sister Ning will have more people if we are in a while, and it will be easy to find out what we are doing. Zhou Wanning, are you going back on vacation this weekend? Yi Duan, no, go back. Wait for the company to take a vacation and then go back. Baby, we will have a lot of time together in the future. Zhou Wanning was satisfied with this in her heart. You go and exercise. Leaf Dust came to the playground to exercise after washing up. Breakfast at 7:30. Yi Chuan sent a message to Li Qingya. Is Qingya awake? Wake up. At breakfast. I just finished my morning workout and I'm eating breakfast too. You're still practicing in the morning in this cold? Practice 3 volts in summer and 3 nines in winter. Keep exercising to be fit. Did Dusty miss me? Who else could I think of if not you? I know a great beauty like you. Nonsense. You know another one. Yi Chen froze for a moment, then thought of Zhang Manqiu. The two had attended Zhou Wenbin's birthday party in the beginning. Su Yunhao had really been eyeballing him behind his back, or Qingyu wouldn't have known. When she heard that she was going with a beautiful woman, her heart was probably uncomfortable, but she just never said anything, and today she found a chance to say it. Yi Chuan's brain revolved extremely fast, thinking clearly about the causes and consequences in an instant. You're talking about the person who went to my classmate's birthday party with me last time. Right, she's one of the shareholders of our company. We're good friends. Her family's background is very powerful. Her dad is a hand in the East District. Chapter 134, Closing the Nets Tonight. Li Qingya was shocked when she saw Yi Chen's message. So great? Yi Duan, the East District is the main core city of Jianghai City. A hand is a vice-ministerial level leader. In Jianghai City is also a big brother that can be ranked. She won our company's shareholders. It is equivalent to having a powerful backer. Our company? Li Qingya couldn't suppress the corners of her mouth from rising as she noticed the details. Starting a company with a backer to cover you doesn't worry about being bullied. It was as if Leaf Dust could see the corners of her mouth rise in a delicate manner. The company has a total of 4 shareholders, 2 men and 2 women, who are either second-generation officials or second-generation rich, which will help the company's future development. Li Qingya, how's your company? Dusty? It's open for business. The two of them chatted for a while, and Leaf Dust cleared the chat to head to the library. Gotta get into the good habit of deleting chats, otherwise it's too easy to be exposed. He came to the library and Zhang Manqiu had likewise just arrived. Good morning, Manqiu. Morning. Any plans for winter break? Planning to go somewhere or do something? Yi Duan asked after sitting down. Zhang Manqiu, there is no place I want to go in the winter. I want to stay at home. The recent domestic and international market is not very good. The U.S. stock market, the European stock market are falling sharply. Yi Duan, winter has just begun. According to my judgment of the recent domestic and foreign stock markets are not good to do. The futures market next is almost the same. When you can buy some futures varieties of bearish contracts. Zhang Manqiu, I looked at the foreign news last night. The probability is that the pretty countries in the European region are going to continue to raise interest rates in March, and their inflation figures are very high. Yi Duan, they have released too much water before. Inflation is very serious. The number of interest rate hikes will not be just 1 or 2 times. If the Fed raises interest rates one after another, it will attract a lot of money back to the U.S. When the U.S. stock market should have a wave of very large increases. In my last life it was after the Federal Reserve raised interest rates several times. A large amount of international funds all poured into the U.S. stock market. The massive influx of money has allowed U.S. stocks to hit new highs one after another, and many tech stocks have more than doubled over the course of a year or two, creating staggering fortunes. This was a big wave of opportunity for Yi Duan, enough to bring his wealth to another big level. The two chatted for a while and began to read. Noon. When Yi Duan was eating lunch, he received another message from Sun Shi, a schoolmate from the medical school. What's brother Leaf Dust doing? At lunch. What's up, sissy? Do you have time in the evening? Brother Yi Chen? I'd like to treat you to a meal. Yeah, where to eat? Yi Duan replied. I know a pretty good restaurant at the mall. Leaf Dust, well okay, I'll see you in the parking lot at 5 p.m. Sun Shi's heart blossomed when she saw him agree. Okay, brother Yi Chen. Yi Duan's heart is happy. The fish that was caught has been hooked. Let's see if we can catch it tonight. Yi Chen and Zhang Manqiu stayed in the library for the rest of the afternoon. Almost 5 o'clock Yi Duan's cell phone rang. It was Lu Zixuan's call. Sister Xian. Lu Zixuan, Dusty just received a call from the District Public Security Bureau. They have arrested 2 people. These 2 people are responsible for hundreds of thousands of accounts on the internet to engage in acts such as water armies to smear and defame. The evidence on the scene is conclusive, but the person behind it is not investigated. Yi Chuan, okay Sister Xian, I know. Dusty, now a lot of customers are inquiring about our new fund products. Should we apply for another fund product now? Sister Xian, wait a little longer. Next year. First, the first product to do well.
and then apply for another if you need to spend a lot of energy. Next year when the time to recruit a few more employees together to assist me. Okay, there are quite a few securities companies sending us a lot of gifts in the past few days, all of which are some expensive teas, famous cigarettes and wines, as well as shopping cards, boutique ornaments and whatnot, gifts and other things to put in the company first, just to go back home to visit relatives in the new year. Do not have to buy things. The two talked for a while and hung up. Yi Chen looked at the time and said to Zhang Manqiu, Manqiu, I'm going to the company. Zhang Manqiu nodded slightly. Go. Coming out of the library, Yi Duan walked to the parking lot. Sun Shi had arrived at some point and was standing next to his Cullinan, waiting. Brother Yi Chen. Her voice was sweet as she saw Yi Duan's beautiful face reveal a smile. Yi Duan smiled. When did Xiaoxi come? Is it cold? It's not cold. I've just been here a while. She's actually been here for over 10 minutes. After getting into the car, Yi Chen suddenly grabbed her hand and touched it. It's freezing cold and you're saying it's not cold. If it's been here a long time. Sun Shi's pretty face flushed and her heart thumped, but she didn't struggle or resist. It's only about 10 minutes. Yi Chen naturally let go of her hand. What is Xiaoxi treating me to? What does brother Yi Duan want to eat? Last time you bought me such an expensive down jacket. I want to thank brother Yi Duan. Yi Duan laughed. How can you let a girl treat you? I'll treat you. It's been a long time since I've eaten seafood. Let's go eat seafood. He started the car and left the school, heading towards the Golden Harbor high-end seafood restaurant he'd been to before. Traffic was heavy and it took almost 3 hours to get to the restaurant. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Sun Shi had been struck by the opulence of the place. Her family was well off, but it was local to her hometown. Jianhai City. This kind of top high-end restaurant has not come. Even some of the locals in Jianhai City, many have never been here. The consumption is too high. A meal is less than tens of thousands, more than 100,000, hundreds of thousands. Arriving at the couple's box, Yi Chuan deliberately handed her the menu and showed her the prices on it. Tonight, he's going to show Sun Shi the tip of the heavenly palace. Sure enough, when Sun Shi saw the price on it, her pupils contracted, revealing a few moments of shock. Expensive meals cost over $10,000 each? What's this made of? Brother, this is too expensive. Yi Chuan took the menu and said with a smile, expensive has its reasons. Let me order. After saying that, he ordered a lot of his favorite seafood and rice dishes, and asked Sun Shi to order a few more. 2 people ordered almost $40,000. That's just a meal for 2 people. If there were 10 people, it would be 100,000 or several 100,000 a meal. It's unimaginable to the average person. Brother, why are the king crabs here so expensive? It's only a few hundred a catty outside? The place of origin is different, the quality is different, and the price is different, and all the top ingredients are used here, plus various costs, so the price is very high. As the two chatted, the waiter came in with the meal. Yi Chuan smiled. Xiaoxi, eat it. Taste how the king crab here tastes. Sun Shi ate slowly and methodically, worrying about losing face here by not eating well. After taking the first bite, she couldn't stop nodding her head. It's many times better than the king crab she's had before. It's just super expensive too. Brother Yi Chuan is so delicious. If it tastes good, then eat more. Top ingredients combined with top cooking skills will certainly not make it difficult to eat. Yi Duan and Sun Shi ate at a much slower pace on purpose, sometimes explaining to her where the dishes came from. The school dormitories close at 10 p.m. Hostel. It was 8:30 by the time we ate. Eat slowly and leisurely until after 9:30, and it would take about 50 minutes to get back, and then it would be late. Chapter 135, Forcing Me to Be a Scumbag. Things went exactly as Yi Duan had planned. It was 9:40 when the two finished dinner. Sun Shi had never had such good seafood and ate a lot of it. Coming out of the restaurant, Yi Duan looked at his cell phone. It's 9:40, go back or the dorms will be closed. Yi Duan drove back and was halfway to 10 o'clock. Sissy, it's already late. Why don't we go to the hotel and rest? After saying that, he was observing the change in Sun Xian's expression, wanting to see what her reaction was. Sun Shi blushed slightly and gave a soft Yi Duan came to an international 5-star hotel that was closer. Is there still a presidential suite? Yi Chen opened his mouth and asked the hotel receptionist. The waiter smiled and returned. Hello sir, the presidential suite is no longer available. There is still a deluxe business suite. The price is $18,888. The business suite, then. Yi Duan had a grudging expression, as if he was a bit disgusted with the business suite and forced flavor. He took out a bank card and just swiped it to settle the bill. He then took Sun Shi to the luxurious business suite on the second top floor of the hotel. Each hotel has its own style and suite prices vary. The business suites at this hotel are already luxurious, with an office area, reception area, dining area and oversized balcony, bathroom and bedroom. He had wanted to experience the presidential suite tonight. Who knew it was no longer available? There are too many rich people in Jianhai City.
and there are a lot of people who live in the presidential suite of 80,000 or $90,000 a night. The room was warm, and Leaf Dust took off his jacket and hung it on the hanger. He looked at Sunshi, whose cheeks were slightly red, and reached out to touch her hair. "Sissy, go take a bath so you can sleep comfortably." Sunshi nodded slightly and walked into the bathroom with a red face. She probably knew what was going to happen next, and there wasn't much resistance within her other than some shyness. The image of Yi Duan's domineering president and top-notch highflyer attracted her deeply. She dreamed of having such a boyfriend. This was totally the perfect boyfriend of her dreams. Waiting for her to walk into the bathroom, Yi Chuan sent a message to Li Qingya. "Qingya is a bit busy tonight. We'll talk some other day." "Well, my mom is on video with me too." Yi Chuan didn't send messages to Zhou Wanning, Wang Yusin, or Zhao Jing, and rarely chatted on weekdays. He usually goes straight to them. For about half an hour, Sunshi came out with a red face draped in a bath towel, a large area of white skin exposed in the air. "Leaf Dust, I'm going to wash up too." He washed it quicker, just a simple rinse. Back in the bedroom, Sunshi was already lying under the covers, with only her head exposed. "I used to live in the presidential suite, usually 2 bedrooms. I thought there were 2 bedrooms inside the business suite as well. Xiaoxi, I'm going to sleep on the sofa instead." "Sunshi, brother Yi Duan should sleep in the bedroom. The sofa is too small." "Alright then, don't worry sissy, brother will never touch you." After saying that, he turned off the light and got under the covers, his feet touching Sunshi. Both of them were now in a state of nakedness, sleeping together in one big bed. The room was dark and very quiet, with only the sound of 2 people breathing. Yi Duan spoke first. "Xiaoxi, do you have a boyfriend?" "No." "Ever been with anyone in high school?" "Talked about a period of time, and then I focused on studying. Otherwise how could I get into the University of Transportation?" "Brother Yi Chuan, do you have a girlfriend?" "Leaf Dust, yes." Sunshi froze for a moment. "Is she from our school?" "No." "You should be able to probably guess my family situation. It's all a family-appointed marriage. Some things are left to chance, and I've never even met her a few times." Sunshi's brain was instantly transported to a domineering romance novel. She felt that Yi Duan's girlfriend was appointed by her family for a marriage of interest. The 2 sides don't really like each other. They are only combined because of the interests of both sides. "Brother Yi Chuan, you look sunny and optimistic. Are you burying a lot of things in your heart?" "The little girl knows quite a lot." "Hey, people can't help it." "Sunshi, brother Yi Chen, you can say anything to me. It's much better to say some things out loud. A lot of women like to talk to poor people about money and rich people about relationships." He didn't know if Sunshi was this kind of person. Maybe she really fell in love with herself at first sight, or maybe she was looking at his money. But in either case, he wouldn't have moved on anyway. Yi Dust sighed. "Xiaoxi, you have not contacted this circle, will not understand the situation inside. Many people envy us, these super rich second generation. In fact, we also have a lot of suffering. I face the world with a smile every day. Is to let the world also smile at me, but things do not go against the wishes." "Sunshi, brother Yi Chen, I understand you." Yi Duan faced her with a faint smile. "Xiaoxi, you are a good girl. In the future you will surely meet someone who will treat you well and love you. No matter when you are a good sister to your brother. If there is anything you can say to your brother, I like you, brother Yi Duan." Sunshi gathered her courage and said, "We are not suitable. I can't give you a name. I can't give you a promise. I don't want to delay such a good girl as you. Then my brother will feel guilty in his heart." Yi Chen's reply touched her heart. "Brother Yi Chen, I know your pain. I just want to know, do you like me in your heart?" I think I'm a good judge of character. Even though we haven't known each other for long, you're a good girl. Some people take one look and it's for life. Others are just normal friends for life. But it's better for us to be brother and sister because that would be irresponsible for you." Sunshi's heart was happy and touched to hear his words. Women are emotional creatures and men are rational creatures. It's appropriate to use it on the 2 now. Sunshi had been touched by Yi Chuan's words. She gathered her courage and said, "Brother Yi Chuan, I don't care about those other things. As long as you like me in your heart, that's enough." After saying that, she took the initiative to lean towards Yi Chen's side and hugged him. Yi Chuan took a deep breath. "Xiaoxi, don't be like this. I don't want to fail you. Don't let me feel guilty in my heart about you for the rest of my life, okay? Brother Yi Chen, I like you. I want to give you the most precious thing I have, or I will regret it for the rest of my life." Leaf Dust thought, "This is not my initiative. It is all your voluntary. I can't be blamed for that. It wasn't me who wanted to be a scumbag. You made me." Leaf Dust didn't realize that this night was Sunshi's most precious night. College students are so open-minded these days that very few take their first time so seriously that they save it for some wedding day. That was the thinking of people decades and centuries ago. Chapter 136, Apart from Money, it's all about girls. A little after 1 in the morning, Yi Chen embraced Sunshi into her dreamland with a contented smile on his face. Sunshi's face was scarlet, equally satisfied. Leaf Dust woke up at 8 o'clock the next morning.
He looked at Sun Shi in his arms, who was still in the middle of a deep sleep. Her figure was okay, not as mature and plump as Lu Zixuan's, but it was undulating. Sun Shi also woke up after a while. What time is it, Brother Yi Chen? It's after 8. Sissy, do you have class today? There are classes, but go over there or not. It's almost vacation, none of them are very important. She snuggled into Yi Chen's arm, her cheek pressed against his chest. Xiaoxi, this is our first and only time. Brother, really don't want to fail you, don't want to feel guilty about you. After saying that, he gave Sun Shi a passionate kiss. Sun Shi looked at him with emotion in her eyes. Brother Yi Chen, I don't want you to be responsible. As long as you like it in your heart. That's what you said yourself. Leaf dust, silly girl. You're making me feel guilty inside. Sun Shi smiled. Don't feel guilty, Brother Yi Chen. This is all of my own volition. You really know too much. Brother loves you so much. Get up and have some breakfast? Sun Shi shook her head. I don't want to get up. I want to lie in Brother Yi Chen's arms. Brother Yi Chen, do you have something to do in the morning? Yi Duan, the company's business will be dealt with in the afternoon. Sun Shi remembered something. Brother Yi Chen, what kind of sister is Wang Yusin to you? Yi Duan nodded slightly. We were in the same class, and she likes me too, but I say it's better to be brother and sister. So have you guys ever done anything like this? No, she's an introverted girl, and if you hadn't been so forward last night, I'm sure I would have been able to control myself. Sun Shi, I don't regret it. I like Brother Yi Chen. I just want to give my most precious thing to Brother Yi Chen. Yi Chen stroked her head. Silly girl, why are you doing this? Don't worry, Brother Yi Chen. We are brother and sister outside. I won't cause you any trouble. The two lay awake until after 11. The two got mushy and went to the hotel restaurant, had a lunch and drove to school. Halfway there, Yi Chen's cell phone rang. Hey, what happened to Manager Wang? Wang Liyun, Mr. Yi, when will the futures held by our fund be liquidated tomorrow? Yi Duan, clear the market during afternoon trading hours. Transfer the funds out tomorrow and then transfer them to the US Stock Securities account. Wang Liyun was a bit surprised. Mr. Yi, are we going to speculate on American stocks? Yi Duan, yes. I recently found a stock in the U.S. stock market. I feel that there is a great opportunity to operate. Wait for my instruction on Friday night when the U.S. stocks are trading. I will go to the company at that time. Okay, Mr. Yi. Hang up. Wang Liyun opened her mouth and asked, Brother Yi Duan, is the company man's phone number? Well, a department manager, something asked me. 20 minutes later, Yi Duan's car was parked in the school parking lot. Get out of the parking lot. Sun Shi smiled and said, Brother Yi Chen, I'm going back to the dormitory. Go on, sissy. Talk to your brother if you need anything. After seeing Sun Shi leave, Yi Chen came to the library. It's Wednesday, 2 days before winter break. Zhang Manqiu saw him coming and opened her mouth to ask, why didn't you come in the morning? Leaf dust. Went to the company to set up a task. What's going on? Is the fund product going to be shifted? Tomorrow the futures market clears and the day after that we do US stocks. Zhang Manqiu froze for a moment. Are Shanghai tin and nickel futures going to top out? No, I found a stock over in the U.S. That's pretty good, and I'm going to give it a try. What stock? Game in. Never heard of it. Is it a small cap stock? The market capitalization is about $2 billion or so, 14 billion yuan, which is considered a small cap stock. What's the point of this small cap stock? Those funds of yours go in to be careful of being sniped. The U.S. stock market is a lot of big organizations inside, strong capital, and the domestic stock market is completely different. Earn dollars to have a sense of fulfillment. Earn their money to spend in our country. Stimulate consumption. The shareholders of domestic listed companies are reducing their holdings to cash, holding a large amount of money to spend in foreign countries. The two chatted for a while and started reading. In the afternoon, Leaf Dust finished the last few books. Nothing new. The two walked out of the library together just after 5 o'clock. Manchu, I'm done with all the books I need to read. Zhang Manqiu nodded slightly, knowing what he meant and that he might not come to the library in the future. It just so happens that it's almost winter break, so I might not come to the library for the next 2 days. Yi Duan, if you are free during winter vacation, you can go to the company to sit down. I'm afraid that I'll miss you if I can't see you for a few days. Zhang Manqiu gave him a blank look without saying anything. After dinner, the two of them took their usual stroll around campus again. This could be the last time the two see each other in the near future. After 7:30 p.m., he sent Zhang Manqiu back downstairs to the dormitory and left. When he went back, he was thinking about how to take down Zhang Manqiu. Zhang Manqiu is a very smart and sensible woman, different from ordinary women. It's a little hard to take her down. The harder it was, the better he liked it, and it wouldn't be fun if it was that easy to take down. Dormitory. Xing Chao, Wei Xiangyu and Feng Bing were playing a game. Old Ji is back. What are you busy with these days? What can I be busy with?
except screwing money or screwing girls.
Xing Chao had a chat with him because he was playing a game. Yi Chuan had wanted to chat with Li Qingya for a while, but her old mom was on video with her again. He had to chat with Wang Yusin and Zhao Jing for a while.
During that time, son, she sent him a message. What is brother Yi Chen doing? Staring at the plate. Sissy hasn't rested yet? I took a nap in the afternoon and couldn't sleep at night. Brother Yi Chuan, do you go home on winter vacation? Yi Duan, wait for the company to go back for the annual vacation. The company has quite a few things to deal with. Xiao Shi, when are you going back? I'll go back at noon on Friday. My family is from North Suzhou province. It's an hour away by high-speed train. My brother will see you off then. Okay brother Yeduan, get an early night Sissy. I've got to keep an eye on the disc to keep busy with things.
He casually found a reason to mainly chat with Wang Yusin and Zhao Jing.
It's an annoyance to have too many girls to chat with. Chapter 137, A Bugging Device Inside a Pendant. January 13th, Thursday morning.
The school is overflowing with the joy of vacation.
Yi Chen ate breakfast and then drove to the company. The company is still far from vacation. The legal holiday date is 8 days after the Spring Festival.
The normal New Year's Eve have to work.
However,
this is a legal holiday and individual companies can adjust it accordingly. It's too late to go home on New Year's Eve if you're on vacation.
After he came to the company, he and Lu Zixuan discussed the date of the Spring Festival vacation,
and initially set it on the 26th day of the Lunar New Year,
January 28th, because the next to speculate on U.S. stocks,
the Spring Festival domestic stock market holiday.
But the U.S. stock side does not over the Spring Festival. The market normal trading. Gaiman will reach an all-time high on January 28th.
They are booking dates to start clearing out of the market one by one around the 27th.
Just in time to plow through this wave. The company is taking a vacation to go back and have a good year.
Lu Zixuan, Dusty started to liquidate the futures of the fund's position today,
right?
Yes, I've explained to manager Wang to withdraw all the funds one after another in the afternoon.
Lu Zixuan asked curiously, when is your school vacation? Dusty, tomorrow will be a vacation. Sister Xian, I'll come and stay at your place then.
Yeah, you don't know how much Sister Xian has missed you these past few days.
A bright smile appeared on Lu Zixuan's pretty face.
Yi Chuan walked to her side and smiled as he asked,
where does Sister Xian want me? Everywhere I want to. Lu Zixuan gave him a flirtatious and moving look.
Xian remembered to wear a black silk wraparound skirt and high heels.
Lu Zixuan blankly glanced at him. Dusty, what kind of Chinese New Year benefits are we preparing for our employees? Yi Duan, Spring Festival, everyone back home boat trip.
Not very suitable to take a lot of things. When the time to send directly to the Spring Festival welfare payment.
Each person more bonuses. About how much do you pay out in benefits? Let's make it 18,000 and give everyone a red packet for New Year's. Lu Zixuan nodded her head slightly. Well, good. I'll count it when the time comes. After chatting for a while, he returned to his office,
which had a few more ornaments,
gifts from some securities companies.
Yi Chuan looked at those ornaments, and his mind suddenly recalled a video he had seen before.
He once swiped a video online of agents from both countries exchanging blows.
Then one of the parties used the gifts given to the other to install a bugging device, which was only discovered after a long time, and a great deal of secrets were bugged.
I don't think so. I'm not very famous or strong right now.
He walked over and picked up one of the pendulums for a closer look and found no bugging gear. But when he picked up the third year of the tiger ornament, his face froze.
There is a very small round hole under the bottom,
which is dark, but when you shine a cell phone light on it, there are special precision devices inside. He hadn't seen the bugging device and wasn't sure if it was.
Yi Chuan took the pendulum to Lu Zixuan's office. He made a silencing gesture, then cracked the year of the tiger porcelain ornament, revealing a sophisticated device inside, which was taped to the porcelain wall. Even if you shake the porcelain ornament, no sound will come out of it. Lu Zixuan's complexion was shocked when she saw this scene. Leaf dust snapped off the batteries, and the sophisticated eavesdropping device no longer worked. Dusty, what is this? Sister Xian, this could be a bugging device. Do you remember which securities company sent this? Lu Zixuan, this is a gift from the Dongkai Securities Company. Dongkai Securities? Leaf dust, how many pendulums were collected this time? Lu Zixuan, just 3. I see it's quite beautiful, so I placed it in your office. Fortunately not placed in your office, or we just said something was passed out. Disgrace to the whole country. It seems that in the future we have to be a little more rigorous. Sister Xian, privately how to say, outside to be a little more rigorous. Yi Chuan similarly hard a burst of fear. This dam, if it spreads out, will be finished. Luckily, his caution saved his life. Traveling between multiple girls had gotten him into the habit of being cautious and careful. Lu Zixuan was likewise a bit frightened afterward. Okay, Dusty, I know. In the future, you will not accept anything you send except tea, tobacco, alcohol or anything else. Lu Zixuan, Dusty, are you saying that the eavesdropping device was made by Dongkai Securities? Or is someone installing it while borrowing Dongkai Securities' hand?
Yi Chen shook his head slightly.
I don't know.
It's hard for us to investigate clearly. It might be the work of those investment companies that I offended. Or it might be the work of Dongkai Securities Company. He thought of Zhao Xiangming and wondered if this had anything to do with him.
If he did it, then the man is a bit scary. It could be that he was overthinking it. Or perhaps those investment firms had gotten it by the hand of the Dongkai Securities Company. In the morning the company launched a self-inspection exercise, checking every place and corner. Yi Duan and Lu Zixuan had another meeting about the company's confidentiality.
Especially in terms of fund positions. If the position is leaked it is likely to be sniped and all employees need to sign a confidentiality agreement. If someone sells the company's interests for profit, they will be held liable for the company's losses. On the other hand, Leaf Dust has kept the positions of the fund's products confidential. Besides him, only Wang Lian knew about it, and the other two assistants didn't know about it. In the afternoon, under the operation of Yi Chen and Wang Liyun, Shanghai Tin and Shanghai Nickel futures began to liquidate their positions and leave the market. It started out with 430 million coming in and now leaves the market with a total of 870 million. The fund account has doubled, with a current total profit of 103% and overall profit, $440 million, split based on a yield of 100% or more. The current excess of funds over the 100% rate of return is roughly $10 million, and according to the contract, Dusty Hing Investments is allowed to split 50% of the excess. $5 million of revenue was already quite a lot for some small companies.
But Yi Chuan didn't create Dusty Hing Investment Company in the first place for any $5 million. Chairman's office.
Yi Chuan finished the operation and said to Wang Liyun, Manager Wang, there is nothing now, you go back to rest after work.
Tomorrow night at 8 o'clock to the company. We are going to start to buy U.S. stocks. U.S. stock trading hours are daytime and pretty, but nighttime in China. There is a 12-hour time difference between the two sides. Trading hours are from 9:30 p.m. M. to 4 p.m. M. with no lunch break. Wang Liyun nodded slightly. Okay, Mr. Yi, go back and adjust your routine. Wang Liyun went home from work, and Yi Chen also packed up and left the company. He went to a nearby mall, intending to buy something for Wang Yusen. Tomorrow afternoon she is going to take the bus back to her hometown.
And Yi Duan wants to buy her another dress to wear in the new year. After buying clothes at the mall, he returned to school. Yi Duan put the clothes in another car. Tomorrow at noon to send Sun Shi first. Let her see the heart must be uncomfortable. Coming out of the parking lot, Yi Chuan called Zhang Manqiu. Hey, Manqiu, where are you? In the library. Why? I have something for you. Wait for me in the library. He planned to find Zhang Manqiu to learn more about Dongkai Securities and Zhao Xiangming as a person. The eavesdropping device, he wanted to investigate whether it was Zhao Xiangming's doing or not. Chapter 138 Vacation. School library. Yi Chuan came to his old position to see Zhang Manqiu sitting there reading a book. Manqiu, today I realized something. Zhang Manqiu looked at him curiously. What is it? Leaf Dust. It's not almost New Year's Eve. There are a lot of securities companies sending gifts, and I found a bugging device in one of the ornaments. Zhang Manqiu looked stunned. Is the eavesdropping device hidden? Being taped to the inside of a porcelain ornament. It's impossible to tell unless you look closely, and I found it by accidentally remembering a video I'd seen online before and then looking at it. From which stock company? Dongkai Securities. Zhang Manqiu froze in her heart. Dongkai Securities Company? Yi Chuan nodded slightly. I now doubt if it's those few investment organizations that I offended that are using Dongkai Securities' hands to install eavesdropping devices. Zhang Manqiu thought for a moment and returned. It's not that there's no such possibility, but there's also another possibility. That's the eavesdropping device installed inside the gift ornament at the behest of the executives of the East Finance Securities Corporation, but without any evidence in the matter. Neither can make a decision and may wrongly accuse those around them. Leaf Dust. This kind of thing is not good to investigate. Zhang Manqiu, you pay attention in the future. Be careful and guard against people. Yi Chen nodded slightly. Is Manqiu free tonight? I'll treat you to dinner. Zhang Manqiu, where to eat? Golden Harbor? They do great seafood there, but I prefer to go to Silver Sea Feast. Then go to this one. It's already 5 o'clock. Take your supercar. I'll see if the supercar is good. Yi Duan had been worried about going to Golden Harbor to be recognized by the waiter, so it was just the right time to eat in a different place. Zhang Manqiu's red Ferrari supercar was beautiful, and a faint scent filled the car. Yi Chuan drove and Zhang Manqiu sat in the passenger seat. Zhang Manqiu's car had never been allowed to be driven by a member of the opposite sex, and Yi Duan was the first. However, Yi Chen didn't know about this, and he felt that there shouldn't be any problem in driving off the car. Even if the car was wrecked and scrapped, he could afford to buy another new one for the other guy. Halfway there they hit the rush hour and it took them an hour and a half to get to the Silver Sea Feast restaurant. The decor of this restaurant gives it a very elegant feel. Golden Harbor specializes in luxury and luxury.
This one, on the other hand, specializes in an elegant, not quite the same style. No wonder Zhang Manqiu likes to come here. The style should be very popular with her. Zhang Manqiu booked a two-person box, also called a couple's box. The seafood is about as good as it gets and the chefs are top-notch. The two ate dinner and went back to school. Yi Duan didn't use the same ploy he used on Sun Shi on her. The two women are not the same people at all. The scheme has to vary from person to person. Returning to the school dormitory, Yi Duan sat at his desk and looked at the U.S. stock market as well as the U.S. stock forums. Tomorrow is the day the game takes off. He's going to see if there's any change in the disc. The $300 million that lurked in before currently earns more than 10 points, more than 30 million yuan. The three Xingqiao are playing a game. After the initial graduate school exams were over, they weren't as pressing and had quite a bit of time to play each day. After earning a wave this time, he planned to buy a few houses in Zhanghai City. In the future, you can't always go to the hotel, but the record of the room can be checked, and it's safer to bring a girl home to play. Big deal is buying more houses. Friday morning, January 14th, Leaf Dust was in his dormitory watching last night's U.S. stock market. The overall market is in a down state, but they're much better off compared to the country. The domestic stock market in the first half of the month fell more than 10 points. Many stocks fell more than 30 points. Countless shareholders were trapped. There is no way to sell with too much loss and you have to wait for the next bull market to unwind. After 11 o'clock, Sun Shi sent him a message. Brother Yi Duan, I'm done packing. Sissy, what time did you get your high-speed ticket? 12:20. I'll pack up and I'll meet you in the parking lot. Leaf Dust turned off his computer to pack up and leave the dormitory. When he arrived at the parking lot, Sun Shi was waiting for him with his suitcase. Leaf Dust opened the car door to put her suitcase in the back. Which station is Sissy going to? South Station. Sun Shi had a smile on her face. South Station is pretty close. About half an hour. After saying that, he started the car and drove out of the school towards the Zhanghai High-Speed Rail South Station. The journey was smooth. Arriving at Zhanghai High-Speed Rail South Station at nearly 12 o'clock, Sun Shi looked at him with some fondness in her eyes. Brother Yi-chan, I'm leaving. Yi-chan wore a smile. We'll meet in a month. Sun Shi leaned in toward the kiss. Leaf Dust froze for a moment and reached out to hug her in warm response. After tens of seconds, the two separated. Sun Shi's pretty face slightly blushed. Brother Yi-chan, I have to go. The tickets will be checked in a while. I'll walk you. Leaf Dust got out of the car and walked her to the station. It was almost 1 o'clock when we got back to school from the high-speed train station. He ate lunch and went back to his dormitory to sleep. I need to work late at night to keep an eye on US stocks, and I tend to get sleepy at night without a nap. The alarm clock sounds at 5 o'clock. He woke up and called Wang Yusin. Is Yusin's stuff packed? Pack it up. I'll meet you downstairs in your dormitory and I'll take you to the high-speed train station. He bought Wang Yusin a high-speed train ticket at 7:30, arriving in Chuanba City about 8 o'clock the next morning. From Kawamba City she had to take a bus back to the county, and from the county she had to take another bus back to her hometown. Yi Chuan simply washed his face and came to the downstairs of Wang Yusin's dormitory, where she was waiting for him with a trolley case. Uxin, I bought you a new outfit. Take it piece by piece later. Wang Yusin nodded slightly. When will you return home? I have to wait for the annual vacation on the company's side. There's about 10 more days. He led Wang Yusin to the parking lot. When she saw Yi Duan's Bentley Continental, she was a bit surprised. Is this the car you bought? Yi Duan smiled and nodded. How is it? Is it good? Wang Yusin, it's quite nice. Yi Duan, let's go and get on the bus. There might be traffic on the way. Leave early. She sat in the passenger seat, moving a little rustily to fasten her seatbelt. Yi Chuan quickly drove out of the school and headed towards the Zhanghai High-Speed Railway Station. The Zhanghai High-Speed Rail Station is a bit farther away than the South Station, and normally takes about an hour to travel. At 7:03, Yi Duan drove to Zhanghai High-Speed Railway Station. He looked at Wang Yusin's delicate face. Yusin. Wang Yusin looked at him shyly, her eyes averted. Yi Chen reached out and held her cheeks, then kissed her. Wang Yusin's cheeks flushed red, closing her eyes and feeling that sensation of kissing. After the two separated, Yi Chen spoke. Yusin, be safe on the road. Take care of yourself. Send me a message when you arrive home. Wang Yusin nodded her head gently with a reddened face. Yi Chen touched her head, then sent Wang Yusin to the VIP channel in the high-speed train station, so that it was more convenient to get on the train, with personalized service. After sending Wang Yusin away, Yi Chen had a bit of an empty feeling in his heart. In his heart, Wang Yusin occupied a pretty important position. Yi Duan looked at the time. It was already past 7 o'clock. He drove towards the company and the game and started to take off tonight. Take advantage of this opportunity and he will take his wealth to another level. Chapter 139, Crazy Eater, making hundreds of millions of dollars a day. It was after 8 o'clock in the evening when Yi Duan arrived at the company. Only Wang Liyun and Lu Zixuan were present in the company.
and the other employees had already gone home from work.
Sister Xian, Manager Wang, have you eaten yet? Eaten. Sister Xian ordered a dinner for me. I haven't eaten yet.
I just went to the high-speed train station to drop off my classmates.
Okay. Lu Zixuan ordered him a dinner. Are you going to keep an eye on the plate tonight?
Yichuan nodded slightly.
Yes, Sister Xian.
When the US stock market closes, only then can Manager Wang and I get off work.
Sister Xian, you go back to rest earlier. You need to keep an eye on the company during the day. Lu Zixuan, well good. There's nothing to go back now anyway. Stay at the company for a while.
10 minutes later dinner was delivered, and Leaf Dust began to eat.
As he ate, he said, Manager Wang, open the stock of Gay Man and watch it. We'll buy this stock in a while. I've been staring at it for a while,
and it's all being discussed on the American forums,
with retail investors wanting to unite against a few short organizations. Wang Liyun, okay Mr.
Yi Duan hurriedly ate dinner and also sat in front of the computer staring at the disk.
Lu Zixuan stayed until after 9 o'clock and went back, leaving only Yi Chen and Wang Liyun in the company.
The two stayed in Yi Duan's office,
staring at the Gay Man's disk separately. Normal trading hours for U.S. stocks are from 9:30 to 4 p.m. with a 1-hour delay for winter time, which is 10:30 to 5 p.m.
Yichuan's cell phone rang and took it out to see that it was a message from Li Qingya.
What's Dusty doing? Working late at the office staring at the disk. Still working overtime? About what time do you get off? Around 5 in the morning.
Li Qingya was a bit surprised.
So late? The company's fund products to speculate on U.S. stocks. Over there is now the daytime. Our side is the night.
So you have to stare at the market at night.
Sleepy owl rest. Let the staff to stare. Do not delay things. Li Qingya, oh.
You have to take care of your health.
Dusty, I'll take an early rest la.
I have to go to the station early tomorrow.
Well okay Kiowa, you go to bed early. Good night little baby.
Li Qingya's heart blossomed, her pretty face overflowing with smiles.
Good night little Dusty. Wang Liyun spoke up. Mr. Yi Gay Man is now down 5 points pre-market. The pre-market bidding is for $100 million first. 100 million yuan is roughly $14. 7 million. Wang Liyun followed his instructions and started buying before the disk.
$100 million went in and there wasn't a lot of volatility, and the pre-market trend was still down 4%.
U.S. stocks officially opened at 10:30 p.m. And just now GameStop stock is still holding at -4%. Wang Liyan looked at Yi Duan. Yi Duan's face was calm. Buy all the remaining funds.
Wang Liyun was shocked in her heart and felt that he was a bit too risky.
It's a small cap stock in the U.S. What happens when you buy so much and get trapped?
Although there was some concern in her heart, her hands were operating quickly, buying the remaining $700 million like crazy. As they were eating heavily, the disc changed. The Gaiman started to rise. From the previous -4% it has become +4% and continues to rise.
RW investment exchange platforms in pretty countries.
The Gaiman has long been under discussion up there.
Upon investigation,
they found that the stock had been shorted by a shorting organization by as much as 140%. A staggering statistic for an investor. The normal figure shouldn't be more than 100%. This suggests that there are shorting organizations that are frantically shorting Gaiman. A shorting organization is one that borrows stocks to sell when they are high and buys them back to pay off the ticket when they are low.
Therein lies the difference in price. Sell high and buy low.
The more it falls, the more money the shorting organizations make because the cheaper it is to subsequently buy it. If the stock goes up then they naturally lose money because they have to buy it back to pay off the ticket and the price goes up.
This is what it means to be long or short in the market.
GameStoppers is going to start an unprecedented long-short war with retail investors because of the ultra-high shorting ratio.
Retail investors battle Wall Street shorting organizations.
At this point in time, some people on the RW investment exchange are also buying large amounts of Gaiman stock. It also calls on all retail investors to buy in and blow up the Wall Street short seller organizations.
Mr. Yi, all the funds have been bought in, and our build cost is 3 yuan a share.
Wang Liyan turned her head and spoke to Yi Duan. Yi Dust nodded slightly and continued to watch the disc changes.
Perhaps it was the entrance of a large amount of money from Yedon.
When the fire was lit, the price of Gaiman stock began to soar, soon rising more than 20%.
The madness has caught the attention of more retail investors and institutions.
A number of institutions and retail investors have begun to move in and declare war on the short institutions of the Gaiman after learning about the situation. The stock's rise caused several major shorting organizations to panic. They are shorting the stock heavily,
and if it keeps going up, the losses will be huge.
They began to sell their shares, but the effect was not obvious. A large number of retail investors and some institutions are all committed to the next.
Instead of falling,
the disc has risen 35%.
When Wang Liyun saw the subsequent changes,
her beautiful eyes were wide open, completely not expecting it to subsequently rise so much.
Mr. Ye's vision is really poisonous. At 12 a.m. It was up a whopping 52%. Tonight's buy of $870 million resulted in a profit of $435 million. Total capitalization, $305 billion. Although it is not their own money, but Wang Liyun is one of the participants. Hot-blooded, energetic, not at all sleepy. Is Little Cloud hungry? Want to eat something? Yi Duan looked at him and asked. Wang Liyun, Mr. Yi, I'm not hungry. You're too good. We've netted $400 million in a few hours. Mr. Yi, when are we going to sell? Yi dust, not sell. Continue to hold. Now the market has just begun. This is only up how much? I first go to bed. You stare at the disc on. If there is a big change in time to shout me. Okay, Mr. Yi. Yi Chen walked into the restroom inside the office, lay down on the bed and started to sleep. I have to send Li Qingya to the station early tomorrow morning, and I have to take Zhao Jing and Su Hui to Disney during the day. Wang Liyun kept her eyes on the game-in's disc. The highest gain of the day reached 70%, and then gradually retreated, closing with a gain of 55%. The account profit of $478 million. Total amount, $348 billion. She came to Yi Duan's lounge and saw that Yi Duan was sleeping under the covers. Wang Liyun didn't wake him up the first time, but quietly looked at him. Why is he so handsome? He looks so attractive when he sleeps. Thinking about what she had promised him before, Wang Liyun's face slightly reddened, revealing a few moments of shyness. After admiring it for a while, she walked to the bedside and called out to Yi Duan. Mr. Yi. Yi Chen sat up in a daze and looked at Wang Liyun next to him. She looked classy with a tight sweater on top and bottoms and a long skirt underneath. Wang Liyun said softly, Yi total more than 5 o'clock. Though U.S. stock closed up 55%. Profit of $478 million. Without waiting for her to finish, Yi Chen suddenly reached out and wrapped his hand around her waist, putting her down on the bed and kissing her low. Chapter 140, 103% return on the fund. After tens of seconds, the two separated. Yi Duan looked at her and said, it's true that it's still beautiful women that can wake people up. Wang Liyun's pretty face was scarlet and her eyes were shy, but there wasn't any anger or irritation. Yi Chuan looked at the time. Some other day. I still have to send my girlfriend to the high-speed train station in a while. Wang Liyun sniffed his eyes and blankly glanced at him. Come on, Cloud. Let's get something to eat and I'll take you back to rest. The two packed up and left the office. There was a breakfast stand on the way Yi Duan drove her back, and they ate some buns and drank a bowl of congee. Wang Liyun live from the company is not far, driving just 10 minutes away, sending her to the entrance of the neighborhood. Yi Chuan said, go back and take a good rest. This period of time may be quite hard. Wang Liyun gently nodded. Got it, Mr. Yi. Give me a kiss. Wang Liyun's cheeks flushed and she came over to kiss him passionately. One for the road. After what she had just experienced, she wasn't so shy anymore. Coming down from Yi Chen's car, Wang Liyun was still a little bit delighted in her heart. Kissing the big boss was pretty cool. Felt like he had a sweet mouth. Women are muy strong. A rich, capable and handsome man like Yi Chen was too lethal to the women around him. Many of the women in the company took Yi Duan as the object of their fantasies. It's like a lot of guys fantasize about schoolgirls and female presidents. Yi Duan drove to Zhanghai Fudan University, and on the way, he gave Li Qingya a word. By the time he arrived at the entrance of Fudan University, Li Qingya was already standing at the curb waiting for him. Li Qingya was a bit surprised when she saw the car he was driving. Rolls-Royce? Yi Duan, this is your new car? The company bought it for a business reception. The company is not your company. Yi Duan helped her put her things into the car. It is indeed my company. I occupy 75% of the shares. I have the final say. Li Qingya sat in the passenger seat and curiously surveyed the inside. The starry top is so pretty. It doesn't feel interesting to keep looking at it. Yi Chuan started the car and drove towards the Zhanghai high-speed railway station. How much did the car cost? Dusty? It's gotta be expensive. In her perception, Rolls-Royce belonged to the top luxury cars, all of which had to cost millions and millions of dollars. It seems to be over $10 million, procured by company men. Li Qingya, how much does your company earn in a month to buy such an expensive car? Yi Chuan thought about it and replied, the first few months didn't make any money, but these 2 months can make a fortune. A few hundred million. A few hundred million? Li Qingya looked shocked. How making money came out of his mouth so simply. Dusty, what does your company do and how do you make so much money? Leaf dust, financial investment, domestic and international stock markets, futures markets, etc. A warning rose in Li Qingya's heart. You're so rich, do your classmates around you know about it? I don't know. I'll just tell them I made a few $1 million, and I still know the truth about not showing your money. Li Qingya, you still drive a Rolls-Royce if you know what you're doing. Cootie, all know you make money. Yi Chuan heatedly smiled. Sometimes you have to let people know that you make money, so that you can satisfy a small vanity, and those people will treat you with a few points of respect. Leaf Dust yawned on the drive. Li Qingya, did you rest last night? Rested. There's a break room in the office, but still a little sleepy. Around 7 o'clock, Yi Duan came to the parking lot of the Jianghai high-speed railway station. Li Qingya looked at him with fond eyes. Little Dusty, you remember to contact me after you go home. I know, but do your parents let you hang out? I can sneak out. Yi Chen reached out and wrapped his hand around her head and kissed her. Dozens of seconds of passionate kissing made Li Qingya even more infatuated with him. After sending Li Qingya away, Yi Chen's heart was relaxed. He called Zhao Jing. Has Zhao Jing had breakfast yet? Where are you guys? We're eating in the cafeteria. Where are you, brother Yi Chuan? I'm outside, it's on my way to pick you guys up. When Yi Chen drove back to the school, Zhao Jing and Su Hui were already waiting for him in the parking lot. The two saw him get out of the Rolls-Royce Cullinan and a pair of beautiful eyes widened a few inches. Brother, is this your car? New not long ago. Get in. Let's go play. The two men got into the car in shocked dismay. Brother, how much is this car? Yi Duan, more than 10 million. Right. The company bought it. Belongs to the company car. Not me alone. Today to take you guys to play I drove over. It dawned on both of them that this was the case when they heard his explanation. They thought that Yi Duan had paid for it. In their impression, Yi Chen was not that rich. His company has several shareholders invested in it, and it should have been bought with money invested by the shareholders. The trio arrived at Disneyland in Jianghai City. There are a lot of programs you can do here and it's pretty crowded. Today is Saturday, January 15th, at 10 a.m. The Dustin Global Investments One Fund updated its return. Cumulative return, 103%, with returns through this Thursday, because buying US stocks on Friday night requires a more cumbersome conversion. Many of those who follow the Dustin Global Investments One Fund were wide-eyed when they saw the updated yield. Holy, this week's yield is even more aggressive than last week's. Life is like a dream, Big Brother forever drop God. Take me earn fly la. Too cool. I just bought $1 million and I want more. I should have known better than to buy more. Double in 2 weeks. I bought $20 million. Joe Jizai said in the comments section. Asterisk. I was scared to redeem it in the first place too. It's so cool. Life is like a dream. Stock God is really bullish. The name is true. Dustin Global Investments No. 1 continues to top the domestic fund return chart, with a 103% return. The second highest ranking was also a private equity fund with a 45% return. It's the star product of a $10 billion private equity firm, and the trader is a big man with a great track record. Joe Jizai's group is once again buzzing with activity. As soon as Dusty Hing's fund product yields were updated, someone posted a screenshot in the group, causing a lot of envy. Oops, I didn't listen to Lao Joe in the beginning. Doubling my account in 2 weeks is awesome. Old Chow heard you bought $20 million. You have to treat yourself. You have to. Yes, treat. On the other hand, Nanyang Street Police Station Chief Lin Yu was also on guard in the morning to update the yield. Since she first saw the fund's yield, she has become very attached to the matter. Inner greed has been opened, like opening Pandora's box, and it's hard to close it again. She was a little disbelieving when she saw her account earnings double. It's only been a few days, and you've invested $1 million and made $1 million? If this continues, my goal of buying a house in Jianghai City will soon be realized. Yi Duan was really powerful. No wonder he was able to open a company of his own at such a young age. This kind of person has to be well socialized to be able to bring in money later. Most of the socializing in the upper circles is because of the value in the other person. People like Yi Duan and Zhao Xiangming, Fong Jifeng, Zhang Manqiu, and Tang Yi were friends because of their deep background value. They were socializing with Yi Duan because they saw his personal abilities. Chapter 141 Uncle Zhou's Hint. Yi Duan accompanied Zhao Jing and Su Hui for a day at Disneyland. After 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Yi Duan brought them to the Golden Harbor restaurant. Brother, this place is so luxurious. Even if Zhao Jing had seen the world, she had never seen such a luxurious and extravagant restaurant. A lamp is hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars. Even the dining chairs are worth tens of thousands of dollars. The dishes and so on are the best and most expensive. Yi Chuan ordered 3 king crabs, Australopithecus, sea cucumbers, and so on according to the trio's meal sizes. This is one of the highest-end restaurants in Jianghai City. I came to eat once. I feel quite delicious. Take you guys to try. Xiao Jing, I'll book you a first-class ticket for tomorrow, and Xiao Hui, I'll book you a high-speed rail business seat. No, brother. We can just book it ourselves. Zhao Jing didn't want him to spend any more money. Yi Duan smiled and said, it's okay, brother, to buy you a ticket is not the right thing to do. After saying that, he took out his cell phone and booked tickets for both of them. The bookings are all for tomorrow morning around 8 a.m. Seafood such as king crab and Australopithecine came up quickly. The waitress had long known Yi Chen,
and seeing that he often brought different beauties, she probably guessed in her heart that he was a scum. They waitresses have seen this situation too many times and have fantasized about talking about a high-flying boyfriend. Although I know that rich kids are all scum, but nah, they have money. They don't want to work a day in a broken class. As long as your boyfriend gives you money to spend, you can play outside as much as you like. Yi Duan walked out of the box halfway through eating. The waitress saw him come out and with a smile on her face, she bowed and asked, "Hello sir, where is our restroom?" Yi Duan opened his mouth and asked, "Sir, I'll take you there." The waitress walked ahead, wiggling her ass and looking very seductive. The waiters in such restaurants are selected to come in. There are high requirements in terms of looks and body shape, and those who can be selected in are first-class beauties. Of course, being a waitress here pays well. In addition to the salary there is a commission. "Sir, this is the restroom." The waitress turned her head and smiled. "Thanks. The restrooms here are not of the public type, but separate, and the restrooms are all plush and fragrant inside, with no hint of odor." When he came out of the restroom, the waitress was standing outside waiting. "Mr. Yi, I see that you often come to our restaurant. If you need to order food in the future, you can directly find me. This is my business card." After saying that, she handed Yi Duan a business card. Yi Duan took it and looked at it. The name on it was written as Sun Coco. Well, I'll look for you next time." Sun Coco blushed and said softly, "Normally, if Mr. Yi needs anything, he can also call me." Yi Chen was stunned in his heart, then probably understood what it meant. She reckons she falls into the periphery of that, although there is a job in the weekdays, but also occasionally part-time to earn money in their spare time. In a cosmopolitan city like Shanghai, a monthly salary of $10,000 or $20,000 is simply not enough for some gold-digging women to spend. Yi Duan has little interest in this kind of high-class chicken. What's the payoff? He was a little curious about the other man's price. Sun Coco smiled. "Mr. Yi can give as much as he wants if he's happy. If you don't want to talk about it, forget it. I'm just asking. Last time the owner gave me a $50,000 tip." Yi Chen smiled faintly and didn't say anything. An ordinary lock, used twice with a gold key, dipped in a little gold dust thinking it had become a gold lock. The waitresses here are really pretty, and in their school they are all at the level of departmental and faculty flowers. But he wasn't interested. It was better to be a good girl. No wonder the waiters change so often here. I guess the previous waitresses were evening out the big bucks. Yi Chen returned to the box and continued eating with Zhao Jing and Su Wei. The two of them ate well. It was the first time they had ever eaten such delicious seafood. After dinner, Yi Duan sent them back to school. He went back to his dormitory as well. The dormitory was empty. Xing Chao, Wei Xiangyu and Feng Bing had all gone home. It could be that the soul is used to being alone in the last life. He kind of enjoyed being alone in his dorm. He sometimes found it a bit annoying when the three Xingchaos were yakking when they were around. It's Saturday, and U.S. stocks are closed and not open. He sat back in his chair and looked at his cell phone. Wang Yusin, Li Qingya, and Sun Shi had all sent him messages, and they had all arrived home safely. Yi Duan replied with a separate sentence. "Well, okay, have a nice relaxing break at home." He sent a message to Zhou Wanning. "Sister Ning, what's wrong?" Zhou Wanning quickly replied to him. "Not at home. I'm going to see my uncle and aunt tomorrow." "At home. My dad was telling me about you today, saying that your fund has doubled in the past 2 weeks, praising you and asking me if I have feelings for you." "Yi Chuan, what did you say?" "Sister Ning? I didn't say anything. My dad said for me to ask you out sometime." "When is Ying planning on asking me out? When are you free? Is the company busy right now?" "Recently, I have been speculating on American stocks, and I need to keep an eye on the operation at night, but I have nothing to do during the day, so I can do it any day. The day after tomorrow." Then, after not seeing her for a few days, she actually missed Yi Chen in her heart, but she just didn't want to show it so obviously. "Okay baby, where are we going to play?" "Just hang out." No matter where she went, she felt happy as long as she was with Yi Chen in her heart. Her mind and body had been conquered. The next morning, Yi Chen ate breakfast in the cafeteria with Zhao Jing and Su Wei. On the way, Zhao Jing opened her mouth and said, "Yesterday I heard my parents say that the bus from our Bingcheng airport to the city had a car accident, killing and injuring more than a dozen people, and if I had gone back yesterday, I probably would have taken that bus as well." Yi Duan laughed. "It's not that coincidental. Don't scare yourself. Really, I usually take the plane home. After getting off the plane is to take the 102 road home. To reach the home time can only take that car. Yi Dust brother, you really my lucky star. If not you I may be gone." "Don't be ridiculous. Brother Yi Chun, if I suddenly leave this world, will you be sad for me?" "Leaf Dust, nonsense. I'd be sad even if something like this happened to an ordinary classmate. Let alone you." Zhao Jing hemmed and hawed, satisfied with his answer. Yi Chuan first sent Su Hui to the high-speed train station, and then immediately followed by sending Zhao Jing to the airport.
Parking lot of Zhonghai International Airport.
Yichuan stopped the car and turned his head to look at Zhao Jing and smiled. Xiao Jing is about to part ways.
Do we brother and sister want to have a kiss goodbye? Nice try. After saying that,
Zhao Jing stepped out of the car. Yi Duan drove back after dropping her off at the airport VIP channel.
On the way he bought some fruit.
It was about 9:30 in the morning when I came to Zhou Wanning's house.
Little Dust is here. Have a seat. Mr. and Mrs. Zhou Jitsai were very warm to him. Zhou Wanning washed a plate of fruit and took out some nuts.
Dusty, that fund product of your company has a return of 103% in 2 weeks' time.
What did you buy? Zhou Jitsai was a bit curious. Shanghai Tin Futures, Shanghai Nickel Futures, and whatnot.
But the position was liquidated on Thursday, and this week's updated yield doesn't have Friday's gains.
Is the fund short now, or did you buy something else? Now buying U.S. stocks. At this time, Mother Zhou came over and spoke. Old Zhou, you go out with me to buy something.
Zhou Jitsai stood up and said to Yi Duan and Zhou Wanning.
Xiao Duan, you and Wanning will chat for a while.
I'll go with your aunt to buy something.
Chapter 142.
Yi Chuan was a smart person and knew that Mr.
and Mrs.
Zhou Jitsai were doing this to give him and Zhou Wanning a chance to communicate alone. They want to set the two up together.
Unbeknownst to the two,
they have been together for a long time and have cooked the raw rice. There were only 2 people left in the house, and Yi Chen smiled as he looked at Zhou Wanning.
Sister Ning, what do we do next? Zhou Wanning sat next to him. Let nature take its course.
Yi Chen swept her up and kissed her.
How soon will uncle and auntie be back? Zhou Wanning glared at him, knowing what he was thinking. They'll be back in a while.
The two chatted and sat in the living room for about half an hour or so before Mr.
and Mrs.
Zhou Jitsai returned. They were happy to see the two talking quite well. The couple has long wanted their daughter to find a boyfriend,
but unfortunately, after so many blind dates, she can't see a single one.
Although there was a bit of a gap between his age and Yi Chen's, it wasn't that big. They could also sense that their daughter was not averse to Yi Duan. Plus the two of them also felt that Yi Duan was good and intended to set up the two.
After having lunch, Yi Chuan left Zhou Wanning's house.
Only when he left did Zhou Ji hurriedly ask his daughter,
"How did your daughter talk to Dusty?" "It's pretty good. We have a date to go out tomorrow." A smile appeared on Mr. and Mrs. Zhou Jitsai's faces. "Where are we going to play tomorrow?" Zhou Wanning, "It's not set yet. We'll talk about it in the evening."
"Go shopping and shopping or go to the attractions."
Zhou Jitsai, Xiao Dust, this person is definitely potential stock. Daughter, you have to grasp. Young, handsome and ability. Such a man if you do not grasp, it is likely to be snatched away. Back then, if not your mother to me early, I would have married someone else. Mother Zhou glared at him without any good humor. Back then, I don't know who was the one who begged and pestered me to death, and said that she couldn't live without me. Zhou Jitsai's old face was red and a bit embarrassed. Daughter, Mom and Dad have done all they need to do. The rest is up to you, and it's up to you to get together. Got it, Dad?
Zhou Mother, do not, because he is your student heart twisted.
Now what era?
Our school many male and female teachers are married to students.
The age gap is not too big. Love is free. Zhou Jitsai nodded approvingly. Yes, as long as they love each other, age is not a problem. The other side.
Yi Chuan left the Star River Garden neighborhood and came to Lu Zixuan's Chui Jingmingju neighborhood.
Lu Zixuan was wearing a nightgown and opened the door to see a smile on his face. Dusty. Yi Duan walked into the house. What is Sister Xian busy with at home? Learn something related to finance. Go change out of your pajamas. Lu Zixuan went into the bedroom to bring out his pajamas.
Yi Chuan came to the study after changing into his pajamas.
He looked at Lu Zixuan's desktop, and Lu Zixuan looked at the laptop next to him. I'm looking at the U.S. stocks I bought Friday night, up 55% for a gain of $478 million. Dusty, you have an amazing eye. Lu Zixuan has access to see the positions and returns of the company's fund products.
Only Yi Duan and her had the highest authority in the entire company.
Wang Liyun, because of the auxiliary Yi Duan operation, also know the position and earnings. Others do not know.
Positions in the company's fund products have the highest level of confidentiality in the company.
This is because if the counterparty learns about it, it may be sniped at and smashed, resulting in losses. Leaf Dust, this is just the beginning. The follow-up should still go up. After saying that, he opened the Pretty Countries RW Investor Exchange platform, on which many people were discussing game and stock. Some people are calling for people in the platform to come together to buy game in and blow up the short-selling organizations. Meanwhile, some media outlets in Pretty Countries are reporting on the shorting organization of game in, saying they are shorting as much as 140%. Some organizations are pushing the envelope to raise the heat on the game in. Institutions in the capital markets are a pack of hungry wolves. Their sense of smell is extremely sharp, and the shorting organization of game in is a huge piece of cake in their eyes at this point. They're going to come in and get a piece of the wealth that has been accumulated over decades by several shorting organizations. Word is only spreading in certain circles in the pretty country at the moment. Many investors in pretty countries don't know about it, and domestic investment organizations know even less about it. Even if some investors know, but do not dare to enter easily. See, yesterday rose more than 50 points, probably will be worried about going in to be trapped. Yi Chen had just finished reading the message when Lu Zixuan sat in his arms. Dusty, is your girlfriend home yet? Going back. During this period of time I'll be staying with you here temporarily at Sister Xian's place for a while. It's fine if you live there, but you have to pay the rent. Oh. Lu Zixuan's words had a meaning, and her cheeks carried a flirtatious smile. I'll pay the rent now, Lu Zixuan said softly. I'll go change my clothes. Leaf Dust hemmed and hawed and followed her to the bedroom. Lu Zixuan's body was well maintained, curvy and undulating. Her figure flaunted even more seductively as she changed into a black silk wraparound dress, white shirt on top, black package hip skirt on the bottom, high heels, plus Lu Zixuan businesswoman president temperament, simply as the nemesis of all men, the beast that sleeps in the body, awakens. 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Yi Chuan woke up and saw that Lu Zixuan in his arms had woken up and was drawing small circles on his chest. Dusty's awake. I just ordered takeout. Get up and wash up. Leaf Dust wrapped his arms around her and warmed her up for a while before getting up. 20 minutes later, the takeout arrived and the two started dinner. Yi Duan took out his cell phone and looked at it. The 4 people in the group chat of 5 people, Zhao Xiangming and Fang Jifeng, have been chatting all afternoon. Seeing Zhao Xiangming, Yi Duan remembered the pendulum sent by Dongkai Securities. Whether it was made by Dongkai Securities or those few investment companies that messed it up. Did you get the Xian eavesdropping device appraised? I got someone to look at it, and that person said it's a very advanced bugging device currently on the market. A precision bugging device made in country D. The batteries inside can support the bugging device for more than 3 years. Do they sell this stuff in Shanghai City? That person said that this kind of thing on the black market is very easy to buy. With our not very good investigation, you Public Security Bureau is not no people. You want to let them investigate? Ye Dust, I think our previous route was wrong. We should start from the porcelain ornament. The porcelain ornament should have been cut before. Then someone put the eavesdropping device in, and finally pasted it on with a superb technique. Lu Zixuan hurriedly took the box of the porcelain ornament out of the study, which contained the pieces of the porcelain ornament. The 2 men opened and looked closely at the inside of the porcelain shard. Sure enough, very subtle marks were found on the inside of one piece, but on the outside no subtle marks could be seen at all. The restoration was perfect. Jingdajun Imperial Porcelain Hall. Have you heard of this porcelain store? Yi Duan opened his mouth and asked. Lu Zixuan nodded slightly. I've heard of it. The porcelain they produce has a very high collector's value. It's the top-ranked porcelain brand in China. Like the World Expo and Exposition will use their porcelain as gifts. Yi Duan, then I can probably guess who the person behind the curtain is. Chapter 143. Lu Zixuan looked at him with curious eyes. Who is it? Yi Duan, analyze it to know. This big brand of porcelain is unlikely to do this kind of thing. After all, there is no conflict of interest between us. Porcelain ornaments are unified purchases by Dongkai, used to give the companies large customers. If it was done by those investment firms, there's no way for them to determine which porcelain ornament was given to us. It's also hard to put a bugging device inside on short notice. The biggest possibility is that DFCS purchased a batch of porcelain ornaments and then tampered with one or more of the gift ornaments. All you need to do is to investigate what time this batch of porcelain was delivered to the Dongkai Securities Company. If it was a month or 2 ago, then they have every chance of tampering with it. Lu Zixuan nodded slightly. This is a good idea. I'll have someone from that company of mine investigate. He then took out his cell phone and called an employee. 1. You go to the Imperial Porcelain Hall in Jingdajun tomorrow to inquire about the price and quantity of the porcelain cow ornaments purchased by Dongkai Securities Company, as well as the delivery date. Okay, Mr. Lu Zixuan finished her explanation. According to your analysis, the probability of this incident is done by Dongkai Securities. Why did they do it? Yi Chuan thought for a moment and replied. Interests. If you know the position of each organization, they can easily make a variety of responses. Know your enemy and know yourself. There is also a point that if you catch the scandal of some of the heads of investment companies, you can also pinpoint the other side. Lu Zixuan's heart palpitated. Yi Chen's affair with her was almost recorded. Aren't they afraid of being found out? Riches are not always found, and even if they are, there is no evidence, but they can be rewarded handsomely. Yi Duan continued. They might just be targeting me this time. Their previous performance in the market was too dazzling. It's normal to be targeted. The business world is a much more treacherous struggle, and the slightest misstep can get you caught in the crossfire. Once the handle is held by others, it can be very passive. After dinner, Yi Chuan received a message from Zhou Wanning. Where is Xiao Chuan going to play tomorrow? Go anywhere. Where does Yinging want to go and play? There's a lantern festival over at the U Garden. Why don't we go around there? Okay, Sister Ying, I'll come over and pick you up tomorrow morning. The two talked for half an hour. Li Qingya didn't send him a message. Presumably it was inconvenient at home. Wan Yusinyi did not send him a message, and the two of them only occasionally chatted at night. Not receiving a message from Zhao Jing surprised him a bit. It's reasonable to assume that Zhao Jing would have already arrived home at this hour, so there wouldn't be any accidents, would there? He sent a message to Zhao Jing. Is Zhao Jing home yet? Zhao Jing quickly replied to him. I'm here. Sorry brother, I was a bit excited when I got home. I forgot to tell you. Leaf Dust was relieved to see that she was fine. Just get home safely and have fun at home. Okay brother, I'm out having dinner with mom and dad. Talk to you sometime. The next morning, Lu Zixuan ate breakfast and headed to the office. Yi Chuan drove to the entrance of the Star River Garden neighborhood, and Zhou Wanning was already waiting on the curb at the entrance of the neighborhood. Sister Ning. Leaf Dust dropped the window and called out to her. Zhou Wanning froze for a moment and sat in the car. Dusty, you changed cars? He's driving a white Bentley Continental today. The company bought a couple of cars, and we're driving this one today. The white Bentley Continental drives down the road and turns heads just as well. Well, at least it's a multi-million-dollar luxury car. For most ordinary people born without it, it's hard to have it later, because it is almost the Spring Festival, the City God Temple. Yuan Garden side redressed again, quite like the feeling of the ancient Lantern Festival. The two strolled and chatted, admired the ancient lamps and soaked up the cheerful atmosphere. Xingda Investment Company, General Manager's Office. Lu Zhenjiang's face was cloudy when he saw the returns of Dusty Xing Investment Company's fund products. This guy has a lot of guts. Futures have risen so much that he still dares to buy. Not afraid of pullbacks to blow up his position? Opposite him stood a middle-aged man named Xin Yuanlong, the company's vice president. Mr. Lu, according to his earnings in these 2 weeks, it is estimated that the buy is Shanghai Tin, Shanghai Nickel and several other futures, but also the full position of 10 times the leverage to buy. The operating style of boldness. When Lu Zhenjiang saw Yi Chen's fund making money, it was harder than losing money himself. He was eager to snipe a wave of leaf dust in the financial market. Even if you lose money sniping, you have to make leaf dust spit blood. Jiangyan Lithium Yi Duan's wave of smashing, so that several of their companies have huge losses. Lu Zhenjiang, his information and his company's strength background investigation. How? Xin Yuanlong, Mr. Lu has already investigated clearly. Yi Duan, this person from Pinggu County, Andean City, Ludong Province. On the surface there is not much background. I do not know if there is any potential background. There are 4 shareholders in his company, which are Zhao Shangming, Fong Jifeng, Tang Yi and Zhang Manqiu. These 4 shareholders come from unusual backgrounds. Zhao Shangming is the youngest son of the chairman of Dongkai Securities. Fong Jifeng is the son of the chairman of Zhanghai Fuxing Textile Company. Tang Yi's father is the mayor of Hangzhou City and the deputy secretary of the municipal party committee. And Zhang Manqiu's father is a hand of the Dongcheng district of Jianhai City. Lu Zhenjiang's face changed slightly when he heard his report. That good? He didn't expect the few shareholders of Yi Duan's company to come from such a strong background. Xin Yuanlong, Mr. Lu, I think it's better to make peace with him. Those shareholders in his company come from too strong a background. Lu Zhenjiang has been crawling around in Jianhai City for so many years, and he only knows a few deputy departmental leaders in the district. The shareholders of Dusty Hin Company are all deputy ministers at home. It's not looking for death to mess with them. He called the heads of Haiyuan Capital and Tianhan Capital separately. They were equally shocked when they heard the background of Yi Duan's company. The 3 men are all old businessmen, and after deliberation, they decided to invite Yi Duan for a meal to see if they could resolve the misunderstanding. It's better to settle scores, not to mention that the other party was so strong. Noon. Yi Chuan was eating with Zhou Wanning when his cell phone rang, an unfamiliar number from Zhanghai City. Hello? Hello Mr. Yi, I am Wang Fuhai from Tianhan Investment Company. Do you have time tonight? A few of our brothers would like to treat you to a meal to resolve the small misunderstanding between us. Yi Chen wore a smile on his face. Ah, Mr. Wang, where is the location? Tianyue Hotel, box 266. We will be waiting for Mr. Ye's arrival at that time. Wang Fuhai's posture had been put very low, releasing friendly signals to Yi Chen. Yi Duan could hear it. Okay Mr. Wang, see you tonight. Okay Mr. Yi, see you tonight. Hang up. Zhou Wanning looked at him. There's a dinner party tonight? Well, someone who used to have a bit of a grudge called and invited me to dinner, and it looked like they wanted to settle it. If the grudge is not deep, resolve it if you can. It is better to resolve grievances than to tie them up, and it is not good to have many enemies. Yi Duan nodded slightly. It's not a big grudge to say the least. They've suffered some losses from me instead. The two of them strolled around for a few more hours in the afternoon, and then Yi Chen sent Zhou Wanning home. Then he drove to the Sky Hyatt Hotel. Tianyue Hotel was a 5-star hotel in Jianhai City, integrating catering, accommodation, nightclub, bath and bar. When he arrived at the box just after 5 in the afternoon, he saw 3 middle-aged men with big bellies sitting inside. They were too young when they saw Yi Chen's expression. Although I knew the other guy was only 22 years old, I was still a little surprised to see it in person. Wang Fuhai greeted him with a smile on his face. Mr. Yi, hello, I am Wang Fuhai. I have long wanted to know Mr. Yi, you are a legend. There has been no opportunity to see today is really extraordinary. Such a young age has the current achievements. The future is unlimited. In the future, but also Mr. Yi, more to mention. It feels good to be patronized and flattered. Yi Chuan looked calm, with a steadiness on his face that didn't match his age. Mr. One overpraised me. I'm just a latecomer, and I still need to learn a lot of things from all of you seniors. When Wang Fuhai's few people saw his attitude, their hearts were overjoyed. Mr. Yi, let me introduce you. This is Wei Jie from Haiyuan Capital, and this is Mr. Lu Zhenjiang Lu from Xingda Investment Company. Chapter 144, School Flower Lin Yumeng becomes a lost girl? Yi Duan heard the introduction and looked at Lu Zhenjiang of Xingda Capital. Mr. Lu's name is as good as thunder. Lu Zhenjiang knew he was talking about that time he called and threatened. He lowered his stance and spoke in a respectful tone. Mr. Yi was under heavy water before. I'm here to make amends to you. I hope Mr. Yi doesn't take it to heart. Yi Chuan smiled faintly. Mr. Lu is polite. I didn't take your words to heart in the first place. The 4 of them finished their pleasantries and began to take their seats. Drinking parties in the high circles are all about seating. Yi Duan was invited by several people to the main seat, which was the seat facing the door of the box. Next to them were Wang Fuhai, Lu Zhenjiang and Wei Jie. Yi Chuan was also someone who had participated in many business drinking games in his previous life and knew what sitting in the main seat represented. The 3 were posturing so low, trying to diffuse the conflict with him. The odds are they have something to do with the 4 largest shareholders in his company when they do this. The 4 people, Zhao Xiangming, Fang Jifeng, Tang Yi and Zhang Manqiu, each had terrifying background connections. Zhao Xiangming's family's Dongkai Securities could be considered one of the leading securities companies in the country, and in addition to the business world's version of the world, their family's connections in the political world were equally terrifying. There is also Fang Jifeng, whose family is a leading player in the domestic textile industry with a lot of influence, and who also has a wide range of contacts in the political arena. Tang Yi and Zhang Manqiu didn't even need to mention that their fathers were already vice-provincial ministerial-level existences. If it is further, it will be a full ministry, a party of feudal officials. The food and drinks were served as they were. Mr. Yi, we toast you. Wang Fuhai, Lu Zhenjiang and Wei Jie took the initiative to toast the wine. Yi Chen took a sip of the wine in his cup. Wang Fuhai put down the wine glass and said with a smile, although you look young, Mr. Yi, you give me the feeling of being old and dignified, not like a young man at all. No wonder you can have today's achievements. I admire you. Lu Zhenjiang and Wei Jie patted their asses together, giving people a feeling of floating. No wonder some leaders in the company and the system like to kiss ass and flatter their subordinates, because it feels so good. It provides an emotional value and fulfills an emotional need within a person. The 3 are business veterans and speak beautifully to the heart. At the same time, they frequently raise their glasses in a toast. These people have been dining for a long time, and each one of them is a big drinker, and all of them are about the same size, and each one of them has a big belly. After dinner, they brought Yi Chen to the upstairs bath and massage center again. Wang Fuhai said with a smile, the massage techniques here in General Yi are very authentic, and the sisters are all very decent, and a number of them are the schoolgirls of a certain university, and they have gone through professional training before they can work and go to work in this job. Yes, Mr. Yi will know after experiencing it. I ordered the most expensive and beautiful masseuse for you. Leaf Dust walked into the room about a minute later. A woman in a short college uniform skirt walked in, with long hair, fine features, and a shapely figure. Not at all inferior to the likes of Zhao Jing and Sun Shi in terms of looks. Yi Duan saw her and thought she looked a bit familiar, like Lin Yameng, the schoolgirl of their university's College of Foreign Languages. It shouldn't be, right? At least you're a senior at the University of Transportation. You don't have to come to a place like this to do this kind of thing, right? Of course that can't be ruled out. Even graduates of the University of Transportation, if their majors are not so good, will earn $100,000 or $200,000 a year after graduation. Working at a place like this, you're probably looking at tens of thousands of dollars a month, because just now he heard the price. Massage for an hour, more than $8,000. The price is ridiculously high. It's not hard to make $100,000 or $200,000 a month if you can meet a gold master. If you were to be adopted by a big shot, you might not have to work for the rest of your life, and your pocket money would be in the millions. Hello sir, I'm technician number 26, Lin Meng Meng. Lin Meng Meng?
Yi Chuan felt that it could really be Lin Yameng,
giving himself a stage name here. He nodded slightly. Begin. It starts with soaking and washing your feet. Lin Meng Meng's technique was quite sophisticated, and it looked like she had been working here for a while. They dress more revealingly, with school uniforms of low-cut dresses and ultra-short skirts. It's vaguely visible when you wash your feet and get a massage. This hazy, vague feeling is the most tantalizing. How old are you this year? Yi Duan opened his mouth and asked. Lin Yameng returned. 22 years old. Still in school? On it.
Where? The School of Foreign Languages at Shanghai Jiaotong University. Lin Yameng's truthful answer made him a little surprised.
Wasn't she afraid that the news would spread to the school? I'm afraid he'd have a hard time staying in school that way, but I guess no one is that bored. The people who come here are rich and famous. Who would go for such a boring thing? Yi Duan idly chatted with her. How did a senior from the University of Transportation come to work here?
Lin Yameng returned as she massaged.
I'm a single parent.
My mom has cancer and my brother is still in high school.
So my family needs money, so I came out to make some money.
Yi Duan heard her words and remembered a sentence summarized by an online god.
Gambling dad. Sick mom.
Young brother.
Understanding her. Who will help her if I don't? This is a common tactic used by some lost women to create a persona and gain sympathy from their clients.
Yi Duan continued to ask.
How long have you been working here? How much can you earn in a month? It's been 2 months. About $30,000 or $40,000 a month. Barely enough to put my mom on targeted medication. You know all about the targeted drugs, and you've done your homework pretty solid. Leaf dust, senior year or graduate school at your age? I'm a senior this year and went to graduate school.
Before and after she massaged for almost an hour. After the massage Yi Chuan's whole body is soothed, and the foot massage is really quite comfortable. Lin Yameng's technique was quite good.
It was that vague, hazy feeling that was too tantalizing,
making him nearly a little out of control.
Lin Yameng saw it as well, her cheeks slightly red, as if she hadn't fully adapted to this awkwardness. Nice and cozy, thanks.
Lin Yameng, you're welcome sir.
This is what I should do. If you think my technique is okay, next time you can look for me. I'm no. 26 Lin Meng Meng.
They have a commission from customers here in addition to the basic salary.
Yi Duan nodded slightly. Okay, I'll look for you next time I have the chance.
Walking out of the box,
Wang Fuhai,
Lu Zhenzhong and Wei Jia were waiting for him.
How is Yi feeling? Not bad, quite comfortable. Feels a lot easier on the body. Which one of you is carrying cash? Yi Chuan looked at Lu Zhenzhong's business bag as he spoke. Lu Zhenzhong, I've got Chief Yi with me.
Reward her $100,000 for me,
and I'll give you the money back.
Don't be polite to me if it's $100,000 or $80,000.
Mr. Yi.
Lu Zhenzhong finished taking out 10 piles of money and handed it to Lin Yameng.
Lin Yameng was a bit confused, not expecting Yi Chen to be so generous. Thank you, Mr. Yi.
Lin Yameng bowed to Yi Duan to express her gratitude. Yi Duan mainly wanted to make Lu Zhenzhong shed some blood.
When Lu Zhenzhong called to threaten him, it is not enough to make amends and apologize, but also to draw some blood. He couldn't see this money and took the opportunity to reward Lin Yameng.
She massaged very seriously with a good technique, making Yi Chuan feel quite comfortable.
No need to be polite. Give your mother a good look, Yi Chuan said casually. He actually didn't believe Lin Yameng's words, but pretended to believe them on the surface.
The 3 Lu Zhenzongs followed by taking him to other floors to play. It was the first time that Yi Duan had come out to play like this, and he had grown a bit under their leadership.
It really is a rich man's paradise. As long as you have the money, you can totally enjoy the imperial treatment here. Chapter 145, It's Good to Be Rich. 9 o'clock at night.
Yi Chuan's group of 4 people came out of the Grand Hotel. The trip was quite comfortable, especially the foot massage.
Felt a lot of comfort all over the body. Mr. Wang, Mr. Lu, and Mr. Wei, let's get together again sometime. Okay, Mr. Yi, get together often when you have time. Yi Duan called a chauffeur to head to the Zhanghai Financial Building in Zhangpu District.
When he came to the company there was only Wang Liyun alone.
Mr. Yi.
Wang Liyun saw him enter and rose to greet him.
Yi Duan locked the company's gate to save any people from running in at night. He brought Wang Liyun inside the office. How are the pre-disc figures for the game in? Slightly up 2% pre-market. Wang Liyun poured him a glass of water as she spoke.
Just now she smelled some alcohol.
Yi Duan took over the water and looked at Wang Liyun underneath.
She was dressed in a spirited and competent manner today.
A tight, low-cut,
thin sweater on top and a small jacket on a chair. Underneath were the same kind of tight pants that outlined a very dynamic figure.
Cloudy, are you wearing any fall pants? No. Not cold?
Yi Duan felt that her outfit was fine for spring and fall, but wearing this in winter was too little.
But girls still show their belly buttons in winter to look pretty. Wang Liyun smiled and returned. It's not bad. It's not like I stay outside often, either at home or at the company. I didn't feel cold. Leaf Dust may have been a little tipsy. Little Cloud, you have a more dynamic figure outlined in this outfit. Can you dance? Come over and dance a bit.
He had just enjoyed various dances at the Sky Hyatt Hotel.
There are sexy dances in modern style and ancient dances in ancient colors.
The dancers were all young beauties,
with a minimum height of about 1 meter 6'8", and nothing to pick on in terms of features and figure.
Listening to Lu Xinzhong, several people said, "Want to enter the Tianyue Hotel, have to go through layers of screening. Very strict. Of course it pays well to work there. After all, this is almost exclusively a place for the rich and powerful. None of the clients are short of money. They want a physical and mental experience. Here money can be treated like an emperor." Yi Chuan used to think that he was exposed to the high-end circle. Tonight he realized that there was such a fun place. Wang Liyun was a bit shy when she heard Yi Chen's words.
"I'm not very good at dancing. There aren't a lot of dancing videos on Jitterbug right now, so hop to it." Wang Liyun got up and danced a bit, looking a bit awkward without music, but with her delicate looks and shapely figure, it was still quite attractive. She stopped after jumping for a while, her pretty face slightly red. "Mr. Yi, you're annoying." Yi Chuan smiled faintly and beckoned. "Tonight, the heads of those investment companies invited me for dinner to resolve the previous conflicts." Wang Liyun sat in his arms and asked curiously, "Which investment companies?" "I previously earned a wave on Jiang'an Lithium, leaving the market with a large amount of money, bringing down Jiang'an Lithium, destroying the plans of several institutions, making them lose a lot of money. There is a grudge between them, and they invited me to dinner tonight."
Wanting to take the initiative to resolve the grudge,
Wang Liyun nodded slightly. "How do they take the initiative to resolve their grudge?"
"Of course it's because of the 4 shareholders of our company. They are all people with great backgrounds. The drunken grip on the waist of a beautiful woman is also a great feeling.
We'll have to recruit more beautiful women for the company in the future, so they'll be attracted to my personality. No wonder every era produces a privileged class.
This extravagant and soothing life is too tempting.
Who wouldn't want it? Of course that's only one of the reasons.
And the thrill of power and money. Power holds the life and death of others, and money can change hearts and minds.
There's also the coolness that comes from differences in status. You are a leader and a rich man, and everyone around you is respectful and flattering. There's no substitute for that psychological high. The human heart is the most complex thing in the world."
Leaf Dust is a mundane person. In his last life, he had dreamed of becoming a human being and living the life of his dreams. In this life he's close to realizing it, or already on his way to doing so.
10:30 at night. U.S. stock markets are open for trading.
Yi Duan's personal bank card account still had $260 million in it, and he once again bought $100 million of the game in this evening. To date he has bought $300 million for his personal account, $100 million for his corporate account, and $870 million for his fund account, for a total investment of $1.27 billion. The fund account has now made a profit of $478 million and the individual account has made a profit of $165 million.
GameStop continued to pull up after the opening bell, rising as much as 10% after half an hour. The fund account position was
$348 billion before the opening and has now made a profit of $134 million. The stock account amount is cumulative. It was previously $870 million and after trading on Friday,
up 55%. The total account amount became $1.348 billion.
A 10% increase now is a 10% increase of $1.348
billion, not 10% of the previous $870 million.
Wang Liyun is keeping a careful eye on the disc. Yi Duan took out his cell phone and looked at it.
Sun Shi, a freshman sister in the medical school, sent him a message. "What's brother Yichen doing? Missed you so much." Leaf Dust, working overtime. "Haven't slept yet, Xiaoxi?" "No, watching a TV show." "Brother Yi Chuan, don't work so hard. Staying up all night is very harmful to your body."
Sun Shi was caring about him.
"I know, just get through it." While the two were chatting, Li Qingya sent him a message. "Is Dusty asleep?" "No, it hasn't. I just got to work. I don't get off until 5 in the morning." Li Qingya, "So late? You're the boss and you still have to work the night shift?"
Yi Duan, "Just because I'm the boss have to stare at night. The company fund position is a confidential thing. Try to the less people know the better.
And I'm the main manager. Need to keep an eye on the operation. If the operation is not appropriate, may lose several $100 million. Li Qingya, has Dusty fixed it? When are you coming back?
It should be a vacation on the 28th.
Probably back on the 26th or 27th of Lunar New Year. It's so late.
You're back for almost New Year's Eve. And I see someone in the high school class group is organizing an end-of-the-year get-together.
When?
They're discussing it, and it seems to be tentatively set for 28.
And someone will be in touch then to see if most people are available. 28 then Leaf Dust should be able to attend.
He plans to return home on the 26th and 27th of the lunar month.
You should be able to go to your high school reunion. Speaking of high school classmates, one man's name flashed through his mind, Pan Kai. The two were quite close in high school, and then Yi Duan went to Zhanghai Jiaotong University and he went to Jinling University of Technology. Jinling University of Technology is a 211 university, not a 985 key university. After graduating and working in his last life, he had dragged Yi Duan to invest in a network guild, which is to train and sign female anchors, and then provide them with a basic salary, room equipment, and let them broadcast live. Leaf Dust at that time a lot of annual salary, invested before and after the investment of more than 200,000, because I trust him more, and because I'm still working, I don't have time to go over to Jinling City to keep an eye on it. Later Pankaj told him the business was losing money, but then he knew that Pan Kai not only did not lose money, but also made a lot of money, just not willing to give him a share of the dividends. Not only were the dividends not paid to him, the principal was not. He had approached Pan Kai several times, but was eventually blacked out because there was little evidence at the time and it was useless to call the police. The bastard screwed me in my last life. I want to take revenge in this life. He also remembers another big beauty in his class, Xia Xiaoman, being chased by him. Pan Kai do net red company up. In high school classmates among the absolute leader, chase to Xia Xiaoman is also very normal. However, it was later heard that Xia Xiaoman couldn't stand his domestic violence and they eventually divorced. Chapter 146. Among his high school classmates, Yi Duan still remembered a girl whose name was Qin Jingjing. She was a quieter girl who said less in class. Although it was not as pretty as Li Qingyao or Xia Xiaoman, her looks were not bad and she was considered a beauty. The reason why he remembered her was because when Yi Duan was 40 years old, he heard that she had already become a deputy provincial leader. Seeing this at that time made Yi Duan think for a moment that he had recognized the wrong person. But later, after seeking confirmation, I learned that it was Crystal Chan. As you can see, her family has horribly strong connections. Yi Duan was puzzled at the time. Since his family was so strong, how did he go to high school in Pinggu County and not in a big city? After learning from many sources, it seems that Chen Jingjing was adopted. Her birth parents accidentally lost her and then somehow she came into the hands of her adoptive parents. Yi Duan didn't know much about it, mostly from what his classmates said. By 12 a.m., GameStop stock was up 20%. Yi Chuan glanced at Wang Liyun, who was staring at the screen while drinking coffee. Yun, I'm going to rest for a while. If you're tired, give me a shout. Wang Liyun nodded slightly. Okay, mister. Yi, just go and rest. I slept all day during the day. I'm not sleepy at all. Leaf Dust walked over to her and gave her a passionate kiss. The two of them separated. Wang Liyun's pretty face slightly red, her eyes shyly looking at him. Yi Chen touched her hair. I'm going to sleep. I haven't slept during the day. Wang Liyun softly waiting for him to walk into the lounge, pursed lips, as if recalling the sweetness. Yi Chuan slept until after 5 o'clock before being woken up by Wang Liyun. Opening his eyes, he saw that Wang Liyun was standing beside the bed, and Yi Chen wrapped her under the covers. How's the disc market? Up 22% through the close of business today, with a profit of $296 million today and a current position totaling $1.644 billion. Fund positions are now making well over 100% profit. Excess, half of what he earns his company gets to share. Make $300 million today and that company gets to split $150 million. The more money the successor fund makes, the more money his company can take away. Leaf Dust woke up and started to get up. Wang Liyun saw his figure and said, Mr. Yi, do you exercise a lot? Yeah. Do I look good with these six-pack abs? Want to touch it? Wang Liyun reached out and touched it. The hard muscles felt good. Come on, let's go get breakfast. Yi Duan drove her to the last Baozi store. Eat a few buns and drink a bowl of porridge to warm up your body. Finally he came to Wang Liyun's rental house. She rents a 2-bedroom house. The rent is almost about 10,000 a month. The neighborhood environment is good, and it is closer to the company. Wang Liyun's monthly salary is more than 50,000, and does not count the various benefits, bonuses, fund performance and whatnot. Just the most common guaranteed salary of 50,000 to start. Leaf Dust looked at her with a smile on her face. Wang Liyun was a little shy, knowing what was going to happen next, with a hint of anticipation deep inside. Yi Duan is young and handsome, has more wealth and billions of dollars, and his ability is still so strong. Men like this are so attractive to the women around them. She had even heard many times in the company that many female employees were discussing Yi Duan. Some female employees were willing to do something with Yi Duan even if they were upside down. After half an hour or so, the noise in the bedroom ceased. Yi Chuan put his arm around Wang Liyun. How many boyfriends has Xiao Yun had before? Talked about one in college. Well, I can feel it. How does this one feel out? Wang Liyun was a bit curious. What's the difference between the letter O and a period in punctuation? You know? Wang Liyun pondered for several seconds but didn't quite understand. What difference could it make? Yi Duan ignored her. Go to sleep. You still have to work at night. Leaf Dust woke up at 12 o'clock because he had slept at night. He looked at his cell phone and sent a message to Wang Yusin. What's Yusin doing? Have you eaten? It took a while before Wang Yusin replied to him. Just cooking. Haven't eaten yet. You don't talk to me when you get home. Forgetting your good brother? Wang Yusin's pretty face blushed when she saw his message. No, there are more things to do at home. She needs to take care of grandpa and grandma, and cook and do laundry and stuff. Just kidding you. Go about your business. I need to get up. Just after chatting with Wang Yusin, his cell phone rang. It was Tang Yi's call. What's Leaf Dust busy with? Just woke up. What's up Tang Yi? Tang Yi, it's noon and you're still sleeping. Come out for dinner tonight. Leaf Dust, the company has been working overnight. Who are all there? Or is it in the old place? Yeah, it's still a few of us. And this time it's my turn to treat the organization. Okay, hang up. Yi Duan looked at the high school class group again. There were a lot of people chatting inside after the winter vacation. Lots of small talk. And the other day someone was organizing an inquiry about the end of the year reunion. He looked at the chat log, tentatively set for the 28th day of the lunar month. Everyone is home at this time of day and pretty much has time to come. After New Year's Eve because a lot of people have to go to relatives to pay respects or something? It may not be good to gather so many people. Yi Duan saw that Pan Kai was very active in the group, chatting with every one of his classmates. He's a good talker and a good person. Yi Duan had just closed the group chat when someone sent a message. It was Chen Shui, one of the 4 friends Tang Yi had introduced last time. Last time Tang Yi introduced him to 4 friends, 1 man and 3 women. I don't usually talk much, and I don't know much about the background relationships of a few people. He remembered that Chen Shui and Yang Qian were quite pretty. Chen Shui, what is Yi Duan doing? Just woke up. What's wrong little Snow? Yi Chuan directly addressed the other party as Xiao Shui. As long as the other person doesn't resent it, you can close the distance quickly. Chen Shui was naturally not averse to Yi Chen, and even worshipped him a little. Otherwise she wouldn't have let Tang Yi introduce her to him in the first place. His legendary maneuvers in the middle of the stock market have gained him a legion of fans. Nothing much, just asking if I can take a position in the fund you bought. She actually knows that you can't add to a position during the closed period, but if she gave herself an excuse to initiate a chat, after all, a girl has to be reserved. Leaf Dust, Snow closed period cannot increase the position. Wait for the open period later. Chen Shui, well okay, Yi Duan is your school on vacation? It's on. It was on Friday. What about your school? Our school let out last Friday too. Are you working at the office now? Not in the company, now in the speculation of U.S. stocks. The night all night staring at the market. Daytime rest. I just woke up. I get up first, some other day to invite you to dinner. Okay, take care. Yi Chen looked at Wang Liyun, who was still sleeping. He sent a message to Zhang Manqiu. The two of them hadn't chatted for days. What's Manqiu doing? Eating. Zhang Manqiu's answer was simple. I just woke up. Have you been informed by Tang Yi to go for dinner tonight? Notice, just waking up now. What did you do last night? Overtime. At night have to stare at the plate of American stocks, until 5 in the morning. Hey, this day by day is too tired. Zhang Manqiu, the company's fund has bought into U.S. stocks? Yeah, it feels like there's a wave of opportunity to try it out. Yi Chen chatted with her for a while, then got up and left Wang Liyun's house. He drove back to the school and went to the school cafeteria first thing. Because it was winter break and the number of students in school was low, only one small cafeteria was open. Only a handful of people in the cafeteria were eating. Lin Yumeng woke up late because she got off work late last night, so she ate her lunch a little later. She unintentionally looked up and saw Yi Chen walk into the cafeteria, and her expression was stunned. Why is he here? Could it be that he's also a student at the University of Transportation? Chapter 147, Your mom is really sick. When Yi Chuan finished his meal and looked for a seat, he also saw Lin Yumeng who was eating. He sat across from Lin Yumeng. Lin Yumeng classmate didn't expect to meet so soon. Lin Yumeng's face carried a look of surprise. You are also a student of Jiaotong University? Yi Duan smiled faintly. Yeah, doesn't it look like it? Why do they call you Mr. Yi? I have a company of my own. Outside they call me Mr. Yi. After saying that he lowered his head to eat, he'd eaten breakfast at 5 in the morning, exercised vigorously once, and was now really hungry. Lin Yumeng's eyes were surprised and dismayed when she saw him eating the cafeteria's food so deliciously. How could a money-spinning dirtbag like him eat cafeteria food and have it taste so good? Shouldn't people like them eat mountains of food every day? Lin Yumeng asked curiously. Which academy are you in? Electronic Information and Electrical Engineering. I'm a senior computer science major. Thank you for the bounty last night. You're welcome. It's not out of my pocket anyway. Lin Yumeng looked hesitant and said, Can you do me a favor? What favor?
My mom now keeps suspecting that I'm making the wrong kind of money, and I'd like you to help explain that to my mom.
Yi Duan froze for a moment. Is your mom really sick? Lin Yumeng looked stunned. Do you think I was lying to you last night? Ahem. How do you want me to explain this? Just say that you're my rich classmate and that you lent me that money. Do you think it's okay?
Lin Yumeng didn't dare to say her current occupation at all because it was dishonorable, and it's easy for her mother to get the wrong idea, after all.
She's a little less than honorable in her profession right now. Yi Chen looked at her and asked rhetorically, why should I help you?
I'm sorry, it was presumptuous of me. After saying that, she bowed her head and ate. Leaf Dust glanced at her and realized that she was bearing tears into her meal.
Why are you crying? I didn't say I wouldn't help you. I just wanted to ask if there were any favors.
A beautiful woman's tears will always cause a man's heart to soften, as if it is a common disease among men. Lin Yumeng looked up at him with tears in her eyes. My mom thinks I get my money from unclean sources. She said she'd rather be sick and die than eat the medicine I buy. I don't want my mom to leave me.
Is it okay if I give you a free full massage?
Leaf Dust thought that yesterday she was creating a persona for her own missteps,
but she didn't expect things to be true. How much did you make in total in the 2 months you worked there? 75,000. No, counting the 100,000 you rewarded last night, the total is 175,000, because the leader knows that I have a special situation at home, and will give me a salary once a week. Yi Duan, it's quite humanized. Didn't you earn some extra money working there?
That to money is not faster. Lin Yumeng looked serious and said back,
I have never done that kind of thing. Someone had looked at me and said that they wanted to adopt me. I did not agree. And now I earn enough money every month to pay for my mom's medication.
Yi Duan, isn't it a bit less if you do a massage once, at least 3 times, right?
Lin Yumeng was a bit speechless. 3 times is 3 times. After eating lunch and coming out of the cafeteria, Yi Duan said, I'll go back to the dormitory to get some things. Where is your mom now? She's in a rental house over in the Baofeng district, where the rent is cheaper.
And what I told my mom is that I'm working and studying over winter break,
so don't let it slip out when you get there. Got it. Go wait for me in the parking lot.
I'll be over there after I go back to my dorm and get my stuff.
Leaf Dust returned to the dormitory to take the ID card and also the laptop. He plans to buy a house near the school,
preferably one of those furnished existing houses, so that it is easy to use. Normally Yi Duan didn't have the qualifications to buy a house in Zhanghai City.
However, he is an entrepreneur and has his own company. In this regard,
Zhanghai City has a policy favoring the eligibility to buy a house. Yi Chen came to the parking lot and saw Lin Yumeng standing there waiting for him.
She wore a long, black down coat, and stood out as a delicate beauty. Quite beautiful, a beautiful woman.
Massage techniques are still so powerful.
If you can pack, cough. What's a package or not? I call it helping a girl in need. Leaf Dust brought her to the Rolls-Royce Cullinan.
Lin Yumeng was a little surprised to see his car, and she carefully sat in the passenger seat.
Give me the exact address and I'll navigate there. Beichao Village in Baofeng District. Yi Duan looked at the distance was very far. Driving would take more than an hour.
This place is part of the suburbs of the suburbs.
Are you a native of Zhanghai City?
No, my mom worked in Zhanghai before and has been living there.
The rent there is cheap.
Lin Yumeng returned truthfully.
Yi Duan nodded slightly.
I remember you said you have a younger brother. Where is your brother? Lin Yumeng, he goes to school over there in his hometown, and it's my grandparents who are in charge.
Where is your hometown?
Leaf Dust made small talk with her.
Hongliang County,
the porcelain capital of Ganshi Province.
Porcelain City? Jingdazhen, right?
Yes, it's also called Nestor.
Ganshi Province wasn't too far from Zhanghai City, but it wasn't close either. On the way Yichuan's cell phone rang. It was Lu Zixuan's call.
Hey,
Mr. Lu Zixuan, is it convenient for Mr. Yi now? Convenient. Mr. Lu, you say. The investigation has already yielded results.
That batch of porcelain ornaments Dongkai Securities Company purchased 180 pieces. The purchase price is about 6,000, and the delivery time is the end of November.
Okay, I got it. It's now January 18th, and there is every time for DFCS to get its hands dirty. Was it the work of Dongkai Securities? Or was it Zhao Shangming's intention? Zhao Shangming's future ambition is to enter the political world and enter the career.
He didn't have the need to listen in on his own words,
and it was probably done by the East Finance Securities Company.
This was Yi Duan's analysis and speculation.
Are you a local from Zhanghai City?
Lin Yumeng thought that he should be a top rich second generation in Zhanghai City.
Where else would you get the money to start a company? Drive top-of-the-line luxury cars? Yi Duan, I'm from Ludong Province, from a rural area below Pinggu County in Andhra City. Not a rich second generation as you might think.
Lin Yumeng looked a little surprised.
You're not a rich second generation? My parents are ordinary farmers. Where am I a rich second generation? Rich generation almost.
Lin Yumeng was even more puzzled in her heart.
Then where did you get the money to start a company and buy a car? Yi Duan, all earned by myself. Speculation in stocks and futures. My company is a financial investment company.
The main business is to invest in domestic and foreign stocks and futures. Lin Yuming had heard of stocks and futures,
but didn't know much about it.
But the fact that Yi Duan could make money from it was enough to show his ability.
You're awesome.
It's nice to be bragged about and patted on the back by a beautiful woman.
Leaf dust, average. Still have to keep working hard. 3:30 in the afternoon.
Yi Chuan's car drove into a rather shabby-looking village.
The houses here are older,
because it belongs to the Shanghai city limits,
so the house cannot be moved.
Want to reflip need approval, but it is difficult to approve down.
This is because it involves subsequent demolition. If you rebuild your house into a 2- or 3-story building with a much larger area, the subsequent compensation for demolition will definitely be more.
Yi Chen bought some fruits at the village kiosk, causing Lin Yumeng to be a little surprised in her heart. Finally the car stopped in front of a small courtyard.
Chapter 148 Lin Yumeng's mother. Yi Chen and Lin Yumeng got down from the car and walked into the courtyard. Mom!
Lin Yumeng opened her mouth and shouted as she walked into the courtyard. Yi Duan surveyed the things in the yard. The small yard was very small. It couldn't be compared to the big yard in Yi Duan's old home.
There is a peach tree in the yard,
but it is now bare and the leaves have fallen off. Next to it was a food cart with the names of snacks such as fried cold noodles, grilled sausages and fried skewers.
Her mother makes money out of a stall on weekdays?
A middle-aged woman came out of the house, full of gray hair at the temples. Her appearance looked a bit old, but you can clearly see that Lin Yumeng looks a lot like her and should have been a great beauty when she was young.
Unfortunately, no one is immune to aging under the unforgiving years.
She was actually in her mid-40s, not very old, and normally shouldn't be showing her age so much, probably because she was overworked on a regular basis.
After all, having 2 kids to support, one in college and one in high school, are times when more money is spent. Getting up early in the morning and setting up stalls can make a lot of money,
but it's very tiring.
Meng Meng is back. Who is this?
Lin Mother looked at Yi Chen with a smile on her face.
Yi Chuan smiled and returned. Auntie, I'm Yumeng's classmate. My name is Yi Chuan.
I heard Yumeng say that you were sick and came over to take a look at you.
You're still students. What are you buying? Don't buy anything later. Come in and sit down.
Lin Mother welcomed Yi Duan into the house, which was very simple and had little furniture. There were 3 rooms in all,
2 bedrooms and a small living room,
but they were all quite small. Lin Mother poured him a glass of water.
Shall Yi drink some water? Thanks, Auntie. How do you feel physically now? Lin's mother smiled and replied back.
I feel quite good. I've been taking the targeted drugs for 2 months, and after checking the doctor said that it's well controlled because it's not yet in an advanced stage, and said that there's a possibility of healing.
Yi Duan, it's good that it's okay.
Before Yumeng student borrowed money from me, she said that you kind of don't believe it. I purposely came over to explain.
And by the way, I also verified whether or not Yumeng student lied.
Lin Yumeng also spoke up and agreed.
Mom, I borrowed all that money from Yi Chen. It's not what you think. Lin's mother froze for a moment and looked at Yi Chen. You're also a college student. Do you have that much money? Auntie, I'm starting a company while going to school, and my company has a few $100 million in profit every month.
Yi Chen wore a smile and was humble and courteous.
Lin's mother was shocked to hear his words. A couple $100 million a month?
She kind of couldn't believe Yi Chen's words.
How many billions a month can he make at such a young age?
Lin Yumeng was equally shocked to hear it in her heart, and she felt that Yi Chen might not be lying. Letting random people reward themselves with $100,000 last night. $100,000 is not a small amount of money,
and it's still money that you're letting another person take. The man also said that 100,000 or 80,000 won't let Yi Duan pay back, as if in their eyes 100,000 or 80,000
is 10 or $8 in the eyes of ordinary people.
What does your company do, little Yi? Lin mother asked curiously. Yi Duan, I run an investment company,
and my main business is to set up private equity funds to invest in domestic and international stock and futures markets. Lin's mother had been in Shanghai City for so many years, and was also a knowledgeable person. Stocks and futures she'd heard of, things only rich people played.
After chatting for a while, Yi Chuan looked at the time and said, Auntie, Yuma, I still have a dinner in the evening. I have to leave first. I'll come back to see Auntie some other day. Lin's mother had wanted to keep him for dinner,
but when she heard him say he had something else to do, she had to send him away. When she came outside the courtyard and saw Yi Duan's car, she believed Yi Duan's words in her heart by a few points.
Rolls-Royce Cullinan.
She recognized this kind of car. I heard that the little man standing in the front is hundreds of thousands of dollars.
An umbrella on the car is 100,000, 80,000. Simply unimaginable prices for the average person.
Yi Chuan dropped the window and smiled.
Auntie, Yumeng, you guys go back. I'm leaving first. Yutong, if you lack money just tell me. We are all classmates. Don't be so polite. Money is just numbers to me. It's the most important to give auntie a medical treatment.
Lin Yaman nodded slightly.
Thank you, Yi-chen. Lin Mother's heart was also a bit touched. Xiaoye drive slowly on the road. Pay attention to safety. Okay, auntie. Bye.
Yi Duan drove off and quickly disappeared from the two men's sight. Lin Mother turned her head to look at Lin Yameng.
Yameng, he's a rich second generation from Jianghai City, right? Lin Yameng, no. He comes from a rural area in Andy City, Ludong Province, and is relying on the money he earns to start his own company. Not a rich second generation. To have such an achievement on your own, that's amazing. Lin's mother's tone was tinged with admiration and surprise.
Lin Yaman nodded slightly.
He's very powerful, and he's also very low-key. No one in the school knows about him. Lin's mother looked at her daughter. Daughter, he's helping you so much. Does he like you? Lin Yameng, no, I don't think so. He's very nice,
and he'll help anyone who comes to him with something. Lin Mother handsome and so capable. Such a boy is not short of beautiful girls to chase.
You may eye you if you like to grasp. 6 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yi Duan came to the restaurant of Jia Hotel.
Zhang Manqiu, Tang Yi, Fang Jifeng and Zhao Xiangming were already here.
Tang Yi saw him come in and said with a smile,
Yi Duan is all waiting for you. Come a little late and punish yourself with 3 cups. Yi Duan, traffic jam on the road.
I'll punish myself with 3 cups later.
Zhao Xiangming smiled and said,
Brother Yi, during this period of time I see that the company's fund products have a pretty good rate of return, ranking first in the domestic fund return ranking.
Our company's reputation is considered to be out. Fang Jifeng, the fame is out there, and when we issue new fund products in the future, I guess they will be snapped up. Tang Yi laughed. In 2 weeks' time, the fund's overall return doubled,
and still under the premise of the stock market's plunge. This ability is believed to convince investors that we invested $10 million in the first place,
and it seems to be earning a lot of money.
Leaf Dust was wearing a smile on his face,
which was where, if I take this fund to tens of billions of dollars, what must be your faces and reactions?
He felt that this wave of game-ins, done well, might be able to do more than $10 billion.
Yi Duan is going to shock the entire investment circle with a single hit. Once it reaches tens of billions of dollars, dividends can be officially paid. According to the contract, the company gets a 50% cut of the proceeds that are more than doubled. A cup of return on a principal of $430 million is $860 million. If it makes it to $10 billion, that would be half of the $9. 14 billion, or roughly $4.5 billion. This gain Yi Duan is very satisfied.
Many listed companies, the market value of tens of billions of companies,
the net profit of a year is not 4 or 5 billion.
While the few people were talking, the meals were served one by one.
Yi Duan, Zhao Xiangming and Fang Jifeng drank wine,
while Zhang Manqiu and Tang Yi drank drinks.
Tang Yi was the organizer of this time.
She raised her drink and said,
Come, let's have a drink together and wish us all smooth sailing and success in the future. Several people shared a toast and a sip.
Yi Chuan looked at Zhao Xiangming.
Have you taken the graduate school exam, brother Zhao? Do you really plan to take the career path in the future? Zhao Xiangming nodded slightly. Examined.
Now the competition is great. The education is higher to go, selective transfer has an advantage. In the future may also need a few people to take care of.
When looking for you to help you cannot excuse
Zhang Manqiu, we should be the ones who need your help when the time comes.
Zhao Xiangming laughed. Let's help each other.
With your ability and strength, I think there will definitely be something to do in the business world in the future. And at that time I may still need your help to boost the local economy and add some political achievements for me.
The atmosphere was lively and cheerful as several people chatted over dinner. Later they also talked about the current domestic and international markets. Right now, whether it's U.S., European or domestic stocks, they're all down.
Only the domestic fall was so severe that it could be described as a plunge.
With US and European stocks falling less,
they didn't know about the game in stock variance.
After all, this is a foreign demon stock, and it's normal for domestic investors not to know about it.
By the time domestic investors know about it,
it's also late in the game, and going in could get them trapped. The three of them, Yi Chuan, drank a bottle of white wine and didn't drink much. It was nearly 9 o'clock in the evening when they left the Hotel Jia together. After sending off Zhao Xiangming and Fang Jifeng a few people, Leaf Dust called a chauffeur to head to the office. Chapter 149, Be My Assistant. Just after 9 o'clock at night, when Yi Chuan arrived at the company, Wang Liyun had already arrived. She normally came to the office at 9 o'clock,
and the pre-market bidding for US stocks,
which would probably determine today's trend,
would require a bit of staring as well. If the stock price moves in the pre-market,
you need to make adjustments at the right time. Mr. Yi Duan nodded slightly,
then sat down and started looking at the houses near the school.
Real estate is not good right now, and after Evergrande blew up, official policies have tightened.
Many real estate companies are having a hard time. and property prices might have plummeted all the way down if not for the government holding them up. Even with official support for house prices, a fall has been inevitable in some places. Even the price of housing in Shanghai City has slipped slightly. The main reason is that speculators have a lot of houses in their hands, and they can see the future of the real estate market, trying to sell the house in hand for cash to hold on to. Yi Duan looked and found that 2 houses in a neighborhood near the school were quite good. These are 2 large flats of about 190 square feet at $120,000 PSF per unit, and a set would cost about $20 million. The big villas will come later, but for now, buy a couple of big flats. Otherwise sometimes it's not very convenient to go out with a girl. After looking at the house, Yi Duan contacted the account manager and agreed to go see the house tomorrow. After finishing his work, he sent a message to Zhang Manqiu and Tang Yi respectively. Is Manqiu home yet? Is Tang Yi home yet? Tang Yi replied to him first. Just got home. Are you at the office yet? I'm at the office too. Get an early night. Okay, I'll come to your company sometime. He chatted briefly with Tang Yi and Zhang Manqiu before sending a message to Li Qingya. What's Saya doing? Sleeping? Li Qingya, not asleep yet. Just got under the covers. Miss me little baby. Well, are you still working late? It's overtime. I don't get off until after 5 in the morning, so I'll eat something and go to bed then. Yi Chen then sent another message to Zhou Wanning. Is Sister Ning asleep? No, you didn't work overtime? Zhou Wanning knew that he had to keep an eye on the U.S. stocks at night now. Yi Duan, it's not even 10:30 yet. The U.S. stock market opens at 10:30. What are you doing at home during the day? Wan Ning? Is it annoying to be alone? I read a book during the day, then go out for a walk, catch up on some drama in the evening, and the day goes by. He chatted with Li Qingya and Zhou Wanning until after 10 o'clock. Mr. Yi, Gaiman's pre-market bidding has dropped by 5%. Wang Liyun was reporting on the pre-market situation. Yi Dust, these 2 days should enter the shock adjustment period, to wash out some of the will of the unwavering retailers. At the same time the main force to absorb, such as the main body to absorb the unwavering chips. The follow-up will enter the upsurge mode. The upsurge is followed by the plunge. We have to leave the market in the midst of the upsurge. He didn't panic because he had the memories of his last life, and knew that these 2 days were the main force sucking up the money, and it was only later that it would skyrocket. Wang Liyun knew Yi Chen's ability and had more faith in his words. Sure enough, after the opening bell, the Gaiman was undergoing a violent shock, down 10% at one point, and then the Gaiman's trend for the day stayed at a negative 10% almost all the time. Many retail investors see this situation, feel that the previous 2 days rose too fierce, may have to retrace. Many people have sold their hands of the stock, take profits and leave the market. Leaf Dust then watched the disc for a while and then went to the restroom to sleep. I was woken up by Wang Liyun at 5 o'clock in the morning. How much did it close down today? 10 points. Expected, he said as he began to get up and wash. The two left the office together and ate breakfast at a roadside breakfast place. After eating breakfast, Yi Duan sent Wang Liyun downstairs in the neighborhood. Wang Liyun turned her head to look at him with eyes as if she hoped he would follow her upstairs. You have a good rest, little cloud. I have things to do today. He didn't follow up the stairs. Having already played once, it was a little less refreshing to play that again. We'll play later when we're free. Today he's got something to do. He's going to look at houses. Wang Liyun leaned over and actively kissed his mouth. After tens of seconds, the two separated. Yi Chen touched her head. After staying up all night, rest early. Well, goodbye Mr. Yi. Yi Chen drove towards the school. The house he's looking at is near the school. It's not very far on foot for about 10 minutes or so. After looking at the computer in the dormitory for a while, at 8:30 Yi Duan found that someone was applying to add him as a friend, and the note was Lin Yumeng. Yi Duan agreed to the application. Lin Yumeng? Yi are always me. Did you work last night? No. I was home with my mother last night. Leaf Dust, how much does your mother's medication cost roughly every month? 30,000 or so. Yi Duan, let's do it this way. I'll give you $50,000 every month. I'm short of a life assistant by my side. Are you interested? Lin Yumeng froze for a moment when she saw his message. Assistant living? Yes, it's a life housekeeper. To help me with things in my home life. If you're not interested I'll find someone else. Mr. Yi, I'm willing. If she was given the choice, he would not hesitate to choose to become Yi Duan's life assistant. Going to work at the foot massage at the Sky Hyatt Hotel involves dealing with the big-bellied rich and powerful, and sometimes the old shady stuff, compared to Yi Duan's living assistant. Of course the living assistant was a bit better and had a higher salary. At the very least, Yi Chen was the same age as himself, young and handsome, and looked all smoother than those middle-aged rich and powerful people. Where are you now? I'm on the subway, on my way back to school. Tell me when you get to school soon. A little after 9 in the morning, Yi Chuan's cell phone rang. Hello Mr. Yi,
I'm Wei Sidong, the customer service manager of Chunwei Real Estate Agency. Do you want to take a look at those 2 houses in Jiaowei district? Yes, I saw a good description on the internet, so I'll take a look at it in the field today, and if it's okay I'll buy it. Okay Mr. Yi, where are you now? I'm here at the Zhonghai Transportation University. Mr. Yi, how about we meet at the gate of Jiaowei district? I'll go over there now. I'll be there in about 10 minutes. Aha. Yi Duan packed up and left the dormitory, walking to the parking lot. When he drove to the entrance of the Jiaowei neighborhood, Wei Sidong, the account manager of the real estate agency, had already arrived. When she saw Yi Duan getting down from a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, she was shocked and greeted her with a smile on her face. Are you Mr. Yi? The fact that the other person is a rich man means that there is strength to buy a house. As long as the house was satisfactory, she felt that Yi Duan was very likely to purchase it. Wei Sidong was a young girl of 25 or 26 years old, with okay looks, barely considered a beauty. With such a large population in the country, there are still very many beautiful women. I'm Yi Duan, your manager Wei, right? Let's go check out the house. Okay Mr. Yi, I'll show you over there. Chapter 150, Buying a House. The two walked into the neighborhood on foot. It's a new neighborhood, just handed over less than 2 years ago. Mr. Yi, Jiaowei district is a central enterprise to create the construction. Reasonable design, beautiful environment. There is also a playground over there. The community to implement the separation of people and vehicles. Security has a great protection. Wei Sidong introduced him to the merits of the neighborhood as he walked. Leaf dust, those 2 houses are brand new and unoccupied, right? Yes, brand new without having lived in it. The decoration is all high-grade decoration. The furniture and appliances are also top big brands. 2 houses in the same building, one on the 6th floor, one on the 7th floor. This building is still the king of the building, the best location in the neighborhood. There are 3 high-rise buildings in the last row of the district, about 20 to 30 stories high, and the 2 sides of the district are also 20 to 30-story high-rise. And in the middle of the location is a 9-story townhouse. The small 9-story houses are all large bungalows, mostly 180 to 90 square feet. After walking for a few minutes, Yi Duan arrived at Building 8. Building 8 has only 1 unit and is a 1-story design for privacy. Wei Sidong took the elevator and brought him first to 601 on the 6th floor. Mr. Yi, this entry door is a big brand of Aftermath, as well as the smart locks are the best brand at the moment. Enter the password to enter the room. The first thing that caught his eye was the Chinese decoration, elegant and atmospheric, which Yi Duan thought was quite good. Sir, this house is decorated in Chinese style. I don't know if you like it. If you like it you can continue to look at it. If not, let's go upstairs and take a look at it. That one is decorated in a minimalist style. Wei Sidong thought that young people should all dislike Chinese decoration. The house was supposed to be given to some official bigwig, but unfortunately the bigwig was sent in before it could be given away. It's quite nice. Show me around. This home has 3 bedrooms, a den, a large living room, dining room, kitchen, and a large through balcony. The whole house is completely Chinese decorated and furnished with mahogany furniture, which is expensive and fully furnished. How much is the house? Mr. Yi, this house is 196 square feet, when the selling price was 120,000 square feet. The price of a full set of decoration is about 5 million. The normal selling price is 28,520,000. Now it is 3 million cheaper. The seller only needs 25,520,000. Leaf dust, go check upstairs 701 again. Upstairs 701 is decorated in a minimalist light luxury style and is also beautiful. Leaf dust was a fraternizer, and he liked it all quite a bit. How much is this? Mr. Yi, this is 2 million cheaper than that. 5 million. Leaf dust, is there a single seller for these 2 houses? Yes. I'll take both sets. Ask the seller what the minimum is. Wei Sidong was stunned in her heart, not expecting him to buy both sets. Okay Mr. Yi, wait a moment, I'll call and ask. She then took out her cell phone and stepped aside to make a call. 2 minutes later she came back and said, Mr. Yi, the seller said the price would be a minimum of 48 million if you want both sets, along with 4 underground garages. It's $1 million cheaper than before, which is fine. This kind of house is more sought after in Zhonghai City. It is, after all, the top city in the country. Yi Duan was too lazy to bargain further. Let's go with this price. Wei Sidong's heart was happy. I didn't expect it to be so simple to negotiate. It's really a rich man, not dragging his feet at all. With a list this big, her commission is over $100,000. That's a very high commission for a hitman. Mr. Yi, let's go back and sign the contract then. Leaf dust followed her to their real estate agency. This real estate agency is not very large, a total of dozens of employees. Most of them are women. There are also a few men.
They were surprised, envious, and jealous when they heard that Wei Sidong had sold 2 large flats in one go. 2 large flats. That commission must be more than $100,000. Their usual basic salary is only $5,000 or $6,000 and the rest is all on commission. Mr. Yi, will you pay the deposit first, or can you just pay the full amount today? Just pay full price. It's too much trouble to go back and forth. Okay, Mr. Yi. Both parties signed the contract and then went back to the nearby government hall for the transfer. By the time it was done, it was an hour later. He had just walked to his car when his cell phone rang. It was Lin Yumeng calling. Mr. Yi, I just came out of the subway station and I'm almost at the school entrance. Wait for me in front of the school. I'll be there in about 10 minutes. Yi Chuan drove to the entrance of the school and saw Lin Yumeng standing by the side of the road waiting. Lin Yumeng opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat. Mr. Yi. Yi Chen looked at her. Did you quit your job over at the Tianyue Hotel? Quit. Sure, you want to be my life assistant, right? Lin Yumeng nodded. Mr. Yi, I'm sure. It just so happens that I bought 2 houses to show you over and explain some things to you. Yi Duan drove to Jiaowei neighborhood, parked the car in the underground garage, and took the elevator to 601. This is the house I just bought. The family still lacks a lot of things, such as bedding, daily necessities, pots and pans, men's and women's pajamas and whatnot. I'll transfer $1 million to you first. What's missing? You buy the whole thing, and try to buy better things. The upstairs 701 is also mine. Remember to buy an extra copy when the time comes. Lin Yumeng nodded slightly. Okay, Mr. Yi. Leaf dust. Now let's go out and buy some necessities first. The two went to the mall and bought some bedding, pillows, toothpaste and toothbrushes, pots and pans, and whatnot. It took a busy day to get things almost complete. Yi Duan sat on the sofa and said, there are still some things missing in the house. Just buy the rest. Give me a price list when the time comes. Okay, Mr. Yi. If you need money for anything, you can divert it. Just let me know when you do, and I'll deduct it from your paycheck. Yi Duan, you pick a room to live in. You'll live here from now on. I'm a bit hungry. Do you know how to cook and fry? Lin Yumeng, yes, it will be. It might not be that good, but I'll learn it online in the future. Go make dinner then. You can learn more about cooking later. Leaf Dust was half lying on the sofa watching the TV. It's pretty cool to have a life assistant. It's a good life for the rich. While he was watching TV, the video call went off and it was from his mom. Leaf Dust sat up straight and hurriedly connected the video call. Hey mom, it's been so long you didn't know to turn on a video. Mom's company is a little busy these days. When will you be back? Go back in 26 or 27, and I'll drive back then. You bought a car? I have opened a company. It is not normal to buy a car. The company's boss went out without a car to make people laugh. Mom, you and my father dinner? Just ate. Your dad went out for a visit. Have you eaten yet, Dusty? Not yet. It's almost done. Where are you now? I just bought a house. Mom, do you see how good it looks? After saying that, he took a picture of his mom. Yi mother froze for a moment. Why didn't you discuss such a big thing as buying a house with mom and dad? What's the big deal? It's not a lot of money. Mom, you should never think of things the way you used to. Your son is rich now. You can't spend money on anything. I know, Mom. When I go back, I'll buy you and my dad some gifts. Don't you like clothes? Son will buy you a dozen. A smile appeared on Yi mother's face. Really? Then Mom won't buy clothes for the new year. Leaf Dust and his old mom talked for more than half an hour. Hanging up the phone, Lin Yumeng opened her mouth and shouted, it's time for Mr. Yi to eat. Chapter 151, Skyrocketing. Fun size breaks $10 billion. Lin Yumeng's cooking skills were okay, and the fried food was quite tasty. How's Mr. Yi? Yi Chen nodded slightly. It's not bad, but there's still a lot of room for improvement. Lin Yumeng said seriously, I'll learn it well in the future. Yi Duan smiled and said, you don't need to be so formal at home. Just relax and treat this place as your own home. Lin Yumeng let out a soft Yi Chen took out his cell phone and called Wang Liyun. Manager Wang doesn't need to go to the company tonight. You'll keep an eye on the disk at home and call me first if anything happens. Okay, Mr. Yi. There were no big rises or falls in the last 2 days at the Game Inn. It was a shock washout phase. It's next Monday, January 24th, that the Game Inn takes off for good. After dinner, Lin Yumeng packed up the dishes and walked into the kitchen. Yi Chuan sat on the sofa and chatted with Zhou Wanning, Li Qingya, Zhao Jing and the others. Mr. Yi, soak your feet. Lin Yumeng brought a basin of hot water and washed his feet and massaged his foot points. Yi Chuan smiled and asked, Yu Meng, did you learn this massage technique there at the Tianyue Hotel? Lin Yumeng gently nodded. Yes, there will be training there for a week to half a month. I learned relatively quickly, a week's time and I was out. Yi Chuan, your massage technique is really good. It's very comfortable. Take a break and massage me again in a while. Lin Yumeng, Mr. Yi is fine. I'm not tired. After soaking his feet, Yi Duan came to the bedroom. Yi Duan was lying on the bed in his pajamas. Lin Yunmeng wore the same newly bought pajamas and gave him a massage. While doing the massage, facing the delicate-looking and shapely Lin Yunmeng, Yi Chuan felt a bit tormented. Lin Yunmeng's pretty face was slightly red. Not daring to look up at him, Yi Chuan smiled and asked, "Yu Meng, do they teach you prostate massage there?" "Prostate massage?" Lin Yunmeng was confused for a moment. Seeming to understand, her pretty face reddened even more. No. Yi Duan smiled and said, "Do you have any rub-down massage services there?" Lin Yunmeng, "There is, but not our team. Another team of people specializing in rubbing massage. Our side belongs to the normal massage." Listening to them say that they only serve VIP old customers, or old customers with guests. Are they paid more? Leaf Dust made small talk with her. "I've heard that it starts at 70,000 or 80,000 a month, and normally it's over 100,000 a month." A little over half an hour later, the massage was complete. Yi Chen smiled and said, "Well, thank you, Yu Meng. You go and rest too." Lin Yunmeng, "What time does Mr. Yi make breakfast tomorrow? What do you want for breakfast? Just eat at 8 or so? Millet porridge or something? Just watch the arrangements." The clock ticks down to January 24th. Gaming In has been a shocksucker for the first 2 days with no major ups or downs. At 10:30 p.m., M.U.S. stocks opened. Game In pulled up in a straight line, up 30% in half an hour. Wan Lian looked at the crazy disc a little shocked. "When are we going to sell, Mr. Yi?" Yi Chuan returned with a calm expression. "There's no rush. It's only just been launched. Most people don't know the news yet. It's time to go when everyone knows about it." The two men had been staring at the market until 12 o'clock in the morning, and the Game In was up 50%. Before the market opened, there was $1.6 billion in the account, which has now turned into over $2.4 billion. It exploded to $800 million in just a few hours. It's faster than printing money. Yi Chuan also looked at his personal account. The $400 million had now turned into more than $1.3 billion, netting him $900 million, all the way to the close. Game In was up 71%. Fund accounts earned $1.12 billion today, for a total position of $2.74 billion. News of GameStop's surge slowly spread through U.S. investors' circles after the U.S. stock market closed. Not much news from the domestic side yet. By the time people in the domestic investment community get wind of the news, it's already a topsy-turvy moment. On the night of the 25th, at 10:30, after the opening of the Game In, it once again soared in a straight line. Watching Wan Liyun's heart jump, she had never experienced this scenario firsthand, even if she had been in the industry for a few years. 10 minutes after the opening bell, Game In is already up 50%. Wang Liyun turned her head to look at Yi Chen, whose handsome face was staring at the computer screen. Yi Duan seemed to sense something and turned his head to look at her. "What's wrong? Is Mr. Yi selling today?" "It's not for sale. The news hasn't gotten out to the domestic investment community yet. It hasn't gotten out to everyone. Li Yunwang, we're already making a lot. Should we be conservative? Just listen to me and wait in peace." At the close of business at 5 a.m., on the 26th, GameStop was up 91%. Fund account profit for the day, $2.49 billion. Total position, $5.23 billion. The initial position was $870 million, and as of today's close the account has quadrupled in funds. After the close of trading, news of GameStop's multifold surge in a few days spread through the U.S. stock investing community. Meanwhile, some people in domestic investment circles have started to spread the word, but to a limited extent. At 10:30 p.m., on the 26th, after the U.S. stock market opens, GameStop is seeing another surge, up 52% right out of the gate, driving all investors crazy. Wang Liyun also thought that the investors within the Game In were crazy. This company is not doing too well. It's gone up so much it's completely out of touch with the fundamentals. Mr. Yi, this is too crazy. Game In's fundamentals can't support such a stock price at all. Wang Liyun's pretty face was slightly red. This was due to excitement. The company's fund products had exploded in earnings, and as an assistant, she could probably share in some of the bonuses. Even without the bonus, she had no complaints, because it was all due to Yi Duan. The position selection of fund products has nothing to do with her at all. She is just responsible for keeping an eye on the market every day. Yi Chuan smiled and said, "Now it's a long and short war. The company's fundamentals are no longer important. Everyone is forcing the short, and I'm afraid that those shorting organizations are looking for all kinds of relationships to ask for help, and the more they go up the more they lose." U.S. stocks close at 5 a.m. GameStop was up 135% on the day. The market value of the position before the opening was $5.23 billion. Today's profit was $7
0.6 billion. Total market value of the position, 12.29 billion. Wang Liyun froze for several seconds when she saw the market value of the positions in the fund account. She was a little incredulous, feeling as if she were dreaming. In less than a month,
Yi Duan made the fund product size from 870 million to
12.2 billion.
I'm afraid this will shake the entire investment circle in China if it gets out.
Not to mention domestic, even looking abroad. He had not heard of any organization that had done it. It's too much of an oxymoron. Wan Lian looked at Yi Chen with eyes full of admiration, like a little fangirl. Mr. Yi, how are you so powerful? Yi Dust looked calm. Not much change, not sold yet. Wait for all sold to the account to be considered a real profit. Tonight to beat the spirit, it is time to ship out. Wang Liyun nodded slightly. Okay, Mr. Yi.
The two left the office and had buns and millet porridge at the usual place.
He then sent Wang Liyun downstairs.
Wang Lian looked at him with a pair of soft eyes.
Why don't Mr. Yi go up and have a seat? People miss you. Chapter 152. Everyone knows. Retailers versus Wall Street.
A few bad smiles appeared on Yi Chen's face.
Where do you want me? Wang Liyun's face revealed a petulant manner. Mr. Yi, you hate it. Go. Hearing Yi Duan promise,
she was excited in her heart. When she came to the house, she took the initiative to hug Leaf Dust. The upsurge of the game and shows Yi Duan's unique vision,
keen sense of smell, and superb judgment, all of which are missing. If it had been Li Yun Wang,
she might have walked away during the shock-sucking phase.
At the same time, Yi Chuan also displayed a strong personality charm,
causing Wang Liyun to fall for it inwardly. It's like a brainwashed fan chasing a star.
Even if you are upside down,
you want to have a crazy night with your favorite bean.
Mr. Yi, how are you so powerful? Leaf Dust, it might be talent, but you might be able to reach 1% of mine if you work hard. Wang Liyun sniffed his manly scent with some greed and enjoyment. Yi Duan smiled and said, Manager Wang, I remember you have a professional outfit, right? It's the black wraparound skirt and white shirt you wore before. I'm going to put it on.
Soon she changed into a black wraparound skirt
and a white shirt. 8 o'clock in the morning.
There were several financial news releases in the country.
Epic long-short battle. Retail investors versus Wall Street institutions. Gaming insurges more than tenfold.
Epic long-short battle on Wall Street as retailers take on shorting institutions.
Retail investors beat Wall Street shorting institutions?
GameStation surges nearly 15 times in a few days as long and short sellers battle it out.
Several financial news outlets have reported on the story,
which has caused a great deal of excitement in the country.
I'm also not sure if these financial news outlets are reporting normally, or if they are trying to get domestic retail investors and institutions to pick up the slack. After their coverage, most people in the investment community are talking about, and following, game and stock.
The retail investors in pretty countries are so fierce.
Our domestic retail investors are leaks. I have an American stock account, so I'll buy some tonight and see if I can make some money.
Wall Street short sellers are going out of business.
This is too fierce. How can retail investors fight institutions? Behind the scenes is certainly a game between institutions. It is more accurate to say that it is institutions versus institutions. The group of 5. Zhao Xiangming first shared the news message to the group, with the long-short war in U.S. stocks.
This stock has more than doubled in a few days.
Zhang Manqiu, I've heard Yi Duan mention this stock before, but didn't pay much attention to it.
The shorting ratio of the shorting institutions is too outrageous.
It was forced to short by some retail investors and institutions, and those few shorting institutions lost a lot of money. Tang Yi, I've been swept up by this news today. You said Yi Duan mentioned it to you. Did he buy this stock? Zhang Manqiu, I don't know. I didn't ask. Ask him. Tang Yi aired Yi Duan. Yi Duan, did you buy this stock? Yi Chuan went to bed after he and Wang Liyun finished their work. He got a couple hours of sleep last night, just after 2 p.m.
Yi Chuan woke up from his sleep and looked at Wang Liyun in his arms with a smile at the corner of his mouth. In the morning she put on a mask and her skin looked softer. He took out his cell phone and looked at it. The messages inside several groups were already 99 plus.
Yi Duan looked at Zhou Jitsai's group chat, and the people in it were all discussing game and stock before. He looked at the news online,
and it turned out that several media organizations had covered the story.
What with retail investors fighting Wall Street, epic long-short wars and all that, not only in the country,
but also in the financial and investment circles of countries all over the world.
Almost everyone knows about it.
Many investors around the world are looking at the stock game in.
There's sure to be a lot more people pouring in there tonight. That's when it's time to go.
From memory of my last life,
the amplitude of the game and stock is very scary this evening. It opened up 50%, and then it was up over 150% at one point, but at the end of the day it closed down 45%. The intraday amplitude was close to 200%. If it sells early it's fine, if it sells late it will spit out quite a bit of its previous profit.
Yi Chuan looked at the group chat of the 5 people again.
Tang Yi,
Zheng Manqiu. 4 people chatted a few hundred messages in the morning. The group was now quiet.
Yi Duan saw Tang Yi's message to aid him and was about to reply. His cell phone rang suddenly. An unfamiliar caller from the city of Andian in Ludong province. Seeing an unfamiliar caller from his hometown, he was a little curious and picked up the phone. Hello? You're Yi Chuan, right?
A middle-aged woman's voice came out from within the cell phone.
I'm Yi Duan. Who are you? Yi Duan didn't hear the other party's voice and was a bit skeptical if it was any female teacher from the high school.
The middle-aged woman's voice was clear and cold. I'm Li Qingya's mother.
I'm calling you because I want you to stop pestering Qingya. You two are not suitable. You're not in the same class at all. Do you understand?
A cold smile appeared on Yi Chen's face when he heard the other party's condescending attitude.
Not a class of people? Auntie, you are indeed right.
Mother Li, from today onwards,
if I find out that you keep pestering my daughter again, don't blame me for not being polite. It's simply impossible for the two of you.
A mud-legged man still wants to climb up the ladder.
Yi Chuan didn't expect Li Qingya's mother to be such a person.
There was no contact between the two sides in the last life. Auntie, your qualities are beyond reproach. His words were like igniting a barrel of dynamite.
I'm of low caliber?
You shamelessly pester my daughter.
Don't you just see our family's money?
Your parents work hard for their whole life is not as much as my family earns in a year.
Do you think you are worthy of my daughter? Bumpkin, pester my daughter again.
I'll call your parents and let them know what shame means.
After saying that,
Li's mother directly hung up the phone.
Yi Chen's face was a bit ugly.
The other party was threatening his parents. He intended to send a message to Li Qingya and found that he had already been blacked out.
What? Did Saya listen to her mom and blackball me? Or did her mom blackball me? What happened to Mr. Yi? Wang Liyun had just woken up. Yi Duan's face didn't look too good. It's fine. Don't be unhappy, Mr. Yi.
Seeing you unhappy makes me unhappy in my heart. The other side. Li Qingya's mother hung up the phone and went to her daughter's bedroom. Qingya, I just made a phone call with that Yi Duan and told him to stop pestering you in the future.
You two aren't even in the same class. He doesn't deserve you.
Li Qingya's eyes were red and she had obviously cried. Having such a strong mother left a sense of powerlessness in her heart.
Mom, I told you, Yi Chuan has already started a company. He's very good. Don't lie to me with those words. You call setting up a stall a business? You listen to Mom. Mom won't harm you. This is all for your own good. You two are not from the same world. I like him.
Li Qingya was rarely talking back to her mother.
Li mother, you that is not like, just a feeling of youthful ignorance. Qingya, you will definitely meet better people in the future.
You are fully worthy of those whose family assets are over $100 million,
or the son of a high-ranking official.
You will have a better future. I don't want any of that.
I just want to be with someone I like.
It was true that love could change a person. In the past, where would Li Qingya dare to argue with her strong mother?
Li's mother's face sank. This matter ends here. If I find out that you guys are socializing again,
I'll call and reason with his parents and ask them how they educate their children.
A little bit of shamelessness. Chapter 153, Take Profits and Leave the Market.
Li Qingya was anxious and angry in her heart, but there was nothing she could do about it, so she could only shed tears in aggravation. Mother Li's heart didn't change when she saw her daughter's appearance. She felt she was doing the right thing,
doing it all for the good of her daughter's future.
She will understand her good intentions later. Wang Yuhua is a person who has been there and knows very well what kind of partner a woman should look for, either rich or powerful, provided of course that the girl is good. She felt that her daughter was very good. Not only was she beautiful in looks,
but she was equally well educated and had every chance of marrying into a powerful family.
Once you marry into a powerful family,
your status will be greatly enhanced. Outside, people have to flatter you. Jianghai City.
Yi Chen had already regained his composure. He felt that Qingya should not be so desperate. It must have been her mother who pulled the plug on me. You can tell what kind of person her mother is by listening to what she just said. He was wondering if he should contact Li Qingya at night.
I'm sure we can't contact her during the day.
Her mom's probably watching.
Yi Duan planned to try contacting at night. Qingya should be very sad right now and need someone to comfort her.
After thinking about it, he looked over to Wang Liyun, who was sitting on top of himself with a flirtatious look on her face.
Yun,
I don't think you were like this when I just met you. Wang Liyun made no pretense in front of him, revealing the primitive wildness deep inside.
I don't know when I fell in love with you.
Mr. Yi, you have too much charm to fascinate me.
I want to be pampered by you like this for the rest of my life. Yi Duan laughed. I really didn't see you like this before. It's true that some things can change some people.
I'll do this in front of Mr.
Yi, no one else is worthy.
After saying that, she leaned over and kissed her.
The two worked and rested for a while, then started to get up for dinner. While eating, Yi Chuan received a call from Lu Zixuan. What's wrong with Xian? Dusty, you're awake.
I see that the asset size of our company's fund account is
$29 billion. Really? The data is not wrong, right? Lu Zixuan was dumbfounded and incredulous when she saw the data in the morning. Over 10 billion? For a moment he thought the data was wrong, but when he saw the positions he realized there was no mistake. Several news outlets are all over the game in today. What with the long-short wars and retail investors forcing short Wall Street institutions, she called just to make sure. Even though she had seen the world, she couldn't hide the excitement in her heart when she saw how much money she was making. The fund made over $10 billion, and according to the contractual split, their company could be $5 or $6 billion. $5 or $6 billion in revenue, a figure she couldn't even think of before. It's awesome, it's horrible. Yichuan smiled and said back, "That's right, Sister Xian. Our fund products have earned a lot. Sister Xian, now start applying for the second fund. This fund earns a lot, and we have to make dividends later." Okay, Dusty, but it's nearing the end of the year, so it might have to be after the Spring Festival before it can be cleared. After this wave, our company should also take a vacation, and do a good job of wrapping up the work in the near future. I'll go to the company in a while and explain the follow-up work. Okay, I'll meet you at the office. Hanging up the phone, Yi Duan hurriedly ate dinner. Yun, I'm going to the office for a meeting first. 10 minutes later he arrived at the company's president's office. Yi Duan, Sister Xian company employees Spring Festival bonus things formulated? Lu Zixuan's pretty face revealed a smile when she saw it coming in. Has been formulated. Ordinary employees Spring Festival issued 20,000 bonuses. The supervisor level 50,000. Manager Wang has not been formulated. How much should this be given? Yi Duan, this period of time Wang manager every day all night stay, plus is the management. More to give her a little Spring Festival bonus. Send 100,000 it. Tonight the company will fund liquidation. Tomorrow calculate the data to dividend. And then give each employee 100,000 fund products bonus. Wang manager send 5 million fund products bonus. When the company makes money, he doesn't skimp on his employees. Wang Liyun not only contributes to the effort but also contributes to the people. There is nothing wrong with giving out more bonuses. Lu Zixuan nodded slightly. Okay. Yi Duan, Sister Xian and the bonuses of our two executives. $50 million each. The rest will be put into the company account first. After the two discussed it, they then met to notify the benefits down the road. The company is relatively manageable as there are not many people in the company. Only about 20 employees in total at the moment. The crowd was overjoyed and very happy to hear about these bonuses. When the company's benefits are good, employees work harder and can't afford to leave. This time the average employee will get over $100,000 in bonuses alone. Normally they are paid only $10,000 or $20,000 and this is a huge bonus income for them. After the meeting, everyone was more excited to get back to work. Tomorrow is the last day of work and there is quite a bit to do. Lu Zixuan didn't leave at night and was accompanying Yi Chen to work overtime. These days Yi Chuan was busy with the company's fund and didn't have time to look for her at all, causing her heart to miss Yi Chuan very deeply. Wang Liyun came at 8 o'clock, and there were only 3 of them in the company. As Yi Chen looked at the two, a bold idea suddenly popped into his mind, but he quickly shook it aside. Sister Xian, you're not going back tonight? Lu Zixuan, go back is also a person not much to do. I look at your real disc operation. Sleepy in the company to sleep. Wang Liyun, Mr. Lu and Mr. Yi have a cup of coffee to refresh themselves. Lu Zixuan looked at Wang Liyun and smiled. Does manager Wang have a boyfriend? No. What kind of boyfriend do you plan on getting in the future? Wang Liyun heatedly smiled. Like Mr. Yi, 1,000th of Mr. Ye's excellence will do. Lu Zixuan glanced at Yi Duan before looking at Wang Liyun. She thought that something might have happened between the two when they had been working late at night for a while. According to Yi Duan's character, he probably wouldn't push back. It's not easy to find one like Mr. Yi. I still want to find a boyfriend like Mr. Yi. Why are you two chatting about me? Why don't I delegate to be the boyfriend of you two? Lu Zixuan smiled and said, you can stand this little body. Between a few jokes, the time came to 10:30 p.m. It's 10:30 a.m. In pretty country, and U.S. stocks are officially open. GameStop is up 50% on opening and is still rocketing up in a crazy trend. With a 50% opening gain and a $12.29 billion capitalization, the outright profit was $6.145 billion. It's crazy. Lu Zixuan and Wang Liyun's hearts jumped when they saw the increase in the game in. An hour later, gaming in has risen 105%. Account profit, $12.9 billion. Total market capitalization of positions, $25.19 billion. The market value of the position in Yi Duan's personal account is $11.5 billion. Nearly 30 times. Start selling in batches and don't sell too fast. Yi Duan and Wang Lian operated their accounts separately and slowly made shipments. If these funds all smashed out, it will damage the disc, causing panic selling. Split into small singles sold out. Not easy to be detected. Chapter 154 Cumulative Return on Fund 4,830%. GameStop should still be on the rise right now, with plenty of take-up below. The two sold well and did not make the plate problematic. For an hour,
Yi Duan had already sold all of the Game-In shares in his personal account,
with
$11.6 billion in hand, because the Game-Ins are still going up slowly during this time, but because they secretly shipped a lot of them, it slowed down the rise of the Game-In. The Game-In would have continued to go up a dozen points in the hour, but now it's up less than 2. How much is out of the company account now? Yi Duan opened his mouth and asked. Li Yun Wang, 12 billion has been sold. Yi Duan stared at the disc. This point in time there are institutions are also shipping. They were slowly shipping out the goods, just like Yi Duan's strategy, and only some fanatics were buying. The disc didn't go up much for an hour, which isn't good for the institutions, and not much up for retail investors who won't go crazy buying in. So soon some inexplicable money came in and started pulling up again. Wang Liyun has been shipping, because there are institutions to pull up. She shipped a little faster. At 12:30 a.m. Wang Liyun had already sold out 18 billion, and there were still several billion left to sell. Sell them all immediately now. Yi Chen calmly commanded Wang Liyun. Wang Liyun directly nuclear button. The remaining billions of dollars instantly sold. Game-In was up 115%, and with Wang Liyun's nuclear button, it plummeted 40 points straight down to 70%. Stocks are plummeting. Institutions understand what's going on. They're no longer pretending. And they're shipping like crazy. Only retail investors are still confused and can't figure out how it went straight down. Sharp retail investors are already following the sell-off. Game-In stock began to fall rapidly, and in a little over half an hour it had turned negative 12%. Going from up 115% to down 12% is like going from heaven to hell. Countless retail investors are wailing and screaming. Jianghai City, Dusty Xing Investment Company, Yi Chen, Lu Zixuan and Wang Lian looked at the funds in the company's account. All shipped out. Total account capital, $21.2 billion. The total amount is a few billion less because the back end was selling on the way down. The three of them looked at each other, and it was hard to hide the excitement in their expressions. Little Dust, you're too good. Lu Zixuan was thrilled. This wave is a big win, so let's hug it out and celebrate our hard-earned success. When he finished speaking he opened his arms and offered to wrap them around the two. A normal hug would be around the back, but he wrapped his arms around both of their waists. However, Lu Zixuan and Wang Liyun both did not resist. They were more excited and thrilled inside now. At Game-In stocks, they managed a 24-fold turnaround in fund offerings, going from $870 million to $21.2 billion. This achievement is enough to shock the investment circle at home and abroad. They can imagine how shocked investors in those funds will be when the yields are updated. That's 24 times the yield. Dusty Hing Investments is going to take a 50% cut of the excess returns, though, but it's also a teeny bit of a yield. It will be very easy for the company to raise funds for its fund products in the future. Haven't you snuggled enough? Lu Zixuan saw that his hand was still placed on the too small waist and said without any good humor. Yi Chuan smiled faintly. Manager Wang now counts the fund product share first. The total size of the fund is $21.2 billion, and the amount of return exceeding 100 is $19.46 billion, which, according to the contractual split, Dust Invest can take $9.73 billion. After the split, the fund product yields 218%, with each investor earning more than 12 times their principal. Yi Duan, after updating the rate of return tomorrow, and then release an announcement. All investors' earnings for dividends, only their previous principal left in the fund. The announcement sent to know what to do. Blessings and what words are said to the customers. Okay, Mr. Yi. Wang Lian nodded her head and wrote it down. Leaf Dust, it's already 2 in the morning. There's nothing to go to sleep. You still have to go back to work tomorrow. The company has a break room for employees to sleep and rest. Wang Liyun, okay, Mr. Yi, Mr. Lu, then I'll go rest first. When Wang Lian left, Lu Zixuan looked at Yi Chuan, a pair of big beautiful eyes flirtatious and seductive. Yi Chuan reached out and wrapped his hand around her. Sister Xian misses me? Lu Zixuan snuggled into his arms. Dusty, I've prepared some gifts for you for the holidays. For your uncles and aunts, as well as gifts for your visiting relatives. You're so sweet, Sister Xian. Yi Duan bought many sets of clothes for his parents 2 days ago. His dad had been wearing a big winter coat for many years, and hadn't bought himself a down jacket. And then there's Mom, who loves new clothes, but she rarely buys herself new clothes in order to save money for the rest of her life. Lu Zixuan, now you know I'm sweet. You didn't know to go to my place the other day. Do you have something with Wang Liyun? I can't help it. I'm so charming, she cries for me to pick her up. Lu Zixuan pinched him in the waist. I knew it. Have you been soaking in her these past few days? Leaf Dust, no. Just went there once or twice. I bought a house on the school side and stayed on the home side most of the time.
You bought a house without telling me? Are you harboring a mistress? Yi Duan gave a dry laugh. No, just recruited a life assistant.
After saying that Yi Chen carried her inside the lounge.
It was just after 7 the next morning. Yi Chen and Lu Zixuan walked out of the lounge after washing up.
Living here just isn't as comfortable as home.
Not even a nightgown. Lu Zixuan poured him a glass of water. Yi Duan smiled and said, no pajamas is quite good. Lu Zixuan blankly glanced at him. Dusty, when do you plan to leave? Tomorrow. Lu Zixuan, then I'll go back tomorrow too. Where are you planning to go tonight? Yi Chuan laughed. Of course it's to Sister Xian's house. A satisfied smile appeared on Lu Zixuan's face. Count on you having a bit of a conscience. January 28, 9:15 a.m.
Dustin Global Investments One Fund Product Update Yield with a cumulative return of 4,830% and a total fund size of $21.2 billion. Immediately after updating the yield, Dustin Investments issued a dividend announcement, which details that Dustin Investment Company will get 50% of the excess earnings, a total of $9.73 billion, and the rest of the money will be given to all users for dividends, which will be about 13 times the investor's principal, leaving only all of the user's principal. Finally, Dustin Investments would like to wish all our clients a happy new year in advance. When all the investors saw the yield of the fund, the whole thing went numb. Are my eyes blurry? A cumulative return of 4,830%. Is this a nearly 50-fold increase? Oh my god. Life is like a dream. Big Brother is really bullish. He's rich. That's awesome. I bought $1 million and now it's a straight dividend of over $12 million? Cowardly. I don't know what words to describe it anymore. Hang on. Get rich. Ha ha. The domestic and international stock markets are so miserable. How did life as a dream Big Brother manage to double so many times? He wouldn't have bought a game in, would he? The odds are that it's the game in. Only the game in has doubled dozens of times in the meantime. Bullpen. Worthy of being a stock god. The super demon stock in the US stock market can also be caught. It's so damn strong. I regret buying less. Upstairs brother stop. I bought and redeemed by the water army in the first place to bring the rhythm. I now want to strangle myself when I see this yield. Chapter 155, Shocking the Financial Investment Circle. Dustin Global Investments One Fund's yield is updated. In a very short time spread throughout the domestic financial investment circle, major investment organizations shook with disbelief, raising $430 million to enter the operation. The fund as a whole doubled 49 times in a month's time to a terrifying $21.2 billion. If it is 400, dozens of times, they can understand. After all, the body of money is small. The market had been done, but it's $400 million, and 50 times that is as hard as it gets. The major investment organizations often operate with funds that are in the hundreds of millions or billions of dollars, and they know very well in their hearts how difficult it is. It's almost a no-brainer. On this day the name of Dusty Hing Investment Company was completely memorized by everyone in the circle. 430 million to over $20 billion. This kind of record is enough to stand proud and become a model for financial investment circles to learn from. Previously Dust hundreds of thousands of funds doubled to do 5 or 600 million. Has been some institutions surprised, but how they did not expect Dust's ability to so hang. Hundreds of millions of manipulation of funds can also be doubled so many times. Immediately after that, there was news coming out of the circle. Not only did Dust's manipulated fund make dozens of times in the game in, but he personally invested hundreds of millions of dollars in the game in and also made dozens of times in the game in. Before and after, Yi Duan exploded to earn more than $30 billion at the game in. Once again, the news sent shockwaves through the city. To the envy of more organizations, today's dividend Dusty Hing Investments, Inc. will share $9.73 billion. Almost every exchange group is discussing the returns of Dustin Investment Company's fund products and the operation of life as a dream. Yi Chuan has been called the Eastern stock god by many people. When Tang Yi and Zhang Manchu woke up in the morning, they saw several group chats talking about Dustin Investment Company. When they saw what the crowd was chatting about, their eyes widened in disbelief. Even if Tang Yi and Zhang Manchu's backgrounds were impressive, they were shocked for tens of seconds before reacting when they saw Yi Chen's battle performance. Zhang Manchu washed up and ate breakfast. Her mother, Su Jing, spoke up. Manchu, I remember you said you invested in a company before. Was it called Dusty Xing Investment Company? Zhang Manchu nodded slightly. Mom, you heard the news too? Su Jing, today I saw someone in the group discussing. Looked a little familiar. Ask if it's the company you invested in. Zhang Manchu, yes. That company was opened by Yi Chen. I and Tang Yi, Zhao Xiangming, Fang Jifang and a few others invested $10 million each, accounting for 5% of the shares. Su Jing said with a smile. This person is very capable. A month's time in the stock market wildly earned tens of billions.
he also has a good mind. No to pull you guys into the game as an invisible umbrella. The future of this son's future is unlimited. Zhang Manqiu, he's only a senior. How can he be so powerful? Su Jing, there are so many people in the country. There are always some geniuses. Nothing strange, but we also have the advantage of relying on our strengths to connect with those geniuses for mutual benefit. How is he as a person? Good to contact? Zhang Manqiu, he is more modest and low profile. People I feel quite good. The ability to needless to say. Only seen in my life. Su Jing smiled slightly when she heard her daughter's praise for Yi Chen. There aren't many that you can praise. Zhao Xiangming, Fang Jifeng and the others you haven't praised. Objectively you can tell that he's very good. At this time Zhang Manqiu's cell phone rang. She looked at it and picked up the phone. Hey, Yi Duan. Yi Duan, Manqiu come to the company in a while. At the end of the year to give you several shareholders dividends. Zhang Manqiu, well okay, I'll be there after dinner. Alright, I'll go inform Tang Yi and the others. Hang up. Su Jing asked curiously, he called for you? Yi Duan said that the dividends would be shared at the end of the year, and asked us several shareholders to go over. Dusty Hing Investments. After the company announced the yield, it began to arrange for dividends, and 200 investors soon had their funds credited to their accounts. Then the company started distributing various bonuses to its employees. Wan Lian didn't expect that she would be able to get a share of more than $5 million. She was a little excited and thrilled, and her heart's fondness for Yi Chen deepened. After all this, the 4 shareholders of the company, Zhao Xiangming, Fang Jifeng, Zhang Manqiu and Tang Yi, all came. Brother Yi is a cow. Zhao Xiangming saw the first thing he said. Yi Chuan wore a smile on his face, unable to see any color of pride. Good luck. Everyone sit. Tang Yi looked at him. This isn't something that luck can do. I knew you were strong, but I didn't expect you to be this strong. Zhang Manqiu, you're giving us all a surprise. Lu Zixuan poured a cup of water for a few people and then sat down next to them. She is not only the management of the company, but also a shareholder, owning 5% of the shares. Yi Dus smiled. Alright, you guys don't brag about me, otherwise I'm going to float. Although I'm the major shareholder, but still listen to your opinions. I'm going to take out $5 billion for the shareholders' dividend. What do you all have to say? I don't have a problem with splitting the dividend or not. It didn't matter to Tang Yi. In her eyes money was numbers. The most important thing was not how much money she made, but the process of making money. Zhang Manqiu, Zhao Xiangming and Fang Jifeng all answered the same way. Yi dust, since everyone has no opinion, then take out $5 billion for shareholders' dividends as I said. According to the percentage of shareholding, each person will be able to share 250 million. I'll share away 3.75 billion, and there are still 4.7 billion left in the company's account. He then arranged for the transfer to be made on the finance side of the company. At noon Yi Duan invited them to the restaurant for lunch. Yi Duan, tomorrow I'll go back home, and the company is on vacation, so we'll get together again when we come back in the new year. Zhao Xiangming, is Brother Ye's hometown in Ludong province? How will you go back tomorrow? Drive back. That's a long way, isn't it? Be safe on the road and don't drive tired. It's about 10 hours or so to get home. After having lunch with them, Yi Chuan came to Zhou Wanning's house. I'm going back tomorrow, so I came by to check it out. These days have been busy with the company. Also did not find Zhou Wanning love. She has estimated that she also misses himself. Zhou Jitsai's account this dividend amounted to as much as 250 million. He belongs to as the most earned investors, because others bought less. He bought 20 million because he believed in Yi Chen. Dusty, you're too good. The fund doubled dozens of times. I've never seen it in so many years of stock speculation. Zhou Jitsai's admiration for him in his heart was beyond words. Yi Chuan smiled and said, this period of time has been staring at the U.S. stock market all night. Fortunately, the harvest is good. These days also do not have the time to see Uncle Joe and Sister Ning. Tomorrow I go back to my hometown. Today in the company is busy. Then rushed over. Zhou Jitsai froze for a moment. Leaving tomorrow? Ha! Yi Duan, Uncle Joe, today is the 26th day of the Lunar New Year. There are still a few days as the Spring Festival. And then do not go back to my parents, have to be anxious. Zhou Jitsai, that's right, it's almost New Year's Eve. Xiao Dust should eat here tonight. Auntie and I will go buy some food. You and Wan Ning will chat for a while. Chapter 156. Yi Chuan and Zhou Wanning were left in the living room. Sister Ning is sorry. I'm too busy these days to come to you. Zhou Wanning smiled faintly. Understandingly, it's not like I can't understand that you're busy with your career. It's been a tiring time, hasn't it? Yi Duan nodded. Every day has to be from staying up at 5 o'clock in the morning. Last night stayed up all night today and have a meeting to arrange the work matters before the vacation. At noon and a few shareholders ate the meal. Busy I came over the first time. Plus, Leaf Dust walked to her side, then picked her up and carried her to the bedroom. Zhou Wanning's pretty face blushed. What are you doing? I hate it. My parents will be home soon. Auntie and uncle just went out. They're creating space for us to be alone. They won't be back for a while. She also knew that tomorrow Yi-chen would leave, and it might be next year before the two of them met again. More than half an hour later, Zhou Wanning lay on her back in his arms. Yi-chuan, how much did you make at the game in this time? My dad said you made over $30 billion?
Yi-duan, my personal account earned more than $10 billion. The fund account earned more than $20 billion.
The company can share half. The other half is divided to the investors. This time the whole earned about $20 billion. Zhou Wanning doesn't have a big concept of money. She thinks that more money is not necessarily happy. Just enough. What's the mood for making so much money at once?
Yi-chuan felt her figure.
He laughed. Nothing mood. Now I think it's just a number. Sister Ning, I'll turn some for you. You be my housekeeper. Okay? I don't want your money. I have it, but I can be your housekeeper. Zhou Wanning's family didn't lack money at all.
Not to mention that Zhou Ji had only made a few $100 million this time, and he loved his daughter very much.
The two chatted for a while, hurrying to get up, worrying about Mr. and Mrs. Zhou Jitsai's return. Yi-chen had just put on his clothes when his cell phone suddenly rang. It was Lu Zhenzhong,
the general manager of Xingda Investment Company.
Mr. Yi, congratulations, you are now famous at home and abroad. Mr. Lu is polite. Just lucky. Is Mr. Yi free tonight? I'll treat us to a meal at the Tianyue Hotel. Tomorrow I have to go back to my hometown. Let's come back after the Spring Festival.
I'll treat you guys to a meal at that time.
Mr. Lu. Okay, Mr. Yi, since there's something going on, then next time. Hang up. Zhou Wanning spoke. Someone invited you to dinner? Leaf Dust, an investment company's boss. I said I was not available. Tonight in the baby your house for dinner. Zhou Wanning helped him straighten his clothes. Yi-chuan, you will tell your parents about us when you go back this time? I'm going to talk about it. Will my aunt and uncle disapprove if I'm so many years older than you? It's possible, but even if they don't agree, I'll still stick to my choice because I love you.
After saying that, Yi-chuan wrapped his arms around her small waist.
Zhou Wanning's heart was comfortable when she heard his moving words of love. Dusty, I love you too.
Yi-chuan, Wan Ning, now with the rise in status and position, there are more and more temptations around her.
If one day I don't resist the temptation, will you forgive me?
Zhou Wanning looked at him with a pair of beautiful eyes.
Is someone tempting you now? There's a few now, and they're all so big and beautiful that it's too hard to hold on to them. Zhou Wanning's voice was gentle. If you want to come to me, don't touch the women outside. Yi-chen touched her head. Baby, my body and mind belong to you alone.
The two chatted for a long time more before Mr.
and Mrs. Zhou Jitsai returned. When they came back,
Mother Zhou and Zhou Wanning were in the kitchen cooking dinner.
Zhou Jitsai chatted with Yi-duan. Dusty is on vacation these days. Will the company's fund products still operate? Leaf Dust, not operate during the vacation.
All employees are on vacation at home to have a good year,
and so after the new year back to operate. Now the opportunity is also relatively small. There is nothing to operate. Zhou Jitsai, now the market is too bad. A month's time stocks, funds almost fell 30 or 40 points. It's too bad. Some people in the group have been trapped.
The market won't be good for a few years.
So Uncle Zhou can buy some gold,
bonds or large certificates of deposit or something.
The two chatted for a while and started dinner. After dinner, Yi-duan excused himself and left. Zhou Wanning, I'll go see off Xiao Duan. Mr. and Mrs.
Zhou Jitsai heard their daughter's words.
Their hearts were happy. The two of them looked like they had a chance. Zhou Wanning walked into the underground parking lot.
Yi-duan wrapped his arms around her.
Baby, remember to miss me. Zhou Wanning patted over and kissed. In her heart,
she was actually a bit reluctant to let go of Yi-chen. Drive home tomorrow and pay attention to safety. Rest in the service area if you are tired.
Don't drive fatigued. Yi-chuan nodded slightly. Got it. It's quite cold outside, go back quickly. Only after he drove off did Zhou Wanning walk into the elevator to go back. Thinking of the showy but not charming and gentle Zhou Wanning,
Yi-chen felt a sense of accomplishment in his heart.
The object of my last life's fantasies has been successfully taken. There is also the mature and sexy, enchanting and charming Lu Zixuan. It was 8:30 when Yi-chuan arrived at Lu Zixuan. Inevitably, there was another big fight. Early the next morning after breakfast, Lu Zixuan put some of the cigarettes and wine she had bought into his car,
then hugged him and kissed him again.
Dusty, what time are you coming back? First 7, I think.
Yi-duan's trunk was stuffed with stuff.
6 cases of Maotai wine,
more than 10 cigarettes, and the clothes and stuff he bought for his mom and dad.
He called Lin Yameng. Yameng, where are you? Chief Yi, I'm in the Jarui neighborhood. Yi-duan, I'm planning to go back home today. When will you and auntie go back home? Lin Yameng, we are also planning to go back in the next 2 days. If you want to drive back, feel free to drive the car in the garage.
I just transferred $100,000 to you as a Chinese New Year bonus.
Everyone in my company has been issued these. Don't be polite. Thank you, Mr. Yi. When will you come after the Spring Festival? I'll be back on the 7th day of the month. Okay, I'll be back on the first 7 as well. Hanging up the phone,
Yi Duan called his mom and dad again to say something. It was about 1,000 kilometers from Jianghai City to their hometown, and driving back was estimated to take more than 10 hours.
Leaf Dust left at 7 in the morning. The ride was non-stop, with only stops for gas.
By the time his car pulled into the village,
it was after 8 o'clock in the evening. It's even colder on their old side of the country.
At night the village streets are almost invisible and most people stay in their warm homes. Yi Chuan saw the familiar scene through the headlights, and a hint of near-home feeling rose in his heart. He had been in Jianghai City since he was reborn and had yet to meet his parents. In their last life they were already gray at the temples and as old as they could be. When the car pulled up in front of the house, I saw that the light in front of the house had been on. There was a special emotion in Yi Chuan's heart. The lamp seemed to be telling him that his parents had been waiting for him to come back. Thinking about all the past events, he took a deep breath with his nose a little sore. In this life he would make sure that his parents had a good life and were no longer overworked.
Chapter 157, Goodbye to Parents. The parents inside the house heard the car and came out of the yard. They couldn't help but have smiles on their faces when they saw Yi Chen get down from the car.
Dusty's back.
Dad. Mom.
Leaf Dust walked over and hugged Mom and Dad respectively. Yi Xiefeng was a bit uncomfortable,
looking at his car. Dusty, this is the car you bought? Yi Duan smiled and said back. Yes, Rolls-Royce Cullinan.
I still have several cars over in Jianghai.
What with Bentley, Porsche, Mercedes and whatnot? How much is the car?
Rolls-Royce is known to most of the country.
Very expensive. The top luxury car among automobiles. Over $10 million.
And Mom and Dad have something I bought for you in the trunk.
Yi Duan opened the trunk and took down the clothes on top. Mom, these are the clothes for you and my dad. Why did you buy so many? Yi mother was a bit surprised to see a dozen clothes. Leaf Dust, wear it. Dad, here's some wine and cigarettes for you. The family made several trips back and forth to get everything inside. Yi's father looked at the wines and asked, Sha Duan, this is Moutai wine? How much for a case?
Yi Duan, this is the high-end wine of the Mutai series.
Mutai 30 years, a box of 70 to 80,000 seems to be given to me by someone else. Yi's father was a bit surprised. This is more expensive than Flying Mutai? Among Mutai's wines,
Flying Mutai is the most common,
and upwards there are Zodiac Mutai, Boutique Mutai, Precious Mutai, Mutai 15 years, Mutai 30 years. The price is higher than one another.
And these are Mutai 30 years that have been stored for several years.
And Dad will open a bottle tonight to taste it. After saying that, Yi Duan opened a box and took out a bottle. Yi mother, it's a waste to drink such expensive wine. Waste what? Your son can make money now. My company has made billions in these months.
Yi Chuan wants to change Mom and Dad's old ideas. Yi father and Yi mother were shocked beyond belief when they heard his words.
Making billions? Dusty, what does your company do to make so much money? Financial investment, that is, speculation in stocks, futures and so on. Mom and Dad, you may not understand too much. You can rest assured that what I do is reasonable and legal, not something illegal. Yi father nodded slightly. That's good. Mom and Dad didn't go to college. They don't understand these things, but we mustn't do anything illegal or criminal. Yi mother, hurry up and eat. Mom made you the beef meatballs you love. The family began to eat. Even though the house is heated, it's still a bit chilly in the house, and it's no match for the underfloor heating in the building. Father Yi took a sip of the wine. Not bad, good wine.
Yi Duan, Dad, after the new year let's go to the county to buy a house.
What a house to buy? It's not like anyone's going to live there.
Yi Duan, now the village where there are still people, are old people, young people are almost all outside to buy a house. The new year may be a little more people in the village.
Let's buy a house in the county, and then you and my mom to open a store. Don't go to work in the future. Just keep an eye on the store.
Yi mother's eyes lit up at her words. She had always had a dream of being a boss's wife.
Dusty, what kind of store did you say you were opening? Your father and I don't really understand.
Yi Duan, commissary can not that too tired.
Every day up early in the morning. I think it's good to open a tobacco store.
Wine is not afraid of storage. The longer the storage time the more expensive.
Weekdays are also relatively easy. He let his parents open the store is not to make money, is to let the two people do not so laborious. Life is easy to relax a little. Nothing can be fitness, maintenance of the body and so on. Father Yi, how much money will have to be invested in this?
Yi Duan, Dad, you don't care about the money. Wait for the end of the year. We first go to the city to look at the house.
After buying a house, and then buy a few stores, and then find a big brand of liquor to join, or engage in their own is also okay. At this moment, Yi Chen's cell phone rang. It was Zhou Wanning's call. Sister Ning, is Dusty home yet? I just got home. I'm eating. Have you eaten yet? Sister Ning, I've just finished eating. Say hi to my aunt and uncle for me. You eat, hang up first. Just as he hung up, his cell phone rang again. This time the caller was Lin Yu. the chief of the Nanyang Street Police Station. Dusty, I've been in a meeting today. I just saw the yield update and dividends. I can't believe I've earned so much in such a short period of time. How do you think sis should thank you? Lin Yu was a bit confused when she just saw the amount of money in her account. Nearly $13 million. It was enough for her to buy a medium-sized house in Zhanghai City. Buying a house and settling down in Zhanghai City has always been her dream, and she didn't expect it to come true so soon. That's why she called Yi Duan at the first opportunity to express her gratitude and enlist her relationship. This is the goddess of fortune. If you get along with him, will you be short of money in the future? Sister, you don't be polite. This is what you investors should take. Is Dusty free tomorrow? Come to Sis's house for dinner. Sis will cook something delicious for you. What's good? You're not sending me to eat abalone, are you? Sister, I'm going back home today. I'll go back after Chinese New Year. Wait until I get back. Okay, when you get back, hang up. Ye's mother looked at him. Who's the caller? Dusty? You have a girlfriend? Yi Duan laughed. Your son is so outstanding. It's not normal to have girls chasing after him. What's it look like? Any photos? Yi mother sniffed and hurriedly asked after her. Leaf dust. Mom, which one are you talking about? There are too many chasing me. As he spoke, his cell phone rang again. It was Lu Zishuan calling. In the time it took to eat a meal, he received half a dozen phone calls. Zhang Manqiu, Tang Yi and others called him to ask about it. Yi father and Yi mother were happy to see their son so busy on the phone. That's the state of the big boss. The calls keep coming. Had dinner. Yi Chuan opened his mouth and said, Mom and Dad, I'll go to bed first. I'm too tired after driving all day. And there's a high school reunion tomorrow at noon. Yi mother smiled and said, Go to sleep. The bedding was sun for you at noon. Back in the bedroom. It was simple with just a double bed and a desk. The table is filled with books from high school. He looked at the familiar scene and was overcome with emotion. Leaf dust burrowed into the comforter, which was warm with an electric mattress on. He took out his cell phone and looked at it. Wan Yusin had just sent him a message. Are you home yet? I'm home. Yusin, it's a bit cold after dinner. I went under the quilt. Did you go under the quilt? Wan Yusin's cheeks blushed. I just got under the covers too. Is your comforter cool? It's not cold. There's an electric mattress. My comforter is cold. Come warm my bed. Wan Yusin's face turned red as she gathered her courage and replied. It's not like I can get through. I've bought a house in Zhanghai City. When school starts you'll go and warm my blanket. While Yi Chen was chatting with Wan Yusin, Li Qingya sent him a message. Dusty. Yi Duan froze for a moment. I'm out of the blacklist? Li Qingya, my mom pulled you black. I just pulled you out. And I still have to pull you in after chatting in a while, or my mom will find out it's bad. Say you've been wronged. Yi Chen didn't pursue or blame anything, and only had such a caring word, as a scumbag who was in a position to blame them, brainlessly giving them care and tenderness. Just this one sentence made Li Qingya's eyes redden and her nose sour. Not being misunderstood by someone you like, and being cared for. She felt happy that she hadn't been wrong about anyone. Chapter 158, Xia Xiaoman. Li Qingya sent him a message. I can't go to Dusty's high school reunion. My mom won't let me go. She says there's no use in socializing with those people. They're just ordinary people. Yi Duan, Auntie is too realistic and a bit short-sighted. Everyone is young now. It's not certain how the future will be. Li Qingya knew her mother's nature. She's just like that. She's very strong at home. Yi Duan, everyone has shortcomings. Qingya Main, you want to open up. Don't affect the mood. For your sake I'm willing to turn our love underground. On the surface we are classmates relationship. The two of them chatted for a while, and Yi Chen was really sleepy. Then went into dreamland. 7 o'clock the next morning, he got up and washed up, and his mom had already made breakfast. While they were eating, a cousin from the yard walked in. Brother Feng is eating. Whose car is this outside the door? Yi Ziming walked in and asked curiously. Yi Xiefeng smiled and replied back. It's my family's little Dust's car. Yi Chen looked at Yi Ziming. Has Uncle Ming eaten? Yi Ziming looked at Yi Duan. I've eaten. Xia Duan is still in college, right? Did you rent the car? Rolls-Royce is a multi-million-dollar luxury car. In his opinion, how could Ji Chun, a college student, afford such a car? Yi Duan smiled and said back. I bought it. I opened a company in Zhanghai. Business is not bad. Yi Ziming's eyes widened a few points in surprise. Dusty, did you start a company? What kind of company? Have you graduated? Leaf Dust, not yet graduated. Already took the graduate school, and opened a financial investment company in his spare time. A financial investment company? Very few people in the village understand this. Little Dust is really promising. When I was admitted to the Zhanghai University of Transportation, I felt that our Little Dust is not an ordinary person. This is one of the country's top institutions of learning. Our entire county there are not a few can be admitted. Yi Ziming did not mince words in his praise of Yi Chen. Mr. and Mrs. Yi Xiefeng are very happy.
and they feel better than anything when people praise their children for their success.
However, Yi Duan didn't have much of a reaction, and in his heart, he even scoffed a little.
In his last life he went home for New Year's Eve. Yi Ziming didn't sneer at him,
called him a nerd, useless for being good at studies, and ignorant of the human condition.
He has been comparing his son with Yi Duan, saying that his son never went to college, and now he is much better than some college students. He had seen both of his faces, Yi Duan, and was sneering in his heart.
Rich in the mountains have distant relatives, poor in the city no one heard of. That's human nature.
Yi Ziming sat for a while, then left. Yi father and Yi mother still had smiles on their faces.
Yi Chuan opened his mouth and said, "Mom and Dad,
my Uncle Ming is a person who has one thing in front of him and one thing behind him, so don't believe his words. Yi mother, after so many years we still don't know what kind of person your Uncle Ming is. Mom and Dad have a good idea in their hearts, to hear them praise your son for having good fortune.
Mom and Dad are sincerely happy. Just because some people don't talk about it doesn't mean they don't understand it.
It's just that they're not good with words or don't want to count too much. Father Yi, your Uncle Ming is known as a loudhailer, so I guess it won't take long for him to spread the word about you throughout the village.
There is an intelligence center in the village,
and the kiosk where the gambling crowd and the idle play crowd converge all year round.
But whenever there is something going on in the village,
it spreads throughout the village from there.
Spread the word if you want.
Sometimes those people need to be made aware of our family's strength. That's the way the world works.
They'll only be in awe of you if you're strong. If you don't have the strength, they won't even look at you squarely." After having breakfast, Yi Duan drove off and headed to the county.
When he saw a few nice neighbors on the village roads, he would stop his car to say hello and talk. As for the less familiar, he ignored them.
Today's high school reunion at noon is at a hotel in the county.
Almost all of my high school classmates would go to it. And it was only $50 or $60 a person. It's 50 miles from the village to the county seat, and it takes about half an hour to drive. Yi Duan drove a Rolls-Royce Cullinan and had a superb turnaround on the country roads.
Holy, Rolls-Royce Cullinan, we still have this kind of luxury car here?
Some people were incomparably shocked upon seeing it. I don't think it's a rental car to come back for New Year's Eve to load up the pen, and there's not a lot of money in renting a car to come back.
Some of them are sour. It's a lot of money to rent this car for a day, isn't it? It's not much. It's only 1,000 or 800 a day.
When Yi Chen passed through two villages, he saw a familiar figure at the entrance of the next village.
Xia Xiaoman is standing at the intersection waiting for the bus.
She was standing tall and beautiful in a long white down coat, like when college students want to go to the county.
They normally go by bus.
Xia Xiaoman was one of the two most beautiful women in their class, and was on par with Li Qingya at that time. However, Li Qingya had more people who liked her because she was from the county and her family was quite rich. After graduating from college, Pan Kai picked Yi Duan and started a business that successfully chased Xia Xiaoman into his hands.
Leaf Dust pulled over to the side of the road and dropped the window.
Xia Xiaoman had long seen his Rolls-Royce Cullinan. When it stopped beside her, her heartbeat involuntarily sped up a few notches.
The car window fell, and it was even more shocking to see Yi Duan inside. Yi Duan smiled. "Get in the car." Xia Xiaoman opened the car door and sat in the co-pilot's seat,
a pair of big beautiful eyes surreptitiously surveying the car's interior.
"What's the deal? Why are you driving this luxury car?"
Yi Dust returned while driving.
He opened a company in Shanghai City this year, and it's doing quite well.
This car must cost several $1 million,
right? You just started a company and it's this profitable? What kind of company? How much is the monthly net profit?
Xia Xiaoman's heart was very curious. Yi Duan, this car is more than $10 million. I have several other cars,
Bentley, Porsche, Big G. My company is a financial investment company.
Xia Xiaoman smacked her lips in her heart when she heard his words. I didn't expect Yi Duan to mix so well in Shanghai City,
not even out of college yet, and already driving on the big row. A financial investment company? Is it doing stock futures? Xia Xiaoman asked curiously. Yi Duan nodded slightly. You know it too, Dust Xing Investment Company.
Xia Xiaoman's pretty face was filled with shock. The Dusty Xing Investment Company that made a wild profit of more than $30 billion in the U.S.
stock game in?
Yi Duan froze for a moment.
How did you know?
I saw the news by brushing Jitterbug.
Dusty Xing, Yi Duan, you run this company?
Xia Xiaoman looked at him with complicated eyes,
with different colors, shock and surprise. Leaf Dust, I opened it, don't pass it on, just know yourself. Xia Xiaoman smiled slightly. What? Afraid that your classmates will borrow money from you? Yi Duan, it's not that I'm afraid of borrowing money.
People are afraid of being famous and pigs are afraid of being strong, and they all know that there's more trouble.
That's true. Don't worry, I won't say anything. When did you get back?
I arrived home last night and rushed back from my company vacation.
How about you? I came back on vacation. There's nothing much to do at school. Yi Chuan, did you take the exam?
Took the test.
Xiaoman, did you go to graduate school? I don't have to take the test. I bailed. Awesome. We at Jinling University are not as good as you at Jiaotong University, and it's easier to bail out of graduate school. Jinling University is also a 985 key university, not much worse than the University of Communications, ranked in the top 10 in the country, also belongs to the ranks of the top institutions. Chapter 159, The Hidden Big Brother of High School Classmates. Yi Chen and Xia Xiaoman chatted along the way and quickly became acquainted. Because of the addition of multiple wealth and billions of dollars, Xia Xiaoman's favorable impression of him multiplied. Did Yi Chuan talk about his girlfriend? No, I'm busy as hell every day, either studying or going to the office. Almost no free time. Xiaoman, you're so pretty. There are quite a few people chasing you, right? Xia Xiaoman smiled slightly when she heard his compliment. There are quite a few chasing me, but it doesn't feel like there's a suitable one, so I haven't talked about it yet. She's a smart girl who doesn't simply fall into a casual relationship with someone. She wants to stay in the big city in the future, so the person she's looking for has to be from the big city at the very least. Even if you're not a big city local, you have to have the ability to buy a house in a big city. You have to have money. Xia Xiaoman knows her own strengths, and there is nothing wrong with using her strengths to pick a partner object. It's normal for beautiful women to pick quality boyfriends. It's hard to get people to go to a poor, good-for-nothing hanger-on. In his last life, Yi Duan understood one thing. What makes a man attract the likes of a beautiful woman if he is not good? At 9 o'clock in the morning, Yi Duan drove into the county. Because it is close to the Chinese New Year, almost all the people who go to school or work and work outside are back, and there are a lot of cars on the road. Yi Chuan's car was traveling on the road, and the turnaround rate was too high. Those drivers can't help but turn their heads to his Rolls-Royce Cullinan. That feeling made Yi Chen and Xia Xiaoman feel comfortable in their hearts. It's a soothing feeling of vanity being satisfied. The car wasn't Xia Xiaoman, but sitting in it already gave her a sense of superiority in her heart. It was a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, and not many of my peers had been in one. Yi Chuan spoke. Xiaoman, do you have something to go and get busy with? If so, I'll drop you off. I'm going to go wash my car first. It's a bit dirty after running on the highway all day yesterday. I'm fine. It's still early for lunch. Let's go wash the car first. Xia Xiaoman had actually made an appointment with a certain classmate to attend the reunion together, but it could wait. Leaf Dust casually found a car wash. The owner of the car wash froze when he saw his car. Brother, car wash? How much for a car wash? 50. It's gone up for almost New Year's. Usually $30. Yi Duan nodded slightly. Wash up. There's an Audi in front of us that's being washed, and we can't wash it until the other one is done. Yi Duan and Xia Xiaoman stood by the side and waited. He took out his cigarettes and lit one. Xiaoman, smoke one? Xia Xiaoman glared at him. What kind of girl smokes? Yi Duan grinned. Just kidding. I don't like girls who smoke either. The owner of the Audi next to him turned his head to look at Yi Duan after looking at his car. How much did you pay for this car, bro? All landed about 1,000 points. The Audi owner, a middle-aged man, smacked his lips in his heart. Young man, so young family doing business in Zhanghai City? Because the license plate number is Zhanghai City. So the other party directly asked is not doing business in Zhanghai City. Well, my family does business in Zhanghai City. After a couple of chats between the two parties, the Audi owner went to go over it again, thinking he was a rich kid. At this time Xia Xiaoman's cell phone rang. Jing Jing ah, I and Yi Duan just arrived in the county. He washed the car. A moment I went over to find you. When she hung up, she said with some embarrassment, are you busy in a while? Let's go find Jingjing. Leaf Dust, Chen Jingjing? Yeah, I was supposed to meet up with Crystal earlier around 9 to go to the mall and hang out before the party. Yi Chuan was still thinking about how to establish a good relationship with Chen Jingjing, and the opportunity came. In her last life, Chen Jingjing had later reached the high position of vice provincial minister. Her background connections are horrible. I guess the connections are in the central organization. Okay, let's go find her after the car wash. Where is she now? Her family is in the Fairview neighborhood. Soon the turn of Leaf Dust car. The boss personally wash. Action carefully for fear of accidentally scratched the car. Normal cars were fine. This was a Rolls-Royce. The first time she'd seen one in all the years she'd lived in the county. A scratch on a car like this is estimated to be tens of thousands of dollars. After washing, the car looked shiny and new, beautiful and atmospheric. Yi Chuan drove towards the Fairview community and arrived at the entrance of the community in a few minutes. Xia Xiaoman had called ahead. Chen Jingjing stood at the entrance of the cell waiting in a down jacket. She looks medium. Appearance and Xia Xiaoman, Li Qingya and some difference, but also counted in the middle and upper class posture. Stopping the car, Xia Xiaoman dropped the window and shouted, Jingjing is here. Chen Jingjing froze for a moment when she saw the car. Yi Duan smiled and greeted. Long time no see. Fellow Jingjing, get in the car. Chen Jingjing opened the car door and sat in the back row. Yi Chen timely reminded. press that button, the door will automatically close, closing the car door. Chen Jingjing looked at him in surprise. Yi Chen, this is your car? Yes. Is it pretty? Leaf Dust graciously admitted. Did you win the lottery? Chen Jingjing couldn't imagine how Yi Chen could afford this kind of car. Everyone is still a college student. They don't work at a job. And even if they do, they can't possibly afford this top-of-the-line luxury car. Xia Xiaoman opened his mouth and said, Jingjing, a few days ago you sent me that news video, remember well. Zhanghai Dustxing Investment Company in the U.S. stock explosion earned more than 30 billion, forcing the killing of Wall Street shorting institutions. Dustxing Company is Yi Duan open. Chen Jingjing's eyes widened a few points, and a look of surprise appeared on her face. Yi Dust, that's your company? Yi Duan smiled and nodded. Yes, that's the company I started. Good luck. A couple of financial media outlets reported on this the other day and it caused quite a stir on the internet. It was normal for Xia Xiaoman and Chen Jingjing to be able to swipe the video. Chen Jingjing, a pair of eyes flooded with color. This is not luck. Is the ability? If the luck is good, if other companies how to do not do this step. Yi Dust, when you began to speculate in the stock market? Yi Duan, when I was working summer jobs in the summer, I felt talented in this area. And then I made a few $100 million from speculating on stocks and futures. And then I opened a financial investment company. Is it true what is rumored on the internet? Did you really make over $30 billion? Chen Jingjing and Xia Xiaoman were both curious about this question in their hearts. Yi Dust, I'll give you guys. You don't talk nonsense. My personal account earned more than 10 billion. The company fund earned more than 20 billion. And then the company, in accordance with the contract, can share away more than 9 billion of the fund's proceeds, and the rest of the dividend mode to the investors. He intended to show his strength in front of Chen Jingjing so that it would be convenient for the two of them to build a good relationship in the future. Yi Chuan, even if he is now worth tens of billions, he faced the two men without any arrogance in his demeanor, with a friendly and kind smile, and spoke humbly and courteously, leaving a deeper impression in the hearts of the two women. Originally, during high school, the impression that Yi Duan left on them was quite good. At that time, Yi Duan was excellent in both character and studies, handsome, and treated people well, so it was normal for the class girls to have a little good impression of him. Xia Xiaoman and Chen Jingjing admired him in their hearts after hearing his words. Opposites attract and homosexuals repel. If Yi Chen was a female and so outstanding, it might cause them to be envious and jealous, but it wouldn't be like that if he was of the opposite sex. The three of them chatted for a while, and then Yi Chen drove to the county's larger shopping mall. On the way, Yi Duan opened his mouth and asked, do you guys know if there are any newly opened properties in our county? Chen Jingjing, do you plan to buy a house in the county? Yi Duan, I plan to buy a set for my parents and a few stores for them to set up business. Chapter 160, Zhao Yong, high school class teacher. Chen Jingjing thought about it and said, that newly opened Zidu Garden neighborhood is quite good. It's already an existing house, and there are still quite a few unsold. Leaf Dust, are there villas in this neighborhood? It seems that there is no. There are about 200 square feet of large flat. The stores around the district are not sold much. These 2 years of real estate recession. This district has a good location, surrounded by several neighborhoods. Open a store does not worry about customer traffic. A large flat is fine. Where is that new development? I'll take my parents over to see it after New Year's when they go to work. That one is. It's all been handed over. So if you buy it, you can just decorate it. Chen Jingjing pointed to a neighborhood not far outside. Yi Duan looked at the buildings in that neighborhood. The appearance looked quite nice. The new neighborhoods are now better built in every way, not comparable to the old neighborhoods of the past. The GDP of Yi Duan's old county ranked in the bottom of the city, but the house prices ranked in the top 3. The monstrous housing prices are like a mountain weighing down on the ordinary people, bend the spine of many common people. Take my parents after New Year's. Chen Jingjing, if you look at it and really plan to buy it there, you can find me then. My mom works at the URA and can get it cheaper. Yi Duan laughed. Okay, thank you Ms. Jingjing. You're welcome, we're all classmates. Xia Xiaoman heard the two of them talking and felt some envy in her heart. She envied Chen Jingjing's superior family. Her parents were both cadres in the organization and had a high status, and she's from a rural family. Her parents are ordinary folk. If the two competed, she only had the advantage of looks. A few minutes later, Yi Duan drove to the mall. The mall was full of people near the Chinese New Year and it took half a day to find a parking space. Getting out of the car, the three of them walked towards the mall. Xia Xiaoman and Chen Jingjing had an appointment to buy clothes, and they came directly to the 4th floor of the mall. All kinds of fashionable women's clothes are available, although not as much as the side of Zhanghai City, but it can still meet the needs of most of the people in the county. Xia Xiaoman planned to buy a tweed coat, but the cheap ones had a bad texture and the expensive ones were too expensive. She's still a college student, doesn't work, and her family isn't rich enough to have that kind of money. Yi Duan could see her thoughts and took the initiative to buy one for each of the two.
Chen Jingjing bought a down jacket. Chen Jingjing bought a black tweed coat, wearing a very bored in temperament, are more than 1,000 apiece. The two were embarrassed at first and kept on excusing themselves, but they couldn't argue with Yi Chen. Both of them were happy after buying the clothes, and they made another trip to the supermarket on the first floor. Yi Dustin bought a lot of nuts, New Year's gift things, melon seeds, peanuts and whatnot his parents have already bought. When they came out of the mall, the three of them were carrying a lot of things in their hands, all bought by Yi Chen. Tough on you two beauties, Chen Jingjing jokingly said. No wonder you bought clothes for the two of us, so you want us to work as laborers for you. Leaf dust, beautiful drudges like you can't be hired for any amount of money outside. Chen Jingjing, Xiaoman, have you noticed that Ji Duan is really good at talking now? When he was in high school he was quite introverted. I remember once I took the initiative to ask him a math problem and he blushed later. Xia Xiaoman concurred. Yes, at that time, Yi Duan was especially fond of blushing. Quite adorable that one couldn't help but want to tease her. Leaf dust, it was more simple and green then, but I'm not like that now. Getting into the car, Yi Duan drove towards the hotel. The noon class reunion was at the Jinao Hotel, which is a relatively famous hotel in the county. There were a lot of parking spaces in front of the big hotel, but there were also a lot of cars parked here as well, and Yi Duan found a spot in the distance to stop. The three walked into the hotel together. Yi Chuan had actually achieved the purpose of his visit this time. He was mainly here to establish a good relationship with Chen Jingjing. This is a future deputy provincial ministerial level bigwig, and the most important thing is her network background in the central organization. That was estimated to be an existence that exceeded the level of a full provincial ministry, most likely at the level of a vice state. Classification of civil servants, deputy section, full section, deputy division, full division, deputy department, full department, deputy provincial ministerial level, full provincial ministerial level followed by deputy national level, full national level. When I arrived at the hotel box, most of my classmates were already here. The box was large, with two large tables, one for boys and one for girls. Chen Jingjing and Xia Xiaoman went to the girls' table, and Li Qingya didn't come. Some people greeted Yi Duan enthusiastically when they saw him. Old Yi is here, come and sit. Pan Kai was the most enthusiastic of these people, knowing people without knowing their faces. In my last life I thought Pan Kai was nice. Who knew it was the kind of person that screwed him over? Leaf Dust had a few roommates in high school who had a good relationship, but had less contact after college. The feelings aren't ironclad, but they can be considered friends. Soon their math teacher arrived, who was also in their class. Mr. Cho. The crowd rose and greeted them. Old Zhao smiled and nodded. Everyone is here. It's nice to see everyone again. He sat down next to Yi Chuan. How is Yi Chuan doing over at the Jiaotong University? Did you go to graduate school? The test, the preliminary exam has been passed. Quite good. Now the pressure of social competition is so big. Everyone should go to graduate school. High academic graduation prospects are better. You have a good future. The teacher heart for you happy. Mr. Zhao, have a cigarette? Yi Duan knew that he smoked and was addicted to cigarettes. When he was in high school, Zhao Yong was also very good to him and took very good care of him. This teacher-student favor he always remembered. After graduating in his last life, Zhao Yong had even encouraged him many times. Zhao Yong froze for a moment when he saw the cigarettes he handed over. Did Yi Chuan learn to smoke in college? I learned that in high school, and look at you smoking it every day. Mr. Zhou. Zhao Yong took the cigarette and looked at it, realizing that he didn't recognize it and hadn't seen it before. He lit his cigarette and took a drag, and looked puzzled. The taste and the aroma of the smoke was the first thing he, an old smoker, sensed was wrong. What kind of smoke is this? Why is it so good? Zhao Yong was about to ask when the waiter came in with the meal. Yi Chuan didn't smoke and just handed one to Mr. Zhao. Everyone at the reunion had a great time eating and laughing. Now that the crowd is college students, they have not stepped out into society and are actually still a little green inside. The manchild Pan Kai is probably precocious, has a deeper heart, and speaks well. The party didn't officially end until after 1 p.m. One by one, the crowd walked out. Yi Duan and Zhao Yong walked behind, and he took out another cigarette and handed it to Mr. Zhao. Zhao Yong lit up and took a drag. Yi Duan, which cigarette from Yellow Crane Tower is this? Why haven't I seen it before? It seems to be called the Yellow Crane Tower Big Gold Brick. Mr. Zhao, I'll get you 2 of them later. There are quite a few more in the car. Those securities companies sent a lot of expensive cigarettes, wine and tea to his company on New Year's Day, and Lu Zixuan also bought some cigarettes and wine. When we get out of the hotel, we all greet each other and leave. In the end, only Yi Chen, Zhao Yong, Chen Jingjing and Xia Xiaoman were left at the entrance of the hotel. It's a great smoke. I've never smoked a cigarette this good. I feel like all the ones I smoked before were garbage. The more Lao Zhao smoked it, the more he liked it. the taste was too good in all aspects. Mr. Zhao, I'll get you too. I purposely bought some back over in Shanghai City, knowing that you love to smoke. He led Zhao Yong to the car. When he saw Yi Duan open the trunk of the Rolls-Royce Cullinan, Zhao Yong froze. Yi dust this. This is your car? Chapter 161, Xia Xiaoman's parents. Leaf Dust nodded with a slight smile. Yes, Mr. Cho, this is the car I bought on my own. The shock in Zhao Yong's heart knew no bounds. He couldn't imagine what a college student who hadn't even graduated yet could afford such a top-of-the-line luxury car with the money he made. Yi Chuan, what are you doing in Shanghai City? Robbing a bank? Xia Xiaoman took out her cell phone and opened a news item for Zhao Yong to see. Mr. Zhao, this Dust Xing investment company is run by Yi Duan. Have you seen this news? Zhao Yong looked down and glanced at the news headline is the domestic Dusty Xing investment company. In the U.S. stock shorting Wall Street institutions. Half a month's time wildly earned more than 30 billion. You run Dusty Xing Investments? Yes, Mr. Zhao, you know my company? I'm also a stockholder. I cannot know. Dusty Xing Investment Company is definitely the most powerful investment company in the circle. This record is enough to boast the entire industry. Xia Xiaoman and Chen Jingjing knew about it because they swiped Jitterbug. They don't really understand the stock market. Zhao Yong is a stockholder and knows more than the two. Yi Duan took out 2 large gold bricks of yellow crane house and 2 bottles of Mutai 30 years. Mr. Zhao gave it to you. You took good care of me when I was in school, and the student now has the ability to give you some gifts during the New Year's holidays. Zhao Yong's face had regained its calmness and was not polite, his eyes full of admiration. These cigarettes aren't cheap, are they? 30,000 apiece, and it's not a good buy. Zhao Yong, Xia Xiaoman, and Chen Jingjing sucked in a breath of cool air. $30,000 for a cigarette? $3,000 a box? $150 a pop? That's too ho-hum. Zhao Yong laughed. No wonder it's so good to smoke. Things are expensive for a reason. Mr. Zhao, our company will issue a new fund product next year. If you want to invest, you can contact me then. Zhao Yong's face was joyful. Okay, Dusty, teacher, take a back door. After a while, there's a big wave of opportunity in the international futures market. Foreign predators are long forcing shorts. The short is the leading company in the domestic stainless steel industry, the Green Mountain Group, which is also nicknamed the world's nickel king. Nickel is an important raw material for stainless steel, lithium batteries and other products, and Green Mountain Group's nickel production accounts for 30% of the world. Green Mountain Group is also the world's largest stainless steel production company. Its products are widely used in various industries, such as petroleum, chemical, machinery, automotive, electric power, aerospace, shipbuilding and so on. Yi Duan finished greeting Zhao Yong and took Xia Xiaoman and Chen Jingjing to the car. He first sent Chen Jingjing to the entrance of the neighborhood. Chen Jingjing smiled and said, Yi Chen, thank you for sending me the clothes. Don't be polite. They are all good friends. If I buy a house next year, then I will find you to give me a cheaper price. Chen Jingjing knew that he didn't lack this amount of money at all and was just looking for an excuse. Okay, it's all a piece of cake. Bye. Bye. Don man. Bye. After seeing Chen Jingjing leave, Yi Chen turned his head to look at Xia Xiaoman. Xiaoman, is there anything else you want to do? If not, go home. I'm fine. Leaf Dust departed for home. There are many cars on the road. Can only drive 40 or 50 meters. He drove into the village of Xiazhuang, where Xia Xiaoman's house was located, just after 3 in the afternoon. It was rather coincidental that when he arrived at Xia Xiaoman's door, his parents happened to drop someone off. Yi Duan saw her parents at the door, so he had to get out of the car to say hello, or else it would seem impolite. Xiaoman is back. Who is this? Summer's father was also an insightful man and recognized the Rolls-Royce Peugeot. Xia Xiaoman smiled and explained, Mom and Dad, let me introduce you. This is my high school classmate Yi Duan. We attended the reunion together. He sent me back. His family is from Yizhuang, quite close to our village. Hello uncles and aunts. I'm Xiaoman's classmate. Hyman, why are you calling me that? You're not one of my daughter's suitors, are you? This young man is not bad looking. What kind of business does his family do to drive a Rolls-Royce? After Yi Duan finished his greeting, he took out cigarettes from his pocket and distributed one to Xia's father and one to the man next to him. Of the Yezhuan? What's your father's name? Xia's father asked curiously. Yi Xiafeng. Yi Xiafeng is your dad. Ha, the two of us were classmates in junior high school. Yi Duan froze for a moment, not realizing that Xia Xiaoman's dad and his own dad were still classmates. The two villages are quite close to each other, or the same age. It is not surprising that they are classmates. Really? What a coincidence. I'll tell my dad when I get back. Father Xia, since you're here, come into the house and sit down. Xia Xiaoman also smiled and said, Yi Chuan, come sit down. Yi Duan opened the trunk and took out 2 cigarettes and some nuts. No need to take anything, Xia Xiaoman said hastily. Yi Duan smiled and said, I bought it for you when I bought it today. Otherwise why would I buy so much? Where can I eat it all at my house? Xia Xiuman's complexion froze for a moment, her cheeks slightly red. Xia father and Xia mother also politely excused themselves for a couple of sentences before walking into the house. The guy who was just supposed to leave is back. In his heart, he was a bit curious about Yi Chen and Xia Xiuman's relationship. Dusty, what's your dad doing now? He and my mom are still doing renovations, but they won't be allowed to do that next year, and I'm going to buy them a store and open a store in the county. Uncle Xia asked with some curiosity, are you and Xiaoman both at Jinling University? Yi Duan, I'm at the Zhanghai University of Transportation, and Jinling City is not far away. It's only half an hour by high-speed train. Yi Chuan, drink something. Xia Xiaoman brought Yi Chen a bottle of drink. Leaf Dust sat for a while and then left. Waiting for him to leave, Xia's father asked curiously, Xiaoman, I know his parents. The family is just ordinary people. He wouldn't have rented this car, would he? Xia Xiaoman, it's not a rental. He's starting his own business while going to college. He's opening a financial investment company. Dad, do you know how much this cigarette costs? How much? Which series of cigarettes of the Yellow Crane Tower is this? I haven't seen it before. These cigarettes are 30,000 a piece. I think they're called Yellow Crane Tower Big Gold Bricks. Xia Xiaoman's words made the whole family and that neighbor numb. $30,000 for a cigarette. It's a number that the average person can't even think about. In their common sense, a few $100s a piece of soft Chinese is the most expensive cigarette. $30,000 for a cigarette. They can't even think about it. It's a cigarette that only the top dignitaries have to smoke, right? Xiaoman, does he like you? Xia mother asked with a smile. Xia Xiaoman's cheeks blushed. Which is true. Mom, don't talk nonsense. We are classmates. He happened to be on his way. That neighbor said. Xiaoman is so pretty. He must like you. Such a good boyfriend should be grasped, or be snatched away by others. When Yi Duan returned home, he found that there were many more stringers in the house. Dusty's back. Those people saw Yi Chen with a smile on his face. Yi Duan smiled and nodded. Aunt and uncle are here to visit. I heard that you've opened a company in Zhanghai. Dusty, is the company still hiring? You see what uncle I can do. Yi Duan, uncle, my company is a financial investment company. Usually graduates from prestigious universities or foreign prestigious universities. You won't understand those things even if you go. Chapter 162 Shenlan, the big sister next door. Yi Chen directly rejected the other party. If it was a normal company, it would be fine to let him in as an ordinary employee. But his company was full of professional types, not just ordinary people. Another clan uncle asked curiously, what does your company do? Dusty? Yi Duan returned. Financial investment, to put it simply, is the domestic and international stock and futures markets, but in the coming year, we may add some new businesses, such as investment in some startups, or financing for unicorn enterprises. What he said was understandable to several people. Ye father, shall dust you, this is the Yellow Crane building, which cigarette? Your uncle and the others said it's quite good, so I want you to bring some back to Zhanghai City in the future. This is the Yellow Crane Tower Big Gold Brick, 30,000 a piece, not very good to buy. You have to have connections to buy it. The 7 or 8 people in the room were petrified on the spot when they heard his words. Father Yi and Mother Yi were also stunned. They likewise did not expect a cigarette to be so expensive. Had I known that it was so expensive, yes, father probably wouldn't have been willing to take it out for everyone to smoke. Yi Duan does not matter. The visitor is a guest. It is normal to smoke a cigarette or something. Just then, someone called out Yi Chen's name. He walked out into the yard and saw 6 people standing at the gate, 4 men and 2 women. These were his playmates from the same village, all from elementary school and later from junior high school. There were also people who went to the same high school as him, though not in the same classes. Yi Chuan saw them with a smile on his face. Zhang Shanshan, you guys are here. Zhang Shanshan smiled and said, we heard that you came back in a Rolls Royce, so we came over to take a look. It's just a car. What's there to see? Zhang Shanshan is a very outgoing type of personality, and when she was a child they called her a tomboy. This is a top-of-the-line luxury car. We can't see many in the whole county. Open it up and let's see what's inside. Leaf Dust opened up and let them in for a seat. Shannon Zhang also made a video. Sisters, how about this car? After taking the picture she sent it to a few people in the dorm. Yi Duan, you are not in Zhanghai City to go to school. How to get rich? Take a brother. Another junior partner asked curiously. Started a company, didn't realize business was good. What company? Live banding? In their perception, it is very lucrative to be a netizen live bandwagon. Leaf Dust, no. Financial investment company. They stood outside chatting for a while, then they all went home for dinner. A couple of aunts and uncles from the yard who had been stringing us along happened to be out as well. Back at the house, Mom started cooking dinner. Yi Chun idly sent a message to Zhang Manqiu and Tang Yi. What's Manqiu doing?
What's Tang Yi doing? Zhou Wanning, Lu Zixuan and the others had already taken them, and the focus was still on talking more with the ones that hadn't. Zhang Manqiu, idle and bored, reading at home. Tang Yi, watching real-time news at home and abroad. Yi Chuan, what are you doing? Yi Duan chatted with them for a while, and his old mom called him for dinner. Just after dinner, another person stopped by their house. This time it was their left and right neighbors who were usually quite close. Yi Duan greeted them one by one and found that the big sister next door, Shenlan, had also come. When did Erasure come back? Shenlan was 3 years older than him and had left a deep impression on him as a child. In his heart Shenlan was the village flower of their village. Not only is she pretty, she speaks in a gentle voice and looks like a typical lady. She had a book in college and has now graduated and is working. Shenlan smiled back. I came back on the 26th. Xiao Duan heard that you are quite good at mixing in Jianghai City. In the future, if Sis goes to work in Jianghai City, she still has to rely on you to take care of her. Where does Erasure work now? In the capital city of Yanjing, but next year I plan to go to Jianghai City. Our company is not very good. I have a classmate working over there in Jianghai. I plan to go to her next year. Yi Duan, good eye if Sister Lan goes to Jianghai City. No need to be polite. Contact me then. I have some contacts there. Okay, when we arrive at Jianghai in the future, we'll rely on you to cover us. Xiao Dust. Shenlan's parents were full of smiles when they heard their exchange. They knew that Yi Duan was hanging out in Jianghai City. Their daughter will have someone to look after her there, and they will be able to rest a lot easier. They adults went into the inner room to chat while Yi Chen and Shenlan chatted outside. There is no generation gap between peers. After chatting, I learned that Shenlan previously studied administration, and her last job was in the human resources department of a company. Because I could not stand the harassment of the leadership, I resigned a year ago, and I plan to go to Jianghai next year to find my classmates. Pretty girls have a high probability of being the target of harassment, whether in the system or in the workplace. There are beautiful women who will sink for money status. Some will stick to the heart, but in this day and age, not many can hold out. The odds are that a beautiful woman is not impressed, and the odds are that she is not giving enough leverage. Shenlan suggested, Dusty, let's go out for a walk? Yeah. The two walked out of the house and strolled through the village streets. There were streetlights on the village streets, but it was dark out of the village, with only the bright moonlight. Shenlan was wearing a black coat with a tall and graceful figure, and a faint fragrance permeated her body. Dusty, what company do you run in Jianghai City? A financial investment company by the name of Dusty Hing Investments. Shenlan searched on her cell phone and then out came the news from the other day. Dustin Investments forced Wall Street institutions to short the U.S. stock market, raking in over $30 billion in half a month. Seeing this news, Shenlan's pretty face was shocked. Dusty, is this your company? Yi Duan nodded slightly. It's my company. So great? Made over $30 billion in U.S. stocks? Pretty much. The shock in Shenlan's heart was the same as that of Xia Xiaoman, Zhao Yong and the others before, and could not be described in words. I didn't expect the little doll that followed my butt back then to be so powerful now. When did I follow your ass? After saying that, Yi Duan quietly looked at her ass. When we were kids, we played games and you followed us around yelling that you wanted to play with us. Remember? Yi Duan did like to play with Shenlan when he was a child. He didn't have any older siblings, so the neighbor Shenlan became the one to play with. The two talked and walked, chatting about things from their childhood. After making a big turn, they returned to the gate of Yi Duan's house. Has Dusty talked to anyone yet? I've talked about it. I'm so handsome and good. There are too many girls chasing after me. Have you talked to someone? Sister Erasure? It's been over 6 months since the breakup. Leaf Dust, how did you break up? He's cheating on me, screwing a female coworker from his company. Shenlan's tone was flat, and it looked like she had already walked out. Yi Duan, this man is too ignorant to cherish. Sister Lan, you are such a beautiful girl, don't know to cherish it. Shenlan laughed bitterly. Looking good doesn't help. The person he cheated on is his boss, who has money and status, and can also help him in his career. Chapter 163, Xia Xiaoman's Invitation. Yi Chen had seen many such things in his last life, not unusual in a materialistic society. The two returned to the house, where the two adults were still talking. Dusty, where did you guys just go? Leaf Dust circled the village. In addition to Shenlan's family in their home, there was also an uncle's family in the courtyard. They didn't go back until after 9 o'clock at night. The next morning, Yi Duan drove his parents to his grandma's house. His grandpa died relatively early, leaving his grandma alone. Yi Duan also had an uncle, who had a son and a daughter. Yi Duan's cousin and cousin. His cousins are married with children, usually live in the county, and now they are all going back home for the upcoming new year. His cousin has also gotten married and married in a nearby village. During the meal, Yi Duan repeated yesterday's words. My uncle was happy for the family when he heard he was making money. He had a few more drinks with his father at lunchtime. Yi father was in a better mood and also drank 2 more glasses. There was also Leaf Dust's cousin who drank a lot. Maybe the wine is good. After all, Mutai 30 years is a high-end Mutai wine. Over 10,000 a bottle. Before leaving in the afternoon, Yi Duan left $100,000 for his grandma, so that she could buy whatever she liked. Yi Duan seldom came back throughout the year, and only at the end of the year could he come to see his grandmother. He gave his cousins 2 children a New Year's red packet of 10,000 each. Cousin and sister-in-law kept pushing back, but eventually took it. Back home, Ye's father was lying on the bed asleep, having drunk a little too much wine at noon. Yi mother is preparing dinner. Yi Chen looked at his cell phone. Zhou Wanning had sent him a message at around 2 o'clock. What's Dusty doing? I went to visit my relatives today. I just came back from my grandma's house. Baby Wan Ning, did you go back to your hometown? Zhou Wanning quickly replied to him. No, the old family house are gone. These years are in Jianghai City over. But the second day we'll go back to ancestral graves. The same day back. Yi Duan is now very cold on the streets of Jianghai City, and the usual sky is the difference between the two. I think it is almost an empty city. Shopping malls are not much of a person. Yi Duan, there aren't that many locals in Jianghai City. Most of them are foreigners, and going back to one's hometown for the Spring Festival is a unique custom in our country's state. The two talked for over 2 hours and both went to dinner. Had dinner. Xia Xiaoman sent him a message. What's Yi Duan doing? Just had dinner. Have you eaten, Xiaoman? I've just finished eating too, and I'm going to go out for a walk. Are you out for a walk? When Yi Duan saw her invitation, a smile appeared on his face. Sure, I was planning to go for a walk. They both leave their homes at the same time and meet halfway. Xia Xiaoman saw a smile on his pretty face. The stars are beautiful tonight. You're beautiful too. Xia Xiaoman's pretty face blushed as she purposely wore the tweed coat that Yi Duan had bought. Yi Chuan, after the new year, when will you return to Jianghai City? Yi Duan, it hasn't been decided yet, but it should be the 7th day of the Lunar New Year. I'll go back after buying a house for my parents. I have to go to work on the company side. The two talked and walked. After walking for a while, Yi Chen took the initiative to reach out and grab Xia Xiaoman's hand. She didn't hide or resist. Taking the initiative to invite Yi Duan out tonight already objectively illustrated certain issues. Since it's a trail, you can't see anyone on the road. Everyone is either at home on their cell phones watching TV or playing cards with their buddies. Who would be foolish to come out to play on such a cold day without the company of a beautiful woman? Yi Chen and Xia Xiaoman strolled around for more than an hour. Then Xia Xiaoman said she wanted to go back. Xiaoman, I'll take you back. Xia Xiaoman softly She went back alone, in her heart a little afraid. On the verge of sending Xia Xiaoman to the village entrance, Leaf Dust stopped in his tracks. Xia Xiaoman turned her head to look at him quizzically. What's wrong? Yi Chen lowered his head towards her and kissed her. The two separated after tens of seconds. Xia Xiaoman's pretty face was scarlet, her hands holding his arms. Hate it. What about being seen? If you see it, you see it. It's not normal for couples to kiss each other. Xia Xiaoman was happy to hear him say the word couple. This is the old home. If someone saw it, I guess it would spread throughout the village the next day. Yi Duan sent her to the door of her house. Xiaoman, take an early rest. I'll go back first. On the way back, Yi Duan jogged all the way, just as an exercise. Back home in 10 minutes or so, he sent Xia Xiaoman a message. Xiaoman, I'm home. That fast? Ha, I jogged back, as a night run for exercise. Xia Xiaoman said with concern. Didn't sweat, did you? Be careful not to catch a cold. Leaf Dust, no. Xiaoman, do your parents know that you went for a walk with me tonight? I don't know. I said I'd find a classmate to go play with. Leaf Dust breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. It was better if he didn't know, and he wasn't too worried if he did. Although Yi Duan's dad and Xia Xiaoman's dad were junior high school classmates, they didn't have any contact, while the two of them were chatting. The big sister next door, Shenlan, also sent him a message. Is Dusty back? Come back, Arashur. What's wrong? I'll catch up with you later. Yi Chuan had fantasized about Shenlan before, but it was just a thought. The two families are neighbors and still on good terms. He can't mess around. A few minutes later, Shenlan arrived at his house. Leaf Dust's mom and dad had gone out for a visit, and he was alone in the house. Shenlan walked into the house and said with a smile, which classmate did you just go to play with? Male or female? Of course it's a woman. Who's going to be a man? Shenlan smiled. What did the lone man and woman do on a big night? Guess. Definitely didn't do anything good. It was just a kiss and nothing else. Shenlan, kissing isn't enough. What else do you want to do? Of course I want to do that thing between a man and a woman. Shenlan's complexion didn't change much. Dusty, I remember you said you had a girlfriend before. Who is this again? Tonight this female classmate took the initiative to ask me out. I thought I'd just chat. Who knew that hugging me and kissing me? Hey, too much charisma is also a kind of trouble. Shenlan skimmed her lips. I didn't expect you to be a womanizer too. Little dust. It's true that you men are all the same. Don't talk nonsense.
Sure.
I'm just kidding you. You wanted to see me tonight for something, right?
I'm looking for you to ask if I know about Zhanghai Chongning Real Estate Company.
My classmate works there. I don't know. Zhanghai City is too big. There are hundreds of thousands of companies.
I haven't been in the business world for a long time.
I haven't heard of many of them.
Shenlan, this is a relatively large private real estate companies. My classmates can probably get 7 or 8,000 per month.
Rent and eat and so on. In the end may not be much left.
Yi Duan, Zhanghai side spends quite a lot,
especially in terms of rent.
I have a few houses in Zhanghai.
Sister Lan can live on my side.
I just don't know how far it is from your company.
You bought a house in Zhanghai?
Shenlan was a bit surprised. I bought 2 large flats near the school, and I'm going to go back in the spring and plan to check out the villas.
Shenlan stood up. I'm leaving. Chatting with you kind of hurts my pride.
Chapter 164, The Smell of a Big Sister Next Door.
Evening.
Freshman sisters Zhao Jing and Sun Shi sent him messages. Leaf Dust chatted with both of them for a long time. He kind of misses Sun Shi, who got it early and was so easy to pick up. Zhao Jing has known for so long, although a little progress, but the last step of the words he did not have much certainty, so he has not made a move. There's no rush in picking up girls. He has all the patience in the world. If this one doesn't work, find another one first. Brother Yi Chen, I miss you.
Sun Shi expressed deep thoughts.
Yi Duan, Xiao Shi.
Brother also misses you.
When will you go to Zhanghai City next year? I'll probably go back on the 7th or 8th day of the lunar calendar. Brother Yi Duan, then I'll go over as early as possible.
We start school on February 16th. I'll see if I can go on February 13th.
Later, Sun Shi also sent several portrait photos to Yi Duan, which made Yi Duan's blood rush.
The next day, New Year's Eve, at 7 o'clock in the morning,
Yi Duan and his father went to the crop field to invite his grandparents to go home for New Year's Eve.
Please come back to the incense burner to burn incense, and then there is nothing more to do. The second day of the year to send away. Later on,
Leaf Dust was called out to play by a young friend. They came to a man's house where someone was playing mahjong and goldfish. Yi Duan wasn't too interested in these things right now and went home after looking at them for a while.
After lunch, the sun was shining and he lay down for a nap.
On the morning of the first day of the Lunar New Year, Yi Duan followed his parents to pay New Year's greetings to the elders in the courtyard. Today is Chinese New Year. After paying his New Year's visit home, Yi Duan sent a New Year's red packet to Zhou Wanning,
Wang Yusen, Sun Shi, Zhao Jing, and Xia Xiaoman. The red packet amount is not small. It's a $20,000 red packet per person. Zhou Wanning's family doesn't lack money.
Yi Chen mainly wanted to use money to corrupt Xia Xiaoman,
Sun Shi, and the others. It is easy to go from frugality to luxury,
but difficult to go from luxury to frugality. Xia Xiaoman sought his transfer and didn't collect it the first time.
Yi Dust, this is too much. It's not much. Xiaoman, keep it, and Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Xia Xiaoman clicked on the collection. $20,000 to the account. Heart is actually very happy. Sun Shi, Zhao Jing, and Wang Yusen all pushed back a bit as well, but in the end, they all accepted it. There is no woman in the world who doesn't love money.
After sending the old man back on the second day of the new year,
families are in go-go mode.
Today Yi father is going to his aunt and uncle's house.
Leaf Dust had followed his dad there twice when he was a kid,
and he had to call his aunt and uncle.
Yi father drove the van that was working to go to relatives.
Yi Duan asked him to drive a Rolls Royce, and Yi's father said that he was not used to it, for fear of rubbing or scraping it.
9 o'clock in the morning.
Leaf Dust is sitting at home looking at his computer. He looked at the recent domestic and international stock and futures markets.
The heat of the news about Dust and investments has come down.
Several news outlets had previously publicized his company's tens of billions of dollars in U.S.
stock explosions, which had attracted the attention of many outsiders. His cell phone suddenly rang and he opened it to see that it was a message from Shenlan. Is Dusty home yet? Yes. What's wrong, Erasure? Come sit at my house. My parents and my brother have gone to visit relatives. Okay, I'm on my way.
Yi Duan came to Shenlan's house after talking to his mom.
Shenlan, dressed in a winter cotton flannel nightgown, opened the gate for him and then closed it again. Did Uncle Yi go to visit his relatives? Shenlan opened her mouth and asked.
Yi Duan, my dad went to his aunt and uncle's house.
Where did Uncle Shen and the others go? They went to my aunt and grandma's house too. Why aren't you there? Erasure? I don't want to go. I don't know those relatives very well,
and my brother is young enough to like going to the party. As he spoke, Shenlan brought him to his bedroom, which was filled with a faint fragrance. Her comforter wasn't folded up, and it looked like she had just been staying under it.
Shenlan returned to the quilt. Yi Duan sat on the edge of the bed.
There was no place to sit in the house, so he could only sit on the edge of the bed.
Erasure doesn't even fold her comforter when she wakes up? Shenlan smiled and said, it's too cold outside.
How comfortable it is to lie in the quilt.
Xiao Duan, you close your eyes. Sis has prepared a New Year gift for you. What New Year's gift? Leaf Dust closed his eyes, a little curious in his heart. He had just closed his eyes when his mouth was kissed. Yi Chen froze for a moment and opened his eyes to look at Shenlan, looking a bit confused, unable to understand the situation. He didn't expect Shenlan to be so proactive and enthusiastic. What's going on here? Did you hear that I'm awesome now and are obsessed with me? He hadn't wanted to do anything to Shenlan, but it was out of his hands now. More than half an hour later, Yi Chen looked at Shenlan and smiled. Sister Lan, I didn't expect you to be such a person. Shenlan gave him a blank look. Don't sell yourself short when you get a bargain. She broke up with her boyfriend more than 6 months ago and was lonely and isolated. After reading and hearing about Yi Chen's deeds, a certain thought in his heart was very strong. After 11 o'clock, Yi Duan got dressed and got up to go home for dinner. His heart was happy that one of his childhood wishes had come true again. The next few days were spent traveling to relatives. On the third day of the month, Leaf Dust went to his grandmother's house. On the fourth day of the first month, his cousin and sister came to the house to see his father and mother. There's nothing more to do with the first 5 leaves of dust. His dad and mom are still going to the relatives. Today is the last 2 relatives. After that it will be fine. Yi Chuan was bored at home alone and sent a message to Shenlan. Is Sister Lan at home? On it. Come over to my house for a while. It's kind of boring being home alone. Shenlan saw his message and guessed what he meant. She spoke to her mom and then came to Yi Duan's house. Shenlan walked into his bedroom. Love needs no words. At noon, Yi Duan went to Shenlan's house to rub out a lunch. When do you plan to return to Jianghai City, little dust? Shen's father opened his mouth and asked. Yi Duan, tomorrow I'll go with my parents to look at the house. I should be able to leave on the 7th day of the Lunar New Year. Just now Sister Lan told me. We'll go to Jianghai City together then, and we'll have a care on the way. Shen's father smiled and nodded. Xiao Dust will still have to trouble you to take care of Xiao Lan when she arrives in Jianghai City. It's her first time there. Don't worry, Uncle Shen. I'm sure I'll take good care of Sister Lan since we grew up together. After eating, Yi Duan handed Shen's father a cigarette, and the two of them smoked next to each other. Shen's father knew that this was 30,000 a cigarette and savored it carefully and thoughtfully. Seeing him, Yi Duan walked out and took out 2 cigarettes from his car. Not only did you eat someone's lunch, but you also ate their daughter. So it's reasonable to send 2 cigarettes, right? Uncle Shen, take these 2 and smoke them. I have quite a few more in my car. Dusty, how is this a good idea? Although Shen's father said he was embarrassed, he took it quickly. Shen, do you learn well from your brother Yi Duan? In the future, if you're half as good as Yi Duan, I'll be able to wake up laughing in my dreams. Chapter 165, Cultivating Affection with Chen Jingjing. Shen Lan's younger brother, Shen Da, is still in middle school, a little young for his age, just when he loves to play. In the afternoon, Yi Duan spent some time at Shen Lan's house, chatting and kibitzing with Shen's father. He got home a little after 3 o'clock and mom and dad were back from visiting relatives. Yi Duan sent a message to Chen Jingjing. Jingjing, tomorrow I plan to take my parents over to see the house. Sales work? Chen Jingjing quickly replied to him. Tomorrow, the 6th day of the Lunar New Year they work. Well, tomorrow my parents and I will go over and check it out. Yi Chen then sent another message to Xia Xiaoman. What's Xiaoman doing? Just got home. Went to my aunt's today with my brother. Xia Xiaoman's parents have more siblings and more relatives. Yi Duan, I'll take my parents to see the house tomorrow, and I might leave the day after tomorrow. Does Xiaoman have time in the evening? Come out for a walk. Aha. Had dinner. Yi Duan drove to the outside of Shazhuang village. Xiaoman, I'm at the entrance to your village. A few minutes later, Xia Xiaoman arrived at the entrance of the village and opened the car door to sit in the passenger seat. Yi Duan drove her to a relatively barren patch of woods. Not many people come here to play during the day, let alone at night. Stopping the car, Yi Chen turned his head to look at Xia Xiaoman. Xiaoman, let's chat here for a while. Xia Xiaoman looked at him with a bit of shyness in her expression. Did you know about Pan Kai chasing me? Yi Chen shook his head. I don't know. When did he start chasing you? Xia Xiaoman, he pursued me as a freshman. I didn't agree, and now he's after me again. If we follow the normal historical trajectory, Pan Kai graduated from college and started his own business, then started a successful business and chased Xia Xiaoman into his hands. In her last life, Xia Xiaoman agreed to go out with Pan Kai, presumably because she saw that Pan Kai had a small career and was much better than his peers, now choosing to stay with Leaf Dust. Of course it was because of Yi Duan's extraordinary excellence. A good man can easily attract the likes of the opposite sex. This Pan Kai person has a good mind. He's a talented person. Yi Chuan objectively made an evaluation. Xia Xiaoman smiled and said, whether he is a talent or not has nothing to do with me. I have no feelings for him. Yi Duan smiled faintly. Why do you have feelings for me? Is it because I'm handsome and capable? Of course, it's an advantage for a man to attract the opposite sex. Men are handsome and capable, and women are beautiful and graceful, both of which attract the opposite sex.
Xia Xiaoman said with a little embarrassment.
When I was in high school, I kind of liked you. You were good at studying and handsome.
You were too lethal to us girls. I knew at that time that there were several female classmates who were secretly in love with you.
Yi Duan didn't know about these things. Really? Who all has a crush on me? Ru A Wang,
Li, they all have crushes on you.
The two of them chatted for a while,
and then Yi Chen sidled up and kissed Xia Xiaoman.
The front row was a bit inconvenient,
and at Yi Duan's suggestion the two came to the back row.
Xia Xiaoman sat in his arms, her pretty face crimson. Tonight the two just kissed and cuddled and did nothing else. Xia Xiaoman should still be the first time.
He thought it was better to be normal at home or in a hotel. It would be too soon to do something like that.
And Xia Xiaoman wasn't necessarily mentally prepared for it. Just after 8:30 p.m., Yi Duan sent Xia Xiaoman home. Before Xia Xiaoman got out of the car,
she took the initiative to hug him and kiss him passionately for another 10 seconds.
Dusty, I'll go back first. Yi Chen touched her hair. Rest early. February 6th, morning. Yi Duan brought his parents to the sales department of the Purple Capital Garden in the county.
Hello sir, is this your first time here?
Leaf Dust, yes, it's our first time over here. What type of room are you planning to look at? The saleswoman asked with a smile.
Leaf Dust, how many more floors of the large flat of the townhouse on our side are there?
The third,
fourth and fifth floors are still available. All the others have been sold.
Let's go to the field.
Yes sir. The sale took the family on a field trip to see the house.
Mom and Dad,
which floor do you think is better?
5 floors. Isn't this house a bit too big for little Dust? Father Yi and Mother Yi felt that it was a bit too big.
Leaf Dust, not big. After my girlfriend and I come back shall not live together. If there is a child in the future, the room less which enough to live. Ye father and ye mother nodded slightly when they heard him say that.
It really wasn't a big deal if you put it that way. Sales was a little puzzled when he heard them. Isn't this mom and dad buying their son a wedding home? Why does it sound like a son buying a house for his parents? Just 501. Let's show me the stores here. After seeing the house, he asked the sales to take them to see the stores.
The stores in this neighborhood are barely sold. The real estate industry has been getting harder and harder since the Evergrande real estate crash. Real estate sales are way down in all but a few super tier 1 cities.
Yi Duan, Mom and Dad, why don't we buy all these stores? Sales froze when he heard him.
There were nearly 10 stores.
$2 to $3 million per store.
10 stores is tens of millions.
Ye father, to so many why? Now real estate is going downhill.
To a piece of their own business on the line.
Finally, Yi Duan settled on a house, a larger store, and later began to talk about the price. After the salesman quotes the price, Yi Duan gave Chen Jingjing a call. Jingjing, I've chosen the house. Is Auntie at home? Yes, I'll talk to my mom.
Chen Jingjing quickly replied to him.
Yi Chen, you wait a moment. My mom is on the phone. Soon Chen Jingjing's mother's phone call to their side.
The price per square foot is a few $100s cheaper. After all, it is the hand of the county housing bureau, and the face of the leader is not ordinary. After completing the formalities at the sales department, Yi Duan brought his family to Chen Jingjing's home in the afternoon to express his gratitude. This is an opportunity to enhance the relationship. He took 2 bottles of wine and 2 cigarettes. This kind of cigarettes and alcohol,
Chen Jingjing's parents have not received. Chen Jingjing's parents are both leaders of government departments, and usually receive some gifts. Not a big problem.
They had heard their daughters talk about Yi Duan, and they had more respect for Yi Duan's family.
Elder brother Yi, how is the house looking? Father Chen was very good at taking care of people's emotions and took the initiative to chat with Yi Chen's parents. It's pretty good. It's set. Yi father's heart is actually a little nervous. After all,
they are all at the leadership level. Yi Duan and Chen Jingjing were chatting on the balcony. Her house was also a large flat.
When will Yi Chen leave? Yi Duan, tomorrow. Do you want to go to Jianhai to have some fun? It's a bit cold now. I'll go back when it's warmer and you can be my guide then. No problem. Food, shelter and fun. Just have fun.
Chen Jingjing, go to Jiangcheng when you have time.
I'll show you a good time. Leaf Dust couldn't wait for such an opportunity.
Chen Jingjing is a deputy provincial ministerial leader in the future. While she has not graduated from work,
now she can develop a good emotional friendship. Chapter 166, Encountering Li Qingya's family. Yi Duan's family stayed for about 20 minutes before getting up to say goodbye and leave. Chen Jingjing and her parents walked the family downstairs.
They had just gotten down when a Mercedes pulled up next to them.
Li Qingya's family got out of the car.
They also came to Chen Jingjing's home to promote some feelings by taking advantage of the relationship between both daughters' classmates. Li Qingya just got out of the car and froze for a moment when she saw Yi Duan.
Yi Chuan also did not expect to run into Li Qingya's family here.
He looked towards Li Qingya's parents, finally resting his eyes on Li's mother.
Mr. and Mrs. Li Yongwang first greeted Chen Jingjing's parents.
Elder brother Chen.
Chen Jingjing, Yi Chuan, don't you recognize classmate Li Qingya? Why don't you greet her too? When Li Qingya's parents heard the name Yi Chen,
Their expressions froze and they turned their heads to look at him.
Yi Chen wore a smile. Long time no see, fellow student Li Qingya.
Li Qingya smiled faintly.
It's been a long time since I've seen student Yi Chen.
Yi Duan, mom and dad, this is also my high school classmate.
Li Qingya.
She is at Fudan University in Jianghai City. Li Qingya was full of smiles.
Hello uncle and aunt.
Hey, hello.
Father Yi and Mother Yi were fond of the understanding Li Qingya. Uncle Chen, Auntie Chen, Jingjing, we're leaving first. Have time to play in Jianghai City. Yi Chuan said goodbye to Chen Jingjing's family and finally looked at Li Qingya.
Then Yi Duan opened the door of the Rolls-Royce Cullinan next to him.
When Li Qingya's parents saw this scene, the shock in their hearts overflowed.
Wait for Leaf Dust to leave.
Mother Li asked curiously. Jingjing, is this Yi Chen your high school classmate Yi Chen? At the Jianghai Transportation University? Chen Jingjing nodded. Yes, auntie.
What is he doing now that he is driving a Rolls-Royce Cullinan? Mother Li was very curious and puzzled. How could a college student afford such a top-of-the-line luxury car?
Chen Jingjing, Yi Duan opened a financial investment company. Dust Xing Investment Company. Uncle Li, you have heard of it. Is the other day in the U.S.
stock madly earned more than 30 billion. That company.
That is Yi Duan's company. A $30 billion plus binge in U.S. stocks? Li Yongwan was also a stockholder and naturally heard about Dusty Xing Investment Company.
But he never expected that the founder of this company was his daughter's boyfriend.
Yi Duan. It's not like the water has hit the Dragon King's temple. The company that Life as a Dream runs? Yeah, Life as a Dream is him.
Li Qingya was a bit curious.
Do you know about it too, Dad?
She only knew that Yi Chen had made money from speculating on stocks.
But she didn't know how good Yi Chen was.
Li Yongwan, I'm afraid there is no speculation in the stock market that does not recognize him.
The stock god Life is like a dream. The industry's legendary big brother.
Mother Li was a bit confused when she heard her husband's words.
Is it that great? Chen Jingjing's father smiled and said, Xiao Dust is indeed very powerful. Few people in his age group can compare to him. He speaks and behaves in a measured manner, steady and mature, not like a college student at all. His future is unlimited. The other side. Yi Chuan asked on his way back. Mom and Dad, do you think Jingjing or Qingye is better? What do you mean? That is, if these two were your daughters-in-law, which one do you think would be better? It's all good. The two kids are very knowledgeable. It would be hard for them to make a choice if they had to. It would mostly depend on which one their son prefers. 3:30 p.m. Back at the house. Yi Chuan took out a bank card. Mom and Dad, there is 100 million in this card. You guys take it and spend it. Dad, you also go and change your car. Let's buy whatever car we like. How can we spend so much money?
Yi Duan, you want to save the bank to save the bank. Put the PayPal is also okay.
These money every year interest is also a few million.
Enough to spend your weekdays casually.
$100 million. At 2% APR,
that's $2 million a year in interest. His parents used to work part-time and it was already very good for them to save more than $100,000 a year. While the family was talking, Shenlong and his family arrived. How's old Ji? Has the house been finalized? Shen's father asked with a smile. Yi Xiefeng nodded slightly. It's all set. When is Dusty leaving? Let's leave tomorrow at 7. It's an 11-hour drive. Okay, then we'll go back and pack. Yi Duan discussed the renovation with his parents again. The couple had been doing parquet tiles all these years and knew a lot of renovators and could call on old friends to do the work. This is an area where they know more about who is good at their craft and who works carefully and conscientiously. After dinner, Yi Chuan realized that Li Qingya had pulled him out of the blacklist. What are you doing, Mr. Leaf Dust? I've just had dinner. What did Ms. Li Qingya want to see me about? Li Qingya hummed. Can't I talk to you if there's nothing to do? Li Qingya, your parents are okay with us talking now? They didn't. I secretly pulled you off the blacklist. And I heard from Jingjing that you're leaving tomorrow? Yi Duan, yes. I'll go back to Jianghai City tomorrow. The company is going to start. Li Qingya, leaving tomorrow. In such a hurry. Yeah, the company starts on the 7th day of the month. So normally I should go back on the 6th day of the month. Li Qingya boldly admitted. Did student Yi Chen miss me? Yi Duan, Qingya student, we are classmates. It's not good to talk about such an ambiguous topic, right? Li Qingya, you're still angry? I can't be mad at your mom for talking so badly and insulting my parents. Li Qingya, Xiaoduanzi, I'm sorry. Don't be angry. I was wrong. Qingya, this has nothing to do with you. I'm not angry with you. Yi Chuan was just a bit disgusted with Li Qingya's mother's posture and tone. Li Qingya began to change the topic. You made so much money, but you didn't even tell me about it. What? More than $30 billion. Jingjing showed me the news online. What you like is me. It's not my money. Besides, you've blacked me out. I didn't have a chance to tell you. Did you tell Jingjing about us? Yi Duan was more worried about this. No, my parents don't approve. What's the point of talking about it? Yi Duan sighed with relief.
It's good that you didn't say it.
If you said it would affect me in picking up girls.
What's your parents' attitude now? Li Qingya, they neither say yes nor no now. It's much better than before. At least they allow us to chat. Leaf dust didn't matter. Her parents agreed or disagreed.
And they couldn't stop him and Li Qingya from playing however they wanted after school started.
Leaf dust didn't want the relationship between the two to be that smooth.
Someday he would have to stimulate Li Qingya's mother. If the two of them if too smooth sailing. With Li Qingya's old mother's character, it is estimated that she will say the two people's business in front of Qin Jingjing's family, which will very much affect Yi Chen's plan. What if Qin Jingjing knew about his affair with Li Qingya and inadvertently told Xia Xiaoman? So this should never happen.
Yi Chuan thought finished finding Li Qingya's old mom's phone and called. Chapter 167, A Man's Way is a Man's Way.
Qingya Li's mother was playing with her cell phone in her bedroom. Seeing an unfamiliar caller that looked a little familiar to her,
she picked up the phone. Hello? Yi Chuan spoke. I'm Qingya's classmate, Yi Chuan.
Wang Yuhua froze for a moment and was a bit embarrassed.
It's fellow student Yi Chen. What are you looking for me for? Yi Duan, do you remember what you said last time? You can't be a dog-eyed man.
Wang Yuhua let out a dry laugh and looked embarrassed. It was obvious that Yi Chen had come to retaliate and humiliate her.
Don't you forget that Qingya is my daughter, and you two need my permission if you want to be together. Do you think I need your approval? Do you think there will be fewer beautiful women pursuing me? If you give me an apology, I can consider thinking about forgiving you. Otherwise your daughter might lose me. Yi Chen's tone was just as lofty and full of condescension as she was back then.
He's doing unto others what he's done unto himself.
Wang Yuhua was a proud person. Even if Yi Chen was excellent, he was just a bit rich. Yi just earned a little money, do not know their own last name. Your kind of people cannot last long. Is only one day rich? You this character, I will not let my daughter and you together. You die this heart. Do you think anyone else would not marry your daughter?
I didn't mean to call today for any other reason than to make you feel the same way I did back then. After saying that, Yi Duan hung up the phone.
Wang Yuhua was furious and her face turned blue.
After she reacted, she came to her daughter's bedroom.
Qingya, don't chat with that Yi Chen in the future. This person is not a thing. He scolded me.
Li Qingya froze for a moment.
What's wrong?
Yi Duan just called to scold me.
Don't chat with him in the future. I am definitely not agreeing with the two of you unless I am dead. When her mom went out, Li Qingya sent a message to Yi Duan. You called my mom to scold her? I called but didn't scold. How could I scold Auntie?
It was the last time that made me uncomfortable. I spat a couple of sentences and Auntie got anxious. Li Qingya also felt that it was impossible for Yi Chen to scold his mother. He was not that kind of person.
My mom is like that. Don't get on her bad side. Well, I know Saya. Leaf Dust's purpose had been achieved. He just didn't give Wang Yuhua any face and managed to enrage the other party. She definitely wouldn't approve of the two dating.
This way Yi Duan wasn't worried about her going out and talking nonsense and affecting her plans.
Yi Chen and Li Qingya talked for more than 2 hours before going to bed. He woke up just after 6 the next morning. Mom and Dad are already up making breakfast.
After Yi Chen had just finished his breakfast, Shenlan and her parents came to his house.
Uncle Shen is here. Has Sister Lan eaten yet? Shenlan smiled and returned. Had a bowl of noodles.
Both Yi Chen and Shenlan did not have much luggage.
Shenlan was a trolley case and Yi Chen a backpack. Mom, Dad, Uncle Shen, you guys go back. We're leaving. Be safe on the road. Yi father and Yi mother had some reluctance in their hearts.
The car quickly disappeared from their sight.
Shen's father smiled and said, Old Yi, you gave birth to the son is very good. Too promising. The other side of the car. Yi Chuan spoke. If you're sleepy, Sister Lan, take a nap. There's a blanket in the back. Shenlan, I just woke up now, I'm not sleepy.
It's my first time to go so far by car. I'm still a little excited in my heart.
Yi Chen wore a smile. There are quite a few sights on the way, so you can take a look at them then. Half an hour later, Yi Duan got on the highway,
keeping the speed at 120 kilometers per hour.
It was already cloudy. Shenlan looked at the east with a pair of beautiful eyes. Little Dust, look at the red over there, it's so beautiful. An hour later,
Yi Duan had already traveled more than 100 kilometers.
Yi Chuan, are you going to the restroom? Sister Lan? There's a service area next. If you don't go to this one, you'll have to wait for more than an hour for the next one. Shenlan nodded slightly. Then go to the restroom.
More than 10 minutes later,
Yi Duan drove into the service area. It was a not very large service area with dozens of cars parked in it.
The two of them got down from the car, and Yi Chen took the initiative to hold her hand.
Shenlan glanced at him, her beautiful eyes revealing a hint of tenderness as she held his arm with both hands. Dusty, don't you think Sister Erisher is a watery woman? I think it's supposed to be that I'm too charming.
Shenlan pursed her lips and smiled.
You're really self-absorbed.
The two men finished their bathroom breaks and continued to start their journey. Shenlan was not sleepy at all because of her mental excitement, looking out the window with a sense of freshness. At noon they had a brief lunch in the service area and continued on their way. Dust at this speed, how long will it take us to get to Zhanghai City? Let's say 6 or 7 p.m. Arashi seat has a massage function, so you press that button. Shenlan was a bit tired from sitting and felt comfortable after turning on the seat massage function. A luxury car is different, and it gets a massage. Yi Duan, Sister Lan will sleep for a while if she's tired. I'm not tired. I've only seen Zhanghai City on the internet before. I haven't seen what it's like with my own eyes. It's about the same as Yanjing City. These big cities just have a lot of people and cars and skyscrapers. With Shenlan accompanying and chatting along the way, it wasn't boring. Arisher, I'll treat you to a nice dinner tonight. After saying that, Yi Duan called and booked a box at Golden Harbor. They entered the city of Zhanghai after 6 o'clock in the evening. Shenlan curiously looked at the skyscrapers outside the car window. At 7:30 they arrived at the Golden Harbor restaurant. Shenlan walked into the restaurant with her hands on his arm and was a little surprised to see the luxurious decoration and layout inside. After working in Yanjing City for many years, she had never been to a high-end restaurant either. High-end restaurants are places where only the rich can go and spend tens of thousands of dollars per person. Yi Chuan ordered all the delicious ones. Sister Lan, this restaurant makes delicious seafood. Hungry for a good taste in a while. Shenlan, Dusty, this restaurant has a high per capita spending, right? It's about $30,000 or $40,000 a meal for the two of us. That's expensive. Is this where you usually eat? Only once in a while. My body wouldn't be able to take it if it was like that every day. While talking, Shenlan's cell phone rang. It was her mom's call. Arisher, have you arrived in Zhanghai City yet? Just got here, Mom. Dusty and I are out to dinner. Oh, okay. Just arrive. You guys eat first. Yi Duan also gave a word to his parents, so as to save them from being hung up in their hearts. The meal came up quickly, with king crab, Australopithecus, sea cucumber and more. Shenlan had eaten king crabs, bourbons and whatnot before, but those were different from what he was eating now. You can tell the difference by the texture, which is clearly better. After dinner, Yi Duan took her back to the large flat in the Jiaowei neighborhood. Lin Yunlong was still on her mother's side and didn't come here. When Shenlan saw him come out with the pajamas, she smiled and asked, "Is this your girlfriend's? Leaf dust?" "No. I had the life butler buy a lot of new ones. My girlfriend hasn't been here yet." Shenlan went into the bedroom to change into her nightgown. She had a pretty good body, with curves that rose and fell and bulged where they should. Yi Chuan's cell phone rang. It was Lu Zixuan's call. "What's wrong with Xian? Is Dusty back?" "Just got back." "How was the company?" "There's nothing going on at the company. And now Manager Wang and the others are waiting for you to come back." "Manager Wang talked to me 2 days ago. I told them to follow the news at home and abroad first to see which industry has opportunities, and I want to listen to their report in a couple of days to see their judgment on the market." Talked for a while and hung up. Yi Duan saw that Shenlan was standing on the balcony looking outside. He walked over and wrapped his arms around Shenlan's waist. Sister Lan's side is the Zhanghai Jiaotong University.